Chapter 1. A disastrous start? The divine tomb descends. The Yanxia Empire. Tianyu City. The Awakening Square. The national exam is in 3 days. May my late great-uncle spirit bless me from heaven and awaken an S-class beastmaster talent in me. Bro, your great-uncle hasn't even passed his 7th day memorial yet. And you're already asking him for favors? That's way too hasty. I awakened a D-class talent. Weak magic. I'm doomed now. Hey mom, hurry up and give me a little brother to start a new account with. It's urgent. I awakened a B-class talent, Holy Light, which can heal my tamed beasts. The clamor of sorrow and joy around him roused Pei Xingye's consciousness. I was up late last night developing a game program. Can't remember when I fell asleep. Wait, where the hell am I? When Pei Xingye opened his naturally crimson eyes, the surroundings were utterly unfamiliar. Pei Xingye's soul memories gradually merged with those of the red-eyed youth's soul. The background and structure of this world began to surface in Pei Xingye's mind one after another. Apocalypse, catastrophe, evolution, beast taming. So I've crossed over into a world where everyone tames beasts. Over 1,000 years ago, this planet known as Blue Star suffered a devastating catastrophe. All living creatures mutated during this disaster, embarking on a path of frenzied evolution, and began preying on humans as their food, overturning the planet's natural food chain. The monsters born from this great catastrophe are collectively referred to as demons. The relentless battle between beastmasters and demonic beasts became the defining theme of this dark era. In theory, regardless of nationality or lineage, every human child has the opportunity to awaken different beast tamer talents once they reach the age of 18. Every 18-year-old boy and girl aspires to awaken a popular talent before the National College entrance exams, then enroll in their ideal Beast Tamer Academy to become an outstanding beast tamer. As the memories of his 2 lives merged, Pei Xingye gradually adapted to this world. This is the Yanxia Empire, one of the 7 great human empires. Generally speaking, the genetic lineage of the descendants of Yanxia is characterized by black hair and black eyes. This makes Pei Xingye, who was born with white hair plus red eyes, stand out like an anomaly. This body is so weak. Chronic malnutrition, years of enduring hunger, and frequent beatings and humiliation are the reasons why Pei Xingye's body is so frail. At this point, the memories of both lives had perfectly merged. Pei Xingye's gaze swept past the crowd, locking onto a tall, arrogant young man of the same age. The young man was currently basking in the cheers of admiration and worship from the crowd, his eyes brimming with unmistakable arrogance. As expected of the eldest young master of the Pei family, he's actually awakened the A-grade talent, Blood Demon, which allows him to drain an enemy's health and convert it into his own tamed beast's vitality. With young Master Pei's talent, he's undoubtedly destined to become the next head of the Pei family and the future leader of the Scarlet Guild. Congratulations, young Master Pei. Pei Donglai, my cousin. Pei Xingye murmured the other's name. According to his newly merged memories, Pei Donglai was his cousin, and it was Pei Donglai's family who had cursed him with this frail, sickly body. Pei Donglai noticed Pei Xingye's gaze, a flicker of malice and amusement flashing in his eyes. He walked up to Pei Xingye's side and sneered, "Oh my dear little brother, you've come for the awakening ceremony too?" Pei Xingye remained expressionless. Every adult in the country who has turned 18 is eligible to participate. Does my attendance bother you? Pei Donglai was momentarily stunned, suspicion rising in his heart. Has this trash taken the wrong medicine today, daring to look at me like that, and speaking to me in such a tone? After a brief moment of puzzlement, Pei Donglai decided to act as usual, intending to humiliate Pei Xingye severely in front of the crowd. Yes, you're already 18, so you're indeed eligible to participate in the awakening ceremony. Then let me ask you, do you think you'll awaken a popular talent? Pei Xingye, don't forget, in this world, the talent one awakens is usually determined by bloodline inheritance. So, Pei Donglai sneered with disdain. You'll just end up like your dead mother, awakening the lowest, most obscure, and most useless necromancy talent among the top 100 talents. The young men and women participating in the awakening ceremony around them nodded in agreement. Master Pei's words may be crude, but they're not wrong. Pei Xingye's mother was a necromancer beast tamer, so Pei Xingye is highly likely to awaken a necromantic talent as well. If it were 18 years ago, awakening a necromantic talent would have been so glorious. But now it's no longer 18 years ago, the times have changed. The heated discussions among the crowd reflected the shifts of the era. The necromantic talent has consistently held the top position on the 100 Great Talents ranking since its inception. Pei Xingye's mother, Pei Xingye, was a necromantic beastmaster. She once rendered outstanding service to the Yanxia Empire, her hands stained with the blood of countless magical beasts, and all her mounts were ancient-blooded undead divine beasts. Unfortunately, this remarkable woman met an untimely demise, falling in battle during the world-altering Celestial Vortex War 18 years ago. This left the infant Pei Xingye, who was not yet a month old, completely orphaned without father or mother. His mother died in battle while his father was. No one knew who Pei Xingye's father was. As the saying goes, when a man is away, the tea gets cold. Without his mother, Pei Xingye's life in the Pei family can be imagined. Now he has become the family's outcast, with so-called grandfather, uncles, and cousins, treating him with nothing but belittlement and abuse, even attempting to seize and swallow all the inheritance his mother left behind. Only his cousin Pei Ingru treats him like a real younger brother, which is the sole warmth Pei Xingye receives in terms of family affection. In short, after that celestial vortex battle, some bizarre curse descended upon the world. Since then, all beastmasters who awaken necromantic talents suffer the torment of this curse. Among all curses, the most vicious one is the Fate's Curse. As the name suggests, this curse drastically shortens the lifespan of a necromancer, earning them the mocking nickname short-lived ghosts. Most die abruptly before even reaching 20 years of age. Others may linger on, plagued by illness, surviving a few more years as invalids of fate worse than death. This has also led necromancers to completely fade into the twilight of their era. So for the past 18 years, the necromancy talent has consistently ranked last on the top 100 talents list, falling from being the meta answer to becoming the meta reject, plummeting from glory into the abyss. Next student, Pei Xingye. It's your turn to awaken. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, Pei Xingye walked to the center of the Awakening Plaza to begin his awakening ceremony. Announce the awakening results. Pei Xingye, awakened with E-rank talent, Undead Slayer. When Pei Xingye's awakened talent was announced, the entire venue erupted with the expected size and mockery. Just as expected, he inherited his mother's talent. Undead type talent, the lowest tier talent, ha ha ha. That short-lived wretch is bound to be plagued by the curse of doom, doomed to die within 2 years at most. TSK. How tragic. The crowd looked at Pei Xingye as if he were already a corpse. Pei Donglai's eyes burned with fervor as he secretly rejoiced in his heart. Cursed and doomed. Pei Xingye, it won't be long before you reunite with your mother in hell. Everything of the Pei family will be mine. Ugh. My brain is about to grow a brain. Pei Xingye felt the world spin around him. After the dizziness passed, a game interface visible only to him appeared before his eyes, like a holographic projection, displaying a luminous screen that filled his entire field of vision. Ding! System awakening detected. System successfully bound to host. Tomb of God system. Activate. Pei Xingye's stiff body burned with fervor, his crimson pupils trembling violently. That familiar scent, that familiar formula. This is the system hack I developed for the game protagonist in my past life. So, I crossed over and brought the system with me. In his previous life, Pei Xingye was a top-tier game designer who developed over a dozen massively popular online games worldwide. At this moment, the Divine Tomb system that Pei Xingye awakened and bound was actually a game cheat he had personally designed. Ding! Beginner Login Gift Pack has been distributed. Unpacking Gift Pack. Rewards obtained. Reaper's Domain plus Grave God's Hand plus Hades' Blood Shadow. Reaper's Domain. The hosts can summon graveyards of varying levels and grants immunity to undead damage. Grave God's Hand. The host's left arm can open coffins and excavate graves, forming contracts with the undead. Hades' Blood Shadow. The host switches to a shadow form, significantly boosting soul power for a duration while forcibly elevating beast taming levels. This data was all too familiar to Pei Xingye. Every bit of it had been painstakingly coded by him in his previous life. Standing under the gaze of the crowd, Pei Xingye's crimson lips curled slightly upward. Mother died in battle, father unknown. Cursed from birth, the worst possible start. It seems this is the final ultimatum from the god of time. Let me use the shortest time possible to reverse this utterly disastrous situation. Chapter 2. The Ancient Mythical Bloodline. contracting the black phoenix. Awakening square. Mocking laughter pierced Pei Xingye's ears. Ahahaha. Little bro. You really did awaken the necromancy talent. Just like your dead mother. Undead execution. When an enemy unit's health drops to 10%, it reaches the execution threshold, triggering a guaranteed instant kill effect. Sounds pretty impressive. But tell me, with the curse of doom coiling around you, how many more years do you think you'll live? No worries. For these 2 years, our Pei family will keep you around anyway. It's not like one more mouth to feed makes a difference. Feeding a dog or feeding you is equally simple. It's not hard to tell from Pei Donglai's tone and rhetoric that he often bullied and harassed Pei Xingye in daily life. He merely addressed Pei Xingye as little brother verbally, but in reality, he treated Pei Xingye like a household servant, manipulating and humiliating him at will. Otherwise, how could an 18-year-old Pei Xingye be in such a frail physical condition? Just as Pei Donglai was about to continue humiliating Pei Xingye, he suddenly met Pei Xingye's crimson, savage death glare. The necrotic energy within him began to boil. Pei Xingye's expression turned icy as his overwhelming aura directly suppressed Pei Donglai. Having lived 2 lives with merged souls, as a transmigrator, Pei Xingye's sharpened mind amplified the presence of his frail body, effortlessly surpassing his peers. Pei Donglai, you better remember this. The Pei family's success today, and the Crimson Guild's rise to become one of the nation's top 100 guilds, all of it was built by my mother's solitary efforts and glory. Without my mother, the Pei family is nothing now. Pei Donglai wanted to retort, You? What you? Am I not speaking the truth? My mother made countless contributions to the Yanxia Empire during her lifetime, hunting down demons and earning countless merits. And you and your father are nothing but ungrateful wolves feeding on my mother's blood. Without my mother, where would the Pei family be today? Everyone present, including those who had previously flattered Pei Donglai, seemed to turn into stunned mutes in an instant, leaving the entire hall in dead silence. Pei Xingye, though dead, still has her formidable reputation lingering in this world. The Pei family is my mother Pei Xingye's Pei. Everything my mother left me, I will take it all back. With these words, Pei Xingye turned and walked away, his figure exuding confidence. Has this guy taken the wrong medicine today or what? You just wait, Pei Xingye, when I get into Chaos Academy, and you're left wandering the streets, even if you kneel and kowtow, I'll make sure you suffer worse than death. Pei Donglai stared at Pei Xingye's retreating figure, his eyes filled with malice and venom. The grudge between the two would undoubtedly play out during the national entrance exam 3 days later. Tianyu City, the outskirts of the outskirts, the abandoned Pei residence. This house is a dilapidated building that the Pei family abandoned over 10 years ago. After dusk, night fell, and the thick darkness draped a desolate and barren cloak over this decrepit old mansion. Pei Xingye arrived at the entrance of the estate, looking at the rusted iron gate that was practically useless, confirming that when people are at a loss for words, they really do shrug and let out a cold laugh. A discarded son of the family like me, paired with this abandoned Pei family mansion, what a perfect match indeed. The first step to reversing the situation is to establish a positive and optimistic mindset. Living in this godforsaken place where even wild birds wouldn't bother to poop is just temporary humiliation for greater goals. Only 3 days left until the national exam. I must contract an undead-type beast as soon as possible. Entering the cold and desolate living room, Pei Xingye sat cross-legged on the spot, closed his eyes, and whispered sharply, Death God domain, activate. This was Pei Xingye's first time activating the Death God's domain. When he opened his eyes again, within his consciousness, he had summoned a divine tomb filled with decay, gloom, the stench of corpses, and an ancient aura. Within the divine tomb, there was no concept of sky or earth. It was as if everything was a mass of chaos. In the turbid air, fragments of shattered stars drifted. Among these broken stones seemed to lie countless restless spirits, like a sprawling graveyard of constellations, sending shivers down Pei Xingye's soul. Such terrifying density of restless spirits. Pei Xingye groped through the chaos when suddenly, at the end of the darkness, 9 eerie, ghostly green candle flames flickered to life. As Pei Xingye approached the candle flames, the sight before him left him deeply shaken. The 9 ghostly green candle flames illuminated 9 pitch-black coffins, dark as ink. Upright coffins? Coffins, the containers used to display corpses, are typically placed in a horizontal position. Yet these 9 ancient and mysterious coffins are arranged in a vertical stance that causes severe visual discomfort. They may appear identical at first glance, but in reality, the runes and totems carved on their surfaces vary from one another, especially the spells written in blood on the coffin lids, though Pei Xingye couldn't decipher them. Merely staring at them for too long would send chills down his spine. As if his soul were about to be drawn into them, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations, host! You have successfully activated the Death God's domain for the first time and summoned the Divine King-level Ancient Tomb. Great Desolate Divine Tomb. With your current soul power reserves, you can use the Hand of the Overlord to open one of the 9 black coffins and form a contract with the undead within. Pei Xingye perked up, stroking his chin and murmuring. Starting with a 9-to-1 choice, this is just like opening a blind box. How thrilling! I choose you. Pei Xingye raised his left hand, his entire left arm shimmering with a violet gold radiance, resembling a demonic claw as he pointed to the leftmost of the 9 black coffins. The most fundamental ability of the Hand of the Fallen God was to unseal coffins, exhume graves, and forge pacts with the undead. The darkness within the divine tomb was instantly dispelled by a raging sea of emerald undead flames. The boy's crimson eyes were the sole streak of scarlet amidst the sea of undead flames. Buzz, 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 give me, open! The black coffin shook violently as the youth roared with fury, the hand of the divine unleashing tremendous force to suddenly flip open the coffin lid. Pei Xingye's vision plunged into momentary blindness, his ears ringing with a sharp, mournful phoenix cry. When his sight returned, Pei Xingye raised his gaze, the candlelight in his pupils flickering from profound shock. PH Phoenix. A majestic and beautiful phoenix phantom hovers above the crumbling black coffin, its entire body engulfed in seething undead flames. Though merely an undead form, the aura and pressure exuded by this phoenix perfectly illustrate what it means to possess the true bloodline of an ancient myth. Ancient myth bloodlines are already exceedingly rare, and among them, the rarest are the 3 supreme lineages: the pure-blooded Dragon Clan, the pure-blooded Phoenix Clan, and the pure-blooded Qilin Clan, collectively known as the 3 sacred beast bloodlines. The Yanxia Empire applies the title of sacred with utmost rigor and strictness, making the prestige of the 3 sacred beast bloodlines all the more evident. Pei Xingye, with a heart full of excitement, raised his trembling god-covering hand and gently touched the tail feathers of this phoenix specter with his fingertips. Instantly, a dense stream of data information appeared before his eyes. It truly is the bloodline of an ancient mythical creature, purebred phoenix genes. And before its fall, this phoenix had reached the level of celestial king body, Black Phoenix King. When the hand of the divine touches the phoenix, it not only reads the phoenix's basic data but also glimpses into its memories and battle achievements from its past life. Before Pei Xingye's eyes unfolded a magnificent and grand scene. On a battlefield where rivers of blood flowed and bones piled high, the demon beast legions rampaged across a chaotic and disordered world. The Black Phoenix King flaps its broad wings, unleashing razor-sharp wing strikes and erupting with battle-crazed phoenix cries, standing as a lone hero to fight the endless tide of beasts to the bitter end. Even if battered and bruised, even if shattered to pieces, it would rely on its indomitable will to be reborn time and again in the flames of nirvana, sparing no cost to rejoin the battle and fight to protect humanity. When its nirvana cycles reached their limit, when weakness became its downfall, its majestic and towering form was ultimately swallowed by the endless waves of demonic beasts, bowing out in a tragic finale, marching toward death with unyielding resolve. A 99.99% lifetime win rate is your glory. The failure in the final battle was also your unwillingness to accept defeat. Then, now, follow me in the form of the undead. Become my tamed beast. I can guarantee that under my command, your battle record will have a 100% win rate, with absolutely no defeats. Pei Xingye's aura deeply moved the soul of this phoenix. The youth's crimson eyes and the phoenix's spectral gaze met, creating a soulful resonance in that moment. Drip. Pei Xingye bit his finger, and a drop of blood seeped into the phoenix's blackened bones. The blood contract was successfully established, and Pei Xingye gained his first tamed beast. Limited by Pei Xingye's current strength, after the contract was formed, the Black Phoenix King's level temporarily dropped from Celestial King form back to juvenile form, Black Phoenix Undead form. After all, this is a brand new tamed beast combining the Undead and Phoenix lineages, an unprecedented evolutionary path that requires Pei Xingye to nurture it from the ground up. 3 days from now, at the national exam, I'll shock everyone with a crushing victory. The young man's lips curled into a devilish smirk, ready to embark on a thrilling journey. Chapter 3. Cousin Pei Ingru. Closing the death domain, Pei Xingye's consciousness withdrew from the great desolate divine tomb and returned to the real world. Gurgle. It was getting late, and Pei Xingye was hungry. Pei Xingye found that the old refrigerator contained only some expired milk, and the box of instant noodles in the corner had already been devoured by a few little Jerrys, leaving behind nothing but. Hey, even the mice here have some sense of honor. Ate the flatbread but left me the seasoning packet. Thanks a bunch. Pei Xingye smiled self-deprecatingly. Faced with such a predicament, he realized that even having a full meal had become a luxury. No wonder this body showed signs of malnutrition. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, light footsteps echoed from outside the door. Instinctively on guard, Pei Xingye was surprised when the door opened to reveal a stunningly beautiful woman with an elegant, mature charm. The beauty stands about 175 centimeters tall, with a stunning figure and graceful posture. Her long, black shoulder-length hair frames a perfectly proportioned and delicate oval face. Her skin is smoother and fairer than the first snow of winter, exuding a gentle and intellectual charm. Xiao Yi, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I brought you roast chicken from Tongqian Lane. Oh, and I also brought some clean clothes and bedding. The woman acted as if she had entered her own home, even picking up a broom to clean. Xiaoye, what are you standing there for? The roast chicken should be eaten while it's hot. You used to devour it every time you saw it before. Pei Xingye froze for a moment, then recalled from his newly merged memories the identity of the beautiful woman before him. Pei Ingru, 175 centimeters tall, 25 years old, a 6th-tier beastmaster, currently serving as a gold-level instructor at Chaos Academy, one of the 4 great academies of the Flaming Summer Empire. At the same time, she is also the adopted daughter of Pei Shan, the head of the Pei family. This woman is nominally Pei Xingye's cousin, but in reality, there is no blood relation between them. 25 years ago, Pei Ingru was rescued by Pei Shan on the battlefield as an abandoned infant. In truth, Pei Shan has always favored sons over daughters. If not for creating a benevolent and magnanimous public image, given his cold-hearted nature, he would likely have left the abandoned infant Pei Ingru to die, let alone kindly taken her in as an adopted daughter. Moreover, after Pei Shan took in Pei Ingru, he was almost completely neglectful. It was Pei Chuzhuang who gave Pei Ingru a warm childhood. Thus, Pei Ingru's concern for Pei Xingye is also a way of repaying Pei Chuzhuang's nurturing kindness. Xiao Yi, why are you acting so strange today? Pei Ingru walked up to her younger brother, and only then noticed that Pei Xingye seemed different from usual, especially in his eyes. In the past, Pei Xingye always had a timid and pitiful look, with his eyes constantly cast downward to avoid confrontation due to frequent bullying. But today, in the dimly lit room, Pei Xingye's crimson eyes shone exceptionally bright, like stars in the sky, strikingly vivid as if dyed in blood. Pei Xingye then enjoyed the still warm roasted chicken while listening to his cousin's chatter. By the way, Xiao Yi, I heard you participated in the awakening ceremony today and awakened the necromancy talent, Undead Slayer. Yeah, it's inherited from Mom. Pei Ingru rested her chin on one hand, gazing at her younger brother with affectionate eyes. Sigh, if only it were 18 years ago. Everyone knew that 18 years ago, the necromancy talent was the strongest beast-taming gift in the world, having forged an unrivaled legacy of supremacy. Watching Pei Xingye devour his meal with gusto, Pei Ingru once again recalled Pei Chuzhuang's voice and smile. She was a peerless woman who embodied beauty, elegance, nobility, and wildness all in one. Her life was brief yet dazzlingly brilliant, marked by illustrious military achievements. Even after her passing, she left behind many mysteries, including unsolved enigmas surrounding the profession of the necromancer beastmaster. Xiaoye, next month will be the anniversary of Aunt Pei's passing. Let's visit her grave together. All right, cousin. In our Pei family, besides me, you're the only one who cares about my mother's Memorial Day. Thank you. Humph, you little rascal. Being so formal with your sister? Asking for a spanking. In Pei Ingru's eyes, although it was Pei Shan, her nominal adoptive father, who took her in, she had always regarded Pei Xingye's mother, Pei Chuzhuang, as her own mother. So she was the only person in the entire Pei family who treated Pei Xingye well. After finishing the roast chicken, Pei Xingye asked seriously, Cousin, I'd like to ask, how many admission spots does your Chaos Academy have for Tianyu City this year? Pei Ingru answered truthfully, 4. She then added, actually, Chaos Academy's admissions are mostly predetermined through prior evaluations. In Tianyu City, those who meet the Academy's standards are basically just Situ Shui from the Situ family, Huangfu Boyi from the Huangfu family, Qin Yanlin from the Qin family, and then there's our Pei families. At this point, the words came to an abrupt halt. A trace of guilt flashed in Pei Ingru's eyes. I know the fourth person who meets the Chaos Academy's admission criteria is my elder cousin, Pei Donglai. The calmer Pei Xingye's tone became, the more unsettled Pei Ingru felt inside. Pei Ingru was well aware that everything the Pei family possessed now was the fortune built by Pei Chuzhuang. After Pei Chuzhuang's death, Pei Xingye had become an outcast in this family. Those so-called relatives only schemed to seize the empire Pei Chuzhuang had established, while treating her only son, Pei Xingye, as a threat. Thus, they targeted and suppressed him at every turn, even considering outright elimination. Had it not been for Pei Ingru's overt and covert protection, whether Pei Xingye could have survived to the age of 18 would have been uncertain. From childhood, all the benefits and resources of the Pei family were unconditionally poured into Pei Donglai. Even the contracted beast of Pei Xingye was obtained through the resources and connections left by Pei Chuzhuang, possessing an epic bloodline. If nothing unexpected happens, Pei Donglai's admission to Chaos Academy is a foregone conclusion. And the abandoned child, Pei Xingye. Throughout the ages, history has provided a cruel answer. The fate of every abandoned child from noble families inevitably ends in such tragedy. There's only expired milk in the fridge, no air conditioning during hot summer days, and the bed is so hard. This child has suffered so much. How could my heart not ache every time I see his frail body? Mom Pei, I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of Xiaoya. After all, I'm just an adopted daughter of the Pei family. There's so little I can actually do to help Xiaoya. Just as Pei Ingru was silently drowning in self-blame, Pei Xingye suddenly flashed an honest, simple smile. Cousin, if I can get into Chaos Academy at the national exam 3 days from now, does that mean I'll get to see you every day? Huh? What are you talking about? You said you want to apply to Chaos Academy? Pei Xingye stared at his younger brother with a look of astonishment. Cousin, you heard me right. I want to take the entrance exam for Chaos Academy. If it were the Pei Xingye of the past saying these words, he must have been out of his mind. Xiaoya, it's good that you have such lofty ambitions, and your sister is truly pleased. But with only 4 spots available, given your necromancy talents, I'm afraid Pei Ingru had already phrased it as tactfully as possible. Cousin, I'm serious. In 3 days, during the national entrance exam, I will outperform Pei Donglai and secure a place at Chaos Academy. Do you have any objections? At that moment, Pei Ingru couldn't help but gasp inwardly, thinking, since when did Xiaoya's gaze become so intensely assertive? It's making my cheeks burn. This level of confidence, I've never even seen it in the eyes of those prodigies from the imperial capital. Is this really the same Pei Xingye I know? Times have changed. Your cousin is still your cousin, but your younger cousin is no longer your younger cousin. At this moment, in this abandoned Pei family residence, there is no younger brother, only a future hand technique emperor. Chapter 4. The National Exam. A genius prepares to shine. Late at night, a violent storm raged outside the window, dispelling the stifling heat and restlessness of the midsummer night. Pei Ingru had already left, leaving Pei Xingye alone in the vast and desolate abandoned Pei family mansion. Lying on the bed, Pei Xingye gazed at the VIP gold card Pei Ingru had left behind, reminiscing about the scene that had just unfolded. 5 minutes ago. Cousin, which monster taming store's membership card is this? In this era where monster taming is universal, all industries across the 7 human nations revolve around and operate for the profession of monster tamers. To provide a marketplace for monster tamers worldwide to buy and sell various monsters, materials, and equipment, monster taming stores are found in every city across the 7 great empires. This is the VIP gold card for Tingyu Pavilion. As you know, I'm quite close with the owner there. According to the newly merged memories, Pei Xingye's mind conjured up the image of a stunningly beautiful and alluring woman who wore only Cheongsam dresses all year round. Lan Tingyu, the owner of the 3-star beast taming shop, Tingyu Pavilion. She was also Pei Ingru's best friend. Xiaoya, in this era, the talent for necromancy has completely declined. That's why most monster taming shops across the country have long abandoned any business related to necromancer tamers. It was only after I begged Tingyu that we managed to secure a rare bloodline necromantic beast for you. With just 3 days left until the national exam, make time to visit Tingyu Pavilion. Use this card to purchase the beast, form a contract with it, and become a true necromancer tamer. At that moment, Pei Yingru's voice was as gentle as could be. Even though Pei Xingye had lived 2 lifetimes and possessed a mature and steady mind, his eyes still reddened with overwhelming gratitude. Now, Pei Xingye steadied his emotions and gazed at the curtain of rain outside the window. My cousin is so kind to me. She went through the trouble of asking Sister Tingyu to secure a rare bloodline undead type tamed beast for me. She must owe Sister Tingyu a huge favor. Though undead type talents have declined, with a rare bloodline undead type tamed beast, getting into a third-rate beast tamer academy shouldn't be a problem. But I, Pei Xingye, will only take the entrance exam for Chaos Academy, one of the 4 top-tier institutions. Within the Flaming Summer Empire, the 4 most elite beast tamer academies are Gluttony Academy, Chaos Academy, Chongqi Academy, Taowu Academy. The names of the 4 great Beastmaster Academies are derived from the 4 perils of ancient mythology. In terms of faculty strength, the Taotai Academy ranks first among the 4 great academies. The Chaos Academy ranks second. So why is Pei Xingye so fixated on the second-ranked Chaos Academy? Because the academy Pei Donglai wants to apply to is none other than the Chaos Academy. Pei Xingye's goal was not to attend the best academy, but to seize Pei Donglai's spot, avenging the injustices suffered by his frail body and the 18 years of mistreatment in the Pei family. Cousin, I can only let down your well-intentioned efforts. Pei Xingye placed the Rain Listening Pavilion's gold membership card in the drawer, leaving it to gather dust. He had no intention of following Pei Yingru's arrangements, nor did he need a rare bloodline tamed beast. Because in Pei Xingye's eyes, rare-blooded spirit beasts were far too mediocre. After all, at this moment, he had already contracted the Black Phoenix of ancient mythical bloodline. Time flew like a fleeting steed. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Yanxia Empire ushered in the most important day of the year, National Examination Day. Breaking news. The Yanxia Empire ushers in its annual national examination. Millions of examinees across the nation are about to enter examination halls in various locations to begin their beast tamer qualification tests. I wonder how many genius beast masters will emerge in this year's examination? Let's wait and see. Tianyu City, the Grand Examination Hall. Early in the morning, the examination hall was packed with crowds, and the young faces were filled with tension and anticipation. With my B-grade talent and my tamed beast, the Flaming Soul Silver Fox, getting into Kanglin Academy shouldn't be a problem. As long as I perform normally, I'm sure to get the admission letter from Tianju Academy. What's going on? Why is my tamed beast having diarrhea at this moment? Dropping the ball at the critical moment. Bro, I beg you, stop pooping. Just hold it in for now. With the assessment imminent, some tamed beasts are holding in a big one, while others are dropping a massive load. That's just how the national exams are, all sorts of bizarre and absurd situations, each one more abstract than the last. For most examinees in Tianyu City, their goal is to gain admission to 3rd-tier or 2nd-tier monster taming academies within the country. As for the 4 top-tier monster taming academies, ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of attending them. The vast examination venue is divided into different assessment zones based on the various monster taming academies. The assessment zones for 2nd-tier and 3rd-tier academies are bustling with crowds, lively and bustling. The examination area of the 4 great Beastmaster academies was sparsely populated with only scattered figures. This era is like a great wave that sifts through the sands, all about the word talent. Chaos Academy Examination Area. The invigilator in charge was none other than Chaos Academy's star beauty instructor, Pei Yingru. Her exquisitely beautiful face was now filled with worry. As long as Xiaoya follows my instructions and contracts a rare bloodline undead-type beast from Tingyu, getting into a 3rd-rate academy like Kanglin or Tianju shouldn't be a problem. Just then, a teasing voice rang out. Pei Donglai, hands in his pockets, walked up to Pei Yingru. Sis, do I, a preordained genius, really need to take this test? Pei Yingru was momentarily stunned, then regained her usual stern demeanor. With a serious expression, she said, "Right now, I'm not your sister, I'm the invigilator. Watch your words, student Pei Donglai." All right, respected examiner, although I am a genius pre-selected by the Chaos Academy, to convince everyone, I am willing to follow the procedure. Next, I will participate in the assessment and prove my abilities with my strength. Pei Donglai wore an arrogant expression as he activated his seal, summoning a massive tiger-like beast wreathed in lightning, its fangs as sharp as swords. Thunderfang Bite Tiger, an epic bloodline, currently at juvenile stage. This tamed beast quickly became the center of attention, drawing envy and admiration from other examinees. Just as Pei Donglai was about to showcase his skills, the examination hall erupted in mocking discussions due to the arrival of a red-eyed youth. Well, isn't this the good-for-nothing from the Pei family? To be precise, a short-lived ghost. A short-lived wretch who awakened a necromantic talent still dares to take the national exam? White hair, crimson eyes, these were the most striking features of Pei Xingye. Ignoring the jeers around him, he strode straight into the assessment area of the Chaos Academy, his crimson eyes brimming with the seething flames of the undead. Wait, am I seeing this right? This guy actually walked into the Chaos Academy's examination area. Is he applying to the Chaos Academy? No way, unless he's gone mad. Pei Yingru's eyes lit up when she saw Pei Xingye, but at the same time, a look of confusion appeared on her face. Xiao Yiyu, examiner, I want to apply for the Chaos Academy. As soon as Pei Xingye uttered these words, the entire venue was shocked. That good-for-nothing actually applied to Chaos Academy. Crazy. Absolutely insane. The crowd looked at Pei Xingye as if he were a mental patient. Pei Donglai froze for a moment, then raised his hand and placed it on Pei Xingye's shoulder, sneering mockingly. My dear little brother, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? You awakened the lowest-tier necromancy talent, yet you dare boast about applying to Chaos Academy? You're not even worthy. Pei Xingye faced Pei Donglai directly, his icy gaze sweeping over the Thunderfang Sword Tiger, an epic bloodline Thunderfang Sword Tiger with passable stats. Pei Donglai, this tamed beast, you and your father obtained it by leveraging the resources and connections my mother left behind. Didn't you? Pei Xingye struck right at the heart of the matter. Pei Donglai instinctively felt guilty and stammered in panic. And nonsense. I contracted my beast through my own skills. It has nothing to do with your dead mother. Pei Yingru snapped. Pei Donglai, watch your language. After glaring at Pei Donglai, Pei Yingru turned her gaze to Pei Xingye, scrutinizing him repeatedly. Classmate Pei Xingye, are you really sure about applying to Chaos Academy? I'm certain. Let me make this clear up front. If you apply to the 4 top-tier academies and fail the assessment, there will be no chance for reassignment to other institutions. You'll be completely ineligible for admission elsewhere. Are you absolutely sure? Pei Xingye wasted no more words, pressing his fingerprint directly to confirm his application to the Chaos Academy. Pei Donglai couldn't help but let out a triumphant roar of laughter at the sight. Pei Xingye, you lunatic. How could a prestigious institution like Chaos Academy ever admit someone who's living on borrowed time? You're currently afflicted with the curse of doom. In everyone's eyes, you're just a corpse waiting to happen in 2 years. Aside from those third-rate colleges desperate to fill their quotas, who the hell would ever accept you? Pei Donglai revealed the cruel truth with filthy, humiliating words. Most undead beastmasters who awaken necromantic talents do not live past the age of 20. Thus, no prestigious Beastmaster Academy would ever choose to admit a doomed man burdened with a curse. The corners of Pei Xingye's lips curled slightly upward as he smiled without speaking. Before summoning the Black Phoenix, he couldn't be bothered to waste another word. Pei Yingru took a deep breath. Her mind was in turmoil, but she had to focus on her duty. Current examinee, Pei Donglai, begin your assessment. Next examinee, Pei Xingye, please prepare. Pei Donglai cast a disdainful glance at Pei Xingye. Humph, I'll make you understand the gap between us soon enough. Chapter 5. The Gate of the Underworld. Open. Chaos Academy Examination Area. Pei Donglai officially began his assessment. The national examination adopts a unified standard, which is to compete based on the number of primordial demons hunted. Primordial demons is the collective term for the lowest-tier magical beasts. The classification of magical beasts follows the same hierarchy as beastmasters, divided into 9 major sequences, ranked from lowest to highest. Juvenile form, mature form, perfect form, metamorphic form, dominant form, monarch form, celestial king form, imperial form, stellar deity form. At the center of the examination area, the cage opened, releasing the first primal demon, a steel-armored lizard with a chilling metallic sheen. Its face twisted into a ferocious snarl, its posture contorted as it let out a piercing screech. The steel-armored lizard belonged to the juvenile form of demonic beasts, representing the weakest category of non-elemental demonic beasts in the world. It was also the first challenge every novice beast tamer had to face. Pei Donglai, exuding an air of arrogance, unleashed his soul power and commanded the Thunderfang tiger to launch a swift and fierce assault on the steel-armored lizard. Charge forward. Lightning bind. Thunderbolt strike. In the assessment area, the power of thunder raged unchecked. The first armored lizard was charred beyond recognition, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The onlookers marveled in admiration. Thunderfang tiger. Truly a beast of epic bloodline, its lineage strength is remarkable. Moreover, Pei Donglai's innate talent is Blood Demon. When the Thunderfang tiger attacks the ironclad lizard, it can absorb the lizard's health and convert it into its own. Blood Demon provides formidable combat endurance. I bet Pei Donglai can slay 20 ironclad lizards. To be fair and without exaggeration, it must be said that Pei Donglai does have some talent. As the assessment progressed, he had already slain 13 ironclad lizards in a row. Reaching double digits in kills is already an impressive achievement. This is thanks to his innate ability, Blood Demon, as well as the bloodline strength of his Thunderfang Bite Tiger. Beast taming bloodlines, much like beast taming levels, are also divided into 9 major sequences. Common, Superior, Rare, Epic, Legendary, Demigod, Mythic, Ancient, Mythic, Ultra, Ancient, Mythic. The ironclad lizard's bloodline is only of common quality, while the Thunderfang tiger's bloodline reaches epic quality. Under the suppression of bloodline power, Pei Donglai's assessment proceeded smoothly. Gradually, Pei Donglai's breathing became labored as the soul energy within his body was completely depleted. The Thunderfang tiger was also panting heavily, unable to continue fighting. Thud. The 25th ironclad lizard collapsed in a pool of blood. At this point, Pei Donglai, drenched in sweat, concluded the assessment, and his final score was recorded. Pei Xingye announced, Student Pei Donglai, 25 ironclad lizards slain. This was Pei Donglai's limit. Meanwhile, on the large screen behind Pei Xingye, the results of all candidates who had participated in the Chaos Academy assessment so far were displayed. Si Tushue, 41 kills. Huangfu Boyi, kill count 33. Qin Yanlin, kill count 30. Pei Donglai, kill count 25. These are the current top 4 on the leaderboard. According to the admission system of Chaos Academy, only the top 4 candidates from the Tianyu City Examination District will be accepted. Therefore, this list aligns perfectly with everyone's expectations. Everyone knew that these 4 prodigies were practically pre-selected by Chaos Academy before the assessment. Participating in the exam was merely a formality. As for the other average ability examinees, their kill counts mostly ranged between 1 and 8. This is the gap in talent. Pei Donglai flashed a confident smile, strutting up to Pei Xingye to show off. How's that for results, little bro? This is the combined power of an epic bloodline and a grade talent. Thunderfang Tiger, an epic bloodline. Blood Demon, an A-grade talent. Admittedly, Pei Donglai has some skills, but not much. In everyone's eyes, the outcome is already decided. Pei Donglai's acceptance letter from the Chaos Academy was already a done deal. After all, no one believed that Pei Xingye, a talentless waste who awakened a necromantic affinity, could possibly knock Pei Donglai out of the top 4 rankings. Next examinee, Pei Xingye. In Pei Xingye's eyes, worry and tension were evident as she watched Pei Xingye face the first ferocious and bloodthirsty ironclad lizard. She couldn't help but feel nervous for him. No one had high hopes for Pei Xingye, simply because the necromancer talent was considered the worst of its era bar none. Beastmaster talents are ranked from lowest to highest across 8 tiers. E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. The necromancer's execution that Pei Xingye awakened belonged to the very bottom and E-tier talent. The reason is well known. The necromancy talent comes with the cursed fate of a shortened lifespan. Every time Pei Xingye summons a beast to fight, the curse intensifies, rapidly draining his lifespan and devouring his vitality. TSK. I'm afraid this guy might die in the exam hall before he even manages to hunt down a single ironclad lizard. What a jinx. Honestly, it's baffling. Knowing full well he's living on borrowed time, yet he naively applies to Chaos Academy. What a pipe dream. The crowd's mockery not only belittled Pei Xingye, but also disparaged the necromantic talent. Pei Xingye raised his crimson eyes, his deathly cold gaze locking onto the armored lizard before him. The only unchanging thing in this world is change itself. Times have changed. Then I shall prove from this moment onward that the necromancy talent is the world's greatest talent. Pei Xingye growled in a low voice as the aura of death wildly spread around him. Gate of the underworld. Open! On Pei Xingye's right wrist, the summoning seal flashed with a crimson light, initiating the summoning of tamed beasts. In an instant, the space behind Pei Xingye twisted and shattered. From the black mist that poured out like a tide, an ancient and massive stone gate swung open. Around the stone gate, indescribable ghostly faces swirled, while hellish magma spewed and splattered outward from within the gate. In the blink of an eye, a soul-shaking aura of the undead enveloped the entire examination hall. It's so cold. What's going on here? How did Pei Xingye summon a door? This door is his tamed beast? It's called something like the Gate of the Underworld? The inexperienced group, easily astonished, exchanged bewildered glances in shock. As for those who had seen the world, Pei Yingruo's pupils trembled violently as she couldn't help but let out an excited exclamation. Gates of the Underworld. It really is the Gate of the Underworld. Only when a necromancer's summoned undead beast reaches the mythic bloodline tier will the gates of the underworld open. For ordinary beastmasters, summoning beasts always involves activating a summoning magic circle. Summoning arrays are largely similar, typically consisting of pentagram totems and the like. The Gate of the Underworld is the exclusive summoning effect of necromancer beastmasters. Moreover, the conditions for opening the Gate of the Underworld are extremely stringent. The summoned beast's bloodline must reach the mythical tier. The crowd was stunned, buzzing with heated discussions. Could it be that Pei Xingye has contracted a mythical bloodline undead-type beast? No way, in this era. Even undead-type beasts with demigod bloodlines are on the verge of extinction. Pei Xingye, that short-lived wretch, how could he possibly have such good luck? At this moment, Pei Donglai gazed up at the towering, majestic gates of the underworld, his face pale and teeth clenched. Exactly. How could he possibly have such good luck? There's no way he could contract a mythical bloodline undead-type beast. Absolutely impossible. In an instant, a deafening phoenix cry erupted from behind the Gate of the Underworld, tearing through the sky of Tianyu City with overwhelming force. This is a phoenix's cry. Could it be? A phoenix! A massive shadow wreathed in spectral flames burst through the gates of the underworld, hovering ominously above Pei Xingye's head. As the thick fog dissipated, the towering form of this tamed beast was revealed, delivering an unparalleled visual shock to all who beheld it. Its skeletal frame was pitch black, as if dipped in ink. The power of rebirth surged within it, overwhelming and unstoppable. The scythe-like wings of the death phoenix rippled with waves of slaughter, its shrill and savage cries colliding with the heavens and earth, unleashing echoes that could annihilate all life. His massive and handsome frame was draped in phoenix feathers woven from the flames of the undead, while within his eye sockets gleamed a pair of deep, crimson phoenix eyes. The moment the black phoenix appeared, the oppressive force of its ancient mythical bloodline instantly caused the ironclad lizard before Pei Xingye to bleed from all 7 orifices, convulse violently, and even lose control of its bowels. This pressure, a pure-blooded phoenix, one of the 3 sacred beasts of the flaming summer empire, the phoenix? So Pei Xingye didn't contract a mythical bloodline, but an even higher-tier ancient mythical bloodline. Pei Yingru was shocked, but a spark of realization flashed through her mind as she analyzed with an impassioned tone. I get it now. Pure-blooded phoenix lineage, possessing the power of nirvana. The power of nirvana grants immunity to all life-based curses. This means that Pei Xingye, who is contracted with the Black Phoenix, is immune to the curse of doom. Then his innate ability, Undead Slayer, will be, yes, that's right, when the curse of the necromantic talent had no effect on Pei Xingye. Necromantic talent, determined to return to the pinnacle and reclaim the throne of the world's strongest ability. Pei Donglai kept shaking his head, instinctively stepping back. He refused to believe the reality unfolding before his eyes, but the truth was inescapable. Impossible. How could a good-for-nothing like him contract a pure-blooded phoenix of ancient mythical lineage? Pei Xingye's icy sidelong glance swept over the trembling, stunned Pei Donglai like a judgment upon mere livestock. All these years, I called you cousin, did you really take me for your little brother? Chapter 6. A genius? Just the threshold to meet him. In the examination hall, Pei Xingye, who summoned the Black Phoenix, became the center of attention. Those who once looked down on Pei Xingye were now dumbfounded. Beyond the profound shock in their hearts, Their eyes gradually burned with envy, wariness, and even fervent admiration. In this era, the strong reigned supreme. When Pei Xingye displayed unparalleled talent that surpassed all before and after him, who would dare to look down on him? The assessment begins. Pei Xingye channeled his soul power, master and servant united as one, their souls resonating in harmony. Kill! The black phoenix flapped its wings, and a spectral flame entwined within the gale descended from the sky like the judgment of death. In an instant, the terrified ironclad lizard was obliterated, its very bones vanishing into the depths of the necrotic flames, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Witnessing this, Pei Xingye couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The Black Phoenix's attack stats are off the charts. Against an ironclad lizard, it doesn't even trigger the necrotic execution effect. Necrotic execution. When an enemy unit's HP drops below 10%, the next attack will ignore all shields and defenses, guaranteeing an instant kill to finish them off. This is Pei Xingye's awakened necromantic talent. Yet in this actual battle, the Black Phoenix with its ancient mythical bloodline didn't even need to unleash any skills, just simple, unadorned basic attacks were enough to overwhelm the armored lizard. Its health bar instantly emptied before undead execution could even trigger. Next, Pei Xingye transformed into a beast-taming artist, commanding the Black Phoenix to effortlessly slay one ironclad lizard after another, conquering the entire arena with his strength and talent. The Phoenix bloodline is truly terrifying. What kind of move is this? Health bar deletion technique. Another instant kill? That was too fast. Pei Xingye has already one-shot 25 ironclad lizards in a row. The emerald-green flames of necromancy blazed fiercely, with Pei Xingye's crimson eyes being the sole streak of scarlet amidst the sea of fire. This streak of crimson, how domineering, how brutal. This streak of crimson radiates oppression and killing intent like the arrival of death itself. This streak of crimson crushes the so-called heaven's chosen ones around, reducing them to mere mediocrity. At this moment, genius? It's merely the threshold to meet him. Pei Donglai's face alternated between ashen and pale, his fists clenched tightly, slick with cold sweat, his heartbeat growing erratic. That guy has already killed 25 ironclad lizards. If he keeps going, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Number 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Good heavens. This is already the 50th one. C2 Shue's score is 41. So Pei Xingye is already in first place. In the blink of an eye, Pei Xingye mounted the Black Phoenix and forcefully slew the 50th ironclad lizard. This dazzling achievement has now claimed the top spot in the Tianyu City examination district. Amid the crowd, a purple-haired girl with features more exquisite than a work of art raised her deep, mesmerizing eyes, her gaze settling upon Pei Xingye. Before this, she had been the top scorer in the Tianyu City examination district. She was the pride of the younger generation of the Situ family, one of the 4 great families of Tianyu City Situ Shui. She killed 41 ironclad lizards in the assessment, a performance dazzling enough to amaze the entire audience. If not for the emergence of Pei Xingye, this monster, she would have received the admission letter from Chaos Academy as the top scorer of Tianyu City. Situ Shui stared at Pei Xingye, her thoughts inscrutable to anyone. One thing was certain. This once celebrated prodigy had now been reduced to a supporting role in Pei Xingye's godlike display of brilliance. Pei Xingye did not stop. The Black Phoenix was still slaughtering. This meant Pei Xingye's assessment score was still rising. Number 60. Number 70. This can't be real, it's too fake. 80 already. The crowd's expressions shifted from initial shock to complete stupefaction. The scene before them felt utterly unreal, like some illusory dream. Though Pei Xingye was thrilled, she still maintained rational thought. No. Bloodline suppression is one thing, but what's up with his soul power reserves? Beastmasters consume their own soul power when commanding their beasts in battle. Even if the Black Phoenix bloodline strength exceeds the norm, continuously killing 80 ironclad lizards would undoubtedly place an enormous drain on Pei Xingye's soul power. But at this moment, Pei Xingye's breathing was steady, his demeanor composed, without even a trace of fatigue on his face. This defied all logic. Pei Xingye had invigilated for so many years, yet in the National Examination Hall, she had never encountered a genius like Pei Xingye with such an astonishing concentration of soul power. In fact, Pei Xingye's soul power was twice that of his peers. Soul power can be interpreted as the strength of one's soul. This power continuously grows as a beastmaster gains age, experience, and combat proficiency. Pei Xingye is a transmigrator. Having lived 2 lives with dual souls in one body, he naturally possesses double the soul power. So theoretically, in terms of sustained combat capability, any beastmaster of the same rank would be utterly crushed by Pei Xingye. With the double boost of soul power, Pei Xingye controlled the Black Phoenix like a bloodthirsty, merciless, killing machine, unleashing a slaughtering feast on the examination grounds. Every examination district in the national exam had its own live streaming channel. At this moment, 99% of the nation's netizens surged into the live broadcast of the Tianyu City Examination District in a roaring wave, just to catch a glimpse of this prodigious young man's brilliance. The barrage is going wild. Pure-blooded phoenix lineage? A once-in-a-century sight. This performance is terrifying. Already killed 90 ironclad lizards, not far from breaking the historical record. Is this red-eyed kid really going to break the record? Since the inception of the National Grand Examination, the highest record stands at consecutively slaying 99 ironclad lizards. At this moment, Pei Xingye was getting closer and closer to breaking the historical record. The entire nation was watching the young man Pei Xingye, including the supreme ruler of the flaming summer empire, the imperial city in the scorching summer, the Dragon Soul Hall. This is the nation's highest seat of power and the residence of the country's ruler. Upon the throne sits a woman of noble grace and unparalleled beauty, with a single dragon's reverse scale at the center of her forehead, gleaming like jade. A golden dress as thin as cicada wings trailed on the ground, revealing glimpses of her slender legs beneath. Yet the majesty she exuded deterred any man from harboring lewd thoughts toward her. Report. Your Majesty. Breaking news: this year's national examination has produced a monstrous genius from Tianyu City. Tianyu City? Long Jun's delicate brows arched slightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting a trace of distant memories. Your Majesty, as of now, that young man has broken the historical record of the national examination by slaying 100 ironclad lizards. Pei Xingye, the creator of the latest national exam historical record. This record has stood for so long, yet someone actually... So that young man is... Reporting to Your Majesty, his name is Pei Xingye. Pei? That's right, it's the son left behind when Lord Pei fell back then. You held him once when he was just an infant. Dragon Lord Ning subconsciously activated his black and white dragon pupils. Lost in recollection as an image surfaced in his mind, an infant born with white hair and crimson eyes. Times are changing. Yet, the child of an old friend is indeed worthy of being called the child of an old friend. This prominent figure is the supreme ruler of the Yanxia Empire, known as the Empress of Yanxia, Long Juning. Pei Xingye's sudden rise has, after all, once again brought the Phoenix clan into the sight of the Dragon clan after 18 years. What is meant to come will always come. The great battle 18 years ago is actually far from over. Or perhaps, it was just the beginning. Chapter 7. The strongest national champion in history. Incredible 100 of them. This guy actually broke the historical record. Pei Xingye is nothing short of a monster. The world loves to use the term genius to define those exceptionally talented young individuals. But monster is what geniuses use to describe the unreachable Pei Xingye. By now, Pei Xingye had consecutively slain 100 ironclad lizards, sending the entire examination hall into a frenzy. This was undoubtedly a moment destined to be recorded in history. As the invigilator, Pei Yingru was utterly shocked. Her gaze turned toward her younger brother standing at the center of the hall. In her eyes, this younger brother had suddenly become so unfamiliar and so formidable. A triple-digit count. Pei Xingye, my younger brother, has raised the highest score in the national exam to triple digits. Before Pei Xingye's meteoric rise, the highest score in the national exam had always remained in double digits. For many years, the number 99 was regarded as the genius limit. And now, Pei Xingye has shattered this limit. But he had merely shattered the limits of past geniuses. He hadn't yet reached his own. Because, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, this white-haired, crimson-eyed youth, though having ceased his efforts and voluntarily frozen his record, but there wasn't the slightest sign of irregularity in his breathing rhythm. His tall, upright posture was elegant and composed. Under the scrutiny of the media's relentless cameras, not a single bead of sweat could be seen on his youthful yet handsome face. The crowd gasped in amazement, and speculation began to spread. 100, was that truly his limit? No, that's not it. Look, his complexion hasn't turned red yet, and he's not sweating. Could he still have some soul power left? Pei Xingye, is he even human anymore? When people even began to question whether Pei Xingye was of human bloodline, it meant that the shock he brought to this world had surpassed the shackles of human genetics. Amidst the crowd, Situ Shui raised her hand, tucking the disheveled strands of her purple hair behind her ear, revealing a bright and delicate face. As she gazed at Pei Xingye, she murmured to herself, a score of 100 was merely to break the historical record of the national exam. This result is not his limit. While showcasing his talent, he is also deliberately holding back, keeping his full strength, especially his trump cards, hidden from the public eye. So he is a genius monster with brains. And I need a partner like that. This was Situ Shui's evaluation of Pei Xingye. Even though Pei Xingye's appearance caused her to lose the prestigious title of Tianyu City's top prodigy and temporarily relegated her to a supporting role, her assessment of him remained objective, devoid of any personal bias. After Pei Xingye's results were finalized, the national examination was also drawing to a close. The assessment process in all major examination zones accelerated accordingly. Once the last candidate completed their assessment, this year's national top scholar was immediately announced. Without a doubt, Pei Xingye, the supernova rising steadily in the eternal night, became the strongest national top scholar in history. The small city of Tianyu simply couldn't nurture a monstrous genius of this caliber. In the examination hall, Pei Xingye glanced around, sensing that all the fervent gazes directed at him were filled with admiration and respect. In an era where martial prowess reigns supreme, the strong, the geniuses, or even the monstrous prodigies deserve such treatment. If your talent is weaker than others, they will mock and belittle you. If your talent is slightly stronger than others, they will envy and resent you. But if your talent is so formidable that others can't even hope to catch up, they will worship and submit to you. Salutes, applause, cheers, flowers. Pei Xingye became a dazzling star that captured the nation's attention. The title of the strongest national champion in history resounded across every inch of the Yanxia Empire's territory, even making headlines in the other 6 human nations overseas. How could this be? How dare he? I've known him for 18 years. He's always been a loser. So why suddenly? Pei Donglai clutched his head, his face contorted in disbelief at what was happening before his eyes. On the large screen, the rankings of the examinees from Tianyu City were displayed. Pei Xingye, kill count 100, national rank 1. Situ Shui, kill count 41. Huangfu Boyi, kill count 33. Qin Yanlin, kill count 30. Pei Donglai, kill count 25. Whoa! Everyone check out the scoreboard, this just got interesting. Pei Xingye is the national top scorer, so Pei Donglai's ranking has dropped to 5th in the city. According to Chaos Academy's admission rules, our Tianyu City only has 4 enrollment spots, so Pei Donglai failed the imperial examination, and it was his younger brother Pei Xingye who edged him out. At the National Examination Hall, history witnessed its first ever kinship elimination spectacle. The younger brother defeated the elder. Pei Xingye personally pushed Pei Donglai out of the Chaos Academy's admission rules. The surrounding buzz threw Pei Donglai into a panic. He rushed to Pei Yingruo's side, his smile uglier than a grimace. Sis, you're my sister. Can you talk to the dean and make an exception to admit me this year? Please, sis. Pei Yingruo shook her head sternly, her frost-covered face etched with solemnity. First of all, this is an examination hall. I'm not your sister, I'm the invigilator. Secondly, the admission rules of Chaos Academy will not make exceptions for anyone. Pei Yingruo handled the matter officially and announced the list of admitted candidates on the spot. Situ Shui, Huangfu Boyi, Qin Yanlin. Also, Pei Xingye. The above 4 students have received admission letters from the Chaos Academy. At that very moment, in the sky above, a crane cried out. A phoenix danced in flight. Bat darts through. 3 distinguished figures riding different flying beast mounts descended upon the Tianyu City Examination Hall. They are Zhuge Qingfeng, Dean of the Gluttony Academy, Principal of the Chongqi Academy, Li Jinyan, Principal of the Taowu Academy, Lin Songhai. 3 of the 4 top monster taming academy principals in the Yanxia Empire have appeared simultaneously. Their intentions are obvious. Snatch him! The 3 deans are all highly respected figures. Their lifelong efforts have not been spent on the battlefield, but on discovering and nurturing the young geniuses of the Flame Summer Empire. In the blink of an eye, the three deans had already surrounded Pei Xingye, their gazes both kindly and fervent. Good. Excellent. This seedling is absolutely perfect. Truly worthy of being the strongest national top scholar in history. What a fine and upstanding young man. Slaying 100 ironclad lizards in succession while maintaining such composure. With not even a ripple of emotion in his eyes, this level of calm restraint is unmatched among his peers. At this moment, someone in the crowd muttered under their breath. Don't the gazes of these three deans looking at Pei Xingye resemble exactly how sect elders in wuxia novels regard their sect's prodigious talents? Chapter 8. The beginning of revenge. The younger brother crushes the elder brother. In this era, genius is the hardest currency of all. A genius, once entering the market, is bound to be fiercely competed for. Pei Xingye is a coveted treasure in the eyes of the powerful, and those trampled underfoot by geniuses can only become clowns that no one cares about. Pei Donglai seemed to have lost his soul as he collapsed weakly to the ground. Watching his brother and the three deans surrounded, not humble, talk well, and even inadvertently, can say something about the Imperial Beast evolution route. Unique insights attracted three deans' praise again and again. At this moment, Pei Donglai realized that after this national examination, he and Pei Xingye were no longer in the same world. I'm not willing, Pei Donglai roared in his heart while every pore contracted from fear. He was beginning to fear this younger brother. He understood that if Pei Xingye continued to grow, then everything in the Pei family would return to Pei Xingye's hands. He, on the other hand, would lose the qualifications to inherit the Scarlet Guild, losing all that wealth and status that was originally within his reach. As the world watched, all three deans expressed their favor and love for Pei Xingye, and naturally threw out olive branches with generous treatment. Li Jinyan, fellow Pei Xingye, as long as you're willing to give up the Chaos Academy, the doors of our Poverty Academy are open for you. Lin Songhai, our Blockhead Academy, we can offer you the highest amount of scholarships, and we'll arrange for you to have an independent villa apartment and Zhuge Qingfeng. Pei Xingye, let me be direct, among the four great academies, we, Taotai Academy, used to be the one that trained many outstanding undead Imperial Beast Masters. That's why our academy still keeps a lot of undead Imperial Beast evolution materials in its resource pool, you know? Pei Xingye looked embarrassed, and before he could say anything in the face of the three deans' gracious invitation, the wind and dust rolled not far away, and a giant black-skinned boar charged and squeezed into the crowd. Get out of the way, all of you. On the boar's back, which was as high as a hill, rode a middle-aged man with a fat head and ears. This wild boar had only one eye, and its body exuded a raging aura of the Overlord body class. One-eyed Pig Mastiff King, the owner of this imperial beast, was naturally the dean of the Chaos Academy, Wang Defa. At the same time, it was also the most abstract one among the four deans. One-eyed Pig Mastiff a sharp break. Wang Defa fell from the pig's back, planted a dog-eat-dog. This manner is really led a person difficult to compliment. Such a way to debut, and the other three respected deans form a sharp contrast. Wang Defa climbed up from the ground, ignoring his grimy image, and tightly gripped Pei Xingye's hands. Pei Xingye student, first time meeting. I'm the dean of Chaos Academy, Wang Defa. Dean Wang, hello? Pei Yingru walked over with a respectful attitude. Dean, what brings you here? Mentor Pei, of course I'm personally presenting our national top student, with an acceptance letter. So far, the deans of the four top Imperial Beastmaster Academies had gathered together only to compete for the genius monster that was Pei Xingye. Zhuge Qingfeng frowned. Fatty Wang? Your Chaos Academy simply doesn't have resources related to undead lineage Imperial Beasts. What are you going to train Pei Xingye with? Wang Defa blew his beard and eyes out and swore on the spot. I promise, as long as Pei Xingye's classmate enters our Chaos Academy, I, Wang Defa, will scatter my family's wealth and pour out everything I have, and I will collect valuable and rare undead lineage materials from all over the country and the world for Pei Xingye's classmate. This was an era where undead Imperial Beastmasters were in complete decline. So the resources used to cultivate undead Imperial Beasts could be described as depleted. It wasn't true that Pei Xingye was the top scholar in the country, but everyone knew that it wasn't an easy task to train this genius monster. The resources required during the Black Phoenix's growth alone were enough to give Wang Defa a headache. But he wouldn't let go of this good seedling, Pei Xingye, no matter what. Everyone, to say 1,000 words, The four of us have argued and argued. But in the end, it's still up to student Pei Xingye's own choice. The four deans at the same time looked towards Pei Xingye, their glowing eyes unable to hide their deep expectations. At this moment, Pei Donglai's heart, which was like falling into an ice cellar, once again lit up with hope, and he secretly thought in his heart, Taotai Academy. It's the top of the four great academies. And Dean Zhuge also said that the Taotai Academy's warehouse still has some undead system materials from the old era. If I were Pei Xingye, I would definitely choose Taotai Academy. As long as he chooses Taotai Academy, then I'll be able to. Pei Donglai became excited. As long as Pei Xingye chose Taotai Academy, then Chaos Academy would include him as the fifth best in Tianyu City. I choose Chaos Academy. The moment Pei Xingye made his choice, Pei Donglai's rekindled hope was instantly extinguished, and his heart was as dead as ashes. No way. Pei Xingye actually insisted on choosing Chaos Academy? Taotai Academy is the top of the four great academies. A genius monster deserves to be a genius monster. His brain circuits are different from normal people. Pei Xingye's choice left Zhuge Qingfeng, the Taotai Academy's dean, puzzled, but he could only show respect. Wang Defa became emotional and shook Pei Xingye's hand once again, the fat flesh on his face trembling from his excessive smile. Student Pei Xingye, thank you very much for being willing to give our Chaos Academy a chance. Don't worry, on behalf of Chaos Academy, I promise to do my best to cultivate you. But then again, why did you choose our Chaos Academy? This was the question everyone was curious about. Because there is a dog that doesn't deserve to enter the Chaos Academy. Everyone's gazes subconsciously looked towards the trembling Pei Donglai. Within Tianyu City, the relationship between Pei Xingye and the Pei family was well known to everyone. And so was the enmity between Pei Donglai and Pei Xingye's. I see. Pei Xingye chose Chaos Academy for no other reason than to squeeze out Pei Donglai. He's taking revenge. To have revenge. This was Pei Xingye's path of the Imperial Beast. The national exam was only his first move. His revenge on those moralistic people of the Pei family had just begun. Because Pei Xingye squeezed out Pei Donglai's quota, it caused Pei Donglai to fall off the list, and according to the rules, he was no longer qualified to apply for other Imperial Beast Master Academies. Pei Xingye held the Chaos Academy's acceptance letter in his hand and walked over to Pei Donglai. Cousin, don't you love being in front of me? Showing your teeth and smiling? Why don't you smile now? Is it bitter in your heart? Calm tone, scornful eyes. Pei Xingye's red pupils swept over Pei Donglai like a god overlooking a ruminant coldly and mercilessly. The older brother is a failed waste, the younger brother is a national scholar, so who is the real younger brother? I won't say it. Know it all. Ha ha ha. Pei Donglai hasn't bullied Pei Xingye much. With the grudge between these two, what Pei Xingye did wasn't excessive. It's even considered merciful. And regardless of the past, the current situation of these two brothers is truly worlds apart. Yes, yes, yes. Pei Donglai is no longer qualified to touch Pei Xingye. From this moment on, they are not people of the same world. Pei Donglai was reduced to a clown, and the mockery and slander around him followed. He no longer had the face to continue staying here. Pei Xingye, I will make sure you die. Definitely. With a low roar in his heart, Pei Donglai rose up with murderous intent. The situation was unfavorable, so he could only hold back for the time being, fleeing through the crowd in general, drowning in the streets under the setting sun. His cold and malicious face hidden in the shadows. He dialed a phone number. Hey father, Pei Xingye. On the other end of the phone. Donglai, I know all about it. I'm your father, I know what you're thinking. But this matter must be considered in the long run. After all, the current Pei Xingye is a national top student. We are not in a position to easily move him. Pei Shan, Pei Donglai's father, Pei Xingye's own uncle. He was also the acting president of the Scarlet Guild. On the phone, his voice was grave and serious. He knew that the moment Pei Xingye became the national top scholar, the situation for him and his son had begun to get bad. Father, I understand. So let's discuss this in the long run after we meet as father and son. Nowadays, the Pei family was the den of wolves and tigers, and everyone else, except Pei Ingru, stood against Pei Xingye. They were bloodthirsty, white-eyed wolves who only wanted to hijack and embezzle the inheritance left behind by Pei Xingye. Pei Donglai, letting you fall off the list and be shouted at by everyone is just the beginning. You, your father, I won't spare any of them. Everything my mother left behind in her lifetime, I will take back. At this moment, Pei Xingye's scarlet gaze looked out in the direction where the Pei family was located, the undead power in his body boiling with indignation. Chapter 9. Overwhelming God's Hand Upgrade. Black Phoenix's Hidden Data. Under the attention of the crowd, Chaos Academy Director Wang Defa and National Top Scholar Pei Xingye shook hands once again. In the future, the world lamented that this was a precious photo to keep. Because no one had ever predicted that Chaos Academy, because of this talented young man's joining, would create incredible splendor, and once and for all a miracle that could be called legendary. Pei Xingye student, thank you again for choosing Chaos Academy. We'll see you in the opening season. Well, see you in the opening season. Pei Xingye walked out of the exam room, and the media reporters swarmed around him, as terrifying as a zombie siege. Countless microphones disliked his mouth, and the flash of the camera flashed blindingly like a swarm of stars in the dead of night. Reporter, Pei Xingye student, may I ask how you became a national top student? Can you share your experience? Pei Xingye raised his left arm, and the overlying God's hand lit up with a purple-gold stream of light that wasn't easily noticeable to the normal human eye. How do you become a national top scholar? The answer is simple. Just have a hand. Pei Xingye wasn't pretending. He was just stating the facts. For him, it was indeed having hands that was fine. What a having hands is fine. This guy, he's more capable of pretending than my second uncle's Wuling Hongguang running on the highway. Who let him have the capital to pretend? After all, he's the strongest national scholar ever. Don't say it, don't say it. When this guy is pretending, the degree of handsomeness is such that even I, Wang Peng, have to avoid him. Damn it. I, Li Fei, also lost slightly. Pei Xingye ignored the crowd's comments and passed through the crowd, disappearing at the end of the sunset. At the same time, Pei Xingye's mind resounded with system beeps. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the National Scholar Honor Achievement. Achievement reward issued. Overwhelming God's Hand Upgrade Card Plus, Gilded Sycamore Seed. Reward delivered to the warehouse bar. Please check and receive by the host. Pei Xingye stopped, his body shrouded in the depths of dusk, as if he was clad in a golden armor battle suit. With a surge of thoughts, Pei Xingye entered the system's warehouse bar and took the lead in using the upgrade card. Overwhelming God's Hand is being upgraded. Upgrade successful. Added the third function, Imperial Beast Diagnosis. Detailed analysis. After touching any Imperial Beast, overlying God's Hand can diagnose all difficult cases and hidden injuries, and retrieve the best treatment plan. Up to this point, the overlying God's Hand had developed 3 functions. The first function, lifting coffins and digging graves. Second function, data reading. The third function, Imperial Beast Diagnosis. Each of these functions granted Pei Xingye a great operational ceiling. The corners of the teenager's lips lifted slightly against the afterglow of the setting sun. Imperial Beast Diagnosis. This function should allow me to become a gilded Imperial therapist and open up a second career, making it convenient for me to establish my own network as soon as possible in this era of universal Imperial beasts. As for the seeds of the gilded sycamore tree, the purebred phoenix race had a notable characteristic, which was that they needed to perch on a sycamore tree in order to speed up their evolution. That's why Pei Xingye needed to find a piece of private land that was blessed with natural beauty to plant and cultivate the gilded sycamore tree. Private land is not something that can be bought with money, but requires connections. Late at night, Pei Xingye returned to the Pei family's abandoned house on the outskirts of Tianyu City. Now that he was a national scholar, why hadn't he chosen to kill his way back to the Scarlet Guild in a high-profile manner and ruthlessly hit Pei Shan and Pei Donglai's father and son in the face? Now is not the best time to return to the Scarlet Guild. Pei Shan, wait for me. It won't take too long. I'll let you nod your head and carry 8 palanquins to personally come and invite me to return to the Scarlet Guild. At this moment, Pei Xingye had already prepared his second move. Interestingly enough, Situ Shui, who had entered the Chaos Academy with him, had been a strange woman obsessed with chess since she was a child. Tianyu City, city center, Situ's mansion. In the bathtub, the purple-haired girl's delicate white torso was hidden in the dreamy bubbles and warm denseness. On the side of the bathtub, placed a dead game chessboard. At this time, the bathtub hanging above the electronic projection screen is playing current news. The national exams came to an end today, and the national top student Pei Xingye made it onto the headlines of 138 media outlets, creating a new all-time high in topic heat. The 2-month summer vacation is approaching, and with the recent legions of inflammatory beasts harassing our country's borders, the Meteorological Bureau has officially issued a red heat warning. The nation's 18 gold medal evolutionists have jointly analyzed and released the data panel of the Black Phoenix. Please see the details at Name of Imperial Beast, Black Phoenix Undead Form, Level, Juvenile Body 1 Segment, Bloodline, Ancient Mythological Bloodline, Attribute, Undead plus Fire, Talent 1, Power of Nirvana immune to all life-based curses, reborn within 3 seconds after death, gaining 50% blood volume while adding a 3x defense shield for 10 seconds. Talent 2, Undead Fire ignores enemy defense shield, inflicts real burning damage to enemy body. Talent 3, Undead Underbody immunity to all physical-based attacks. Skill 1, Phoenix Spit builds up energy to spit out undead fireballs, dealing high damage of burning plus explosion plus penetration to enemies in its path. Skill 2, Falling Phoenix Chop Phoenix Wings Cross, releasing a cross-shaped chop. Skill 3, Hegemonic Phoenix Sound emits powerful sound waves, shocking the enemy with a roar, manifesting bloodline suppression, and inflicting negative statuses such as fear, stun, and weakness on the enemy. These were the Black Phoenix's stats. The national examination had just ended, and the so-called experts had already comprehensively analyzed this century-old purebred phoenix. After browsing through the data panel, Situ Shui opened the comments section and saw some negative buzz. If you ask me, Pei Xingye's national top prize is watered down. The iron-armored lizard, an attribute-less magical beast, can only unleash physical attacks, while the Black Phoenix can immunize itself against all physical-based attacks. Isn't this a card bug? Oh, I don't deny the strength of the Phoenix bloodline, but this national exam, Pei Xingye did eat the benefits. When the Black Phoenix faces a non-physical attacking magical beast, I'm afraid it won't have such a strong performance. So what if it's an ancient mythological bloodline? Is it hard to not have a single weakness? Seeing these negative comments, Situ Shui pondered. The strongest national scholar in history, this honorary title is just too dazzling. The more dazzling it is, the more the world will put you under a microscope to study everything about you, scrutinizing to uncover your potential weaknesses. Everyone is jealous of you, and everyone wants to defeat you as well. Pei Xingye, I wonder if you can get out of this deadlocked game? The negative comments about Pei Xingye on the internet continued to ferment. Pei family's abandoned mansion. The old radio was also broadcasting these hot news. Pei Xingye smiled evilly as his soul resonated with the Black Phoenix. Phoenix, many people are questioning you, questioning me. Those experts confidently analyzed your data panel. But those stupid guys could only analyze your basic data. And your hidden data, only I can see. Pei Xingye had already planned the path of evolution for the Black Phoenix. It would be a path of evolution that would overturn the world's perception of the Phoenix bloodline. Chapter 10. Sister's Best Friend, Scarlet Will. 2 months flew by in a hurry. The summer vacation ended and the nation ushered in the annual school season. Due to the harassment of the Inferno System Magical Beast Legion, this summer's Inferno Summer Empire was hotter than ever. The temperature in Black Forest City reached the point where eggs could be fried on the ground. This big city, which was closely related to the Qilin, was the location of the 4 top academies. Rumor has it that a black unicorn once appeared in this city, with its hooves treading on 10,000 miles of auspicious clouds, dispersing the magical beast virus from the entire city. But the rumors are just rumors, and have not been confirmed. On the bustling streets, a young man with white hair and red pupils mingled among the crowd. His outfit was too plain and out of place with the tone of the city, but this face of his was pure hard handsome. That's why a man's core outfit is not his status, but his face. At the crossroads, Pei Xingye temporarily stopped. His hand held a map of Black Lin City. The 4 major academies, distributed in the southeast and northwest corners of the city. Chaos Academy's location, in the east of the city, by the sea. Black Lin City, a typical harbor-type city, bordered by the sea in the east and surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Pei Xingye glanced at her cell phone's lock screen. There's still 2 hours before the commencement ceremony. Let's first go to the Imperial Beast store in this neighborhood. Before enrolling in school, Pei Xingye needed to purchase some materials to prepare for the Black Phoenix's evolutionary upgrade. The money he had in his hand was from the top scholarship issued by the Chaos Academy, which amounted to $500,000. This was considered the first bucket of money in Pei Xingye's life. 10 minutes later, Pei Xingye arrived at a busy commercial street. The stores along the street were all doing business related to the Beastmaster profession. Imperial Beast Shop, a trading ground for purchasing imperial beasts and their evolutionary materials. Imperial Healing Center, a hospital that diagnoses and treats imperial beasts. Evolution House, an expert club that customizes the best evolution path for different imperial beasts. Pei Xingye looked around while walking, and in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. A big city deserves to be a big city. On the street alone, four-star imperial beast stores are all over the place. In Pei Xingye's hometown, Tianyu City, there were no more than 10 three-star imperial beast stores. In comparison, the difference in city levels was obvious. After all, the top 4 academies were located here, which was equivalent to bringing together the nation's pride of heaven, and the country naturally wanted to vigorously develop the city's construction, and the strength of the capital investment needed no introduction. A 4-star imperial beast store, the consumption is definitely not low, but you can get some good quality ice attribute beast crystals. Pei Xingye suddenly stopped in her tracks, her afterglow deeply attracted by the ancient-style pavilion on the side. Wait, this familiar ancient-style decor. It shouldn't be. It's really Hearing Rain Pavilion. Pei Xingye raised her head and saw that on the plaque of this ancient-style imperial beast store. The 3 big words, listening to Rain Xian, were clearly inscribed in flowing cursive script. It must just be a rename, Pei Xingye murmured in a low voice. Just then, a familiar body fragrance drifted into Pei Xingye's nostrils. A beautiful silhouette, with elegant steps, walked out of the door of the Hearing Rain Pavilion. The woman was tall, wearing a black cheongsam with a pear pattern, the slit revealing her long snow-white legs, and her slender fingers pinching an ancient-style rocking fan. This woman's appearance, interpretation of what is beauty in the bone, not in the skin. Her bone beauty is a standard classical beauty, as if she came out of a scroll from a certain dynasty, forming a strong contrast with this era of universal beasts. The woman smiled at Pei Xingye. Her eyes were like curved crescent moons when she smiled, charming without losing her pure desire, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze. Yo, isn't this the national top scholar? Welcome to Listening Rain Xian. Sister Listening Rain, how do you? That's right. I moved Listening Rain Xian from Tianyu City to Black Lin City. Moreover, the store level, from 3 stars to 4 stars. Lan Hearing Rain, the owner of Hearing Rain Xian, was also Pei Ingrua's BFF. Pei Xingye had lost his mother when he was a child. His father's identity and whereabouts were unknown, and the entire Pei family was targeting him. So he had relied on Pei Ingru and Blue Hearing Rain to take care of him along the way. After a bout of pleasantries, Lan Listening Rain suddenly revealed a huffy look, crossed her arms and questioned, "You kid, let me off the hook, right? Sister Listening Rain, listen to my explanation." There's no need to explain, although after Shadow Row asked me to, I spent a lot of energy and entrusted layer after layer of contacts to get you a rare bloodline undead imperial beast. Lan Hearing You said as he raised his hand and gently knocked Pei Xingye's head. But your kid is a black phoenix that contracted an ancient mythological bloodline. A rare bloodline, naturally, won't fit into your eyes. Embarrassment was written all over Pei Xingye's face. All right, don't tactically scratch your head to ease the embarrassment. You came to shop here, you need imperial beast evolution materials. Right? Come in and take a look. Sister will give you a discount, fracture yo. Thank you, Sister Hearing Rain. Pei Xingye walked into Listening Rain Xian. Lan Listening Rain directly sent a Supreme VIP card. All goods in the whole field, all 20% off. In fact, with Pei You and Lan Listening Rain's relationship, even if Pei Xingye didn't have enough money on him, Lan Listening Rain wouldn't make things difficult for this younger brother. Little Knight. Over here are the shelves of fire beast crystals. Feel free to look around and pick whatever you want. The core attribute of the Phoenix bloodline was fire, so Lan Hearing You subconsciously introduced fire attribute beast crystals for Pei Xingye. Beast crystals were the crystal cores diluted by the decaying remains of imperial beasts or magical beasts after they fell. The power of the corresponding attribute was preserved inside and used for imperial beasts to swallow, thus speeding up their evolution. Theoretically, what the Black Phoenix needed was the fire attribute beast crystal. However, Pei Xingye shook her head. Sister Hearing Rain, I need the ice attribute beast crystal. What? Ice Attribute Beast Crystals. You've contracted an Ice Attribute Undead Imperial Beast in addition to the Black Phoenix? Currently, I've only contracted the Black Phoenix. Lon, hearing you, frowned slightly. Little Knight, the Phoenix bloodline, which is naturally fire, is mutually exclusive with the Ice Attribute. I know. You know still. My Phoenix, it's different from other Phoenixes. Pei Xingye's serious look made Lon, hearing you, stop talking nonsense and simply took Pei Xingye to the second floor. The shelves here are full of Ice Attribute Beast Crystals. Thank you, Sister Listening Rain. Pei Xingye stretched out his left arm, the fingertips of the overlying god's hand, and touched the beast crystals on the shelves. Beast crystals were divided into different grades based on their purity. Low grade, medium grade, top grade, fine grade, and extreme grade. Pei Xingye filled the shopping cart after carefully selecting them. Discounted price, 530,000. Sister Hearing Rain, I only have 500,000. You've called me sister. Can I make it hard for you? Blue Listening Rain only charged 500,000. Pei Xingye was grateful in his heart. But next, his gratitude overflowed his chest. Sister Listening Rain, this is a storage ring. It's for you as a gift for your admission to Chaos Academy and as a gift for your 18th year. Storage Ring, a product developed by the Yanxia Empire's cutting-edge mechanical Imperial Beast Group, Tianlong Technology. This product was equipped with space folding technology and was used for Imperial Beast Masters to carry various materials, supplements, and sundries with them. It was important to know that the cheapest storage ring had a market price of not less than $1 million, and was not something that a royal beast master from an ordinary family could afford. Sister Hearing Rain, this gift is too expensive. I can't ask for it. I'm your sister just like Shadow Row. If you're polite with me, I'll get angry-o. Pei Xingye revealed a grateful smile and accepted the storage ring with both hands, loving it. Sister Listening Rain, I still have to attend the opening ceremony. I'll treat you to dinner when I have time. Good. Sister is waiting for this meal. Seeing Pei Xingye leave, Lon Listening Rain's eyes produced a subtle change. She walked to her office on the top floor of Listening Rain Xian, unlocked the door, took out the second cell phone from the drawer, and dialed a number. I have landed in Black Lin City. I've just made contact with His Highness, and he purchased some Ice Attribute Beast Crystals from me. I also curiously asked. His explanation is that his phoenix is different from other phoenixes. Also, the signs of His Highness awakening the Scarlet Will have not yet been discovered. I will continue to observe. Don't worry, Your Highness won't have any doubts about my identity. I'm hiding it well. Lon Listening You was confident in her acting skills. Over the years, she had never exposed anything in front of Pei Xingye, and her concern for Pei Xingye was also on point. Unbeknownst to, after leaving the Listening Rain Xian, Pei Xingye stroked the storage ring he wore on his right pinky finger, and in his heart, in addition to his gratitude towards Lon Listening Rain, deep questions arose. Sister Listening Rain and my cousin have a great relationship and are bosom friends. It does make sense that she would treat me so well. However, her outwardly publicized identity is clearly very ordinary, and her deceased parents weren't any big shots. So where did she get the resources and connections to move Listening Rain Xian from Tianyu City to Black Lin City when she said she would? And the level of this Imperial Beast store directly from 3 stars to 4 stars, a short period of time, this scale of alteration and expansion, I'm afraid that only using money is not a solution. Listening to Sister Rain's identity, it seems to have something to hide, and it's not simple. Chapter 11 4 Geniuses, Scarlet Squad. Established. 9:50 in the morning. There were still 10 minutes left before the opening ceremony of Chaos Academy's orientation ceremony. The entrance to the academy was packed with people, and every new student who came to report was an existence of exceptional talent. They were vigorous and full of expectations for the future pillars of the Yanxia Empire. In the middle of the crowd, a boy with a skinny figure and a lowered head seemed to have no presence. In the hot weather, he was the only one topped with a head of thick and dense long hair, which almost covered half of his face, only revealing a timid right eye. Huangfu Boyi, the young master of the Huangfu family, one of the 4 great families of Tianyu City. He obviously possessed such a domineering name, but he suffered from a severe case of social phobia, was withdrawn and autistic since he was a child, barely possessed any social skills, and also suffered from a slight degree of stuttering. In fact, the Huangfu family did not have much excessive demands on him. The family didn't expect him to become an excellent Imperial Beast Master in the future. and only hoped that the next 3 years of the academy's career would be able to exercise this child's social skills and allow this child to adapt to this society. Before his departure, Huangfu Hongye, as the family head of the Huangfu family, as well as Huangfu Boyi's father, repeatedly urged, "Son, when you go out, learn to talk more, express more, and make more friends. Slowly, you won't stutter. Only through trials and tribulations will your social phobia improve. Of course, if someone bullies you, you mustn't be a wimp and know how to fight back. Dad is going to teach you a few curse words. If someone bullies you, greet his whole family." The Huangfu family's tutelage emphasized on the spitting and fuming. In fact, this kind of special education is really suitable for guiding a sociopathic teenager with a withdrawn and autistic personality, and teaching according to one's ability is the king. In the crowd, an upright figure squeezed past Huangfu Boyi. Splat! Huangfu Boyi was hit and stumbled, and the white jade bracelet on his wrist that his father had given him was shattered. In such a noisy and chaotic environment, Huangfu Boyi clenched his fists. He was scared, but he remembered his father's teachings. So, for the first time in his life, he mustered up the courage to follow his father's example and raised his head to curse, "Your mom! Pei Xingye! My mom passed away.
I'm tilde sorry."
Huangfu Boyi originally stuttered, coupled with social terrorism autism. Pei Xingye's reply directly to his whole won't. Pei Xingye picked up the broken bracelet on the ground with an apologetic face. "Classmate, I'm sorry. How much is this bracelet? I'll compensate you." No need to compensate. I didn't know your mom. It's okay. My mom died when I was less than a full month old. Right, I'm sorry." Huangfu Boyi was on the verge of tears. He had managed to muster up courage for once, only to be rewarded with a lifetime of introversion. Even when he slept at night, he would toss and turn, silently reciting in his heart, "I deserve to die. Classmate, don't go leave a contact I will definitely compensate you for the bracelet." Huangfu Boyi's mental state, simply unable to face Pei Xingye, he lowered his head, covered his face with his long hair, and quickly drilled into the crowd and disappeared. In Pei Xingye's hand, holding the broken bracelet, he smiled to himself. "All of my scholarships were spent on purchasing ice attribute beast crystals. How can I still have the money to compensate for this inexpensive bracelet? I now don't even have the money to recharge my meal card in the cafeteria." Ding! Pei Xingye pulled out her cell phone and received a refund text message. Listening to Rainstorm refund, 100,000 yen xia coins. Immediately afterward, Pei Xingye received another private message from Lon Listening Rain. "Silly boy, your entire scholarship is with me. What do you usually eat and use? You keep this 100,000. There's no way I'll let you go hungry, sister." Sister Listening Rain, thank you. Although Pei Xingye was skeptical about Lon Listen Yu's identity and background, his gratitude to this sister's best friend was from the bottom of his heart. Currently, in this world, Pei Yingro and Lon Listening Rain were the only two people who were the best for Pei Xingye. Not long after, Chaos Academy's welcoming ceremony officially began. The flow of the ceremony was very simple. The first was Dean Wang Defa speaking on stage, saying some official platitudes. The second link was to award the new students with the First Order Beastmaster badge. The profession of Beastmaster is divided into 13 levels in total. The first 10 segments, from first rank to 10th rank. The latter 3 segments, each of which was a huge watershed, were Royal King, Royal Emperor, and Royal God. The Royal Beast Masters of these 3 segments, analyzed from their physiological mechanisms and bloodline genes, had already transcended the realm of humans. At the same time, these 3 paragraphs of the Royal Beast Master, but also the human race against the magic beasts of the top of the core fighting force, is the human race can rely on the survival of the basic disc. The first ranked Imperial Beastmaster was the threshold of the profession of Imperial Beastmaster. As long as a young boy or girl passes the national examination and is able to enter the Beastmaster Academy, he or she will be able to obtain the badge of first rank Beastmaster at the opening ceremony. "Mom, I've become an official Imperial Beastmaster." Pei Xingye caressed the badge on his chest and looked up at the blue sky and white clouds, thinking of his mother. The next part of the program was nothing more than the Dean, Wang Defa, inviting Pei Xingye to come on stage to say a few words. After all, Pei Xingye was a national top student, and he was the center of attention for the entire school from the moment he stepped onto the Chaos Academy's campus. After the opening ceremony, the list of class divisions was published on the bulletin board. Without a doubt, Pei Xingye was placed in the so-called top class. Class of Excellence. This class was a gathering place for the geniuses of geniuses. Pei Xingye's red pupils scanned the class list and saw 3 familiar names: Situ Shui, Huangfu Boi, Qin Yanlin. These 3, along with Pei Xingye, all came from Tianyu City. The 4 great celestial pride of Tianyu City were all assigned to the class of excellence, and were all considered good seedlings worthy of vigorous cultivation. Lunchtime. Pei Xingye was about to go to the cafeteria to recharge his card when he received a text message from an unfamiliar number. When Pei Xingye followed the address on the text message and arrived at an upscale restaurant in the back street of the academy, 2 men and a woman were already seated in the box. "Classmate, it's you." "Yeah, I'm sorry. I really didn't know you, your mom." This teenager with a thin figure, long hair covering his face, and suffering from severe social phobia, was Huangfu Boi. The other boy, handsome in appearance, with a pair of promiscuous peach blossom eyes, and a faint perfume odor on his body, looks like a playboy who hangs out in bars all year round. Qin family, Qin Yanlin. The only girl in the box was the one who texted Pei Xingye. With a slender figure, she wore a privately ordered high-grade JK uniform and a pair of knee-high thick black stockings, which set off her already perfect long legs in an even more eye-catching way. The absolute field between the hem of the skirt and the root of the stockings exuded a charm that any teenager would find hard to resist. Purple long hair, like a waterfall pouring down on the shoulders. Delicate features highlight the temperament of the aristocrats. The novel, the first sister of the mansion, in her body to get completely fit to the realization. Situ family, Situ Snow. So far, the 4 great prides of Tianyu City had gathered together. Situ Shui raised her slender fingers and held up a cup of chilled orange juice. "They're all old folks. Let's be casual and not formal at this meal." Pei Xingye felt curious. Situ Shui taking the initiative to set up this meal seemed to have other purposes. Because they were all from Tianyu City, after a few moments of casual conversation, everyone became acquainted. Huangfu Boi was the only one who seemed out of place because he suffered from social phobia. "Classmate Huangfu, I'll definitely compensate you for your bracelet." Really no need." Huangfu Boi didn't dare to look up at Pei Xingye at all. He was still immersed in deep self-blame. The meal drew to a close before Situ Shui got to the point. "Everyone, for the next 3 years of our academy careers, we'll be classmates fighting side by side. According to the Chaos Academy school rules, the tests, trials, and missions over the next 3 years will all be conducted in the form of small teams. So the purpose of me setting up this meal should be clear to you all, right?" Qin Yanlin nodded with a smile. "Situ Shui, what you mean is that the 4 of us set up a squad?" Situ Shui nodded her head shallowly and looked at Pei Xingye at the side. "National scholar, what do you think?" "I have no opinion." "Huangfu student, what about you?" I. Pei Xingye. "He means, I'm fine with it." Huangfu Boi nodded his head vigorously while looking at Pei Xingye with grateful eyes. This teenager who was socially terrified and suffered from stuttering, from now on had a knowledgeable mouth substitute. Pei Xingye was the person who understood him the most. Qin Yanlin crossed his legs and took a light sip of red wine. "So our squad, what kind of name?" Situ Shui pondered for a moment and spoke. "The core of our squad, naturally, is Pei Xingye student. After all, he's a national top student. So how about the name of our squad?" "Scarlet Squad." The most notable feature on Pei Xingye was a pair of scarlet red pupils. Since no one had any objections, the Scarlet Squad was officially established. Qin Yanlin added, "So who's the captain?" Everyone's gazes, subconsciously, looked towards the national scholar. Pei Xingye smiled and shook her head. "The role of captain requires strong cohesion and leadership. Therefore, whoever set up this meal and whoever is the captain is the most appropriate." Situ Shui pursed her red lips. "Pei Xingye, are you really going to let me have the position of captain? Let me have it?" "It's not letting, but you, more than me, are more suitable to be the captain of the Scarlet Squad. We just met. Do you understand me?"
No.
"Then how do you know that I am more suitable than you?" "Intuition." A flash of color flashed under Situ Shui's eyes, and she became more interested in this white-haired, red-pupiled teenager. In the future, when everyone mentioned the Scarlet Squad leader, they would sigh with emotion. "Don't forget, she's the Scarlet Captain that Pei Xingye selected with her intuition." At this moment, a great Imperial Beastmaster squad was born in the tiny box. The way the squad was formed seemed haphazard, and there were no twists and turns of storytelling. It was just 4 old folks from the same city sitting in the box and having a meal together, and the team named Scarlet was inexplicably established. From this moment on, the story of the 4 geniuses growing up hand in hand slowly begins a grand prelude. Chapter 12. Pei Xingye and Situ Shui. Late night scheming. After lunch, there was still an hour of lunch break. On his way back to the villa apartment, Pei Xingye realized that he was on his way with Situ Shui. The two had performed well enough on the national exams that they were both able to enjoy single villa apartment-level dormitories. The two's villa apartments, however, happened to be facing each other, with just a cobblestone paved path separating them. What a coincidence! Well, coincidental indeed. The two turned around at the same time, preparing to go back to their respective rooms. Pei Xingye had just opened the door to her room when Situ Shui's voice came from behind her. Are you satisfied with the member structure of the squad I formed? Of course I'm satisfied. Tell me about it. Pei Xingye turned around, locked eyes with Situ Shui, and analyzed in a calm tone. Huangfu Boyi, his talent is retrospection. In a group battle, he is able to provide a significant blood recovery effect for the Imperial Beasts, increasing the battle-sustaining ability and improving the error tolerance rate. Qin Yanlin, his talent is refraction. After the Imperial Beast releases an attack, it can create a refraction between multiple enemy units, just like lightning conduction, causing a wide-range group attack. You, Situ Shui, whose talent is petrification, your Imperial Beast is a shadow demon spider with the cocooning ability, which allows you to strike a strong double control. Me, my talent is undead decimation, and I can steadily harvest bloodied enemies in battle. Pei Xingye said here, paused briefly, looked straight at Situ Shui's slightly surprised gaze, and continued. Healing back blood, group damage, dual control, and efficient harvesting. Such a team can naturally only be described as perfect. Situ Shui smiled and nodded her head while questioning. With your mind, you are also capable of being the captain of the Scarlet Squad. So it's still the same question, why bother giving it to me? I said it at the beginning, intuition. Your intuition must be right? At least when it comes to picking you as the captain of this team, I don't think my instincts can be wrong. You're an interesting man. Captain, if you don't have anything else, I'm going back to my room to rest. Pei Xingye, you? Situ Shui was momentarily speechless as she stared at Pei Xingye for a moment. She suddenly realized that she had grown up accustomed to the adoring gazes cast by all the males her age around her, and Pei Xingye's coldness towards her made her a little uncomfortable. Women were all the same, always doubting their own charm at such moments. Especially beautiful women. Situ Shui took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions and said seriously, it's necessary for me to remind you that, according to the usual practice of previous years, in a week's time, you'll be representing our Chaos Academy and participating in the Heavenly Cloud Ranking Qualifying Tournament. The Heavenly Cloud Ranking Qualifying Tournament was an event that the 4 top academies organized together. This tournament was for every freshman class and was full of gold. The tournament was usually held a week after the start of the school year, and the 4 great academies selected the people with the best scores on the National Grand Examination amongst the freshmen to sign up for the tournament. Among the freshmen of Chaos Academy, the one with the best results in the national exam was naturally Pei Xingye, the national top scorer, so he came to represent Chaos Academy in the competition. Pei Xingye understood Situ Shui's reminder. I understand. I've also read those opinions on the internet. A lot of people are questioning me and eating the dividends of the National Grand Examination. However, Captain, you don't need to worry. I'll get first place in the Heavenly Cloud Ranking Qualifying Tournament. Although Pei Xingye said this, Situ Shui still had some concerns. After all, the national examination was equivalent to the human-machine trial, and the iron-armored lizard was the lowest level attribute-less magical beast, also known as the brainless magical beast. When Pei Xingye participated in the Heavenly Cloud Ranking Tournament, he would be facing talented opponents with strategic intelligence. After all, the human-computer game and the qualifying match were 2 completely different concepts. Pei Xingye, since I'm the captain of the Scarlet Squad, I naturally have to take care of each and every member of the team. If you have any needs, just say so and I can help you. The Situ clan behind Situ Shui was the top of the 4 major clans in Tianyu City, as well as the richest man in Tianyu City, with extremely strong resources and connections. Pei Xingye right now needed a piece of private land to plant gilt sycamore seeds. All he had to do was ask, and Situ Shui would definitely do it for him. However, Pei Xingye hesitated for a moment, but still smiled and said, Thank you, Captain, for your kindness. I don't have any need for now. Pei Xingye returned to his room, and Situ Shui froze in place. Just now, his expression flashed through a tangle, clearly in need of help, but he didn't open up to me. The world of adults is about benefit exchange. He thinks that he cannot create benefits for me for the time being. That's why he doesn't open his mouth to me to mention his needs. He's temporarily distancing himself from me like this. Instead, he won't cause me to resent him, and I'll even have some good feelings towards him. This person really isn't simple. Pei Xingye wasn't simple, and how could Situ Shui not be? During the lunch break, Pei Xingye took a shower, blew dry his hair, and came to the balcony on the second floor of the villa. A week from now will be the Heavenly Cloud Ranking Qualifying Tournament. Get the first place and you'll be able to receive the generous rewards issued jointly by the 4 major academies. This week, besides speeding up the training, we also need to get a piece of private land that can grow gilded sycamore as soon as possible. It's not appropriate to open up directly to Situ Shui. It's not like she's my girlfriend. The Phoenix bloodline imperial beast's need for sycamore trees was like a fish being inseparable from water, so this matter was imminent. Contemplating for a moment, a complete plan surfaced within Pei Xingye. He opened his cell phone and searched for the list of the top 10 imperial beast master guilds in Black Scale City. The most direct way to establish connections and obtain resources was to develop a second career. In the villa apartment across the street, Situ Shui sat on the sofa, and a black shadow suddenly appeared beside her. With Situ Shui's family background, she would naturally have a personal bodyguard by her side. Miss, this is the information you ordered me to investigate. Huangfu Bo Yi, weakness social phobia. He can't adapt to a crowded environment and is afraid of high decibel noise. There is a serious communication barrier. Qin Yanlin, this person is flirtatious, likes to go in and out of foot massage parlors and nightclubs, purely an animal that thinks in the lower half of his body. Women are his biggest weakness. As for Pei Xingye, his weakness, I haven't investigated clearly. Situ Shui said flatly, it doesn't matter. You continue to investigate in secret. Miss, are you collecting the weaknesses and soft spots of these 3 people in order to conveniently pin down them and establish the prestige of the Scarlet Squad leader? Situ Shui gently shook her head. Cardinal, they are my team members. I analyze their strengths in order to formulate the perfect group battle strategy to maximize their potential. At the same time, I can only protect them at critical moments if I understand their weaknesses and soft spots. The black shadow came to a realization and sighed in admiration. So that's how it is. Miss is really far-sighted, the cardinal has been taught. Situ Shui was born as a marshal, not a general. She possessed strong cohesion and leadership, and she was worthy of Pei Xingye's intuition. After the black shadow left, Situ Shui went to the balcony and looked at the villa apartment across the street. Pei Xingye, do you really have no weaknesses or soft spots? When a woman has a high level of curiosity about a man, it's actually a very troublesome thing. Chapter 13 Blackwing Guild. Overwhelming God's Hand. Pulse Consultation. The sun set and dusk descended. The school bell rang, and Chaos Academy was shrouded in a blood-orange afterglow as a white-haired, red-pupiled teenager left through the back door of the academy. Half an hour later, Pei Xingye arrived in front of a magnificent and imposing building, and the stone statue at the entrance was a huge flying eagle, unfolding a pair of black wings and making a gesture of soaring into the sky. The Blackwing Imperial Beastmaster Guild, the 3rd-ranked guild in Blacklin City, was huge and had a reputation. Moreover, in terms of comprehensive strength, it was no different from the 2nd-ranked Greedy Wolf Guild. At the entrance of the guild, there was a notice posted for the recruitment of handymen. Pei Xingye stepped into the hall, walked to the front desk, and after a brief exchange with the receptionist, put pen to paper to fill out the information sheet for the handyman. Although work-study students abound, but this national top student, really just to apply for handyman? Just as Pei Xingye was filling out the form, a noise came from behind her. Old Jean, do you really have no other treatment? President Xiao, I've really tried my best. There are currently no cases of eradicating the blood plague disease in our country. Besides, I'm only a silver medal imperial healer. Why don't you go to the imperial city and hire a gold medal imperial healer to try? Pei Xingye scanned these 2 with her afterglow. The middle-aged man with a stout body, stalwart appearance, and dark skin was the president of the Blackwing Guild, Xiao Dingtian. The segment had reached the 7th rank of Imperial Beastmaster, and was very beloved by the public in Blacklin City. As for the white-haired old man beside Xiao Dingtian, he was Blacklin City's most outstanding silver royal therapist, Jean Lao Wu. Xiao Dingtian had a helpless face. There are less than 100 gold medal imperial healers in our country, counting on our fingers, and most of them are supporting the frontline battlefields at the border. How can I possibly hire one? Even if the Blackwing Guild was financially strong, it was almost impossible to hire a gold medal imperial healer. Just as Xiao Dingtian was at a loss, a teenager's voice came from behind him. President Xiao, blood plague syndrome, I can cure it. Xiao Dingtian stared back and looked Pei Xingye up and down. Young man, you are late Pei Xingye. No wonder it looks familiar. So it's this year's national top scholar. This was the time when Pei Xingye was at the height of his heat, easily recognized and the most convenient time to establish connections. Pei student, you're here to? I'm here to apply for a handyman job, working and studying, Pei Xingye added. But just now I heard you guys talking about the blood plague, so I came over. Jin Lao Wu, as a silver medal imperial healer, stroked his beard and smiled. Young man, you just said that you can cure the blood plague disease? Ha ha ha, you have to know that even the gold medal imperial healer of the Imperial Palace Academy wouldn't dare to say the word cure. I'm afraid that you don't even know what the blood plague disease is. Right? Blood plague. A kind of epidemic disease that mostly occurs to imperial beasts that experience sea combat all year round. Due to the large number of corpses of magical beasts sinking in the depths of the sea, the magical beast virus spreads through the water currents and is implanted in the bodies of the imperial beasts. Symptoms manifest as skin decay, decreased physical capabilities, and a significant weakening of defense values. After Pei Xingye finished speaking, Jin Laowu revealed a stunned expression. Hey, you kid knows quite a lot. Pei Xingye had investigated before he came. 80% of the commission orders that the Blackwing Guild usually received needed to go out to sea. Coupled with the recent rampage of the Inferno Beast Legion, the global temperature had risen, and the corpses of the beasts at the bottom of the sea had intensified the release of the virus, so the imperial beasts that the Blackwing Guild had cultivated must have been a high-prevalence group of the blood plague. Everything was within Pei Xingye's calculations, so he wasn't even applying for a handyman job. Chairman Xiao, I really do have a way to eradicate the blood plague. Looking at Pei Xingye's serious appearance, Xiao Dingtian frowned. As the saying goes, a different profession is like a mountain. Even if Pei Xingye was this year's national scholar, Pei Xingye's profession was, after all, a royal beast master, not a royal therapist. However, Pei Xingye's next words finally impressed Xiao Dingtian. President Xiao, you also said just now that it's currently difficult for you to hire a gold medal imperial healer. I'm sure that those imperial beasts suffering from blood plague are also in a deteriorating state, and their condition can't be delayed for too long. How about beating a dead horse and letting me give it a try? It won't be any loss to you guys. Xiao Dingtian pursed his dry lips. Pei, follow me. Jin Laowu also followed. He didn't believe that Pei Xingye would be able to cure the blood plague. In the Blackwing Guild's closed beast taming field, there were over 100 imperial beasts lying with weak breath. Their skin was badly ulcerated and their wounds were bleeding and pus-filled, so they could no longer be put into battle. After Pei Xingye scanned through them, he murmured, It's indeed a blood plague, and it's very serious. Xiao Dingtian couldn't help but ask, Pei, how do you plan to treat them? I need to check their pulse. Jin Laowu couldn't help but laugh out loud while being surprised upon hearing this. What? Checking their pulse? Fellow Pei, you're teasing me, you're using that old Chinese doctor thing to treat imperial beasts? Is it true that after checking the pulse you need acupuncture? You've watched too many brainless short dramas. President Xiao, I think this kid is just fooling around. Xiao Dingtian's face gradually darkened as well. Cough cough. Pei. The imperial beast's animal skin is thicker than even a winterized quilt, so you can feel the imperial beast's pulse? It had to be said that from a normal person's perspective, Pei Xingye's comment about checking the pulse of the imperial beast sounded like nonsense. President Xiao, it's better to be skeptical than to use someone. You. Well, on the basis of your words, Mr. Pei, be my guest. Xiao Dingtian had come this far and naturally knew how to use and recognize people. Although it was the first time he had seen Pei Xingye, but just based on Pei Xingye's talk, he decided that this teenager had a promising future. Even if this kid fails to cure the blood plague disease in the end, I'll still recruit him. Taking advantage of Pei Xingye's youth, Xiao Dingtian planned to make an early move to recruit this national top scholar into the Blackwing Guild. Pei Xingye arrived in front of a split-soul sea lion, an imperial beast that was the one with the worst condition. The skin on its body was completely ulcerated and it was dying in agony. Although it couldn't die, It was worse than death under the torture of the blood plague. Such an imperial beast, unable to return to combat, meant that it had to consume a large amount of medical expenses every day while waiting for a chronic death, which was a burden for the Blackwing Guild as well. Pei Xingye stretched out his overgod's hand and gently touched the throat area of the split-soul sea lion with his fingertips. Blood plague would only spread between imperial beasts and would not infect humans, so there was nothing wrong with Pei Xingye going straight for it. But in fact, he couldn't feel any pulse at all. The so-called pulse diagnosis was only to trigger the third function of the overgod's hand, imperial beast diagnosis. On the surface of the overlying god's hand, there was a layer of purple-gold fluorescence that was difficult for the human eye to detect. Pei Xingye closed his eyes and relied on the sensation of his fingertips as the best plan for treating the blood plague disease surfaced in his mind. 5 minutes later, Pei Xingye opened his eyes. President Xiao, I already have a treatment plan. It requires you to provide a corresponding ration of herbs, according to my prescription, as well as a medicinal tripod. Jean Lao stood aside and couldn't help but question, Kid, a different line of work is like a different mountain. You dare to randomly prescribe medicine? The consequences I'll bear all the consequences. Pei Xingye's tone was firm, and Xiao Dingtian nodded. Pei, since I chose to believe you once, I'll believe you to the end. Someone come. Pei Xingye opened the prescription and listed a dense list of herbs. Jean Lao peered from the side and couldn't help but be staggered. Kid, in the prescription you wrote, there are 4 herbs that are highly poisonous. It's medicine that is 3 times poisonous. It all depends on how it is utilized and blended. I guarantee that this is the best prescription to cure the blood plague disease. With the Blackwing Guild's financial power and resources, they quickly got the herbs Pei Xingye needed, as well as a pill refining cauldron. Under Pei Xingye's command, a total of 27 medicinal herbs were put into the cauldron according to different measurements and boiled slowly over a gentle fire. During this process, Pei Xingye was in charge of controlling a very special detail. Every once in a while, he would order the staff to inject different doses of broken-tailed demon scorpion blood into the medicinal cauldron. The broken-tailed demon scorpion, the toxicity in its blood, ranked in the top 10 of poisonous magical beasts. Jean Lao witnessed the entire process of Pei Xingye's pill refining, his tightly wrinkled brows never easing. For toxic herbs, plus the poisonous blood of the broken-tailed demon scorpion, this kid's thought process of refining pills is truly insane. The process of pill refining lasted a full 2.5 hours. As night fell, the evening breeze of the midsummer night made people hot and restless. Large fire to collect the juice. After 2.5 hours of refining, Pei Xingye extracted about 100 milligrams of refined medicinal liquid in the medicinal cauldron. The medicinal liquid took on a bizarre rosy purple color and emitted a unique fart smell. This color, this smell, Pei student, are you sure this is proper medicine? President Xiao, facts speak louder than words. Let the split-soul sea lion take it. Everyone accompanied Pei Xingye as he tossed and turned from dusk to night, and now there was no turning back. Holding the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living horse, Xiao Dingtian instructed his men to take the essence medicinal liquid in Pei Xingye's hand and pour it into the mouth of the split-soul sea lion. After only 3 minutes, the medicinal effect began to kick in. This, unbelievable. This medicine can really cure blood plague. At this moment, a medical miracle was being performed. Chapter 14. 3 birds with 1 stone, under control. In 3 minutes, the wounds on the split-soul sea lion's body rapidly healed and grew fresh buds of flesh. In 5 minutes, the wound scabbed over and stopped bleeding. 10 minutes, the split-soul sea lion had gotten rid of its paralyzed state and let out an excited howl. After 15 minutes had passed, Golden Old 5 had long been dumbstruck. How is this possible? Prior to this, no successful cases of eradicating the blood plague disease had appeared in the Yanxia Empire. Jean Lao Wu was a silver medal imperial healer, and with all his medical skills, he could only slow down the onset of the blood plague syndrome. Pei Xingye made a slight move and directly conquered the century-old problem of blood plague with a god-awful prescription. This was Pei Xingye's small step, but it was a big step for the Yanxia Empire's imperial healing cause. Chairman, according to the instrument test, all the physiological indices of the split-soul sea lion have returned to the passing line. The symptoms of blood plague have completely subsided. It only needs more rest, and within half a month, it will be able to regain its health and reach combat standards. It seems that the prescription provided by this young man is truly divine. Amazing young man. Xiao Dingtian froze for a long time, and when he looked at Pei Xingye again, he couldn't hide the admiration in his eyes. Pei student, thank you so much. I didn't realize that you, a national scholar, was also proficient in the art of imperial healing. To think that you can even cure a chronic terminal disease like blood plague. Jean Laowu also exclaimed from the sidelines, the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the future. The future generation is fearful. Pei Xingye's expression didn't change as he blandly said, President Xiao, as long as you provide me with enough medicinal materials, I can refine enough essence medicinal liquid to eradicate all the imperial beasts suffering from blood plague here. That's great. Pei, how about this? You join our Blackwing Guild. Normally, there will be no delay in your further studies at the academy, and whatever resources you need, my Blackwing Guild will spare no effort to help you. 3 years after you graduate, we'll join forces and run the guild together. Xiao Dingtian sent out a sincere invitation, and he had always practiced the golden rule of heroes don't ask about their origins, and high accomplishments don't ask about their age, in regards to how much he loved and cherished talent. Although Pei Xingye is young, he has a lot of skills. The talent of a national scholar, coupled with the potential to become a gold medal imperial therapist, such a talent could not be found in the entire country. It's no exaggeration to say that at the moment, in Xiao Dingtian's eyes, even if Pei Xingye was digging his boogers with his bare hands and holding walnuts in his buttocks, he was still so smooth and so one of a kind. Pei Xingye smiled and shook his head. President Xiao, I appreciate your kindness. Jean Laowu spat in a sulky tone. Kid, what President Xiao meant just now, but he wants to recruit you as a future partner of the Blackwing Guild. You're going to give up such a good opportunity? Pei Xingye explained. After graduation, I'll inherit the Scarlet Guild that my mother left behind. Xiao Dingtian was slightly stunned. Scarlet Guild? Your mother? Oh, it's Lord Pei. Jean Laowu narrowed his eyes and mused. Lord Pei, that divine imperial beast master from the old times. Pei Chuzhuang, this is a big person who only lives in the legend. The times have changed. Only the tip of the iceberg had been released about her resume and achievements, and the world had given her mixed reviews. Pei Chuzhang's other information, as well as her performance in the Battle of the Heavenly Star Vortex 18 years ago, all belonged to the nation's top secrets and were not disclosed to the public. Pei, since you are unwilling to join our Blackwing Guild, how should I thank you? This favor was too big for Xiao Dingtian to owe. President Xiao, I want to do a business with you. Only then did Pei Xingye say the purpose of his trip. Oh, what kind of business? Pei Xingye narrated. Although I'm not joining the Blackwing Guild, I can serve as the Blackwing Guild's Imperial Healing Counselor. Not just for this blood plague, but I'll also provide all of the Blackwing Guild's Imperial Beasts with a physical therapy program for old injuries. Imperial Beasts had been fighting for years, and the accumulated old injuries on their bodies usually had no medication, thus affecting their combat effectiveness. When Pei Xingye said this, Xiao Dingtian's eyes lit up. In exchange, I hope that President Xiao can provide me with a piece of private land. For the location, how about in the Blackwing Guild's backyard? You only need a piece of land? No problem. This business deal. The two shook hands and smiled at each other. Late night, Pei Xingye, who smelled of alcohol, walked out of the Blackwing Guild's door. Xiao Dingtian invited him to have a drink, and the two of them talked so much at the table that they simply called each other brothers in the future. That piece of undeveloped land in the Blackwing Guild's backyard. It's yours. Brother Xiao, thanks a lot. Elder brother Pei. If you need me in the future, just ask. I'll definitely help out. Good. Let's get drunk some other day. Just like that, Pei Xingye was given a piece of private land to plant gilded sycamore. Black Forest City was a seaport-type city, and half of the top 10 Imperial Beastmaster guilds in the city, to say the least, were suffering from the blood plague. In Pei Xingye's plan, why was Xiao Dingtian's Blackwing Guild selected? If one were to take the map of Black Forest City and treat it as a 5-element orientation map, the Blackwing Guild's location, located at the southern end of the map, belonged to the 5 elements of fire. The sycamore tree that the phoenix inhabits can only mature faster if it is planted on the land of the fire position. This was the details that Pei Xingye controlled. He even took feng shui into account. On this day, Pei Xingye had a lot to gain. Firstly, he became acquainted with Blackwing Guild leader Xiao Dingtian, and even called him his brother, establishing his first network. Secondly, he obtained a piece of private land, and the planting and cultivation of the gilded sycamore was put on the agenda. So this wave of maneuvering, is it considered killing two birds with one stone? No. This wave of operation was actually 3 birds with 1 stone. The next morning, the third arrow was revealed. Pei Xingye's name was on the headlines of more than 300 media platforms. Shocked, the medical problem of the century, blood plague, was overcome by the national top student, Pei Xingye. 8 gold medal imperial therapists jointly discussed and praised Pei Xingye's miraculous prescription. Heroes have always been young, and an 18-year-old genius is capable of medicine and martial arts. The gold content of this session of the national top student is still rising. After the national examination, Pei Xingye once again exploded across the internet, shaking the entire country. This time, what made him famous wasn't martial arts, but medicine. When Xiao Dingtian was interviewed by the media, the process of getting acquainted with Pei Xingye yesterday was publicized in the live camera. Pei Xingye's miraculous medical skills spread throughout the country overnight. At the same time, Pei Xingye received invitations from dozens of top royal beastmaster guilds across the country. Xiao Dingtian admired Pei Xingye and wanted to recruit Pei Xingye to join the Blackwing Guild. So how could the presidents of other guilds not be moved? Did you hear? The Sky Vault Guild within the Imperial City invited Pei Xingye to join. Not only that, the beautiful president of the Dark Knight Guild, Ji Delusion, promised to let Pei Xingye be the vice president as long as he joins, and even said that he'd make a marriage contract. In short, the top-ranked guilds on the King's Gold ranking have all thrown out olive branches towards this national top ranker. Who do you guys think Pei Xingye will choose? Wait, isn't the Scarlet Guild behind Pei Xingye? Dude, you're too backward with your information. After Lord Pei Chuzhuang fell, the Scarlet Guild was overrun by a few white-eyed wolves from the Pei family. Those people would only bully Pei Xingye, and would do anything to drive Pei Xingye out of the Pei family and out of the Scarlet Guild. This was Pei Xingye's third arrow. In the evening, the school bell rang. Chaos Academy's entrance. Pei Xingye was preparing to go to a roadside stall to eat a bowl of spicy hot pot, and had just stepped out of the school gates when a group of people swarmed around. They were from the Scarlet Guild, facing Pei Xingye and speaking in unison. Good day, second young master. The corners of Pei Xingye's lips rose slightly. Second young master is really a strange title, nah. In the crowd, a middle-aged man who looked like a human being but was actually a moralistic man walked out. He revealed an amiable fake smile and walked over to Pei Xingye's side, shushing him. Little Knight, Uncle came over to visit you for a bit, sending you some living expenses and Imperial Beast evolution materials. Have you adapted to life in Chaos Academy recently?
Uncle, goodbye.
Pei Xingye's smile gave Pei Shan the creeps. This was Pei Donglai's father, the acting president of the Scarlet Guild. In terms of blood relations, he was Pei Xingye's biological uncle. At the same time, he was the person who wanted to kill Pei Xingye the most. In this era, kinship mostly paled in front of interests. Chapter 15 Scarlet Guild Young Lord. Why did Pei Shan travel thousands of miles and run to Black Lin City? Was it just to shush Pei Xingye? Uncle and nephew stood against each other. The number of onlookers grew and the murmurs made Pei Shan red warm on the spot. Being a thief, I despised this kind of white-eyed wolf the most. I heard that this Pei Shan, in order to dominate the Scarlet Guild, has been suppressing Pei Xingye. Really? He's Pei Xingye's own uncle. In this era where interests are paramount, do you believe in blood kinship? Or do you believe that I'm Emperor Qin Shi Huang? Your Majesty, why don't you expand on it? This Pei Shan and his son Pei Donglai have been targeting Pei Xingye, embezzling the inheritance left by Pei Xingye's mother. It has been proven that when a person is powerful, the whole world is a mouthpiece for him to redress his grievances. Everyone spoke your words and I spoke mine, exposing Pei Shan and Pei Donglai's father and son's spotty behavior. But if Pei Xingye wasn't a national scholar and didn't have the miraculous medical skill of attacking the blood plague disease with a slight strike, who would have come forward to redress his grievances? So Pei Shan is so. For the sake of profit, even his own nephew is not spared. I also heard that the inheritance of the Scarlet Guild has been left to Pei Donglai. What bad luck. That's just it. Anyway, in Pei Xingye's hands, there are at least 3 digits of invitations to the top guilds. Right. If I were Pei Xingye, I'd switch to another guild. Scarlet Guild's temple is small. I can't look at it. With such public pressure, everything was under Pei Xingye's control. You guys shut up. This is our Pei family's family matter. It's not your turn for outsiders to discuss it. Pei Shan, old dog, you're allowed to bully Pei Xingye. You're not allowed to allow us to stick up for the national scholar. No, you guys are mistaken. The inheritance of the Scarlet Guild has always belonged to my good nephew Pei Xingye. Pei Shan didn't have a choice at all. On his way here, he had drawn up the contract documents for the Scarlet Guild's inheritance, changing Pei Donglai's name to Pei Xingye. At this moment, Pei Shan announced the succession rights document and, in front of the public, made a verbal oath. I, Pei Shan, in my capacity as the acting president of the Scarlet Guild, hereby declare, the inheritance of the Scarlet Guild belongs to my nephew, Pei Xingye. When Pei Xingye graduates in 3 years, I will immediately step down and give way. This was the only way for Pei Shan to quell this farce. He had no second choice. Even though he guessed that Pei Xingye had designed this game, he had to jump into the fire. Pei Xingye, who got back the inheritance of Scarlet Guild, formally achieved 3 birds with 1 stone. In full view of everyone, Pei Shan came over to Pei Xingye's side and lowered his voice. His tone was pleasing and pleading. Little knight, let bygones be bygones. We were all misunderstandings before. I'm your own uncle after all, right? Don't leave the Scarlet Guild. In the future, the Scarlet Guild will be yours. Donglai and I will give you a hand. Looking at this hypocrite uncle in front of her, Pei Xingye revealed a deathly cool smile. My good uncle, you call what you did to me in the past a misunderstanding? Then let this misunderstanding continue to be a misunderstanding. Pei Xingye, don't you dare toast me. Pei Shan, do you believe that if I publicly say that I'm severing ties with the Pei family and withdrawing from the Scarlet Guild, I'll be able to send your father and son to the tip of the storm with no way back? Oftentimes, the deterrent of killing was not as good as killing the heart. As long as Pei Xingye did this, Pei Shan simply couldn't bear the consequences. Pei Shan gritted his teeth while at the same time had to lower his stance. Pei Xingye, what exactly do you want me to do? First, from now on, anyone in the Scarlet Guild who sees me must address me as young lord. Second, rebuild a separate shrine for my mother and offer incense and worship every day. Good. I promise you. Pei Xingye revealed a satisfied smile. I'm going to eat a bowl of spicy hot pot, you guys go back. Second, young master, what are you guys shouting at me for? The red pupils were like blood, haloing the night. Young master, we are retreating. At this moment, this teenager had finally taken back the identity of the Scarlet Guild's young master after all his suffering. The night was deepening and the moon was bright. Pei Xingye ate a bowl of spicy hot pot and returned to the villa apartment. Just as Pei Xingye walked to the entrance of the villa, in the courtyard of the villa across the street, Situ Shui sat on a rocking chair and called out to him. Pei Xingye, Captain, something's wrong? This move of yours is absolutely brilliant. What move? The move to take back the Scarlet Guild's inheritance. Pei Xingye smiled sarcastically. Captain, you're so concerned about me? Don't forget that we, the Situ family, and your Pei family, are both the 4 great families of Tianyu City. Regarding those internal grudges of your Pei family, I naturally have some understanding. I just don't understand. This hand of yours, Pei Shan, is clearly defenseless. You shouldn't just take back the Scarlet Guild's inheritance. Pei Xingye smiled faintly and raised his eyebrows. So what the captain is saying is that I should take the opportunity to force Pei Shan to step aside and personally take the position of the Scarlet Guild's president? Situ Shui nodded. It seems like the captain is only good at playing chess and not good at insight into human nature. A person like Pei Shan is an outlaw who will jump over the wall in a hurry. The identity of the Scarlet Guild's acting president is his last card. If I force him to hand over his bottom card now, he will target me at all costs, even if it means going down with him. To deal with him, we can't be too hasty. After all, the current me, Pei Xingye was clear that his current self was not strong enough. In the final analysis, he was only a first-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, while Pei Shan's segment reached the 7th rank. Before mastering absolute force, Pei Xingye's path of royal beasts was in decent development. Don't wave. After listening to Pei Xingye's analysis, Situ Shui's curiosity towards this teenager once again doubled. She sat up from her rocking chair, resting her cheek on one hand as she looked at the red pupilized teenager in front of her and asked with a smile, Pei Xingye, with all your maturity, steadiness, and intellect, are you really only 18 years old? If the captain has nothing else, I'll go back to the house. Wait! Situ Shui walked over to Pei Xingye and handed over an exquisite gift box. What's this? Open it and see if you don't know. Pei Xingye unwrapped the gift box, and inside was a prismatic crystal that emitted a biting cold aura and shone with a brilliant gold-blue halo in the night. Extreme grade ice attribute beast crystal. Pei Xingye marveled in awe and said with a straight face, "This gift is too expensive. No merit, no reward." Pei Xingye, I'm the captain of the Scarlet Squad, and I've also prepared gifts for both Huangfu Boyi and Qin Yanlin. I'm not purposely taking care of you, so accept it. Wait, how did you know that I need ice attribute beast crystals? Pei Xingye's contracted imperial beast was a black phoenix, which theoretically required fire attribute beast crystals. I investigated, and you purchased a large amount of ice attribute beast crystals at listening to Rain Xian, shuttling all the scholarships. You admit to investigating me so easily? Don't worry, I investigated you to make it easier to understand you. Pei Xingye, you're my team member, and I want you to trust me unconditionally. At the same time, I will also trust you unconditionally. This was the first time Pei Xingye had examined the woman in front of him with all his heart. Situ Shui's regard for the Scarlet Squad exceeded Pei Xingye's imagination. Originally, I thought that this rich young lady's call to form a squad of Imperial Beastmasters was just a whim to have some fun. But now it seems like she has some sort of obsession with this squad. Everyone had their own privacy and obsession, and Situ Shui was no exception. Captain, then this generous gift. I accept it. Thank you. Pei Xingye, as far as I know, since the beginning of the era of Universal Imperial Beasts, there has never been a precedent of a purebred Phoenix-type Imperial Beast awakening an Ice-type talent. So what are you trying to say? I want to say that I believe in you, to be able to cultivate an unprecedented ice-fire dual cultivation Phoenix. The wine was a great deal of fun. Pei Xingye's lips held a smile. Situ Shui, as long as Scarlet Squad exists for one day, I will always recognize you as the captain. Situ Shui smiled, her beautiful eyes unable to hide her booming ambition. Pei Xingye, the thought of us joining forces and being able to do something great in the future excites me. The relationship between the two of them had inexplicably turned from ordinary friends to soulful and taciturn confidants. She understood Pei Xingye, and Pei Xingye understood her. Back in the villa, Pei Xingye received a call from Pei Yingru. Hey cousin, little knight, next week, you're going to represent our Chaos Academy in the Heavenly Cloud Ranking qualifying tournament. For tomorrow's study session, elder sister will be your chaperone, and try to get your Black Phoenix promoted to the juvenile body second stage before the competition. It's worth mentioning that after Pei Xingye was admitted to Chaos Academy, Pei Yingru immediately applied for a transfer. Currently, she was the mentor of the first-year excellence class, which was Pei Xingye's homeroom teacher. These two had a teacher-student relationship during the day and a sister-brother relationship at night. Chapter 16 Genius Duel. Battle of the Heavenly Cloud Ranking. The next morning, self-study class. The other students in the talent class besides Pei Xingye were in the classroom studying theory. In this era of Universal Imperial Beasts, there was no future for reckless people. During the 3 years of academy career, for the young Imperial Beastmasters, in addition to cultivating Imperial Beasts and raising their segments, they also had to learn huge amounts of theoretical knowledge. Only by understanding the enemy's weaknesses and learning the tactics of teamwork could they become a qualified warrior. Training ground. Pei Yingru guided Pei Xingye 1-on-1 through the Devil's training. Next week was the Heavenly Cloud Ranking Tournament, and Pei Xingye, as a player representing Chaos Academy, had to train 3 times as hard as the other students in the Excellence class every day. In Pei Yingru's hand, she held an analysis report, ticking off Pei Xingye's training performance. Starting technique release speed, excellent. Dodge efficiency, excellent. Skill accuracy, excellent. Evaluating a Royal Beastmaster's comprehensive combat ability was multi-layered and multi-dimensional. Pei Xingye had gotten excellent grades in all 18 training exercises. This meant that Pei Xingye's operation and awareness was perfect, and even the always strict Pei Yingru couldn't find a single fault. But this makes Pei Yingru pleased at the same time, also feel puzzled and worried. Because compared to the time of the national exam, the current Black Phoenix, the state was not right. The power of the undead flame was drastically cut down. Tutor, how was my performance just now? Student Pei Xingye, let me ask you, during this time, how many fire attribute beast crystals have you fed the Black Phoenix? Pei Xingye answered truthfully, I didn't feed any fire attribute beast crystals. What? I fed the Black Phoenix ice attribute beast crystals. What? A face as beautiful as Pei Xingye's was twisted from excessive shock. A purebred phoenix bloodline? Born with fire? And you fed it ice attribute beast crystals? No wonder the undead fire it releases isn't even as powerful as it was during the national exam. From the looks of it, it was an indisputable fact that ever since Pei Xingye fed the Black Phoenix with ice attribute beast crystals, the various stats had dropped rather than risen. After calming down, Pei Xingye spoke in a serious tone. Student Pei Xingye, the way you choose to cultivate it will only cause the Black Phoenix's evolution to become even slower. Mentor, please believe me. I will open up an evolutionary route that the Phoenix bloodline has never seen before. But, cousin, don't you believe me? Looking at her brother's chesty look, Pei Xingye didn't know what to say and could only let out a long sigh, secretly saying in her heart, Phoenix bloodline. Even if you feed it with more ice attribute beast crystals, it's impossible to awaken an ice talent, but Xiaoyu is so adamant about it. I can't refute him. In Pei Xingye's perception, the way Pei Xingye cultivated the Black Phoenix was simply way off the mark. It wasn't Pei Xingye's fault. After all, the world's perception was the same. The Phoenix, a purely innate fire system. In the dictionary like thick Imperial Beast Insights, the data of all Phoenix-type Imperial Beasts since the beginning of the era of the Universal Imperial Beasts was recorded. There was not a single Ice-type Phoenix among them. The bell rang for the end of class. Classmate Pei Xingye, your maneuvering and awareness in harnessing the Black Phoenix is far beyond your peers. It's just that the ice attribute beast crystal. Mentor, I'm still saying the same thing. Please believe me. Pei Xingye looked helpless, nodded with a smile, and simply changed the topic. Fine, regarding Imperial Beast cultivation, I won't interfere. But this information, you study it in your free time. What is it? If you know your enemy and yourself, you will not be in danger in 100 battles. In this material, there is information on the other 3 contestants who participated in the Heavenly Cloud Ranking qualifying tournament. The information of the contestants, publicized nationwide, was not a secret. Taotai Academy, Sang Wui, Chaos Academy, Pei Xingye, Porchi Academy, Lin Chen, Legend Academy, Li Tianji. These 4 contestants were the best of the best among the freshmen of the 4 great academies this term. Time flashed by, and there was only 1 day left before the Heavenly Cloud Ranking tournament. News about the 4 contestants repeatedly hit the nation's hot searches. Tomorrow is the battle for the Heavenly Cloud Ranking. I'm so looking forward to it. The 4 geniuses will face off. It'll be exciting. Did you hear of the 4 contestants? Only Pei Xingye's Imperial Beast hasn't been promoted to the juvenile stage yet. Impossible, the lower the level of the Imperial Beast, the faster the rate of evolution. As long as you feed the Black Phoenix a few fire attribute beast crystals, it's very easy to advance to the juvenile body second stage. The problem is that Pei Xingye fed the Black Phoenix with ice attribute beast crystals. Ice attribute beast crystals? This guy is crazy. In the eyes of the world, Pei Xingye's cultivation of the Black Phoenix was tantamount to a waste. Deep night. Villa apartment. In the courtyard, Pei Xingye fed the Black Phoenix the extreme ice attribute beast crystal that Situ Shui had given him, and the power of the undead fire was once again weakened. Phoenix, in tomorrow's battle, we'll create an unprecedented miracle together. The emerald green undead flame transformed into a few strands of phoenix feathers that surrounded Pei Xingye's surroundings, only to embellish Pei Xingye's pair of red pupils. The Black Phoenix was the first imperial beast Pei Xingye had contracted, and there were extreme similarities between master and servant. Both the royal master and the royal beast were walking a bloody road that no one had ever traveled before. After one night, the dawn cleared the gloom. The sun shines brightly, and the sky above Black Forest City is clear. The Kirin Mountain in the north of the city was where the Heavenly Cloud Ranking tournament would be held. On top of the mountain, the ring where the geniuses would face off had already been set up. Surrounding the ring, there were auditoriums large enough to hold 100,000 spectators, looking down from the clouds like a giant egg with a broken shell. There was still an hour before the match started, and the audience was already filled to capacity. The flashbulbs of the media reporters were itching to blind the passing birds. The whole country was watching this race. The center of attention of this tournament was naturally the strongest national scholar of all time. The audience on the scene, as well as the netizens who were watching the live broadcast. Hello everyone. I am the host of this year's Heavenly Cloud Ranking qualifying tournament, Lu Ying. For this year's tournament, the chief judge we invited is the gold medal evolutionist from the Imperial City, Mr. Lei Qianchong. At the C-seat of the judge's table sat an eagle-nosed old man. He looked to be over 50 years old, but his eyes were still sharp, and his body exuded the arrogance that had been exchanged for strength. Lei Qianchong, from the Imperial City of Yanxia Empire, was a gold medal evolutionist. All the professions in the world are centered around the Beast Master. The function of an Imperial healer is to repair the injuries and cure the diseases of the Imperial beasts. The function of an evolutionist was to research and develop more powerful evolutionary paths for Imperial beasts. Lei Qianzhong's face, which looked lonely and cold, was due to the fact that he had notable achievements in the career field of evolutionist. He had participated in the writing of the Imperial Beast evolutionary theory, and he had personally developed the best evolutionary routes for hundreds of Imperial beasts. This fellow's name often appeared in the textbooks used by the 4 great academies. From this, it could be seen that Lei Qianzhong was worthy of the title of Chief Judge of the Heavenly Cloud ranking. Before the competition officially opens, let's interview the Chief Judge of this year's Heavenly Cloud ranking. Lu Ying walked over to the judge's table and handed over the microphone. Elder Lei, you have been the Chief Judge for 3 consecutive years. Let me ask you a sharp question. Which contestant do you think will top this year's Heavenly Cloud ranking? Without thinking, Lei Qianchong blurted out in a flat tone. It's hard to say who is the top of the Heavenly Cloud ranking, but I'm certain that Pei Xingye of Chaos Academy must be the penultimate top of the Heavenly Cloud ranking. Lu Ying froze, revealing a bitter smile. Elder Lei, Pei Xingye is the top student in this year's National Grand Examination. You predicted him to be the last place. Lei Qianchong showed no mercy, directly criticizing Pei Xingye in front of the public. The National Grand Examination is, in essence, a human-machine game. The Black Phoenix is an ancient mythological bloodline. Even if it's replaced by an Imperial Beast Master, it can still decimate 100 iron-armored lizards. So the honor of being the national top student only proves that it's the Phoenix bloodline that's exceeding the standard, not Pei Xingye. When Lei Qianchong said this, a portion of the audience voiced their agreement, and the live broadcast screen swiped with skepticism. Chapter 17. The louder the skepticism, the more excited he was. Elder Lei has a point. The one who exceeded the standard is the Black Phoenix. Not him, Pei Xingye. If I contract the Black Phoenix, I can even decimate 200 iron-armored lizards. In the next match, this national top scholar will definitely have to show his true colors. Among the audience, there was no lack of experts who looked down on Pei Xingye. They firmly believed that they had analyzed Pei Xingye thoroughly, especially Pei Xingye's major mistake in cultivating Imperial beasts, which made them believe that Pei Xingye would sink in the ring of the Heavenly Cloud ranking. Before the official start of the match, the electronic screen hanging above the ring announced the data of the 4 contestants and their respective Imperial beasts. As expected, the other 3 contestants' Imperial beasts have all been promoted to Juvenile Body 2nd stage. Only Pei Xingye's Black Phoenix is still stuck at the Juvenile Body 1st stage level. Each major level of the Imperial beast's evolutionary path could be split into 3 minor levels, or 3 stages of advancement. Juvenile-bodied Imperial beasts had the fastest growth rate, and only needed to eat a few beast crystals with the corresponding attributes to advance in a very short period of time. A week had passed since the opening day of school, and most of the Imperial beasts cultivated by the new students had been promoted from Juvenile Body 1 stage to Juvenile Body 2 stages. Only Pei Xingye's Imperial beast, the Black Phoenix, was ranked in place, not moving at all. The judge's table. Lei Qianzhong narrated in a harsh tone. The reason the Black Phoenix's rank is stuck at a Juvenile Body Segment 1 is because of Pei Xingye's ignorance, feeding the Black Phoenix too many ice attribute beast crystals with conflicting attributes. My guess is that this so-called national top scorer is trying to find another way to open up a whole new evolutionary route and amaze everyone. But he has committed the common problem of a young man, arrogance and hubris. He knows nothing about the special characteristics of the Phoenix bloodline. The beautiful host Lu Ying questioned, Elder Lei, is there a possibility that Pei Xingye could take the Black Phoenix and breed it into an Imperial beast with dual cultivation of ice and fire? Absolutely not possible. A big shot of Lei Qianzhong's caliber usually rarely said a sentence to death in public. The fact that he dared to say so meant that he had absolute confidence. I can bet my career as a gold medal evolutionist on making this assertion. All purebred Phoenix bloodlines in the world, no matter how they are cultivated, it is impossible to cultivate the attribute of ice and fire dual cultivation. Phoenixes are born as fire and can only be fire. Lei Qianchang's assertion was supported by most of the audience. After all, by looking back at the long history of the past, any phoenix imperial beast, from birth to fall, had never awakened an ice attribute talent. The people's skepticism towards Pei Xingye set the tone for the battle of the heavenly cloud ranking. Friends of the audience, the competition is about to begin. According to the results of the draw, the two sides that will face off in the first match are Chaos Academy, Pei Xingye. His participating imperial beast is the Black Phoenix. Poverty Academy, Lin Chun. His competing beast is the blasted electric griffin. On the large screen, the basic data information of the two imperial beasts was announced. The Black Phoenix's data had long since been no secret. Pei Xingye had been too hot recently, and all the data analysts in the country were analyzing the Black Phoenix. Ancient mythological bloodline, one of the three sacred beasts of the Yanxia Empire. Such an exceedingly strong bloodline would only make people envious and jealous. Luing, please welcome both contestants to the stage. Pei Xingye, dressed in black, walked onto the ring. White hair, red-colored eye pupils. A unique image that exuded a mysterious and unpredictable aura. On the other side of the ring, a man with a few freckles on his side face and narrow eyes appeared. Lin Chun, the strongest freshman of the Poor Man's Academy. As the host whose main task was to hype up the heat, Lu Ying revealed a smile as she watched the fun, her tone meaningful. Viewers, as you all know, student Pei Xingye is this year's national top student. But it's worth mentioning that before the national examination, after a vote by over 100 professional analysts, it was deemed that classmate Lin Chun would be this year's national top student. So this duel is destined to be a tit for tat, and it's bound to be exciting and wonderful. With Lu Ying saying this, along with the audience adding fuel to the fire, even if this was Pei Xingye and Lin Chen's first meeting, the invisible flavor of gunpowder began to spread wildly. Pei Xingye, even though the strength of my imperial beast bloodline isn't as strong as yours, but for a royal beast master, maneuvering and awareness, that's the king. In the next battle, I'll let you know what the ultimate stance is, what the art of pulling is. As Lin Chen's words fell, he opened the imperial seal, and between the electric light and extreme shadows, the summoning spell formation flew out a griffin with a majestic body, the body of a male lion, the plumage of a vulture. Its body was entwined with purple electricity, emitting a piercing chirping cry, and its eyes seemed to be hiding bloodthirsty poisonous hooks. This was Lin Chen's imperial beast, the blasted electricity griffin. Its bloodline quality was legendary, and in terms of bloodline strength alone, it was far inferior to the Black Phoenix. However, in Lin Chen's eyes, he couldn't see a trace of scorn for Pei Xingye, and his chest burned with unwilling anger. If it wasn't for Pei Xingye's appearance, he would have been this year's national scholar. He would have been the center of attention. When he learned that Pei Xingye had killed 100 iron-armored lizards on the national exam, breaking the historical record, his mind went blank and he still couldn't accept this fact. At this moment, the Heavenly Cloud ranking qualifying match was his best chance to prove that he was stronger than Pei Xingye. The referee urged, "Please summon the Imperial Beast, Pei Xingye." Pei Xingye raised his scarlet lips, his voice as eerie and cramped as if it came from hell. Gate of the Underworld, open. The Undead Imperial Beast Master possessed the most impressive summoning special effect in the world, and no one could match it. Above the ring, black mist filled the air. For a moment, ghostly faces danced, and the demons were clamoring. In the depths of the fog, a thick and rotten black stone door opened. In the middle of the stone door, a phoenix, whose body was burning with the fire of the undead and whose clanking black bones were exposed in the air, rushed out. This was the second time that the Black Phoenix was reflected in the eyes of the world after the national examination. As the divine beast descended, the audience discussed endlessly. I have to say, the moment the door to the underworld opened, handsome my face. Everyone looked carefully. The undead fire on the Black Phoenix has indeed weakened so much compared to the time of the national exam. That's right, just as Elder Lei said. This is caused by Pei Xingye feeding the Black Phoenix with ice attribute beast crystals. This idiot really thinks of himself as a gold medal evolutionist, wanting to open up a new evolutionary route? Oh, the Phoenix bloodline, it's simply impossible to have a dual cultivation of ice and fire. Pei Xingye's wrong cultivation method is desecrating the phoenix bloodline and wasting it. The louder the skepticism, the more excited Pei Xingye became. His red pupils were like blood, and his erect pupils were like sharp swords, wanting to cut through the shackles of all worldly conventions. Under the attention of the nation, the referee blew his whistle. The match begins! Chaos Academy Pei Xingye versus Poor Man's Academy Lin Chun. The outcome of this battle was destined to reveal who was the true national champion. Chapter 18. The Art of the Beast, the King's Prejudice. The battle has begun. The first to strike is Lin Chun. So fast. His royal beast is like a bolt of lightning. Above the large ring, the naked eyes of the spectators were unable to capture the body of the blizzard griffin. Everyone could only see a flash of purple lightning that traced an icy residual shadow around the black phoenix. Lei Qianzhong, as the chief judge, analyzed it head-on. The blasted electricity griffin belongs to the electricity attribute imperial beasts, and what it specializes in the most is speed. It possesses extremely high mobility, and all of its skills come with displacement effects. At the same time, the faster it moves, the faster it attacks. Lin Chun pushed his soul power and gave his full attention to maneuvering the blizzard griffin, and with his terrifying movement speed and attack speed, he quickly gained the upper hand. Pei Xingye, this level of shift speed and attack speed is the limit of the blizzard griffin. And I, as a royal beast master, am able to make it surpass its limits. Around Lin Chun, a subtle white cyclone suddenly arose. Immediately afterward, the movement speed of the blizzard griffin instantly doubled. Its performance in the ring was like a bolt of lightning riding on a swift wind, explaining what the true wind speed was. The movement speed of the lightning griffin has suddenly doubled. I almost forgot. Lin Chen's talent is an S-rank talent, Blistering Shadow. The effect of Blast Shadow is a perfect match for the Blast Griffin. On the large screen, the details of this talent were typed out, drawing admiration and emotion from the audience. S-class talent, Blistering Shadow. 1. Significantly increases the movement speed and attack speed of the Imperial Beast. 2. The lower the blood volume of the Imperial Beast, the higher the bonus to movement speed and attack speed. When the Royal Beast Master's talent and the Royal Beast's ability attributes fit perfectly, it will present a 1+12 effect in battle. This is the case with the combination of the S-rank talent, Blast Shadow, and the Blast Griffin. It's not without reason that student Lin Chun was once seen as a popular candidate for the national scholarship. Lei Qianzhong, as the chief judge, was supposed to be objective, but every word he said sounded biased in favor of Lin Chun. Or rather, he had a deep bias against Pei Xingye. This prejudice lay in the way Pei Xingye had cultivated the Black Phoenix. Lei Qianzhong had once done a research project on the Phoenix bloodline, and he and his team, after countless studies, had determined that the Phoenix bloodline was unable to awaken the ice attribute talent. However, Pei Xingye was attempting to cultivate the Black Phoenix into an ice and fire dual cultivation lineage imperial beast, which was equivalent to challenging Lei Qianzhong's authority and smashing Lei Qianzhong's rice bowl. Above the ring, the battle trend was lopsided. Lin Chun was riding the blasted electricity griffin, striking out strong chain attacks, and the spectators' eyes could only see purple electric light and snow-white blasts of wind intertwining and weaving. On the other hand, the Black Phoenix under the control of Pei Xingye was just playing defense, not even hitting a single counterattack, and was in a slightly awkward position. The beautiful host Lu Ying couldn't help but be curious. Master Lei, it's already been 5 minutes since the match started. Why is Pei Xingye's classmate slow to counterattack? Lei Qianzhong stroked his beard and sneered. Counterattack. The movement speed of the Blizzard Griffin is like lightning, and under the mastery of student Lin Chun, the Blizzard Griffin's stance is flexible. The displacement is treacherous, and it's inscrutable. I'm afraid that Pei Xingye's eyes can't even see the body of the Blizzard Griffin. So how could he harness the Black Phoenix to strike a precise counterattack? The Blizzard Griffin's flight speed was comparable to a thunderbolt under the S-class talent, Blizzard Shadow. And not only were human eyes unable to capture its main body, they would also be confused by a realistic residual shadow like a diversionary spell. The movement speed of the Blizzard Griffin is too fast. Pei Xingye doesn't dare to rashly counterattack because he knows that a counterattack will fall short, thus exposing an even bigger hole. But to keep defending is just delaying the loss of the match, and in the end, you'll still lose. So yeah, this national top ranker is watered down. When he meets an opponent who knows stance and pulling, he won't be able to do it. It seems like this guy can only rely on the strength of his Imperial Beast bloodline to play a mano game. Based on the performance in the ring, the audience was getting more and more disappointed in Pei Xingye. Under the ring in the coaching area, Pei Ingru had her arms clasped in front of her chest, without a trace of worry in her eyes. For the past week, Pei Ingru had been playing the role of a chaperone by Pei Xingye's side. She knew what a terrifying operation and awareness her brother possessed. Little knight, next, it's time for you to show off your own beast royalty skills. Pei Ingruo recited silently in her heart, and she had full confidence in her brother. Pei Xingye, is this your true level? Holding an ancient mythological bloodline imperial beast in your hands, yet you don't dare to strike a single counterattack. You disappoint me too much. Lin Chun had thought that this would be an exciting duel, and he had prepared well before the match, but judging by Pei Xingye's current performance, he didn't think that Pei Xingye was worthy of being his opponent at all. Since you're not fighting back, I'll end this uninteresting match as soon as possible. Lin Chun frantically pushed his soul power in an attempt to crush Pei Xingye. The blasted electricity griffin's movement speed and attack speed continued to increase, drawing cheers from the audience. This stance and pull, it's marvelous. So it turns out that the bloodline gap between Imperial Beasts can be compensated for by an Imperial Beastmaster's skillful maneuvers. In terms of the art of royal beasts alone, Pei Xingye is not as good as Lin Chun, who is the true national champion. When the situation was unfavorable, Pei Xingye raised his bloody eyes and violently urged his soul power. The Black Phoenix, which had been silent for 10 minutes, suddenly attacked. The undead fire transformed into a sword-like beam of fire, precisely penetrating the left wing of the blasted electricity griffin. As blood spurted out, the grief-stricken wail of the blizzard griffin resounded above the ring. What? This can't be. The Black Phoenix's unhurried punch hit the blizzard griffin moving at high speed. Oh my god. This scene is unbelievable. The blizzard griffin's movement speed was indiscernible to the naked eye. The Black Phoenix's light normal attack had accurately hit the left wing of the blizzard griffin. Behind this scene that was beyond common perception lay Pei Xingye's extreme maneuvering technique. Lu Ying lost her color. Elder Lei, please explain that one round just now. Lei Qianzhong's face changed drastically, his eyes widening as he stared at Pei Xingye in the ring. In that round just now, Pei Xingye did indeed counterattack successfully, but according to common sense logic, with the Black Phoenix's attack speed, it's simply impossible to capture the Blast Shadow Enchanted Blast Griffin. So there's only one possibility left. Lei Qianzhong had a deep bias against Pei Xingye, but this was the stage of the Heavenly Cloud ranking battle, and he had to analyze it rationally as he faced the national audience. Pei Xingye predicted the movement trajectory of the blasted electricity griffin. The analysis given by Lei Qianzhong caused the entire audience to instantly boil. What? Prejudging? Pei Xingye was able to prejudge the movement trajectory of the blizzard griffin? This is too heaven-defying. How is that possible? It must be a blind cat catching a dead rat. That's right. It must just be a coincidence. In the next second, Pei Xingye used actual actions to ruthlessly punch the live audience in the face. The Black Phoenix raised its voice to the sky and waved its phoenix wings, once again releasing a beam of undead fire that penetrated and scorched the right wing of the blizzard griffin. At this point, the two wings of the blizzard griffin had all suffered heavy damage, and it slammed down in the center of the ring, filling the air with the smell of burnt paste, as well as the pained whimpering of the blizzard griffin. Lin Chun subconsciously took a step back, and for the first time, his resolute face showed shock and panic. He couldn't comprehend the scene in front of him. The greatest advantage of the blizzard griffin was its lightning-fast speed. In conjunction with Lin Chen's S-rank talent, Blast Shadow, it could display a dreamy, ethereal, and dashing stance in battle, thus hitting the limit of pulling away from the enemy as if they were in the middle of a battle. This advantage, however, was gone at this moment. If it was a coincidence the first time, then what about the second time? Since the start of the battle, Pei Xingye had only counterattacked twice, and both counterattacks had hit the enemy's soft underbelly with precision. The wings were the most important tool organs of the flying imperial beasts. At this time, the blasted electricity griffin's wings were severely injured, unable to maintain flight, and it was difficult to even climb up from the ground. The Black Phoenix directly disintegrated the blizzard griffin's fighting ability with only 2 attacks. This was undoubtedly a reflection of the bloodline's excessive strength. But who among the spectators present could follow Pei Xingye's example and directly predict the movement trajectory of the Blizzard Griffin? On the judges' table, Lei Qianzhong's face darkened as he had to re-examine Pei Xingye. Prejudging, it's the usual maneuvering technique used by high-level Imperial Beastmasters in high-end game battles. Or perhaps it's a kind of innate consciousness. Pei Xingye was able to prejudge the movement trajectory of the Blizzard Griffin. On this point alone, he has already surpassed 99.99% of Imperial Beastmasters of the same segment. Lin Chun looked at the collapsed Blizzard Griffin, his brain blank and his eyes blurred. Pei Xingye's prediction meant that Pei Xingye had crushed him with a descending blow at the level of operation and awareness. He couldn't believe this but had to face the cruel reality. Wasn't Lin Chun a genius? Of course he was. In the past year, he was the recognized #1 candidate for the national scholarship. Only in front of Pei Xingye, any genius would be reduced to a background plate. Classmate Lin Chun, still playing with your stance? In a duel between Imperial Beastmasters, any stance pulling would never compare to top-notch prejudgment. Chapter 19 Ice and Fire Dual Cultivation. Birth of the King. Friends of the audience. The battlefield is really changing rapidly. In the past 10 minutes, Pei Xingye was deadlocked by Lin Chun. However, Pei Xingye only launched 2 top-quality pre-judged counterattacks, and then viciously leveled the scales of victory towards himself. This is the gold content of the strongest national scholar ever. The passionate commentary of the beautiful host Lu Ying was more or less colored with some personal emotions. After all, the charm Pei Xingye exuded in the ring simply came with the gift of Chopper Girl. Above the ring, the blasted electricity griffin's wings were seriously injured, which was undoubtedly a fatal blow to a flying Imperial beast. What's more, the Blizzard Griffin was already reliant on high-intensity movement speed, and now that its mobility was severely limited, almost all of its advantages were buried. Lin Chun couldn't wait to gnash his back teeth. He knew how unfavorable the situation was for him, but he didn't want to give up on it. Blizzard Griffin, fly? You can definitely fly. Our game isn't over yet. In this round, we still have a chance to turn the game around. We can't give up. It was undeniable that there was a deep bond between this royal master and his royal beast. Sensing the royal master's strong sense of goodwill and will to never give up, the blasted griffin, undaunted by the crowd's attention, once again flapped its bleeding wings and forced itself to take off. The scene was moving. The audience, too, let out an applause of respect. However, the next scene made Lin Chun feel the fear of being dominated by despair for the first time in his life. Phoenix, the time has come to start your performance. Pei Xingye's tone was like the surface of a lake with no ripples, and the composure he displayed in the ring far exceeded that of all his peers in the world. At this moment, Lei Qianzhong, the chief judge sitting at the judges' table, hadn't yet realized the severity of the problem. Ideas surged wildly and soul power stirred. The red pupil, which was like a blood moon, lit up with a touch of scarlet that haloed the sky. Next, this teenager was clearly about to open up, but he looked as calm and collected as a veteran sailor in the face of a tsunami. With the eruption of soul power, a strong soul resonance arose between master and servant. The black phoenix flew above Pei Xingye's head, unfurling its bone wings that were as sharp as death scythes and emitting a phoenix cry that shook the hearts and souls of the people. All of a sudden, the gloomy wind howled furiously and the temperature plummeted. Hiss, it's so cold. The mineral water in my hand, froze. Isn't this summer? How did the temperature suddenly drop below zero? An eerie chill enveloped the entire Qilin Mountain. The floor of the ring steeply condensed a thick layer of frost. Where exactly did this mysterious and bizarre chill come from? It's the Black Phoenix. Unbelievable. Everyone, look, on top of the Black Phoenix's head, the cold ice crown. The eyes of everyone in the room were deeply attracted by the Black Phoenix's magnificent and handsome stance. Each pair of glaring blood-filled eyes reflected the same shocking scene. Only above the Black Phoenix's head, a crown made of cold ice coalesced, magnificent and splendid, domineering without losing its elegance. And the mysterious coldness that pulled down the temperature of the entire mountain to below 0 degrees was the gasp from the Black Phoenix. Lu Ying nearly lost her expression management and almost dropped her jaw in shock. Black Phoenix awakened the ice talent. At this moment, the temperature around the ring produced a huge drop in ups and downs. The audience's body temperature seemed to switch back and forth between a bitter winter and a furnace. The reason for the anomaly lay in the black phoenix that turned on the mutation. When the black phoenix exhaled, heaven and earth were furnaces. The fire of the undead boiled and burned, and the temperature soared. When the black phoenix inhaled, it was as if it drained all the heat, making the surrounding sky and earth cold, frost and snow flying, making people fall into the ice cellar. Exhale as fire, inhale as ice. Phoenix breathing, ice and fire. Lu Ying completely couldn't care about expression management. Her flowery face twisted and her willow eyebrows trembled. So, Pei Xingye student cultivated the world's first ice and fire dual cultivation phoenix. The black phoenix hovered above the ring, spreading its wings to dominate the sky. The undead fire and undead frost entangled with each other, releasing a pitch-black fog of vapor, shrouding Pei Xingye's upright and standing body in a mysterious black veil. At this moment, how do you define the nation's strongest scholar in history? Pei Xingye's heaven-defying operation, subverting the world's perception, was like dropping a bomb into the audience. Suddenly, the audience exploded. My goodness, ice and fire. Phoenix bloodline to be able to awaken an ice talent? Is this a dream or reality? Didn't Elder Lei say that it's impossible for the Phoenix bloodline to awaken an ice talent? How could? People always have to honestly pay for the words they say, the pussy they've pretended to be. Judge's seat. Lei Qianchong was astonished, his eyes staring like a pair of blood-stained copper bells, his hands shaking as if he had Parkinson's disease. His every move, including the change of expression on his face, was so brilliant.
Impossible.
In the early years, my team and I painstakingly delved into the 3 sacred beast bloodlines. My knowledge of dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns must be the most authoritative in the world. Phoenixes are naturally of fire. It's impossible for them to awaken an ice talent. But this, with the facts in front of them, there was no room for Lei Qianchong to argue. The black phoenix of ice and fire, hovering high in the sky, the intertwined repertoire of undead fire and undead frost, as if for the birth of the king, to dedicate a magnificent and loud salute. Pei Xingye maintained his upright and elegant stance. His pair of red pupils were like bright stars, with an unmistakable edge that no one could block. A scarlet afterglow clearly locked onto the stunned Lei Qianchong. Lei Qianchong's chest trembled, his heartbeat missed a beat, and Pei Xingye's polite greeting came from his ears. Old man, times have changed. My phoenix is the one that can dual cultivate ice and fire. Your knowledge of the phoenix bloodline is less than a millionth of mine. Also, don't forget that I am an undead imperial beastmaster, and my phoenix is an undead phoenix. At this moment, this white-haired, red-pupiled teenager not only dominated the ring, but also trampled under the feet of this highly respected gold medal evolutionist. Coaching area. Pei Yingru's beautiful face was also filled with shock and delight. She looked up at her brother's back, and waves of shock rose within her. In this era, undead imperial beastmasters have declined beyond recognition. That's why people always subconsciously ignore the gold content of the word, undead. Although Lei Qianchong is a gold medal evolutionist, the phoenixes he has studied are all just ordinary phoenixes. The black phoenix, on the other hand, is the world's first undead form phoenix, and the undead attribute is the root cause that stimulates the phoenix to mutate and awaken its ice talent. It's no wonder that, from the very beginning, Little Knight fed the black phoenix the ice attribute beast crystal. So one has to admit that everything is under Little Knight's control. Pei Yingru looked at her brother's back, feeling familiar and strange at the same time. Gradually, Pei Yingru's vision was blurred by rolling hot tears, and vaguely, Pei Xingye's figure gradually overlapped with Pei Chuzheng. Pei Mom, your son is becoming more and more like you. The scarlet will of the old times will surely be passed on by the bloodline. The phoenix breathes, ice and fire mingle. The young man raised his eyes, scarlet as blood. This scene deserves to be immortalized. This picture scroll deserves to be named The Birth of a King. Chapter 20. Reapers Reaping, Undead Decimation's Oppressive Feeling. Hidden Data. Ice Talent Undead Frost. Ways of Awakening. Continuously feeding ice attribute beast crystals, resisting pressure in battle and applying stimulation to physiological functions. Side effect. Weaken the undead flame to a certain extent, slowing down the evolution of the imperial beast. Awakening effect. Dual cultivation of ice and fire, opening up a whole new evolutionary route. further enhancing the comprehensive strength. The data panel of the Black Phoenix had long been publicized to the world. However, the data that people were able to see was just the basic data. Pei Xingye's overwhelming God's hand had read the hidden data within the Black Phoenix the moment it touched it. Therefore, the dual cultivation of ice and fire was not a coincidence, but an inevitability. The audience was abuzz with discussion, and the people who knew better began to line up an apology for Pei Xingye. No wonder he fed the Black Phoenix the ice attribute beast crystals in the beginning. Everything was planned by him. This guy, who cultivated the world's first ice-fire dual cultivation Black Phoenix, slapped Lei Qianzhong's face and ours with practical actions. As it turns out, this wave, we're on the first level, and Pei Xingye is in the atmosphere. The national top student deserves to be the national top student, without a trace of moisture, too dry. I apologize for the extreme remarks I made just now. I also apologize. The live audience had few merits, and being proficient in Sichuan opera face-changing was one of them. At the moment when the Black Phoenix of ice and fire dual cultivation dominated the ring, even Pei Xingye's black powder head had to kneel down and submit, shouting, "Awesome." In fact, the battle wasn't over yet. But what's the difference between that and the end? The severely injured electricity blast griffin was as vulnerable as an ant against the Black Phoenix of ice and fire. Lin Chun was as non-existent as a passerby in front of Pei Xingye. Desperation struck, and Lin Chun was left with only his last ounce of courage. With a fierce face, he roared towards the blizzard griffin. "We can't give up. Fight one last time. Fly. Increase your movement speed. Increase your attack speed." Lin Chun could accept defeat, but he had to burn out his last ounce of soul power. He respected this ring, he respected this duel, and he respected the outrageously powerful opponent in front of him. Lu Ying held the microphone and passionately commentated. "Student Lin Chun hasn't given up yet. In the career field of Imperial Beastmaster, it is often said, when the body reaches its limit, the will lead you to kill. And at this moment, student Lin Chun is still burning his will. However, with the huge gap in strength, the power of will was negligible. The undead frost released by the Black Phoenix shrouded a thick layer of ice crystals over the body of the blizzard griffin. As the cold air entered his body, the blizzard griffin trembled, and his movement speed was once again drastically reduced. The Black Phoenix's awakened ice talent has a powerful slowing effect, which is a dead giveaway to the blizzard griffin. This battle, there's no suspense anymore. Lin Chun has lost. Hearing the audience's comments, Lin Chen's heart was unwilling. He continued to release his soul power, clenched his back teeth, and silently recited in his heart, "My talent is Blast Shadow. The lower the blood level of the Blast Griffin, the higher the movement speed bonus I grant it. This must be able to counteract the slowing effect of Frost Force. I still have a chance to flip the game. I can definitely flip the game." As the Blizzard Griffin's blood level continued to be pressed down, the more powerful the effects of Lin Chen's talent, Blast Shadow, erupted. Gradually, the acceleration of Blight Shadow could almost cancel out the slowing effect of Undead Frost. Just as Lin Chun saw a glimmer of hope for a turnaround, the cruel reality gave him a blow to the head, pushing his soul into the ice abyss of doom. The referee blew the horn for the end of the match. "The match is over. Winner, Chaos Academy Pei Xingye." Lin Chun was dumbfounded. He couldn't accept this result.
No.
"My soul power hasn't burned out yet. My Imperial Beast can still continue to fight." "Referee, why did you blow off the match?" The referee didn't explain, but raised his hand and pointed at the top of the blasted griffin's head. Lin Chun twisted his stiff neck, and the scene that caught his eyes caused his pupils to shrink and shrink. This is Grade E talent, Undead Decimation. At this moment, above the head of the Blizzard Griffin, there was a silhouette of the God of Death suspended. In the God of Death's hand, he was holding a blood-colored scythe with a sharp blade, which was set at the neck of the Blizzard Griffin. The scarlet light bursting from the God of Death's eyes signaled the judgment of the Supreme Command. With just a surge of Pei Xingye's thoughts, the God of Death's scythe would mercilessly harvest the life of the Gale Griffin. That's right, this is the lowest, coldest, and most criticized E-rank talent in this era Undead Decimation. As Undead Beheading descended, there was no need for the match to continue. If it continued, Lin Chen's Imperial Beast would die in the ring, tragically reaped by the God of Death. The point had been made, and the winner had been decided. In the audience, Scarlet Squad leader Situ Shui, her long legs folded, her wasp waist standing upright, maintaining an elegant sitting posture, her gaze calm, murmured softly. When the enemy unit has 10% blood remaining, next attack, trigger Undead Beheading. Undead Decimation ignores all shields and defenses of the enemy unit, and has an absolute determination of 100% hit. This talent, thanks to Pei Xingye, has returned to the top. Just looking at the details of this talent, how powerful, how heaven-defying, and how unreasonable it was. But why, in this day and age, was it defined by the world's eyes as the lowest level E-grade talent? It was simply because of the curse that this talent carried. Everyone knew that an Imperial Beastmaster who awakened the undead talent would suffer from the curse of doom, resulting in a shortened lifespan, usually not living past the age of 20. However, the Black Phoenix that Pei Xingye contracted was a purebred Phoenix bloodline, and came with a passive talent that was immune to all life-affirming curses. In other words, for the undead Imperial Beastmasters in the entire world, the undead lineage talent was indeed the lowest tier talent. But only for Pei Xingye, the undead department talent, one could return to the top, ascend to the top of the world's strongest talent, and recast the glory of 18 years ago. This is undead decimation? It's too shocking. This is the first time I've seen. 10% blood, ignores all shields and defenses, 100% decapitation determination. Is this the strength of the strongest talent 18 years ago? That is to say, in the future, whoever fights Pei Xingye in the ring, the moment they start, their Imperial Beast will first reverse 10% of their blood? Exceeding the standard. Really exceeding the standard. The strength of the Undead Department's talent was evidenced in Pei Xingye's body. The undead Imperial Beastmasters who had experienced the end times for 18 years had once again risen up because of this teenager's sudden emergence. Lu Ying picked up the microphone, her loud voice trembling slightly due to overexcitement. This wonderful duel. It's over. But like my fellow viewers, I'm still reveling in the charm of undead decimation. As long as you're dueling against Pei Xingye, even if the fight hasn't started yet, your Imperial Beast, you'll only have 90% of its blood left. At the judges' table, there was a hot debate. Classmate Pei Xingye, worthy of being the strongest national scholar ever. The mechanism of undead decimation is too overpowered, a talent that will stifle the operational ceiling of many magical beasts on the battlefield. That's right, the Magical Beasts clan has a powerful ability to return blood and a terrifying defense shield. These wraiths can often escape with bloodied and also counterkill our Imperial Beastmasters with bloodied, and undead decimation is an inherent downgraded restraint against them. As long as a beast's blood level drops to 10%, it simply has no chance to maneuver to the limit in front of Pei Xingye, and can only fall under the undead chopper's blade. What an ice and fire dual cultivation! What an undead beheading! Everyone, at this moment, seem to have witnessed an unprecedented genius rising up on the soil of our Yen Xia Empire. Lin Chun stood on the other side of the ring, looking at Pei Xingye with desperate eyes. What a terrifying genius! In the audience, Situ Shui pursed her red lips. A monster genius. My vision was right. Coaching area. Pei Yingruo's eyes were in a trance. My genius brother. Pei's mom. If you're still around, you must be proud of little Knight. Judge's table. Lei Qianchong, who had been tragically hit in the face, spoke from the bottom of his heart. The genius of geniuses. No, the word genius can't even bind this guy anymore. The world is so big that there are a lot of geniuses. In this era of national Imperial Beasts, there is never a lack of passionate, talented teenagers who carry a halo on the stage of human history to achieve some greatness in demon hunting, writing the eulogy of the art of Imperial Beasts. However, there are top scholars every year, but there is only one Pei Xingye. Geniuses emerge like the crucian carp of the river, and heroes come out of the multitudes. So what exactly is this Pei Xingye? Let's put it this way. The geniuses in your eyes just call him a genius. Heaven did not give birth to me, Pei Xingye. The path of the Imperial Beast is like a long night. The story about this red-pupiled teenager has only just begun. As for the follow-up, let's listen to the next breakdown. There is a story. In the future, the storyteller under the flyover rely on Pei Xingye, this 3 words to buy a car, to buy a house, also like a river of carp, endless. Chapter 21, The Unhuman Maiden, Sang Wui. The birth of a king was always accompanied by the fall of the chaperone. Lin Chun, who was once regarded as the #1 candidate for the national scholarship, walked out of the ring with his head hung low, lost in thought. His ears were filled with the audience's praise and cheers for Pei Xingye. In this duel, it was clear that he had also displayed notable strength, as well as the will to fight tenaciously. But in front of absolute talent, none of this was worth mentioning, and no one cared. Lin Chun stopped his steps and looked back at Pei Xingye, who was enjoying the treatment of the stars. For a moment, he was in some kind of trance, as if he was looking up at a mountain that could never be climbed or overturned. Although he had lost the match, Lin Chun was still upset. This was the way of young and energetic teenagers. They couldn't afford to lose and let go. His eyes gradually became bloodshot, his fists clenched, and his teeth clenched. In his eyes, there is jealousy, anger, hatred. At this moment, he swore in his heart that in the future, no matter what price he paid, he would surpass Pei Xingye. Right at this moment, a broad palm rested on Lin Chen's shoulder. Dean. It was an old man with a kind face, slightly hunched. Li Jinyan, the dean of the Poor Man's Academy. Student Lin Chun, I can feel that your body has generated hatred towards student Pei Xingye. Dean, There's no need to feel shame and mortification. It's human nature. Li Jinyan didn't blame Lin Chun for losing the match, nor did he intentionally step on one or the other. He just said something that changed Lin Chen's life in a serious way. Lin Chen, what is your purpose for becoming a royal beast master? Answer me. Dean, I want to hunt more magical beasts and guard the borders of our Yanxia Empire. Li Jinyan nodded in satisfaction and stated in a calm tone. National scholar, top forethought, ice and fire dual cultivation, undead decimation. Without a doubt, Pei Xingye, the genius of geniuses, his radiance is blinding to his peers. In the ring, Pei Xingye was your opponent. You couldn't defeat him, and you felt depressed and bitter about it, and even became jealous and hateful towards him. But 3 years of academy career is like a white horse passing by, and after 3 years on the battlefield, he's not your opponent, but your comrade in arms. Like you, he is an imperial beast master of the Yanxia Empire. Like you, he became an imperial beast master to hunt magic beasts. One day, on the occasion of facing an army of magical beasts, would it be considered a fortunate thing to have such a powerful comrade beside you, guarding our country with you? Lin Chun fell into a stupor, his eyes locking onto Pei Xingye's back once again, his hatred dispersing with it. A few moments later, the blood in Lin Chen's eyes disappeared as his emotions returned to calm. Dean, I've come to my senses. I apologize for the terrible emotions I generated just now. Li Jinyan patted Lin Chen's shoulder once again. Junior, you still have a long way to go. Don't forget that the original purpose of becoming a royal beast master is not to surpass anyone or anything, but to hunt more magical beasts and guard the people you want to guard. In this era, there were always some so-called experts who proposed to abolish the academy school and disband all the imperial beast master academies in the country. They believed that 18-year-olds should be thrown into the brutal battlefield for training, so as to speed up their growth. They believed that imperial beastmaster academies could only produce flowers in a greenhouse. However, those experts didn't understand that the significance of the Royal Beastmaster Academy's existence was not only to teach the children to become qualified Royal Beastmasters, but also to teach them to become a human being who could stand up to the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Li Jinyan's words, coupled with a kind smile, brought a teenager, who was almost blackened, back to the right track of life. Audience. Situ Shui, the captain of the Scarlet Squad, sat with the other 2 members. Qin Yanlin excitedly shouted, "Second Master is awesome." As a social phobic, Huangfu Boyi had a hard time adapting to such a noisy environment, but he still tried his best to clench his fists and murmured in a low voice, Second Master. Win-win, too great." The title Second Master was because Pei Xingye was nominally the second youngest master of the Pei family. As Qin Yanlin cheered, he looked sideways at Situ Shui. "Captain, the second master won the first game. Why are you so calm?" "I knew he would win." This was the reason why Situ Shui was calm. She believed in Pei Xingye unconditionally, even if what Pei Xingye did was an impossible miracle in the eyes of the world. The next matchup is Taotai Academy Sang Wui versus Legend Academy Li Tianqi. In the audience, Situ Shui's expression changed subtly.
Sang Wui.
Her vermilion lips lightly opened as she recited this name. As the captain of the Scarlet Squad, Situ Shui paid extra attention to team member Pei Xingye. That was why she had learned the identity information of the other contestants in advance. According to Situ Shui's investigation, there was indeed some special affinity between Sang Wui and Pei Xingye, and this connection came from the previous generation. Please welcome both players to the stage. The Legend Academy's contestant, Li Tianqi, was also an exceptionally talented young man, but his overall rating was the lowest amongst the 4 contestants. As for Li Tianqi's opponent, Sang Wui, he attracted the attention of the entire audience as soon as he appeared on stage. This young girl is Lord Sang Xian's daughter? That's right, it's her. She directly skipped the national examination and was exceptionally accepted by the Taotai Academy, the number 1 of the 4 great academies. With her strength, defeating Li Tianqi would be as simple as eating and drinking water. Wait, if Sang Wui wins this advancement round, then she and Pei Xingye will be competing for the top spot in this term's Heavenly Cloud ranking. I almost forgot. Pei Xingye is Lord Pei's son, so 18 years ago, strictly speaking, before the Heavenly Star Vortex battle that rewrote the pattern of the world began. The Yanxia Empire had 2 excessively strong divine beast masters, known as the Greatest Generation Twin Masters, and with the strength of the 2 of them, they were able to maintain the comprehensive national strength of the Yanxia Empire on the throne as the top of the 7 countries of the human race. At that time, the Yanxia Empire was in the middle of the sky, and the other 6 countries had to avoid its front. The 2 great masters of the Greatest Generation, as they were called, were Sang Xian, Sang Wui's father, and Pei Chuzhuang, Pei Xingye's mother. The fame of these 2 divine beast masters had swept across the globe, and as a result, within the Yanxia Empire, there was a classic catchphrase, Sang Xian in the north and Pei Chuzhuang in the south. It's no exaggeration to say that these 2 people supported the most glorious era of the Yanxia Empire. And this wisp of splendor was extremely short-lived, just because these 2 people both fell in the Starry Sky Vortex battle 18 years ago. Regarding the cause of death of these 2 people, both belong to the country's top secret and have never been publicized. At this moment, Pei Xingye temporarily returned to the audience, and the Scarlet Squad foursome sat together. Qin Yanlin first congratulated Pei Xingye for his first victory, and then immediately lowered his voice and asked, "Second Master, do you think Sang Wui is pretty, or our captain?" Although Qin Yanlin lowered his voice, Situ Shui's ears weren't long for nothing. Her gaze, naturally, landed on Pei Xingye's body. In the ring, Sang Wui's long silver hair danced in the wind, and her delicate figure was wrapped in a slim-style light ice blue dress. This was a cold type of beautiful young girl. You couldn't see a single fluctuation of human feelings in her watery eyes. At the same time, her temperament was vastly different from girls her age. In her body, you can feel the primitive wildness, which is an aura that can awaken the root of fear in human genes. Pei Xingye glanced at Sang Wui and then back to Situ Shui. These 2 belong to different types of beauty. In fact, there is no way to compare. Qin Yanlin watched to see what was going on. "Second Master? Quickly say it. Who's actually prettier?" Situ Shui also stared at Pei Xingye, seemingly expecting Pei Xingye's answer. Pei Xingye's forehead broke out into a cold sweat, and after holding his tongue, he spoke, "I'm a face-blind person. I can't tell who's pretty. Second Master, if you were to marry one of them as your wife, who would you choose?" At this moment, Pei Xingye already had a murderous intent towards Qin Yanlin, but he was not in a good position to snap, and could only say stiffly, "I'm not interested in women, and women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Without a woman in his heart, drawing the sword is naturally divine." Situ Shui coldly hummed. "It seems that our second Master Pei has long since seen through the red dust and strife. Admire, admire na. Captain, you're actually very pretty today. So I wasn't pretty yesterday? Ahem. Forget I said it, watch the game." Pei Xingye's lips twitched as he whispered in his heart, "Women na. The most difficult to serve creatures in the world, even more terrifying than magical beasts." Chapter 22 Demigod Bloodline, Giant System Royal Beast. Above the ring, the referee blew the whistle for the start of the match. The match between Taotai Academy's Sang Wui and Legendary Beast Academy's Li Tianqi took place. Both of them opened their royal seals at the same time, summoning their respective imperial beasts. Li Tianqi's royal beast was a scorpion covered in venom, which crawled out from the summoning formation, its sharp tail stinger dragging the earth and raising a cloud of wind and sand wrapped in poisonous miasma. Lu Ying once again gripped the microphone and explained the details of this imperial beast for the audience. Desert poison scorpion, juvenile body second stage, legendary quality bloodline, possessing both the sand attribute and the poison attribute, a standard dual element imperial beast. This imperial beast's strong point lies in the fact that it can inflict sustained hardened poison damage on enemies in battle, and the effect of the toxin can be stacked in layers up to 7. With the power of 7 layers of toxins, it only takes a second to poison an iron-armored lizard. In the audience, the Scarlet Squad quartet watched this duel together. Situ Shui asked with a sideways glance, "What do you think about the desert poison scorpion?" Pei Xingye cupped his chin with one hand and analyzed rationally. "There's one thing to say, Li Tianji's imperial beasts aren't low, whether it's their bloodline or their operational ceiling. Moreover, Li Tianji's talent is an S-rank talent, reversal. And the desert poison scorpion will cause toxins stacking on the enemy regardless of whether it's actively attacking or passively taking a beating. Only." Pei Xingye's analysis came to an abrupt end, simply because he was deeply touched by the imperial beast summoned by Sang Wui. The large ring shook violently. Hot steam filled the audience's eyes, and the entire mountain seemed to be soaking in earth, embracing magma as if it was hot and boiling. In the depths of the pitch-black flames, a stout and gigantic figure rose up from the ground. The entire audience made a simultaneous movement of looking up, as this imperial beast's physique was extremely exaggerated. The world's only demigod bloodline, a giant lineage imperial beast, 100 times heard. This is the ghost cry giant summoned by Sang Wui. It's clearly written in the textbooks that giant lineage imperial beasts are the largest imperial beasts, but only by seeing it with your own eyes can you feel what it is to be a giant. In the center of the ring, a giant with black ghost fire burning all over its body appeared. All of the skin on its body burned away, directly exposing blood-red muscle fibers, profoundly interpreting the smooth lines of violent aesthetics. With its long black hair, it could only cover half of its face, and the other half of its exposed side face looked like the skull of a skeleton, eerie and overbearing. How exaggerated was the physique of this giant-type imperial beast. As a fellow juvenile, its size and tonnage and other stats were a cut above Pei Xingye's Black Phoenix. In this era of universal imperial beasts, whether it was an imperial beast or a magical beast, they were all circled within the 9 bloodline sequences: ordinary, extraordinary, rare, epic, legendary, demigod, mythic, ancient mythic, or ultra-ancient mythic. Dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns, the bloodlines of these 3 major races, belonged to the same ancient mythological bloodline. However, their physiques were no match for the giants of the demigod bloodline. Analyzing from this perspective, the secrets hidden in the giant lineage imperial beasts didn't seem to be any less than the secrets in the 3 holy beasts. Audience. Everyone was exclaiming in astonishment, immersed in the shock of admiring the ghost-sobbing giant, except for the white-haired, red-pupiled teenager beside Situ Shui, who appeared to be having some special physiological reactions. Situ Shui saw very clearly. When Sang Wui summoned the ghost-weeping giant to the stage at the moment, Pei Xingye's skin became as red as blood. Sitting beside Pei Xingye, Situ Shui felt Pei Xingye's body burning madly, even affecting the surrounding temperature. The depths of his red pupils set off wild waves. "What's wrong with you?" I'm fine." Pei Xingye was pulled back into his thoughts by Situ Shui's voice, and secretly said in his heart, "Why is it that when I see a giant-type imperial beast, the blood in my body boils? It's even hard to keep control of my sanity." Among the 9 major bloodlines, there was only one type of imperial beast under the classification of demigod bloodline, and that was the giant-type imperial beast. In other words, if the giant lineage imperial beasts became extinct, then the demigod bloodline would completely disappear, and the 9 major bloodline sequence could be changed to an 8 major bloodline sequence. In this world, when a thing, regardless of its strength or weakness, can be called unique, then behind it, there must be hidden unknown wonders. This is the first time Pei Xingye met the giant system imperial beast. He produced a special physiological reaction, is uncontrollable, is engraved in the bloodline gene instinctive reaction. However, as of now, Pei Xingye knew very little about the giant-type imperial beasts. Is there a possibility that the giant lineage imperial beasts of the demigod bloodline are also related to that great battle of the celestial star vortex where Old Mom fell?
Pei Xingye, Pei Xingye's son.
Sang Wui, Sang Xian's daughter. 18 years ago, The peerless duo fell at the same time in the Heavenly Star Vortex battle where information was unknown. Now, 18 years later, their descendants, just as they were back then, had created a close bond. Pei Xingye inherited Pei Chuzhan's will and became an undead imperial beastmaster. Sang Wui had also inherited Sang Xian's talent and contracted a giant imperial beast of demigod bloodline. At this moment, on the large screen, the Ghost Weeping Giant's basic data panel was typed out, stunning the entire audience. Imperial beast name, Ghost Weeping Giant. Level, juvenile 2nd stage. Bloodline, demigod bloodline. Attributes, giant plus Shura. Talent 1, Giant's Heart additional life value bonus, with a blood quantity far higher than that of Imperial Beast's wraiths of the same level. Talent 2, Shura power, one of the 6 Dao powers. Probability triggers a bludgeoning effect after any attack and skill hits the enemy. Bludgeoning multiplier is capped at a maximum of 8 times. Talent 3, Ghostly Flames, black flames capable of inflicting sustained burning damage to enemies. Power can also be attached to a bludgeoning effect. Skill 1, Giant's Hammer, put your hands together in the shape of a giant hammer and slam it down from a high altitude, dealing 100% triple bludgeoning damage to the enemy, with an additional 3-second stun and knockback effect. Skill 2, Blood Rage Battle Roar, consume 10% of your own blood, emit the highest decibel roar, inflicting soul shock on the enemy, weakening the enemy's attack and defense. Skill 3, God from the Sky, with powerful bouncing power, leaps and flies up, using its own weight, creating a wide range of impacts on enemy units, triggering 100% 8x bludgeoning damage. Pei Xingye carefully browsed through this data panel, his heart suspicious. A demigod bloodline that possesses such a superb data panel? Among the 9 major bloodline sequences, the demigod bloodline ranked after the mythic bloodline. And the Black Phoenix was an ancient mythic bloodline, which was equivalent to being 2 tiers higher than the demigod bloodline. However, if one only looked at the basic data panel, the Ghost Weeping Giant wasn't too much inferior to the Black Phoenix, which was a mystery that Pei Xingye couldn't solve at the moment. I have to find a chance to find out the hidden stats of the giant-type Imperial Beast. Pei Xingye's overwhelming God's hand was dumbfounded. He needed an opportunity to touch the Ghost Weeping Giant with his fingertips. Chapter 23, Pei Xingye vs. Sang Wui. The match began. The pressure Li Tianji was under was the first lesson in his life's transformation. When facing Sang Wui, any Imperial Beastmaster of the same level would have the physiological instinct of having their hairs stand on end or their souls tremble. Because Sang Wui's aura was not like a human. The primitive wildness emanating from her body was like a fierce beast from the ancient times. The clash of eyes in a duel between an Imperial Beastmaster and an Imperial Beastmaster was usually the winner or loser of the match. Li Tianji didn't even dare to look directly into Sang Wui's eyes, as fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Should I make the first move or not? Or wait for the opponent to reveal a break by defending and waiting for him to attack? Hesitation was a major taboo on the battlefield. Hesitation leads to defeat, and Li Tianji made an irreversible mistake in the opening round. He hesitated for just a second, and Sang Wui had already activated his soul power. The Ghost Weeping Giant's pace shook the ground, and Pei Xingye was surprised. He didn't expect this type of giant-type royal beast, with the largest physique in the world, to move more nimbly than some of the wind and electricity attribute royal beasts. In an instant, the Ghost Weeping Giant grasped the scorpion tail of the Desert Poison Scorpion with one hand. The terrifying giant's strength forced the Desert Poison Scorpion to let out a painful hiss, and the sound of its tailbone breaking was crisp and ear-piercing. Li Tianji's mind was flustered, but he was at least the pride of this class of freshmen at the Blockhead Academy, and he quickly adjusted his emotions and released a steady stream of soul power. At the same time, his S-rank talent, Reversal, also began to fire steadily. Lu Ying's brows were furrowed, and the tone of her commentary was just as wary as the audience. Sang Wui grabbed the lead, and Desert Poison Scorpion tragically suffered a one-handed grip from Ghost Sobbing Giant, exerting absolute control. But this battle won't end so easily. Desert Poison Scorpion's venom, coupled with Li Tianji's Reversal talent, can counter the Ghost Sobbing Giant to a certain extent. Desert Poison Scorpion is starting to stack up its toxin layers. The Desert Poison Scorpion released sticky green venom all over its body, and Li Tianji clenched his teeth to maximize the effect of Counter Devour. The Ghost Weeping Giant's palm clearly showed signs of poisoning, and the original bright red blood in the blood vessels of the entire arm's ripples were infected by the toxin, turning into a shocking purple-green color. The toxin layers stacked up quickly, reaching 7 layers. With 7 layers of toxin, it only took a second to clear the blood bar of an iron-armored lizard. But 10 seconds passed, and the ghostly giant didn't seem to be affected in the slightest. How can this be? Li Tianji was completely flustered. The 7 layers of toxins were Li Tianji's bottom card. The judge's table. Lei Qianzhong narrowed his eyes and analyzed in a deep voice. There's no doubt that the sustained damage dealt by the desert poison scorpion to the ghost weeping giant isn't actually low. But the problem is that the ghost weeping giant's bloodstripe is the thickest amongst all the imperial beasts and magical beasts of the same segment. Audience seat. Pei Xingye was also carefully analyzing this duel. The extra life value bonus of the giant-type imperial beasts is indeed over the top. Situ Shui spat from the sidelines. So the nirvana power of your family's phoenix bloodline isn't over the limit? You have the nerve to say that people exceed the standard. Pei Xingye watched the match carefully and came to a conclusion. Desert poison scorpion's 7 layers of toxins belongs to persistent consumable damage and doesn't have a high burst. This will be deadlocked by ghost sobbing giant's super thick blood strip, and without any surprises, the match will end in 3 seconds. For the next 3 seconds, the story went exactly according to the script Pei Xingye had spoken. Sang Wui once again urged his soul power, and the ghost weeping giant held the desert scorpion's tail stinger in his hand, continuously pounding towards the ring floor. The sound of clang, clang, clang shook the eardrums of the entire audience. 3 seconds later, Desert Scorpion was thrown to the ground, with multiple fractures and internal bruises, completely losing his ability to fight. The referee shouted, "The match is over! Winner, Taotai Academy, Sang Wui." Li Tianji lost the match without a trace of temper. He knew that the gap between himself and Sang Wui was not just half a star. This duel lasted less than a minute overall. Lu Ying lamented, "A naked crushing game." Lei Qianchong revealed an appreciative look. Sang Wui's ghost weeping giant, with its ultra-thick bloodstripe, is the least afraid of sustained consumption-type opponents, and only a high amount of burst damage can pose some threat to it. But then, Sang Wui's SS-ranked talent Rage is currently unused. Of the 4 players participating in the Heavenly Cloud ranking qualifying tournament this time around, only Sang Wui possessed a double S-ranked Imperial Beastmaster talent. Of course, Pei Xingye's Undead Decimation was defined as an E-rank talent in this era. But after all, it was once considered an SSS rank talent when it was glorious. That was why the next matchup was the craziest battle of the tournament. Friends of the audience. Next up is the showdown for the top of the Heavenly Cloud ranking. Taotai Academy Sang Wui versus Chaos Academy Pei Xingye. Please take a moment to prepare both players. The match will be played in 10 minutes. Before the match begins, I would like to invite the chief judge, Lei Qianzhong, to analyze this pinnacle matchup. Lu Ying passed the microphone to Lei Qianzhong's mouth and asked with a smile, "Elder Lei, who do you think will win this duel?" Lei Qianzhong showed a bitter smile on his face. After the punch in the face just now, his tone of voice was now not so arrogant. Instead, he became rational and objective. Truly speaking, in this duel, Sang Wui and Pei Xingye, anyone has the possibility of winning. Analyzing from the strength of the Imperial Beast bloodline, the Ghost Weeping Giant is inferior to the Black Phoenix. There's no doubt about it. But the higher the strength of the Imperial Beast bloodline, the greater the consumption of soul power for the Imperial Beast Master. If Pei Xingye can't take the victory within 5 minutes, then the odds are that he'll lose to Sang Wui. On the contrary, Sang Wui will only be able to enter his comfort zone by dragging this duel into a protracted battle after 5 minutes. Lu Ying smiled and teased. Elder Lei actually analyzed the 2 players in such an objective and cautious manner. This is not your style. Lei Qianchong laughed harder than he cried. It's not like I was scared of being hit in the face. To know. The next few days. Lei Qianchong continuous nightmares. Dreams are full of ice and fire dual cultivation of the phoenix around him fly. 10 minutes later, the match was about to begin. Sang Wui and Pei Xingye took the stage at the same time. The audience set off a fervor as everyone scrambled to discuss and express their own opinions. The battle for the top of the Heavenly Cloud ranking. This battle is bound to be exciting and thrilling. Who do you think will win? I'm going to press a hand on Pei Xingye. I think Black Phoenix is superb compared to Ghost Cry Giant. I think Sang Wui can win, because as long as he lasts 5 minutes and fights a protracted battle, Pei Xingye's soul power will definitely dry up first. Above the ring, the 2 youngest heavenly talents of the new era dueled powerfully. This guy, among his peers, is the first one who dares to look directly at me. This woman's aura. She really doesn't look like a human. Pei Xingye and Sang Wui stared at each other across the sky, which would always make some of the veteran Imperial Beastmasters who had experienced the old era recall the greatest generation twins of that year and today. At their peaks, who was more powerful, Pei Chuzhuang or Sang Xian? There was no answer to this question, as the two had never sparred. But at this moment, their offspring stood in the ring of the battle for the top spot on the Heavenly Cloud ranking. Their bloodline inheritance would be decided in this battle. Chapter 24. Pei Xingye goes against the wind. The referee blows his whistle. The match has officially begun. For this duel, the two choose to strike at the same time. In a battle between Imperial Beastmasters, the first turn of the opening round was crucial. Some people like to take the lead and thus strike first. Some people were good at passive defense, waiting for their enemies to reveal their cracks by defending and waiting for them to attack. Pei Xingye and Sang Wui, on the other hand, both chose the former. This meant that the two Imperial Beasts in the ring launched their skills at the same time. In the previous round against Lin Chen, Pei Xingye had won easily, and the Black Phoenix hadn't even released a single skill. But in this duel, the moment Pei Xingye activated his soul power, the Black Phoenix directly launched its simple and brutal signature skill, Phoenix Slash, towards the ghost sobbing giant. Phoenix Wings Cross, releasing a cross-shaped chop. This was the definition of the Phoenix Slash. This skill was the killer weapon of the purebred Phoenix-type Imperial Beasts, and possessed terrifying explosive damage. At the same time, Sang Wui unleashed his soul power, and the ghost weeping giant stomped on the ring floor in place, tearing up the ground, and his burning throat let out a roar that shattered the clouds in the sky. Falling Phoenix Slash versus Blood Rage Battle Roar. What? The ghost weeping giant unleashed the Blood Rage Battle Roar 3 times in a row. Sang Wui's maneuver is too bold. Blood Rage Battle Roar consumes 10% of one's own blood and emits a roar of the highest decibel, inflicting soul shock on the enemy and weakening the enemy's attack and defense. This was the core battle technique of the giant system Royal Beast, and every release meant that the ghost weeping giant consumed 10% of its own blood. However, this was only the first round of the duel between the two sides, and Sang Wui harnessed the ghost weeping giant to release the Blood Rage Battle Roar 3 times in a row. In the eyes of the spectators, such an extremely risky maneuver was overly exaggerated. Above the ring, thick smoke rolled. The emerald green undead fire and the black as ink ghost weeping flame intertwined and collided, producing continuous explosions. When the smoke gradually dispersed, the ghost sobbing giant was reintroduced into the crowd's field of vision. The ghost weeping giant clearly ate the damage from the falling Phoenix Slash, but it can still move normally. The power of the falling Phoenix Chop is lower than we thought. Outsiders looked at the scene, but insiders looked at the doorway. The judge's table. Lei Qianchong revealed a shocked expression and became emotional, speeding up his speech to analyze the battle. In the first round of the duel just now, Sang Wui's operational details pulled out all the stops. She is well aware that the ghost weeping giant's bloodline strength is inferior compared to the Black Phoenix. That's why she chose to open the game by having the ghost sobbing giant release Blood Rage Battle Roar 3 times in a row, even if it consumed 30% of her own blood, in order to achieve the goal of weakening the Black Phoenix's explosive attacks. Audience seat. Situ Shui's gaze moved back and forth between Pei Xingye and Sang Wui as she murmured to herself. In the opening first round, both sides' thoughts were clear. Pei Xingye wanted to utilize the Black Phoenix's advantage of its ultra-high burst attack value, attempting to directly strike a suppression effect with a falling Phoenix Slash. Sang Wui's thought process, on the other hand, was to use 30% of the ghost weeping giant's blood at the cost of weakening the Black Phoenix's burst attacks in an attempt to prolong the game and drag it into a protracted battle, so that the advantage would return to her hands. Qin Yanlin staggered with emotion. Tsk tisk? It's only the first round, and both sides are starting to spell out details? It's so exciting. In the next battle, the giant and the phoenix's pulling and sparring shook the entire arena. In an instant, they fought each other at close range, with the phoenix's black bones colliding violently with the giant's iron fist, setting off ripples of whistling air currents. In a flash, both sides pull away, the fire of the undead and the flame of the ghosts entangled in the air, triggering a deafening explosion. The match was so exciting that the entire audience held their breath and stared intently at the ring where the smoke was churning. Lei Qianchong gripped the microphone, his voice trembling. Although the ghost weeping giant's blood percentage is suppressed, its blood bar is thick enough that the Black Phoenix's attacks are unable to deal burst damage, and it's not much of a threat to the ghost weeping giant. As the length of the duel increases, the battle will only be unfavorable to Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye needs to break the game. Red pupils flashing. Pei Xingye let out a bass tone that was like a death judgment, bearing Phoenix Call. The black phoenix soared into the sky, sending out an angry roar towards the ghost weeping giant in a stance that overlooked everything. The entire audience covered their ears, feeling like their internal organs were going to be shattered. Under the shroud of the hegemonic phoenix roar, the red light shining on the ghost sobbing giant's body instantly dimmed, weakening its aura by 2/3. Lei Qianzhong quickly explained. Hegemonic Phoenix Call. The phoenix-type royal beast emits a powerful sound wave, shocking the enemy with a roar, manifesting bloodline suppression, and inflicting negative statuses such as fear, dizziness, and weakness on the enemy. It can be seen that under the suppression of the overwhelming phoenix roar, the ghost weeping giant has already suffered a brief moment of vertigo, and its mental state has become weak. This is the overpowering strength of the ancient mythical bloodline. As soon as the hegemonic phoenix song came out, the bloodline suppression materialized. No matter what, the ancient mythical bloodline was ultimately 2 tiers higher than the demigod bloodline. Luing marveled. The power of the Baja Phoenix song directly disintegrated the ghost weeping giant's previous 3 consecutive releases of the Blood Rage Battle Roar, and Pei Xingye regained the advantage. Lei Qianzhong shook his head gravely and said in a deep voice, "No." Pei Xingye's maneuver was also risky. The Bearing Phoenix Call does, indeed, directly disintegrate the effect of the Blood Rage Battle Roar, and it creates a huge mental oppression on the ghost sobbing giant. But this skill, Bearing Phoenix Call, consumes the soul power of the Imperial Beastmaster by a percentage. This move, Bearing Phoenix Call, directly consumed 50% of Pei Xingye's soul power. Regardless of how high Pei Xingye's soul power concentration was, once the Bearing Phoenix song was released, it would consume half of his soul power. Lei Qianzhong continued his analysis. So in this duel, both players are competing in the details. They dared to perform bold and crazy maneuvers. Their strategic choices are risky yet decisive, meaning that they have absolute confidence in their operations and awareness. Regardless of whether they win or lose, they are the strongest first-ranked Imperial Beastmasters in the Yen Xia Empire. Their talent is the future hope of the Yen Xia Empire. The talent Pei Xingye and Sang Wui displayed was beyond the reach of their peers, just like their mother and father who once amazed the entire era. Although the Bastard Phoenix song consumed 50% of Pei Xingye's soul power, he reclaimed the advantage. When the Black Phoenix followed Pei Xingye's will and once again staged the Falling Phoenix Slash, Sang Wui didn't dare to slack off and directly ordered the Ghost Weeping Giant to perform a flexible stance to avoid it. The Ghost Weeping Giant did not have the Blood Fury Battle Cries boost, and the Falling Phoenix Chop could deal a terrifying burst of damage as long as it hit the Ghost Weeping Giant. This was something that Sang Wui couldn't accept. With the bloodline gap, she had no margin for error. However, the first chop fell short. At this moment, the audience had yet to realize the problem. Although the Ghost Weeping Giant has a huge body, its stance is so agile. The second chop fell short. Dodged again? So lucky. Third chop, still falling short. Pei Xingye regained the advantage after the Bastard Phoenix sound. But the Black Phoenix had 3 consecutive Falling Phoenix slashes, all of which fell short, not even touching a strand of the Ghost Weeping Giant's hair. The situation has changed again. 3 consecutive empty moves on Pei Xingye's side, and the situation is once again making tumbling waves. Luing once again asked, "Master Lei, doesn't Pei Xingye know how to predict the enemy's movement trajectory? So why did the Falling Phoenix chop fall short 3 times in a row?" Lei Qianzhong's pupils quaked. There's only one answer. Sang Wui, prejudging Pei Xingye's prejudgment. The moment these words came out, the entire arena stirred. What? She prejudged Pei Xingye's prejudgment. This woman's battle sense is also too terrifying. A duel between genius monsters. It's so incomparably exciting. It looks like Pei Xingye is going to have a headwind. During the battle, Sang Wui's eyes, which were filled with wild power, stared dead on at Pei Xingye's red pupils. That's right. She was reading Pei Xingye's eyes, and based on the movement of Pei Xingye's pupils, she accurately guessed Pei Xingye's heart, thus predicting Pei Xingye's prediction. Sang Wui's maneuver drew cheers and thunderous applause from the entire audience. Qin Yanlin and Huang Fuboyi's hearts were in their throats, both of them secretly sweating for Pei Xingye on the stage. "Captain, The situation isn't good. The second master seems to be going against the wind. What's the point of panicking from what I know about him? He's a monster who is strong when he meets strength and has an unknown strength in battle. It's his moment to perform next. It had to be said that Situ Shue's description of Pei Xingye was very accurate. Chapter 25. My operation. Above you, the Black Phoenix failed to hit its target with 3 consecutive releases of the Falling Phoenix Slash, which caused Pei Xingye to waste a large amount of soul power for nothing. At this point, the battle length of this duel had already exceeded 10 minutes. Sang Wui activated his soul power and harnessed the Ghost Weeping Giant to launch a frantic counterattack. Both sides once again staged duels and pulls, presenting the audience with a thrilling visual feast. The swinging and charging of the giant royal beast displayed the violent aesthetics full of primitive wildness to the fullest. The Phoenix bloodline with ice and fire dual cultivation and undead power remained unreasonable, forcibly interrupting the opponent's moves many times, demonstrating the strength of the bloodline and interpreting the power of the 3 sacred beasts. This battle has entered a white-hot tug of war. It looks like both sides are evenly matched, but in reality, the situation is unfavorable to Pei Xingye, because a protracted battle is Sang Wui's comfort zone. Lu Ying's brows furrowed. In her opinion, Pei Xingye was most likely going to lose this match. Both equally being first-rank Imperial Beast Masters, the higher the bloodline strength of the Imperial Beast they harnessed, the greater the consumption of their own soul power and vital energy, and the shorter their endurance. Simply put, the longer this battle went on, the greater the chance of Sang Wui winning. Just at the moment when the balance of victory was tilted towards Sang Wui, Pei Xingye's red pupil lit up with a sharp, cold aura. Miso. Amidst the thick smoke, a nirvana fire beam that appeared in the shape of a cross struck the Ghost Weeping Giant's chest with a loud bang. Falling Phoenix Slash. It hit. Tisk TSK. It's true that once it hits, it will deal super high burst damage. The Ghost Sobbing Giant can't carry it at all. The strength of the Phoenix bloodline, after all, is right here. One move, just one move. The Ghost Weeping Giant roared to one knee and looked up to the sky, letting out a hiss of pain. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. In full view of everyone, the Ghost Sobbing Giant's chest exposed a bone-deep cross-shaped burning wound. Deep within the wound, blood gushed wildly. And as the burning damage from the undead fire continued to apply pressure, the Ghost Sobbing Giant's expression grimaced as his hunched body fell into a brief period of stiffness and dizziness. How can? At the bottom of Sang Wui's eyes, an astonished elixir surfaced. This was the first time since she had stepped into the ring that she had produced such strong emotional fluctuations. She couldn't comprehend Pei Xingye's weird maneuver just now, and her eyes showed deep confusion. Lu Ying was particularly excited. It hit. This time, the Phoenix Slash finally hits the Ghost Cry Giant. In the audience, everyone was shocked by the explosive damage of the Phoenix Slash, but at the same time, they all revealed a confused expression. Wait, wasn't Sang Wui able to predict Pei Xingye's prediction? So why didn't he manage to dodge this time's Falling Phoenix Slash? The Falling Phoenix Chop just now, it seems a bit strange. Where is it strange? Everyone, look at the big screen. There's slow replay footage. The judge's table. Lei Qianchong's eyes almost stared out in amazement. Unbelievable, unbelievable. The Falling Phoenix Chop released by the Black Phoenix just now. There was actually no skill forward swing. What? No skill forward swing. That is not. 0 frame start. I'm going to go, a first order Imperial Beastmaster, playing on 0 frame starting hand? Is Pei Xingye crazy? Or is this world crazy? Pei Xingye's divine operation directly subverted the world's perception of first order Imperial Beastmaster. Generally speaking, when any Imperial Beast releases a skill, there will be a skill forward swing and skill backward swing, which is also known as the staging action and the closing action. This was a part of the game that lower-ranked Imperial Beastmasters could not control. Only those high-ranked Imperial Beastmasters who have reached the 7th rank or above are able to rely on their rich combat experience and strong concentration of soul power to help the Imperial Beasts reduce the duration of the forward and backward shaking of their skills, and even achieve the so-called 0 frame start. However, the Pei Xingye in the ring was only a freshly minted first-rank Imperial Beastmaster. The juvenile-level Black Phoenix didn't have much battle experience to speak of either, but the mysterious coordination between master and servant had struck the 0 frame starting Falling Phoenix Slash. How on earth did Pei Xingye do that? This was the question mark in everyone's mind at the moment. Lei Qianzhong repeatedly watched the replay footage and finally realized the clue, feeling creeped out and goosebumps crawling on his arms. So that's how it is. I see. Lei Qianzhong raised his trembling hands to grip the microphone tightly, his face red and warm from his emotions. Viewers, the skill-forward swing of the falling phoenix slash is the phoenix wings of the black phoenix, making a cross-crossing motion in front of its chest. But don't forget, everyone, when the black phoenix is in a defensive stance, it's the same movement. That is to say, when the black phoenix and the ghost weeping giant were staging a lightning-fast attack and defense battle, the black phoenix could have taken the opportunity to finish storing up the power of the falling phoenix slash skill in one of its defenses, but Pei Xingye chose to temporarily store this power and not release it. Waiting until the moment when the opponent lets his guard down, he will instantly strike out the power-stored falling phoenix slash. The audience let out a fervent murmur of sudden realization. Sneakily completing the skill build-up with the help of a defense round? Holy, such detail. Pei Xingye is really detailed. With the falling phoenix slash that's built up in advance, the skill's forward swing is naturally cancelled when it's released. The person who came up with this maneuver is a ing genius. Nonsense. This genius is the strongest national scholar in history. I see. This is the mystery of Pei Xingye's zero-frame start. The battle wasn't over yet. As Sang Wui attempted to counterattack, she stared dead-on at Pei Xingye's red pupils, trying to anticipate Pei Xingye's prediction. Miso. A bit of cold aura arrived first, followed by flames burning the sky. Another zero-frame starting falling phoenix chop. The ghost sobbing giant couldn't avoid it, and once again ate the full amount of falling phoenix chop's super explosive damage. Poof! The ghost sobbing giant spat out blood, and his one-knee kneeling stance turned into a double-knee kneeling stance, looking even more lousy than a moment ago. 2 consecutive falling phoenix slash hits. This damage, it's too much. It looks like the ghost cry giant's blood level is approaching 10%. As long as it reaches 10%, it's Pei Xingye's decimation line. The horror of the undead decimation talent would always make the world's blood boil at such moments, while causing the enemy to feel fear and despair. Lei Qianzhong wiped away the sweat on his forehead and continued his analysis. The most terrifying thing about Pei Xingye's zero-frame start is that even if you see through the principle of it, you can't defend against it, because you don't know exactly in which defense the Black Phoenix finished storing up the power of the falling Phoenix slash. At the same time, you also don't know at which instant he would choose to order the Black Phoenix to strike the falling Phoenix slash. Sang Wui-san possesses a strong ability to anticipate, but she will never be able to anticipate zero frames starting falling Phoenix slash. As the match goes on, we have to admit that Pei Xingye's operation is above her. In the development of the Beastmaster profession to this day, hundreds of different operations have been developed in terms of skill, technique, coordination, and awareness. This was the essence of the human Beastmaster civilization. In this year's Heavenly Cloud ranking match, all 4 players had displayed different maneuvers, whether it's top-notch anticipation or body shifts. But these were all younger brothers in front of zero-frame starter. Zero-frame starting hand, genius operation, King's maneuver. At this moment, Pei Xingye, still only 18 years old, but has already shown the potential to achieve a generation of Method of the Great Emperor. Chapter 26. Dragon, Phoenix, Kirin, Giant, the center of the ring. The ghost weeping giant was kneeling on both knees, in agony, and could only let out a sad moan. Above its head, the Black Phoenix hovered with its wings spread out, its undead power like a spring. Along with every breath of the phoenix that shook the mountains and rivers, it released undead ripples of ice and fire that pressed down on the ghost-weeping giant, making it impossible for it to lift its head. Suffering from 2 consecutive zero-frame starting phoenix slashes, even if the ghost-sobbing giant's bloodline was thicker, it was still at the end of its rope at the moment. Sang Wui, the usually cold and frosty girl, finally showed flustered mood swings on her face at this moment. She knew clearly that the ghost-sobbing giant's blood level was getting closer and closer to 10%. Once the blood level touched 10%, it was the Black Phoenix's decapitation line. The oppressive feeling of the undead decimation talent followed. The judge's table. Lei Qianzhong let out a long sigh and lamented. It looks like the winner of this pinnacle duel is destined to be Pei Xingye. The audience chimed in. Zero-frame start, this kind of imperial beast art that doesn't belong in this segment, was used by Pei Xingye, and Sang Wui naturally had no power to fight. It's only a matter of time before the Ghost Weeping Giant's blood level drops to 10%. Sang Wui will hold out for a maximum of 10 seconds before he loses to Pei Xingye. The battle is going to end. However, this duel, the reason why it would be able to go down in history in the future, and be enjoyed and talked about 100 times by the people of future generations, naturally wouldn't end so easily. At this moment, Sang Wui endured the oppression of the Phoenix bloodline. Her consciousness gradually became chaotic, her heartbeat accelerated, and deep within her trembling soul, a mysterious and special power suddenly erupted. An angry roar resounded through the sky where the clouds were shattered. What? The Ghost Weeping Giant actually stood up. What's going on here? Could there be a reversal? Suddenly, the Ghost Weeping Giant, which had already lost its momentum, sensed some kind of will released by Sang Wui, and actually stood up again, carrying the pressure of the Black Phoenix. Sang Wui used her SS grade talent, Rage. That's not right. If it's just the addition of Rage, it shouldn't be able to achieve this effect. At the judges' table, the experienced Lei Qianzhong saw the clue with a glance. Suddenly a breakthrough. Just a moment ago, the Ghost Weeping Giant's level, from Juvenile Body 2nd stage, broke through to promote Juvenile Body 3rd stage. A situation that seemed to be about to be finalized would always set off a wave of reversal in an unexpected moment. Sang Wui's Imperial Beast Ghost Weeping Giant had unexpectedly completed a segment breakthrough promotion at the moment of its imminent defeat. Audience. Situ Shui subconsciously frowned, her cherry blossom-like lips twitching slightly. The probability of a royal beast breaking through for promotion in the middle of a battle is extremely low. Is Sang Wui so lucky? In this world, all chance and coincidences were backed by the inevitability set by the god of fate. It wasn't that Sang Wui was lucky, but rather, it was the Phoenix bloodline's oppression of the giant bloodline that caused the giant bloodline to trigger some sort of awakening. Above the ring, Pei Xingye's eyes flashed with confusion. A breakthrough. It's a bit interesting. At this moment, he didn't realize the special relationship between the 4 races of dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, and giants. Dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns, all belonging to the same 3 sacred beasts, were the representatives of the ancient mythological bloodlines and the totems of the Yan Xiar Empire. The giants, on the other hand, were nothing more than a demigod bloodline that was 2 levels lower than the 3 holy beasts. However, when the giant bloodline met the 3 holy beasts, it inexplicably exploded with unprecedented power in a desperate situation. At this moment, the Ghost Weeping Giant was already fully standing, straightening its back and roaring up to the sky under the pressure of the Black Phoenix, its body steaming with hot blood aura. Pei Xingye's attention was quickly drawn back to Sang Wui. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and said in a deep voice, "Student Sang Wui, are you all right?" In the next second, Pei Xingye realized that he had asked redundantly, as Sang Wui's physical features and mental state were bad to the naked eye. The moment the Ghost Weeping Giant broke through to promote its Juvenile Body 3rd stage, Sang Wui lost her mind, and she was unable to manipulate her body. Dense blood tendons rippled on her white skin. These blood tendons were writhing like centipedes in a frenzy, as if the hot blood flowing inside would gush out at any moment. Sang Wui, under the exploding vein form, did not look like a pure human being. When Sang Wui raised his eyes again, Pei Xingye felt a wave of hostility that was difficult to describe in words. This kind of hostility was that of an arch-enemy. My body. It's also out of control. Pei Xingye couldn't react in time, as his red pupils erupted with brutal killing intent. His sanity was also dominated by a certain will. At this moment, on the violently shaking ring, rather than Pei Xingye and Sang Wui facing off, it was more like the Phoenix bloodline of one of the 3 sacred beasts and the giant of the demigod bloodline hating each other. There seems to be a binding, profound enmity between the two. Lei Qianzhong once again gripped the microphone. Imperial beasts breaking through for promotion in battle is an ultra-low probability event. The Ghost Weeping Giant is now promoted to the Juvenile Body 3rd stage, and although the strength of the bloodline is lower than the Black Phoenix, the fact is, currently, the Black Phoenix's rank is only Juvenile Body 1 stage. Comparatively speaking, rank was the Black Phoenix's greatest disadvantage. After all, Pei Xingye had chosen to let the Black Phoenix take the brand new route of ice and fire dual cultivation, so the evolutionary speed of this imperial beast was so slow. Audience members, this duel isn't over yet. Until the last moment, We can't be sure who is the final winner. But perhaps. Next, it's time for Pei Xingye and Sang Wui to face off in the final round. Their choices are exactly the same. Both are only offense, not defense. Over the past period of time, both Pei Xingye and Sang Wui had displayed imperial beast arts that far exceeded those of their peers, playing one stunning maneuver after another. She could anticipate his preemptions. He could start with 0 frames and shatter her prejudgment. Between each other, details were pulled off and maneuvers were pulled off. But in the last round of the duel, both sides gave up their defenses at the same time. In this round, both sides had no skill to speak of. They both poured everything they had into their respective imperial beasts, just to make one last attack. Under the public's attention, the Black Phoenix descended from the sky, its phoenix cry resounding through the clouds. Its mouth, which was thick and smoky like the rift of a volcano, opened violently, spewing out a double play of ice and fire, displaying the strength of its bloodline and the dominance of the dual cultivation of ice and fire. The ghost weeping giant's blood tendon rippling arm was like a bowstring pulled into a full moon. Pulling one hair to move the whole body, Hurricane swung his fist, hitting the blood-vaporized ghost weeping fire pillar, which contained the terrifying power of the Shura. Rumble. The moment of collision between the pair of booms was a moment of innate anomaly. The entire audience temporarily fainted and lost consciousness. Originally clear sky, quietly into the night, as if there is a piece of dark curtain from the underworld, in a moment to cover the chaotic dome of the sky. Above the night curtain, 2 rounds of blood-colored full moon appeared. Is this a double moon in the same sky? Or is it some kind of creature opening its eyes and scrutinizing the world? These 2 round blood moons, side by side, resemble Pei Xingye's, born with red pupils. So in this world, what exactly does this strange scarlet color mean? At the same time, Pei Xingye's consciousness seemed to be falling into a layer of treacherous dreams. The eyelids were heavy and the consciousness was blurred. The mournful roar of an ancient imperial beast was heard in his ears. This is the phoenix roar. This is the unicorn roar. This is the dragon's roar. In an instant, Pei Xingye heard the calls of the 3 sacred beasts together. On top of that, he also heard thud, yang, dang. This one sound was like a thunderous drumbeat fluctuating endlessly in the depths of the dark clouds in the sky, each step treading heavily on Pei Xingye's feverish heart. This is the sound of a giant's footsteps. Chapter 27, Pei Xingye and the Scarlet Lord. Chaotic consciousness. Blurred vision. Is this a dream world? An illusion? Dizzy. Pei Xingye struggled to open his heavy eyelids. He couldn't tell if the sights in front of him were reality or illusion. In short, the creation of these visions before him all started from the moment when the Black Phoenix and the Ghost Weeping Giant went all out against each other. Pei Xingye could be sure of one thing, whether it was the 3 holy beasts or the giant, these 4 major bloodlines, there must be some unknown sayings hidden behind them. The sky and earth were like the beginning of the world, and the war was turbulent and tumultuous. Pei Xingye seemed to have fallen into the ruins of a decaying and broken war, looking up at the countless fragments of broken stars, and under his feet were floating corpses everywhere, and the blood flowed into the sea. Which era's battlefield was this? How could it be so bloody? Even with Pei Xingye's blurred vision, he was able to vaguely distinguish the corpses buried on this battlefield, all of which were high-level imperial beasts and high-level magical beasts. Any one of the corpses of the magical beasts here, singled out, possessed the power to destroy a city or even create a human kingdom in their lifetime. However, the white bones left over from their deaths were only worthy of playing a piece of the puzzle within the sea of corpses and blood on this battlefield of unknown information. Within this sea of corpses and blood, heavenly king bodies were as numerous as dogs, and emperor bodies were everywhere. Pei Xingye's heart set off waves that could not be calmed, a heavy question mark playing in his mind. Just what kind of war is it that makes even these heavenly king body and emperor body ranked magical beasts only worthy of being reduced to cannon fodder and color-tuned backdrops for the fights of the gods and goddesses? It was at this moment that Pei Xingye heard the call of the 3 holy beasts as well as the giant's footsteps again. He turned to look back, and at this moment, he saw the giant dragon with a body as brilliant as a star. He saw the phoenix reborn in nirvana. He saw the unicorn with auspicious colored clouds at its feet. He also saw the magnificent giant surrounded by the dragon, phoenix and unicorn in the center, Because his vision wasn't clear enough, Pei Xingye could only see black and white-hued outlines. Just then, Pei Xingye heard a conversation between two human imperial beast masters. Lord Pei, this round we lost. Even if we can't win, I have a way to preserve the human race's hope flame. The veins in Pei Xingye's body instantly burned. His soul couldn't stop trembling, and his brain buzzed. Lord Pei. It's Mom. This is the battlefield where my mom once fought. Could it be that? Pei Xingye rubbed his dry red pupils hard and tried to see more clearly, but he could only see a blurry back. It was a woman in red with a dashing figure. She also possessed a pair of natural red pupils. She was Pei Xingye's mother, Pei Xingye. The vision was too dim, and whether it was a dream or an illusion, Pei Xingye was now able to read too little information. He couldn't see who the man conversing with his mother was. He also didn't know what role his mother was playing in this battle. Lord Pei, I know what you're going to do, no? Someone has to do this, it has to be me. Lord Pei, my mind is made up, no need for further persuasion. Pei Xingye's consciousness became more and more blurred. He could vaguely see that the woman in red harnessed the dragon and drove the phoenix. Her feet stepped on the unicorn's auspicious clouds, and with the help of the giant pushing the waves, she soared into the sky. The picture turned. The cold ruins of the war fire extinguished, corpses and bones everywhere, as if a tomb mountain. Above the ruins stood a lofty and tall stone statue of a goddess. The stone statue was scorched black, with only its eyes flickering with a bizarre scarlet color. Lord Pei, Lord of Scarlet, Lord of Scarlet, Lord of Scarlet, Lord of Scarlet. This is my destiny and the only answer. But your son is not yet a full moon. This is as far as my path goes. What kind of path he will walk out on is up to him. Pei Xingye stretched out his hand and tried to touch the unattainable scarlet idol. Mom! With a blackness in front of her eyes, Pei Xingye rejoined the real world. Mom! Pei Xingye's consciousness was still immersed in the illusion, just now, and when he suddenly withdrew and returned to the real world, he couldn't immediately adapt and subconsciously shouted out the word, Mom, in a broken voice towards the sky. As it turned out, whoever shouted it was embarrassed. A low, clear and cold female voice, like a tinkling spring at a time of spring cold, stimulated Pei Xingye's eardrums. Look carefully, I'm not your mother. At this moment, in the sky above the ring, flaming clouds churned. Two huge dragons with huge and majestic bodies coiled around each other, simultaneously extending one black and one white dragon's claws, lifting a gorgeous and absolutely beautiful woman above the clouds in a mighty manner. The woman was wearing a long golden dress, wearing a crown printed with the word Yanxia. The wind blew the skirt flying, but did not expose a hint of spring light. Her eyes possessed the majesty of looking out of the world. The way she stood was reminiscent of the visualization of invincibility. Lord of the Kingdom, what in heaven's name am I dreaming? The Lord of the Kingdom is actually parachuting into the scene of this year's Heavenly Cloud ranking battle. This is the first time I've seen the real person. Even more stunning than on TV, truly worthy of being the #1 beauty of Yanxia. In this situation, Long Juning opened a pair of watery dragon pupils and looked down at Pei Xingye deep within the ruins of the ring. Red pupils and dragon pupils. Lines of sight collided. Technically speaking, this was the second time Pei Xingye and Long Juning had met. The first time they met was when Pei Xingye was just born. She had hugged this child. As the saying goes, seeing things reminds her of people. Long Juning looked at Pei Xingye's red pupils and remembered the deceased person she once was. Pei Xingye, time flies. In a flash, your son has grown up. But he deserves to be your son. Even in this era where undead imperial beastmasters are on the decline, he's only 18 years old, and he's already made a name for himself in such a way that he's become a sensation in the country. Long Juning muttered to himself, a look of remembrance of the past hanging on his face. The ruins of the ring. Sang Wui was kneeling on one knee, his body weak to the core. Pei Xingye maintained a calm standing position, his breathing slightly disorganized. The ring collapsed. This match can be declared over. Pei Xingye and Sang Wui, a draw. This year's Heavenly Cloud rankings are topped by 2. This was the result of the match declared by the highest power ruler of the Yanxia Empire, who dared to disagree. Lei Qianzhong, as the chief judge, rose and bowed deeply towards Long Juning before holding the microphone. Congratulations! In this year's Heavenly Cloud ranking battle, our Yanxia Empire has given birth to two champion ranking leaders. 18 years ago, the mother and father of these two geniuses created the myth of the greatest generation twins. So we have reason to believe and expect that today's Yanxia twins will create a myth that belongs to them in the future. This was a draw that was finalized by Empress Yanxia. This was also the first time in the history of the Heavenly Cloud ranking tournament that the honor of double champion was issued. Pei Xingye and Sang Wui were both at the top of the Heavenly Cloud ranking. But in fact, only as opponents would they know who the real winner was. It's me who lost. Sang Wui knelt down on one knee, her eyes lowered, a touch of defeat flashing in her eyes. She knew that she had lost. The ring collapsed and the Empress descended. Long Juning seemed to be adhering to the principle of point to point and announced the result of a draw. However, Sang Wui knew that the soul power in her body had already been exhausted. Pei Xingye, who was still standing upright, obviously still had some strength left. If the match continued, Pei Xingye would definitely win. However, Pei Xingye didn't question the result of the draw, because the result wasn't important to him. What was important was, between the dragon, phoenix, unicorn, and giant, what secrets are hidden? The visions I saw just now, by and large, triggered psychic. Those images should be the Heavenly Star Vortex battle that changed the pattern of the world 18 years ago. That is, the battle in which my mother, Pei Xingye, fell. There's also, what exactly does the Scarlet Lord mean? These queries were what Pei Xingye was most concerned about. As for the heaven and earth anomalies that had just occurred, such as the two moons in the same sky and the moon stained with blood, the audience didn't even see them, as if they had never happened. However, Long Juning's dragon pupil saw it. Because of this, she chose to parachute into Qilin Mountain, ending the battle between Pei Xingye and Sang Wui by declaring it a draw. Chapter 28. Yanxia Empress Long Juning, Dragon Spring Blood Sea. The match had ended, and Sang Wui looked up to find a hand reaching out in front of her. She froze for a slight moment and chose to hold the hand. Under the gaze of the world, Pei Xingye pulled the frail Sang Wui up from the ground. The two stood together, for eyes facing each other. The fated encounter. From this moment to open, friendship first, competition second. We are all imperial beastmasters of the Yanxia Empire, and after benign competition, they shouldn't become enemies, but sympathetic friends. One was the son of Pei Xingye and the other was the daughter of Sang Xian. The old era's overwhelming duo has sunk to the bottom of the sea of vicissitudes of history, and the Yanxia twins of the new era were at this moment spirited and sailing. Their tilted, Pei Xingye's red pupils, once again raised, looking up at Long Juning who was held aloft by the black and white dragon claws. Long Juning, this woman, the Yanxia Empire's hand, possesses one of the 7 SSS grade talents of the human race, Dragon Spring Blood Sea, with a segmentation that reaches the Imperial Emperor, as well as being the world's #1 Dragon Master. Although the detailed information of the Heavenly Star Vortex battle 18 years ago was jointly blocked by the top management of the 7 countries and not revealed to the public. But there is always some trivial information that has long been leaked out and published. The Heavenly Star Vortex battle rewrote the world's pattern. No one knew exactly what happened in that battle. But Long Juning had once participated in the Heavenly Star Vortex battle, and this information was not a secret. That's right, this woman was one of the few survivors of the Heavenly Star Vortex battle. Her SSS grade talent, Dragon Spring Blood Sea, was extremely overpowered. Dragon Spring Blood Sea provides unlimited life value to purebred dragon imperial beasts. The interpretation of this talent was only such a short sentence. But every word of that sentence proclaimed how terrifying the strength of this talent was. Dragon Spring Blood Sea, also known as a mortal body, is equivalent to an unlimited blood bar. Long Juning simply won't die with this talent. It naturally makes sense that she would be able to become a survivor of the Heavenly Star Vortex battle. But what kind of relationship does she have with my mother? Does she know the reason why my mother died and fell in battle? Or perhaps, she was on the battlefield and witnessed my mother's death with her own eyes. With limited known information, Pei Xingye shook his head, knowing that it was pointless to speculate wildly. With my current strength, I'm simply not qualified to question this woman about the Celestial Star Vortex battle and my mother. Furthermore, I can't determine whether this woman is an enemy or a friend to me. Or not. Pei Xingye, calm down. Only by becoming stronger as soon as possible will you have the ability to find out those secrets and the truth. Pei Xingye knew that in this world, there were some secrets and truths that were as dangerous as the abyss. Trying to touch these dangers with insufficient strength would only result in falling into a bottomless abyss and taking one's own life. As for the illusion Pei Xingye had just seen, it was a unique ability of the undead Imperial Beast Master, called Psychic. When an undead Beast Master encounters a special stimulus, there is a certain probability of triggering a psychic, seeing the dead, or the war image fragments that the dead have experienced. For Pei Xingye, Pei Chujing's back, the ruins of the Tianqing Vortex battle, including the Scarlet Idol, were the replay of the war he saw after triggering Psychic. As for the special stimulus Pei Xingye suffered, it was undoubtedly the intense battle between the Black Phoenix and the Ghost Weeping Giant. In this battle, Pei Xingye gathered 3 pieces of information. First, the relationship between the 3 sacred beast bloodlines and the giant bloodline must be closely related to the Heavenly Star Vortex War. Second, the core phrase of the Heavenly Star Vortex War was Lord of Scarlet. Third, Pei Chuzhuang's fall was closely related to the Scarlet Lord. Next was the award ceremony. Pei Xingye and Sang Wui were the double champions of this year's Heavenly Cloud ranking tournament, tied for first place. According to their battle performance, Lin Chun was second and Li Tianji was third. In comparison, Lin Chun and Li Tianji had been turned into passersby by the 2 monsters tied for first place. At the awards ceremony, the Black Phoenix spread its wings and cried, hovering above Pei Xingye's head. This painting was called the Phoenix. The Ghost Weeping Giant knelt on one knee, his breath rolling in and his gaze resolute, guarding Sang Wui's side like a loyal dead man. This painting is called the Giant. At the top of the Dome of Heaven, the dragon monarch looks down on the dragon. A pair of dragon pupils are deep and mysterious. The depths of the pupils are flooded with thousands of ghostly lights, and her beautiful face is filled with memories. This painting is called the Dragon. Listening to the rain on the top floor of the Xin Boss Lady Tea Room, Blue Listening Rain is wearing an ice blue cheongsam and is adding tea for a mysterious man. The man had long white hair, a handsome appearance, and the skin on his face could not see a single impurity or blemish, so he did not look like a real character. Lan hearing you softly said, "The battle of the Heavenly Cloud ranking, it's over. Your Highness and the daughter of Sang Xian are dual champions, tied for first place." The man nodded softly. With the Phoenix and the Giant dueling, this battle is bound to be called off by that woman and declared a draw. Everything was expected by this man. This was a man who knew Yanxia Empress Long Juning very well. From this viewpoint on the top floor of the Listening Rain Pavilion, pushing open the window, one could see the Kirin Mountain where the Heavenly Cloud ranking competition was held. Kirin Mountain, there was no Kirin. This Black Lin City, there was no Qilin either. Or rather, ever since the Starry Sky Vortex War, among the 3 sacred beasts of the Yanxia Empire, the only one that had gone completely extinct was the Qilin bloodline. The Griffin Imperial beasts that remained in the world now were all hybrid lineage griffins, and their bloodlines were not pure. However, at this moment, on the white-haired man's right hand, a touch of emerald-colored griffin runes emerged. This smudge of emerald color resembled the undead fire of an undead Imperial Beast Master. At the same time, it also resembled exquisite jade. Jade was not a rare treasure, it was everywhere. But in the bloodline of the Griffin, jade has a special definition. Because the king of the Griffin is the jade, that is missing a little bit. In the Griffin clan, the jade color is the king. Blue hearing rain. King, when do you plan to meet with His Highness? Outside the window, a gust of wind rises and leaves fall. A falling leaf drifted into the tea room and did not land on the man's shoulder, but directly passed through the man's body and slowly landed on the ground. The tea on the table was hot and cool, cool and hot. The man delayed drinking the tea, because his body simply could not touch anything in this world. Blue, don't forget, 18 years ago, I was already abandoned by this world. Even if I were to stand in front of that child now, he wouldn't be able to see me, much less hear my voice, would he? Thick sadness surfaced in Lan Hearing Yu's eyes. Memories were like a bottle of chronic poison. Not fatal, but tormenting at all times. King, what is your next plan? One word, wait. Wait for what? Wait for him to grow up? Wait for him to reverse this terrible big picture. The man looked out of the window. a tear of unicorn blood spilling from the corner of his eye. Make up, our child, grow up. This painting is called the Kirin. So far, in this one city, dragon, phoenix, Kirin, and the giant, as if the four pieces of the puzzle, scattered all over the place, because of the shackles of destiny, mutual rejection cut, cannot break the mirror to reunite. Good news. Pei Xingye has grown up, and the human race can still be saved. Bad news. Only Pei Xingye is left in the human race. This is the best of times, but also the worst of times. Chapter 29, Stygian Blood Shadow Upgrade. The biggest card. Welcome to Nightly News. Today's battle for the Heavenly Cloud ranking, which has attracted the nation's attention, came to a successful conclusion. This session of the Heavenly Cloud ranking battle gave birth to the first magical spectacle of a double champion in history. 18 years ago, the Yanxia Empire was at the pinnacle of the human race due to the existence of the absolute twin masters, and it was brilliant and radiant. Today, 18 years later, does the emergence of the Yanxia twins signal that our nation is about to return to its former glory? On this night, Pei Xingye and Sang Wui's fame, like the water level of a lake raging with torrential rains, skyrocketed in succession, causing super-hot discussions throughout the country and even the world. Pei Chuzhuang and Sang Xian had once led a legendary era. These two, regardless of their popularity, had created unrepeatable greatness, and their strength and battle achievements during their lifetimes were unquestionable. Unfortunately, after their fall, when you once again look at the 7 countries of the human race, it is not difficult to find that the dominance of the Yanxia Empire has long since disappeared. Between the 7 countries on the surface of the one heart of the human race, but behind the scenes is also each harboring their own evil intentions. The bloodline is mutable. So for the imperial beasts and magical beasts, in the special evolutionary route, the birth of mutant species. However, the only thing that remains unchanged in the bloodline is the inheritance. The bloodline of the 2 great masters of the absolute generation had been passed on in this era. Now, their descendants are in the eyes of the world. They were given the honorary title of Yanxia twins. This made every Yanxia citizen think about them, expecting these 2 geniuses to grow up as soon as possible and one day revive the heyday of the Yanxia Empire. Chaos Academy.
Villa apartment.
Pei Xingye had just finished showering. His upper body was bare-shouldered. This body was obviously much stronger than before. The lines of his abs were hidden under the soft light and the undried water droplets. In the living room, there were all sorts of exquisite gift boxes piled up, like a small hill. These were Pei Xingye's rewards for winning the honor of top of the Heavenly Cloud ranking. There was no shortage of high-quality undead beast crystals, as well as royal beast cultivation fluids and strengthening pills specially supplied by the royal family. Ding! The system beep sounded. Congratulations to the host, unlocking the top of the Heavenly Cloud ranking honor achievement. Issuing honorary rewards. Underworld Blood Shadow Upgrade Card Plus, Bijou Mana. The rewards have been issued. Please check with the host. Pei Xingye's mind fluctuated and entered the warehouse bar. The 3 extras, Death Domain, Overwhelming God's Hand, and Underworld Blood Shadow, were Pei Xingye's current core outfits. The Reaper's Domain could summon different levels of God's tomb. The Hand of God is used to lift coffins and dig graves, read data, and diagnose injuries for imperial beasts. As for Hades King's Blood Shadow, Pei Xingye hadn't used it yet. This was because the Underworld King's Blood Shadow belonged to the category of forcibly boosting one's own strength, and was used as a life-saving card for fighting across ranks in times of crisis. Host successfully used the Underworld King Blood Shadow upgrade card. Underworld King Blood Shadow upgrade. Pei Xingye's red pupils lit up with a flash of evil essence, and the details of the Stygian Blood Shadow's upgraded data appeared before his eyes. Underworld King Blood Shadow. After switching shadow forms, you can forcibly contract an undead imperial beast of any bloodline and any level. Gain 1 Hades King Hegemon. If you are in shadow form, you will be able to fight with your beast, maintaining its hegemony state, ignoring any control skills, and will not be interrupted when releasing skills. Gain 2 Hades Wrath. Increases the beast's attack value by 100% after 18 layers of wrath have been stacked. Side effect 1. The higher the bloodline and level of the imperial beast, the shorter the duration of the shadow form. Side effect 2. After getting out of combat, the shadow form cuts back to the main body falls into a coma and weakens. The fainting time depends on the combat load, the shortest 3 days to start. Pei Xingye carefully browsed through the Stygian Blood Shadows data panel. His eyes lit up as he carefully analyzed it. The upgraded Stygian Blood Shadow does count as my true bottom card. It's just that this bottom card comes with a huge side effect. If I want to play this bottom card when I want to, I must be prepared for everything and calculate everything before I can do so. At this stage, Pei Xingye's own segment was too low and his strength was insufficient. So the side effects of using the Underworld Blood Shadow were huge. After every use, one would have to be in a coma for 3 days at the shortest, and if one was not careful, one would be doomed. The bottom card can be used without using it, but it can't be used without it. That's the meaning of the bottom card. That's why the Underworld Blood Shadow can't be used as a conventional weapon and can't be overly relied upon. For now, raising my own true strength as soon as possible is the way to go. Pei Xingye didn't have any reliance on the Underworld Blood Shadow. He only thought about how to become stronger and improve himself. After all, judging from the overall stats of the Pluto Blood Shadow, this thing was a double-edged sword. Immediately after, Pei Xingye extracted a palm-sized alabaster-colored porcelain vial from the warehouse bar. Bijou Mana. Used to accelerate the growth rate of cultivated plants and drastically shorten their growth cycle. Without a doubt, this bottle of dew was born for cultivating the gilt sycamore. This time, Pei Xingye was satisfied with the system rewards. Time passed, and the students of Chaos Academy ushered in another weekend. The setting sun at dusk was like a bottle of chilled orange soda, weakening the sweltering heat of the summer. Blackwing Guild. The rear courtyard. This piece of land that covered an area comparable to an upscale villa district was the private land that Xiao Dingtian had given to Pei Xingye. For Pei Xingye, this was a piece of feng shui land. In the center of this piece of land, a baby finger-sized shoot emerged from the wet silt, and when the wind blew, a faint golden grain of light stirred around it. A week's time has passed, and the gilt sycamore seed has only just sprouted. If it grows at this rate, I'll have to wait until the year of the monkey. Fortunately, Pei Xingye leaned down and extracted the small porcelain bottle from the storage ring. Opening the porcelain bottle, he splashed the turquoise dew on the faint and delicate shoot. As if it were an awakened plant-based imperial beast, this one shoot suddenly began to grow savagely, like a spring shoot after a rain. This was the effect of the Bijou Mana. The gilded sycamore's shoot, after being watered and baptized by the Bijou Mana, surprisingly grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. After 5 minutes had passed, Pei Xingye was overjoyed as he stretched out the overgod's hand and touched the sapling, which had already exceeded 1 meter in height, to read the data information. Gilded sycamore growing. The Bijou Mana is in effect, the growth cycle has been drastically shortened, and it is expected to reach initial maturity within 3 months, reaching the standard for a phoenix to roost in. At this moment, the imperial seal on Pei Xingye's wrist was slightly hot, and the black phoenix's joyful phoenix chirp resounded in his mind. Phoenix, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses for now. Be patient. It will only take 3 months before you can perch on the gilded sycamore and sleep. Now that the black phoenix had a dual cultivation of ice and fire, and was an undead lineage royal beast, its evolutionary upgrade speed was extremely slow. Wanting to improve this disadvantage, the gilt sycamore tongue was crucial. The waning sun sloped to the west, and nightfall descended. Elder brother Pei, don't worry. You can just focus on furthering your studies at Chaos Academy during the week. This sycamore sapling, I'll send someone to take care of it and watch over it for you, and definitely not let anything go wrong with it. Pei Xingye revealed a grateful smile. Big brother Xiao, thanks a lot. Between us, what's the need for the word thank you? Ha ha ha, older brother Pei. Stay for dinner tonight. How about we don't get drunk? Not today. Not today. I already have a meal. Tonight's meal was specially prepared by Pei Ro and Lan Hearing You for Pei Xingye to celebrate Pei Xingye winning the top of the Heavenly Cloud ranking. Chapter 30 Dungeon Trials. Scarlet Squad sets sail. Rainy night. Black Lin City was overcast, and the dim streetlights flickered with a faint halo in the storm. Rainwater mixed with the scent of magical beasts flowed along the 4-way streets, like a pulse connecting the heart of the city. Toxins hibernating in the crisscrossed veins, stupidly, listening to the Rain Pavilion. The 3 siblings gathered together to celebrate Pei Xingye's championship trophy for winning the top spot on the Heavenly Cloud ranking with a family version of Spicy Hot Pot. Blue Listening Rain was dressed in a sexy cheongsam, her delicate figure emitting a faint body odor, and the knitted brows and smile of this classical beauty resembled a red-faced scourge beside an ancient emperor, out of place in this era of universal imperial beasts. Pei Yingru raised her wine glass and looked at her brother with pleased and doting eyes. Little knight, congratulations on being honored as the top of this year's heavenly cloud ranking. Sister is happy for you. And I believe that Pei Ma is even more elated than I am in heaven. Blue listening rain came over to Pei Xingye's side. She didn't care about the difference between men and women, greatly stretching out her slender arm, wrapping her arms around Pei Xingye's neck, her fragrant lips pressed against Pei Xingye's ears. National top student, top of the Tianyun list, little knight. I really underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to be a hit. Sister hearing rain overpraised me. You kid is handsome and talented. Do you want to consider it and be my boyfriend? Ah, this. Pei Yingru couldn't help but roll her eyes, feigning a huff. Blue listening rain. Don't go too far. Oh, I'm taking you as a bosom friend, but you want to be my younger sibling? Lan hearing you's beautiful eyes flowed, deliberately snickering. Sister little knight and I are true love. Please fulfill us. Pei Yingru gritted her teeth and angrily snapped. Don't force me to spank you. Lan hearing you. Pei Xingye's handsome face reddened. He knew that this woman, Lan hearing you, was deliberately molesting him. Gulp. Pei Xingye tactically drank water to hide his embarrassment. The wine passed 3 rounds, the food passed 5 flavors. Time came late into the night, and all 3 siblings entered a slightly drunken state. It's not an exaggeration to say that Pei Xingye was brought up by these 2 women from a young age. So in Pei Xingye's eyes, Pei Yinglu and Lan hearing you is his real sense of family. As long as he was by their side, Pei Xingye felt at home. And a large part of Pei Xingye's obsession with becoming stronger was also to better protect these 2 sisters. With a full meal and wine, Pei Yingru raised her hand and tenderly stroked Pei Xingye's white fur, helping him smooth out the messy, broken hair on his forehead. Little knight, next week, it's your term of freshman. The first time you open the dungeon trial, you have to prepare well. Pei Yingru's tone became solemn. Pei Xingye nodded. I looked at the course schedule. The trial location is Moonlight City. That's right, it's Moonlight City. The dungeon trial, this was an important part of every student's 3-year academy career. For the students of the Imperial Beastmaster Academy, usually, in addition to learning theoretical knowledge in the classroom and following their mentors for devilish training in the training grounds, they also had to participate in the outing practical battle test. Actual combat was the fastest catalyst for the growth of a young Imperial Beastmaster. The dungeon trial was one of the ways to go out and participate in the actual combat assessment. In this world, the era of universal imperial beasts had lasted for more than 1,000 years. The 7 nations of the human race, through the vicissitudes of time, had pulled against each other and the beast camp, and countless wars had erupted, with both losses and wins. In the wars that the human race lost, countless cities and civilizations were destroyed under the iron hooves of the beasts. After years of precipitation, these dead cities sank into the depths of the earth, thus forming the underground city world. As the name suggests, the underground city is located in the ground. They retain the basic appearance of the city, but there is no life. Many magical beasts chose these places as a breeding ground. With the development of the times, the human race has utilized the underground cities as a training ground for young beast masters. The so-called Young Imperial Beastmasters, the largest group, is Pei Xingye's Academy School. Each year, the various Imperial Beast Master Academies will organize students to enter different difficulty levels of dungeons, hunting magical beasts, as a way to enhance practical experience and accelerate the pace of growth. In different dungeons, the magical beasts inhabiting the dungeon had huge differences in bloodline, level, and number. Therefore, according to the difficulty of trials, dungeons are divided into 4 levels: novice level, elite level, nightmare level, hell level. Moonlight City was the novice level dungeon with the lowest difficulty factor. Dungeons of this level were usually geared towards new recruits like Pei Xingye, that is, the first-year students of the Imperial Beastmaster Academy. Cousin, don't worry. I'll get a good score in the Moonlight City trial and give you a good face. Fool you, the national top student plus top of the Heavenly Cloud ranking, have long since earned your sister face. Pei Yingru's smile was full of doting gentleness. And then she added, anyway, this trial is a good opportunity for you. After all, the Black Phoenix's evolution speed is too slow, and the experience you'll accumulate from hunting and killing magical beasts in a real-life battle that is incomparable to participating in any competitive matches and devil training. I understand. Even if Pei Yingru didn't say it, Pei Xingye knew it by heart. For imperial beasts, the 3 elements of growth and evolution were 1. Eat, that is, swallowing beast crystals, nutrient solutions, and evolution pills. 2. Practice. The Imperial Beast Master harnesses the Imperial Beast and sweats in the training ground. 3. Kill. Hunting magical beasts in actual combat, killing magical beasts, and using the lives of magical beasts to stimulate the souls of Imperial beasts. Undoubtedly, the 3 elements that had the greatest impact on the growth and evolution of Imperial beasts was the third one. The principle of which was like playing a game: the more monsters you kill, the faster your experience level grows. And the dungeon trial was the best way for young Imperial Beast Masters to raise the level of their respective Imperial beasts, bar none. Little Knight, seize the opportunity. I hope that this dungeon trial will allow your Black Phoenix to break through the juvenile body second stage. Cousin, I will. Hot knowledge. So far, of the 4 top-tier academies, Taotai, Chaos, Porchi, and Blockhead, Pei Xingye was the only one whose contracted Imperial beasts were still stuck in the juvenile body segment 1. Who made Pei Xingye choose the most difficult evolutionary path for the Black Phoenix. Ancient mythological bloodline plus undead system plus ice and fire dual cultivation. With the 3 major buffs stacked up, the Black Phoenix's evolutionary speed was, well, destined to be slow. Pei Xingye looked out the window at the rain curtain, his scarlet-red pupil flashing with a hint of determination. Before the gilded sycamore matures, the dungeon trial is the best opportunity to raise the Black Phoenix's level. Juvenile body second stage? Not enough. For this trial, I'm going to make the Black Phoenix break through the juvenile body third stage. Chapter 31. Against the Academy, Sister and Brother Warmth. The meal ended and the rainstorm outside the window stopped. Heavy rain has just passed. The ground is wet and the road is slippery. You 2 siblings walk slowly and pay attention to safety. Lan Listening Rain stood at the entrance of Listening Rain Xian and waved until she watched Pei's siblings disappear at the end of her line of sight. On the way back to Chaos Academy, the 2 siblings walked side by side, strolling under the hazy streetlights. The cold wind of the late night ruffled Pei Ingrua's hair at her temples, and she suddenly felt an extra layer of warmth on her body. It turned out to be Pei Xingye taking off his jacket and draping it over her shoulders. Although it was just a small gesture, it caused a wave of warmth to flow through Pei Ingrua's heart, and she realized that her beloved younger brother had really grown up and started to learn to take care of people. Cousin. Any news about the Pei family recently? Pei Xingye was now the young master of the Scarlet Guild, and he had to pay attention to keep an eye on everything that was happening in the Pei family, especially Pei Shan and Pei Donglai, the sinister and vicious father and son. Pei Ingrua understood and answered truthfully. After Pei Donglai fell out of the Chaos Academy, Pei Shan made several connections and also spent a lot of resources to send Pei Donglai to the Reverse Attack Academy. Reverse Attack Academy? That's right, it's a Royal Beastmaster Academy that has only risen in the last 3 years. The purpose of this academy, specializing in recruiting the failed students of every national grand examination, advocating for teaching according to the talent and having a teachable spirit. Pei Ingrua paused and added with a frown. Actually, I've met the director of the Reverse Attack Academy once, and he has a strange aura about him, giving off a very somber feeling. Can't say exactly. Pei Xingye had heard of the Reverse Attack Academy. Compared to other academies, this academy didn't have a long history, and the tutors in the academy were notoriously strict and brutal. At the same time, Reverse Academy utilizes a closed management strategy. Simply put, when parents send their children to Reverse Academy, they are not allowed to go home on weekends, and their food, clothing, housing, and transportation are all taken care of inside the academy. Strangely enough, this Imperial Beastmaster Academy, which only had a short history of 3 years, had indeed cultivated many talents, and had even managed to win some high-end tournaments against the pride of the 4 top-tier academies, obtaining dazzling results. Pei Xingye murmured in a low voice, "There might be an oddity behind the Reverse Raid Academy." Pei Shan went to great lengths to send Pei Donglai into the Reverse Raid Academy. He definitely has other plans. I must be on guard in advance. 3 days ago, late at night in the middle of a rainstorm, Pei Shan hosted the dean of the Reverse Academy in a high-grade restaurant in a ritualistically drawn-out manner. In the dimly lit box, the table was decorated with mountains of delicacies and seafood, and all of these ingredients were from the meat and bones of imperial beasts that the state had strictly forbidden to eat. In the corner of the box, a couple of dusty beauties without a piece of clothing were singing and dancing, occasionally pouring tea and wine for the guests. Pei Shan, with a flattering face, personally got up to refill a cup of wine for a white-haired old man, his tone dripping with pleading. "Dean Han, during this period of time, what I should honor you with I don't fall for the same thing, so the matter of my son's enrollment in school. The white-haired old man wore a black robe. His figure was described as withered, looking like a vampire who had been immersed in darkness for years, his face paler than paper. This person was the president of the Reverse Academy, Han Yuan. He had only used 3 years to send Reverse Attack Academy's national ranking to the height of 5th in the country, second only to the 4 top-tier academies. He was the most worshipped god in the eyes of every student who had failed the national examination. From a superficial point of view, he did help a lot of children who were once not favored to complete a reversal of life. But talent is something that doesn't lie. Ask an 18-year-old boy with no talent. After entering the Reverse Academy, his segments skyrocketed in a short period of time, and his strength increased tremendously. Who could believe that there was no foul play in it? However, the investigating organization had visited the door many times, and the media reporters had besieged it repeatedly, but they hadn't found out that there was any evidence of irregularities and violations of the law in the Reverse Academy. Therefore, today's Reverse Academy is shrouded in a layer of mysterious and bizarre veil. Han Yuan picked up his wine glass and revealed a meaningful smile. President Pei, don't worry. Although Mr. Pei Donglai has fallen short of the list, he's very talented and is a good seedling. For the next 3 years, we, Reverse Academy, will help him complete his reversal. Even, Pei Shan excitedly pursued. Even what? Even I can help him surpass this year's national top scholar, Pei Xingye. As soon as Han Yuan said this, Pei Shan revealed a stunned gaze and stared at the other party for a long time. After confirming that the other party wasn't joking, Pei Shan was thrilled and bowed deeply towards Han Yuan. Thank you for Dean Han's attention and high hopes for my son. Dean Han, don't worry. Every month next, our Pei family will provide free resource donations to the Reverse Academy. I only hope that you will be able to cultivate my son more. The two of them smiled at each other and raised their glasses to share a drink. The banquet ended, and Han Yuan left the restaurant. Deep in the dark, rainy night, a remnant shadow swept by, kneeling on one knee beside Han Yuan. Dean, regarding the Pei family, it's all been investigated clearly. Between Pei Shan and Pei Donglai, father and son, and Pei Xingye, there's no kinship to speak of, and it's long been an undying relationship. Very well then, next, we can make good use of this foolish father and son of the Pei family to achieve our purpose. Dean, please command. Arrange for Pei Donglai to enroll in school as soon as possible, and I will personally teach him the Black Prison Imperial Beast art. Yes, Dean. In the darkness of the night, Han Yuan's eyes were as sharp as a viper's, and the corners of his quenched lips spat out forked and sharp snake letters. Clattering. Cousin, it's raining again. It's okay. Sis brought an umbrella. On the way back to Chaos Academy, the torrential rain descended once again. 2 people with 1 umbrella? Pei Xingye was in charge of holding the umbrella, and he deliberately tilted the umbrella towards Pei Ingru in order to keep her from getting wet. Love is a tilted umbrella. Sister and brother warmth. In the cold wind and rain silently fermentation. Looking at her brother's soaked half-shoulder, Pei Ingru was touched and heartbroken at the same time. Fool, as long as we get a little closer, the umbrella will be able to cover both of us at the same time. Cousin. Pei Xingye's face flushed red. Unconsciously, Pei Ingru stayed close to him and took his arm. The distance between the 2 siblings was 0, exchanging each other's body heat through their thin clothing. 1 person holding an umbrella, 2 people walking, sister and brother's love is a few times deeper. Pei Xingye looked sideways at Pei Ingru, who was holding his arm and had a gentle smile on her face, and he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Since ancient times, people have always fought for guardianship. For Pei Xingye, at this moment, what he wanted to guard the most was this woman beside him. Cousin. I promise. I'm going to protect you for the rest of your life. Silly boy, your sister. I'm a 6th rank Imperial Beast Master. It's better for me to protect you. At this moment, Pei Ingru hadn't realized that at the strength level, it wouldn't be long before she would have to raise her head to look up to her brother. Chapter 32 Departure to Moonlight City. Debut of the Quartet. Chaos Academy. In Talent Class. At sunset, the last study session. Pei Ingru walked into the classroom. As long as she stood on the podium, she was like a different person, without the usual gentleness that she treated Pei Xingye with. Her body exuded a stern aura, and the students under the stage obediently sat down and didn't dare to talk to each other. At this moment, Her identity is the gold medal tutor of Chaos Academy. Pei Xingye, sitting in the last row of the classroom. As the saying goes, back row by the window, home of the king. Other than Pei Xingye, no one could suppress this position. Students, tomorrow, we are going to usher in our first dungeon trial. The destination we're traveling to is a novice-level dungeon, Moonlight City. The detailed introduction about Moonlight City has already been sent to the class group, so everyone will carefully look through it tonight. Only by understanding the strengths and weaknesses of each type of magical beast in Moonlight City will you all be more comfortable in your demon hunting. Also, we're the class of excellence, so we have the highest standard of assessment, and it's not an easy thing to get an S-rank rating. I hope everyone prepares well and gets a good grade tomorrow. Pei Xingye opened her phone, and the class group had already uploaded the details file of Moonlight City. It was a desert city located in the northwestern part of the Yanxia Empire. At its peak, it had a large population, well-developed trade, and an abundance of evolutionary materials needed by sand imperial beasts. About 200 years ago, the city was destroyed under the clutches of an army of magical beasts. It sank into the depths of the earth, taking the form of a relic and transforming into an underground city. Moonlight City. Second Master, tomorrow we'll finally be able to join forces and fight. It's exciting to think about it. Right at this moment, a handsome man with a faint perfume odor came over beside Pei Xingye. Old Qin, did you go to the foot spa again last night?
Ikam.
Second Master, how do you know? Pei Xingye's nostrils flared. The smell on you, mixed with the scent of 3 kinds of ladies' perfume, means that you ordered, at least, 3 technicians last night. And, Pei Xingye added, you have dark circles under your eyes and a thick and greasy tongue, which is a symptom of a slight kidney deficiency. Seriously, being young is more than fine and precious, and being old is a good way to know-it-all. Qin Yanlin helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Second Master, you are a divine detective. What does he count as a divine detective? I can guess that you went to mix the foot massage parlor again last night because you didn't pick your hand. Captain, Second Master, please give me some face. Situ Shui and Huangfu Boi also came over, and the Scarlet Squad foursome gathered together. This class was a self-study class, and for the rest of the time, Pei Yingro no longer spoke much, leaving her classmates to discuss on their own. Dungeon trials, usually with the Imperial Beastmaster Squad as a basic unit. From there, it exercises everyone's ability to participate in teamwork, operations, and cooperation. On the battlefield, individual heroism was certainly colorful, but more often than not, group battles were the main theme between the human race and the magical beasts. Situ Shui clasped her arms in front of her chest and snorted. Qin Yanlin, knowing that tomorrow will be the first dungeon trial for our Scarlet Squad, you still went to a foot spa last night to have a good time, making a false face, which is really excessive. Qin Yanlin spouted nonsense in a serious manner. Captain, I went to the foot spa not to wash my feet, but to wash off the dust and mud from my entire body. Pei Xingye smiled and spat. So your path of the Imperial Beasts is the path of the foot? It was obvious that the only member of the Scarlet Squad who couldn't carry off the beauty trick was him. Qin Yanlin, this playboy, a day without chatting with a mechanic about his life's ideals was unbearable. According to wild history records, Qin Yanlin once at his own expense, for 18-foot spa technicians to study for a doctorate, and even to the 98th technician Xiaohong's grandfather to treat diabetes. But this wild history, really too wild. The breeze outside the window, blowing Situ Shui's long purple hair that exudes the fragrance of gardenia. As the captain of the Scarlet Squad, I'll decide the main task for tomorrow's dungeon trial. We have only one mission. That is to fully assist Pei Xingye, so that his imperial beast, the Black Phoenix, can be promoted to a juvenile body second stage. Situ Shui's decision was met with nods of approval from Qin Yanlin and Huangfu Boi. For now, the Black Phoenix's evolutionary speed was too slow. Looking at the 4 major academies, only Pei Xingye's imperial beast was still stuck at the juvenile body segment 1 level. Captain, you guys don't have to deliberately do this in order to help me, and Pei Xingye, since I was competent as captain in the first place, you have no objections. Then you now must listen to me, no? Situ Shui's words were coarse, and Pei Xingye could only smile and nod, while at the same time appreciating these 3 dear friends beside him in his heart. Scarlet Squad's regimental soul, just in the 4 people get along with the little by little quietly take root and germinate, Qin Yanlin flipped over the map of Moonlight City and carefully examined it with a feeling. It is said that this city is the best geographic location for enjoying the moon at night in the northwestern part of the Yanxia Empire, which is why it was named Moonlight City before it was reduced to a dungeon. Situ Shui said flatly. After falling into a dungeon, Moonlight City never had moonlight again. Pei Xingye nodded. It's like there's no wife in a wife cake. Next, the four of them worked together to study the Moonlight City's magical beast iconography, with Situ Shui formulating hunting strategies and arranging the division of labor. Suddenly, the gazes of the three of them, at the same time, were directed towards the silent Huangfu Boyi. Being stared at by everyone, Huangfu Boyi instantly blushed. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he was uncomfortable. Situ Shui asked, Huangfu Boyi, the three of us staring at you makes you so uncomfortable? Tomorrow's trial, with hundreds of magical beasts staring at you at the same time, will you still be able to fight normally? Aye. Huangfu Boyi wanted to take a stand, but he knew his character, and he knew that he would most likely drag the Scarlet Squad down. You wear this. Second master. This is... Pei Xingye opened his storage ring and extracted a white bone mask with a phoenix totem on it. For an undead Imperial Beastmaster, making some simple artifacts out of white bones was as easy as pie. This is the white bone mask I specially made for you. The sandwich is infused with undead qi, which can calm your mind. When Huangfu Boyi put on the white bone mask, his tangled mind suddenly became as calm as water. As expected, Pei Xingye was the person who understood Huangfu Boyi the most. He knew that this teenager who suffered from severe sociopathic autism only needed the camouflage of a mask to adapt to this world to a certain extent. With a mask, it was as if he had a second identity. At least at this moment of wearing the mask, Huangfu Boyi seemed to have forgotten the cowardly self he once was. Second master, thank you, Qin Yanlin excitedly said. I Lego, Huangfu old brother. You actually didn't stutter when you spoke just now. Really? Huangfu Boyi was ecstatic inside. It was because Pei Xingye sent him this mask. He willingly followed Pei Xingye for the rest of his life. Huangfu, I didn't send you this mask to change you. I just hope that when you wear the mask and walk onto the battlefield, you forget about that bad self from the past and be a powerful Imperial Beastmaster. Every word Pei Xingye said brought unlimited motivation to Huangfu Boyi. Second master, I won't fail you. Captain, Old Qin, Huangfu. Tomorrow will be the first time we join forces. For the glory of Scarlet Squad. Cheers. Go for it. For people gathered together, palms folded, looking at each other. In this ordinary and bland twilight, in this noisy and bustling study session, swore and threatened to push the Scarlet Squad to the throne of the nation's #1 Imperial Beastmaster Squad. After school, gathering. Huangfu Boyi temporarily took off his mask. Second master? Let's eat spicy hot, or eat castle chicken. Rice. Qin Yanlin. Good guy, Schrodinger's mask? Chapter 33 The trial begins. 10,000 people compete. The following day. Chaos Academy Playground. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the entire school's new students assembled here, everyone wearing combat uniforms printed with the Chaos Academy's emblem. A single green and tender face written with nervousness and anticipation. A middle-aged man with a big belly walked up to the lectern. This unkempt fellow was the dean of Chaos Academy, Wang Defa. As the dean, this person was very abstract regardless of his name, image, or contracted imperial beast. The other three deans of the four great colleges, the contracted imperial beasts were either green luan or cranes, or at the very least, bats. Only Wang Defa's imperial beast was a huge and bulky pig mastiff. Students, today is an inspiring day. You, the freshmen of this class, are about to start the first dungeon trial. Next, everyone take a moment to prepare, and when the teleportation spell opens, you will arrive directly at Moonlight City. Remember, don't panic during the hunt. As long as you play to your due strength, you'll definitely get good results. Among the crowd, the Scarlet Squad quartet was particularly dazzling. After all, Pei Xingye, the national scholar plus the top of the Heavenly Cloud ranking, was in the Scarlet Squad. Moreover, Situ Shui had already become the Chaos Academy's facade schoolgirl with her beautiful looks and unique temperament. That was why the Scarlet Squad was the squad that received the most attention in this Moonlight City trial. You're gawking. Situ Shui quickly noticed Pei Xingye's abnormality. I didn't sleep well yesterday. I was just lost in thought. Pei Xingye's reply naturally didn't convince Situ Shui. She could sense that Pei Xingye's attention was focused on the teleportation array in the center of the playground. When it came to formations, a special profession had to be mentioned. Formation Master. Undoubtedly, in this era where all the people are beast masters are the mainstream profession that deserves to be recognized. However, 18 years ago, before the Starry Sky Vortex War started, there was a profession called Formation Master, which created a brief but brilliant splendor. As the name suggests, a Formation Master could use his hands to make seals to open spell formations of different attributes, thus assisting the Imperial Beast Master in battle. To set up a spell formation, one would need to use the bones of magical beasts with different attributes and bloodlines, and even sacrifice one's own blood or limbs and organs. Teleportation spell formation is one of the most skillful spell formations of Formation Masters. On the battlefield, it is used to teleport reinforcements over long distances to achieve the effect of speed is precious. For the Beast Master Academy, the teleportation spell formation was set up to transport students to and from different levels of dungeons to participate in various trial missions. Situ Shue's powers of observation were keen, and Pei Xingye was indeed observing the teleportation spell formation underneath his feet, which shimmered with a blue halo. According to the record of Spell Formation Insights, 18 years ago, the profession of Formation Hand Master created many miracles. And undead imperialists, it is possible to cross occupational barriers and follow the example of Formation Hand Masters, learning to cultivate undead spell formations. Only in this era, undead Imperial Beast Masters have already fallen. On the market, the methodology on cultivating undead spell formations has long been lost. During this period of time, Pei Xingye would attend classes and train during the day, and at night, he would go to the Chaos Academy's library to stay up all night. He wouldn't let go of any type of book. He needed to understand the history of this Imperial Beast world and the development of all professions. In the books, he found out about the origin between the Undead Beastmaster and the Formation Master. At this moment, when he saw the flickering halo of the teleportation spell, his heart inevitably stirred. He wanted to learn to cultivate undead spell formations. It was just that he currently couldn't find a suitable master, much less a pathway. This was where Pei Xingye was most distressed after becoming an undead Imperial Beastmaster. In this era, if he wanted to break through as an undead Imperial Beastmaster, he could almost only rely on himself to slowly grope his way through it alone, with no one able to provide him with effective assistance. Soon, the teleportation spell formation opened. Thousands of freshmen from Chaos Academy disappeared in a sea of blue light. After a short period of dizziness, Pei Xingye reopened his red pupils that shone with light. Wild winds howled around them, and sand and dust flew. This was the northwestern region of the Yanxia Empire and the most sparsely populated barbaric land. As far as the eye could see, the desert was a lonely place, and a high, rising sand dune was like the backbones of countless magical beasts that stretched on endlessly, making it exceptionally hideous. Pei Xingye's sight looked around the circle, surrounded by students with bewilderment written on their faces. Finally, his sight settled on the bottom of a sand dune. There was a huge cave entrance here. Pei Yingruo's voice came out. "Class, this is the entrance to Moonlight City. Next, I'll announce the criteria for dividing the grades of this trial test. The grades are based on small teams. The total number of magical beasts hunted by the team reaches 20, and the grade reaches the passing line C. The total number of magical beasts hunted by the team reaching 50, grades AB. The total number of magical beasts hunted by the team reaches 150, and the grade is A. Of the total number of team-hunted magical beasts, one magical beast reaches the full-bodied rank and is graded as S. This was the assessment standard for this trial. Once it was announced, even the geniuses in the excellence class had bitter faces. The 4 great institutes deserve to be called the 4 great institutes. The trial assessment standard is twice as high as other second-rate institutes. Anyway, cheer up, it won't be a problem for our squad to pass. Our squad is striving to get an A rating. Hey, what grade do you guys think Scarlet Squad can get? Everyone's gazes were directed towards the Scarlet Squad quartet. I've already heard that Situ Shui, the captain of the Scarlet Squad, is discussing with the team members how to hunt full-bodied magical beasts. Tisk, it seems like the Scarlet Squad, running to get an S rank rating. Who let them have that genius monster, Pei Xingye, on their team? A full-bodied magical beast was 2 major grades higher than a juvenile imperial beast. Even with teamwork, it was much harder to hunt a full-bodied magical beast. And it also meant that there wasn't a shred of moisture to be found in the S rank rating. In the next 10 minutes, the freshmen of Chaos Academy entered the cave one after another, heading to the buried, desert ruins Moonlight City. Entering the depths of the ground, the air was thin and the temperature rose steeply. This underground city still retained the basic urban construction, but also left the tragic situation of being trampled and ravaged by the Wraith Legion. Everywhere were broken walls with dust and dirt clinging to them, and all kinds of unknown and bizarre flowers and plants appeared endlessly. In the darkness of the shadows, the whispers of magical beasts of different attributes stimulated the soul of every Imperial Beast Master. Once upon a time, the Moonlight City had bright moonlight and picturesque scenery. Nowadays, the Moonlight City did not have a single ray of moonlight, only the thick scent of magical beasts and the stinking magical beast feces. Situ Shui directly imprinted the map of Moonlight City in her mind. Everyone, let's go to the Moonwolf Lair in the east of the city first. After all, the experience bonus gained from hunting Moon Demon Wolves is the highest. The Moon Demon Wolf clan, of all the magical beasts inhabiting Moonlight City, had the highest bloodline quality, reaching epic quality. The Scarlet Squad's main mission for this trial was to do the graft for Pei Xingye's Black Phoenix to accelerate its upgrades. Hunting the Moon Demon Wolf first was the optimal choice. Half an hour later, the Scarlet Squad arrived at the Moonwolf's lair in the eastern part of the city. The wolves howled mournfully in the darkness, a pair of green eyes, blinking and blinking. This was something that people suffering from intensive phobia would never be able to accept. In addition to the wolf howls, Pei Xingye also heard the sounds of fighting. Situ Shui explained, the freshmen of the 4 grade academies all opened their first trial today, and it's estimated that the other 3 grade academies, too, chose Moonlight City as a trial location. Qin Yanlin held his forehead and smiled bitterly. It seems like this hunt is also a competition. All of the freshmen from the 4 major academies added up to more than 10,000 people. There were at least 2,000 Imperial Beastmaster squads formed. Simply put, with this kind of scene, there would definitely be a large number of head-grabbing images. This was a trial and a competition, but in terms of head-grabbing, who can compare to this red pupil boy? Chapter 34. Moon Demon Wolf. Old man and child go first. Moonlight City. East of the city, the Moon Wolf Lair. In the darkness, a pair of wolf eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent, and the corners of their mouths hooked up not only exposed fangs as sharp as knives, but also overflowed with saliva that could corrode the ground. This was one of the few magical beasts in Moonlight City whose bloodline quality had reached the epic level. Theoretically, the higher the quality of the bloodline of the magical beasts hunted by a royal beast master harnessing a royal beast, the higher the evolutionary experience accumulated by the royal beast. As long as Pei Xingye properly grasped this area of the Moon Wolf's lair, the Black Phoenix was expected to advance to the juvenile body second stage. Wolf howls resounded through the darkness, and a vast tide of beasts surged in from all directions. Situ Shui looked calm and droned in a low voice, "They're coming, prepare for battle." Huangfu Boyi took the initiative to wear the white bone mask Pei Xingye had given him. As long as he wore the mask, he was like a different person. Speech no longer stuttered, and the confusion and cowardice in his eyes were replaced by determination. 3-tailed spirit fox. Huangfu Boyi opened his imperial seal, and in the midst of the pentagram's summoning spell formation, a fox imperial beast with 3 tails leapt out. Its body was light and flexible. Its appearance was clear and beautiful, and it had pure white fur that moved rhythmically with the wind. Legendary quality bloodline, juvenile body second stage, 3-tailed spirit fox. This was Huangfu Boyi's imperial beast, and its core talent was Fox Ancestor Blessing. Huangfu Boyi urged his soul power, and the 3-tailed spirit fox raised its voice to the sky, encircling the Scarlet Squad quartet, condensing the silhouette of the Fox clan's ancestor, forming a sturdy aura shield. That's right, the 3-tailed spirit fox was a defensive royal beast that excelled in defense. The shield it provided for its friends would grow thicker and harder as it grew in level, and it was even able to develop the function of rebounding damage. At the same time, Huangfu Boyi's S-rank talent, Retrospection, was also able to make a great contribution to the team. Therefore, Huangfu Boyi's role in the Scarlet Squad was positioned as a support. He didn't need to participate in the offense, he only needed to look at the big picture, refresh the shields for his teammates, and help his teammates' imperial beasts recover their blood. Beyond the shield, wolves tore through. Facing the siege of the beast tide, Qin Yanlin's advantage would be maximized. Purple Thunder Heavenly Horse. Qin Yanlin opened his imperial seal and summoned a handsome and extraordinary unicorn. It possessed the torso of a fiery horse, with a pair of feathered wings entwined with purple thunderbolts sprouting from its back and a sharp unicorn horn drilling out from its forehead. The unicorn bloodline was the top 5 in terms of strength amongst all imperial beasts with legendary quality bloodlines. Qin Yanlin entered the battle state, his sharp eyes generating electric current sensations. His aura at this moment was like a different person from the usual foppish playboy. Thunder Trample. Qin Yanlin released his soul power, and the master and servant souls resonated. The purple thunder heavenly horse flapped its feathered wings and flew up into the air, its body transforming into purple currents, striking out densely packed remnants of the beast's hooves. Each beast hoof shadow was wrapped with swift and ferocious purple lightning, bombarding the beast's tide. The screams of the magical beasts were endless. At the same time, the thunderous currents struck by each beast's hooves were actually refracted between the waves of beasts, causing even more terrifying group damage. This was Qin Yanlin's S-class talent, Refraction. Coupled with the fact that the Purple Thunder Heavenly Horse's thunder attacks already had the effect of transmitting damage, Qin Yanlin's positioning in the Scarlet Squad was mainly one of consumption. The Purple Thunder Horse's wide-range mass damage attacks could continue to depress the opponent's blood level. The packs of Moon Demon Wolves were unable to withstand the paralyzing and disturbing power of the thunder, and they began to maneuver to avoid the current attacks of the Purple Thunder Pegasus. Qin Yanlin was good at battles of attrition, but as long as he was faced with a flexibility demon beast that possessed powerful displacement skills, his advantage would be weakened to a certain extent. After all, the Purple Thunder Heavenly Horse's skill forward swing for releasing an attack was 2 seconds longer than that of an ordinary Imperial beast. On top of the battlefield, there were instantaneous changes. A 2-second delay was enough for the enemy to dodge the Purple Thunder Heavenly Horse's attack range in advance. Right at this moment, Scarlet Squad leader Situ Shui quietly powered up. The soul power was catalyzed, and a fierce wind rose up. Her long purple hair flew with the wind, and her beautiful face displayed an unabashedly elegant killing intent. Shadow Demon Spider. The earth tore apart, and purple-black shadow power gathered in a thick fog. Deep within the fog, the figure of a giant spider emerged. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A long and sharp spider silk cut through the cold air and wrapped around the robust body of a moon demon wolf. Cocooning. Cocooning. The core skill of the shadow demon spider had a stable and efficient control effect. Any moon demon wolf that encountered cocooning would have its body wrapped into a huge cocoon ball by countless spider silks, temporarily losing its ability to move. Hiss. An excessively strong moon demon wolf struggled to wave its claws and tore a gap in the thick cocoon ball. In the next second, this moon demon wolf's wolf claws were tragically petrified. This was Situ Shui's talent. The S-rank talent, Petrification. Cocooning plus Petrification doomed Situ Shui to be able to strike an irreplaceable, ultra-long control effect in group battles. Whenever cocooning failed, Petrification came into play. Just as the Petrification effect ended, the enemy was bound by a new round of spider silk entanglement and fell into cocooning. Situ Shui's powerful control caused the moon demon wolf to lose its advantage of flexible movement. At the same time, the ranged group damage dealt by Qin Yanlin riding the Purple Thunder Heavenly Horse had a hit rate of almost 100%. It could be seen that the structure of the Scarlet Squad's members was perfect. Ultra-high defense to enhance fault tolerance, ultra-long control to limit the enemy, and group damage to be used in group battles. Don't forget, there is still one member of the Scarlet Squad who has yet to make a move, the heavily damaged Moon Demon Wolf Pack. After seeing the power of Situ Shui, Qin Yanlin, and Huang Fu Boyi, revealed a bullying look and turned their attention to the seemingly harmless Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye's image of a handsome, thin, beautiful man. In the eyes of the magical beasts, this kind of imperial beastmaster was the best to bully. The wolves roared as they switched targets, trying to chew on Pei Xingye as a soft bone. Unfortunately, they chose the most terrifying man in the Scarlet Squad as their opponent, and at the same time they chose the most miserable death for themselves. Gate of the Underworld. Open. What a word, open. The dark and heavy gate of the underworld descended into the battlefield. The temperature of Moonlight City instantly dropped, and frost filled the earth. Accompanied by a sharp phoenix song, the black phoenix wings flying, rushed out of the door of the underworld, without releasing any skills. As you wish a shot of general attack, hit the undead beams of fire that light up the darkness, dozens of moon demon wolves annihilated in the verdant sea of undead fire. Bloodline suppression once again materialized. The surviving moon demon wolves, having just witnessed the scene of their compatriots' tragic deaths. Their wolf eyes tightened and their souls trembled. The wolf king at the head could not speak human language. If it would speak, it would say, "Encountered monsters. I'll cover. The old man and child go first. So who's the monster?" The corner of the red pupil's lips hooked up a cool smile, like a cruel god of death. This god of harvest from the Scarlet Squad will soon start. He is a professional at harvesting. Chapter 35 Situ Shui. Why are you messing with him? When the phoenix comes out, who will compete with it? The Moon Demon Wolf clan. The quality of their bloodline was just epic. The gap between them and the Black Phoenix's ancient mythological bloodline was like the difference between clouds and mud, insurmountable. As the Black Phoenix perched above Pei Xingye's head, emitting an angry and domineering phoenix cry, you could clearly see that the eyes of these moon demon wolves, which were originally fierce and vicious, became clearer than even a husky. Even though most of these moon demon wolves had reached the juvenile level 3rd stage, under the absolute suppression of the bloodline, the slight rank advantage was gone. Facing a juvenile body-level magical beast, Pei Xingye's handsome face was devoid of emotional fluctuations. He didn't need to use any skills to harness the Black Phoenix either, and only needed to abuse the oozing wolves with one simple, unadorned normal attack. Moonlight City was large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of young Imperial Beastmasters, hunting together. Other areas. You could see the youthful Imperial Beastmasters being chased by the raging tidal wave of magical beasts. But you can only see an oversized red pupil teenager in this area of the Moon Wolf's lair, chopping and slicing, decapitating a tearful moon demon wolf. In the eyes of the moon demon wolves, Pei Xingye was the true devil. The corners of the teenager's lips held a devilish smile. Howl. A miserable wolf howl resounded through Moonlight City. Bark. Scream again. It's useless even if you scream through your throats. Phoenix kill. The phoenix wings struck, a double spurt of undead fire and undead frost, dispelling the gloom of darkness and illuminating the enemy's tears. Qin Yanlin's lips twitched. Second Master. Is this human language you're speaking? Isn't this a villain's line? That's right, at this moment, Pei Xingye looked like a villain. There was a special evil aura flowing through him, and he was fundamentally different from all the righteous people. His evil very bizarre. His evil hair righteous. He is not a saintly mother, but nuclear goodness. His greatest kindness to the magical beasts is to use the second kill to minimize the pain of the magical beasts. The Scarlet Squad's performance was very strong, and after just 10 minutes of the trial, the number of beasts hunted by the team had already reached 157. This was already an A grade, and for the other students it was already difficult to catch up with this achievement. Up to this point, the undead fire burning on the Black Phoenix's body was a few points thicker. The undead frost that surrounded the phoenix wings, the aura of solemnity was also even thicker. Hunting magical beasts was indeed the fastest way for Imperial beasts to grow. Every time it killed a magical beast, the Imperial beast would increase its killing aura by 1 point, and the wildness of its bloodline genes would be further developed. Situ Shui analyzed. According to this hunting speed, this trial, it's not a problem for the Black Phoenix to break through to advance to the juvenile body 2nd stage. Qin Yanlin couldn't help but ask, "Captain, let's work together to assist the Second Master and work hard to see if we can get the Black Phoenix to break through the juvenile body 3rd stage." Situ Shui shook her head at this. The evolutionary speed of an ancient mythical bloodline Imperial beast can't be that fast. Furthermore, Pei Xingye chose to have the Black Phoenix dual cultivate ice and fire, and the difficulty of evolution has simply been pulled down to a hellish level. It's unlikely that one would want to advance to the juvenile body 3rd stage in this trial. Situ Shui's analysis was rational. Pei Xingye did not refute it. He was holding back a big. Next, the Scarlet Squad played perfect teamwork. Situ Shui was responsible for controlling the magical beasts and restricting their movement. Huangfu Boi added shields to the team, ensuring the team's battle endurance and pulling full tolerance. Qin Yanlin, on the other hand, played group consumption, continuously depressing the blood level of the Wraith Berserkers. Pei Xingye, on the other hand, only needed to slightly catalyze a trace of soul power, relying on the Black Phoenix's exceeding values to easily harvest all the bloodied wraiths. The Black Phoenix's growth rate soared as a result. It was getting closer and closer to breaking through the juvenile body. Second stage. Second Master, it's your turn to strike. Qin Yanlin rode the purple thunder heavenly horse and struck a thunderous beast hoof, stepping on the spine of a moon demon wolf. The moon demon wolf's breath was dying, and the black phoenix only needed to flap its feathers and release a strand of undead flame to complete the harvest. However, right at this moment, a residual shadow swept past Pei Xingye's side. Miso, sharp leopard claws, in a flash, cut the body of the blood-stained moon demon wolf in half. Holy! Not speaking of martial virtues, actually robbing people's heads. Qin Yanlin was instantly displeased, cursing towards a long-haired man. The long-haired man had a slender figure and feminine face, with many feminized qualities, and wore a combat uniform imprinted with the Legend Academy. The first-year student of Legend Academy, Sima Xian. The Black Panther beside him possessed a body even larger and sturdier than that of an elephant system imperial beast, with a coat of black fur and two fierce-faced panther heads sprouting from its burly shoulders and neck. Two-headed Black Panther, an all-rounded imperial beast with both attack explosion and speed explosion. Behind Sima Xian there were three other students. These four were the Thunder Squad from Legend Academy. At this moment, Moonlight City was a cultivation ground where 10,000 people were fighting. All the new students of the current year from the four major academies were all gathered here to open the hunting trials in their respective squads. The more people in the trial, the greater the probability of head-grabbing occurring. Just now, the captain of the Thunder Squad, Sima Xian, was able to seize the head of a moon demon wolf from Pei Xingye's hands by recognizing the moment from the shadows. Sima Xian revealed a provocative smile. "Sorry, Pei. I didn't do it on purpose," Qin Yanlin said angrily. "You clearly did it on purpose. Your character is really worthy of your family name." Pei Xingye ignored it and prepared to harvest another bloodied moon demon wolf. Whoosh! A poisonous needle from a large poisonous wasp pierced through the air, preempting the harvesting of the bloodied moon demon wolf. This was the second time Pei Xingye was robbed of his head. Pei Xingye looked around and realized that many Imperial Beastmaster squads from different academies had sprung up around him. Their eyes burned with surging battle intent, and of course, there were also provocative colors. At this moment, above ground, at the entrance to Moonlight City, a dozen or so gold medal instructors from the four major academies were following this trial of 10,000 people battling it out within Moonlight City through the images transmitted by the drones. Pei Yingru saw Pei Xingye's situation and couldn't help but clench her teeth. Damn it! The Imperial Beastmaster squads from the other academies are deliberately making things difficult for Little Knight. Pei Xingye, the national top student plus top of the Heavenly Cloud ranking. His talent and strength had monopolized almost all of the heat of this freshman class. People were discussing Pei Xingye in addition to, at most, another Sang Wui. After all, they were the Yan Xia twins. As for the other freshmen of this term, no one cared. 18-year-old boys and girls, all of them were in the prime of their youth, and everyone was more or less jealous of Pei Xingye. So this time in the dungeon trial, all the Imperial Beastmaster squads formed by the other academies, very tacitly joined together to target Pei Xingye, and the Scarlet Squad that Pei Xingye was in. Sima Xian raised his voice. "Pei Xingye, you can't be too much of a show-off. This is the price you pay for being a show-off." After a moment of contemplation, Pei Xingye raised his crimson eyes. "Stealing someone's head won't violate the rules of the trial, right?" Sima Xian laughed maniacally. "Of course, grabbing heads is a reflection of ability. Breaking a gross rule, ha ha ha." The Imperial Beastmaster squads from the other academies also let out teasingly meaningful laughter towards Pei Xingye. Situ Shui poured out a breath and whispered, "Ugh, what are you guys messing with him for? Ding. Your friend, Harvest God of War Pei Xingye is online." Chapter 36, The King's Contempt. Slow Hands. Moonlight City. Moonwolf Lair. This trial of 10,000 people was staged in a head-grabbing battle. Pei Xingye, who had made a name for himself some time ago, had become the target of almost all the Royal Beastmaster squads. There were times when the talent and strength you displayed amongst your peers, or in the same segment, was excessively powerful, even reaching the position of being the first in the fault line. You would naturally fall into the spotlight, inviting inexplicable jealousy and hatred. Huangfu Boyi wore a white bone mask, and he would not stutter when he opened his mouth to speak with righteous indignation. "Captain, Second Master, and these people have no grievances. Why are they targeting Second Master like this?" Situ Shui explained. "Think about it from a different perspective. If you were them, Being able to snatch the head from the hands of the national top student in the much-anticipated dungeon trial, why wouldn't that be a kind of honor and achievement? It's all just for fame. The freshmen of the academy school were all 18-year-old teenage boys and girls. Their minds not mature enough, while their hearts were higher than the sky. Everyone was a fledgling pride of heaven, who was willing to be reduced to a backdrop and passerby for Pei Xingye's display of talent on this kind of occasion. As long as you can grab the head from Pei Xingye's hands, you can also pretend to be a pussy when you mention it to others. It had to be said that as long as one was linked to Pei Xingye, one could gain heat exposure and a certain amount of fame. This was the reason why the Imperial Beastmaster squads from the other three academies had joined forces to target Pei Xingye. In response, the means of revenge Pei Xingye chose would be extremely brutal. Roar, roar, roar. The number of Imperial Beastmaster squads converging at the Moon Wolf's lair increased, and the noise and footsteps attracted the wolves in the depths of the lair. In the darkness, a dense wave of beasts emerged once again, a pair of bloody wolf eyes bursting with greedy beast lust. This hunting trial continued. Sima Xian, as the captain of the Thunder Squad, maintained his composure. Everyone stay in formation and play as a team. I'll be in charge of harvesting. The Thunder Squad, among the freshmen of this session of Blockhead Academy, was considered a squad of superior quality. The few members in Sima Xian's hands possessed notable talent and strength, while their imperial beasts were also able to play efficient teamwork tactics. For a moment, smoke rose in all directions and blood spurted out. Captain, these 6 moon demon wolves, all of them are greatly crippled. Good. I'll harvest their lives. Sima Xian catalyzed his soul power, harnessing the 2-headed black Xian leopard and launching a surprise attack towards the 6 blood-crippled moon demon wolves. Panther-type imperial beasts possessed extremely high movement speeds, and the speed of their skill release was also far greater than that of ordinary imperial beasts. Therefore, Sima Xian's role in the team was to be the reaper responsible for harvesting the lives of the beasts. Just when Sima Xian was certain that he could harvest the 6 bloodied moon demon wolves, an accident occurred. Within Moonlight City, the temperature plummeted. Terrifying undead ripples stirred in the killing gale. In a split second, 6 black death shadows appeared above the heads of the 6 blood-stained moon demon wolves. The death god shadows wielded the scythes in their hands, ignoring any law constraints and forcibly decapitating the 6 moon demon wolves. This is undead decimation. Captain, the situation is not good. In 1 second, Sima Xian led the Thunder Squad, playing superb and unparalleled teamwork, and with great difficulty, he was able to reduce the 6 moon demon wolves to a state of crippled blood. In the next second, Pei Xingye started with 0 frames and directly triggered undead decimation, completing the harvest first. At this moment, Sima Xian's face was pale, frozen in place, his mind blank. A pass operation fierce as a tiger, a look at the battle results. Thunder Squad was busy for most of the day, but they did Pei Xingye's graft. Pei Xingye, you just said that grabbing heads won't violate the rules of the trial, didn't you? Pei Xingye's glib remark made Sima Xian's face redden, and he was powerless to retort. Qin Yanlin laughed his ass off at the side. You fools. Grabbing heads has reached my second master's head. You'll have to suffer next. In the middle of the lair, the wolves were coming out in an endless stream. Although the various Imperial Beastmaster squads played a subtle coordination, as long as a moon demon wolf was bloodied, they wouldn't be able to harvest it in time, and the death void would fall from the sky, triggering undead beheading. Knowing that undead decimation, it could ignore all defenses and shields, ignore the bloodline quality and level segment of the magical beasts, and forcefully decimate all magical beasts with 10% of their blood remaining with a 100% hit rate. Not to mention the moon demon wolf, even if it was a heavenly king body or even an emperor body magical beast that had 10% of its blood remaining on the battlefield, it would have to go to hell when it met Pei Xingye. The undead department talent, after all, was the top Imperial Beastmaster talent that was number 1 on the fault line 18 years ago. The dominance and oppression that undead decimation presented on the battlefield not only chilled the enemy, but also caused despair in the hearts of competitors. For the next half an hour, within Moonlight City, the climax of the descent of the Grim Reaper unfolded. The Beastmaster squads from the other 3 academies were in agony. No matter how hard they tried, they were unable to escape the sanction of undead beheading. Captain, this moon demon wolf is bloodied. Hurry up. Alas, it's been preempted by Pei Xingye again. It's undead decimation again. Undead decimation. It really overshot the mark. This genius monster is as terrifying as the Grim Reaper. It was at this moment that the young and exuberant group of Celestials realized how miserable it would be to mess with Pei Xingye. In half an hour, all the Imperial Beastmaster squads in this area of the Moon Wolf Lair had a record of 0. All of the corpses of the magical beasts on the battlefield were trampled under Pei Xingye's feet. Moreover, Pei Xingye's soul power was hardly consumed, as the way he harvested the beasts relied on undead beheadings. The black phoenix that had just warmed up was useless, perched above Pei Xingye's head in a lazy, idle stance, dozing off. At this point, Scarlet Squad's battle record broke through the 1,000 mark. This was Pei Xingye's revenge. As long as he wanted to, with undead decimation, he could steal all the heads from all the Beastmaster squads with a 100% probability against the heavens. As Situ Shui said, "Why are you guys messing with him?" The entrance to Moonlight City. Pei Ingru witnessed everything that happened within Moonlight City through the image transmitted by the drone. She couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The Scarlet Squad's first time participating in the dungeon trials, the total number of hunts actually broke through 1,000. This creates history. I have to say, this talent of undead decimation, in the realm of grabbing all the heads, is the strength of the fault line number 1. Pei Xingye stood on the hill piled with the bones of demonic beasts, overlooking the crowd of heavenly talents below the hill. At this moment, these so-called geniuses were once again turned into dregs by this red-pupiled teenager. In seconds, the red pupil was as cold and merciless as blood. The smile that hooked up at the corner of Pei Xingye's lips contained 3 points of coolness, 3 points of bloodlust, and 4 points of carelessness. The king's defiance oppressed the entire scene. Pei Xingye, you're addicted to grabbing heads. Leave us a way out. Our current rating hasn't reached the passing line yet. In the face of the crowd's hopeless complaints, Pei Xingye merely flicked his lips and spat out 3 icy words. Slow hands. The moment these words came out, all the Imperial Beastmasters in the room were like frosted eggplants, instantly wilting. These 3 words, besides Pei Xingye, who else was qualified to say them? Geniuses, in front of this man, would always be crushed to the point where they couldn't raise their heads or straighten their backs. There was no moonlight in Moonlight City, but Pei Xingye's red pupil seemed to emanate the light of death that crushed all the heavenly talents, casting a shadow over everyone's souls. Undead decimation was triggered frequently, and the death scythe reaped the entire field. At this moment, Pei Xingye was a living hell out of hell. Chapter 37. One hand of the gods, double falling phoenix chop. Pei Xingye's phrase of slow hands was the late-night nightmare of all the Heaven's Pride children this night. Normally, the talents awakened by an Imperial Beastmaster needed to be coordinated with one's own Imperial Beast in order to strike a true effect. However, the undead talent was fundamentally different from any other Royal Beastmaster talent. For example, Pei Xingye's awakened undead decimation, it didn't need to rely on any other medium, and its supremacy was an absolute sense of objectivity. When Pei Xingye triggered undead decimation and went to harvest those bloodied magical beasts, his Imperial Beast, the Black Phoenix, didn't need to participate in the battle at all. Therefore, this talent possessed a unique characteristic, which was extreme stability. Other Beastmaster talents, if they wanted to be effective, they needed to fulfill various conditions, they needed the beast to work perfectly with them, and they would also make mistakes due to various unfavorable conditions. Whereas undead decimation, as long as it was triggered, it wouldn't make any mistakes, but would instead obliterate the opponent 100%. At this moment, Pei Xingye himself was like the god of death, causing everyone present to look up. Great God Pei, this is the high-quality Imperial Beast nutrient liquid I have in my back pocket. Please accept it with a smile. I'm willing to offer an Ice Snow Eagle's Beast Crystal. Please spare it. Father Pei, you're a big man. I'll apologize to you. The Moon Wolf Lair staged a wonderful drama of lining up to apologize to Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye's 100% divine operation of harvesting bloodied magical beasts made the other 3 major academies' Imperial Beastmasters fearful. It was important to realize that most of the Imperial Beastmaster squads, at the moment, hadn't gotten a passing grade. If Pei Xingye continued the operation he had just performed, they wouldn't even have a chance to harvest a bloodied magical beast. Qin Yanlin looked towards Sima Xian, whose face was blackened, and said in a cold voice, "Come over here and apologize to my second master." Sima Xian gritted his teeth, defiance still written in his vicious eyes. Right at this moment, A deafening wolf howl shattered the earth, sending a blood-colored ripple through the air. A black wolf with a gigantic physique rushed out of the darkness and reflected into everyone's vision. The size and tonnage of this wolf was about twice that of an ordinary moon demon wolf. The crescent mark on its forehead took on the shape of a half-circle. Half-moon demon wolf, mature body second stage. In the moon demon wolf clan, the hallmark trait of growth and evolution was the moon mark on its forehead. Ordinary moon demon wolves, which belonged to the juvenile body, had the moon mark on their forehead, which was a tiny crescent moon. Half-moon demon wolves, on the other hand, were of the mature body class, and the moon mark evolved from a tiny crescent to the shape of a half-moon. Everyone, don't be in a hurry to strike. As long as we make a move, the result will still be a graft for Pei Xingye. As the captain of the Thunder Squad, Sima Xian ordered his team members to assume a defensive stance and never initiate an attack. This was because what had just happened was enough to prove that as long as the Thunder Squad combined their efforts and crippled this half-moon demon wolf, Pei Xingye's undead decimation would instantly descend. Captain, even if we don't make a move, Pei Xingye, he's killing over. Sima Xian raised his eyes to look. Pei Xingye was standing directly on top of the Black Phoenix's back, and the master-servant duo flew in to attack. Everyone, don't panic. Although undead decimation is overrun, it can only be triggered with 10% of the magical beast's blood remaining. As long as we don't make a move, Pei Xingye won't be able to grab any heads. A member of the team timidly said, what if Pei Xingye has the half-moon demon wolf in 1 second with one move? 1 move and a second? Heavenly joke. This half-moon demon wolf, at least, is a mature body second stage, and the Black Phoenix is only a juvenile body first stage. The difference between the two is as much as 1 large rank, and the strength of the bloodline can't make up for this gap. Normally, the blood volume of a mature body magical beast was twice that of a juvenile body magical beast. Pei Xingye harnessed the Black Phoenix and wanted to kill the half-moon demon wolf in a single move. Sima Xian died not believing it. Fierce gusts of wind swept up the undead flame, and the red-pupiled teenager stepped on the Phoenix god beast, closing in on the raging half-moon demon wolf with a devastating force. Captain, let's assist Master 2 together, and help Master 2 keep the half-moon demon wolf's blood level lowered to 10%, so that it's easy for Master 2 to make a move to harvest. Qin Yanlin uttered these words, implying that as Pei Xingye's teammate, deep down, he also didn't believe that Pei Xingye would be able to kill the half-moon demon wolf in a single move. Situ Shue's eyebrows raised as she gazed at Pei Xingye's back, a strong premonition arising within her. There's no need for us to make a move. In the next instant, Pei Xingye catalyzed his soul power, and the Black Phoenix Zero frame started, unleashing the ghostly and unpredictable falling phoenix slash. The cross-shaped beam of fire generated out of thin air coalesced into a powerful chopping blow, like 2 crossed swords of death, burning with the fire of the undead, and it bludgeoned the half-moon demon wolf's chest. The wail of the demonic beast resounded through every corner of Moonlight City. Even if the half-moon demon wolf was a mature demon beast, with its reaction speed and combat awareness, it was unable to capture and anticipate the phoenix chop that Zero Frame had started with. Therefore, this chop was a 100% hit. Sima Xian secretly said in his heart, a single move of falling phoenix chop, wanting to cripple a matured body magic beast? Dream on. However, in the next second, Sima Xian's face changed in shock. The scene that happened in front of him was incomprehensible to him, subverting all his past perceptions. The half-moon demonic wolf had a face of agony, and above its head, an eerie and terrifying death void appeared. The sharp scythe was already on top of its neck with rippling veins. Death undead decimation triggered. How is it possible? It's too fake. A single move of falling phoenix slash is able to beat a mature body magical beast into a crippled blood? Pei Xingye is hung. This guy is definitely hung. If you reported Pei Xingye for hanging, Pei Xingye wouldn't admit it. Because he wasn't just hanging now, he just hadn't turned it off all along. Facts were facts, no matter how unbelievable undead decapitation was triggered at this very moment. Miso, the scythe of the god of death, showed no mercy, harvesting the life of the half-moon demon wolf. The wolf's body was separated from its head, and blood stained the muddy sand. Seconds. He really killed a mature body demonic beast in one move. Sima Xian couldn't accept the scene in front of him, his hands clasping his head, his blood-filled pupils trembling violently as he stared at Pei Xingye's back. at the entrance of Moonlight City. The gold medal instructors from the other 3 major academies murmured. A first-rank Imperial Beastmaster, harnessing a juvenile-bodied Imperial Beast to kill a mature-bodied magical beast in a single move? Such a miracle. I've never heard of it. Fighting across ranks, it would have required teamwork. But this guy, Pei Xingye, is all by himself. Monster. Simply a monster. Pei Xingye, as the Chaos Academy's gold medal tutor and also Pei Xingye's cousin, forced herself to calm down after her shock and carefully analyzed the video replay captured by the drone.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
The thickness of the half-moon demon wolf's blood bar is twice that of the moon demon wolf. To say that a single move of falling phoenix slash was able to maim a juvenile-bodied moon demon wolf, this I believe. But the half-moon demon wolf is a mature body second stage. Wait, this detail is... Pei Xingye perceived a crucial detail. When the Black Phoenix unleashed the falling phoenix slash towards the half-moon demon wolf, the criss-crossing beams of undead fire unexpectedly had an additional, almost overlapping residual shadow. Remnant shadow. Overlapping. So that's how it is. Sayaka had stored up power to store 2 consecutive falling phoenix slashes in one of the previous defense rounds. So the falling phoenix slash that hit the half-moon demon wolf was a double slash. Storing up power to store skills and retracting them was originally a test of the Royal Beastmaster's level of operation. As for Pei Xingye's operation, he was able to make the Black Phoenix store 2 consecutive falling phoenix slashes, and then use a 0-frame start to strike the double falling phoenix slash in an overlapping form that made it difficult for the opponent to notice and defend against. Since then, Pei Xingye had created a brand new combat style of overlapping skill flow. This hand of operation that amazed a group of pride and gold medal tutors was also called God's One Hand by people in later generations. Chapter 38. Scarlet Moonlight Underground. Crisis. Falling Phoenix Slash, the Phoenix-type Royal Beast's best ultra-high explosive attack skill. When Pei Xingye harnessed the Black Phoenix and struck a double falling Phoenix Slash, even the mature-bodied half-moon demonic wolf would fall into a bloodied state in an instant, and magical beasts in a crippled state would be treated equally in Pei Xingye's eyes, regardless of bloodline or level, because once undead decimation was triggered, it meant that the blade of the god of death was destined to harvest the enemy's life. The Black Phoenix slowly landed on the ground, a pair of scarlet phoenix eyes sweeping past the shivering 2-headed black Xian leopard with a look of contempt. Pei Xingye stood on the backbone of the Black Phoenix, holding the half-moon demonic wolf beast crystal that he had just beheaded. He simply stared at Sima Xian, clearly not saying anything, but causing an unrivaled oppression on Sima Xian's mental state. Under this terrifying oppression, Sima Xian couldn't even be bothered to care about his face and apologized on the spot. Bei Da Sheng. Oh no, righteous father, Lord righteous father. It was me who spoke out of turn just now. It was my fault. Those who know what's right are wise. Sima Xian's initial act of provoking Pei Xingye was abominable. But the good thing was that he was quick to admit his mistake. When he witnessed the miracle of Pei Xingye accomplishing a cross-stage second kill in a single move, his heart completely submitted. Every Imperial Beast Master present at this moment had the same lament spewing from their inner world. Serves him right for monopolizing all the heat and fame of this freshman class. Serves us right for being turned into passers-by by him in seconds. A genius's spiritedness was always based on looking down on the world. When one day, the genius raised his head, looked up at the sky, and could only see the soles of a certain peer's feet, then it was destined to produce deep frustration. The corners of his lips hooked up in a self-deprecating smile, and from then on, he would no longer call himself a genius. After all, any of the people present, even if they were high on prohibited drugs, would not be able to hunt down a mature-bodied half-moon demon wolf within a single move. Pei Xingye's maneuver had once again raised the upper limit of first-ranked Imperial Beastmasters, making it difficult to look up to them. By this point, people had to recognize a fact. Nowadays, the Pei Xingye who participated in the dungeon trials was a few points deeper compared to the Pei Xingye who had topped the Heavenly Cloud ranking a week ago. Yes, that's right. In just a week's time, this genius monster had evolved again. The evolutionary effect presented on him was even more exaggerated than the evolution of the Imperial Beasts. Little Knight, your talent. Is it hard to be even higher than Pei Ma? The bloodline is being passed down, and the bloodline is evolving. Sister Me, I'm starting to look forward to your growth even more, as well as your future. This week, every time Pei Xingye stayed up late to train, Pei Yingru silently watched. However, even though she had paid so much attention to Pei Xingye, she had never realized that during Pei Xingye's training, she had developed such a godly skill as the double falling phoenix slash. Every time Pei Xingye fought, it was as if the strength he presented to the public was only the tip of the iceberg. This young man with red pupils seemed to be covered in a mysterious fog, making it impossible for people to see his true strength. Pei Xingye single-handedly killed the half-moon demon wolf, and the crowd submitted, while the other 3 members of the Scarlet Squad were all happy for Pei Xingye and proud of him. At least at this moment, the way Qin Yanlin viewed Pei Xingye was even more affectionate than he viewed Technician 98, with admiration written all over his face. Captain, I intend to follow Master Air next, learning to cultivate the overlapping skill stream fighting style together. The explosive damage dealt by overlapping skills, it's too cool. Situ Shui gently shook her head and said flatly, his fighting style, it's hard for us to copy. Why? Situ Shui looked at Pei Xingye's figure and narratively analyzed. Storing power in advance, allowing the Imperial Beast to store 2 skills in a row, and hitting double-stacked skill damage in one move, this does sound cool. But looking at the essence through the performance, when we try to do this, can we do a 0-frame start? After hitting explosive damage and the enemy is bloodied, are we able to complete the harvest in a stable manner? Old Qin, don't forget that our Imperial Beast staging maneuver is easily recognized by the enemy because we can't master the 0-frame start. After the enemy is bloodied, we are doomed to the possibility of mistakes when we multiply our attack because of factors such as the environment or psychology, causing the bloodied enemy to escape. When Situ Shui said this, Qin Yanlin stared at Pei Xingye, who was not far away, with eyes like he was looking at a monster. Captain, you're right. The explosive damage of the double falling phoenix slash is certainly over the top. But what really exceeds the standard is Second Master's 0-frame starter, and his undead talent, Undead Decimation. The half-moon demon wolf, a mature body second stage magical beast, had a blood bar that was twice that of a normal moon demon wolf. The reason it was killed in seconds was simple. 0 frames starting double falling phoenix chop. Given 100 rebirths, it couldn't dodge it 100 times. After it was bloodied, undead decapitation was triggered by 0 frame. This meant that it didn't have any room to struggle or any chance to maneuver before it was on the verge of death. Therefore, other than Pei Xingye, other Imperial Beastmasters trying to imitate and copy the overlapping skill flow fighting style wouldn't be very effective. Situ Shui whispered to herself, from the very beginning, he's been walking a path that no one has ever walked before, and no one has ever been able to duplicate. With things having come to this, who among the other 3 major Academy's Royal Beastmaster squads dared to provoke Pei Xingye? They could only call Pei's father or righteous father with every breath. Soon, the Thunder Squad, including the one led by Sima Xian, also retreated in disgrace. In the Moon Wolf Lair, only the Scarlet Squad remained. The other squads had obediently gone to other areas to hunt. This was a farce triggered by the head grabbing, and the dungeon trial was still going on. A domineering phoenix roar was deafening, and undead fire and undead frost collided with each other, playing a song rooted in the depths of the ancient mythological bloodline. Second Master, the Black Phoenix that's right, a breakthrough. At this point in the trial, the Black Phoenix had harvested a large number of demonic beast lives. Its killing intent climbed, its experience skyrocketed, and it smoothly broke through the juvenile body second stage. This was good news for the Scarlet Squad. The Black Phoenix had upgraded and evolved, which had accomplished the squad's original goal of participating in the trial. The next step was to take the S rank rating. Situ Shui spoke, let's continue to go deeper into the lair and team up to hunt a full-bodied full-moon demon wolf, and we'll be able to get an S rank rating. The foursome walked side by side, heading towards the dark depths of the moon wolf's lair. Normally, within a gathering place of a magical beast colony, the closer to the depths of the hinterland, the higher the magical beast's grade. Of course, in order to protect the students, the 4 academies had already detected every corner of Moonlight City, and the highest-ranked magical beasts were the complete body segment. For this segment of magical beasts for an Imperial Beast Master Squad, as long as they were able to play fantastic teamwork, they would have a chance to kill one. However, in today's Moonlight City, were the highest segmented magical beasts really just complete bodies? Just as the Scarlet Squad dived deeper into the hinterland of the Moonwolf's lair, underneath the lair, the thick grains of soil were distinctly separated, emitting a slight vibration. A splash of scarlet moonlight actually gushed out from the ground, just like magma, trickling, Chapter 39 Sang Wui's Nightmare. Imperial Corpse Carrying Coffin. As time passed, more and more Imperial Beastmaster squads exited Moonlight City. Each squad had different goals. Some of them only sought to get a passing grade of C, so they decisively ended the trial after reaching that grade. On the other hand, a portion of the ambitious squads stayed within Moonlight City and continued hunting. In terms of ambition, the Scarlet Squad was deservedly number 1. Without getting the highest S rank rating, the captain and team members vowed not to rest. Underneath the ground, the Moon Wolf Lair. The undead fire released by the Black Phoenix continued to dispel the darkness in front of the Scarlet Squad's eyes, pointing out the way forward. As they went deeper into the hinterland of the lair, the number of wolves emerging grew larger and larger, and there were almost no more juvenile segmented moon demon wolves, with the worst-ranked magical beasts reaching the mature body-second segment. However, for Pei Xingye, this kind of challenge was tantamount to giving the Black Phoenix a wild brush of growth experience. Under the suppression of bloodline and the suppression of maneuvers, Pei Xingye's battle across the ranks was as simple as eating and drinking. Gradually, the mature-bodied magical beasts were no longer able to fulfill the Black Phoenix's upgrade needs. It had to be said that the undead lineage plus ancient mythological bloodline was indeed the most difficult imperial beast to cultivate in this world at the moment, and the conditions required for growth were extremely harsh. Even if the Black Phoenix harvested a full-body-ranked full-moon demonic wolf next, I'm afraid that it wouldn't break through the juvenile body third stage. All in all, other than Pei Xingye's unique talent, the other Imperial Beast Masters simply didn't have the ability to cultivate the Black Phoenix. Along the way, the Scarlet Squad joined forces and fought in perfect teamwork, hunting and killing a magical beast as they braved towards the depths of darkness. But in the process, Situ Shui discovered a detail. "Why are you absent-minded?" "Me? Nothing." Pei Xingye denied it. But Situ Shui was like a roundworm in Pei Xingye's stomach, hitting the nail on the head. "You haven't looked around much since you entered Moonlight City? Are you looking for that woman's figure?" "What woman?"
Sang Wui.
"Captain, you." Pei Xingye looked straight into Situ Shui's beautiful eyes, and he realized that this woman's insight far exceeded that of her peers. That's right. Ever since Pei Xingye entered Moonlight City, he had subconsciously searched for Sang Wui's figure, but found nothing. This time, the Moonlight City trial had brought together all the freshmen of the 4 great academies for this term. Logically, Sang Wui would also be there. However, Pei Xingye did not see Sang Wui's figure. Only Situ Shui didn't realize that what Pei Xingye was truly interested in wasn't Sang Wui himself, but Sang Wui's father, Sang Xian, and the world's only demigod bloodline, the giant lineage Imperial Beast. All of these were inextricably linked to the Heavenly Star Vortex battle. It seems that the battle of the Heavenly Cloud ranking, you have developed very special emotions towards Sang Wui? Captain, after all, between my mother and his father, there is a deep connection. It's hard for me not to care about her. Situ Shui nodded, then said, "Sang Wui did not participate in this Moonlight City trial." "Didn't participate? No wonder we can't see her." Situ Shui explained again. "I sent someone to investigate. Sang Wui took a sick leave after the Heavenly Cloud ranking competition and hasn't attended school for a week straight. The specific condition, I don't know." Pei Xingye froze. "Captain, how is it that your level of concern for Sang Wui is higher than mine?" Situ Shui's beautiful eyes flashed, her red lips slightly raised. "Pei Xingye, you're my team member. What you're concerned about, I'll be more concerned about than you. Any information you need, I can help you investigate in the future. No charge. For Pei Xingye, Situ Shui was a very special existence. Having a captain like this in the Scarlet Squad gave people a very reassuring feeling. Her help to her teammates never came with the intention of handouts or benefit exchanges, and she was running this Imperial Beastmaster squad with all her heart. She paid attention to everything about each of her teammates. Since Pei Xingye was concerned about Sang Wui, she was even more concerned about Sang Wui than Pei Xingye. At the same time, Black Forest City, the Sang Mansion. It was a priced ancient-style courtyard, one of the legacies that Sang Xian had left behind for his daughter, Sang Wui. In broad daylight, the bedroom room door was tightly closed. On the bed lay a silver-haired girl who was covered in cold sweat. In the vast mansion, other than this young girl, there wasn't even a single breather. The Heavenly Star Vortex battle 18 years ago had left Pei Xingye orphaned overnight. But what happened to Sang Wui was not the same. When Sang Wui was born, his mother died in childbirth. His father, Sang Xian, and Pei Xingye's mother, Pei Chuzhuang, Both fell in the Heavenly Star Vortex battle not long afterward, their bodies and bones gone. By Pei Xingye's side, at least she still had Pei Ingru, her loving sister, and Lan Hearing You. As for Sang Wui, as her name suggested, she had no one to rely on by her side. For 18 years, she didn't even have a single friend. Even when she was sick, she was just alone, locking herself in her bedroom. Cold sweat and nightmares continued. It was daytime now, yet she was lying in bed with nightmares, her long silver hair soaked in sweat and stuck to the pillow. When did she start having nightmares? The battle of the heavenly cloud ranking. Technically, it was after she fought Pei Xingye. The intense sparring between the ghost weeping giant and the black phoenix in the last round seemed to have triggered some sort of forbidden curse. After that, Sang Wui had nightmares for a week straight and had to take a leave of absence due to illness, giving up on this dungeon trial. In her dream, Sang Wui was in an area of human purgatory, surrounded by gushing lava and the hissing of magical beasts that shook her soul. She was barefoot, fleeing aimlessly, and ended up falling into the abyss. When she raised her eyes, she saw this bizarre scene, a chaotic depth, littered with the bones of dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns. The sound of thumping footsteps came from far and near. It was the footsteps of giants. Immediately afterward, for giants whose physiques ran through heaven and earth were reflected in Sang Wui's shrunken pupils. The 4 giants stood in a position that formed a square formation, while on their broad and robust shoulders, they carried a heavy, blood-colored coffin. This image was forever fixed in the depths of Sang Wui's memory. Father! Sang Wui woke up with a jolt, breathing heavily. She pulled open a sliver of curtains. The sun shone brightly outside the window, while there was only deathly darkness in the bedroom. She raised her hand, clenched her fist, and fiercely struck her head. Damn it! This nightmare again. The giant carrying a coffin in the dream. What exactly is it signaling? Father, back in the year when you fell in the Heavenly Star Vortex battle, what exactly happened? A giant carrying a coffin? No. That famous painting of the century, titled, The Emperor's Corpse Carrying a Coffin. Who is the most powerful giant imperial beast in the world? None other than the 4 legendary imperial corpses, the Drought Demon, Shogun, Ingo, Hao Hing. Chapter 40 Scarlet Squad vs. Full Moon Demon Wolf. Moonlight City. Thunder Squad, Grade A. Shadow Squad, Grade B. Raid Squad, Grade B. Half a day had passed, and most of the Imperial Beastmaster squads, having reached their respective goals, chose to call it a day. The talent of this freshman class, as a whole, didn't seem to differ much from the previous class. The examination grades achieved by the Imperial Beastmaster squad basically fluctuated between B and A. The Scarlet Squad, on the other hand, was still in the process of obtaining a good grade. The Scarlet Squad, on the other hand, was still continuing to delve deeper into the Moon Wolf's lair and would never turn back until they got an S rank rating. One of the most important conditions to achieve an S rank rating was to hunt a full-bodied grade magical beast. For a first-ranked beast master, the difficulty was comparable to reaching the sky. To accomplish this feat, teamwork had to be at its peak. Moreover, it was an extreme test of the Imperial Beast Master's strategic sense. In the depths of the darkness, a cold gale swept in, forcing the Scarlet Squad quartet back 7 or 8 steps in a row. The undead flame burning on the Black Phoenix was also weakened by a few points due to this gloomy wind. Situ Shui frowned tightly and said in a deep voice, "It's the full moon demon wolf. Prepare for battle. Howl!" A berserk wolf howl tore through the earth, and the damp cave trembled violently as a huge black shadow rushed out of the darkness and appeared in front of the Scarlet Squad. This giant wolf was more than 3 times the size of a half-moon demon wolf. On its forehead, the mark of a rolling moon emerged. This was the full-body-level magical beast, the full moon demonic wolf. When there was a huge difference in rank, the bloodline suppression effect would be drastically weakened. The full moon demonic wolf's gaze swept over the Black Phoenix, without a trace of fear in the bottom of its eyes, instead revealing sharp fangs and emitting an angry bloodthirsty roar towards the Black Phoenix. The Black Phoenix was, after all, only a juvenile body, a full 2 major levels away from the full-bodied full moon demonic wolf. Qin Yanlin was on instinct and got goosebumps. The aura of a full-bodied demonic beast. It's also too brutal. Huang Fu Boyi adjusted his mask, and although he didn't stutter anymore when he spoke, his voice was permeated with uncontrollable trepidation. Our soul power, It seems like we'll be interfered with by the full moon demonic wolf. The foursome of the Scarlet Squad were all first-ranked Imperial Beast Masters. When facing a full-body demonic beast, the soul power would be interfered with, thus affecting the combat effect. So how easy was it to get an S-rank rating? Bearing Phoenix Call. Pei Xingye struck. The moment his soul power was urged, the Black Phoenix understood, spreading its wings and flying high, emitting a chirping cry like thunder striking through the night sky. The Bearing Phoenix chirp directly consumed 50% of Pei Xingye's current remaining soul power. At the same time, this chirping cry manifested the exceeding strength of the ancient mythical bloodline, invisibly weakening the full moon demon wolf's attack and defense. A bold maneuver, a bold strike. This was the kind of confidence and determination that an excellent Imperial Beast Master should have. As soon as the Bastard Phoenix song came out, the aura of the full moon demon wolf plummeted. The goosebumps on Qin Yanlin's body quickly faded, and the trepidation in Huangfu Boyi's eyes gradually disappeared. Start the battle. Situ Shui gave the order, and the Scarlet Squad quartet joined forces to charge. Qin Yanlin rode on the backbone of the Purple Thunder Heavenly Horse, flying through the air and releasing the remnants of the beast's hooves entwined with electric currents, enveloping the head of the full moon demonic wolf. A full-bodied demonic beast. How could it be so easily hit? The flexibility and agility of the full moon demonic wolf was almost 4 times that of the half-moon demonic wolf. With its strong limbs, it easily jumped out of the purple lightning heavenly horse's attack range with a flash and turn. Captain, help me control it. Situ Shui began to power up, and the shadow demon spider burrowed out from the ground. This godly debut, directly sneaking up behind the full moon demon wolf. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A tough and slender spider silk crazily wrapped around the full moon demon wolf's limbs and neck. Cocooning. The densely packed spider silk wrapped the full moon demon wolf into a bloated cocoon ball. Petrify. Situ Shui unleashed her S-rank talent, cocooning and petrifying at the same time on the full moon demon wolf, striking a double control. On the importance of having a control stream Imperial Beastmaster in the team. Thunderous flash. Qin Yanlin once again urged his soul power, and the unicorn on the forehead of the purple lightning heavenly horse released a raging beam of electric current, blasting towards the petrified cocoon ball. Captain, your control time this time. Why is it so short? It's over, it's over. Huangfu elder brother. Save me. Roar. The wolf whistle shook. The petrified cocoon ball was instantly torn apart by the sharp wolf claws. At the same time, the tip of the wolf claws released a crescent-shaped wind blade, spiraling and flying towards Qin Yanlin. At the critical moment, the shield opened. Huangfu Boyi harnessed the 3-tailed illusory spirit fox and condensed the shield of the fox ancestor shadow around Qin Yanlin. The shield barely managed to withstand the full moon demon wolf's attack, and then shattered and failed. Qin Yanlin broke out in a cold sweat and looked towards Huangfu Boyi with grateful eyes. In a team, having a good support would increase the overall fault tolerance rate. Situ Shui analyzed. After all, it's a full-bodied magical beast. My control effect on it is very limited. Captain. Situ Shui glanced sideways at Pei Xingye beside her. The two had not known each other for long, but the tacit understanding in their souls was unrivaled. With just a glance, Situ Shui read Pei Xingye's intentions. Captain, second master. Before Huangfu Boyi could react, he realized that Pei Xingye and Situ Shui, at the same time, darted towards the full moon demon wolf. Shadow Spear. Situ Shui's inner soul power stirred, and the spider silk released by the shadow demon spider condensed a purple-black spear, drawing a beautiful parabola from high above. The shadow spear did not hit the full moon demon wolf, but it was inserted into the shadow at the feet of the full moon demon wolf. The body of the full moon demon wolf was temporarily stunned, unable to move, and could only clench its teeth and roar. The shadow demon spider belonged to the shadow-type royal beasts. One of the characteristics of the shadow system Imperial Beasts was that all of their skills could take effect on the enemy's shadow. Therefore, the control skill struck by the shadow demon spider, as long as it hit the shadow of the full moon demon wolf, it could also produce a control effect. This was unexpected by full moon demon wolf, and although the control effect was extremely short-lived, it was enough for Pei Xingye, who had mastered 0 frame starts. A phoenix chime sounded, and a blitz attack descended. The double falling phoenix slash accurately hit the body of the full moon demon wolf, and a wail of grief resounded through the chaotic battlefield. Qin Yanlin said excitedly, Although there is a huge level difference between the Black Phoenix and the Full Moon Demon Wolf, the Black Phoenix is an undead imperial beast. Huangfu Boyi nodded excitedly. That's right. The undead imperial beast's undead flame can ignore the enemy's defense shield and deal real burning damage to the enemy's body. The most notable manifestation of the level difference was the difference in attack and defense values. At this moment, the full moon demonic wolf's wounds were burning with emerald green undead fire, and its defense mechanism and shield advantage was gone. The full moon demonic wolf wailed angrily, and its ferocious gaze was directed at Situ Shui. A full body level magical beast possessed a certain amount of intelligence. It knew how to think. It knew that of the 4 imperial beastmasters in front of it, it had to prioritize taking out Situ Shui, because Situ Shui was a control stream royal beast master. Whoosh! The wolf's claws flew, and the gale drank blood. The full moon demon wolf instantly approached Situ Shui's face. Crap, at this distance. It's too late for me to provide the captain with a shield. Huangfu Boyi urgently urged his spiritual power, but it looked like it was too late. However, the corner of Situ Shui's mouth hooked up with an arc of scheming success. Cocooning! Qin Yanlin's emotions ran high as he perked up. The captain used cocooning on herself, entering the game with her body just to trick the full moon demon wolf into breaking. Countless spider silks came from all directions, wrapping and entangling Situ Shui. Cocooning is originally a control system skill to deal with enemies, but if you use it on yourself, it's a defense system skill. Scarlet Squad's leader, Ms. Situ Shui, is indeed an excellent leader. Little Knight will grow faster and faster when she becomes a partner with her. Outside Moonlight City, Pei Yingru revealed a satisfied smile. She was the Scarlet Captain, and it was Pei Xingye who used her intuition to choose the Scarlet Captain. Chapter 41 Scarlet Blood, Giant Heartbeat. Sharp wolf claws tore through the cocoon shell. Situ Shui's slender and thin figure was exposed to the full moon demon wolf. The cocooning defense could only withstand the first attack of the full moon demon wolf. At this moment, Situ Shui was only a centimeter away from the fangs of the full moon demon wolf that were quenched with venom, but by doing this she had already accomplished her task. Because Phoenix spit. Behind the back of the full moon demon wolf, Pei Xingye harnessed the black phoenix as her soul power erupted vigorously. The phoenix chirped and cried, its mouth spewing out a huge undead fireball that ruthlessly smashed into the back of the full moon demon wolf's neck. The back of the neck was the most vulnerable part of the full moon demon wolf. Situ Shui used herself as bait, just to make the full moon demon wolf expose its weaknesses when it attacked her. The phoenix spit hit precisely. The huge undead fireball instantly exploded, and the miserable wolf howl drowned in the thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, the full moon demon wolf was lying on its back in the crumbled dirt. The back of its neck area was bloody, and the spine that the undead fire continued to scorch was exposed to the air, its miserable injuries causing it excruciating pain. This was a full-bodied one-stage level magical beast, and under the cooperation of Pei Xingye and Situ Shui's souls, it had suffered such a heavy wound. However, behind this cooperation, it caused the onlookers Qin Yanlin and Huangfu Boyi to feel a pang of fear, because when Situ Shui used herself as bait just now, the fangs of the full moon demon wolf were close to her chest. If Pei Xingye made even the slightest mistake during the match, such as striking out just a millisecond slower, then Situ Shui's fragile human body would be tragically killed by the wolf's fangs. It's a matter of life and death. Does she not have the slightest concern? In fact, this was Situ Shui's charisma. In her eyes, she would trust her teammates unconditionally. She would rather gamble her life and was certain that Pei Xingye wouldn't make any mistakes. The full moon demon wolf, which had suffered a heavy blow, was enraged as it mobilized a large amount of moon demon power within its body, condensing it in the wound at the back of its neck to protect its fatal weakness. Pei Xingye frowned slightly. A complete body deserves to be a complete body. It knows to keep a long memory. If you want to attack its weak point next, it won't be as easy as it was just now. Since the full moon demon wolf was deliberately protecting the back of its neck, what followed was a long drawn-out battle. Deep within the dimly lit moon wolf's lair, the smoke from the battle's eruption churned like a tsunami. The Scarlet Squad, under Situ Shui's command, struck out one brilliant coordination after another. Even though the full moon demon wolf's level had reached full body, it could not withstand the Scarlet Squad's continuous blood grinding tactic. As the name implied, the tactic of continuous blood grinding was to consume the enemy from a long distance, avoiding close encounters with the enemy. The core of this tactic was the undead frost released by the Black Phoenix. On the battlefield, frost flowers flew and ice crystals filled the air. While the temperature dropped, the power of undead frost drilled into the nostrils, pores and mouth of the full moon demon wolf with impunity. Its lungs gradually froze, making it difficult to breathe, its movement speed became slow, and its ability to think was dulled. Under the interference of the undead frost, the maneuverability of the full moon demon wolf decreased drastically, and it was naturally pulled at random by the Scarlet Squad. Moreover, the Black Phoenix, Purple Electric Heavenly Horse, and Shadow Demon Spider all possessed long-range attack skills, causing the full moon demon wolf, which was only good at melee combat, to cry out in agony. No matter how high the level of this magical beast was, and no matter how strong its attacks were, if it couldn't even touch the fur of the imperial beast, it was bound to fall into a disadvantage. Against a magical beast whose level is much higher than the level of the summoned imperial beast, the tactic of continuously grinding blood flow is the best tactic. Excellent pulling. Full marks for consumption. Scarlet Squad's teamwork has far surpassed other squads. Situ Shui, Pei Xingye. This squad has a great future with these two core characters. Outside of Moonlight City, Pei Xingye stared at the live-streamed image put up by the drone with an appreciative gaze. The wisdom and composure that Situ Shui and Pei Xingye displayed during the group battle was something Pei Xingye had never seen before in the previous classes of freshmen. Half an hour passed. Qin Yanlin shouted, "Captain, the full moon demon wolf no longer has the strength to run." After half an hour of fierce battle, the blood level of the full moon demon wolf was whittled down to a residual state by the Scarlet Squad quartet. However, undead decimation had yet to be triggered, so this meant that the full moon demon wolf's blood level was still above 10%. Situ Shui's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Let's step up our efforts and depress the full moon demon wolf's blood level to 10%. "Yes, Captain." The four of them closed in, and the battle continued. However, the full moon demon wolf, at least it was a full body, its dignity, could not accept being pressured by four fledgling first-ranked Imperial Beastmasters. In anger, the full moon demon wolf suddenly erupted. With a flick of its wolf tail, the power of the moon demon madly erupted, tearing through the earth and forcing back the Scarlet Squad's foursome. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. "Second Master, your arm." Huangfu Boyi clearly saw that Pei Xingye's right arm was oozing bright red blood. Just a moment ago, Pei Xingye rode the Black Phoenix in front of his teammates and took almost 90% of the damage from the moon demon impact. As a result, Pei Xingye was also injured. Fresh blood dripped down and fell into the cracks in the earth. Like riding a slide, little by little it penetrated towards the depths of the earth. And deep underground, a strange vibration arose. Plop, plop, plop. This particular throbbing sound was becoming clearer and clearer, but it had yet to reach Pei Xingye's ears. This sound came from the ground beneath the earth. This sound, named the beating of a giant's heart. Underneath this desert in the great northwestern part of the Yanxia Empire was a moonlight city without moonlight. So what's underneath the moonlight city? Deep beneath the earth, a drop of scarlet blood flowed into the slightly open, dry lips. The sound of the heartbeat became more agitated. The dormant undead showed signs of awakening. The story of 18 years ago, at this moment, because of a drop of blood, the prelude to a new era of handover was rewritten. Buzz, rumble. An earthquake. In the moon wolf lair, a sudden and violent tremor caused the entire lair to shake. Above the head of the Scarlet Squad, quicksand poured down. At the soles of the Scarlet Squad's feet, rocks crumbled and collapsed. Full moon demon wolf it. Mutated. Qin Yanlin let out a shocked cry, and Situ Shui's face also turned ugly. Regardless of whether it was a royal beast or a demonic beast, regardless of the quality of the bloodline, there was always a certain probability of mutation during the process of growth and evolution in the afterlife. All the mutated imperial beasts and magical beasts were collectively known as mutant species. The biggest physiological feature of the mutant species is that their pupils are slit, taking on the shape of blossoming flower petals. At this moment, Pei Xingye looked at the full moon demon wolf and saw that the pupils of this wolf's eyes had already split into irregular slits, looking like two blooming flowers. Not good. A full-bodied mutant species full moon demon wolf. Outside Moonlight City, Pei Xingye saw this scene through the live streaming image and hurriedly picked up her transmitter. Scarlet Squad. Withdraw from the moon wolf lair as soon as possible. That's an order. Chapter 42. Our intentions unite. Shadow Falling Phoenix Slash. Moon Wolf Lair. The space here was continuously compressed due to the sudden collapse. The quicksand that poured like a waterfall continued to be deposited, quickly drowning the ankles of the Scarlet Squad. The air became thin, and in this dim, oxygen-deprived and humid harsh environment, it would have been difficult for Imperial Beastmasters to perform at their normal level. What's more, the beast standing in front of the Scarlet Squad at the moment was a full-bodied mutant species of full-moon demon wolf. Pei Xingye's anxious voice was synchronized in the earphones worn by the 4 members of the Scarlet Squad. Withdraw from the Moon Wolf lair as soon as possible, that's an order. Any magical beast, once it turned on its mutant species mode, its strength would insanely double. The Scarlet Squad, consisting of 4 first-ranked Beastmasters, wanted to hunt a full-bodied mutant species magical beast. It was simply impossible, and there was no precedent for it. Most importantly, under such a harsh environment, the Scarlet Squad quartet didn't have much soul power left. Seeing that the Moon Wolf's lair was about to collapse and sink, the remaining soul power used to escape was the king. However, this full-moon demon wolf in front of everyone's eyes was clearly already bloodied. At this moment, both Qin Yanlin and Huangfu Boyi's faces were filled with entanglement and hesitation. This trial was close to getting an S-rank rating. No one could predict that the full-moon demon wolf in its bloodied state would somehow turn on a mutation. However, on the battlefield, how to deal with variables was one of the necessary lessons for young Imperial Beastmasters. Continue to fight, or retreat as soon as possible. This is a question worth thinking about. Situ Shui didn't rush to make a decision, but instead looked at Pei Xingye beside her. You decide. The Scarlet Captain left the decision in the hands of this red-pupiled teenager. In the air, a strand of pitch-black hair floated by. This was a strand of wolf hair shed from the full-moon demon wolf, which slowly fell into Pei Xingye's left palm, triggering the data reading function of the overlying god's hand. The overlying god's hand flashed with a purple-gold-colored stream of light, and the data panel of the full-moon demon wolf was reflected in Pei Xingye's eyes. Name of Imperial Beast: Full-moon demon wolf. Level: Complete body mutant species 1 segment. Bloodline: Epic quality. Attribute: Moon system plus wolf system. Talent 1: Full moon body strengthens the ability to sustain combat, full endurance, able to maintain high-intensity combat for long periods of time, and weakens the perception of pain nerves. Talent 2: Rager, the lower the blood level, the higher the attack. Mutation skill: Wolfsbane Storm. Current blood level: 13%. Pei Xingye's attention was focused on the current blood level data field. After the full moon demon wolf's mutation, its blood level was the same as before the mutation. After the Scarlet Squad's continuous depletion, it only had 13% of its blood bar left. It was only 3 percentage points of blood from triggering undead decimation. How could Pei Xingye not be moved? He could be certain that as long as he killed this full-bodied mutant species of full-moon demonic wolf, the Black Phoenix would have a high chance of directly advancing to the juvenile body 3rd stage. Before the Gilded Sycamore matured, this was a good opportunity for the Black Phoenix to accelerate its evolutionary speed, and once it missed it, there was no telling when the next time would be. However, with Pei Xingye's character, he wouldn't gamble on the lives of the entire team for his own selfishness. One move: as long as we kill the full-moon demon wolf in one move, we won't be delayed in escaping the Moon Wolf lair. Situ Shui pursed her lips and shook her head. The mutated species of full-moon demon wolf has already formed a large storm of wolf's teeth around it, and we can't guarantee that the attack we strike will accurately hit the back of its neck area. Captain, what if we join forces and attack its shadow? Pei Xingye, you mean? Well, a combination technique. Situ Shui shook her head even more. For a royal beastmaster to strike a combination technique between royal beastmasters, at the very least, you need to invest a lot of time in duo training. You and I have known each other for no more than a month. Captain, the tacit understanding between us, do we still need time to rub it in? The smile that spread across the face of the red-pupil teenager caused Situ Shui to freeze for a moment, and then also spread a smile. Partners need time to settle down, to deepen the bond. But the tacit understanding between partners was often innate. Situ Shui was the Scarlet Captain that Pei Xingye had chosen with his intuition, and Pei Xingye was the ultimate partner that Situ Shui had taken an immediate liking to. Before this, the two had never gone through double training together. In other words, they had never performed a combination together. This soul test of tacit understanding was destined to unlock the soul of the Scarlet Squad. By the way, Pei Xingye, Even if we succeed, are you sure the attack power is enough? Don't worry, triple falling phoenix slash. It's enough. Three times? You guy. Captain, let's unite our thoughts. On the verge of collapsing and churning with quicksand in the moon wolf lair, Pei Xingye and Situ Shui stood side by side. The youthful and tender faces were written with the perseverance of those who had accomplished great things. Pei Xingye raised his left hand, and Situ Shui raised her right arm. Both of them clenched their fists at the same time. Boom! The two fists collided, and their intentions were united. Imperial Beastmaster to Imperial Beastmaster, soul power transfer. Imperial Beast and Imperial Beast, striking a stunning combination technique. The Shadow Demon Spider released thousands of spider threads, carrying the rich power of darkness and shadow, and injected it into the body of the Black Phoenix. The undead fire burning on the Black Phoenix's body turned a purple-black color that contained the power of Dark Shadow at this moment. Dark Shadow Falling Phoenix Slash. The cross-shaped chop that stacked 3 layers was like a ghostly phantom, cutting through the void and coming straight at the full moon demon wolf. A storm of wolf teeth formed around the full moon demon wolf to protect the back of his neck. However, the true target of the Shadow Phoenix Slash was the shadow of the full moon demon wolf. The slash accurately hit the back of the wolf shadow's neck. The effect of the shadow power was displayed. Roar. The full moon demon wolf wailed in agony, and although it was the shadow underneath its feet that was struck, the back of its body's neck instantly exploded, showing cross-shaped burn cracks, broken bones, and charred flesh. This was because the damage inflicted by the Shadow Falling Phoenix Slash, hitting the enemy's shadow, was consistent with the damage inflicted on the enemy's main body. Huangfu Bo Yi, Shadow Falling Phoenix Slash. This is the combination technique of the captain and the second master. Qin Yanlin was shocked. Something's not right. You guys have this level of tacit understanding talked? Or have you already secretly received a license? It can't be. Captain, you're already pregnant. The Scarlet Squad had been built for less than a month. Pei Xingye and Situ Shui, currently, hadn't conducted a single tandem training either. However, these two were in actual combat, and they had struck a combination technique of unity of intent. The Falling Phoenix Slash, which was originally a 0-frame start, came out like a ghost, fusing the shadow power of the Shadow Demon Spider to directly sneak up on the enemy unit's shadow, made it even more difficult for the enemy to defend. This was the first combo technique that Pei Xingye and Situ Shui had jointly developed. Shadow Phoenix Slash. The triple chop that was stored up in advance with the power of shadow. The full moon demon wolf instantly ended up in the bottom, spitting blood from its mouth. It revealed an angry look as it attempted to get up and fight again. It wanted to tear these few first-order Imperial Beastmasters in front of it to pieces. However, a coldness enveloped its entire body. The death god's shadow hovered above the wolf's body. The sharp scythe of the god of death was silently placed on its neck. At this moment, the full moon demon wolf, which had eaten all of the damage from the Shadowfall Phoenix Slash, had dropped to less than 10% blood. Undead Decimation. Triggered. Pei Xingye made a blade-wipe neck motion towards the despairing full moon demon wolf. Miso. Undead Beheading. The god of death descends. At the end of its life, the full moon demon wolf's disorganized pupils reflected the smile of the god of death. It was the evil smile of the boy with red pupils. The Scarlet Squad successfully hunted down a full-bodied mutant beast. This achievement created a brand new history for the first trial of all the freshmen. Chapter 43. The Hand of the Overthrowing God. Digging through Moonlight City. The Shaking Moonwolf Lair. The full-bodied mutant species Full Moon Demonic Wolf died under the death scythe of Undead Decimation. All the experience transformed from killing this demonic beast converged in the body of the Black Phoenix. Click, 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 click. The black bones on the Black Phoenix's body suddenly produced a crazy distortion, and the bone joints clacked, which was the characteristic of the Undead Department's royal beast opening up to evolution. The fully expanded phoenix bone wings were even more plump than before. The phoenix crown on its forehead emerged with a complex and mysterious spell seal totem. The undead fire and undead frost that filled the air intertwined with each other, colliding to create a burst of steamy denseness, as if it were a gasp from the king of hell. Pei Xingye stretched out the hand of the overgod, gently caressing the bone wings of the Black Phoenix and opening the data reading. As expected, it's promoted to the juvenile body 3rd stage. In this trial, the Black Phoenix had broken through the evolution from juvenile body 1 stage into juvenile body 3 stages. Everyone knew how difficult it was to cultivate a black phoenix, and how slow its evolutionary speed was. This was more proof of how terrifying Pei Xingye had fought in this trial. Harvesting a full-bodied mutant species magical beast was something that no first-ranked Imperial Beastmaster had been able to do in the past. When you witnessed the entire process of Pei Xingye's trial, you would marvel at his divine Imperial Beast. But if you ignored the process and only looked at the results, then your eyes would be filled with shock at the undead talent of undead decimation. Not to mention the full body level of magical beasts, even if it is the metamorphosis body, the overlord body, the monarch body, regardless of the level of the magical beast, as long as there was only 10% blood left when facing Pei Xingye, that was Pei Xingye's decapitation line. Huangfu Boyi excitedly said, "Second Master, after killing this full-moon demonic wolf, the Black Phoenix has been promoted to the juvenile body 3rd stage." Qin Yanlin's face turned pale. "Everyone, it's too late to celebrate. The moon wolf's lair is about to collapse." Situ Shui decisively ordered. "Objective achieved? Let's retreat." However, retreating now seems to be a bit too late. Rumble. The moment the Scarlet Squad rushed out of the moon wolf's lair, the lair completely collapsed, accompanied by endless quicksand, sinking deeper into the ground. However, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the scene in front of them caused everyone's hearts to rise to their throats once again. Qin Yanlin, how could this happen? Huangfu Boyi, mutant species. Are all mutant species? Pei Xingye had always been calm and collected, and at this moment a hint of panic couldn't help but show in his red pupils. What had gone wrong wasn't just the Moonwolf lair, but the entire Moonlight City. At this moment, the remains of this buried city were in a tragic state of disintegration, with the broken walls having suffered a devastating blow long ago, turning into fragments in the murky smoke, between the crumbling rocks and soil, outwardly oozing blood-soaked magma, as if the blood veins of the devil's body bulging meridians. The raging and brutal demonic aura, wrapped in a scarlet fog, covered every corner of Moonlight City, suffocating. The young Imperial Beast Masters from the 4 great academies screamed and fled under the siege of the Beast Tide. This was a dungeon trial for the young generation's proud sons of heaven. So why had the hunters suddenly turned into prey? It was only because all the magical beasts within Moonlight City, at this moment, all turned on their mutations and entered the mutant species mode. Mutant species magical beasts, compared to ordinary magical beasts, had their data panels raised in all directions. Juvenile mutants were still easy to deal with. However, the mature and full-bodied mutant species were simply impossible for most of the Imperial Beastmaster squads to tackle. Furthermore, this wave of beasts that erupted in Moonlight City was endless in terms of numbers, and they didn't defend at all, using all of their strength to launch an attack. They went forward and backward. They stepped on the corpses of their companions just to swallow these young Imperial Beastmasters into their bellies to satisfy their bloody appetites. Ka-ching! This was the sound of a magical beast biting off an Imperial Beastmaster's neck, crisp and piercing. Plop! This was the sound of the beast's sharp claws penetrating the Royal Beastmaster's heart, blood gushing out. The sudden turn of events has turned Moonlight City into a hell of bloodshed. The news of the Moonlight City riot quickly reached the ground. The gold medal instructors of the 4 major academies rushed into the entrance of Moonlight City to come to the rescue. These young kids, all of them were talented and good seedlings. They were the future pillars of the Yanxia Empire. If they died in Moonlight City, it would be a huge loss for the country. Such a loss was something that Yanxia Empress Long Juning could not bear. The Imperial Beastmaster army was on its way. Even Long Juning was also on her way. To her, the person she cared most about within Moonlight City at this moment was Pei Xingye, the son of her late husband. Underground, the ruins of Moonlight City, the inhumane mutant beast scourge, continued to unfold. More and more students died under the fangs of the beasts. Their bones turned into mincemeat and stuck to the exposed throats of the beasts as they roared. The Scarlet Squad, after the previous hunting trials, had very little physical and soul energy left, and were pushed to the brink of extinction in the face of such a large-scale mutant species beast plague. Pei Xingye, he was the national top student, he was the top of the Tianyun list, but he was, in the end, just a first-order Imperial Beast Master. The cruel real world is not the fictional world where those enlightened protagonists exist. When the gap between the enemy and us was like an unfillable moat, Pei Xingye could only be reduced to the background of this disaster, appearing so insignificant. his disheveled white hair, which was covered in dust, and blood slid down the wound on his head. So where is the so-called protagonist aura? Raiding a mutant species of full-moon demon wolf required the Scarlet Squad to play subtle coordination, requiring Pei Xingye and Situ Shui to perform the combination technique Shadow Falling Phoenix Chop with a super high degree of soul tacit understanding. However, at this moment, the Scarlet Squad quartet was surrounded by dozens of mutated species of full-moon demon wolves. Qin Yanlin cried out, "What the hell? All the magical beasts in the entire Moonlight City have all mutated in an instant. This is still a fight. Everyone, let's not resist. All take out our ID cards and hold them in our mouths to facilitate the families to claim the bodies." Situ Shui clenched her pink fist. Her voice was low. "Do you think these mutant species of magical beasts will leave us a whole body? As of now, the Scarlet Squad would last for at most a minute before they would be reduced to feces excreted by the mutant species magical beasts." Right at this moment, Pei Xingye's ears opened and closed. Is this the sound of wind? Pei Xingye was certain that this rock wall behind him was hollow. Falling phoenix slash. Soul power surged as the cross-shaped chop blasted through the thick rock wall. The rock wall collapsed, presenting an irregular hole, which was Scarlet Squad's last hope of escape. Buzzing rumble. However, the collapse was induced above the hole. Pei Xingye once again activated her soul power, and the black phoenix spread its wings with its overstrength body, barely supporting the hole. "You guys go first." At a time of life and death, Pei Xingye's voice was as flat as water. "Second Master. Go!" Pei Xingye pushed with both hands, pushing Qin Yanlin and Huangfu Boyi out of the cave first. Situ Shui stood by Pei Xingye's side, her eyes firm as ever. "I'm the captain. There's no way I'm leaving you behind." The Black Phoenix's physical capabilities were limited, and its bone wings could hardly carry the weight of the collapse, and began to emit sounds of broken bones, and the hole grew smaller and smaller as a result. Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye directly picked up Situ Shui and threw her with force. Situ Shui's slender and lithe stance went through the hole, and after a stagger, she was assisted by Qin Yanlin and Huangfu Boyi. "Pei Xingye, you asshole." This was the first time Situ Shui lost her temper towards Pei Xingye, but her heart had long been filled with worry for Pei Xingye. The hole narrowed once again, and the Black Phoenix could not stand alone. In Situ Shui's field of vision, opposite the narrow cave entrance, was the thin and lonely back of a teenager facing dozens of mutant species magical beasts. Rumble. The space collapsed again, and the already narrow hole was completely sealed by debris and quicksand, making it airtight. "Captain, calm down. Let's go get support." Tick. Out of the corner of Situ Shui's eye, a tear streaked out. Pei Xingye was this selfless, willingly sacrificing his own life in order to save his teammates? It was so hard to become an undead Imperial Beastmaster. It's not easy to finally see the dawn of reversing one's life. It's not easy to embark on a path to become stronger. This red-pupiled teenager would give up his life so easily? Everyone has escaped, so I have no worries next. The country places great importance on the dungeon trials. Every dungeon has been surveyed and maintained by professionals, so it's reasonable that such an accident wouldn't occur. Now, the sudden outbreak of the mutant beast disaster in Moonlight City indicates that the underground of this city is hiding secrets. Pei Xingye was faced with a great tide of beasts. His heartbeat accelerated as a human's physiological instinct, and the excitement that flashed from his red pupils and the wildness that showed on his face was the unique demeanor of a born king. I checked the information in the Chaos Academy library. The reason for the formation of mutant species of magical beasts is mainly related to soul stimulation. Such a large-scale mutant beast plague means that there is a high probability that there is an extremely powerful undead buried underneath this Moonlight City. And I, Pei Xingye, am an undead Imperial Beastmaster. The teenager raised the back of his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, his eyes as hot and sizzling as the surrounding lava. "Even if I dig through this city, I will dig out that powerful undead. My own life, I will save it myself." At this moment, if one were to stand in God's perspective, Moonlight City, where Pei Xingye was located, was like the lid of a casket. Underneath the coffin lid, the decaying undead stirred stupidly from their slumber. A splash of scarlet moonlight attempted to penetrate the endless layers of mud and rock, completing an intimate contact across 18 springs, summers, autumns and winters with the teenagers overriding God's hand. It was the teenagers' ever-accelerating heartbeat. Plop, poof, poof. This is the giant's eternally unending heartbeat. The frequencies of the two heartbeats gradually converge. Chapter 44, The Limit of the Sixth Order. Not Sister's Limit. Latest news. A large-scale mutant beast disaster has erupted in Moonlight City. The current freshmen of the 4 colleges are trapped in the city with more than 2,500 people. The situation is critical. The 3rd Corps of the Yanxia Army is rushing to Moonlight City for support. Communication network signal collapsed, temporarily unable to access the scene graphic images. Please see the follow-up report for details. The dungeon trial was the most commonly used assessment means for the Imperial Beastmaster Academy to train its students. The country paid extreme attention to this, spending a large amount of manpower, material, and financial resources every year to maintain the order of every dungeon and to check for all safety hazards. Because of this sudden outbreak of the mutant beast disaster in Moonlight City was beyond everyone's expectations. This disaster drew national attention. The students trapped in Moonlight City are currently struggling under the clutches of the god of death. Among them naturally included Pei Xingye. Little Knight, where are you? Please answer when you hear me. A swift silhouette broke into the fractured Moonlight City. She was the Chaos Academy's gold medal tutor, Pei Xingye, whose segment had reached the 6th rank of Imperial Beastmaster. The moment she entered Moonlight City, her eyes instantly turned wet and red, and her heart sank to the bottom. What met her eyes was a bloody ruin. Hot lava, gushing from the torn cracks in the ground, engulfed a body of mutilated bones. This disaster was destined to harvest many young lives. After all, the students who participated in this dungeon trial were all first-ranked beastmasters who had just turned 18. Faced with the huge tide of mutant species beasts, they were powerless to fight back. For Pei Xingye, the mountain of corpses and sea of blood in front of her, perhaps among them were her brother's bones. She shook her head, casting away the bad distractions. It won't. It definitely won't. Little Knight, you must still be alive. Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye's shouts ushered in a group of ferocious magical beasts. They moved quickly through the sea of fire, swaying savagely and emitting bloodthirsty hisses, swarming towards Pei Xingye. The whereabouts of her younger brother were unknown, life and death unknown. Pei Xingye transformed her grief into anger, releasing her soul power as her long hair flew. A wave of cold ice power that seemed to come from the yellow springs of the 9 Sepulchre swept across the broken and bloody battlefield. In a flash, all the magical beasts that swooped towards Pei Xingye had thick ice crystals coalescing on their bodies and were reduced to stiff ice sculptures, falling to the east and the west. At this moment, behind Pei Xingye, a butterfly with a huge body emerged. The butterfly spread its wings and was more than twice the size of a juvenile black phoenix. Ice crystals as sharp as knives stirred around it, and coldness gushed out, directly freezing the souls of magical beasts. The Ice Spirit Overlord Butterfly, this was Pei Xingye's original imperial beast. The bloodline quality was legendary, and its level had reached Overlord Body 1 segment. Pei Xingye's soul power surged as she harnessed the Ice Spirit Overlord Butterfly, displaying the operating level of a 6th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. Even though these magical beasts in front of her were all mutated species, these magical beasts were all quite different from the Ice Spirit Overlord Butterfly in terms of level. Yellow spring frost gushed and filled the air, and every flap of the graceful butterfly wings froze a piece of magma, as well as dozens of magical beasts' internal organs. Little Knight, sister, no matter what, I have to find you. In order to find her brother, Pei Xingye defied all odds and charged towards the depths of the ruins of Moonlight City. Along the way, she saw some trapped students, but she didn't stop at all. People were selfish, and there was nothing wrong with her. She only wanted to save her brother now. If she delayed even one more second because of saving other students, it could make her regret it for the rest of her life. Saya, answer me if you hear me. Sister is coming. Don't be afraid. Sister will protect you. Pei Xingye didn't skimp on the consumption of soul power. She was on her own, in the midst of the great tide of beasts, bravely moving forward, killing and destroying. Time passes minute by minute. Gradually, Pei Xingye's breathing becomes difficult, the sweat oozing from her forehead, also mixed with the blood overflowing from her wounds. She was a human, not a god. In such a harsh environment, the physical quality of humans, appeared to be extraordinarily fragile. What's more, the constant stream of mutant species of magical beasts continued to consume Pei Ingrua's physical energy and soul power. Plop. Physical energy overdrawn. Pei Ingrua fell to her knees in a pool of blood, the excited hisses of countless magical beasts coming from her side. This was the limit of a 6th-rank Imperial Beastmaster, but not a sister's limit. If you don't let me get out of the way, I'll kill through you, boy. At this moment, she was not a gold medal tutor of Chaos Academy. She was just an ordinary and common sister. In the midst of the bloody battle, her mind always flashed back to Pei Xingye's naive and simple smile and that pair of bright red pupils. These memories, like painkillers, allowed her to briefly forget the pain of her wounds, harnessing the ice spirit Overlord Butterfly to kill her way through the depths of a sea of fire and beasts to find her brother's bloody path. This huge mutated beast disaster caused the terrain of Moonlight City to be twisted and broken. Chaotic. The road is not a road, the bridge is not a bridge. As far as the eye can see, there is only endless quicksand and debris, and no one can distinguish between north, south, east, west, north and south, up and down, left and right. The map in Pei Ingrua's hands lost its meaning, and she could only rely on her intuition to feel her way around. Moonlight City was so big. To find someone was like looking for a needle in a haystack. She didn't know Pei Xingye's exact positioning. She only knew that she couldn't stop. As long as these legs could continue to move forward, there was still hope. Another quarter of an hour passed. Pei Ingru still hadn't found Pei Xingye's figure. Her expression was written with anxiety, her thoughts uncontrollable, subconsciously brainstorming the worst possible outcome. Pei Xingye, if you're still alive, respond to me. Don't scare your sister. Sister begs you. Right at this moment, Pei Ingru's afterglow saw that not far away from the ground, there was actually a dark, black hole in the ground. How could there be a hole in the ground? Pei Ingru hurriedly rushed over, holding the mentality of trying, harnessing the ice spirit Overlord Butterfly, rapidly falling. After landing, Pei Ingru reopened her eyes, first hearing the sound of someone digging something with their bare hands, and then whirling back to look. The belated sister and brother locked eyes, and deep, thick emotions exploded at this moment. Sister? Why are you here? Familiar voice, familiar face. Pei Ingru froze for a split second, rushing over in 3 steps and embracing the grimy, bruised Pei Xingye into her arms. Little knight, it's great. You're still alive. Still alive. Rolling hot tears, like pearls on a broken string, smashed onto Pei Xingye's shoulders one by one. This weight of affection, heavy, made Pei Xingye's nose sore, and her eyes seemed to have gotten sand in them, flooding with blood and water. Sis, I'm fine, don't cry. Is the injury serious? It's all blood. It's all seen bone. How painful this must be. Sister will first give you a simple bandage and then take you to escape. Definitely, take you out. Looking at Pei Ingru's tightly locked brows filled with worry and concern, Pei Xingye's heart flowed with a burst of warmth. This woman should be the woman in the world who cares and loves me the most. She came alone to find me, indicating that she has thought about the worst outcome, and has also prepared to accompany me to die together. Pei Ingru, my sister, my eternal sister. During the process of bandaging her wounds, Pei Ingru couldn't help but ask, Little knight, what are you doing digging such a deep hole in the ground? You've broken your hand. At this moment, Pei Xingye was still 50 meters away from digging through Moonlight City. This meant that his overwhelming god's hand was, from its hand, only 50 meters left. Chapter 45. One of the 4 great imperial corpses, the Drought Demon. Roar. Moonlight City, deep within a hole in the ground. Pei Ingru was bandaging Pei Xingye's wounds when the roar of a magical beast came from above her head. The sense of smell of the magical beasts was extremely perceptive to human blood. Even if Pei Ingru hadn't found this place, the mutant species of magical beasts would have smelled the smell of fresh blood and swarmed in large numbers. Without a doubt, this was a certain death. Pei Xingye hadn't answered why she was digging a hole in the ground here, but Pei Ingru no longer had the heart to care about that. Little knight, pull yourself together. The beast tide is coming. We have to get out of here as soon as possible. Damn. It's too late. We are surrounded. Above the hole in the ground, a dense and eerie red light suddenly lit up. Those were the eyes of the metamorphosis mutant species Moon Demon Purgatory Scorpion. Their strength, compared to the full-bodied full moon demon wolves, was 1 tier higher. The venom they carried on their bodies was enough to poison imperial beasts below the full body level to death within a second. Rustle, rustle, rustle. They were in groups, their lava-soaked tails, raising sharp and pointed poisonous hooks, crawling frantically against the rock wall of the underground cave, and streaming down towards the siblings in the depths of the cave. For a sixth-order royal beast master, killing a metamorphosis-level demonic beast alone was as simple as chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. Facing the siege of dozens of metamorphosis body magical beasts, one could also have the power to fight and escape. However, at this moment, in the eyes of the two siblings, the number of moon demon purgatory scorpions could be described as an inverted waterfall. The human eye was simply unable to gauge their numbers. On the battlefield, when the difference in numbers between the enemy and us is too great, the advantage of strength will disappear into nothingness. How could Pei Xingye, a stage 6 ranked Pei Xingye, alone, hold back an entire colony of moon demon purgatory scorpions? The two siblings fell into a desperate situation, as if this dark and damp hole in the ground was the grave they were about to rest in. But before exhausting her last ounce of soul power, Pei Xingye still resolutely stood in front of her brother, doing what a sister should do. In this era, everyone's reasons for becoming stronger were different, but in the end, they all came to the same end, to guard the people they thought were most important. In Pei Xingye's eyes, her brother was all she had. She was burning the last of her soul power. Knowing that this was a battle that was impossible to win, she didn't give up. She willingly accepted dying in battle. But if these magical beasts wanted to devour Pei Xingye, they would not be able to do so unless they stepped over her corpse. Frost chaos. Butterfly flower thorn. Ice boundary. She continuously urged her soul power and harnessed the ice spirit overlord butterfly, releasing one powerful skill after another. The yellow spring frost from beneath the 9 hells dispelled the scorching heat emanating from the ground and froze the magical beasts that poured down from above the hole in the ground. Ga-ja-ja. Click, 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 click. A moon demon purgatory scorpion can't break through the ice spirit boundary. Then 2, 3, thousands of them. The enemy had an absolute numerical advantage, and Pei Xingye's back as she fought alone became more and more wretched. Gradually, shocking wounds appeared on the body of the ice spirit overlord butterfly, and 7 or 8 moon demon purgatory scorpions succeeded in sneaking in from the shadows, their sharp poisonous hooks ruthlessly inserting themselves into its wounds, injecting a steady stream of venom into its veins. The ice spirit overlord butterfly lost its ability to fly, and its originally beautiful wings rotted and withered due to the erosion of the venom. Master and servant connected. A line of blood overflowed from the corner of Pei Xingye's lips, slowly dripping down her delicate chin. This battle was simply unwinnable. There wasn't a shred of life to be seen at all. Above the hole in the ground, a tide of beasts had enveloped it. The entire hole in the ground formed a closed cage, and the two siblings, who were at the end of their strength, were like two bruised and battered beasts in a cage. Pei Xingye forced himself to remain rational as he swung his overwhelming god's hand, frantically digging into the dirt and rubble beneath his feet. For Pei Xingye, hope was at his feet. He not only wanted to save himself, but also protect his loved ones. But in Pei Xingye's eyes, the flame of hope had already gone out. In the face of such a massive beast-tide invasion, she alone, a 6th-ranked imperial beastmaster, was powerless to return to the heavens. With very little soul power left, her physical abilities were once again overdrawn, and the ice spirit boundary was producing spiderweb-like cracks. The ferocious magical beasts were determined to eat this pair of siblings. Who? Pei Xingye exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, as if she had accepted her fate of being killed here. Little knight, I'm sorry. It was my sister's lack of ability that prevented her from bringing you to escape. Actually, for you to be able to achieve what you have today, sister is really happy and relieved for you. But compared to the national scholar, or the top of the heavenly cloud ranking, sister is more hopeful that you can be a happy and healthy ordinary teenager. Being an undead imperial beastmaster is too tiring. You always have to prove yourself over and over again under the eyes of the world's critics. You always have to work harder than other people your age to break through. If sister was strong enough to protect you, you wouldn't have to be so tired. Sister doesn't ask you to become such an excellent imperial beastmaster. She just wants you not to be tired all the time, and hopes that you eat well, sleep well, and be happy every day, and that bad emotions all stay away from you. It's my sister who is incapable, even this ordinary life, can't give you. These heartfelt words from the bottom of the heart, in Pei Yingye's chest cavity accumulated for many years. She had too deep and too much guilt towards her brother. She attributed all of what had happened to her brother to the fact that she wasn't strong enough and therefore couldn't protect him well. Kaching. The ice spirit boundary was overwhelmed and completely collapsed. The ice spirit overlord butterfly ran out of strength and turned into a stream of light, drilling back into Pei Yingye's imperial seal. Pei Yingye burned out. The raging tide of beasts was like a tsunami covering the sky, enveloping the heads of the siblings. Pei Yingye's face revealed a deep helplessness. She had never resented her insignificance and blamed herself for being too weak as she did at this moment. To be buried here with little Knight, it's a good ending. Pei Yingye closed her eyes, ready to accept death. But the stubborn red-pupiled teenager behind her hadn't given up yet. The overwhelming god's hand swung wildly, its power-filled fingertips digging through cupped handfuls of mud and sand and chunks of rubble. Digging up the earth with his bare hands, this was not something a human could do. But Pei Xingye's left hand was not a human hand in the first place. The overwhelming god's hand was able to accelerate the digging speed as long as it sensed the aura of the undead. It's getting closer and closer. What a strong undead aura. My judgment was correct. There's a powerful undead buried beneath the ground of Moonlight City. In Pei Xingye's eyes, the entire Moonlight City was nothing more than a coffin slab. What he wanted to do was to dig through Moonlight City, lift the coffin board, and deed the mysterious undead inside. This was the only way to salvation. This was the only way to protect his sister. Closer, closer. The undead aura is stronger. The aura of the imperial body undead. Juvenile body, mature body, complete body, metamorphosis body, overlord body, monarch body, heavenly king body, emperor body, star god body. These were the 9 rank sequences of imperial beasts, and Pei Xingye smelled the emperor body undead as he dug. Buzz. Pei Xingye suddenly froze, his ears ringing. He felt that his soul, with a certain powerful soul force, had created an intimate connection. At this moment, Pei Xingye was kneeling in the deepest part of the hole in the ground, the overgod's hand supporting the hard ground. He dug through Moonlight City. At this moment, underneath his feet was a vast, barbaric land with thousands of miles of scorched earth. At the end of the line of sight, 5 winding mountain ranges lay dormant in the depths of the magma, magnificent and grandiose. What is this place? Poof, poof, plop. The sound of a heartbeat? The heartbeat of a giant. So now I'm standing in the palm of a giant's hand. The vast desert land was the heart of a giant's palm. The 5 mountain ranges at the end of the line of sight were the 5 fingers of the giant. The overriding god's hand came into close contact with the giant's palm, and the data readout was reflected in Pei Xingye's eyes. Giant System Imperial Beast Ceiling. One of the 4 great imperial corpses. Amazing Emperor Demoness Drought Demon. Chapter 46. Death God Slaughtering the City. Long Ju Ning Airborne. The collapsed and fallen Moonlight City. At the moment like a coffin's lid. Under the thick buried in the past secrets and the truth. In the darkness, a red-pupiled teenager, with his left hand, dug through this roof with his bare hands. At this moment, beneath Pei Xingye's feet was a huge, boundless palm. If one were to take a long view from God's perspective, the shape of this palm was almost exactly the same as that of a human. In this era of universal imperial beasts, there were countless types of imperial beasts with gigantic bodies, yet only the giant lineage imperial beasts of the demigod bloodline possessed palms that were shaped like humans. Pei Xingye knelt down on one knee, and the overgod's hand, which had a purplish golden halo flowing from the surface of its skin, was supported on the ground, closely connected to the giant's palm. Drought Demon. This name kept echoing in Pei Xingye's mind. 18 years ago, the world belonged to the era of the 2 great masters. The 2 brightest jewels of the 7 kingdoms of the human race were not the 7 lords of the 7 kingdoms, but Pei Chuzheng and Sang Xian. Sang Xian, the world's #1, giant imperial beast master. All the imperial beasts he contracted in his life, without any exceptions, were giants of demigod bloodline. The Drought Demon, Shou Chun, Ho Qing, and Ingo were the strongest combatants under his command, and were known as the 4 great imperial corpses. Pei Xingye was certain that the moment he dug through Moonlight City with his bare hands, he was standing on top of the Drought Demon's right palm. It was well known that Sang Xian fell in the Celestial Star Vortex War. Why would the giant-type imperial beasts under Sangxian's command be buried underneath Moonlight City's ground? Pei Xingye didn't have time to think about these questions. His only obsession right now was to protect his sister. Deep in the hole in the ground, the tide of beasts churned. Pei Yingru, who had exhausted her last ounce of soul power and given up on resistance, fell to the ground and fainted under the impact of the raging demonic qi. Looking at her sister who had fallen into a fainting spell, Pei Xingye raised a pair of bloodshot eyes. Who said there was no moonlight in Moonlight City? At this moment, the teenager's red pupils were like two rounded blood moons, dispelling the darkness and gloom in the depths of the caverns of the earth. All the unfavorable things in the world are caused by the person's lack of strength. The first-ranked Imperial Beast Master of me can't guard the person I want to guard. But if these limits, then at this moment, beyond the limits, Pei Xingye pursed the blood from the corners of his lips, revealing an evil and awe-inspiring smile as he whispered softly, "Underworld blood shadow." On the broken and barren ground, Pei Xingye's shadow suddenly turned blood red. Gulp. Strangely, the blood-colored shadow actually boiled out of thin air, like a piece of burning blood water. Shadow form. Switch. As Pei Xingye's words landed, the boiling blood water on the ground, as if it had come to life, climbed upwards against Pei Xingye's feet. In an instant, the blood water enveloped Pei Xingye's entire body, arming a gorgeous and mysterious blood-colored robe. This is the effect of the Hades King's blood shadow opened. Pei Xingye's shadow, armed with Pei Xingye's body, allowing Pei Xingye to enter the shadow form that is immune to all physical attacks. Under the shadow form, the blood-robed Pei Xingye's eyes seemed to be flowing with hot magma, and the soul power in his body was like a rolling Yangtze River, unceasingly flowing. The Stygian blood shadow's data panel was once again reflected in Pei Xingye's mind. Underworld King Blood Shadow. After switching shadow forms, you can forcibly contract an undead imperial beast of any bloodline and any level. Gain effect 1 Hades King Overlord. If you are in shadow form, you can ride your beast to battle, and the beast will maintain its overlord status at all times, ignoring any control skills, and will not be interrupted when it releases a skill. Gain 2 Hades Wrath. Increases the beast's attack value by 100% after 18 layers of wrath have been stacked. Side effect 1. The higher the bloodline and level of the imperial beast, the shorter the duration of the shadow form. Side effect 2. After getting out of the battle, the shadow form cuts back to the main body falls into a coma and weak. The fainting time depends on the battle load, the shortest 3 days to start. At the cost of being unconscious for 3 days, reversing this bad general situation. This business, blood earns no loss. Pei Xingye bit his finger and blood spilled out. The overlying god's hand, once again, touched the giant's palm. Use blood as a guide. Undead blood contract. Contract. Pei Xingye, in shadow form, ignored the constraints of his own segment and forcibly contracted the Emperor Body 3rd segment ranked giant-type Imperial Beast Dryad. The raging tide of beasts filled the hole in the ground impenetrably. A ferocious roar pierced through this fragmented underground castle. In this environment, humans could not survive at all. However, right at this moment, a brilliant scarlet red lit up in the midst of the ominous darkness. Poof, poof, poof. The giant's heartbeat directly suppressed the souls of thousands of magical beasts. The oppressive feeling of an emperor's body ran through the entire Moonlight City. The scarlet light shone brighter and brighter as the giant's body slowly rose in the underground city. Amidst the chaos, Pei Xingye's vision was blurred. He could vaguely see a giantess with hellish chains wrapped around her body, grasping the dense tide of beasts with her bare hands, her fingertips only needing to gently exert force to coalesce a dead, blood-spewing hill of corpses and bones in the center of her palm. This was absolute segmental suppression. The highest level of the mutated magical beasts within Moonlight City had only reached the metamorphosis body. Facing an Emperor Body Drought demon, they didn't even have the courage to flee. The hand of the overwhelming god inadvertently touched the drought demon's long crimson hair. Pei Xingye was unconscious. His body was under a huge load, and he couldn't see the complex and obscure data panel at all. But vaguely, he seemed to see the word invincible in the dense data. Whenever a giant imperial beast appeared, it would overturn Pei Xingye's perception. The first time, it was the ghost-sobbing giant summoned by Sang Wui. The second time, it was this moment, when he awoke the drought demon from its slumber and contracted it to become his own imperial beast. He realized that the potential and upper limit of the giant bloodline far exceeded the specialized content written by those experts in the library. A system beep sounded. Successfully contracted the first Imperial Body Imperial Beast. The host summoned the Dryad for combat, requiring the opening of the Underworld Blood Shadow. The current host's own segment is not equipped with the Drought Demon, and the shadow form duration limit is 30 seconds. External plug-ins that forcefully boosted strength were always accompanied by serious side effects. Pei Xingye was only a first-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, and the Drought Demon segment had reached the Imperial Body, so the greater the gap between the two, the shorter the duration of the shadow form would be. The next 30 seconds. But I traded 3 days of unconsciousness for. I'm going to kill my way through this dungeon. The 30 seconds of death was staged. The bloody slaughter feast quietly unfolded in the dark and gloomy underground. The giant's fist, like a meteorite falling from the sky. Wherever it passes, the great tide of beasts is reduced to slimy mincemeat. The giant's feet, like an inverted buckle mountain column, crushing countless beasts' dead souls. Giant department of royal beasts of the battle is so simple and unadorned. Pei Xingye will see everything in the eyes, cannot help but recall the human ancestors' first hunting appearance. The most primitive wild erupted out of the ultimate desire to hunt. Spectacular, too spectacular, giants, truly the most special existence of all the imperial beast species, bar none. These 30 seconds that Pei Xingye harnessed the Dryad, his ego felt as if he had spent a long century. His heartbeat was on the same frequency as the Drought Demon, and he felt his blood boiling due to the power and ferocity displayed by the Drought Demon. For a moment, Pei Xingye even felt that the giant and himself were kindred spirits. After 30 seconds had passed, the entire underground became incredibly quiet. The battle was over. Sis, I did it. I can protect you. The sky darkened, and night followed. Above the desert, dragons roared. The Yanxia Empress Long Junning, who was riding the black and white dragons, appeared in the sky above the ruins of Moonlight City. How is the situation? Reporting to Lord, the crisis is lifted and casualties have been minimized. The inexplicable mutant beast disaster. We must find out the hidden agenda behind it. Lord, I'm afraid I can't investigate. Long Junning's dragon pupil was sharp. What do you mean you can't find out? Latest news, within Moonlight City, all the mutant species of magical beasts have been slaughtered. At this moment, the Moonlight City ruins in the depths of the earth. Not even a single magical beast corpse. This meant that all the corpses of the huge wave of mutant beasts were all gone, and Moonlight City had been massacred miserably. Who did this? It's not clear yet. According to the scale of the mutant beast disaster to judge, to be able to one's own strength slaughter city of people, at least as an 8th order, or even 9th order royal beast master. Long Junning was silent for a moment and asked, "Where's Pei Xingye?" "We just rescued Pei Xingye and his sister Pei Yingru. The siblings are unconscious and are receiving infusion treatment. Take me to take a look." Long Junning, by nature, was extremely suspicious. Chapter 47. Long Junning and Pei Xingye. Moonlight City ruins above the ground. The wind at night was very strong, and the cold sand particles slapped hard on people's faces, stinging unbearably. The Yanxia army had rushed to the rescue, setting up a temporary shelter to treat all the students injured in the trial, as well as psychologically counseling them. Those who participated in the trial were all budding Imperial Beast Masters aged 18, and this mutant beast disaster was destined to become an eternally unforgettable nightmare memory for them, which required the help of a psychiatrist, or else they would easily fall into psychological sickness. Lord, this is the place. Long Junning walked into a tent. The medical conditions were rudimentary but had saved Pei Xingye and Pei Yingru's lives. Inside the tent, on the hospital bed with a small space, the unconscious Pei Xingye was holding the unconscious Pei Yingru tightly. The medical staff explained, "Although men and women are different, but this pair of siblings are hugging each other too tightly. It's hard for us to separate these two, so we can only arrange for them to be in the same hospital bed." Even though he had already lost consciousness, Pei Xingye still used his own hands, encircling Pei Yingru's slender waist, and wouldn't let go. Long Junning stared at the side of Pei Xingye's face for a long time and didn't notice anything. "Someone come. Send this pair of siblings to the royal sanatorium and arrange them in the best ward." "That's right." After settling in, feed Pei Xingye a dragon blood pill. Dragon blood pill, an elixir refined with the blood of 8 types of dragon royal beasts, was also a tonic used by Long Junning to nourish her injuries. The fact that she was suddenly so generous with Pei Xingye surprised the people around her. Not long after, Long Ju-ning brought a personal female guard with her and entered the ruins of Moonlight City. Today's Moonlight City was in such a state of disrepair that there was no trace of any remnants of human civilization at all. Nothing was more bizarre than the fact that there wasn't even a single magical beast corpse here. Where did the huge wave of mutated beasts go? Or perhaps, slaughtered by whom? Long Ju-ning closed her eyes, and when she lifted the curtains again, a pair of dragon pupils in the form of black and white yin and yang totems scanned every corner of the underground city. It didn't even leave any traces of fighting. This level of destructive power. Emperor body. Wait, this is... Long Ju-ning's figure instantly moved to the edge of a hole in the ground. Through the hole in the ground, Long Xian saw some sights that evoked memories from 18 years ago. Damn it! Long Ju-ning covered his right eye with his hand, and a small amount of bloodstains seeped out from his fingers. Lord State Lord, are you all right? No harm done. Send someone to call Jiang Mayan over. We must activate the Pan-Dragon Dynasty formation and seal the ruins of Moonlight City up. Yes, Lord of the Kingdom. The Moonlight City trial had already been making a lot of noise, and the whole country was concerned about it. However, overnight, all the hot searches related to Moonlight City were taken off the shelves. Since then, very few people had mentioned this matter. Late at night, the ruins of Moonlight City were shrouded under a solemn and majestic dragon race formation. Around the formation, countless dragon body shadows coiled around and surrounded it, as if it was an impenetrable cage prison, imprisoning Moonlight City. A dragon bone as sharp as a sword was inserted into the hole in the ground that Pei Xingye had dug out with his bare hands, forming a sealing boundary. Beneath the ground, there seemed to be several different voices discussing the same thing. That red pupil teenager, digging a giant out of our hands. I didn't expect that among the human race's imperial beast masters, there is such a special existence. There's no need to worry. Don't forget, that giant's memory has been erased. Akatsuki. Judging from the scent, it should be that woman's child. It's been 18 years. A new game is about to begin, and it's time for us to set up a new game. Gentlemen, a new era. A new game of chess. Let us honor the great. Lord of Scarlet. Lord of Scarlet, eternal for all ages. The gentle sunlight, passing through the window, splashed onto a handsome but slightly frail face. Pei Xingye woke up from his muddled state and realized that he was lying in a luxurious hospital room with extremely lavish decor. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the scenery was pleasant, like a landscape painting. This was Yanxia Imperial City, the Royal Sanatorium. A doctor walked into the ward and revealed a smile when he saw the awakened Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye student, I thought you would be in a coma for a week, but I didn't expect you to wake up in 3 days. Young people's physical recovery ability is really good. 3 days. Pei Xingye lowered her eyes and whispered, 3 days in a coma is the price of using the underworld blood shadow and harnessing the dry drought demon for battle. The memories from before the coma were vivid in his mind. Using the underworld king's blood shadow to contract the drought demon, harnessing the drought demon to slaughter all the magical beasts in Moonlight City, recalling the 30 seconds of death. That was as long as a century still made Pei Xingye's blood pound. Doctor, where's my sister? How is my sister? Which ward is she in? Please take me to her. Pei Xingye ignored her weak body and leapt out of bed in her loose hospital gown. At this moment, footsteps came from outside the door. Pei Xingye, the injuries on your body haven't healed yet, so it's best to be honest. Don't waste the dragon's blood pill I fed you. Kingdom Lord of the Kingdom. The last time the two of them had met was the scene of the Heavenly Cloud ranking competition. Long Ju-ning walked up to Pei Xingye's face, her ethereal voice exuding a very oppressive majesty. Your sister. She awakened after only 1 day in a coma. She has returned to Black Forest City and returned to Chaos Academy. You, on the other hand, must stay here until you get your body well. Long Ju-ning gave a look and the doctor understood, closing the door to the room as he left the ward. By now, only Pei Xingye and Long Ju-ning remained in the ward. These two in the same frame would give people a very strange feeling. Obviously, they were not familiar with each other, but every time their eyes collided, it was as if they were tied by destiny. When you were in the Moonlight City trial, underneath the ground, what exactly happened? Pei Xingye guessed that this woman would definitely ask this question, because the Moonlight City incident As long as one investigated deeper, one would find a lot of suspicions without logic. And naturally, all of these suspicions were related to Pei Xingye. I only remember that after the outbreak of the mutant beast plague, I overdrew my soul power and then fell unconscious. What about the rest? I can't remember the rest. Long Ju-ning, who had a calm face in the last second, suddenly opened her black and white dragon pupils and stared deathly at Pei Xingye's red pupils, and her white arms nourished a sheet of flowing dragon scales. In our Yanxia Empire, the crime of deceiving the king, what consequences, you should be clear, right? I'll give you one last chance. That night, under the ground, what exactly happened? Pei Xingye forced herself to calm down, putting on a dead pig's face. Lord State Lord, I was facing such a huge tide of beasts. Even if my soul power wasn't overdrawn, I would have fainted in fear. I really don't remember anything. Pei Xingye's mouth was very strict. He wasn't afraid of Long Juning's suspicion, because it was useless for Long Juning to suspect. After all, that night, the one who slaughtered the city was a blood-robed man. Not him, Pei Xingye. Under the world's judgment, Pei Xingye was only a first-order beastmaster. Who would have thought that his shadow could provide him with a second hidden identity? Fine, I believe you. After a short confrontation of eyes, Long Ju-ning collected her hostility and resumed her usual indifferent stance. Rest well if you need anything. Feel free to speak to the doctor. Lord State Lord. Long Ju-ning stopped. Pei Xingye's sword brows furrowed, his voice hoarse and low. I dare to ask you a question. What is your relationship with my mother? My relationship with her is terrible. After Long Ju-ning left, Pei Xingye's gaze was dull, repeatedly speculating on Long Ju-ning's words. I heard that this woman hugged me once when I was born. But the way this woman looks at me always carries a hint of inexplicable annoyance and sulkiness. And I grew up in a very difficult situation in the Pei family, and this woman also ignored it. Previously, I didn't understand why. Now, she said in her own words that her relationship with her old mom is not good or even bad. Pei Xingye knocked his dizzy head, slammed his fist on the bed, and gritted his teeth. The grudges and feuds of those bigwigs from the previous generation are really complicated, but I'm afraid that these grudges are not insignificantly related to the Celestial Star Vortex battle from 18 years ago. Chapter 48, Pei Xingye and the Giantess. Dragon Soul Palace. In the dead of night, dim lights illuminated this lonely and sad figure on the throne. Whenever night fell, Long Ju-ning would be alone, fuming in a dead silence. It's been 18 years. 18 years had passed since the Great War of the Heavenly Star Vortex. As one of the few survivors of that great battle, Long Ju-ning always couldn't help but recall the experiences of that battle. Especially after visiting the awakened Pei Xingye today, the tide of memories once again surged and hit her sea of consciousness. Damn it! What kind of memory did I lose in that battle? It's been 18 years, and no matter how hard I try, I can't find that lost memory. The Celestial Star Vortex battle, when looking at the 7 kingdoms of the human race, belonged to a topic that people were forbidden to discuss. This inevitably caused people to secretly speculate, thinking that the survivors of that battle must know all the details and truth of that battle. In fact, this was not the case. Long Ju-ning, after picking up a life in the Celestial Star Vortex, realized that he had lost a memory. I dare to ask you a question. What is your relationship with my mother? My relationship with her is terrible. The conversation between the two during the daytime was currently playing on repeat in Long Ju-ning's mind. As the supreme ruler of the Yanxia Empire, what exactly was the grudge between her and Pei Chuzhan that made her use the word bad to describe their relationship? Only Long Ju-ning herself knew for sure. She didn't even remember why she hated Pei Chuzhan. After that battle, she had lost some of her memories, but retained her ability to perceive emotions. So emotionally, she resented Pei Chuzhan, but if she pressed for the reason, she simply couldn't answer. She didn't even remember how Pei Chuzhan died in the end. She also didn't know why she had survived in confusion. Lost memories, vital. Long Ju-ning raised her dragon pupil and looked out at the night sky outside the temple. Looking at the bright, clear moon, she remembered that woman's red pupil again. Pei Chuzhuang. That battle, how exactly did you fall? Is it possible that all the mysteries are hidden in your death? At this moment, Long Ju-ning and Pei Xingye's deepest desires were the same. These two both wanted to find out the true cause of Pei Chuzhan's death. One was Pei Chuzhan's son, and the other was a survivor of the Heavenly Star Vortex War. The riddles of the old times waited for these two to join forces to unearth the truth. Royal Sanatorium. Pei Xingye student. All your tests are fine. Rest well tonight. Thank you, doctor. In the hospital room, only Pei Xingye was left alone. As the night grew thicker, Pei Xingye's thoughts surged and her soul entered a dark fog. Deep within the fog stood the eerie and majestic gate of the underworld. Pei Xingye gently pushed open the door to the underworld, and behind the door was a huge blood contract spell formation. This was the inner world of the Imperial Seal. That is, the exclusive space used by Imperial Beastmasters to harbor their Imperial beasts. Behind the door to the underworld, the Black Phoenix's emotions looked a bit tense as it tightened its wings. What power was it that made the Black Phoenix of the ancient mythological bloodline display such a constricted side? Kid, who are you? A low female voice penetrated Pei Xingye's eardrums. Pei Xingye took a deep breath and moved. Although the books have recorded that the giant system Imperial beasts, once they reach the Emperor body level, will awaken the same language system as humans. But at this moment, when I hear it with my own ears, I will still feel unbelievable. The young man raised his eyes, and his neck had to be raised upwards in order to barely bring the silhouette of the huge thing in front of him into his field of vision. It was a giant-type Imperial beast, and it was female. The veins on her body were flowing with lava like blood, and her pale skin could not be covered at all. Her reddish hair was slightly disheveled and naturally draped over her shoulders. In fact, her body was naked, with a thick fog of blood-colored flames steaming up, covering the private parts. Of course, this giantess had a face that was too pretty to be true, and when you gazed at her, you would be captivated by her pair of crimson pupils. Kid, answer me. Who are you? The giantess's voice floated with anger. My name is Pei Xingye. I am an undead Imperial Beastmaster. Right now, you are my Imperial Beast. The giantess carefully recalled that after she had awakened, she had been contracted by this teenager in front of her. Only, at that time, Pei Xingye had turned on the underworld blood shadow and had a blood-colored robe shrouding his body. His image and temperament were very different from this moment. You, a first-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, are able to contract me and still harness me? You little brat. You look even more incredible. By the way, do you remember who your previous Imperial Master was? Pei Xingye threw out the first question, and the giantess's red pupils flashed with confusion. She had no recollection of what she had experienced before she fell asleep. Sangxian, does that name ring a bell? Never heard of. He was your former royal master. No impression at all. The giantess held her forehead with one hand and tried to recall, but from the dull expression, it was clear that she had gotten nothing. Pei Xingye had checked the information, the 4 great imperial corpses, all of which were once giant-type imperial beasts contracted by Sangxian. They had also participated in the Celestial Star Vortex War. Dryads. What? That's your name. The dryad looked pained. She still had no impression. Overwhelming God's hand, touching the giantess's toes, opened Imperial Beast Diagnosis. Pei Xingye muttered in a low voice, soul crippled, memories sealed. No wonder there's no impression of everything that happened in life. What the hell is this place? Let me out. The dry demon was not very stable. She tried to break free of this space, and the gate of the underworld shook violently as a result. The fire of the undead churning and boiling. Pei Xingye said in a cold voice, Drought demon, you are now my imperial beast. How dare you? What qualifications does a mere first-rank imperial beastmaster have to contract me? Although the drought demon had lost her memory, the good thing was that she still remembered her rank, as well as the rank division of imperial beastmasters. She looked down on Pei Xingye, or rather, she looked down on Pei Xingye, a first-rank Imperial Beastmaster who hadn't opened the Underworld King's blood shadow. Dryad, don't you want to know your past? Pei Xingye said one sentence to stabilize the drought demon's mind. My past. The dry drought demon's red pupil fell away, his demeanor in a trance. Listen carefully, you've already died once. It was I who dug up your corpse from beneath the earth with my bare hands. The way I contracted you is the unique, underworld blood contract in the world. If I die, you die too. If you are willing to follow me, I will do whatever it takes to find out about your past and help you recover your lost memories. The drought demon looked down at the tiny human in front of him, the caution in his eyes not yet gone. With just you, a weak first-ranked Imperial Beast Master? Who am I to trust you? There was a disparity in segments between master and servant, but Pei Xingye was an undead imperial beast master who couldn't be defined by segments. I have a way, step by step, to repair your mutilated soul. Chapter 49. Yen Xia's first formation hand master, Jiang Mayan, Imperial Seal Space, behind the gate of the underworld. Pei Xingye raised her eyes and looked directly into the red eyes of the drought demon. Between this pair of masters and servants, although there was a huge disparity in rank, both of them were red-eyed, and the blood contract of the drought demon, that was concluded by chance and accident, seemed to be the best arrangement by the god of fate. You can repair my mutilated soul? Deep skepticism flowed from the bottom of the drought demon's eyes. Anyone else would have a hard time believing that a freshly minted First-Order Imperial Beastmaster would be able to repair the soul of an Imperial Body Imperial Beast. Then let's give it a try. Pei Xingye once again stretched out his overlying god's hand, a purple golden spell seal totem surfacing in his palm, and his hot, powerful 5 fingers touched the drought demon's beautiful face as it bent down. You brat, you dare to touch my face? This feeling. Cool. Pei Xingye's expression was solemn as he closed his eyes, and all of his power gathered at the fingertips of the overlying god's hand, injecting a touch of cozy coolness towards the dry demon's body. The overlying god's hand had a wide range of functions. In addition to lifting coffins and digging graves, and contracting the dead, it could also hold up the residual souls of the dead, and use its own soul power to repair the gaps in the residual souls. The drought demon was an imperial beast at the imperial body level, and its remnant soul was already powerful, so it was extremely difficult to repair. Although it was impossible for Pei Xingye to completely repair this remnant soul in a short period of time, he could somewhat awaken some memory fragments of the dry drought demon's past experiences. The dry drought demon's consciousness gradually drifted into a trance as she held her head in her hands, as if she had fallen into a chaotic and disorderly battlefield. Above the battlefield, a sea of corpses and blood, it was impossible to tell where the sky was and where the earth was. Her whole body was stiff and bruised, and the pain of the past once again surged to her heart. The battle is over. The temperature of the entire battlefield plummeted. All things began to petrify. White bones shrouded in a layer of bleak frost. The dry demon looked up, and there was a gap above her head, which was the only hope of escaping the battlefield. Beneath her feet, 3 different voices came. Quickly, escape. Take this sickening truth and make it public. Dryad, you're our last chance. Charge out. We must rush out. The drought demon fought with all his might, and his palm was about to touch the hole above his head. But it was still a step too late. Countless debris and mud, pouring down like waterfalls, sealed off the hole of escape, and the battlefield sank into the cold sealed abyss at this moment. Drought demon's giant body, this sleep endless darkness, embedded in the deep underground. In a trance, the drought demon regained consciousness and returned to reality. The images that surfaced in his mind just now were undoubtedly the memory fragments of the drought demon's past experiences. How does it feel? The head doesn't hurt as much as before. The dry drought demon suffered from a severe headache after being awakened by Pei Xingye's contract because he had lost most of his memories. The current repair of the overwhelming god's hand on the dryad's residual soul was weak, but it could alleviate her headache. Just now, I remembered something from the past. Pei Xingye's eyes revealed a brilliant light as she pursued. Remembered what? The battlefield. A battlefield that couldn't distinguish between heaven and earth. Many imperial beastmasters and imperial beasts died. The battle process was impossible to see. In the end, I tried to escape, but I was sealed underground. Pei Xingye lowered his head and muttered to himself. The memory fragments recovered by the drought demon should be the war fragments of the celestial star vortex battle. However, with my current strength, the overwhelming god's hand is unable to fully restore her memories. This matter needs to be taken slowly. Wanting to be quick is not enough. Master and servant looked at each other again. Pei Xingye revealed a sunny smile. Now, I should be worthy of your trust, right, kid? As long as you can help me relieve my headache and recover my memories, I can temporarily follow you. In that case, we're partners. Pei Xingye raised her fist, signaling to clink fists with the dryad.
Stinky brat.
The drought demon crooked its mouth, and its huge fist gently touched Pei Xingye's tiny fist. At this moment, the heartbeats of the giant and the human were once again on the same frequency. Ding! A system beep sounded abruptly in Pei Xingye's mind. Congratulations to the host. unlocking the first time contracting an imperial body imperial beast, honorable achievement. Issuing system reward, Nirvana Crystal Stone, plus, Carefree Fruit. Rewards moved to the warehouse. Please check and receive by the host. Pei Xingye used her mind to open the system warehouse, and a bejeweled blue crystal stone and a strangely shaped fruit came into view. Nirvana crystals, the core material for the breakthrough evolution of phoenix-type imperial beasts, which couldn't be bought on the market at all. The carefree fruit, when taken by a royal beast master, it immediately restored 100% of their soul power. Today's Black Phoenix, the level has come to the juvenile body third stage. This is the bottleneck before breaking through to the mature body. For Pei Xingye is not a small challenge. For the next few days, Pei Xingye followed Long Juning's instructions and honestly laid down in the royal sanatorium to recuperate. A week passed. Pei Xingye student. The inspection report doesn't have any problems. You can be discharged. Taking off his hospital gown and changing into the Chaos Academy's uniform, Pei Xingye walked out of the Royal Convalescent Hospital and found two women waiting for him at the entrance. One of them was Long Juning, who still had a nonchalant look, with a hint of distaste for Pei Xingye still in the bottom of her eyes. It had to be said that such a beautiful empress, when she put on a stinky face, she precisely exuded a charm that no male compatriot could resist. And beside Long Juning was a white-haired woman. The woman's appearance was pure and gentle. Her temperament was gentle and generous. Her skin was better than white snow. Her demeanor looked weak, and her age was not easy to judge. Pei Xingye. The white-haired woman's voice trembled a little. Her delicate body bones looked like they were on the verge of falling apart once her emotions flared up. You are. My name is Jiang Mayan, your mother Pei Chuzhuang and we are very good hitchhiking friends. Jiang Moyan wanted to say partner, but because Long Juning was around, she changed her words to friend. After all, right now, Jiang Moyan's partner wasn't Pei Chuzhuang anymore, but Long Juning. Jiang Mayan. Yen Xia's #1 array handmaster. Pei Xingye's two eyes went straight. He had always held a strong interest in the profession of formation handmaster. Formation handmasters, with the help of the bones, hair, or beast crystals of imperial beasts and magical beasts, could conclude spell formations with different attributes, and on the battlefield provide beneficial effects for imperial beast battles. To put it simply, the relationship between imperial beast masters and formation masters is like main attack and auxiliary. Only in this era, the enthusiasm of the profession of formation master, because of the great difficulty of skill inheritance, and gradually decline. Jiang Mayan was the most powerful formation handmaster in the Yanxia Empire. 18 years ago, she was also Pei Chuzhing's best partner. Times had changed. At this moment, Jiang Mayan could no longer see Pei Chuzhan, and in front of her eyes was Pei Xingye, who had the same natural red pupils as Pei Chuzhan. Senior Jiang, it's an honor to meet you for the first time. Like, really too similar. Jiang Mayan saw the shadow of his late friend between Pei Xingye's brows. Long Juning's voice was as cold as ever. Open the teleportation spell formation and send this child back to the Chaos Academy. Lord State Lord, can I talk to this child? You guys chat. I still have things to do. Although Long Juning was cold, she wasn't unsympathetic. She turned to leave, leaving Pei Xingye and Jiang Mayan alone. Chapter 50. A War Letter from the Imperial Sky Academy. Time flies, you've grown so big. Jiang Mayan subconsciously raised her hand to help Pei Xingye take care of the messy tresses on her forehead. In terms of appearance, Pei Xingye had perfectly inherited Pei Chuzhan's genes, especially the hard-to-conceal sharpness in his red pupils, which caused raging memories to flood Jiang Mayan's mind. On the battlefield, Pei Chuzhan was always the divine imperial beastmaster who saved the day and helped the building to fall. Jiang Mayan, on the other hand, was the best partner beside Pei Chuzhan. Every time she concluded a necromantic spell formation, it helped Pei Chuzhan win those desperate games where she couldn't see any hope. Times had changed, and Pei Chuzhan had already exited the stage of history. Jiang Mayan had lost her once best partner. Formation handmasters, the consumption of one's own essence and blood and chi was already enormous, coupled with the painful loss of a dear friend. Over the past 18 years, Jiang Mayan's body had gotten worse and worse. Especially the day Pei Chuzhang died in battle. She washed her face in tears and turned white overnight. Senior Jiang, are you and my mother on good terms? Of course. Then do you know why the relationship between my mother and Lord State Lord is not very good? Jiang Mayan shook her head, and Pei Xingye saw a touch of confusion in her eyes. Regarding the grudge between Long Juning and Pei Xingye, no one knew about it. Even Long Juning, who had lost that part of her memory, had merely retained an instinctive aversion to Pei Xingye in her mind, the reasoning and cause and effect of which was not yet known since. Long Juning, Yan Xia Empress, survivor of the Heavenly Star Vortex War. Sang Xian, one of the absolute double masters, the world's #1 giant imperial beast master. Jiang Mayan, Yan Xia's #1 array hand master. Once Pei Xingye's perfect partner. To this day, Pei Xingye had come into close contact with many of the great figures of the old era. And all of these people were inextricably linked to that Heavenly Star Vortex battle. Next, Jiang Mayan told Pei Xingye some things about Pei Xingye's youth, but none of them involved the Heavenly Star Vortex. This was because the Heavenly Star Vortex battle was Jiang Muren's greatest regret. When she didn't accompany Pei Xingye to the battlefield because of her injuries, by the time she woke up from her hospital bed, she had heard the sad news that the Jedi twins had fallen together. Memories, they punish everyone who remembers the past. It was good that she saw Pei Xingye today, which was like a cure for heartache for Jiang Mayan. Her complexion was much rosier and her smile became sunny. This meeting between the two was brief. After all, Pei Xingye needed to return to Chaos Academy as soon as possible as he had already missed a week of training sessions. Jiang Mayan made a seal with both hands and opened an imposing teleportation spell formation. Worthy of being Yan Xia's #1 array hand master, it only takes the blink of an eye to make a seal and open a teleportation spell formation of this scale, and there will be a powerful shield attached to it as well. Elder Jiang, we'll see you again when we have the chance. After witnessing Pei Xingye's departure, Jiang Mayan was gloomy, her newly recovered aura obliterated by a corrosive and gloomy power. This woman's body was getting worse and worse, but she was still giving her essence and blood to guard the Yan Xia Empire. This meeting, it was too hasty. I didn't even have time to prepare a gift for this child. Jiang Mayan opened her storage ring and extracted a hand-written spell formation atlas. The pages were already yellowed, as this was the treasure that Jiang Mayan had customized for Pei Xingye 18 years ago, the Underworld Scrolls. Inside the scroll, there were many inscrutable necromantic formations. Unfortunately, before Jiang Mayan had the chance to give it to Pei Xingye, the Tianqing Vortex War broke out. Xingye, this is the gift I prepared for you back then. This is my regret. But now, I've found a chance to make up for my regret. Jiang Mayan decided that the next time she saw Pei Xingye, she would give the scroll of the underworld to Pei Xingye, who said that the two professions of Beast Master and Formation Master couldn't be dual cultivated. The scrolls of the underworld was Jiang Mayan's exclusive formation technique that she had spent her entire life's wisdom and effort to create for the Undead Beast Master. As for whether or not Pei Xingye can comprehend and cultivate it, it depends on Pei Xingye's enlightenment and creativity. Lord State Lord. Jiang Mayan turned around and realized that Long Juning had appeared behind her at some point. Your body is very poor, so you can only stay in the Imperial City, or stay close to my side and receive the nourishment of dragon power. That's why it's almost impossible for you to visit Pei Xingye often. Jiang Mayan showed a saddened expression. Well, I understand. If it wasn't a physical problem with Jiang Mayan and Pei Xingye's relationship, how could she not visit Pei Xingye for so many years? The facts proved that the characters of the old times had a shackle on their bodies in addition to an injury or illness. The memory-deficient Long Juning and the physically weak Jiang Mayan stood together. This was the strongest duo in the Yanxia Empire right now, but the undertones on both of these people swirled with endless sourness and misery. They were lucky to have survived the old times. They were miserable, the most important people around them died in the old era. Pei Xingye returned to the Chaos Academy, gathering her mood and preparing for a new beginning. Just after returning, Pei Xingye was called to the dean's office by Chaos Academy's dean, Wang Defa. Starry Night, how's your body recuperating? Wang Defa was always kind in front of Pei Xingye. Dean, don't worry. My injuries have already healed, and I won't miss a single training session next. Wang Defa raised his hand and gently patted on Pei Xingye's shoulder. Starry Night, I've never been worried or skeptical about how hard you train. It's just that. Pei Xingye, there's no harm in the dean saying what he has to say. Wang Defa opened the drawer and took out a post with a cherry blossom totem on it. It was a challenge post, or rather, a letter of war. Imperial Sky Academy? Isn't this the top 3 ranked higher Imperial Beastmaster Academy in the East Sakura Empire? That's right. The first place winner of the Imperial Sky Academy's current National Grand Examination, Shibata Kawazo, has challenged you, Pei Xingye. Between the 7 nations of the human race, although they each had their own agenda, they still had close ties. In terms of the strategy of cultivating the younger generation of Imperial Beastmasters, the 7 nations coincided. Between the 7 nations, any Imperial Beastmaster Academy could initiate a challenge match by sparring with each other. Dean, I accept the challenge. For Pei Xingye, playing matches was like a family affair. Starry Night, I know you're definitely willing to fight. But in these recent years, the challenge matches between our Yanxia Empire and the East Cherry Empire have indeed seen many losses and few wins. Our Yanxia Empire's previous 2 national champions both lost to youngsters from the East Cherry Empire in challenge matches. If Wang Defa's face was slightly red and warm with embarrassment, so he could only lower his head and stir his meaty fingers. If Pei Xingye also lost in the challenge match, then the Yanxia Empire's 3 consecutive national champions would be burdened with the curse of losing to the East Sakura Genius. Don't worry, Dean. I will win this match for Chaos Academy, for the Yanxia Empire. Fighting for the country, there was no room for error. If he won, Pei Xingye would be the hero of the entire Yanxia. If he lost, Pei Xingye would be like the previous 2 top winners, suffering from heart demons and carrying a curse that would never end. Chapter 51. Pei Xingye vs. Shibata Kawazo, Chaos Academy, Campus Playground. Did you hear? Pei Xingye from the Excellence class has returned from his injury. The Scarlet Squad he's in got an S+ rating. After all, the Scarlet Squad managed to hunt a full-bodied mutant species magical beast during the trial. I've also heard that Shibata Kawazo of the East Sakura Imperial Sky Academy has launched a letter of challenge to Pei Xingye. The matter of the challenge quickly spread to every corner of the Yanxia Empire. Shibata Kawazo, who attended the East Cherry Empire's Imperial Sky Academy, was the first-place winner in this session of the National Grand Examination. Pei Xingye, on the other hand, was the top student in this year's National Grand Examination of the Yanxia Empire. Both of them were the best of the younger generation, and both of them had a halo of attention on their heads. So the duel between these 2 was bound to spark an uncontrollable storm of public opinion. Class break. The foursome of Scarlet Squad gathered in the shade of the playground. Qin Yanlin was extraordinarily excited, wrapping his arms around Pei Xingye's shoulders, excitedly saying, "Second Master, you've returned from your injury. I definitely need to show that I'm going to take you to a newly opened foot spa after school tonight, and I'm going to let you have the number 3 technician." Pei Xingye rolled her eyes and was speechless at this. Huangfu Boyi presented an exquisite gift box. Huangfu, what is this? Second Master. This is our Huangfu family's. Without wearing a mask, Huangfu Boyi's ability to express himself was limited. His face flushed. Situ Shui took over. This is the Huangfu family's special tonic. After taking it, it can strengthen your tendons and bones, guaranteeing that you won't leave any after effects from this major injury. Pei Xingye was confident. Don't worry about it. Lord State Lord fed me a dragon blood pill, guaranteeing that there won't be any residual after effects of the injury. Qin Yanlin was stunned. What? A dragon blood elixir? The heavens? What kind of relationship do you have with the State Lord? She's willing to give you a top-notch tonic like the dragon's blood pill. Pei Xingye smiled bitterly and shook his head. He also didn't know how to define his relationship with Long Juning. Huangfu, I appreciate your feelings. Pei Xingye accepted the tonic, which he could save for the next time he used the Underworld King's blood shadow. At this moment, Pei Xingye's gaze landed on Situ Shui's body. Situ Shui was leaning against a tree, her slender calves sheathed in a pair of knee-high black socks, revealing a snow-white and smooth absolute field. However, her complexion was slightly displeased. When Pei Xingye's heart was weak, he would subconsciously touch his nose. He knew that Situ Shui was still blaming him. Captain, at that time, the situation was critical, and I was only thinking about how to send you guys out safely. Pei Xingye, we're a team. If there's danger, we have to bear it together. Not you alone for all of us. Situ Shui's rant against Pei Xingye was actually worrying about Pei Xingye. Captain, I was wrong. I'll treat you to the squad dinner tonight. Situ Shui's beautiful eyes squinted. Humph. I'll make sure to order the most expensive ones on the menu. After the Moonlight City trial, the Scarlet Squad had awakened their own regimental soul. These 4 young Imperial Beastmasters had countless adventures waiting for them in the future. As the night dyed the sky, the Scarlet Squad chose the roadside stall in the back street of the academy. Barbecue was served with wine and laughter. In the midst of the conversation and laughter, Qin Yanlin mentioned the topic of the challenge. By the way, second master, I heard that you've accepted Shibata Kawazo's challenge? When will the fight start? The dean said that it's next week, and the location is Tianji Island. The distance between the Yanxia Empire and the East Sakura Empire was very close, separated only by a strait. There was an archipelago in the center of the strait, collectively known as Tianji Island. In order to facilitate humanistic exchanges between the two countries in the way of the imperial beast, Tianji Island was responsible for hosting various tournaments, athletic competitions between colleges, or sparring sessions between guilds, all took place on this island. Situ Shui put down her wine cup, her delicate face flushed with a slightly drunken blush. Our Yanxia Empire's previous 2 grand exam winners both lost the challenge match between them and the East Cherry Empire. Pei Xingye. So you should be clear about how much public pressure you will be under if you lose as well? Losing in the first edition was just a blowout accident. Losing in the second session was just a player in bad shape. To still lose in the third, it would be proof that the young generation of the East Cherry Empire was truly surpassing the young generation of the Yanxia Empire. In Situ Shui's eyes, the pressure Pei Xingye was carrying on his body reached an extreme point in this battle. However, on Pei Xingye's face, one could only see calmness and composure, as well as a desire to jerk off and drink. Just as Pei Xingye was gnawing on his chicken wings, Situ Shui handed over a document. Captain, what's this? It contains Shibata Kawazo's information report. I've done a detailed analysis of his Imperial Beastmaster talent, Devouring Spell, as well as the strengths and weaknesses of the contracted Imperial Beast, the Arakaki Serpent. There's still a week before the tournament starts, so study it more. Situ Shui always thought about Pei Xingye, and she would use every means possible to help Pei Xingye. But this time, Pei Xingye smiled and pushed away the documents in Situ Shui's hands. Know your enemy, know yourself, and you'll win 100 battles. Are you sure you don't want to know your opponent in advance? Captain, I don't think that's necessary. Pei Xingye, I know your talent and strength best, but your opponent this time is no slouch. Shibata Kawazo, to be able to become the #1 in the East Sakura Empire's current national examination. His talent was naturally extremely high, and according to the East Sakura media reports, only in terms of talent, Shibata Kawazo is the strongest person in the East Sakura Empire in the last 18 years. Pei Xingye put down his half-eaten chicken wings and smiled. Don't worry, everyone. Regardless of the strength of my opponent this time, my fighting style will not change. I'll be in the ring second to none. These words could only make sense if they came from Pei Xingye's mouth. Huangfu Boyi was so excited that he hurriedly handed Pei Xingye a meat skewer. Second master. I believe you. Qin Yanlin slammed a mouthful of spirits and lamented. Second master. If you can beat that little Shibata in seconds in the ring, you're really giving our younger generation of Yanxia's Imperial Beastmasters a raise of eyebrows. For any domestic competitive matches, Pei Xingye was too lazy to get real. Because Pei Xingye knows that in domestic competitions, the opponents in the ring are ultimately their own people. But in the competitive matches with other countries, Pei Xingye wouldn't show any mercy, especially the East Cherry Empire. This insidious and venomous nation-state had been secretly harassing the borders of the Yanxia Empire for years. They had repeatedly initiated challenge matches, which were in fact originally a provocation. Nowadays, Yanxia's subjects had yet to see images of Pei Xingye's external battles. Therefore, everyone could not yet guess how brutal Pei Xingye's true strength was. East Cherry Empire, Imperial Sky Academy, Dean's office. A long-haired teenager, dressed in a katana outfit, held a document in his hand. In the document, all the biographies about Pei Xingye were recorded, including the Yanxia National Examination, the Heavenly Cloud Ranking Competition, and the Moonlight City Trial. This teenager was Pei Xingye's next opponent, the so-called strongest genius in the East Cherry Empire in 18 years, Shibata Kawazo. The dean, Shibata Tsuru, was his father. What an arrogant conversation between father and son. Kawazo, are you confident that you can defeat Pei Xingye? Father, I've studied his combat videos thoroughly. If he can last 3 rounds in my hands, count me out. Very well. And if I can directly waste Pei Xingye's Imperial Beast in the ring, it's not impossible. Father, I understand. Father and son looked at each other with evil smiles, already ready to celebrate a great victory in advance. Chapter 52. putting Yan Xia's future on his shoulders. After the jerking dinner ended, Pei Xingye didn't return to Chaos Academy with his teammates. This was because he also had a date with Pei Yingyu and Lan Hearingyu today. In Qin Yanlin's eyes, Second Master is a sister controller. In the Moonlight City trial, Pei Yingruo's injuries were far lighter than Pei Xingye's, so she recovered quickly. Only the older sister didn't realize that being able to survive from that desperate situation wasn't the favor of heaven, but rather her younger brother being open. Still in the top-floor tea room of the Hearing Rain Xian, the three of them sat together, enjoying the evening pastries made by Lan Hearing Rain herself. Pei Xingye and Lan Hearingyu were talking and laughing, but Pei Yingruo's mood looked a bit low. "Cousin, are you in a bad mood?" No. Pei Yingru was clearly forcing a smile. Pei Xingye could of course see it, but he didn't pursue it. Sister obviously has something on her mind. With her character, she must be blaming herself for the Moonlight City trial. The person who understood Pei Yingru the most was Pei Xingye. His speculation wasn't wrong. Pei Yingru had been immersed in deep self-blame since the Moonlight City trial. Every night, she would have nightmares about Moonlight City, even dreaming that she was holding her brother's corpse and sobbing uncontrollably in a pool of blood. "It's all my fault. It's my weakness that caused my brother to be in danger, with life and death all at the mercy of God. I must become stronger." People always come to their senses when they are close to losing. The Moonlight City trial was like a key that unlocked Pei Yingruo's desire to pursue the path of the strong. Once, she had only thought about dedicating her life to teaching and educating. Now, she had to force herself to become stronger. She secretly vowed in her heart that she would become a sister who could truly protect her brother. And how could the clever younger brother not be able to guess his sister's thoughts? At this moment, Pei Xingye's remaining light scratched across Pei Yingruo's forlorn side face, and she silently said in her heart, "Sister, you actually don't need to become stronger, and I don't need your protection. In the future, it'll be me who will protect you. For now, the Underworld Blood Shadow and the Drought Demon were the biggest cards in Pei Xingye's hand. With the undercard in place, Pei Xingye was more than capable of protecting himself and his sister as long as he didn't take the initiative to get involved in the karmic strife between some big shots. However, with Pei Xingye's identity, since he had already come out of nowhere on the national exam, how could his fate not be involved by those big shots of the old times? He was Pei Chuzhuang's son. His destiny is destined to be full of hardships and ups and downs. The night was deepening and the night snack time was over. Pei Xingye and Pei Yingruo returned to Chaos Academy. In the top-floor tea room of the Rain Listening Cuisine, only Lan Listening remained. A coolness passed through the windows, and the rain dampened the banana. In the tea room, there was an additional silhouette. It was still that mysterious white-haired man, who looked as ethereal as a soul body, with an unmixable barrier between him and this world. Blue Listening Rain's expression became serious. "King, this time the Moonlight City trial, His Highness really came close. Lan, after this Moonlight City trial, that woman, Long Junning, will definitely personally protect Little Knight." "Ah?" Counting on Long Junning. The white-haired man's voice was flat, analyzing slowly. Today's Yanxia Empire has long since ceased to be the Yanxia Empire of 18 years ago. This is a cursed era. The name of the curse is check and balance. 18 years ago, a great war of the celestial star vortex rewrote the pattern of the world. There were 7 countries in the human race, and the impact of this war on the Yanxia Empire was the most profound and predominantly negative. To put it simply, before the Astral Vortex War, the Yanxia Empire was dominant, overriding the other 6 nations. After the Starry Vortex War, the Yanxia Empire's fortunes declined, and the other 6 countries rose to the top. Nowadays, the Yanxia Empire had lost its absolute dominance in the human race. There was no need to look at the big picture. Even focusing one's sight on the minutiae, one could see this. The East Cherry Empire, for 3 consecutive years, had sent the current number 1 in the National Grand Examination to challenge the current top scholar of the Yanxia Empire. In the first 2 years, the winner was the East Cherry Empire. This year is the 3rd year. The East Cherry Empire sent out super genius Shibata Kawazo to challenge Pei Xingye. In the Yanxia Empire, the older generation of Imperial Beastmasters were also aging day by day. Even Long Juning had severe wounds left by the Tianqing Vortex battle left on his body. Yanxia's number 1 array hand master, Jiang Mayan, had turned white overnight and looked like he was about to run out of gas. But the future of the Yanxia Empire needs the younger generation to hold up. From Long Juning's perspective, Even if the relationship between her and Pei Xingye was terrible, she could only choose Pei Xingye to nurture, because in the Yanxia Empire, there was no one more talented than Pei Xingye. Lan, we should trust Long Juning. No, strictly speaking, we should trust the Dragon Clan. Lan, hearing Yu's emotions flared up. Our Qilin family has already suffered a big loss at the hands of the Dragon Clan once, and we still have to trust them? Lan, don't forget that Zhuanger has personally verified that the three clans, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, must join hands in order to support a true giant. After the white-haired man finished his sentence, Lan, hearing Yu's emotions, regained their calmness. King, I understand. Clattering. The raindrops outside the window thickened as the night deepened, pounding out a storm dance on the land of Black Lin City. The purebred Griffin bloodline had become extinct 18 years ago. The story of the Griffin clan seemed to be nothing more than a vain legend. And in this tea room, the will of the Griffin still burns. The curse called checks and balances has enveloped the human civilization. The smaller the power gap between the seven kingdoms, the more chaos and infighting there is. There is always someone who wants to take over more land. There is always someone who wants to swallow more resources. There's always someone who wants to take out the other six. Some days, people were scarier than magical beasts. But if there was one person who could rise to the top in this chaotic era and trample all the strongest underfoot, then the human race could truly coalesce together, and with this person as their faith, start a true battle of demon hunting. Who will this person be? Who knows about the future? Yanxia Imperial City, Dragon Soul Palace. In the cold and clear hall, there were only two people, Long Juning and Jiang Mayan. Lord, have you decided? This is a big gamble. I'll put all my bets on Pei Xingye's body. After saying that, Long Juning looked out the window as the pouring rainstorm flooded a sapling outside the hall. But this sapling happened to be the most competitive, standing tall in the wildly gushing rain. Pei Xingye, I can't remember why I hate you, but I do hate you. But now, I can only take a gamble on your son. The Yanxia Empire needs a whole new future. Ashu. In her sleep, Pei Xingye suddenly woke up and said in a daze, "Who's talking about me behind my back? So sleepy. Go back to sleep." Chapter 53 Talent Duel. The match you can't lose. For the next week, Pei Xingye returned to academy life. During the day, he and the members of the Scarlet Squad would sweat it out on the training grounds together, or go to the library to study the various magical beast illustrations. At night, he wouldn't just relax, but would instead ride the Black Phoenix alone to the cliffs of Kirin Mountain, silently practicing. On the long road to becoming a beast master, talent was important, but hard work and perseverance were the only way to make this road even wider. Pei Xingye, the first genius among his peers. At the same time, his ruthlessness towards himself was also the first among his peers. Every skill of the Imperial Beast needed to be practiced week after week in order to reach the point of perfection. In the middle of the night, by the cliff, over and over again, the falling phoenix chopped throughout the sweat and blood of the teenager. The speed of the chopping became faster and faster. The power of the beheading became more and more fierce. 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. A full level of proficiency was often a swordsman's last card. During this period, Pei Yingru didn't accompany Pei Xingye too much. She found the dean, Wang Defa. Wang Defa looked at her with unexpected eyes. "Instructor Pei, didn't you refuse the activities of the 7th Order training class before?" "Lord Dean, I figured it out. I want to go further and improve my strength." Pei Yingru was relatively Buddhist in her career path. However, after the Moonlight City trial, she knew deep down that her weakness would put her in a position where she could do nothing in the face of her brother's distress. Thus, she set her mind to become stronger. Every year, the Chaos Academy would organize a mentor advancement training course. This was Pei Yingru's chance. Her goal was to advance to the 7th rank of Beastmaster within a year. Wang Defa looked at Pei Yingru with admiration. "Good, I'll enroll you in the training. With your talent and unconquerable character, I'm sure that within a year, you'll become our Chaos Academy's best 7th Order Imperial Beastmaster." "Thank you, Dean." In this era, everyone's reason for becoming stronger was to guard the love in their heart. As a Yanxia Imperial Beastmaster, in addition to loving your family and friends, you also love the country, Yanxia, deeply. The deeper you love this country, the more you can't accept this country to fall to the altar. A week later, the Academy Challenge, which is about the honor of the country, was officially launched. Tianji Island. In the center of the island stood an arena used to host various large-scale events. From above, it resembled a giant bird's nest, holding up to 200,000 spectators. The special material of the ring was even harder than the skull of an overlord body magical beast. The audience seats were full of pits and valleys, without a single empty seat. The electronic screen hanging above the ring played out the information of both contestants of the challenge in advance. The challenger was Shibata Kawazo from the East Cherry Empire Imperial Sky Academy. The ring defender, Pei Xingye from the Yanxia Empire Chaos Academy. At the judges' table, there were a total of 10 judges, and in terms of nationality, Yanxia and East Sakura were 50-50. In fact, when it came to determining the winner of the match, it was almost impossible for there to be any shady practices. After all, a duel between Imperial Beast Masters was simple and rough. One side would be considered to have won if they beat the other side to the point of defenselessness. In the audience, the number of Yanxia subjects was almost 4 or 5 times that of the East Sakura people. In terms of the size of the country, East Sakura didn't even have the qualifications to touch Yanxia. But in recent years, in terms of the cultivation of the younger generation alone, East Sakura had indeed surpassed Yanxia. Pei Xingye was a member of the Scarlet Squad. Situ Shui, Qin Yanlin and Huangfu Bo Yi naturally came to the scene to cheer for Pei Xingye. The scene was packed with people, and Huangfu Bo Yi could only barely adapt to the environment by wearing the white bone mask Pei Xingye had given him. The audience was noisy, and the arrogance of the East Cherry people was on display. The winner of this match is not even in doubt. Yes, our East Sakura's #1 talent, Shibata Kawazo, will definitely be able to hang on to Pei Xingye. But I heard that Pei Xingye broke the highest record of the Yanxia Empire in this year's national exam. The previous 2 top students of the Yanxia Empire, when they first started out, weren't they also very popular? In the end, they were still defeated by Senior Hanyu and Senior Suzuki. The first row of the audience, under the cheers of the people of East Sakura, sat a young man and a woman. The man had dark skin and stern eyes, and his name was Hashio Ao. He was the East Sakura Empire's top scorer in the National Grand Examination 2 years ago and had defeated the Yanxia Empire's top scorer in that year's challenge match. The girl's long hair was coiled up, her eyes were narrow and upturned, and her features resembled a demonic fox. She was Suzuki Chika, the East Sakura Empire's top student in the National Grand Examination a year ago, who had also defeated the Yanxia Empire's top student at that time. For 2 consecutive years of fighting, the Yanxia scholar was defeated by the East Sakura scholar. This year was the 3rd year, and Pei Xingye carried the hopes of Yanxia's subjects for a clean slate on his back as he ascended the ring. Pei Xingye has made his entrance. Everyone, cheer for the strongest scholar in the history of Yanxia. Pei Xingye, Pei Xingye, Pei Xingye. The louder the crowd's chants meant the more pressure was exerted on Pei Xingye. This was a match that could not be lost. The dignity of the Yanxia Empire was at stake. The soft sunlight gilded his white hair. A pair of red pupils as bright as stars exuded a careless lethargy. The young man was dressed in black, with one hand in his pocket, and with an upright stance, he stood at the corner of the ring. Under the ring, the deans of the 4 major academies of Yanxia were all present to watch the battle. Zhuge Qingfeng couldn't help but marvel. Such an important match, and a match that can't be afforded to lose, and the opponent's strength is very strong. Yet this child's face is written with an ancient wave of unperturbedness. This sense of looseness, is originally a talent. Wang Defa's face was proud, his fleshy fat shaking violently. Pei Xingye student, is the pillar of our Chaos Academy. You 3 won't have the chance to train him. Zhuge Qingfeng held his forehead with one hand. Alas, if this child had chosen our Taotai Academy in the first place, how much better it would have been. Soon, the opponents took the stage. Pei Xingye was fuming in the ring when a voice with an unpleasant tone came from his ears. Pei Xingye, I admire your courage in accepting the challenge. But for the next match, I will show no mercy. Bloodshot eyes raised, Pei Xingye scanned the man in front of him with the eyes of a roadside wild dog. The man had long hair, wore a samurai uniform, and his feet stepped on wooden clogs, making a cackling sound that Pei Xingye hated the most. Shibata Kawazo, known as the most talented person in the East Cherry Empire in the last 18 years. The match hadn't even begun yet. Shibata Kawazo didn't hide his mischievous intentions, attempting to use humiliating words in an attempt to bring Pei Xingye great psychological pressure. Your Yanxia Empire's top students. One is more useless than the other. defeated at the hands of our East Cherry 2 years in a row. And you, Pei Xingye, will be the third Yenxia scholar to fail miserably here. The corners of Shibata Kawazo's lips curled up into a wicked smile as he added, those who recognize the time are the best. If you take the initiative to kneel down and beg for forgiveness during the match, I can go easy on you. What a good one to recognize the time. That's a really correct accent. So, I'll get you killed, Shibata-san. Pei Xingye's red pupils flashed with furious killing intent. The temperature of the ring plummeted, and the floor condensed with a layer of undead frost. Chapter 54. Soul Power Spurt, 0 frame starts. The killing intent Pei Xingye displayed was the hostility accumulated from the Moonlight City trials. That night, in the depths of the earth, he switched shadow forms, wore a bloody robe, and harnessed his Emperor Body Imperial Beast Drought Demon to slaughter the entire city's magical beasts. At this moment, although Pei Xingye hadn't turned on the underworld blood shadow, the murderous aura he had accumulated before had penetrated deep into his bones and would never disappear. This aura, inflicted on a hothouse flower like Shibata Kawazo, was a naked descending blow. This guy's aura. Why is it so weird? Shibata Kawazo subconsciously clenched his fists, his blood-filled eyes staring deathly at Pei Xingye in front of him, creating an illusion deep inside. It was as if next, he was going to fight a monster that wasn't human. Zhuge Qingfeng, the dean of the Taotai Academy, suddenly frowned as he scrutinized Pei Xingye's figure from the stage. How did this child's aura become so domineering and ferocious? Without accumulating a certain number of magical beast lives in his hands, it's impossible to possess such an aura. Moonlight City trials. What exactly happened to this child? The competition was about to begin. One side represented Chaos Academy, and even more so, Yenxia Empire. The other side represented the Imperial Sky Academy, and even more so, the East Cherry Empire. Audience seat. As the winners of the previous 2 challenge matches, Hasegawa Ao and Suzuki Chika chatted idly in a relaxed and playful tone. Suzuki, what do you think? Heizo, you want to ask me who's going to win, don't you? No, I'm asking if you think Shibata-senpai will waste that Bay Starry Night within 3 rounds? The two of them looked at each other and laughed with such arrogance. In their eyes, the top student of every grand examination in Yenxia was an unbeatable piece of trash. What's more, in terms of talent alone, Shibata Kawazo was above the two of them, so they really couldn't think of a reason for Shibata Kawazo to lose this match. On the other side of the audience, Qin Yenlin had doubts in his heart. Second Master said that he could beat this little Shibata in seconds. But will things really go that smoothly? Situ Shui rested her cheek with one hand and analyzed rationally. Shibata Kawazo is not weak. His talent Curse of Devouring is very powerful, and it restrains undead Imperial Beastmasters to a certain extent. Curse Devouring, one of the SS grade talents of the East Sakura Empire. This talent was able to ignore any defense, causing Shibata Kawazo, harnessing his Imperial Beast, to devour the soul of the enemy Imperial Beast step by step, and transform the devoured souls into his own power. The mechanism of this talent truly restrained undead Imperial Beastmasters like Pei Xingye. Right at this moment, Huangfu Boyi spoke. It doesn't matter how the opponent is. What's important is that we just need to trust Second Master. Wearing a white bone mask, Huangfu Boyi spat out a golden rule in a smooth tone. Situ Shui also froze for a moment before releasing her smile. Yes, there are times when rational analysis doesn't apply to Pei Xingye as a person at all. We just need to believe in him. The match begins. The referee blew the whistle for the battle. Above the ring, both players summoned their respective Imperial Beasts. Shibata Kawazo unleashed a concentration of soul power that far exceeded that of his peers, opening a summoning spell formation in the shape of a shrine. Within the spell formation, a python permeated with purple demonic aura sprang out. It only had one head, but at the back of the head, the remnants of 7 snake heads were suspended. Every time it spat out its venom-hardened snake's letter, a blizzard would rise up around it. This is Shibata Kawazo's Imperial Beast, the Araki Serpent. On the large screen, the data panel of the Araki Serpent was typed out. Double Mythic Bloodline Imperial Beast, Domineering. Such a powerful Imperial Beast can only be nurtured by the soil of our East Cherry Empire. Great God Shibata, finish off Pei Xingye and win honor for our East Cherry Empire. Araki Serpent, Juvenile Body 3rd Stage, Dual Mythological Bloodline. In detail, this Imperial Beast has the blood of both the Yamanuki Serpent and the Arakiyama Snow God, flowing in its body. The strength of the mythological bloodline is lower than that of the ancient myths. However, a dual mythological bloodline could narrow the gap between the two to a certain extent. This was Shibata Kawazo's confidence in the face of Pei Xingye. As long as the bloodline gap wasn't too large, then Shibata Kawazo was confident that his talent, Devouring Spell, would be able to deftly restrain Pei Xingye. Just as the East Sakura audience was immersed in the hegemony of the dual mythic bloodline, the red-pupiled teenager in the ring, his red lips lightly opened. The gate of the underworld. Open. This opening was like a sword opening the gates of heaven, pulling off the prelude of revenge. The ring quaked, the sky changed color, and pitch-black fog rolled in, drowning the body of the draconic serpent. In the midst of the black fog, there stands a huge and majestic stone door, the surface of which is engraved with runic totems that one does not dare to look directly at. The door to the underworld slowly opened, and the emerald-green fire of the dead was like a spring. The phoenix cried, its bone wings unfolding like a scythe in the hands of the god of death. For a moment, the ring was filled with ghostly faces dancing wildly and demons roaring, bringing the East Cherry audience an unprecedented visual impact. This is the exclusive summoning spell of the Undead Imperial Beast Master, the Gate of the Underworld. Such a big formation. Looks like our East Cherry's mythological legend, 100 ghosts walking at night. Pei Xingye was able to create a grand scene of 100 ghosts marching at night just by turning on the summoning spell formation, which left the unseen East Sakura little Baka deeply shocked and dumbfounded. Shibata Kawazo was in a trance, the power of the undead interfering with his thoughts. He shook his head and adjusted his mind. There is a saying in your Yanxia Empire, it is called an embroidered pillow, which is not useful in the eyes of the beholder. This saying, I give it to you, Pei Xingye. The battle began, and Shibata Kawazo took the lead. Below the ring, Shibata Tsuru was also watching the duel. He and his son had agreed to crush Pei Xingye within 3 rounds, and to waste Pei Xingye's imperial beast, the Black Phoenix. Devouring Spell, Entwine. Knowing his advantage, Shibata Kawazo directly unleashed his SS-grade talent, Devouring Spell, in the opening round. Under the effect of the Devouring Spell, the draconic serpent opened its mouth wide, fangs exposed, and spewed out a jet of black aura that enveloped the Black Phoenix's entire body. Ka-ka-ka-ka. The bones of the Black Phoenix produced crisscrossing cracks. The undead fire and undead frost on its body weakened with it. This is the Devouring Spell's restraint on undead Imperial Beastmasters. The Black Phoenix is an undead Imperial Beast, belonging to the undead form and relying on its powerful soul to support this huge skeleton. And the effect of the Devouring Spell is used to devour undead power. In the audience, Situ Shui analyzed the situation unhurriedly, but her eyes did not have a trace of worry. Just as Huang Fubui said, all everyone had to do was to trust that red-pupiled teenager. As soon as the Devouring Spell opened, Shibata Kawazo seized the lead, and immediately afterward, he urged a large amount of soul power and roared aloud, 8 ghostly hands. The Araki serpent hissed angrily, launching a long-range intentional attack. 8 skeletal ghost hands suddenly sprang up on the Black Phoenix's body, like shackles, directly restricting the Black Phoenix's ability to move. 8 skeleton ghost hands, Araki Snake's best control skill. The Black Phoenix lost its ability to move, while its own breath was suppressed by the Devouring Spell, falling into a headwind game. Shibata Kawazo revealed an evil smile. See clearly, this is the difference between you and me. I will tell the world that our East Cherry Empire's dual mythological bloodline is stronger than your Yanxia Empire's ancient mythological bloodline. In the first round, Pei Xingye couldn't even fight back before he was overwhelmed by Shibata Kawazo's silky smooth maneuvers. This caused the East Sakura people in the audience to instantly turn on cranial orgasm mode, getting up and shouting, and taunting Pei Xingye in the ring with obscenities. Every Yanxia Scholar of the Year is really a waste. The victory is already decided. Pei Xingye doesn't even have room to fight back. Phoenix? Ancient mythological bloodline? Nothing more than that. At this moment, Shibata Kawazo was excited, but he also maintained his sinister sanity. Father said, try to waste Pei Xingye's imperial beast in the ring. Next, one move to cripple this stinking phoenix. Shibata Kawazo was fuming in his heart, his soul power mobilizing with more and more passion, and his face was hideous as a result. The depths of Pei Xingye's red pupil lit up with a cold aura. When will it start? A snake at the bottom of a well also dares to clamor in front of the phoenix. Soul power erupted, and Zero Frame rose his hand. Chapter 55. Nirvana Fire Lotus? Open. Qin Yanlin. Second Master said that he would kill Shibata Kawazo in a second with one move. Huang Fu Boyi. So next. Situ Shui. Although I can trust him unconditionally, but I've exhausted all my imagination and I really can't think of a way to kill Shibata Kawazo in seconds. Shibata Kawazo, the most outstanding genius scholar of the East Cherry Empire in the last 18 years. His talent, Devouring Spell, was rated as the ceiling of all SS rank talents in the East Sakura Empire. The Iraqi Serpent, moreover, possessed a dual mythological bloodline. Even though everyone knew that Pei Xingye was very strong, the predictions for this match were basically all based on the theme of scorching. In the audience, the people from Yanxia naturally wanted Pei Xingye to win. They had fantasized about Pei Xingye narrowly winning a move after dozens of rounds of fighting with his opponent. They had also fantasized about Pei Xingye exploding in the face of adversity, exhausting his soul power, and fighting a difficult turnaround battle. In short, they had brainstormed about Pei Xingye winning in many different ways, only not daring to envision Pei Xingye being able to defeat this East Cherry Empire's #1 genius in a single move. However, what this red-pupiled teenager did best in his life was to create miracles called impossible. In the center of the ring, the effect of the devouring curse continued to increase, and the undead flame and undead frost were continuously suppressed. 8 white bone ghost hands emitting black gas tightly bound the bone wings of the black phoenix, and the powerful control effect continued. At this moment, it was a steady tailwind game for Shibata Kawazo. He once again urged his soul power, and next prepared to waste the black phoenix with a single move. In his eyes, greed burned. He wanted more than just a victory. He wanted to break Pei Xingye's mind, to make this Yanxia Empire's strongest scholar suffer from the torment of heart demons. In the past 2 challenge tournaments, this was what happened to the first 2 Yanxia scholarship winners. They had lost miserably in the ring, and they had disgraced the Yanxia Empire's dignity. They were clearly gifted, but because of a single loss, their Dao heart collapsed, and from then on, they were lost to the masses, unable to honor the talent they once possessed. Athletic competitions were like that. You can say that victory and defeat are commonplace, and that some matches are lost when they are lost. But when you carry the word Yanxia on your back and get into the ring, you really can't afford to lose. In this battle, Pei Xingye couldn't afford to lose either. However, he couldn't lose at all. Soul power began to burn, and it was as if the teenager's will was playing a sacred triumphal song in the solemn air, intertwining with the domineering phoenix's roar and joining hands to emit the echoes of the god of the undead. Phoenix Rage Nirvana Fire Lotus. The teenager shouted loudly, his forehead veins bulging, his eyes that scorned all things bursting with a touch of scarlet that colored the sky. In the sky above the ring, blood red was like the sea. The temperature of the heavenly extreme island climbed rapidly, the air creating mirage-like illusions and distortions due to overheating. What is this? Lotus. A burning lotus. Shibata Kawazo was sweating profusely, and the moment he looked up, his heart nearly stopped. At this moment, above the head of the draconic serpent, there was a huge and incomparable flaming lotus flower suspended. The black phoenix's figure disappeared out of thin air. This means this flaming lotus that was about to blossom was the incarnation of the black phoenix. Lotus flower is the most vital flower in the world. It can bloom in any harsh environment, and can also be reborn in nirvana in withering. Under the ring, the deans of the 4 major academies of Yanxia were shocked and lamented. Zhuge Qingfeng. Nirvana Fire Lotus. Li Jinyan. Isn't this a skill that can only be used by phoenix lineage imperial beasts that have reached the full body level? Lin Songhai. A juvenile bodied black phoenix has learned the full-bodied level Nirvana Fire Lotus? Pei Xingye, this genius monster, has mastered this kind of heaven-defying imperial beast skill? It's outrageous. As the dean of the Chaos Academy, the fat flesh on Wang Defa's face undulated up and down, revealing an excited smile as he exulted. If I don't remember correctly, in our Yanxia Empire, the first imperial beast master to master the cultivation of a cross-stage skill is Pei Chuxiang Pei. As the brilliant and eye-catching blood-colored fire lotus bloomed in the sky above the ring, the older generation present who had experienced the old times would inevitably recall the woman who had once lifted the Yanxia Empire above the throne of the human race. Pei Chuxiang, This person's resume was too rich and mysterious. Every imperial beast art she pioneered in her youth, even when placed in this brand new era, was so heavenly and incredibly advanced, leading era after era. Theoretically speaking, imperial beast masters cultivated imperial beasts to learn combat skills, all according to imperial beast segments. A juvenile-bodied imperial beast would honestly learn the combat skills of the juvenile-bodied segment. But was there a way of cultivation that would allow the imperial beasts to cross the current level and directly cultivate the combat skills of a higher level? There is. Of course there is. At the same time, Yanxia Imperial City, Dragon Soul Hall. Above the hall, a huge projection light screen hung. Long Ning and Jiang Mayan, together, watched the live stream duel between Pei Xingye and Shibata Kawazo. On the live broadcast screen, the moment the Nirvana Fire Lotus Weiwei rose up to suppress the Draconic Serpent in a descending strike, the faces of these two women couldn't hide the color of their memories. Jiang Mayan's eyes misted with water, and in her hazy vision, Pei Xingye's figure seemed to perfectly overlap with Pei Chuzheng. As for Long Ning, her expression was particularly complicated. Pei Xingye's maneuvering pulled her thoughts back to a time in her youth for a split second. Ying, I have a bold idea, to have my imperial beasts cross over the current segment and directly cultivate the combat skills of a higher segment. Your idea isn't bold. It's delusional. Tisk, TSK, you monster. Long Ning had told Pei Xingye that the relationship between her and Pei Chuzhan was terrible. However, when she was young, Pei Chuzhan would call her Ning Ning. So how could the relationship between the two of them have developed to the point of falling to the freezing point? Was Long Ning's lost memory just the memory of the Tianqing Vortex battle? Or was it that, in her memory, she had forgotten a third person who was closely related to her, as well as to Pei Chuzhan? The faulty memories made her only retain her disgust towards Pei Chuzhan. 18 years had passed, and she couldn't find out a single hidden motive behind this disgust, let alone the whole truth. At this moment, her dragon pupils were showing her fondness for past memories. Today's Pei Xingye reminded her of the young Pei Chuzhan, as well as her young self. But times kept changing, and people were always powerless in front of time. The sea has changed, and things are different. Pei Chuzhan had long since fallen, and she, Long Ning, was suffering from the recurrence of her old wounds in solitude. Young so good have almost forgotten that I was once young too. Long Ning was silent for a long time, and let out a sigh that held regret, yet helpless. In the audience, Situ Shue's pupils quake. The power of Nirvana is the exclusive divine power of the Phoenix clan. It stands to reason that the Black Phoenix only has the ability to cultivate and learn a skill like the Nirvana Fire Lotus when it reaches its full body. Situ Shue paused and smiled down. I almost forgot, in this man, one can never use common sense to look at. So this Nirvana Fire Lotus was Pei Xingye's unreasonable killer move. Oops. Draconic Snake. Defense. Full defense. Must not fall. Shibata Kawazo completely panicked as he used all of his soul power to harness the Araki snake into the strongest defensive stance. Why did he choose defense? Because it was the only option he had. The ring was huge, but there was no place for Araki snake to hide. Because the scale of the Nirvana Fire Lotus was like the palm of a giant, enveloping the entire ring, there was no way for the Araki snake to avoid it. The budding Nirvana Fire Lotus was poised to explode. The red-pupiled boy gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his voice low and magnetic. Open! The first opening above the ring. The gate of the underworld opened, summoning the Imperial Beast. The second opening above the ring. The Nirvana Fire Lotus bloomed, fury descending from the sky. The phoenix roars and the fire burns the sky. The sense of oppression from Yanxia's ancient mythological bloodline was impeccable, and the Araki snake was terrified like a cowering little earthworm. The power of Nirvana, suppressing evil spirits. The red lotus blossoms with fury, burning through the enemy's soul. Once the phoenix rages, breaking armies like cutting cloth. Chapter 56. Invincible at the same level, slightly dirty clothes. The power of Nirvana, the core divine power of the Phoenix clan. A power that could only function when it reached the level of a full-bodied body. At this moment, it exploded in the juvenile-bodied Black Phoenix. The moment this Nirvana Fire Lotus, accompanied by the Phoenix's fury, bloomed, waves of fire that covered the sky instantly engulfed the entire ring. Shibata Kawazo, this genius who had been hailed as the strongest genius of the East Cherry Empire in the last 18 years, at this moment on his pale face, there was no pre-match cockiness or arrogance, and in his trembling pupils, there was only endless fear. In this duel, Pei Xingye had only used one strike to explain what a descending blow was. The Nirvana Fire Lotus was so loud and powerful that it directly blocked all of the desolate chi snake's paths of retreat. Under the crushing power of Nirvana, this so-called dual myth bloodline imperial beast was as small and weak as an ant. Shibata Kawazo showed a look of despair. I still have soul power left, but my imperial beast has already lost the courage to resist. Between imperial beast masters and imperial beasts, souls resonate and minds are connected. This match was important, so Shibata Kawazo had wanted to resist a little more, to see if he could wrestle out a sliver of life to reverse the situation. But he clearly perceived his own imperial beast Araki snake has been Black Phoenix show bloodline strength pressed to death, cannot get a chance to breathe, trembling snake body is only left with physiological instincts of fear and retreat. As the fire continued to spread, the desolate chi snake's entire body was burnt and scorched, blood and flesh were blurred, and even a trace of the snake's skin was not preserved. With injuries of this magnitude, this imperial beast was already wasted even if it didn't die. All of this was described as slow. In fact, from the time the Nirvana Fire Lotus bloomed and blossomed, only 1 second had passed. It was just that this second, for Shibata Kawazo and the Araki Serpent's oppression and torment, was simply as long as years. 1 second later, the Araki snake's breath was dying, and above its head, the silhouette of a god of death had appeared. The scarlet eyes of the god of death gazed at the lifeblood of the Araki snake, and the white bone hand raised the death scythe, placing it on the Araki snake's 7 inches. The audience was abuzz. Araki snake's blood level is below 10%, triggering undead decimation. A fire lotus, in just 1 second, can instantly depress the blood bar of a dual mythic bloodline imperial beast to 10%? Worthy of being a Yen Xia ancient mythic bloodline. This Black Phoenix is too overpowered. You're wrong. It's not the Black Phoenix that's exceeded the standard. It's Pei Xingye. Right, even if we were allowed to contract the Black Phoenix, we wouldn't be able to make the Black Phoenix cross stage to learn the battle skills of the complete body segment. It was an indisputable fact that the strength of the Black Phoenix's bloodline was, by nature, over the top. But as long as those who had seen this duel with their own eyes, the deepest feeling in their hearts was, Pei Xingye's talent was strong beyond human. The process of cultivating imperial beasts, allowing them to cross the current level and learn higher level combat skills, the people in this world who could do this could be counted on one hand. And these people had long since become the human race's top imperial beast masters. Pei Xingye, a first-ranked imperial beast master, suddenly squeezed his way into this ranks. Moreover, the Black Phoenix he had cultivated had crossed not just 1 rank, but 2 at the level of learning combat skills. A juvenile-bodied imperial beast, learning skills of the full-bodied segment. If the live audience hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have only seen it in their dreams. The Nirvana Fire Lotus was scarlet like blood, as if it was putting on a bloody robe of nirvana for the death god's silhouette at this moment. There are thousands of divine birds in the world, but only the phoenix dares to be called the bird of immortality. The body of immortality comes from Phoenix Nirvana. At this moment, Pei Xingye standing in the ring, how could it not be the beginning of a story of nirvana rebirth? Mother died in battle, father unknown. The family abandoned their son, and the sky collapsed. What's the harm in that? The reason why an undead bird was called an undead bird was because it was always able to bounce back from desperate situations and evolve in nirvana. The match is over. Winner? Yen Xia Empire Chaos Academy, Pei Xingye. The referee blew the whistle for the end of the match, announcing that Pei Xingye had won this duel. In fact, the moment undead decapitation was triggered, Shibata Kawazo's heart was already cold. Every time undead decapitation was triggered, it would cause the opponent to lose all fighting spirit and hope, losing without any temper at all. It was as if the audience had been drenched in a pot of hot oil, boiling endlessly. Pei Xingye won. We won. Yen Xia Empire won. The importance of this match to the Yen Xia Empire was self-evident. The previous 2 consecutive losses in the challenge had brought shame to the Yen Xia Empire. The media in other countries were also scrambling to report, discussing the fact that the Yen Xia Empire's dominance was weakening year by year, the new and old were not enough, and the younger generation was pulling the crotch more and more. At this time, there was a need for a young man to step forward and break these questions and taunts. Pei Xingye did not dishonor his mission, he did it. On the surface, Pei Xingye only won one game. In actuality, all the dignity that was lost in the previous 2 matches was redeemed. Because of this duel, Pei Xingye's performance was enough to be described as astonishing. No one questioned Shibata Kawazo's talent and strength, but this duel, in the context of Pei Xingye, appeared how mediocre he was. In the audience, stagnation and helplessness were written all over the faces of all the East Sakura people. One move, just one move. This Pei Xingye, with just one move, he secured our East Cherry Empire's strongest genius. It's like a dream or a nightmare. This red pupil kid is a demon. In the ring, the Nirvana Fire Lotus gradually extinguished, and the Death God's shadow disappeared with it. The bloodied and disabled draconic serpent, curled up and twitching, without a single inch of whole skin all over its body. The burns were severe and could not be repaired. This imperial beast has been completely ruined. The future evolution is destined to be limited, perhaps not even compared to some epic bloodline imperial beasts. The full-blooded black phoenix was above the snake's head, spreading its wings and crowing, demonstrating the hegemony of the ancient mythological bloodline. In the audience, the teachers and students of the Imperial Sky Academy were silent. Shibata Tsuru's face was already gloomy to the extreme. With a heartbroken gaze, he looked at his disoriented son in the ring. He knew that this duel had wasted not only the Iraqi snake imperial beast, but even Shibata Kawazo, a genius imperial beast master, had been completely wasted. In many cases, the power of killing was far less powerful than executing the heart. This was, after all, a fair and open competitive match. Pei Xingye couldn't directly kill Shibata Kawazo, but he could extinguish Shibata Kawazo's Dao heart. A crushing move was the greatest mockery of the enemy. In a short but splendid duel, both sides of the match, one Dao heart collapsed, and the other's clothes were slightly dirty. Since then, even if Shibata Kawazo continued on the path of the Imperial Beastmaster, he would always think of the fear and despair he felt when he was suppressed and hung by Pei Xingye. The younger generation, by nature, wasn't mature and stable enough, and the more talented the genius, the less they knew how to accept defeat. That's why Pei Xingye has become Shibata Kawazo's heart demon, making him teared up, making him sink and fall in nightmares. I lost. How could this be the result? Pei Xingye he is too strong. Anger, unwillingness, jealousy, hatred, all of these emotions flashed through Shibata Kawazo's mind for just a moment before all of them turned into a helpless, bitter smile. He raised his head and looked up at Pei Xingye's indifferent face. He knew that the gap between himself and Pei Xingye simply could not be bridged through effort. Suddenly, Pei Xingye smiled faintly. Shibata-san, I can give you the time to catch up with me, but do you still have the courage to catch up with me? This sentence, every word was soft, and the tone was close to the friendly friendship first, competition second. But this sentence was the last straw that crushed Shibata Kawazo. Can't catch up at all. Pei Xingye's talent and strength is already among his peers. At the judges' table, a judge from the East Cherry Empire couldn't help but pick up the microphone, his tone deep and excited. As an East Sakura person, I should not have grown others' ambition and destroyed my own. But as far as the viewing of this match is concerned, Pei Xingye, this young genius from the Yen Xia Empire, has already mastered the imperial beast art called Peerless. That's right. The imperial beasts cultivated by Pei Xingye were able to cultivate and learn higher level skills across the ranks. And with this maneuver alone, they had already reached the concept of peerless at the same rank. Just ask the whole world, all the geniuses of the 7 human race countries, into the discussion, which one of the first order royal beast masters cultivated royal beasts can withstand a Nirvana Fire Lotus and Undead beheading? In the center of the ring, the red-pupiled teenager had a breezy face. The pain that he had experienced over the past 18 years was just a bit of frost to him at this moment. Invincible at the same level, the corners of his clothes were slightly dirty. Chapter 57 Calamity Sea God Leviathan. The more attention a match received, usually both players were equally strong, and the length of the match would be a white-hot tug-of-war due to the evenness of the match. However, this duel of geniuses staged at the Celestial Extreme Island ended in such a brief manner. Short to what extent? Pei Xingye had only made one move. The concept of genius was inherently relative. In the East Sakura Empire, amongst his peers, Shibata Kawazo had no opponents. But in this match, in front of Pei Xingye, he was like a passerby in the far corner of a movie camera, blurred out. After this battle, the first genius of East Sakura was reduced to a joke. The video footage of the match quickly spread throughout the 7 human nations and became a household name. Pei Xingye's title of Peerless resounded throughout the human race. The other 6 nations had all realized it by now. The Xia Empire, which had spent 18 years in decline, because of Pei Xingye's sudden appearance, was now like a lion about to awaken, embarking on the triumphant road to restore its former glory. In this era, the top imperial beast masters of the older generation are all injured, aged, and weakened because of the Tianqing Vortex War. Heroes were late, Lianpo was old, and no one was able to defeat the God of Ages. So on top of this chaotic wasteland, the 7 countries of the human race are all doing their best to cultivate the next generation, only to wrestle out a future for their own countries. The long silent Xia Empire had a clear and bright future at this moment. Pei Xingye, like a bright star, rose up, stunning this era with his talent and strength that crushed all imperial beast masters of the same segment. Qin Yanlin, second master, is true to his word. He really did beat little Shibata in one move. Huangfu Boi, second master, never loses. Situ Shui. So it looks like he'll be the fastest member of our Scarlet Squad to reach the second order Imperial Beast Master. Although the Black Phoenix's evolutionary speed was slow, Pei Xingye's evolutionary speed in the field of Imperial Beast art was as if he was on a roll. In the Heavenly Cloud ranking ring, he opened the 0-frame start Imperial Beast art. In the Moonlight City trial, he created the skill stacking stream Beast Mastery. In the Tianji Island duel, he demonstrated the cross-stage battle technique of the Imperial Beast art. The miracles he created seemed even more unbelievable than Pei Xingye at the same time, always making you wonder if he belonged to the human category. In the audience, the people of Xia were cheering, while the children of Dongcherry were downcast. The entire faculty and students of the Imperial Sky Academy, their eyes were lifeless, still unable to accept the fiasco. Yu Shangtsong angrily said, "Damn Pei Xingye, I'm going to challenge him." Suzuki Chika catalyzed her soul power, gritting her teeth and chirping, "If you have the ability to make him fight me, I will crush him." Shibata Tsuru, as the dean of the Imperial Sky Academy, huffed and scolded, "Aren't you two ashamed enough? Dean, one of you is a second-year student, a segmented 3rd-rank Imperial Beast Master. A 3rd-year student, a 5th-rank Imperial Beast Master. Yet you're thinking of fighting a 1st-rank Imperial Beast Master? This isn't revenge to salvage your honor. This is disgracing our East Cherry Empire." It was only then that Hashio Ao and Suzuki Chika calmed down. These two were the top winners of the previous 2 East Sakura national examinations, and their strength and experience had long since left the first stage rank. At this moment, however, because they witnessed Shibata Kawazo lose miserably to Pei Xingye, they lost their minds and actually thought of challenging Pei Xingye on stage. It was the equivalent of 2 adults who were so desperate to lose that they were ready to take on an unarmed underage child with a sword. This kind of thinking is ridiculous, and at the same time, it's also a sign of not being able to afford to lose. However, these 2 people don't realize that if Pei Xingye opens the Underworld King's Blood Shadow, then it is not only invincible in the same class. Even Shibata Tsuru, the dean of the Imperial Sky Academy, couldn't withstand Pei Xingye's 30 seconds of death. "Father, I'm sorry. I lost. I'm the one who lost the dignity of the East Cherry Empire. I'm willing to commit harakiri to atone for my sins." This is the cultural characteristic of the small East Sakura country. As long as they fail and are humiliated on the field, they will not be able to afford to lose, muttering that they will commit harakiri in a minute. Shibata Tsuru soothed, "It's just one match. As long as you keep working hard, you'll always surpass Pei Xingye." "Surpass him? Heh, he beat me in one move. How can I surpass him?" The heart of Dao was broken. Shibata Kawazo's life was over. He could abandon the disabled Araki snake, and with his family's resources, he could contract a better imperial beast. The beasts could be replaced with new ones, but his heart energy, which was killed by Pei Xingye, would never be revived. On the ring, the winner stood elegantly and calmly. Under the ring, the loser hides in the shadows and sinks from now on. People often say, "It's just a game, is it so important to win or lose?" If it's a general who has been in the battlefield for a long time, an occasional defeat will only allow him to learn more experience. But for a fledgling teenager, such a defeat with a collapsed moral heart will even directly end his career as an Imperial Beast Master. Is it cruel? Of course it was cruel. But before Pei Xingye appeared, those arrogant and haughty young men of the East Cherry Empire had used the same tactics to target the geniuses of Yanxia. This was a battle of revenge. Pei Xingye had accomplished revenge. In the audience, Qin Yanlin cheered while proposing, "Captain, when we return to Black Forest City tonight, let's have a gathering of the Scarlet Squad and celebrate for Second Master." "No problem. I've already made a reservation on my cell phone for Hongbin Restaurant." Hongbin Restaurant? Black Lin City's top restaurant. The captain is generous. Situ Shui smiled without saying anything. This young girl's family background was publicized. The head of the 4 great families of Tianyu City. However, the financial power as well as connections she displayed from time to time seemed to far exceed the Situ family's family background that was open to the public. This was also the suspicion that Pei Xingye had suspected from the start. The Situ family was definitely not as simple as it appeared. Situ Shui's talent. There must be another hidden agenda. The match ended and Pei Xingye prepared to exit, muttering in his heart. Using the Nirvana Fire Lotus for the first time, the cross-stage skill is really good, and it's not a problem to hang on to a Royal Beastmaster of the same segment. But the power of the cross-stage skill is naturally far from the level of a full-bodied phoenix. At most it imitates a 3-part divine charm. In the next period of time, it is necessary to work on both the goal of the Black Phoenix's promotion to a mature body, as well as develop some other Imperial Beast techniques beforehand. Someone who is more talented than you is still more rolled up than you in the word endeavor, so ask what you're going to take to win this red-pupiled teenager. At a time when his peers were still pecking at each other, Pei Xingye had already begun to consider the doorway of overstepping the ranks and killing. Rumble. Steeply, the ring collapsed, and Pei Xingye, who had yet to retreat, swayed, unable to even stand. What's going on? Earthquake or tsunami? The entire celestial extreme island is trembling. The incident happened suddenly, a natural phenomenon. This island located in the depths of the sea, as if it had suddenly been struck by an evil, crazy shaking. The surrounding waves lifted up 1,000 meters of water columns, as if the python was dancing about. What is that thing in the ooze? Beast tide. Not good. It's a demonic beast army. In an instant, the winds and clouds of Tianji Island changed. A torrential rain swept across the island, and uncountable water-based magical beasts emerged from the surrounding sea. Yanxia Imperial City. Dragon Soul Hall. Long Jun Ning's dragon pupil contracted in a heck of a way as his dragon power stirred crazily, cracking the carved walls and stone pillars through the air. To be able to command a beast tide of this scale, one of the 72 great demon kings, Calamity Sea God Leviathan, Jiang Mayan, opened the Dragon Leap Array. There wasn't any real chance in this world. All accidents were deliberate. Pei Xingye had made a big splash, right? Naturally, he would be targeted by the demonic beast camp. In this era, the human race has the important task of cultivating the young generation and fighting for a future. The devil race, on the other hand, is going to great lengths to destroy the future of the human race. Tianji Island had just hosted the challenge tournament, and the scattered aborigines, arriving spectators, and staff plus media reporters exceeded 250,000 people. However, the violent ripples of demonic chi only targeted one of these 250,000 people. That was Pei Xingye, who symbolized the future of Yanxia. The ring shattered, the black seawater infected with demonic chi invaded the island, and Pei Xingye's body was entangled and bound by a dense spiral of ocean currents, unable to move. As his consciousness lapsed, Pei Xingye heard a hoarse voice from his ears. 18 years. Yanxia Empire. Has another genius emerged that is a threat to our demon race? Hey young Imperial Beastmaster. The undead power emanating from you makes this king disgusted. The undead Imperial Beastmaster was once the nightmare of all the demonic beasts of the demon race. Chapter 58 Long Juning saves the day. The human race's tragedy. The elevation of the heavenly extreme island surged up. It turned out that this island was actually grasped by a transparent devil's claw. The surrounding sea stirred with dark ripples of demonic energy, overturning all the ships. Everything was like a drop in the ocean, instantly submerged in the cold seabed, as if even the existence and memories of the past also disappeared. The vastness of the water system magical beasts, forming a ring-shaped beast tide. Will this sea imprisoned in the hell of the general bloody dark cage? Pei Xingye gradually regained consciousness from his semi-conscious state. His body had already lost the ability to move, and his limbs were entangled and imprisoned by the tentacle-shaped spiral sea currents. When he raised his eyes, he saw a head that resembled a whale fused with a white shark. This was the first time Pei Xingye had seen a magical beast of this level. It was at a level that reached the Emperor Body 3rd stage. This magical beast's physique was particularly special because its physiological structure did not possess unity. Its head was suspended in the air above the sea. Its torso, on the other hand, was in the form of a black earth continent, half potential in the seawater. At the same time, in mid-air flying countless black tentacles, like half-melted state of the oil, the surface will also gurgle bubbling. It was a torso in pieces and emitted a sense of oppression that covered the sky. It was proven that the higher the level of the magical beast, the more abstract the form. Pei Xingye's overwhelming God's hand, which could touch the spiral sea stream that was wrapped around his waist, was equivalent to touching this emperor-bodied magical beast, and in turn, reading the detailed data of this magical beast. The data panel was densely packed with obscure skill descriptions, as well as an appalling natural divine power, all synonymous with exceeding the standard. One of the 72 demon kings, Calamity Sea God Leviathan. Pei Xingye's heart sank to the bottom. After the opening of the Universal Beast Royal Era, the public enemy of the human race, that is, the Devil Beast clan, also possessed a well-developed military system. The supreme leader of the Beast Camp, Heavenly Demon God Lord Francis, had reached a level beyond the 9th level of the superstar god body, and was the most powerful single life form on Earth. Under its command, it has 144 armies of heavenly demons, and the leader of each army is collectively known as the Great Demon Lord. Their forces are spread all over the world, and they have been waging wars in order to obliterate the human race, and their claws are stained with the blood of countless human beings. However, 18 years ago, a star vortex war changed the situation of the two camps facing each other. The human race, in total, had fallen 9 divine grade imperial beast masters. 3 of them were from the Yanxia Empire, and 1 from each of the other 6 countries. At this point, the human race no longer had any divine beast masters who had reached the level of divine god. At the same time, the highest leader of the beast camp, the heavenly demon god Lord Francis, was sealed in the Star Vortex War and fell into a permanent slumber. The 144 heavenly demon armies under his command had also lost more than half of them in the battle, and now only 72 heavenly demon armies remained. It was also known as the 72 Roads Demon King Army. At this moment, the emperor-bodied demonic beast that used only 1 tentacle to play with the entire heavenly extreme island, and at the same time used the power of the sea god to imprison Pei Xingye, was the leader of one of the 72 demon king armies, the Calamity Sea God Leviathan. This era, both camps weakened. The demon race had lost its supreme leader, the heavenly god demon Lord Francis. The human race lost 9 divine imperial beast masters. If this were a game, it would be equivalent to the T0 battle heroes of both camps, all of which were banned. But why was there far less hope and vitality for the human race than there had been 18 years ago? This brings us to humanity's greatest weakness: old age, sickness, and death. Of the 144 great demon kings in the Starry Vortex battle, 72 survived. The injuries on their bodies, no matter how severe they were, had long since healed today, and their strength even surpassed their past peaks. And the human survivors of the great battle of the Celestial Star Vortex. On top of the battlefield, Leviathan sized up Pei Xingye, who was only at the first-ranked Imperial Beastmaster segment, with cold and vicious eyes. "I hate humans with red pupils. It would remind me of that woman who is especially terrifying when she's mad." The Leviathan was trembling, and the terrifying image of Pei Xingye turning on her god of war mode surfaced in his mind, causing the healed wounds on his body to ache once again. Yanxia Empire doesn't deserve a future. Leviathan activated the power of the sea god, wanting to kill Pei Xingye in seconds. Oops. Pei Xingye was an undead imperial beastmaster, and his perception of death far exceeded that of his peers. At this moment, there was simply no other way to get out of this crisis other than turning on the Underworld Blood Shadow and summoning the Drought Demon. But even if he turned on the Underworld King's Blood Shadow, within 30 seconds, could Pei Xingye defeat the Demon Lord-level Calamity Sea God Leviathan? The Drought Demon was indeed a giant imperial beast of the Emperor body segment, but Pei Xingye's essence was that of a first-rank imperial beastmaster. The Stygian Blood Shadow only granted him the qualification to harness the Drought Demon for a short period of time, but could not provide him with the Imperial Beast technique to harness the Drought Demon. How could a giant-type Imperial Beast be used? How is the potential of the giants realized? How were the awakened forms and domain powers unleashed? These were all blind spots in Pei Xingye's knowledge. The aura of death enveloped his entire body, and Pei Xingye felt like the blood in his body was completely frozen, unable to even maintain normal thinking. In any case, a first-order Imperial Beast Master, in front of an Imperial Body Magical Beast, was like a grain of silt at the bottom of the sea, only worthy of being taken at will. Pei Xingye in danger, locked by the Leviathan. He's dead. The Yanxia Empire has easily produced such a genius, alas. In the eyes of the world, Pei Xingye was a corpse a second later. At the time when the danger was as bad as the eggs, a cold and domineering female bass voice resounded through the sea of waves. Move, my people, you'll die an ugly death. In the sky above the sea area, a teleportation spell formation surrounded by dragon patterns was violently opened. In the middle of the spell formation, the Yanxia Empire's Air Force Imperial Beastmaster troops swarmed to provide timely support. Above the dark cloudy dome of the sky, the divine bird system Imperial beasts swarming with wings spreading and soaring were like a galactic fleet from the space universe, launching a furious bombardment towards the waves of magical beasts churning in the sea. On the heavenly extreme island, half of the gloom of people's fear was cleared away. After all fear stemmed from the lack of firepower. The Yanxia Empire's Air Force Imperial Beastmaster unit, which was massive in scale, formed a firepower suppression against the legions of magical beasts under Leviathan's command. Buzz. Ears ringing, Leviathan's soul shook. This breath. Dragon! The dragon's roar roared wildly beyond the clouds of the 9 states, and the sky-covering dragon's claws pulled the blazing flames. Leviathan's huge body flashed red light, and his head couldn't help but show a painfully hideous expression. Clash! Accompanied by a tsunami churning, Leviathan was forced back by the fluctuations of dragon power. Pei Xingye's eyes went black, and he had no idea what was happening. When he slowed down and reopened his eyes, he was actually lying on a huge dragon's claw, and in front of Pei Xingye's eyes was a tall and enchanting back. The woman had a long golden dress, and the dragon's breath lifted the hem of her skirt, exposing her straight and slender legs to the stern air. Lord State Lord! It's the Yanxia Empress, Long Ju Ning. Great, we're saved. Above the sky, the black and white twin dragons' bodies coiled and intertwined, each extending one of their claws to lift the wretched Pei Xingye and the standing upright and heroic Long Ju Ning to the top of the battlefield, enjoying the noble vision of looking over everything. In this era, Long Ju Ning is the last face of Yanxia Empire. As the breeze blew, a strand of Long Ju Ning's hair fell onto Pei Xingye's face, sweeping it around. Pei Xingye raised the hand of the overlying god and touched the hair. This woman's data panel was reflected into Pei Xingye's red pupil. Name: Long Ju Ning. Rank: Imperial Emperor. Battle strength: currently the top of the 7 Imperial Emperors of the human race. Totem faith: Dragon race. Injury: right hand little finger permanent paralysis, no sensation. Left leg shinbone late stage of bone-eating curse complications, raining severe pain that is unbearable. Left eye severe blurring, unable to observe things with high intensity, accompanied by intermittent bleeding. Spine irrecoverable misalignment, triggers symptoms of itching and pain in battle, can't stand up straight. Heart, only half of it left. Long Ju Ning, the hidden injuries on this woman. And her heart. Yes, that's right. The Yanxia Empress, who seemed to be glorious and absolutely gorgeous, had long since peaked after experiencing the Heavenly Star Vortex battle. The subjects of the Yanxia Empire didn't realize that their believing lord of the kingdom had been holding on strongly to her injured and disabled body to support the Yanxia Empire's last glory. This was the greatest weakness of the human race. Regardless of what level the segment reached, the Imperial Beastmasters could not escape the sanction of the God of Time, and could not get rid of the spell of birth, old age, sickness, and death. Standing in the demon race's perspective, the Tianqing Vortex battle was just a group of compatriots who died. Relying on their powerful reproduction mechanism and recovery ability, in 18 years, they had already regrouped. Standing in the perspective of the human race, the Starry Night Vortex War, the beginning of a group of people, the end of a bunch of graves. Among the few survivors, not only is Long Ju Ning severely disabled, but the top pillars of the other 6 nations, the situation is not optimistic. So the human race needs the younger generation to support the brand new future. Long Ju Ning's dragon pupil was cold, killing intent was revealed, and the Dragon King's wrath locked onto Leviathan. You can move anything. Don't move the future of my Yanxia Empire. At this moment, it was as if Long Juning had replaced Pei Xingye, and for the first time, in a true sense, protected Pei Xingye. Chapter 59 Twin Dragon Souls Extreme Brilliant Dragon Emperor. Dragon Juning parachuted into the sea battlefield with a domineering aura, suppressing the souls of thousands of devil beasts, with just the fluctuations of dragon power emanating from his body. The Leviathan was one of the 72 great demon kings, with a segment level of Emperor Body 3rd segment, but its mental state became taut under the pressure of Dragon Juning's aura. After a moment of silence, the Leviathan's gigantic head raised once again, a sinister playfulness in its voice. Calamity Field. In a matter of moments, windy waves rose above the sea, and the cold seawater became scorched black, like hot, melted oil, sticky and pungent. This is the power of Leviathan's domain. Everyone be careful. Don't let the calamity poison gas invade your heart and lungs. The Yanxia Air Force units rode their respective flight system Imperial Beasts and flapped their feathered wings to disperse the black corrosive gas that permeated the surroundings. This black corrosive gas, once it invaded a human's heart and lungs, would lead to organ failure, and even the concentration of soul power would decrease, thus drastically weakening the ability to harness Imperial Beasts in combat. Leviathan's title is Calamity Sea God. As the name suggests, his natural divine power is centered on calamity and the sea. On the sea, seawater is the fastest medium for spreading viruses. The black corrosive gas containing the power of calamity would splash high up in the air under the beat and push of the waves, causing great trouble to Yanxia's Air Force. Long Juning stood on top of the dragon's claw, and in front of the public, she would always have a breezy look, thus bringing hope to the world. Plop, poof, plop. Pei Xingye stood behind Long Juning and could hear the other party's heartbeat. With only half a heart, every time she fights, it's a huge drain. Long Juning's delay in making a move made the Leviathan guess what was going on. The vigilance in its eyes then lessened, while it said in a teasing tone, Empress Yanxia, 18 years ago, you were lucky enough to survive, but the injuries on your body, you never recovered, right? Long Juning frowned slightly. Leviathan became even more excited. That's right, your human race's physiological mechanism is as fragile as papier-mâché if you don't rely on Imperial Beasts. And we demon race. Leviathan suddenly let out a wild roar, setting off a black tsunami as thick as a city wall, sweeping towards Long Juning. At this instant, you couldn't tell the difference between the sky and the ocean, because the pitch-black dark clouds and the scorched black waves had mingled together, making the entire world, as if it had fallen into a deep, bottomless quagmire. The power of calamity, penetrating the snow-white skin of Long Juning, infused into the blood, launching an invasion towards that half-broken and powerless heart. At this moment, the strength displayed by Leviathan had already exceeded his peak strength when he participated in the Starry Sky Vortex War 18 years ago. This was the greatest advantage of the demon race compared to the human race. Terrifying physiological mechanisms. In terms of reproduction speed, an inconspicuous demonic beast's lair, the ring growth value of a month's worth of breeding new life, was able to match the human race's birth rate for an entire year. In terms of recovery speed, as long as the magical beasts don't die, even if they have serious injuries, as long as they have enough time, they will be able to return to their peak, and even have a certain probability of surpassing the limit, generating a genetic mutation, and being stronger than their peak selves. This was the case with the Calamity Sea God Leviathan. It had also suffered a very serious injury during the Celestial Star Vortex battle. At that time, its overall body was surrounded by the human race's high-ranking Imperial Beastmasters who gathered fire, thus fragmenting it. However, it held on to its last ounce of vitality and survived. After 18 years of recovery, it had already adapted to its torn body and developed more powerful skills than ever before, and the strength of its domain power surpassed that of its past self. On the contrary, Long Juning, all of the injuries she suffered in the Heavenly Star Vortex battle remained and could not be healed. Especially her heart, only half of which was left. If it was the physiological mechanism of a magical beast, even if only a third of the heart was left, it would be able to recover its integrity over the course of years. It was even possible to do so by abandoning the heart and replacing its role with other organs, returning to the peak. The physiological mechanism of humans, on the other hand, was destined to not be able to make it this far. In a battle of the Celestial Star Vortex, it was clear that both camps had been miserably weakened, but it couldn't be helped that the recovery ability and speed of revival of the demonic beast race far exceeded that of the human race whose bloodline genes were severely limited. The Leviathan's eyes lit up with bloodthirsty desire. It knew that Long Junning's greatest weakness was his broken heart. The power of calamity surged crazily, penetrating the pores and skin, and continuously penetrating and invading towards Long Junning's heart. A mere emperor body. How dare you covet this emperor's life? The dragon pupil flickered with a cold aura, and on the surface of Long Junning's white skin, a layer of dragon scales that shimmered with golden light condensed. For imperial beast masters of this level, they had long been able to share their power with their own imperial beasts. Behind Long Junning's back, thousands of dragon souls suddenly surfaced, emitting a dragon's roar that shattered the sky, instantly dispelling all the power of calamity. This woman, how is she still so strong? Dragon Junning slightly struck out, and Leviathan felt a tremendous pressure. It had to admit that it had underestimated Long Junning's current strength. After the Heavenly Star Vortex battle, Long Junning's strength had indeed plummeted, and with only half a heart left, she was only half as strong as she was at her peak. Even so, she was a royal emperor-level royal beastmaster. Even so, the dragon she contracted was the existence with the highest strength among the 3 sacred beast bloodlines. Even so, she was the strongest female emperor in the history of the human race. Dragon soul unification. Long Junning clapped her hands together, and endless soul power erupted outwards from this perfect carcass. Pei Xingye, who was standing behind her, had a deep understanding of the royal emperor level of imperial beastmaster for the first time. This woman's soul power concentration is like an inexhaustible ocean. Wait, dragon soul unification means 2 dragons united. Beneath Long Junning's feet, the black and white twin dragons simultaneously let out a wild chant, their huge bodies entwining with each other as if day and night were deeply embracing. Starlight bloomed and dragon flames covered the sky. When Pei Xingye opened his eyes again, the black and white dragons were perfectly merged. Pei Xingye's overriding divine hand brushed over a golden dragon scale, as if he was in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands of the ancient era, and everywhere he looked, there was the light thrown by the gods. This is a star god body-level imperial beast. This is the dragon race's battle power ceiling. Extreme brilliant dragon emperor. Beside Long Junning, there were 2 dragons perennially coiled around him. One of the dragons, with scales as white as snow, was called the Extreme Day Heavenly Flare Dragon, symbolizing the blazing passionate daytime, favoring napping and sleeping. The other dragon, with scales as black as ink, is called the Eternal Night Burial Dragon, symbolizing the darkness of the abyss and hell, but it is very energetic and can stay up all night. These 2 dragons, however, were essentially the same dragon. Just like people, they were always divided into the surface and the unknown dark side. Dragon bloodline, worthy of being the head of the 3 holy beasts. This damn oppressive feeling. Twin dragon soul extreme Tao brilliant dragon emperor. The strongest imperial beast of the dragon clan. This trip to the celestial extremity island, although it is risky, but to be able to have the honor of witnessing the greatness of the extremely pathfinding brilliant dragon emperor once. The blood earns no loss. Chapter 60. The 3 polarities of the Devil King, greed, anger, and foolishness. The battlefield at sea. The strongest creature of the dragon race shocked the souls of the world once it made its appearance. On Celestial Pole Island, everyone had all forgotten how dangerous their situation was at the moment, and were all deeply attracted by the great stance of the extreme brilliance dragon emperor. If one were to use only words, how should one describe the posture of this dragon? The golden starlight emanating from its body was excessively bright and sparkling, making it impossible for the ordinary human eyes to look at it nakedly, so they could only squint their eyes and tilt their heads up, vaguely peeking at the vague silhouette of that something that should only be found in the heavens. Wow, it looks like a rolling mountain range of golden stars. This was the sentiment that came out of Pei Xingye's heart. The extreme brilliant dragon emperor's stance was like a starry mountain range that could not be seen at first glance, towering and winding. Countless dragon scales, along with every dragon's breath, opened and closed slightly, reflecting the rosy starlight from the cosmic galaxy. So when you try to observe this dragon from the perspective of a bystander, an absurd thought is bound to arise within you. Such a great creature must have come from the depths of the universe beyond Earth. The dragons, from their appearance and strength, did not look like beings that could be spawned by Earth's civilization. Twin-born dragon souls, merging and shining. At this moment, Long Junning, shielding Pei Xingye behind her, seemed to have her feet on a huge and long starry mountain range, overriding the top of the battlefield. She only needed a single glance to oppress the Leviathan's soul, causing the concentration of the opponent's demonic energy to plummet. Regarding the Imperial Beast, the extreme brilliant Dragon Emperor, there was a saying circulating in the Yanxia Empire: 1 into 2, demonstrating fault tolerance. 2 merged into 1, demonstrating operation. Whenever the black and white dragons merged into one, it meant that Long Juning was about to start operating. After that battle, this woman's strength has been weakened by half. Why does she still possess such power? The greatest weakness of the human race: birth, old age, sickness, and death. But in this world, everything follows the law of conservation. The greatest strength of the human race: unyielding will. In the era of the universal beasts, there was a huge gap between the two camps in terms of physiological mechanisms, but why did the human race manage to hold on to the last pure land for thousands of years? When the body reaches its limit, the will can always lead these hot-blooded imperial beast masters to kill again and again. The situation is unfavorable. It seems that we must give up. The Leviathan's unwilling gaze swept over Pei Xingye behind Long Juning. It hated Pei Xingye's red pupils, because this pair of red pupils had awakened that fearful memory of its past. In the great battle of the celestial star vortex, the human race's 9 divine royal beast masters led the charge in a bloody battle against the heavenly demon god Lord Francis. For the devil beast camp, in that battle, the one they feared the most was the woman with red pupils among the 9 gods. The world's #1 undead beast master, Pei Xingye. Wraiths possessed a strong and keen sense of smell, and the moment Leviathan saw Pei Xingye, it smelled a familiar scent, one that made it feel fear growing in its bones and soul at the same time. In theory, killing Pei Xingye would cut off the future of the Yanxia Empire. However, at this moment, the Leviathan was no match for the Yanxia Empress Long Juning, and it could only muster the intention of retreating and avoiding her for the time being. Crap, my body! Leviathan's reaction was a step too late. Its fragmented body was imprisoned and locked by the powerful fluctuations of dragon power. Unable to move, Dragon Juning's low and gloomy voice was like a sharp sword, piercing through its soul. From the moment you were ready to make a move on him, you should have been prepared to die without a burial place. Long Juning's starting point was naturally to guard Yanxia's future. Not Pei Xingye himself, but her actions did protect Pei Xingye. Domain, open. Long Juning droned in a low voice. Her infinite soul power was like a vast ocean, lifting up 1,000 layers of waves, surging and stirring. The extreme brilliant Dragon Emperor raised his head and roared, and a divine and mysterious domain power instantly unfolded. In Pei Xingye's field of vision, 2 types of dragon flames, one black and one white, appeared. The black dragon flame covered half of the sky, bringing 1/2 of the world's eternal night. The white dragon flame occupied the other half of the sky, depicting 1/2 of the world's polar day scroll. In an instant, it was as if the entire world had been split into 2 halves, making day and night coexist. Immediately afterward, Leviathan let out an agonizing wail. My soul! It hurts! It's about to crack! The wail of the Emperor Body magical beast resounded through the battlefield. Only its head was seen, being pulled in different directions by day and night. Its soul, on the other hand, was gradually torn apart by the transparent dragon claws, half of it thrown into the snow-white glittering extreme day, and half of it thrown into the pitch-black abyss like eternal night. This was the power of the extreme brilliant Dragon Emperor's domain. Split Realm Dragon Emperor Tear. Once this domain is opened, 100% of the target unit's soul will be locked and torn apart for eternity. The Calamity Sea God Leviathan, one of the 72 great demon kings, couldn't even carry a single move in front of the Yanxia Empress Long Juning. This scene fell into Pei Xingye's eyes, and the blood in his body boiled with it. Although Pei Xingye couldn't speak of any favorable feelings towards Long Juning, at this moment, he was deeply impressed by the strength this woman had displayed. Imperial Emperor segment Long Juning. Her battle strength has already reached such a terrifying state. The strength of the royal god segment's old mother before she fell, what kind of situation would she have reached? Pei Xingye's imagination was limited, and he couldn't imagine Pei Xingye's peak battle performance. The Imperial God, also known as the Divine Imperial Beastmaster, was the ceiling of the Imperial Beastmaster segment. Before the Starry Vortex War, the human race had 9 gods. After the Great War, the human race no longer had any gods. A royal emperor like Long Juning was the current top battle force of the human race. And she only has half a heart left. Leviathan's vitality was fading fast. It was powerless to resist the oppression of the split-realm dragon Emperor Tear, and its soul was about to shatter. Right at this moment, a blood-red demonic aura surged up from the bottom of the sea, transforming into countless fangs that came straight at Long Juning. Long Juning catalyzed his soul power, and the extreme brilliant dragon emperor fiercely flung his dragon tail. The divine dragon swung its tail, and the dragon flame swung across the sky, burning through the thousands of demonic chi fangs. Rumble! The sound of explosions rose and fell, gradually dissipating amidst the rolling smoke. The battlefield at sea restored calm. Leviathan disappeared. The Wraith Legion also disappeared. Pei Xingye fixed her eyes and couldn't help but worry. Lord of the kingdom, you're bleeding. No harm done. Scarlet dragon blood slid down Long Juning's wrist, swirling around her fingertips. On her arm, a wound in the shape of a tooth mark was exposed, a bruise from the demonic chi fangs just now. In a single combat situation, the number of magical beasts that could injure Long Juning could be counted on one hand. That demonic aura just now, it's frighteningly strong. It should be a star god body-level magical beast. In today's world, amongst the 72 paths of the demonic beast camp's great demon kings, the first 3 great demon kings had a break in strength. The 3 of them are collectively known as the Demon King Tripolarity. They represent greed, anger, and dementia. The demonic fangs just now came from the King of Anger, Sicily, the deserted safe sea. Leviathan submitted to a scarlet phantom as a criminal. Lord Sicily, it was my subordinate who underestimated the strength of Empress Yen Xia. My subordinate knows the mistake. A sarcastic sneer spread across the scarlet phantom's face. Leviathan, I said it long ago. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are indeed the greatest weakness of the human race. But you can never underestimate their will. Leviathan nodded heavily. My subordinate understands, and thanks to Lord Sicily for saving me. Otherwise I would have. The Scarlet Phantom pondered for a moment and opened his mouth. Regarding that genius Pei Xingye that came out of nowhere in the Yanxia Empire, I've already investigated. He is indeed that woman's son. That woman. No wonder are all red pupils. Chapter 61. The Empress and I are stranded on a desert island, the battlefield at sea. The battle came and went quickly. There was still a scarlet demonic aura lingering in the air, and Long Juning had a keen sense of smell. She knew that it was one of the Demon King's 3 polarities, the Rage King Sicily, who had stepped in to save the Calamity Sea God Leviathan. Nowadays, although the demon race had lost its supreme leader, the heavenly demon god Lord Francis, the strength possessed by the Demon King Tripolarity was able to suppress the human race to a certain extent. Lord Kingdom Lord, is your injury all right? Pei Xingye asked carefully. No harm done. The wounds on Long Juning's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her blood bar did not decay in the slightest. In the place of other royal beastmasters, if they were scratched by the demonic chi fangs of the Rage King Sicily, they would surely go up in smoke and their blood bars would be emptied in an instant. This brought us to Long Juning's unique SSS-ranked talent, Dragon Spring Blood Sea. When this woman opened her talent, her imperial beasts, as well as herself, would gain unlimited blood bars, equivalent to immortality. This talent, although powerful, could not repair the severe injuries suffered by Long Juning during the Heavenly Star Vortex battle. The half-heart that surged and beat in her chest could not be restored to its original state, no matter how many years of precipitation it went through. But even if this woman's strength was only half of her peak, King Rage Sicily didn't dare to take her on head-on and single-handedly. The fact that Sicily chose a sneak attack to save Leviathan under Long Juning's domain was enough to prove that in today's world, Long Juning was the last platoon of the human race. But how much longer can this old-time platoon hold out? The Wraith Legion retreated and the crisis alarm was lifted. Just as people relaxed their guard and breathed a long sigh of relief, the strange changes that arose above the sky once again brought everyone's hearts to their throats. What a piercing dragon's roar! How did this sky turn into a sea of blood? My head is spinning. For a moment, the visions were steep. The sky, which had just regained its clear skies, was dyed scarlet by the thick and sticky dragon blood. The extreme brilliant dragon emperor's emotions became violent, and his dragon body, which was like a starry mountain range, trembled violently, raising clouds of blood-red flames that obscured the skyline. Pei Xingye revealed a surprised gaze as his red pupil swept across the dragon pupil of the extreme Dao brilliant dragon emperor. Evil Qi. What a ferocious evil aura! As the same three holy beasts, why would such an evil aura erupt from a dragon's body? The dragon, the phoenix, and the unicorn, together known as the three sacred beasts of the Yanxia Empire, were the representatives of Yanxia's ancient mythological bloodline. Pei Xingye had contracted the phoenix, so he understood the phoenix bloodline. The phoenix bloodline symbolized absolute justice, and even though the black phoenix was full of hostility and was an undead lineage imperial beast, its will to fight was to fight for guardianship, not for pure killing. Nowadays in this era, although the purebred Qilin system imperial beasts are extinct, but everyone in the Yanxia Empire knows that the Qilin symbolizes auspiciousness and peace, and all the skills are based on defense and purification, and does not have anything to do with evil. The dragon, on the other hand, was the existence with the highest overall strength as well as status among the three sacred beasts. Logically, the sense of justice emanating from it should be stronger than the phoenix and the Qilin. However, at this very moment, the extreme brilliant dragon emperor was inexplicably furious, and each mouthful of dragon's breath released power that contained an endless force of evil. Pei Xingye was shocked and automatically associated a term in his mind. Dragon nature is inherently evil. In comparison, the phoenix and the unicorn, both of which had a hard time making hideous and ghastly expressions. But as long as a dragon was fierce, the primal wildness in it would attack anyone's mind without discrimination. Lord Kingdom Master, what are you looking for? Pei Xingye pulled out of her trance and realized that Long Juning, who usually always had a high-cooled and indifferent look, had a trace of panic surfacing on her stunningly beautiful face. What was this woman panicking about? Facing an emperor-body demonic beast, she didn't even blink an eye. At this moment, however, she looked uneasy, and the fingers of her right hand subconsciously touched the storage ring on the little finger of her left hand. Lord of the Kingdom, your eyes? Long Junning's dragon pupil suddenly erupted with an extreme evil aura as well, which caused Pei Xingye, who was the closest to her, to shudder in his soul. Right at this moment, Jiang Mayan's voice came from the sea. Lord State Lord, you forgot your medicine when you went out. On the surface of the sea, there was a Yanxia naval warship floating. Jiang Moyan was weak in color, holding a small, delicate pill bottle in her hand as she let out a hoarse cry towards the sky. In order to save Pei Xingye, Long Juning was in a hurry and forgot to bring the forbidden medicine that must be taken in time after every battle. Fortunately, Jiang Mayan was meticulous, and she personally brought the medicine to the battlefield after opening the teleportation spell formation. Medicine! Oops, it's too late. The medicine was not taken in time, and the old disease instantly flared up. The extreme brilliant dragon emperor raised his voice to the sky, and the fluctuations of dragon power swept across the battlefield. Above the sea, the royal beast masters whose segments were lower than the 7th rank fainted on the spot. Royal beast masters above the 7th rank also lost their ability to fight, their bodies weakened, and their soul power blocked. Holy! What kind of madness is this woman having? Long Juning, please wake up, wake up! This was the first time Pei Xingye had called Long Juning by her first name. But Long Juning, who was suffering from an attack of an old disease, had already lost consciousness. After a storm of dragon power, a dead silence returned above the sea. Jiang Mayan called out anxiously towards the end of the sea. Pei Xingye, Long Juning, the Yanxia Empire State Lord, and the Yanxia Empire's future, both disappeared at the same time. The night was deep and frosty. A certain unknown sea, a certain unknown deserted island. In the cold and damp cave, Pei Xingye gradually regained consciousness and slowly opened his heavy eyelids. You're awake. Lord Country Lord. Where are we? The exact coordinates are unknown. A deserted island, I guess. Pei Xingye rubbed his burning brain and tried to recall what happened before he passed out. He only remembered that Long Juning had forced back Leviathan and saved him. As for Long Juning's outbreak of an old illness because she forgot to take her medicine, setting off a bizarre storm of dragon power, Pei Xingye had no recollection of these things. Next, awkwardness crept into the darkened air. Pei Xingye couldn't tense up first. Lord Kingdom Master, why are you staring at me with those eyes? I'm a greatly good citizen, and I'm especially patriotic. I watch Wolf Warrior 2-3 times every night every time I ride a grandmother across the road. Ahem. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. It's holding up. Holding up. Even though Pei Xingye had been a man of 2 lives and had a mature and steady mind, he would feel nervous and uneasy in such a small space. coming face to face with the highest power ruler of the Yanxia Empire. At this moment, Long Junning's feelings were complicated. She still remembered that when her old illness broke out and she was unable to control the dragon rage, she had caught Pei Xingye in the center of the dragon force storm. The wind blade of the dragon flame had cut through the side of Pei Xingye's face, and a drop of blood splashed out, landing right next to Long Junning's lips. The blood slid down her lips and into her mouth, and in that instant, Long Junning regained her senses. This kid's blood, it's even better than the effect of the dragon-locking pill, able to take effect in an instant and suppress my dragon rage. Pei Chuzhuang, is this destiny? Even though you've fallen, your son, just like you at the time, just barged into my life in a haphazard manner. This was Long Junning's inner world, and Pei Xingye's inner world. It was late in the day, and the Empress and I were stranded on a deserted island, sharing a room. This angle. Can't look, mustn't look. If you look, you're screwed. After a storm of dragon power, Long Junning looked in a sorry state as well. Her gorgeous long skirt had been shredded by the wind blade, and with it being wet by the seawater, her spring light was infinite, especially the chest area, which reminded Pei Xingye of a maxim. When you're gazing into the abyss is also gazing into you. Pei Xingye, you don't want your eyes anymore? Pei Xingye was on the verge of tears. After all, any bloodthirsty real man who couldn't help but glance at that. Lord Kingdom Master, it seems like I've suddenly lost my sight. I can't see anymore. Where are you? It's so dark. I'm scared. Underneath the poor acting was the self-salvation that was bursting with the desire to survive. Chapter 62 Against the Empress, Dragon-Slaying Battle. The dark cave fell into a long silence. Long Junning leaned against the cold rock wall and rested her eyes, not bothering to pay attention to Pei Xingye on the side. Pei Xingye got up, ready to leave the cave, observe the terrain and landscape, and then try to study the location of this island. Long Junning's insalubrious voice came out. Jiang Moyan can locate my position. It's just that the night is too late now. Her body is being eroded by the night's coldness. She can't open the teleportation spell formation, so when it's light, we'll be able to return to the Yanxia Empire. Pei Xingye let out a sigh of relief. So Lord State Lord had a countermeasure in mind. In the darkness, Pei Xingye's red pupils were as bright as blood, which attracted Long Junning's attention. Every time she saw Pei Xingye, it would make her recall that woman. The smell of blood? Lord State Lord, your body. Blood once again spilled from the corner of Long Junning's lips, and a painful expression flashed across her beautiful face. She subconsciously covered her chest, and every beat of the crippled heart in her chest cavity was so difficult. For her, every battle would trigger the dragon rage syndrome, which could only be alleviated by taking medicine. If the medicine was not taken in time, after the dragon rage symptom had erupted, half of the heart in the body would bear the pressure of the complications, leading to bleeding in the heart. This Yanxia Empress, who usually looked majestic and domineering, was now displaying a wretched and weak side in this damp and narrow cave. Pei Xingye, a Demon King-level magical beast is staring at you. You should understand what that means. Lord State Lord, I understand. This time, I personally came to your rescue. You should also understand what that means. Well, I also understand. Communication between intelligent people didn't need to make every word clear. Pei Xingye knew that nowadays, the talent he had displayed had already posed a potential threat and hidden danger to the Magical Beast clan. So for the Magical Beast clan, cutting off the roots was the way to go. As for Long Junning, as the Yanxia Empress, she didn't begrudge her injured body in the slightest and personally came to Pei Xingye's rescue, indicating that she had already cultivated Pei Xingye as the future of the Yanxia Empire. All of this was clear in Pei Xingye's heart. Perhaps it was the darkness of the late night, as well as the son of the deceased beside her, that once again triggered Long Junning's memories. Her dragon pupil focused on Pei Xingye's youthful and tender face. Hate me? The sudden question gave Pei Xingye a whole won't. Ah, hate or not, answer me. This was a questioning from the highest power ruler of the Yanxia Empire. Pei Xingye opened his mouth, wanting to speak. He couldn't lie, because he couldn't deceive his heart on this topic. But then again, he couldn't be truthful, because as long as one told the truth, it would be treason. Your reaction is very real. I know it, you must hate me. Long Junning hadn't talked to anyone for a long time, and on this night, she couldn't help but gush as she faced Pei Xingye. Pei Chuzheng was a divine-grade imperial beastmaster who had once made great achievements for the Yanxia Empire, with countless meritorious achievements in his life. But after Pei Xingye died in battle, the country didn't provide any pension for her only son, and the contemporary Yanxia state lord even ignored him. Pei Xingye. If I were you, I would also hate this woman, Long Juning. As Long Juning spoke, she used her afterglow to glance at Pei Xingye, who had her eyes downcast and clenched her fists. She was able to feel that wave of hatred that Pei Xingye was holding back. Anyone substituting into Pei Xingye's perspective, how could they not hate this country? Not hate Long Juning, this woman? As the son of a heroic martyr, Pei Xingye never received any care. Being bullied by Pei Shan and Pei Donglai's father and son for 18 years, taking the script of the family's outcast, living with difficulty and enduring humiliation. All of this pain was the reason why Pei Xingye hated Long Juning. Lord State Lord, since you've opened your mouth, I won't spit it out. Pei Xingye was emotional as he stood up, his handsome face slightly grim at this moment. My mother has won tens of thousands of wars for the Yanxia Empire, saving the Yanxia Empire from fire and water many times. She died and fell in battle 18 years ago, and as the Yanxia Kingdom Lord, not only did you not erect a monument for her at the Yanxia Divine Tomb, but you also ignored her son, who was less than a full month old at the time, that is, me, Pei Xingye. In 18 years, how have you ever come to see me? If I hadn't killed my way out of the darkness, if I wasn't the national scholar, if I wasn't the top of the heavenly cloud ranking, if I couldn't get that Shibata Kawasu in a second with a single move, you, Long Juning, wouldn't even look at me one more time, even one more time. Just because you loathe my mother. Do you loathe me too? Pei Xingye's eyes were bloodshot with a flurry of output, and at this moment, he had already ignored Long Juning Yanxia Empress's identity. He was as angry as a young lion that was venting his emotions on an elder who had a hard time speaking. Enough said. Pei Xingye forced himself to regain his composure and pursed his lips to keep quiet, like a child gambling with a parent. It's my turn to speak next. Pei Xingye's life can be described as turbulent. Her merits, the people of Yanxia see it in their eyes. I don't need to elaborate, nor do I deserve to cover it up. But her transgressions? Do you know about them? Pei Xingye's brows furrowed. What faults has my mom committed? The heavenly star vortex battle that rewrote the pattern of the world is known to the world. But on the eve of the heavenly star vortex war, your mother, Pei Xingye, launched a dragon-slaying war. Pei Xingye's heartbeat jolted violently. What? Slaughter Dragon Slayer. Pei Xingye initially thought that he had misheard, because the words dragon slaying were too unfamiliar to him. Dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns, these three ancient mythological bloodlines, were the totem symbols of the Yanxia Empire, symbolizing justice and light. For generations, the people of Yanxia had only trusted, revered, and worshipped these three great bloodlines. But in Long Juning's mouth, Pei Xingye's mother, Pei Xingye, had actually started a dragon-slaying war. Dragon-slaying? My mother slayed dragons. How is that possible? Pei Xingye was in a trance, his brain in a state of chaos. Long Juning's voice came from his ears. The world often says that merits and demerits are equal. But as far as the dragon-slaying battle is concerned, your mother's faults cannot be compensated for with all the merits in her life. After all, after the dragon-slaying battle ended, the heavenly star vortex battle broke out. If your mother hadn't slain the dragon, perhaps the heavenly star vortex battle, the human race would have been able to gain a great victory, instead of ending with the sad ending of all 9 gods falling. Pei Xingye, the most controversial existence of the Yanxia Empire. She was the hero of Yanxia, and at the same time the sinner of the human race. There was another moment of silence. Pei Xingye's eyes brimmed with tears. So you loathe my mother because she slaughters dragons? Long Juning firmly shook her head. Not really. Then why exactly do you loathe her? Long Juning wanted to speak. She simply couldn't remember why she loathed Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye clenched his fists and couldn't help but ask after her. Did my mom, she really slay the dragon? Lord State Lord, did you witness my mom slaying a dragon? But even if you saw it with your own eyes, is what the eyes see necessarily the truth? Long Juning's expression was dumbfounded as he fell into reminiscence. 18 years ago, on the eve of the Heavenly Star Vortex War, when Long Juning rushed to Heavenly King Mountain, she saw Pei Xingye standing at the edge of the cliff. The dress on Pei Xingye's body was dyed red with dragon blood. Beneath the cliff, dragon corpses were all over. Pei Xingye, you're crazy. Ning Ning. There are times when everything the eyes see isn't the truth. But I'm too late to explain. Long Ju-ning could never forget Pei Chuzhan's determined and fearless eyes. Only that it was too late to investigate all the details of the dragon-slaying battle, and the Heavenly Star Vortex battle broke out. Truth or misunderstanding, no one could seek proof. Because after the battle of the Celestial Star Vortex, the so-called Dragon Slayer Pei Chuzhuang fell. Did Pei Chuzhang really slay the dragon? Or was it a trick? The secrets of the dead are usually the hardest to find out. The Starry Vortex War 18 years ago seemed like a bottomless vortex that involved everyone's destiny and toyed with everyone's emotions. Chapter 63. The Three Imperial Gods of Yanxia, the Regret of the Ages. This night, in this small and cramped cave, Long Ju-ning's description of part of Pei Chuzhuang's past in a few words caused Pei Xingye's mind to seemingly explode, his thoughts fluttering in confusion. Who would dare to think that on the eve of the Starry Vortex War, on top of the most mysterious Heavenly King Mountain in the Yanxia Empire, a dragon-slaying war broke out with dragon blood staining the mountain and river map. The secrecy of the dragon-slaying battle was even more stringent than the Heavenly Star Eddy battle. Although the world did not know the details of the Heavenly Star Vortex Great War, it was good to know that such a war existed. On the other hand, in this world, those who knew about the dragon-slaying war died, those who lost their memories, and those who were still alive did not have a few left. Long Ju-ning did not expose this dragon-slaying war, but the consequences caused by Pei Chuzhang's dragon-slaying did hurt the entire dragon race as well as severely interfered with the ending of the Heavenly Star Vortex War. My mother, how could she possibly slaughter dragons? There must be something else behind the dragon-slaying battle. It must be asked clearly. Just as Pei Xingye was about to continue asking questions, Long Ju-ning suddenly leaned forward at the neck, and a mouthful of sticky black blood spewed out from her scarlet lips. Lord, state Lord. Old injuries recurring, Long Ju-ning's state was breathless, but fortunately, the darkness of the cavern concealed the pallor and disheveledness of her face, retaining a trace of dignity for this Yanxia Empress. Pei Xingye's overwhelming God's hand touched Long Ju-ning's wrist once again. What a serious internal injury! With only half of her heart left, how did she survive these 18 years? Long Ju-ning, as the king of a country in the Yanxia Empire, couldn't hold on but had to hold on. It's just an old injury, don't worry, I've gotten used to it. Long Ju-ning's voice penetrated a calmness that looked down on life and death. In the darkness, Pei Xingye once again surveyed this absolutely gorgeous divine face. Without a doubt, this was the most beautiful woman in the Yanxia Empire, bar none. Her features were exquisite to the point of not resembling a real person, as if they were works of art pinched by the hands of a god. It was only that this most beautiful face of Yanxia always wore a stenchy face that was unapproachable. It was precisely the strong sense of misanthropy that gave her a divine aura that was untainted by dust. As long as she ascended to the battlefield, even if she didn't put up a fight, she would create an invisible oppression on the demonic beast legions. Pei Xingye, you are one of the few people in this world who can see my wretched side. Lord, state Lord, can you still return to the peak? Peak? Oh. Hearing the word peak, Long Ju-ning lowered her head and shook her head, the blood spreading from the corners of her lips mixing with endless bitterness and bitterness. The truth was, this woman, how had she ever stepped into the peak? In fact, compared to Pei Chuzhang, Pei Xingye knew a bit more about Long Ju-ning. After all, when Pei Chuzhang fell, Pei Xingye was less than a full moon. At the same time, 99% of the information on Pei Chuzhang's body belonged to the secrets blocked by the state and not revealed to the public. As for Long Ju-ning, she was the Yanxia Empire State Lord, always standing in the spotlight and appearing on the headlines. So any Yanxia subject was well aware of this empress's past. This Yanxia empress was, in fact, very young. Young didn't mean her age, but specifically her length of reign. Before the Starry Sky Vortex War, the Yanxia Empire State Master was named Long Junyan. Long Junyan, Pei Chuzhang, and Sang Xian were known as the three imperial gods of Yanxia. The huge Yanxia Empire was full of talented people, but it only produced these three divine imperial beast masters. As for the other 6 countries, each country only produced one. This was the gold content of the imperial gods. Long Ju-ning's rank was only royal emperor, and at the same time, she was Long Junyan's own sister. If the 4 of them were to be compared together, Long Ju-ning's strength was indeed a notch lower. But she was the youngest in age. Moreover, with her talent and potential, she only needed to patiently cultivate. and it wouldn't be long before she would be able to step into the ranks of the imperial gods. At that time, the Yanxia Empire would usher in the glorious era of 4 gods covering the sky. However, the development of the story was always against his wishes. The outbreak of the dragon-slaying war caused Long Juning to suffer from dragon rage syndrome, and her cultivation stagnated as a result. Immediately after that, the Star Vortex battle came, and Long Junyan, Pei Xingye, and Sang Xian were all killed in battle, and the 3 imperial gods of Yanxia fell, suffering from dragon rage and only half of the heart, coupled with the residual body of many old diseases of Long Juning, forced to take the throne in grief, replacing the dead elder brother, become the Yanxia Empire state master. In other words, this woman, in the prime of her life, cut off the opportunity for a promotion breakthrough, lost her own brother, and suffered a severe physical trauma while being forced to endure the pain to take the throne. And on her own, she supported the darkest era of the Yanxia Empire. Pei Xingye asks if she can return to the top, peak. At the beginning, she had already gone into decline before she had the chance to step into the pinnacle of her own. Flowers have a day to rebloom, and people have a time to be young again. Long Juning's dragon pupil showed deep regret. Peak. What a strange word. I haven't even seen the peak of myself. No one could imagine how powerful this woman would be if she were to ascend to royal god. But this woman knew in her own heart that with only half a heart left, she would never be able to break through to the royal god. The fall of the 3 imperial gods of Yanxia was a great regret for the Yanxia Empire. And Long Juning's loss of the royal god level was another great regret of the Yanxia Empire. To a large extent, this regret was due to Pei Xingye. After all, it was Pei Xingye who initiated the dragon-slaying battle. However, for Long Juning, her distaste for Pei Xingye did not stem from this. She was able to guess that she must have lost a part of her memory, but the memory that was lost, for 18 years, she couldn't recall even a single fragment of it. Lord of the kingdom, you look tired. I'll lend you my shoulder. Brat, would I be reduced to needing a man's shoulder? Cough, cough, cough. The weak Long Juning, her body uncontrollable, planted herself in Pei Xingye's arms, both eyes blackened, her dragon pupils shutting down. The woman's bloodless face leaned against Pei Xingye's shoulder, emitting a slight snoring sound. Pei Xingye was able to smell the other party's light body fragrance and feel the softness of the other party's skin. Empress Yanxia, falling asleep leaning on my arms? This scene. It's almost as unreal as a dream. Pei Xingye sighed, looked out at the moonlight outside the cave, confusion written all over her red pupils. Mom, between you and Long Juning, what exactly happened? The next day, Pei Xingye woke up. The beautiful person in his arms was not there. Lord of the country, good morning. After a night's rest, Long Juning's color returned to rosy. Beside her, the remnants of the black and white dragon souls surrounded her. In a non-combat state, the twin dragon soul Extreme Brilliant Dragon Emperor would split into 2. White Dragon Soul Extreme Day Heavenly Brilliant Dragon. Black Dragon Soul Eternal Night Earth Burial Dragon. Pei Xingye became interested in dragons and couldn't help but ask, Lord Kingdom Master, what do dragons normally eat? You asked whether it's black or white dragons. White dragons. Beast crystals and beast blood. What about black dragons? Beast crystals and beast blood. Pei Xingye frowned and continued to ask, does dragon poop stink? You asked the black dragon or the white dragon? White dragon. Stinks. What about the black dragon? Also stinks. Pei Xingye's expression was hard to strain, but he was still undeterred. Rumor has it that a dragon's reverse scales can turn into a sword. Is that true? You're asking about the black dragon or the white dragon? White dragon. It's true. What about the black dragon? Also true. Pei Xingye couldn't hold herself together. Lord Kingdom Lord? Why do you have to have me use the same question and ask you twice? Because I'm the Yanxia Empress. Ah, this is not. Pei Xingye lost all means and strength to retort, smiling bitterly much like Camelot. Long Juning suddenly got up, his dragon pupils blooming with golden light. Jiang Mayan is here. We're preparing to return to the Yanxia Empire. Chapter 64. The Empress Reward. A dragon egg. Above the barren sea, a teleportation spell with dragon tattoos flying around it opened. The Yanxia naval fleet and air force units approached this inconspicuous sea island together. Long Juning and Pei Xingye arrived at the seashore and met up with the oncoming Jiang Mayan. Jiang Mayan was about the same age as Pei Xingye, but her physical ability was like that of an old woman in her windy years, not to mention running. She would be out of breath after taking 2 quick steps. Yet this frail woman was the most powerful array hand master in the Yanxia Empire. The spell formations she had created had changed the battlefield time and time again, and in the era of the 3 imperial gods of Yanxia, she had also occupied a place in the thick merit book. Lord of the Kingdom, Little Knight, how are you guys doing? Jiang Mayan's moist eyes were filled with worry, and the sea breeze blew her white hair, revealing a gentle and elegant face. Senior Jiang, I'm fine, Pei Xingye said with a smile while massaging her left shoulder. Jiang Mayan's eyes were sharp. Still saying you're fine, your shoulder is injured. It really isn't injured. My left shoulder is sore because last night Lord of the Land leaned into my arms. Pei Xingye's tongue slammed on the brakes in time as he sensed the killing intent emanating from Long Juning's body. Yesterday night, Long Juning fainted due to the recurrence of her old illness and leaned on Pei Xingye's shoulder until dawn. This was the reason Pei Xingye's left shoulder was sore and numb. On his left shoulder, there was still a strand of Long Juning's hair and a lingering body odor. Jiang Moyan took out the medicine bottle from her sleeve and stuffed it into Long Juning's hand, saying with her ear, Lord, State Lord, in the future, no matter what, you must not forget to bring your medicine. Got it. After yesterday's battle, isn't dragon rage. Don't worry, I carried through. Long Juning always had a cold look, seemingly unsympathetic, but in reality she was trying to not let the people around her worry. Next, Pei Xingye followed Long Juning and took a teleportation spell to return to the Yanxia Empire. Yanxia Imperial City. Dragon Soul Hall. Pei Xingye stood on top of the main hall, confused. I thought this woman would send me back to the Chaos Academy. What's the point of bringing me here? This was Pei Xingye's first time stepping into the Dragon Soul Hall. This was the Yanxia Empire's highest hall of power, and anyone who was qualified to stand here was mostly a high-ranking Imperial Beastmaster who had made great achievements for the Yanxia Empire. Pei Xingye, on the other hand, was only a first-rank Imperial Beastmaster who had just entered the profession. The hall was cleared, and other than Long Juning, who was sitting on the throne, and Jiang Moyan, who was standing beside Long Juning, only Pei Xingye, who was looking around, was left in the hall. Pei Xingye, as a matter of fact, in this challenge match, you defeated the East Cherry Empire's #1 talent, Shibata Kawazo, and redeemed our Yanxia Empire's honor and glory. I deserve to reward you. I'll give you a chance. What kind of reward do you want? Pei Xingye pondered for a moment and raised his crimson eyes. Lord Kingdom Master, regarding the reward, can I mention my mother? Long Juning paused and nodded. Yes. I've heard that during her lifetime, my mother wrote many books about undead Imperial Beastmasters, and all of these books are included in the Yanxia Tibetan Scripture Academy. That's why I want to beg Lord State Lord to grant me permission to enter the Yanxia Tibetan Scripture Academy. One Yanxia Tibetan Scripture Academy, half of the Universal Imperial Beast history. In a single sentence, the value of this Scripture Collection Academy could be explained. It wasn't just Pei Chuzhan, Yanxia's former Emperor Long Junyan, the first giant Imperial Beast Master Sang Xian. The evolutionary heart methods and Imperial Beast techniques they participated in writing were all included in the Yanxia Scripture Collection Academy. Among them, the small tips on cultivating the 3 sacred beasts, the dragon, phoenix, and qilin, were also included in the book. Pei Xingye's idea was simple. Instead of researching brand new Imperial Beast arts on his own, he should first learn from the experience of his predecessors, and then stand on the shoulders of his predecessors before pioneering an even more powerful Imperial Beast art. Your proposal is good. I will send someone to help you get a token to enter and exit the Yanxia Hidden Scripture Academy at will. Every time you take a break during your vacation, you can enter the Yanxia Hidden Scripture Courtyard and flip through any book at will. Pei Xingye excitedly said, Many thanks, Lord Country Lord. Long Juning saw through Pei Xingye's small mind with a glance and issued a reminder in a lazy voice. The information about the Heavenly Star Vortex battle and the Dragonslayer battle are all in my personal custody, and they are not available in the Yanxia collection of scriptures. Seeing the loss that flashed across Pei Xingye's eyes, the corners of Long Juning's lips rose, the smugness that flowed between his brows like a parent holding a child. Lord State Lord, then I'll retire first? Pei Xingye turned around and walked towards the temple door, muttering in his heart. Should I take a leave from the dean and soak in the Yanxia Hidden Scripture Academy for 2 days before returning to the Chaos Academy? Pei Xingye's desire to learn corresponded to an obsession to become stronger. The imperial beast arts treasured by the Yanxia Academy of Tibetan Scriptures were all-encompassing, covering the essence of 1,000 years of civilization of all imperial beasts. Pei Xingye only needed to stretch out the hand of the overwhelming god while flipping through the books, and then he could directly imprint the knowledge in the books into his mind and integrate it. This would be a qualitative leap in Pei Xingye's improvement. Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye stepped out of the Dragon Soul Hall with one foot, and Long Juning's voice came from behind him. Times are changing, and no one can say what will happen in the future. I value you, but I can't give you too much time. Pei Xingye understood in seconds. Given the current state of the Yanxia Empire, as well as the situation of the entire human race, a great war could break out at any time. Pei Xingye was seen as the future of the Yanxia Empire. But right now, he was only a first-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. There wasn't much time left for him to grow. Pei Xingye turned around, his red pupils lighting up with a star-like sparkle. Lord Kingdom Master, I will grow as fast as I can, and won't let Yanxia wait too long. About your mother. Lord State Lord, don't worry, I'm Pei Chuzhan's son, and at the same time, I'm also the son of the Yanxia Empire. Regardless of what faults and grudges Long Juning had with Pei Chuzhan, they were both Yanxia people. Pei Xingye was Pei Chuzhan's son, but he was also a Yanxia person. For Pei Xingye, Pei's small family is already in shambles, so he can only do his best to protect the Yanxia family. Long Juning was touched by this. Pei Xingye's maturity of mind let her feel gratified. After hesitating for a moment, Long Juning beckoned. Come back. I'll give you another thing. Pei Xingye re-entered the main hall. With a flick of her wrist, Long Juning's Dragon Emperor ring opened its storage space and summoned an egg. This one egg looked scorched black, with dense cracks surfacing on its surface, and was devoid of life inside, causing a thick air of decay to permeate the great hall. Pei Xingye's pupils tightened. This egg. Long Juning. A dragon egg. Jiang Mayan looked at Long Juning with a strange gaze, simply because this move of Long Juning's had subverted her perception of Long Juning. One must know that Pei Chuzhuang, the initiator of the Dragon Slayer War, was a Dragon Slayer sinner. And yet, Long Juning, on top of the Dragon Soul Hall, put a dragon egg and rewarded it to Pei Chuzhing's son. Wait, Lord Kingdom Master, this dragon egg, it's already dead. That's right, because it's a remnant of the Heavenly Star Vortex battle. In the great battle of the Heavenly Star Vortex, the two siblings, Long Junyan and Long Juning, teamed up to lead the heavily damaged dragon clan to kill thousands of demonic beasts. In the midst of the great battle, a female dragon went through labor and gave birth to this dragon egg. But before the young dragon was born, the egg was strangled by the demonic energy. 18 years on, this dead dragon egg landed in Pei Xingye's hands. Technically speaking, it landed in the hands of the undead Imperial Beastmaster Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye. Doesn't an excellent undead Imperial Beastmaster start by contracting undead? If you can hatch this dead dragon egg and breed an undead dragon, I'm sure your mother, for one, will be pleased for you. Lord of the Kingdom. Thank you. Pei Xingye couldn't get enough of this dead through dragon egg, and he was about to have his second Imperial Beast. Chapter 65. One of the three divine weapons of the dragon race. Dragon's Tomb. After Pei Xingye left, only Long Juning and Jiang Mayan remained in the empty and lonesome Dragon Soul Hall. Looking at the vast Yanxia Empire, there were countless talented Imperial Beastmasters, but only this duo could hold up the Yanxia Empire's last glory. However, this duo was facing the dilemma of a hero in his twilight years. One of them only had half a heart left, with many old diseases remaining in his body. The other had turned white overnight, and the remaining vitality in his body was like a fading flower in the late fall. If one day the 72 paths of the great Demon King led the Demon Beast Legion to come back again, crushing the mountains and rivers of Yanxia with their iron hooves, shattering the gates of Yanxia, how long can this duo that has long since gone off their peaks still support them? Yanxia Empire. There was not much time left for Pei Xingye to grow. The great men of the old times were about to burn out everything. After Pei Xingye left, Long Juning sat on her throne in a daze, her dragon pupils lusterless. She recalled those moments she had spent with Pei Xingye in the cave last night, brief but deeply memorized. In 18 years, how have you ever come to see me? If I hadn't killed my way out of the darkness, if I wasn't the national scholar, if I wasn't the top of the heavenly cloud ranking, If I couldn't get that Shibata Kawasu in one move, you Long Ju-ning wouldn't have even looked at me one more time. Even one more time. Pei Xingye's angry hissing and blood-stained red pupils were like a red-hot branding iron, engraved on Long Juning's mutilated heart. Jiang Mayan's voice interrupted Long Juning's thoughts. Lord State Lord, I thought I already knew you well enough. But you took that dragon egg and gave it to Pei Xingye, which I cannot understand. After all, Zhuang started the dragon-slaying war back then, and then Pei Xingye, the initiator of the dragon-slaying war.
Pei Xingye, Pei Xingye sont.
This relationship, no matter how one analyzed it, was a great feud between Pei Xingye and the dragon clan. Yet Long Ju-ning had given Pei Xingye a dragon egg. This was incomprehensible to Jiang Mayan. Regarding the dragon-slaying battle, I revealed some of it to that child. What? He knows about the dragon-slaying battle? Long Ju-ning's gaze fell on Jiang Mayan's body, and her tone became serious. That was just a dead dragon egg. If he has the ability to cultivate an undead dragon, it proves that the Pei family bloodline's bond and origin with the dragon race hasn't been completely disconnected. After all, once upon a time, Pei Xingye was the only imperial beast master in the Yanxia Empire who was able to harness 3 sacred beasts at the same time. Her son might be able to do the same. After hearing this, Jiang Mayan was silent for a long time before suddenly speaking, Ning Ning. This title made Long Ju-ning feel unfamiliar. It was as if this appellation had long since died in that heavenly star vortex battle. This was Long Ju-ning's nickname, and only those closest to her would call her this way. Jiang Mayan counted as 1, Pei Xingye counted as 1, plus her older brother, Long Junyan. I can actually see it all. After that battle, every time you confided in me, you would say how you hated her. But you never said that. You don't trust her. Long Ju-ning was a woman who was very good at hiding her emotions. She knew that she had lost part of her memory, so she never made absolute presumptions about everything that had happened in the past. She hated Pei Xingye from a physiological instinctive reaction, the exact reason for which she could no longer remember. But she knew in her heart that she had never doubted Pei Xingye's loyalty to the Yanxia Empire. 18 years ago, on the eve of the Starry Sky Vortex War, Heavenly King Mountain. Even though Long Ju-ning witnessed Pei Xingye bathed in dragon blood, her feet stepping on dragon fangs, and the ground under the cliff filled with dragon corpses. Even though, on top of the towering mountain range, the dragon clan's legal formations were surrounded by layers and layers, and other than Pei Xingye, no one else was qualified to invade this place. But within Long Ju-ning's heart, she didn't easily jump to a direct conclusion. In her mind, Pei Xingye was not an evil person. There must be something else going on in the dragon-slaying battle. But since this woman had never distrusted Pei Xingye, why had she ignored Pei Xingye for 18 years? Cough, cough, cough. The Empress spat out blood. Jiang Mayan was heartbroken. Ning Ning, your dragon rage is serious again. It seems that after your attitude towards Pei Xingye shifted, it led to, don't say any more. Jiang, you retreat first. Ginger, Jiang Moyan, I order you to stand down. Yes, Lord of the Kingdom. Jiang Moyan exited the Dragon Soul Hall, the tears in the corners of her eyes drying up in the breeze. Outside the hall, the sun shines brightly and the sky is clear. Inside the hall, evil chi erupted and the dragon's roar broke the wind. In the midst of pain and suffering, Dragon Ju-ning's consciousness lapsed, and his soul fell into a vast and deep sea of blood. In the middle of the sea of blood, thousands of dragon-printed tombstones were suspended, and it was as if this place was the mausoleum of the dragon race. In the sky above the mausoleum, dragon soul shadows tumbled and flew. Their faces were hideous, and they used angry roars to express the pent-up hatred in their hearts. This was the dragon's tomb. It existed within the sea of consciousness of Dragon Ju-ning, and was one of the 3 divine artifacts of the dragon race. All the fallen souls of the dragon clan that had fallen throughout the ages would be buried here. However, none of the dragon souls here were laid to rest. They hissed in anger, and their hatred was long. In her soul form, Dragon Ju-ning stood in the center of the Blood Sea Cemetery. All the dragon souls converged around her, expressing their dissatisfaction with this totem imperial dragon master with heavy panting. 10,000 dragon souls roared at the same time, casting questions and harsh criticisms at Long Ju-ning. Long Ju-ning, have you forgotten your identity? You're a totem agent of the dragon race. 18 years ago, After the dragon-slaying battle took place, what did you promise us? Have you left it all behind? Long Ning responded flatly, Pei Xingye is dead? What's the point of right and wrong? Pei Xingye is indeed dead, but she left behind a son. Pei Xingye's body has Pei Xingye's blood flowing through it. At that time, we 10,000 dragon souls proposed together to obliterate that sinful baby in order to end the future. It was you who insisted on preserving that baby. But you also promised to let this child live and die on its own, never meddling in any karma about him. At this moment, within the dragon's tomb, thousands of dragon souls roared and roared, revealing the true reason why Long Ning had ignored Pei Xingye for 18 years. She was the totem agent of the dragon race, and she needed to appease the fallen souls of all the dragons that had been decapitated by Pei Xingye in the dragon slaughter battle. Long Ning raised her deep dragon pupils and gazed at the roiling dragon souls as her tone hardened. I'm a dragon totem agent, but I'm also a dragon imperial master. It's inappropriate for you all to call me by my first name. 10,000 dragon souls weaken their aura. Royal Master, now that your attitude towards Pei Xingye has completely changed, and you've even cultivated him with all your heart and given him a dragon egg, how can you face us, the unjustly deceased souls of the dragon race? If you do this, I'm a dragon imperial master, as well as an Yanxia warrior. The future of today's Yanxia empire can only rest on Pei Xingye. I don't have any other choice. I have to do it myself. Train him. 10,000 dragon souls burned and trembled in anger. Dragon Juning, you're saying you're going to cultivate the son of our dragon clan's enemy? You're unbelievable. Dragon Juning's expression was firm. My will is set. Good, good, good. What a good one. Your will has been decided. Since you chose to do this, obediently suffer the pain of dragon wrath. The anger of the thousands of dragon souls was unceasing, and Long Ning's dragon rage erupted once again, suffering endlessly in pain, as if countless ants were crawling over and over on his crippled heart and vicissitudes of his soul. This was the reason why Long Ning had neglected Pei Xingye for 18 years. As soon as she got close to Pei Xingye and gave him special care, she would violate the curse of the dragon clan's wrath of the dead souls. Long Ning, if you promise us now to sever all ties with Pei Xingye, or just get rid of him, you'll still be our only faith. Otherwise, Long Ning endured all the pain alone and said lightly, You are just beasts. You are not yet worthy of dictating the choices of me, an imperial beast master, the only female emperor of the Yanxia Empire, powerful not only in talent and strength, but also a resilient soul. Long Ning, you won't last long in the midst of the dragon's increasing rage. Our anger, it will never go away. And you're not even close to your brother. Thousands of fallen souls of the dragon clan mentioned Long Ning's older brother, Long Junyan. Chapter 66 contracted Undead Dragon Egg, Blood Underworld Dragon Lineage. Outside the Dragon Soul Hall, Jiang Mayan was slow to walk away, lingering worry hanging on her pale face. She knew how much pain Long Ning would endure once the dragon rage attacked. How could someone who was able to survive from the old times not have shackles and chains on their body? Jiang Mayan suddenly froze and couldn't help but pat her head. Oops, I met with Little Knight this time and forgot to give him the scroll of the underworld again. That's just it. Right now Little Knight segment is only a first-rank Imperial Beast Master. It's better to wait for him to grow up a bit before handing him the scrolls of the underworld. The scrolls of the underworld was Jiang Mayan's life's work. The necromancy formations drawn in it were specially tailored by her for Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye had already fallen, so Jiang Mayan's heart and soul could only be poured into Pei Xingye's body. It was dusk. The sky of Black Lin City was shrouded in a layer of orange-yellow afterglow, and at the back door of the academy, Situ Shui, Qin Yanlin, and Huangfu Boyi stood by the side of the road, waiting for that teenager's return. Not long after, a white-haired teenager with an upright figure and a pair of red pupils that shone brightly in the crowd came smiling. Second Master, I can finally wait for you. Welcome back. Qin Yanlin naturally hooked Pei Xingye's shoulder and said with a smile, In order to celebrate your victory over Shibata Kawazo, our captain is treating us to a big meal. You pick the restaurant. Situ Shui clasped her arms in front of her chest, her pretty figure pulling out a slender phantom shadow under the setting sun. That's right, my treat. No need to save money for me. Pei Xingye said after serious thought. Lanzhou ramen. Hey, no way, Second Master. Our captain is the ceiling of Tianyu City's rich women. The whole city's 5-star restaurants are randomly selected. Ah, what ramen to eat? Pei Xingye lips rose. Big bowl plus noodles, meat and eggs double fly, oil splash spicy sun to noodles a-pouring. Is not worse than 5-star restaurant abalone lobster. Qin Yenlin wiped away the saliva at the corner of his mouth and gave a thumbs up. Worthy of being the second master, very much alive. Noodle House. The Scarlet Squad foursome gathered together. Situ Shui pinched the eggs in her bowl to Pei Xingye. I don't eat eggs. Thank you, Captain. Looking at Pei Xingye gorging himself, Situ Shui suddenly asked, Your Black Phoenix has already reached the juvenile body 3rd stage, so the next step is to prepare for an evolutionary breakthrough. If there are any materials you need, you can make a list and I'll help you get them. With Situ Shui's family background, it wasn't a problem to help Pei Xingye get some top-tier evolutionary materials. Pei Xingye put down his chopsticks, his expression serious. Actually, I've prepared all the evolutionary materials. But the Black Phoenix is, after all, an ancient mythological bloodline, so it's going to be more difficult for it to break through than other imperial beasts. In Pei Xingye's plan, it would still take close to 3 months for the gilt sycamore to develop and mature. As long as they waited until the gilt sycamore tree matured, the Black Phoenix would soon be able to break through the evolution and step into the mature body by perching on the sycamore tree and sleeping every day. But now that he thought about it, Pei Xingye felt that 3 months was too long. Especially after Long Juning had a heart-to-heart talk with him, he profoundly realized that with the current situation of the Yanxia Empire, there wasn't much time left for him to develop in an obscene manner. It seems that this weekend, we must go to the imperial city once more. Pei Xingye made up his mind, then yelled towards the boss, More noodles and meat. Qin Yenlin spat in a whisper. This meat is too little. This noodle shop has been in business for a year, and Master Nyo will only suffer a flesh wound at most. After the gathering, the Scarlet Squad prepared to return to Chaos Academy. Pei Xingye broke away from the team. Second Master, where are you going? Aren't you returning to the academy? I still have things to do, you guys go back first. Watching Pei Xingye's back disappear at the end of the darkness, Qin Yenlin muttered. This sneaky look of the second master. Is he plotting to do something big and unknown? Pei Xingye was indeed going to do something big. The Qilin Mountain in the dead of night was empty, with only a few crows occasionally cawing. Under the illumination of the moonlight, Pei Xingye stood at the edge of the cliff and opened his storage ring to extract a charred black dragon egg. This was the dead-through dragon egg that Long Juning had given him. This dragon egg had experienced the flames of the Heavenly Star Vortex War. Dragon race, Phoenix race, Qilin race, Giant race. Pei Xingye mouthed, looking at the dragon egg in front of him, evoking memories. The image of himself and Sang Wui crossing swords in the ring of the Heavenly Cloud ranking competition was vivid in his mind. The special connection that existed between the 3 holy beasts and the giant had always been a knot in Pei Xingye's mind that he couldn't figure out. The dead-through dragon egg. Never mind. I'm an undead imperial beast master. Next, let me feel your undead soul. Pei Xingye stretched out her overgod's hand, her fingertips touching the surface of the dragon egg. The charred black shell gently trembled, and Pei Xingye's eyes closed tightly as he carefully felt the soul power within the dragon egg. In Pei Xingye's mind, such a picture emerged. Above the gorgeous starry sky, a giant dragon with black and red dragon scales, its feet stepping on the vast flaming clouds, emitted a domineering dragon roar as it tumbled around recklessly, its claws covering the sky. Such a spectacular dragon should be the mother of this dragon egg. Black plus red bicolored fusion dragon scales. So it's the blood Stygian dragon lineage. The dragon race was huge and had different factions by color picture. The red dragon scales symbolize blood. The black dragon scales symbolize underworld. Therefore, the bloodline of this dragon egg was the blood underworld dragon lineage. As the overwhelming god's hand continued to exert force, Pei Xingye and the dormant souls in the dragon egg developed a close connection, resonating with each other's souls. In Pei Xingye's ears, a sad and aggrieved dragon's roar was heard. To die in the eggshell before you're even born. You must be very unhappy. Become my imperial beast and I will help you live again. The time had come. Pei Xingye bit his fingertip and a drop of blood seeped into the eggshell. On the surface of the eggshell, visible cracks grew, as if black and red magma flowed inside. The blood contract was concluded, and this dead dragon egg officially became Pei Xingye's imperial beast. In this world, Other than undead Imperial Beastmasters, any other Imperial Beastmasters were unable to contract dead things. Pei Xingye once again stroked the surface of the dragon egg, and could already sense the blood underworld dragons undead converging into shape and starting to develop. The next step is to hatch this undead dragon egg as soon as possible. About egg hatching techniques. Time flashed by, and it was another vacation weekend. Pei Xingye rode the Black Phoenix across the Great River and north to Yanxia Imperial City. The map of the Yanxia Imperial City was huge, and it was no exaggeration to say that the area of the city was worth the land area of the East Cherry Empire. On the western side of the Imperial City, there was an ancient tower-style building. When you stood underneath this building and looked up at it, it was as if you had traveled through time and space, and the heaviness of history came over you. This is it, the Yanxia Hidden Scripture Academy. In Pei Xingye's hand, he held a black token, the Earth Hidden Order. With this token, one could freely enter and exit the Yanxia Hidden Scripture Courtyard at any time. Today, Pei Xingye had boarded the Yanxia Hidden Scripture Academy to do 3 things. First, to look for the method of breakthrough evolution for phoenix-type imperial beasts. Second, to seek out techniques for hatching undead dragon eggs. Third, to learn all the imperial beast techniques that his predecessors had researched and developed with their life's work and wisdom. Chapter 67. Suspicions, Scarlet Red Pupils. Pei Xingye presented the Earth Hidden Order, and the guards at the entrance stepped back towards the sides. Stepping into the Yanxia Hidden Scripture Courtyard, Pei Xingye's eyes glazed over. The bookshelves here were like heavenly pavilions, covering half of the universal imperial beast history. The geniuses that had emerged in the Yanxia Empire, the manuscripts and inspirational notes of their youthful insights, were all organized here. No matter how cold your contracted imperial beast was, no matter how novel an evolutionary route your imperial beast took, you would always be able to find a corresponding cultivation manual here. The 3 Sacred Beasts Insights, the History of Giants, the Undead Imperial Beast Master's Manual. Pei Xingye displayed unprecedented excitement. Every book here contained the crystallized wisdom of his predecessors. Even if you could only comprehend 1 line and 1 page of the knowledge recorded in the books, you could still benefit for a lifetime. Just as Pei Xingye was holding up a book of the 3 Sacred Beasts Insights, a vicissitude voice came from behind him. Lord said that a young man would definitely come here recently. Looks like it's you, Pei Xingye student. Pei Xingye turned around, and in front of him was a stooped old man. Although he was plainly dressed, his aura was powerful while giving off a feeling of kindness and goodness. You are Ouyang Wenba. So it's Dean Ouyang. Ouyang Wenba, the dean of the Yanxia Tibetan Scripture Academy. It was worth mentioning that before he was competent in this dean position, he had been the most powerful evolutionary master in the Yanxia Empire. Lei Qianzhong, who had previously served as the chief judge in the Heavenly Cloud ranking competition, had to respectfully call out master when he met Ouyang Wenba. It was enough to see how high this person's seniority was. Student Pei Xingye. It's reasonable to say that a first-ranked Imperial Beastmaster who enters here won't be able to learn anything. This was the same as taking a first-grade student and throwing him into a university classroom to listen to a section of higher mathematics. Ouyang Wenba revealed an appreciative smile and turned his words around. But I did hear that you were able to take the Phoenix bloodline and develop an evolutionary route of ice and fire dual cultivation. You also independently developed a medicinal essence that can cure the blood plague disease. With your enlightenment and talent, you can definitely learn a lot here. Dean Ouyang is too kind, and also, the late generation would like to ask. Ouyang Wenba understood and smiled. Some of the notes and manuscripts that Lord Pei left behind back then are at the top of bookshelf 999. Thank you. Pei Xingye's emotions gradually grew excited, and when he stood on his tiptoes and took down a crippled and worn notebook from the top of the bookshelf, his heartbeat accelerated violently. With trembling fingers, he caressed the yellowed pages. So much time had passed that there was no one sent on this notebook for a long time. But to Pei Xingye, it seemed as if he was holding his mother's hand. He was able to brainstorm that the Pei Chuzheng of his teenage years, in her moments of inspiration, would hold a pen and write about the cultivation techniques of the undead imperial beasts in the notebook. Only, in this era where undead imperial beastmasters had already gone into decline, anyone who had the chance to enter this place, who would waste their time observing the notes left behind by Pei Chuzheng. That's why the cover of the notebook was covered in accumulated dust, exuding a very old newness. Old mom, young you, how did you cultivate the undead lineage imperial beasts? Holding his doubts, Pei Xingye sat on the ground. the overlying god's hand touching the yellowed pages, a steady stream of knowledge pouring into his mind. For Pei Xingye, this was an opportunity to cross time and space and establish a connection with his mother. Between the lines, it was all about Pei Xingye's passion and inspiration that he had poured out when he was young. The gate of the underworld. It can even be used like this? Phoenix-type imperial beasts encountering a breakthrough bottleneck can still evolve like this? The imperial beast art pioneered by Mom is simply amazing. What? Between the three sacred beast bloodlines, actually? Wonderful. Truly marvelous. The commotion Pei Xingye made attracted Ouyang Wenbo. He walked behind Pei Xingye on his crutches, and his squinted eyes instantly glazed over. Ah, this. A normal person reading a book, fully concentrated, eyes fixed on one word at a time, analyzing it sentence by sentence. Pei Xingye read the book, his eyes closed, his fingers rubbing back and forth on the book cover, while he laughed up in the air, madly. This scene caused the knowledgeable Ouyang Wenbo to reveal a shocked expression. An hour passed. Pei Xingye's overriding divine hand touched all the 999 bookshelves. His eyes were tightly closed as he frowned and laughed from time to time. Ouyang Wenbo had a dumbfounded look on his face as he said in his heart, "Although I've long heard that Lord Pei's son is a genius monster, this is just too eccentric. The hand of the overwhelming god, possessing the impeccable data-reading ability. Anything touched by the overlaying god's hand, the power and knowledge contained within it, would be directly injected into Pei Xingye's mind and melded together. A Yen Xia Hidden Scripture Academy, half of a universal imperial beast history." Pei Xingye only needed to soak in this place for 2 days before he was able to move through all the imperial beast arts developed by his predecessors and implant them into his mind. At this moment, Pei Xingye's overwhelming god's hand touched a thick book that was as heavy as a dictionary.
Elder Sanction.
It was a Yen Xia giant illustrated book, which recorded all the giant-type imperial beasts that had appeared in the Yen Xia Empire. The highlights of them were naturally those giants contracted by the world's #1 giant imperial beast master, Sangxian. Giant Ceiling, the 4 great imperial corpses, Shogun, Ho Qing, Ing Hook, Drought Demon. Wait! Pei Xingye gently rubbed a certain page of the book with his fingertips, and all the records about the Drought Demon were all reflected in his mind. Immediately afterward, Pei Xingye catalyzed his soul power, and the imperial seal on his right wrist glowed slightly. In the next second, Pei Xingye's consciousness entered the world of the imperial seal and opened the gate of the underworld. Behind the door to the underworld, the Drought Demon was using its enormous fingers to tease the Black Phoenix. In front of the Drought Demon, the Black Phoenix looked even smaller than a sparrow. "Kid, something wrong?" "Sangxian, I mentioned that name last time." "Well, you said he was my former imperial lord, but I don't have the slightest impression." Pei Xingye got to the point. "According to the information I've researched, you, one of the 4 great imperial corpse giants, the amazing imperial demoness Drought Demon, your eyes should be brown in color. But since we first met at the bottom of Moonlight City, your eyes were red. So, what exactly did your eyes go through, and why did they change from brown to scarlet?" The Dryad looked confused. She had no memory of this. "Kid, then why are your eyes red?" "I was born with red pupils, inherited from my mom." "Oh, so I'm your mom? You are my son. But why are you so short?" Pei Xingye's smile was ugly. "Dryad, I can only give your IQ a score of 8.5 because I'm a little speechless." Chapter 68, Black Hell Royal Court, 3 Sacred Altar. The giant illustrated catalog, which recorded all the giant-type imperial beasts that had appeared in the Yen Xia Empire since the beginning of the universal imperial beast era. Pei Xingye realized that compared to imperial beasts of other bloodlines, giant lineage imperial beasts had a great similarity to humans in their fighting style as well as their way of thinking. Perhaps some people would say, giant lineage imperial beasts, isn't it normal for them to resemble humans? But in Pei Xingye's opinion, this was very abnormal. In the end, giants belonged to the category of imperial beasts, not humans. They could be contracted by humans, but they couldn't contract humans. Their essence was a beast, and they could never become an imperial beast master. So when an imperial beast master harnesses an imperial beast that has an extremely high degree of similarity to himself in terms of physiological structure, fighting style, and thinking habits, wouldn't it create a moment of creepiness? Drought Demon, I'm guessing that your eyes should have turned scarlet during the Heavenly Star Vortex battle. Pei Xingye remembered very clearly that when he was fighting Sang Wui, he was born with a vision, and images of fragments of the Heavenly Star Vortex War surfaced before his eyes. At that time, he saw the back of Pei Xingye, who was wearing a red dress. At that time, he also saw a stone statue of a goddess, whose eyes blossomed with scarlet light. Pei Xingye had yet to find out the details of the Starry Vortex battle. However, the special color of scarlet seemed to run through the entire war. Kid, you mentioned the Celestial Star Vortex War again. About this war, how's your investigation going? Pei Xingye shook his head helplessly. Long Juning had said that the information related to the Heavenly Star Vortex battle and the Dragonslaying battle were all kept by her personally, and had not been placed in the Yanxia Hidden Scripture Academy. Simply put, the things Pei Xingye was able to see in this academy were mainly nothing more than the beast sentinel techniques left behind by his predecessors. And books and documents that involved state secrets or even human secrets were not here. Dryad, it will still take a long time if we want to find out about the Heavenly Star Vortex War. I have to grow up as quickly as possible in order to come into contact with more secrets and truths. For 2 consecutive days, Pei Xingye soaked in the Yanxia Hidden Scripture Courtyard. His goal was to fit all the knowledge of the entire academy into his mind. As the overriding god's hand swept through the bookshelves, his palm flashing with a purple-golden halo, Pei Xingye's soul seemed to follow the footsteps of history, following the footprints left by his predecessors and retracing the path of the all-beasts. This road was filled with bumps and thorns. The predecessors used their own blood and lives to exchange experience and lessons for the future generations. Their bones and stories, in this era, piled up a mountain of imperial beast arts. Normal people, high mountains. Pei Xingye, swimming against the current. He was all about conquering this mountain. He was all about taking the wisdom of all his predecessors and incorporating it into his own mind. 2 days passed. The weekend ended and the vacation wrapped up. Pei Xingye walked out of the Yanxia Hidden Scripture Academy, and his entire aura changed drastically. His eyes, even sharper than before. His steps, more composed than before. If one were to replace a person of the same age, even if it was the exceptionally gifted and enlightened Situ Shui, after entering the Yanxia Hidden Scripture Academy for 2 days, it would be considered good to be able to understand a book. Pei Xingye, on the other hand, after only 2 days, he had installed the entire Yanxia Tibetan Scripture Academy into his soul. Pei Xingye, who possessed the hand of the overwhelming god, naturally possessed the most powerful CPU processor in the world. Lifting a hand, data reading. With a gentle touch of the overlaying hand, the data is read. The Yanxia Hidden Scripture Academy is indeed a good place, but in the future, there's no need for me to come here again. After all, for Pei Xingye, this academy no longer had anything to teach him. He had already emptied it of its knowledge. Dragon Soul Palace. As usual, Long Juning was dealing with some tricky paperwork. From the frown on her face, it was clear that the harassment and aggression of the demonic beasts towards the Yanxia border was increasing every day. Of course, it wasn't just the Yanxia Empire, the other 6 countries of the human race were also in the same situation. Jiang Mayan stepped into the Grand Hall. Lord Country Lord, this is something Pei Xingye entrusted me to return to you. The Empress raised her eyes. The Earth Hidden Order? Jiang Mayan explained. Pei Xingye said that he had already put all the books included in the Yanxia Hidden Scripture Academy into his head, so there's no need for the Earth Hidden Order. Long Juning couldn't help herself after hearing this. This brat, he can really pretend. Lord of the country, be careful with your words. As the king of a country, if Long Juning's mouth spat out the word pretending, how incongruous it would sound. Long Juning didn't care about the Earth Hidden Order, but said in a serious tone, Jiang Moyan, recently, on the side of the Green Dragon Division, they are investigating the case of the Black Prison Royal Court. According to the latest news, the power of the Black Prison Royal Court has already infiltrated the territory of our Yanxia Empire. It's necessary for you to reinforce the spell formation of the 3 sacred altar. I'm worried that something will go wrong. This was the responsibility and pressure that the king of a country carried on his shoulders. In one short sentence, she mentioned the Black Hell Royal Court and the 3 sacred altar. The former was a dark force that the Yanxia Empire and even the entire human race had to be wary of. The latter, on the other hand, was the lifeline of the Yanxia Empire's destiny. Lord, I will reinforce the spell formation of the 3 Saint Altar as soon as possible. Please rest assured. Inside the Dragon Soul Hall, the strongest duo of the Yanxia Empire of today's era, had to strongly support their weak and sickly bodies to continue to hold up a piece of the sky for the Yanxia Empire. School starts on Monday. Black Lin City, Chaos Academy. In the classroom, Pei Ingru casually patted the lecture table after finishing the third chapter and verse of the explanation of magical beasts' weaknesses. Attention, students! This Friday is the day of the second dungeon trial. In this trial, the imperial beasts contracted by all of our students must all be raised to a juvenile body third stage in order to pass. I know that the last Moonlight City trial has become a psychological shadow for you guys. But if you don't go and overcome it, you won't be able to become an excellent imperial beast master. Next, Pei Xingye sent the detailed information about the second trial to the class group in the form of a file. The Scarlet Squad quartet got together. Qin Yanlin. This trial, it's not too difficult. Huangfu Boyi. There is. Pei Xingye. He's trying to say that it's okay to have hands. Huangfu Boyi looked at Pei Xingye with grateful eyes. Pei Xingye was the person who understood him the most in the world. Situ Shui nodded. This trial is indeed very simple, and right now, the 4 imperial beasts that our Scarlet Squad has contracted have all reached the juvenile body third stage. But then again, I still hope that this time, this trial, it will be able to go a little bit smoother so that it won't be like last time when accidents popped up. The Moonlight City trial was a nightmare for every participant at the time. Pei Xingye. What are you thinking about? Situ Shui noticed Pei Xingye looking out the window in a daze. Pei Xingye collected his thoughts and smiled. Nothing. Outside the window, the setting sun dyed the clouds red, like a sea of blood. The red-pupiled teenager wondered in his heart. What does the color scarlet symbolize in the middle of the celestial star vortex war? Chapter 69, Avalanche Village Night. Friday. The second trial was about to begin. The new students of Chaos Academy took the teleportation spell and arrived directly at the Zonglong Snow Mountain in a second. This was a highland snow mountain located in the southwestern region of the Yanxia Empire, where oxygen was thin and snow drifted all year round. The location of the trial was located in the underground grotto of Zonglong Snow Mountain. Return to Snow City. The theme of the trial was naturally to exercise everyone's ability to hunt ice magic beasts through teamwork. At the entrance of returning Snow City, the freshmen of Chaos Academy entered the underground passage one after another according to their respective groupings. Second Master, it's our turn. What are you gawking at? Among the foursome of Scarlet Squad, Pei Xingye was the only member who seemed absent-minded. His gaze, crossing over the Zonglong Snow Mountain, looked towards a mountain peak at a higher elevation. The topography of the southwestern part of the Yanxia Empire was known as the 100,000 Great Mountains. Here, the mountains were stacked on top of each other, and each peak was so majestic and magnificent. However, among the mountains, there was a towering and steep peak that looked like a godly pillar in the sky, overpowering all the others and standing alone, high above the world. And this mountain peak was the site of the dragon-slaying battle. Heavenly King Mountain. Pei Xingye was an undead imperial beast master, and when he closed his eyes, the wails of thousands of dragon souls would ring in his ears. These wails poured out the anger of the living, and they wanted to take revenge, but they could do nothing about it. Old Mom, back then, did you really slay the dragon? If you really slaughtered the dragon, what was the reason? Pei Xingye didn't dare to jump to conclusions about whether Pei Chujan slayed dragons back then, but he thought that if Pei Chujan slayed dragons, there must be an unknown reason behind it. Or maybe, someone deliberately designed Pei Chujan so that Pei Chujan would bear the name of Sinner of Dragon Slaying. However, with the information Pei Xingye currently possessed, she couldn't even get a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg. Pei Xingye, if you're not feeling well, you cannot participate in this trial. Captain, I'm fine. Next, the Scarlet Squad quartet walked side by side into the underground passageway and entered the returning Snow City trial. The last Moonlight City trial was a shadow for everyone. Everyone was on tenterhooks for this trial. The sun slanted in the west, and the sun set over the snowy mountains. I didn't expect this trial to go so smoothly. Yeah. Getting an A rating with a hand in it. Scarlet Squad got another S rating. It's really strong and scary. Under the night-shrouded Zonglong Snow Mountain, the freshmen of Chaos Academy all completed their trials and gathered in full force, ready to take the teleportation spell formation and return to Chaos Academy. Situ Shui stood in the snow, the tip of her pretty nose frozen red. This trial, it really went well. Pei Xingye took over. One could even say that it went too smoothly. The two of them glanced at each other, their souls tacitly understanding each other. In this world, there were times when you had to believe in metaphysics. When you do something very smoothly, and the process goes unhindered, you will instead be distracted. It was as if the silence in the snow at the moment was the quiet before the storm. The teleportation spell is out of order. Students, urgent notice. There are some minor problems with the transmission spell formation. I just got in touch with the dean, and it will take a few hours for the array master to repair the spell formation. After the tutors in charge of leading the trial finished saying this, they welcomed the screaming complaints and spitting from the students. The teleportation spell formation is broken? The probability of the teleportation spell array going wrong is obviously very low. Our luck is too backward. It seems that it's not good for this trial to go too smoothly. There are blessings and then there are curses. Blessings and curses go hand in hand. The problem is, the temperature at night in the snowy mountain area will be as low as 50 degrees Celsius. What do we do now? The mentors responsible for leading the team also had a headache and gathered together to study the map. Just then, Situ Shui stepped forward. According to the map, at the eastern foothills of the Tsanglong Snow Mountain, there is a village where ethnic minorities gather, Avalanche Village. Avalanche Village is very large. We should have no problem going to borrow a room for a few hours. Situ Shui's proposal was recognized by several instructors. Class, the spell repair will take some time. If your body can't take it, team up and go to Avalanche Village to borrow a room. But everyone should remember not to cause a bad influence on the local villagers. 1 hour later, Avalanche Village. This village was situated at a mountain pass, serene and peaceful, with cozy lights flickering amidst the snow-covered mountains. The Scarlet Squad chose a house near the entrance of the village to borrow a room. The owner of the house was an old granny living alone, hunched over, kind and mute. Thank you, Grandma, for taking us in. We won't disturb you for too long, probably a few hours. Situ Shui was very polite, and from her storage ring, she took out some valuable tonic and presented it to her. After entering the house, the Scarlet Squad quartet was stunned. It turned out that the people who stayed overnight in the house were other Imperial Beast Masters. The one who was drinking ginger tea was a melon-faced girl, and judging from the segment badge she wore on her chest, she was a third-ranked Royal Beastmaster. Qin Yinlin's eyes were glowing. Beauty, you look familiar. Haven't we met somewhere before? Pei Xingye rolled her eyes and reminded. She's our second-year senior sister, Lin Wanner. Qin Yinlin looked embarrassed and could only scratch his head and smiled sarcastically. So it's senior sister Lin. Disrespectful. Lin Wanner, a second-year student of Chaos Academy. Her segmentation reached the 3rd rank. Beside Lin Wanner, there were a few fellow travelers, and to the Scarlet Squad, these people were their senior siblings. Senior Pei, I didn't expect us to meet here by chance. Senior Sister Lin, if I'm not mistaken, you guys are here to capture the ice-type wild Imperial beasts, right? Lin Wanner nodded with a smile. It was getting late, and the Chaos Academy's teleportation spell formation was broken. So Lin Wanner and her group, too, thought of coming to Avalanche Village to borrow a room and rest. Everyone was a student of the Chaos Academy, just different grades, and when they got together, there was never a lack of topics to chat about. Just as everyone was talking and laughing, the old grandmother of the house owner took a hobbling step and served everyone freshly baked sweet potatoes. Baked sweet potatoes. It smells too good, doesn't it? Thanks, Grandma. Usually when I'm at the college, I always dislike the cafeteria's food for being difficult to eat, but now a baked sweet potato can make me drift away. This night, everyone spent it with the mute grandmother. They ate fragrant baked sweet potatoes and drank warming ginger tea. Although this grandmother could not speak, his concern for the children was shown in his actions. Although she was old and dim-eyed, she knew that these young children were the future of the Yanxia Empire. However, such a cozy scene was completely broken with a cold knock on the door. Who's knocking on the door? It should be other students. I'll go open the door. Chapter 70, The Scarlet Eye. Awakening. See, the person who went to open the door was Lin Wanner. After opening the door to her room, the wind and snow outside the window was like a whip in the hands of her stepmother, swooshing. Outside the door, there stood a thin young girl who was freezing and shivering. On her body, she was wearing a Taotai Academy's Imperial Beast robe. You are... I'm a first-year student of Taotai Academy, Li Qingqing. A flash of doubt flashed under Lin Wanner's eyes. The second trial for Taotai Academy freshmen isn't in this neighborhood. I got separated from the large group and lost my way. Achoo, Li Qingqing explained while sneezing, her slender figure staggering, looking like she would faint at any moment. Lin Wan-er no longer hesitated and brought Li Qingqing into the room. After entering the room, Li Qingqing's taut nerves seemed to relax, and she directly fainted on the floor. Although Li Qingqing came from the Taotai Academy, we were all Imperial Beast Masters, and when we went out, we had to help each other when we encountered difficulties. The mute grandmother cooked a bowl of steaming ginger tea and personally fed it to the unconscious Li Qingqing with a spoon. Seeing this, Qin Yanlin couldn't help but mutter carefully, "Even if we are lost, it shouldn't be such a coincidence. Hoo hoo hoo." The wind and snow outside the window became even bigger. Everyone's attention was not on the unconscious Li Qingqing, but rather, they were always thinking about when the teleportation spell formation could be repaired. Situ Shue's gaze, on the other hand, fell on Pei Xingye's body. She realized that Pei Xingye's red pupils were staring at the unconscious Li Qingqing. Situ Shue reacted quickly and lowered her voice to ask, "This girl, is there something wrong with her?" Pei Xingye, "Open." "Open what?" The always calm Situ Shue was also startled by Pei Xingye's reaction. "What opened?" "The gate of the underworld." Rumble. The sudden explosion broke the stillness and tranquility of Avalanche Village. The already fragile houses collapsed and shattered, turning into a burning ruin. Everyone climbed up from the ruins, their figures in a sorry state and their expressions confused. How could this happen? She's not a Taotai Academy student at all. She is a pseudo-human lineage magical beast. Houses were in ruins, drenched in a sea of pale, undead fire. The gate of the underworld opened in frame 0. The black phoenix spread its wings and cried out as a shot of undead fireball struck Li Qingqing squarely in the chest. However, Li Qingqing's body changed. The clothes and skin on her back tore at the same time. A pair of bloody fleshy wings grew out, and the tip of her nose turned into a sharp shape like a poisonous hook. Situ Shue snapped out of her trance. A metamorphosis body-level pseudo-human lineage magical beast. The blood demon Sphinx Eagle. Among the imperial beasts, the giant lineage imperial beasts possessed physiological structures and habits of thought that were extremely similar to those of humans. And amongst the magical beasts, the pseudo-human lineage magical beasts possessed the ability to mimic 100% of the human form. When a pseudo-human beast mimicked a human, the naked eye would not be able to see anything at all. Their behavior, thinking, and logic, including the changes in their demeanor, were all exactly the same as humans. This heaven-defying mimicry ability doomed them to be able to cause immense trouble to humans that they could not defend against. From the moment Li Qingqing entered the door, people might be skeptical, but they must not be able to see that she was a pseudo-human magical beast. This was because there was not a single fluctuation of magical qi on her body in her pseudo-human form. However, amongst the crowd, there was one person that directly saw through Li Qingqing's true form. That was Pei Xingye, who was born with red pupils. This was the first time that the scarlet eyes inherited from Pei Xingye had displayed an unusual power. In Pei Xingye's mind, a system beep sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Scarlet Eye has successfully awakened. Scarlet Eyes can see through all false illusions, immune to illusion attacks. The interpretation of these eyes was only a short sentence, but the information contained within was extremely explosive. In this era of universal imperial beasts, regardless of whether it was an imperial beast or a magical beast, a beast that was able to master illusion arts usually possessed the strength to crush beasts of the same segment. Because of the effect of illusion magic in battle, it could be called heaven-defying. Illusions that could always fool the eyes of the opponent. And after Pei Xingye's Scarlet Eye awakened, it directly ignored any illusion-type attacks and defenses. At this very moment, broken ruins, the sea of undead fire, the drifting snow of the late night. Underneath this bleak and gloomy backdrop, Pei Xingye urged his soul power, gritted his teeth, and was alone, facing the metamorphosis body-level blood demon Sphinx Eagle head-on. If Pei Xingye hadn't stepped out in time, this pseudo-human lineage imperial beast, once it made a sneak attack first, everyone in the room would have suffered. Pei Xingye had saved everyone's lives. But Pei Xingye was a human, not a god. He was only a first-rank imperial beast master. He couldn't do everything, he couldn't save everyone. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The hot blood, the moment it landed in the snow, Herculaneum shrouded a layer of frost, just like a few roses frozen in ice. "Granny!" Lin Wanner cried out in grief, her eyes bloodshot. The mute grandmother who had kindly taken everyone in was penetrated through her chest by an eagle claw entwined with demonic chi, and her blood surged like a fountain. This scene was simply unbearable for the young imperial beast masters. After all, just a few minutes ago, this kind and amiable mute grandmother had thoughtfully prepared hot roasted sweet potatoes and cold repelling ginger tea for everyone. However, at this moment, this kind old granny had died tragically at the hands of a magical beast right under everyone's noses. The innate mission of a beast master was to kill magical beasts. So how ironic was this scene? Each and every one of the young imperial beast masters felt their faces burning hot and raw with shame and grief. Damn it! Still a little slow. Pei Xingye was also blaming himself. If the opening speed of the gate of the underworld had been a bit faster, it might have been possible to avoid the old granny's death. In fact, Pei Xingye had already done very well. If he hadn't been the first to see through the true face of this pseudo-human lineage demonic beast, all of his classmates, including the older siblings, would be cold corpses right now. The blood demon human-faced eagle, which had exposed its true body, still retained half of its human features. On its innocent face, a cruel and bloodthirsty sardonic smile flowed out, and it was using its evil bestiality to defile the human skin. Brat, how did you, a first-ranked imperial beast master, see through my true body? It seems that your red pupils, which are as beautiful as rubies, are an absolute treasure. In that case, I will gouge out your eyes and swallow them. The blood demon sphinx eagle stared at Pei Xingye's scarlet eyes, not realizing what a terrible price it would have to pay for its desires. Situ Shui bellowed aloud. It's a metamorphosis body-level magical beast. We must all join forces to fight in order to have a slight chance of victory. Metamorphosis body, above complete body. As the name suggests, this rank symbolized a metamorphic evolution of the bloodline genes. If the gap between a mature body and a complete body was roughly 3 to 5 times, then the difference between a complete body and a metamorphosis body was 10 times or more. Perhaps this was fate, and it was a good thing that Lin Wanner and the others, who were second-year students at the Chaos Academy, had reached the third stage of their segments. Together with the Scarlet Squad that Pei Xingye was in, everyone would have a chance to kill this blood demon sphinx eagle as long as they teamed up and collaborated with the roundup. But would the roundup really go so smoothly? The terror of the pseudo-human lineage magical beasts is destined to give the young kids a good lesson in this late night of blood and snow. Chapter 71 Avalanche Village War God. Pei Xingye. In this world, no one knew who would come first, tomorrow or the accident. The young imperial beastmasters, after a brief moment of panic, forced each to calm down, opened their imperial seals, and summoned their respective imperial beasts. The blood demon sphinx eagle, although it possessed a metamorphosis body level that crushed all the imperial beasts in the field, it did not have a partner. As long as the students of the Chaos Academy utilized their strong cohesion and played perfect teamwork, they would be able to finish off this pseudo-human lineage demonic beast. Damn demonic beast! Take your life! Among the crowd, the first person to attack was Lin Wanner, who had tears in her eyes. She was a second-year student of Chaos Academy with a segmentation level of the 3rd rank, and was also the captain of the Prime Squad. The moment she opened the Imperial Seal, she summoned a peacock of handsome size. On the peacock's body, golden flames flowed, and the moment it let out its chirping cry, it spread its wings and opened its screen, and the oppressive feeling of the mythological bloodline swept across the battlefield. Flaming Night Peacock, complete body 3rd stage, mythic bloodline. The data panel of this imperial beast alone was near perfect. The Chaos Academy's lead tutors had all stayed near the teleportation spell formation, waiting for it to be repaired so that they could keep the students informed. So at this moment, in the Avalanche Village, Lin Wanner was the strongest imperial beast master. The Flaming Night Peacock flapped its open-screen tail, storing its signature skill, Peacock Plume, towards the back of the blood demon sphinx eagle. One must know that the Flame Night Peacock was a full-bodied 3rd stage imperial beast, only one step away from breaking through the metamorphosis body. Moreover, in the classification of the bird lineage, the peacock lineage of the mythological bloodline was enough to defeat the magical beasts of the eagle and vulture lineage. In other words, among the many young imperial beastmasters, Lin Wanner formed the greatest threat to the blood demon sphinx eagle. However, the moment Lin Wanner had stored up her soul power and was ready to avenge the tragic death of her mute grandmother, she suddenly deflated, the determination in her eyes turning into panic. Granny, you! At this moment, the tragically dead mute grandmother, A pair of bloodied flesh wings grew out from her back, and her hideous face displayed a pair of venom-splattered fangs, blocking the flaming night peacock's attack route. This was the terror of a pseudo-human lineage magical beast. Pei Xingye's red pupils swept over the mute grandmother. She's already been parasitized by a demonic parasite and turned into a demonic human puppet, pseudo-human lineage magical beasts, with their own infectious virus in their bodies. This virus, which would be in the form of an insect egg, would be hidden in every attack of the pseudo-human lineage demonic beast. The insect eggs were called demonic compulsion insects, and once they were implanted into the human body, they would take over the human brain, turning the human into a battle puppet that would be manipulated and driven by the pseudo-human lineage demonic beasts. At this moment, the blood demon human-faced hawk revealed an evil caricatured smile and spoke in a mocking tone. The greatest weakness of humans is their emotions. Low-level creatures like you don't deserve to live in this world at all. You all have to die. Situ Shui reacted quickly, summoning the shadow demon spider and releasing the spear of shadow, stabbing suddenly towards the shadow of the mute grandmother. Lin Wanner made an irrational move. She harnessed the flaming night peacock and blocked the shadow demon spider's attack. Situ Shui said in a deep voice, "Senior Sister Lin, calm down. She's no longer an old granny who has favored us. She's a demon puppet." "I know that. But it's all my fault that the old granny would turn into a demon puppet. I'm the one who opened the door to this blood demon sphinx eagle. That's why the old granny is. It's all my fault." No matter how excellent Lin Wanner had achieved in her past examinations and trials. But at this moment, she was unable to strike out at the old granny because of her guilt towards her. But the characteristic of a demon puppet was devoid of humanity and reason. "It's all my fault. Blame it all on me. It's all my fault."
"I'm sorry, Granny."
The mute grandmother flapped her wings and flew towards Lin Wanner, attacking her with a mouth full of venomous spray. Lin Wanner, with a hesitant and entangled face, harnessed her imperial beast and just retreated in defense, hesitating to fight back. The situation fell into passivity. Snap. Right at this moment, Lin Wanner suddenly lost consciousness and collapsed into the snow, falling into a coma. Pei Xingye. Situ Shui looked at the red-pupiled teenager with murderous intent in his eyes with unexpected eyes and froze in place. Huangfu Boyi was also stunned. "Second master, you? A second ago." Pei Xingye directly sneaked up on Lin Wanner's back, and towards the back of Lin Wanner's neck, he landed a vicious palm slash, knocking her out. On top of the battlefield, a schoolboy with 6 relatives, knocking out a schoolmate? This scene shocked the entire audience. In the stern snowy night, Pei Xingye's face didn't have a single fluctuation of expression. His voice was low and thick. Lin Wanner's state of mind is no longer able to fight. She'll only drag her feet and cause the situation to go against the wind. Qin Yanlin took pity on the flower. "Second master, but she is our school sister. What's wrong with school sister?" "Against the wind first dry holy mother." The Battle of Avalanche Village. This is Pei Xingye's first battle to seal the gods. A sentence of "against the wind first holy mother" doomed this red pupil teenager to embark on an evil path to heaven. That palm strike that knocked out Lin Wanner was crisp and clean. Under people's habitual visualization, Pei Xingye was like an evil villain. But what he did was like the light of the righteous path, dispelling the darkness of the snowy night. This is evil's hair is righteous. Plop. Blood splattered and heads fell to the ground. The mute grandmother's body and head were separated, completely dead. The black phoenix's falling phoenix slash killed the grandmother who had turned into a demonic puppet without hesitation. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The snowflakes stopped in the air, and everyone's eyes were focused on Pei Xingye's body. Everyone knew that demonic puppets were no longer considered human, devoid of any humanity or sanity to speak of. But after all, the mute grandmother still retained her human skin, and this kind face, not long ago, had a smile on her face, and with warmth and kindness, she gave everyone baked sweet potatoes and hot ginger tea. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Wanner. Other Imperial Beast Masters couldn't lay their hands on them either. But Pei Xingye chose to start with 0 frames. Is this red-pupiled teenager really cold and heartless? If we hesitate, the demonic compound insect virus will only spread wildly, eventually leading to the destruction of our entire army. So, from now on, I'll whoever is a holy mother. Pei Xingye's words awakened all the Imperial Beastmasters. Situ Shui took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Kill! The young Imperial Beastmasters were inspired, and together, they pushed their soul power to surround the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle. It wasn't true that Lin Waner was the strongest Imperial Beastmaster on the battlefield. However, after Pei Xingye knocked her out, the situation instead turned from a headwind to a tailwind. Phoenix! The Black Phoenix sensed the will of the Imperial Master and soared into the sky, transforming into a Nirvana Fire Lotus. Nirvana Fire Lotus. Open! The Black Phoenix of the ancient mythical bloodline possessed both Nirvana Fire and Undead Fire, ignoring enemy shields and defenses and dealing 100% true damage. Ouch! The Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle revealed a pained expression as the fleshy wings on its back burned to a crisp. The Black Phoenix of the juvenile body segment was also able to pose a certain threat to this metamorphosis body fiendish beast. A mere first-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Since this is the case, let you all feel true despair. Chapter 72. Press its blood bar to 10%. I can second it. A metamorphosis body-level magical beast was far more powerful than Pei Xingye had imagined. Furthermore, it was a pseudo-human lineage magical beast. Facing the siege of many beastmasters, the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle spread its wings and flew high, its body covered in demonic aura, overriding the sky above Avalanche Village. Underneath the human skin was the heart of a bloodthirsty beast. It displayed a hideous evil smile, and its sharp eagle claws slashed through its own chest. Clatter! In a flash, the dirty and fishy stinking blood of the magical beast spurted out crazily, coloring the sky into a blinding blood red. Red snow. Not good. This magical beast took its own viral blood and mixed it in this heavy snow. Everyone be careful. Don't get caught by the demonic compound. Defense formation, quick! The crimson blizzard enveloped the Avalanche Village, which had fallen into chaos, and the entire world seemed to have fallen into hell on earth. The moment every blood-colored snowflake hit the ground, it would turn into a demonic compulsion insect that moved with agility. Like centipedes, the demonic compulsion insects twisted their slender bodies and charged towards the villagers' 7 orifices at tricky angles and in a pervasive manner. So many worms. Don't drill into my nostrils, it hurts. My crotch. Help. Ah. Pseudo-human magical beasts with higher intelligence. The Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle made good use of the blizzard environment, causing the demon compound virus to spread wildly, thus creating more demon puppets for its own manipulation. In just 5 minutes, the Avalanche Village staged a movie of Siege of the Zombies. The Imperial Beast Masters, riding their respective Imperial Beasts, could still resist the attack of the demonic compound insects. But the unarmed villagers can only withstand the pain of the demonic parasites, and under the torment, they are reduced to a corpse like demonic puppets. In the darkness, a set of demon puppets spread out their wings and were manipulated by the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle, launching attacks towards the young Beastmasters. Uncle, calm down. Uncle has already turned into a demon puppet. Let's join forces and kill him. No way. I can't do it. Just now, Uncle even bought us a drink to warm up. Uncle, wake up. Miso. The phoenix's roar cut through the night sky, and a demonic human puppet's head was separated under the decapitation of the falling phoenix chop, losing its life. Pei Xingye, you villagers have benefited us. Yet you, the red pupil flashed. You guys see clearly. These people who are infested with demonic parasites are no longer villagers. They are demonic human puppets. Pei Xingye, do you still have a conscience? Even if the villagers have turned into demon man puppets, there might be a way to awaken their humanity. Pei Xingye's body stirred with a ferocious undead aura as she angrily glared at the few holy bimbos behind her. Listen to me clearly. In this world, there isn't any divine medicine that can take a demon man puppet and restore a human heart. One day as a demon man puppet, one life as a demon man puppet. Pei Xingye's tone was heavy, because this war could not afford any mistakes. When he was at the Yanxia Hidden Scripture Academy, he had incorporated all the books on pseudo-human lineage demonic beasts into his mind. The technique for dealing with pseudo-human lineage magical beasts was one word: ruthless. If one was not ruthless enough, the situation would go against the wind and end up in tragedy. On the contrary, only by being ruthless enough could casualties be kept to a minimum. Kill all the demonic human puppets as soon as possible to block the spread and propagation of the demonic compound insect virus in order to save more villagers. Now, which one of you still wants to be a holy mother? The killing intent emanating from Pei Xingye's body pushed right into the souls of several Madonna whores. Since you don't want to be a holy mother, then kill all the demonic puppets. Pei Xingye, a first-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, had become the spiritual leader of the Avalanche Village battlefield at this moment. Even the senior sisters subconsciously listened to his tactical arrangements and followed close behind. The blood demon Sphinx Eagle hovered high in the sky, staring at Pei Xingye's back with vicious eyes. This kid, clearly only a first-order Imperial Beastmaster, is so calm and decisive in his killings. At this rate, the situation is not favorable for me. He must be killed. As long as Pei Xingye was around, the blood demon Sphinx Eagle would feel a huge threat. It flapped its wings and made a dive, releasing a rain of venom-hardened feather arrows towards Pei Xingye's back. This was an attack from a metamorphosis demonic beast with ferocious firepower. At the critical moment, a few third-rank Imperial Beastmasters appeared by Pei Xingye's side. Senior Pei, we're here to help you. Senior sister, thank you. One of the seniors revealed a pessimistic expression and analyzed. Putting aside the demonic compound bug virus for the moment, the blood demon Sphinx Eagle's ability to regain blood is too strong. As our soul power continues to be depleted, it continues to recover its blood, and if we continue to fight, we're going to be at a disadvantage. Pei Xingye clenched his fists and whispered, as long as you guys have a way to depress its blood level to 10%, I'll be able to second it. The seniors looked at each other in dismay, then remembered that Pei Xingye's talent was undead decimation. So for this battle, if they wanted to win, they had to press the blood demon Sphinx Eagle's blood level down to 10%, thus triggering Pei Xingye's decimation line. Everyone, let's go together and try our best to depress the blood demon Sphinx Eagle's blood level, providing school brother Pei with the opportunity to unleash undead beheading. Well, together. Oops, this blood demon Sphinx Eagle has formed a flesh and blood shield with demon puppets. Looking at the villagers who had turned into demon man puppets, everyone's hearts would more or less fluctuate. After all, hearts were made of flesh, and these villagers were once so simple and kind. Pei Xingye threw down her voice. Elder siblings, hesitation will lead to defeat. Entanglement only deserves to be given in vain. The choice is in your hands. Senior sisters, kill! Several third-order Imperial Beastmasters learned from their mistakes and no longer hesitated, pushing all their soul power, harnessing their respective Imperial Beasts, and launching a wave of frantic attacks towards the blood demon Sphinx Eagle. Seeing a set of demon puppets fall to the ground and die, a flash of panic flashed across the blood demon human-faced eagle's face. Scarlet eyes accurately captured this fleeting flash of panic. Miso, 0 frames triple falling phoenix chop, hit the back of the blood demon Sphinx Eagle with a steady sneak attack. The cross-shaped wound opened up the skin and flesh. The wound could not be healed for a long time, and the charred black flesh burned with the fire of the living undead. The attacks struck by the Black Phoenix all possessed true damage. The high shield of the metamorphosis body level was nothing in front of Pei Xingye. If it wasn't for the thick blood bar providing the blood demon Sphinx Eagle with margin for error, Pei Xingye would have sneaked in a few more times and it would have gone to hell. There is a saying that the strength of the seniors and juniors does not contain water. Everyone together surrounded, playing perfect coordination. Blood demon Sphinx Eagle belly to belly. Blood continued to go down. Maybe some people would say that if Pei Xingye didn't knock out Lin Wanner, with Lin Wanner's strength, she would be able to accelerate the consumption of the blood demon Sphinx Eagle's blood bar. But the truth of the matter was that if Lin Wanner hadn't been knocked out by Pei Xingye, her holy mother state of mind would have only backfired on the battlefield. This battle lasted for a whole hour. In the blood-red snowy night, every Imperial Beastmaster was pouring out everything they had, burning their entire soul power. Under Pei Xingye's leadership, this group of youthful and tender youngsters had minimized the casualties of this crisis. But to completely end this battle, the blood demon Sphinx Eagle had to be beheaded. Senior Pei, we're about to run out of soul power. Damn it! This eagle's ability to regain blood is too strong. My Imperial Beast stamina is overdrawn. Everyone, don't give up. Continue to surround it and continue to deplete its blood. Pei Xingye's overwhelming god's hand grabbed an eagle feather flying in the air. Data readout. Name of magical beast. Blood demon Sphinx Eagle. Current blood level, 13%. Every Imperial Beastmaster tried their best, but the blood demon Sphinx Eagle's remaining blood bar had yet to touch Pei Xingye's decapitation line. Chapter 73 3 seconds east of the river. 3 seconds west of the river. Late-night blizzard that filled the sky. The dense demonic aura that ravaged the earth. The ominous demonic compound insects were like a grand plague of locusts, infesting the fragile and vulnerable Avalanche village. The young Imperial Beastmasters from the Chaos Academy gathered together and set up an airtight defense formation to kill all the demon puppets, guard the remaining villagers, and cut off the transmission path of the demon compound insect virus. In fact, this group of young people, led by Pei Xingye, were able to reduce the casualties to this level, which was already good. Even if they couldn't kill the Metamorphosis-level Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle, as long as they held it back until the Chaos Academy's tutors arrived to support them, this crisis would be completely resolved. However, at this moment, Pei Xingye's scarlet eyes had already aroused an unquenchable killing intent towards the Blood Demon Sphinx. After the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle was locked in Pei Xingye's line of sight, it felt discomfort all over its body and revealed a disgusted and hideous expression. It frantically vibrated a pair of bloody fleshy wings with terrifying ripples of demonic chi that shook several third-ranked Imperial Beastmasters away while forcing back the Imperial beasts that surrounded it. What a strong demonic chi ripples! At the end of the day, this guy is a Metamorphosis body-level magical beast, and it's a Metamorphosis body second stage. Oops, I'm running out of soul power. My Imperial beast. Its physical energy is overdrawn. At the critical moment, everyone's soul power was exhausted. Their respective Imperial beasts collapsed to the ground due to their physical energy deficit, and they were panting, having no strength. It wasn't hard to see that these senior siblings of Pei Xingye had tried their best. They displayed the strength that a third-ranked Imperial Beastmaster should have, and even played a tacit cooperation that far exceeded their usual, each of them having their own extraordinary performance. Only, this time, the opponent was too strong. The reason why a Metamorphosis body was called a Metamorphosis body was that on the basis of the complete body, all the data mutated and evolved, and the comprehensive strength doubled by more than 10 times. The fierce battle that the crowd fought with their last ounce of soul power could only manage to consume the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle, and they were simply unable to kill it. 13%, 14%, 15%. Pei Xingye's red pupils reflected the changes in the data. Under the combined siege of the crowd, it was easy to press the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle's blood level down to 13%. At this moment, because everyone's entire soul power was depleted and they were unable to sustain their output, the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle began to display its Metamorphosis body-level blood recovery ability. The physiological construction of a magical beast had a natural advantage. The thick defensive shield, coupled with the terrifying recovery ability, made it possible for them to always escape with silk blood. Senior Pei, we're running out of soul power. Don't be impulsive. Don't face off against the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle head-on. As long as we stall and wait until the tutors arrive, we'll win. Pei Xingye couldn't afford to wait. His killing intent was like a monstrous wave, overturning the snowflakes on the earth. Phoenix, let's go. Pei Xingye urged his soul power and harnessed the Black Phoenix, charging towards the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle in a tactless manner. Senior Pei, don't mess around. There's too much of a gap in the Imperial Beast's level, and you'll be killed in a single move. School Brother Pei, stop. In the eyes of the senior sisters, Pei Xingye's strategic choice was tantamount to sending him to his death. Black Phoenix, ancient mythological bloodline. Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle, legendary bloodline. In terms of bloodline, the Black Phoenix naturally crushed the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle. However, the bloodline advantage was meaningless in front of the absolute level gap. One is a juvenile body, one is a Metamorphosis body. In terms of attack value alone, even if the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle gave up its defense, the Black Phoenix might not be able to deal enough damage with an all-out strike. And if the Black Phoenix was hit by the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle's skill, the blood bar would instantly empty. At this moment, everyone looked at Pei Xingye's charging back with desperate eyes. The thoughts in everyone's hearts were exactly the same. It's over. It's completely over. School Brother Pei was too impulsive. Black Phoenix, it'll be killed in one move. The Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle struck swiftly, the eagle feathers on its body falling off crazily and transforming into a blood-colored demonic claw. Whoosh! In an instant, time seemed to freeze on this. The Black Phoenix's body, brutally penetrated by the blood-colored demonic claw, let out a painful wail. Blood Demon Soul Hooking Claw. This was the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle's skill with the highest attack power, and with its absolute level crushing, it suppressed the Black Phoenix in a single move. Qin Yenlin froze in place, Black Phoenix. Huangfu Boyi's face was lifeless under his mask. Second Master's Imperial Beast. The Blood Demon Soul Hooking Claw. Not a physical attack, but a direct attack on the Black Phoenix's soul. This claw instantly emptied the Black Phoenix's blood bar, and its vitality instantly collapsed. The Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle's face was overflowing with an evil, sinister smile. Brat, no matter how different you are, you're still just a first-rank Imperial Beast Master. With a juvenile-bodied phoenix, you also want to kill me? Perhaps, with your talent, given enough time to grow, you'll become a very powerful high-ranked Imperial Beast Master. The Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle thought that it had already taken Pei Xingye down, so its tone was extremely arrogant. Don't you humans have a saying? What's it called? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Brat, I won't give you 30 years of development time. The eagle claws of the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle crossed over the corpse of the Black Phoenix, and were close to Pei Xingye's scarlet eyes. Situ Shui. This time, Pei Xingye called Situ Shui by her first name instead of Captain. Swoosh. Countless spider silks bound the torso of the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle. Situ Shui shouted in a deep voice, "Cocooning! Petrify!" At the critical moment, Situ Shui struck a precise and effective double control at the cost of emptying all her soul power. With this level of control, you want to trap me? The Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle had a disdainful face. Situ Shui angrily shouted, "There is no need to trap you for too long. 3 seconds is enough." After 3 seconds passed, the control effect was lifted. At the same time, behind the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle, the undead fire that illuminated the entire Avalanche Village was lit up. This is Phoenix Nirvana. It's more than that. Evolved. The Black Phoenix has promoted to a mature body. The pupils of the scarlet eyes reflected an undead phoenix with a huge body and a beautifully flamboyant posture. The black bones were bare, releasing beams of undead fire. The phoenix crown shone, emitting the fury of Nirvana. An eerie undead aura filled the room, and chains from hell burned red and wrapped around the phoenix's body. Data panel update. Name of Imperial Beast, Black Fury Phoenix Undead Form. Level, Mature 1 stage. Bloodline, Ancient Mythological Bloodline. Attribute, Undead plus Fire. Talent 1. Power of Nirvana immune to all life-based curses. Breaks out of its shell and is reborn within 3 seconds after death, gaining 50% of its blood volume while adding a 3x defense shield for 10 seconds. Talent 2. Undead Fire ignores enemy defense shield. Inflicts real burning damage to enemy body. Talent 3. Undead Underbody immunity to all physical-based attacks. Added. Talent 4. Immortal Fury triggers 100% bludgeoning effect when rage is raised. Rage layers stack up to 9, triggering 9x bludgeoning. Skill 1. Phoenix Spit, storing up energy to spit out undead fireballs, inflicting high damage of burning plus explosion plus penetration on enemies in its path. Skill 2. Falling Phoenix Chop, Phoenix Wings Cross, releasing a cross-shaped chop. Skill 3. Bearing Phoenix Sound emits a powerful sound wave, shocking the enemy with a roar, manifesting bloodline suppression, and inflicting negative statuses such as fear, stun, and weakness on the enemy. Cross-stage. Skill 4. Nirvana Fire Lotus transforms himself into a fire lotus, releases the power of Nirvana, strikes the enemy and blooms into an explosion. The crowd of seniors and siblings were dumbstruck. They couldn't see the data panel of the Black Fury Phoenix, but they could see that this phoenix had completed a breakthrough in Nirvana Rebirth. Nirvana power immune to all life-based curses, breaks out of its shell and is reborn within 3 seconds of death, gaining 50% of its blood volume while adding a 3x defense shield for 10 seconds. Everything was within Pei Xingye's plan. The death of the Black Phoenix was to trigger Nirvana Rebirth, using the fury of Nirvana Rebirth to stimulate the juvenile body Black Phoenix to directly break through the bottleneck and promote the mature body Black Rage Phoenix. 3 seconds. Situ Shui fought for Pei Xingye for 3 seconds. Next, it was Pei Xingye who reversed the big picture. 3 seconds east of the river, 3 seconds west of the river. Nirvana Fire Lotus. Open. Immortal Bird's Wrath. Triggered, and the 9 layers of fury were instantly pulled full. For the Black Fury Phoenix, the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle in front of it had already killed it once, and with the accumulated anger from the deadly feud, it naturally instantly pulled up the 9 layers of rage, triggering a 100% 9-fold bludgeoning effect. At the same time, Under Pei Xingye's control, the Black Rage Phoenix transformed into a Scarlet Fire Lotus, igniting the entire scene. Nirvana Fire Lotus Cross Stage Skill. Plus, Immortal Bird's Fury 9 Layers of Fury. At this moment, the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle, whose blood quantity was only 15%, smelled the scent of death coming, and its eyes were filled with panic. No, don't. If time stopped at this moment, you would see, above the snowy battlefield, the imperial beasts of the older siblings have already fallen to the ground in exhaustion. Only the Black Fury Phoenix that has returned from Nirvana and rebirth is still burning. 9 out of 10 imperial beasts have fallen, leaving me with an immortal bird. Why is the phoenix called an undead bird? At this moment, the undead imperial beast master Pei Xingye used his magnificent and adventurous imperial beast technique to explain the concept of immortal bird to the fullest. After this battle, there were always people asking, what's the difference between a genius and Pei Xingye? Answer: genius, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Pei Xingye, 3 seconds east of the river, 3 seconds west of the river. Chapter 74, Night of the War God. Green Dragon Division. The undead bird of the new era, in the grand sea of undead fire, transformed into a scarlet fire lotus that blossomed in the depths of the dark snowy night. The Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle was not expected, and it was too late to dodge at such a close distance. The sound wave of the Nirvana Fire Lotus explosion was so devastating that it almost tore out the eardrums of everyone present. Every breakthrough evolution of the ancient mythical bloodline would cause the already exceedingly high values to increase wildly. The cumulative 9-fold bludgeoning effect of Immortal Bird's Wrath caused this Nirvana Fire Lotus to deal high damage on the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle's body. In the midst of the flames, the wail of grief from the magical beast was heard. At the same time, in the center of the sea of flames, a deathly shadow with a magnificent posture, yet exuding a bizarre aura, appeared. It came from the underworld of hell. It was clad in a tattered black robe. Its scarlet gaze burst with killing intent. It stood behind the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle, wielding the scythe of death with one hand. This meant that the Nirvana Flame Lotus, which was enchanted with the Immortal Bird's Wrath, instantly suppressed the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle's blood level to less than 10%, thus triggering Pei Xingye's talent, Undead Decimation. Every moment this talent was displayed, it caused the crowd of onlookers to feel deeply shocked and marvelous. This terror lay in 4 big words: all beings are equal. Not to mention this metamorphosed Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle, even if it was a heavenly king body or even an emperor body magical beast, as long as its blood level was below 10%, when it came across Pei Xingye, it would be locked by the undead beheading and be killed in the Yellow Springs. Miso, the scythe of the god of death, slicing through the flaming heart of the Nirvana Flame Lotus, reaped the life of the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle in a crisp and clean manner. Everything happened in an instant, when the afterglow of the Fire Lotus dissipated, when the Reaper's shadow faded, among the ruins of the battlefield, only the Blood Demon Sphinx Eagle's beast crystal remained. As for its bones, they had already been incinerated by the Nirvana Fire Lotus, leaving not a trace of ashes behind. The battle over, the Avalanche Village, which was filled with the smell of blood, returned to its previous calm. The only thing left in the air was the sound of the cold wind whistling as well as snowflakes falling. Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared blankly at the red-pupiled teenager in the center of the battlefield. Everyone's silence at this moment was a tribute to the genius monster. After a long time had passed, someone spoke. School Brother Pei decapitated a metamorphosis body magical beast. And it's still a pseudo-human lineage metamorphosis body demonic beast. Even after witnessing this with my own eyes, it still feels so unreal. Pei Xingye is simply the Avalanche Village god of war. In this era, geniuses came and went, but any genius compared to Pei Xingye would only be like the dust around a star, eclipsed and unattended. At the moment when all the soul power of the seniors and sisters was exhausted, he reversed the situation with his own strength. In terms of boldness, he stabilized the army with the phrase, "Against the wind, first the Virgin Mary." In terms of boldness, he bet on Phoenix Evolution with Phoenix Nirvana. In terms of revenge, he shouted 3 seconds east of the river, 3 seconds west of the river, in front of the strong enemy. Without a doubt, this battle is Pei Xingye's battle to become a god. The name of God of War Knight began to ring out from this moment. Cluck, 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 cluck. Pei Xingye stepped through the snow with tired steps, picking up the beast crystals on the ground. This was his trophy. Everyone. We won. Pei Xingye turned around and stared back, revealing a sunny smile. At this moment, everyone reacted to the fact that this red-pupiled teenager was only 18 years old. It was a freshman who had just enrolled this summer. But without Pei Xingye, the second-year seniors and sisters, I'm afraid that they would have met their Waterloo in this battle, and the casualties in Avalanche Village would be incalculable. After the Black Phoenix evolved into the Black Rage Phoenix, the power of Nirvana was immediately refreshed. This is a characteristic of the Phoenix bloodline. When the Phoenix triggers Nirvana rebirth at the same time, can complete a breakthrough evolution, will refresh the resurrection armor. The mature Black Rage Phoenix, compared to the juvenile Black Phoenix, in addition to the significant increase in various values, the newly added Rage value increased Pei Xingye's operation limit. Black Fury Phoenix's Fury can stack layers 4, Immortal Bird's Fury, thus triggering different multiples of the bludgeoning effect. As for Pei Xingye, as a royal beastmaster, his own anger could be converted into the Black Rage Phoenix's blood, helping the Black Rage Phoenix recover its blood bar. Simply put, this evolution made this Phoenix Imperial Beast perfect with a balanced increase in both attack and defense. Perhaps envious and jealous people would spit and say that Pei Xingye just had good opportunities. But if you weren't strong enough, you wouldn't be able to grab it even if the opportunity came. Captain, just now thanks to you helping me fight for 3 seconds. What's the point of being polite to me? Situ Shui walked over and assisted Pei Xingye's weakened body. In this battle, Pei Xingye had also overdrawn his entire self. That Nirvana fire lotus that illuminated the snowy mountains and the darkness of the night had drained all of his soul power. Chaos Academy. The Dean's office. Lord Dean. The repair of the teleportation spell formation is complete. Wang Defa had an anxious look on his face. How is Starry Night? Pei Xingye was the student Wang Defa was most concerned about. After hearing the details of the battle at Avalanche Village, Wang Defa revealed a shocked expression, then released a smile. Pei Xingye, worthy of being our Yanxia Empire's first genius. At such a young age, in the moment of facing a pseudo-human lineage magical beast, he is so calm and decisive in killing without a motherly heart. It's lucky for our Yanxia to have such a talent. According to the data analyst's review, the MVP of the Battle of Avalanche Village, Pei Xingye deserved it. Without Pei Xingye, the casualties in Avalanche Village would have gone in the direction of total village destruction. While Wang Defa was pleased, his gaze suddenly turned cold. Avalanche Village is located in a remote area. How could a pseudo-human magical beast raid there? Behind this, there must be a heavenly conspiracy. And this conspiracy is targeting our Chaos Academy's younger generation, or someone is secretly targeting Starry Night. Right at this moment, the door to the room of the dean's office slowly opened. A mysterious silhouette appeared in front of Wang Defa. On his body, he was draped in a robe made of green-colored dragon scale material, and a thick hood covered his forehead, revealing only a stern, knife-like chin. Wang Defa froze. You are. The green-clothed man lifted the dragon scale robe, revealing a jade plate on his waist. 2 words were clearly written on the jade token. Green Dragon. Green Dragon Order. Wang Defa couldn't help but exclaim in shock. His expression lost color, and his tone instantly became respectful. So it's Lord Qin of the Green Dragon Division. I don't know what Lord Qin came all the way here for? Qin Zongheng took off his hood, revealing a handsome and stalwart face, with the flickering green-colored reverse scales on his forehead area being particularly piercing. Dean Wang, according to our Green Dragon Division's investigation, your Chaos Academy has recently been targeted by the Black Prison Royal Court. What? The Black Hell Royal Court? No wonder Avalanche Village. Don't worry. According to the orders of the Lord of the Kingdom, next, our Green Dragon Division will deal with these matters and ensure the safety of every student of the Chaos Academy. Qin Zongheng, the head of the Green Dragon Division, one of the 4 imperial kings of the Yanxia Empire. On his lips, he said that he would ensure the safety of every student of the Chaos Academy. In reality, it was an authorization from Long Juning to specifically protect Pei Xingye. In this era, geniuses were the hardest hard currency. Every country, every power wished to cultivate more geniuses. But if the strongest genius isn't on their side, then destroy him. Chapter 75 Snowy Night Warmth. Prayer of the Dead. Avalanche Village. The cold night was long, silent snowflakes drifted under the starry sky, and the cold wind pierced the bones, piercing even more the hearts of the young imperial beast masters. The culprit of this tragedy, the blood demon Sphinx Eagle, had already been killed by Pei Xingye. But the villagers who had previously been infected by the demon compound insect virus and mutated into a set of demon puppets had lost their lives forever. Their remains were centrally cremated as a way to completely eliminate the demon compass bug virus and prevent the virus from spreading twice. Gazing at the burning fire, everyone reddened their eyes and fell into silence. At this moment, the young ones, are they also thinking if they were stronger would they be able to save these villagers? The weak, who had no reason or excuse, could not escape. This was the most important lesson for every young imperial beastmaster on the path of growth. Qin Yanlin, who usually always looked like a playboy, had also collected his cynicism at this moment, and his eyes were moist. The baked sweet potatoes that mute grandma gave us. I will remember it for the rest of my life. Huangfu Boyi took off his mask, his voice hoarse. As if we were stronger, it would be good. Every dead villager used to use simplicity and hospitality to receive all the royal beastmasters who borrowed the Avalanche village. In their dilapidated houses, there were no delicacies from the mountains and the sea, but there were baked sweet potatoes and hot ginger tea that they usually couldn't bring themselves to eat. Without hesitation, they willingly took out a month's worth of rations to give these children the warmth to ward off the cold. They knew that the future of the Yanxia Empire depended on these young generation geniuses. There wasn't much they could do, but they tried their best to do it. Situ Shue's mood was also low, but she quickly adjusted and looked east and west, searching for the figure of that red-pupiled teenager. Within moments, Situ Shue arrived at the highest elevation of Avalanche Village, a mountainside with thick snow. On the mountainside, it was just right to have a panoramic view of the entirety of Avalanche Village. At this moment, the Avalanche Village was like a child who had just been injured, sobbing, being lulled to sleep by Mother Earth. Pei Xingye. At this moment, Pei Xingye stood at the top of the mountainside, his body stirring with a gloomy undead aura. The thin back appeared particularly lonely under the starlight, as if it was out of place in the entire world. Against the wind, first dry holy mother. One day is a demon puppet. A lifetime is a demon puppet. These were the classic quotes that Pei Xingye spat out from his mouth during this Avalanche Village battle. In everyone's eyes, Pei Xingye was resolute and mature, without a trace of a motherly heart, leading everyone to win this difficult battle. This night, this 18-year-old boy, incarnated as the synonym of resolute and decisive. However, at this moment, Situ Shue saw a touch of sadness on this big boy's body. Captain, let me tell you a simple story. My family background, since I was young, I didn't have many friends. But I know a little beggar, he is a mute, we often play together. Pei Xingye turned around and faced Situ Shue, his voice slightly choked. I told this story to say that I can read the mute sign language. That mute grandmother who received us smiled and gestured sign language at me when she handed me a baked sweet potato. The translation is, "Young man, you look the skinniest of all of you. So this is the biggest baked sweet potato for you." The mute grandmother took out most of her inventory, and the only thing she gave was the biggest and sweetest baked sweet potato to Pei Xingye. Obviously strangers, but at first sight, Pei Xingye was favored by the other party. But the moment when the mute grandmother was infected with the demon compound insect virus and was reduced to a demon puppet, it was Pei Xingye who urged her soul power, and with a single move of the falling phoenix chop, she chopped the mute grandmother's human head to the ground. Situ Shue froze in place as she gazed in fascination at the teenager in front of her. The teenager was born with red pupils, so you couldn't tell if the blood that surfaced in his eyes was the cause of the flood of tears or not. Captain, I'm not being melodramatic about anything. I'm just saying that in these bad and dark times, death happens every moment. Only by facing all deaths openly can we become true imperial beastmasters. At this moment, it was as if Situ Shue had reacquainted herself with Pei Xingye. During those 2 days at the Yanxia Hidden Scripture Academy, Pei Xingye read through the notes and manuscripts left behind by Pei Chuzhan. Every powerful imperial beast master had their own unique path of imperial beasts. Pei Chuzhang's way of the imperial beast had only 8 words. Life and death are not important. If you don't obey, do it. For an undead royal beastmaster, one has to deal with the undead throughout their life, and every breakthrough and enhancement has to be realized between life and death, and one must have the courage to not fear death in order to grow into a top undead royal beastmaster. Pei Xingye was certainly pained by the death of his mute grandmother. But he knew that he would still witness countless deaths on the road ahead. No matter what, he wouldn't stop moving forward. Gate of the Underworld. Open. The young man's voice, low and sluggish. The grand and solemn gate of the underworld was pulled open. The night was deep, and the wind was picking up. Every villager who died in this battle, their undead spirits floated towards the gate of the underworld in the form of a shadow. Their undead spirits, emitting a flickering light, were like a flying peacock lantern. The undead sentinel possessed a special ability. Undead prayer. Include nearby dead souls in the gate of the underworld, so that they can rest in eternal peace. Pei Xingye folded his hands and faced the gate of Hades, bowing deeply. Below the gate of the underworld, the dead souls of the villagers beckoned towards him. Among the souls, the mute grandmother with a hobbling gait smiled kindly at Pei Xingye. It struggled to gesture sign language. Young man, you're too thin. You must eat more in general. Situ Shui glanced sideways. She couldn't see the mute grandmother's dead soul, but she could see that Pei Xingye was gesturing back in the direction of the gate of the underworld. Grandma, I will. The mute grandmother's smile grew even wider, and the creases on her face gradually flattened out. So she turned around and followed the dead souls of the other villagers, disappearing behind the gate of the underworld. At this point, the dead villagers, their dead souls were laid to rest. Pei Xingye. Let me ask you if in the battle just now, I was accidentally infected by the demonic compound insect virus and was reduced to a demonic human puppet, what would you do? Pei Xingye paused briefly and said with a smile, you won't turn into a demon man puppet, ever. What if? There is no what if. Don't try to prevaricate, answer me. What if? Captain, you're so nagging. Pei Xingye. Don't you dare say I'm nagging. Situ Shui. Seriously. The way you get angry, you're scarier than a demon puppet. The teenager and the young girl tossed a few words on the snowy hillside, and finally looked at each other and smiled, looking up at the night skies wash like stars together. Pei Xingye. I'm getting more and more excited for us in a few years. There will definitely be a day when we'll be able to stand on a top-notch battlefield, hunt those heavenly king body and emperor body magical beasts, and join hands to slay the four directions. Pei Xingye smiled. A few years from now? Maybe even shorter. Situ Shui's eyes were grumpy as she glared angrily at the uncomprehending Pei Xingye. Only your talent is worthy of saying such arrogant words. Chapter 76 Second Order Royal Beast Master Pei Xing Knight. 3 days had passed since the Battle of Avalanche Village. The Scarlet Squad had long since returned to Chaos Academy. Although 3 days had passed, any Imperial Beastmaster who had participated in that night battle would have a strong stage reaction. In the noisy classroom, they couldn't listen to the tutor's explanation of the complete guide to magical beast weaknesses. Even though the sun was shining brightly outside the window, their thoughts would drift to that night 3 days ago. On that night, they witnessed the birth of the God of War Knight. The Battle of Avalanche Village was destined to go down in history as the first classic battle in which a first-ranked Imperial Beastmaster was able to turn the tide of battle after the Yanxia Empire entered the era of all Imperial Beasts. However, the louder the name War God Knight became, the more eyes stared at Pei Xingye in the darkness. Time came to Friday, and the Scarlet Squad was preparing to go to the night market in the back street of the academy for dinner according to the usual practice. Just as they walked out of the school gates, a girl with a gentle temperament flashed past from one side and gently tapped Pei Xingye's shoulder. Sister Lin. Seeing the person in front of her, Pei Xingye was instantly embarrassed. 3 nights ago, in Avalanche Village, Pei Xingye had struck Lin Wanner with a vicious palm slash, knocking her out and fainting for an entire night. Senior Pei, why are your eyes hiding? Ahem, school sister Lin. I'm really sorry about that night. Lin Wanner revealed a greatly generous smile and waved her hand. School brother Pei, I'm not blaming you. I'm thanking you. School sister Lin, you? I understand it all. That night, my mind had already collapsed. Continuing to fight would only drag everyone down. Lin Wanner was sensible. She had reviewed her state of mind and emotions at the time over the past few days. She understood that every decision Pei Xingye had made in the Battle of Avalanche Village had been absolutely correct, especially simply knocking her out. Senior Pei, thank you. You're the one who made me have the epiphany that if I want to become an excellent Imperial Beastmaster, I can't just focus on the cultivation of Imperial Beast arts. Lin Wanner, a second-year student of Chaos Academy, was also the most powerful third-ranked Imperial Beastmaster in Chaos Academy. Her Imperial Beast art crushed her peers. However, this battle in Avalanche Village made her realize her flaws. On top of the battlefield, one should never hold a motherly heart. Although Pei Xingye was a schoolmate, his performance on the battlefield could actually influence his schoolmate and benefit the other party. Right, school brother Pei? Give me your cell phone. Pei Xingye foolishly handed over his cell phone. Lin Wanner smiled gently after a flurry of operations. I've saved my cell phone number into your cell phone. Usually if you need help with anything, contact me at any time yo. Lin Wan Er is a typical gentle type of big beauty. Dignified temperament, sweet smile, very popular with young elementary school students. Qin Yanlin looked at Lin Wan Er who was walking away and couldn't help but marvel. Be-wasted jade buttocks. This body is simply perfect. Second master, you're really lucky. With the Avalanche Village ceiling battle, you've picked up a schoolmate. Pei Xingye didn't even bother to roll his eyes. I told you at this stage, I'm not interested in women. In the following days, Pei Xingye returned to his bland yet fulfilling academy life. During training sessions, he worked together with the members of the Scarlet Squad, sweating. After school, they met at the Backstreet Night Market, jerking off and drinking together, thinking about the future. Such a life is the real youth. It's a pity that people always don't know how to cherish it. So people can never have both youth and the feeling of youth. That morning, Chaos Academy Dean's office. Pei Xingye pushed the door in. Dean, looking for me for something? Starry Night, to tell you a good news. The fat on Wang Defa's face lurched with the overflow of his smile as he hurriedly opened the drawer and took out a badge. A second order Imperial Beast Master badge? Dean, you're this. Student Pei Xingye, because of your excellent performance in the Battle of Avalanche Village, an exception has been made to exempt you from the second order Imperial Beastmaster examination, and you will be directly awarded the second order badge. Second rank Imperial Beastmaster's assessment criteria. 1. The contracted beasts have reached the level of a mature body. 2. Able to hunt mature first rank magical beasts alone. 3. Soul power concentration reaches second rank. After Pei Xingye had fought the Battle of Avalanche Village, he had actually already met the second rank examination standard. Black Fury Phoenix, mature body first stage. Pei Xingye's single kill of a mature body magical beast belonged to having a hand in it. As for soul power concentration, Pei Xingye had 2 souls in one body, and his soul power concentration was originally twice that of his peers. In this case, it makes sense that the second rank test is exempt. Wang Defa personally placed the second rank badge on Pei Xingye's chest, his eyes overflowing with relief. Starry Night, you really haven't disappointed my expectations of you. In just 2 months of school, you've already been promoted to second order Imperial Beastmaster. You're the fastest genius to break through the second rank since our Chaos Academy was founded. Normally, the second rank examination would be set at the midterm exam. Now that there were still 3 or 4 months until the midterm exams, Pei Xingye had already been promoted to the second rank. Moreover, his true strength was something that could not be defined by the segment of the second rank. Pei Xingye's face, however, didn't have a trace of excitement. He wasn't satisfied with his current growth rate. 2 months to reach the second rank. No way. Must speed up. Before the midterm exams. Break through the third rank. Third rank. Only then can you harness a dragon Imperial Beast. This was Pei Xingye's inner monologue, and if it was eavesdropped on by Wang Defa, he would have been shocked out of his wits. The dragon egg hadn't hatched yet, but Pei Xingye had already thought of a plan after the divine dragon emergence. On the same day that Pei Xingye was promoted to second-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, another piece of news hit the hot search. Pei Donglai has also been promoted to the second rank. Who is Pei Donglai? Pei Xingye's cousin. Come to think of it, Pei Xingye took the national exam and enrolled in Chaos Academy, pushing Pei Donglai out of the admission line. How did this guy suddenly become so strong? He entered the Reverse Academy. Reverse Academy? This academy has a bit of a claim. It can really make fallen students go against the grain. Among the freshmen of the 4 great academies, Pei Xingye was the genius who had risen to the second-rank Imperial Beast Master the fastest. However, in the 5th-ranked Reverse Academy in the country, Pei Donglai followed closely behind and also promoted to the second rank. After the national exam, the world already knew about the feud between Pei Xingye and Pei Donglai. Now that these two had promoted to the second rank at the same time, the level of conversation soared. and the entire internet was discussing who was stronger between these two brothers. Regarding these nutrient-less opinions, Pei Xingye wasn't interested. However, he had doubts about the Reverse Academy. Pei Donglai's talent. It's just that. To accomplish a reverse attack in such a short period of time, there must be a problem behind it. If there really is a problem with the Reverse Attack Academy, I must quickly get the Scarlet Guild to clear their relationship with Pei's father and son, so that the Scarlet Guild isn't implicated. In Pei Xingye's mind, a well-thought-out plan was generated. He knew deep down that, with Pei's father and son's virtues, sooner or later, they would meet someone and get into trouble. What Pei Xingye had to do was to take the Scarlet Guild completely into his own hands before things got serious. Chapter 77 Setting Sail, The Golden Sea Adventure. The tail end of summer ushered in an autumn rainstorm. The sky of Black Lin City was wet and moist, but the temperature remained high. According to the Weather Bureau, the following week even had the momentum to continue warming up, making the city like a dreary steamer. The foggy streets and alleys were secretly flowing with unknown evils. Chaos Academy entrance. During the lunch break, Pei Xingye walked out of the school gates, preparing to make a trip to the rain-listening cuisine to procure some beast crystals and cultivation fluids used to consolidate the current level of the Black Fury Phoenix. The demand for beast crystals and cultivation fluid for imperial beasts of ancient bloodline would double after every evolutionary breakthrough. Elder brother Pei, long time no see. Brother Xiao Dingtian, the president of the Blackwing Guild, had been waiting at the school entrance for quite some time. The two met and exchanged pleasantries with laughter. Pei Xingye collected his smile and pulled back to the topic. Right, big brother Xiao. What is it that you're specifically looking for me for? All brothers, Xiao Dingtian didn't talk nonsense and directly got to the point. Older brother Pei. Recently the imperial beasts in the guild have contracted another difficult disease and need your help to take a look at it. No problem, let's go. Blackwing Guild. Beast Taming Field. The imperial beasts in the field, looking all tired, had obviously just experienced a large-scale battle. Their mental state could be described as chaotic, either dazed or with bloodshot eyes. They were roaring angrily or fearfully into the air. Pei Xingye stretched out her god's hand and touched the head of one of the ice-armored pelicans. This is a lava-based magical beast virus invading the brain, inducing a mental illness, nightmare poison syndrome. Nightmare venom syndrome was rare in the world. It was only because the number of lava system magical beasts in the world was already small. But since the national examination, the scale of the Inferno system magical beasts legions around the world has been expanding wildly at an unbelievable level. And the lava-type demonic beasts were the mutated species of the Inferno-type demonic beasts. Strictly speaking, lava beasts possessed both the attributes of fire and poison. When a royal beast was scalded by a lava beast, the wound would rot, causing a virus to invade the bloodstream, attacking the royal beast's brain, leading to confusion and a mental breakdown, and causing it to roar in anger or fear for no apparent reason until it was exhausted. At this moment, on the Blackwing Guild's beast taming field, hundreds of imperial beasts were suffering from nightmare toxicity. In fact, it wasn't just the Blackwing Guild. The Yanxia Empire's naval forces had also been suffering from nightmare toxicity in the recent week. The 18 gold medal imperial therapists of the Imperial Academy are meeting and discussing overnight to discuss a treatment plan to eradicate nightmare toxicity. But there is no progress yet. Xiao Dingtian patted Pei Xingye's shoulder, his tone relaxed. Elder brother Pei, I know that nightmare poison syndrome isn't curable. You shouldn't be under too much pressure. Even if it can't be cured, it can be cured, and it can be eradicated. As soon as Pei Xingye opened his mouth, Xiao Dingtian first froze for a moment and then laughed up to the sky. Ha ha ha! I knew it! Elder brother Pei, you are a dragon and phoenix among men. You were able to cure the blood plague disease before. Now you must be able to cure the nightmare poison disease as well. Regarding Pei Xingye's medical skills, it had always been a mystery to outsiders. The overriding god's hand had already completed the diagnosis of the condition, and Pei Xingye's mind surfaced with a perfect prescription, as well as the steps for refining the medicine. Brother Xiao, I've already made a list of the medicinal formula. Most of the herbs in it, with the resources and financial power of the Blackwing Guild, procuring them won't be a problem. But there is only one medicinal herb that I'm afraid cannot be purchased on the market. Xiao Dingtian could not help but ask, what herb? The nightmare poison plant. Nightmare poison plant? Never heard of it. This kind of poison strain needs to be extracted from the 7-inch position of the nightmare sea serpent. Nightmare sea serpent? Xiao Dingtian came to a sudden realization. This I know, but our domestic waters don't have this kind of magical beast. Pei Xingye nodded. That's right, because worldwide, only the area around the Golden Sea is inhabited by a small group of nightmare sea snakes. Pei Xingye, who had spent 2 days soaking in the Yanxia Hidden Scripture Academy, said that it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he had an entire map of the world in his head. The Golden Sea, located on the edge of the Euler Empire, one of the 7 kingdoms of the human race. It was also the only habitat of the nightmare sea serpent group in the world. In that case, I have decided, tomorrow, I'll personally lead a team to set sail to the Golden Sea and capture the nightmare sea serpent. Pei Xingye heard this and had a heartbeat. Big brother Xiao, I also want to go with you guys. Huh? Elder brother Pei, the Golden Sea is far away from our Yanxia Empire, and this round trip will take less than a week. Your classes this week should all be very important. I can take a leave of absence from my tutor, who is my sister. All right then, I'll take you with me. Xiao Dingtian wrapped his arm around Pei Xingye's shoulders and decided not to get drunk at night. The next day, Black Lin City Harbor. The sultry sky, light rain pattered. The fog on the sea filled in recklessly. Pei Xingye followed Xiao Dingtian and boarded a warship in the form of a dragon turtle. Elder brother Pei, this dragon turtle ship of mine, how is it? It's so grand it's worthy of being a product of sky dragon technology. This was one of the few opportunities for Pei Xingye to have a close contact with the heavenly dragon technology. Since the beginning of the Universal Beast era, the human race's technology was also progressing in parallel, thus giving rise to the faction of mechanical beastmasters. The strongest mechanical beastmaster in the Yanxia Empire, Chu Leitang, created the Tianlong Technology Group. He combined the beast civilization with human technology and developed the mechanical beast army, which slowed down the weakening of the Yanxia Empire. The dragon turtle that the Blackwing Guild had spent a large amount of money on was one of the products under the Sky Dragon technology. President, everything is ready. Set sail. The dragon turtle had full horsepower and sped towards the depths of the ocean, quickly disappearing at the end of the fog. This was Pei Xingye's first time following the Blackwing Guild out to sea. He had given up a week's worth of classes as a price just to come out and see the world. On the deck, Pei Xingye's handsome little face was covered in eager anticipation. According to the literature, there was once a battle of the century in the Golden Sea. In that battle, countless mythical bloodline imperial beasts fell in battle and fell to the bottom of the sea. I hope that this trip to the sea will be rewarding. Pei Xingye liked to plan ahead and was always able to calculate everything, but he was ultimately unable to predict the future. At this moment, he didn't know that on this trip to the Golden Sea, he would meet someone who was closely related to Pei Xingye. The Celestial Star Vortex War had certainly passed 18 years ago, but since the moment Pei Xingye came out of nowhere, the story of 18 years ago and the story of today are destined to reconnect. 3 days later, President, we're almost there. Ahead is the Golden Sea. It's really the sea as its name suggests. It looks like molten gold water. Pei Xingye had just woken up from a nap, wearing flip-flops as he came onto the deck, rubbing his sleepy eyes once, his scarlet pupils quaking violently. The scene in front of her overturned Pei Xingye's perception of ocean civilization. Chapter 78. Pei Xingye falls into the sea, undersea mausoleum. The sky was clearly thick and dense with clouds. Yet the vast and boundless sea seemed to be paved with a sunny, gentle, and warm golden veil. On the sparkling sea surface, there was a light mist that vaporized, and in the mist there was a vague flicker of firefly like lively light particles. This was the Golden Sea in Pei Xingye's eyes. It was also the only Golden Sea on this planet. It also had another aesthetically romantic name, the Golden Tears of the Earth Giant. If the Earth is compared to a giant mother who nurtures humans, then this Golden Sea is a tear shed by the giant mother. It is like a dream, adding a touch of warmth that allows people to see hope to this dark age filled with decay, war, and despair. Pei Xingye had read about the historical description of the Golden Sea in books. The history of the formation of this ocean was very short, only 10 years. In other words, it was even younger than the Tianqing Vortex War 18 years ago. 10 years ago, this place was originally a deep sinkhole, and a battle of the century broke out. The Imperial Beastmaster army of the Euler Empire, in the middle of the sinkhole, faced off against one of the Demon King's 3 polarities, the Rage King Sicily. This battle was a matter of life and death for the Ula Empire. Because once this battle was lost, all the territorial seas near the Ula Empire would be lost. In this battle, the Imperial Beastmaster army of the Ula Empire suffered heavy casualties, and many high-level Imperial Beastmasters fell here. In the end, King Anger Sicily was forced to retreat and give up attacking the Ula Empire. Battles of this level usually changed the environment and climate, directly affecting nature. After this battle, the dried-up sinkhole, for 3 consecutive years of torrential rains, forming a golden sea, contrasting with other bordering oceans, and thus named the Golden Sea. As to why the seawater is golden, this is a secret that is not known to anyone, and there is no record of it in any books or literature. Elder Brother Pei. Xiao Dingtian's voice pulled back Pei Xingye's thoughts. We've arrived at the edge of the Golden Sea. I'll send someone down to the sea to look for the Nightmare Sea Serpent. Brother Xiao, I'm afraid this location won't work. The water level isn't deep enough. The Nightmare Sea Serpent likes to stay in deep waters. Next, the dragon turtle continued to go deeper into the Golden Sea. Pei Xingye stood on the deck, and as far as the eye could see, the golden hue of the seawater grew deeper and deeper. What a rich undead aura! An undead Imperial Beastmaster had a completely different perception than an ordinary Imperial Beastmaster. Pei Xingye closed his eyes and felt with his heart. He was able to sense that deep under the sea, there were many powerful undead souls dormant. Big Brother Xiao, this location is about right. We should be able to capture the Nightmare Sea Serpent. All right, let's move. Big guy, down to the sea. The Blackwing Guild had a lot of talent, so everyone summoned their water Imperial beasts and went down to the sea one after another. Pei Xingye, on the other hand, stayed on the deck and waited quietly. Xiao Dingtian teased from the sidelines. Elder Brother Pei, you're still a dry duck now. The concept of a dry duck doesn't mean that Pei Xingye can't swim. It means that Pei Xingye has yet to contract a water-type Imperial Beast. Normally, a mature Imperial Beast Master would contract at least 3 Imperial Beasts to deal with the 3 different combat environments of land, sea, and air. Xiao Dingtian was the president of the Blackwing Guild and was at the 7th rank, so the 3 Imperial Beasts that he had contracted would fulfill the conditions for sea, land, and air combat. On the other hand, Pei Xingye, who had just been promoted to 2nd-ranked Imperial Beast Master, only had the Black Phoenix under his command if he didn't include the Drought Demon. As everyone knew, the Phoenix bloodline couldn't go into the sea and could not engage in underwater combat. Elder Brother Pei, let's do it this way. When you are promoted to 3rd Order Royal Beast Master, I'll send you a water-type Royal Beast, and it's of the legendary bloodline. I appreciate Brother Zhao's kindness. I already have a choice of Imperial Beasts that can fight under the sea. Already have a choice? Ha ha ha. Worthy of being you, Pei Xingye. Looking at your face like you're selling out. Even if I ask after you, you won't reveal it. Actually, Pei Xingye didn't intend to contract a water-type Imperial Beast. Because in this world, it wasn't only water-type Imperial Beasts that could go down to the sea to fight. Moreover, there also exists an Imperial Beast in this world that specializes in both land, sea, and air combat, and has the most perfect physiological mechanism. Time passed by minute. The Golden Sea surface gurgled and bubbled, and the members of the Blackwing Guild harnessed their respective water-type Imperial Beasts and surfaced one after another, loss written all over their faces. Chairman, no Nightmare Sea Serpent was found. Same on my side. Xiao Dingtian's face was sad. Pei Xingye, however, fell into deep thought and analyzed in a low voice. The Nightmare Sea Serpent should be in this generation's waters. How could it not be found? Then there is only one possibility left. This sea area is occupied by the Nightmare Sea Serpent's natural enemy. At this very moment, the huge dragon turtle emitted a violent tremor. The originally calm sea surface suddenly steamed like boiling water. Not good. A magical beast is attacking the bottom of the ship. What a big black shadow. This demonic aura is so overbearing. Clattering. The rumbling sea surface was like a volcano. The tip of the wave parts were like the crater of a magma eruption, and a huge shark leaped out of the sea, its fangs leaving destructive teeth marks on the thick boards of the dragon turtle. Pei Xingye's red pupils flashed. It really is the natural enemy of the Nightmare Sea Serpent, the Sea King Megalodon. For a moment, a shark fin that looked like a sharp sword surfaced in the surrounding waters, which meant that the dragon turtle had been surrounded by the Sea King giant tooth shark's colony. Among the wild magical beasts, there was also a food chain of the weak and the strong. The Sea King Megalodon was the natural enemy of the nightmare sea serpent. If the neighborhood was overrun by Sea King Megalodon sharks, the nightmare sea serpent would naturally move overnight to get away from this sea of right and wrong. Everyone, don't panic. Set up a defense formation and meet the battle. Blackwing Guild was, after all, a top 10 ranked guild in Blacklin City, and its members were not low-segmented and had a lot of combat experience. This sudden disaster, although a bit tricky, could be solved by spending time on it. It was just that when everyone was focused on getting into the battle, they would ignore the second-ranked Imperial Beastmaster Pei Xingye. A mature Sea King Megalodon with a rank of hegemony body would require at least a 6th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster to match the battle power in a single fight. Pei Xingye was a genius, but not a god, and he was not qualified to intervene in a battle of this level. Rumble. The ship suffered another impact and the deck tore apart. As Xiao Dingtian fought, his afterglow saw a figure fall into the sea. Elder Brother Pei. Someone has fallen into the water. It's important to save them. Chairman. There are too many Sea King Megalodon sharks. Xiao Dingtian had a helpless face. He could only lead the guild members and hold back the shark swarm, but couldn't spare a hand to save Pei Xingye, who had fallen into the sea. At the same time, Pei Xingye's body continued to fall, and the golden seawater around him stirred with star-like sparkling light particles. In Pei Xingye's field of vision, he saw the bottom of the sea that was different from what normal people saw. What a tragic war! So many dead souls. In the depths of the seabed, uncountable dead souls lay dormant. They were all meritorious imperial beasts that had died in battle for the Euler Empire, and among them, there were surprisingly some imperial beasts of mythological bloodlines. These undead souls, their strength is superb. Indeed, they are the mythic bloodline of the Euler Empire, the god of light badger lineage. The light lineage. So this is the real reason why the Golden Sea was formed. Beneath the seabed, the dead souls of the imperial beasts of the bright lineage mythical bloodline were buried, making this golden field like an undersea mausoleum. It was simply a treasure for the undead imperial beast masters. Chapter 79, The Golden Sea. The dragon raised its head. The deep and endless golden sea buried the mythological dead souls that symbolized light and hope. The 7 nations of the human race, each with a different history of civilization, but all in the arduous journey against the demonic beast race, writing their own shining epic eulogy. As an undead beast master, Pei Xingye's tiny body was sinking in the cold sea water. He closed his eyes and felt with his heart the singable stories experienced by every undead soul around him. The flavor of blood still lingered from the battle of the century 10 years ago, mixing with the golden seawater and drilling into Pei Xingye's mouth and nose. How tragic that battle was! The number of mythological bloodlines that fell here were countless. For the Ula Empire, the Day of Light was set up to honor the warriors who fell in that battle as well as every imperial beast. Pei Xingye frowned as his soul resonated with all the dead souls around him. What a cruel killing method! Almost every single one of the dead souls has been shattered by the demonic aura and broken into crumbs. In the depths of the Golden Sea, why were there golden-colored grains of light floating everywhere? That was the residue of the dead souls after they were shattered. Such a cruel killing method naturally came from the Rage King Sicily, one of the 3 polarities of the Demon King. Rumor had it that Sicily could unleash countless demonic fangs with the lift of his hand, which could strangle everything, including souls. So buried in the seabed of these imperial beasts' dead souls, has long been shattered, either sunk in the silt, or with the winding sea current quietly drifting, telling the sadness that no one understands. Fortunately, at this moment, the red pupil boy who sank to the bottom of the sea was able to empathize with their grief and sadness. Gradually, a magical scene was staged at the bottom of the sea. Countless firefly-like light particles surged towards Pei Xingye. They surrounded Pei Xingye's side as they let out their undead wails, pouring out their hearts to this undead imperial beastmaster who was able to read them. I can feel your pain, and I can also feel your anger. But you are too broken for me to indenture you or pray for your transcendence. How cruel was King Rage Sicily. In that battle, Sicily slaughtered hundreds of myth bloodline imperial beasts from the Ula Empire. Just leaving the corpses and bones of these mythic bloodline imperial beasts untouched didn't satisfy Sicily's bad taste. At the end of the war, Sicily released thousands of demonic chi-fangs, twisting the dead souls of these mythological bloodline imperial beasts into granular pieces. Thus, the dead souls of these imperial beasts could not rest in peace. Pei Xingye opened his scarlet eyes, and he could empathize with these crippled undead souls, as his hatred for the demonic beast clan climbed higher and higher. If the dead souls were compared to corpses, then in front of Pei Xingye's eyes were corpses that had been lynched. The scale unit of lynching was even smaller than a fingernail cap. To put it simply, the dead souls buried at the bottom of the sea were broken through. Broken to the point that not even a single intact hair can be put together. When the dead souls were crippled and broken to this point, Pei Xingye was also unable to contract them, much less introduce them into the gate of the underworld for appeasement and transcendence. It is also because they are broken into such a way, will be spread throughout the entire sea, forming the wind-blown wheat waves like the Golden Sea. If you look down from the sky, the Golden Sea is so dreamy and beautiful. But the bottom color of this beautiful filter is the sadness and anger of thousands of dead souls. I've heard all of your anger. Pei Xingye's soul issued a voice, doing its best to comfort these broken dead souls. I cannot contract you all, nor can I transcend you all. But are you willing to become part of my power? Deep under the sea, countless grains of light surrounded Pei Xingye's side. Their attitude was firm. They only wanted to get out of this sea of suffering. Good then. I will let you all be reborn in another way. Pei Xingye opened his storage ring and released the deadly dragon egg. Technically speaking, this was Pei Xingye's undead dragon egg. Within the dragon egg, the weak dragon soul was not yet in a position to hatch an undead young dragon. However, there was no coincidence in the world. This crash into the sea allowed Pei Xingye to see the opportunity to hatch the undead dragon egg. It was mentioned in Mom's notes. To speed up the hatching of the undead dragon eggs, you have to sacrifice enough undead souls. This undersea mausoleum houses all the fallen imperial beast undead from that battle 10 years ago, and there are some mythological bloodlines among them. They're shattered beyond recognition, but they can fulfill the conditions for sacrificing for the dragon egg. Pei Xingye frowned, trying to recall Pei Chuzhan's notes that he had flipped through at the Yanxia hidden scripture courtyard. Sacrificing the undead requires the undead imperial beastmaster to open the soul-gathering ceremony. It's a good thing that in her notes, Old Mother recorded the hand gesture for the soul-gathering ceremony in the form of a hand-drawn illustration. I remember that gesture is. Pei Xingye raised the hand of the overlying god, and the power of the undead rippled through the cold golden seawater as he focused his intention. He made a gesture of flicking soot. According to Pei Chuzhang's description in his notes, when an undead imperial beastmaster started the soul-gathering ceremony, the corresponding gesture was like flicking soot. Dead spirits listened to the order. Gather souls for sacrifice. In the deep sea, dense light particles spiraled and danced, transforming into a glittering ribbon, madly injecting towards the lifeless dragon egg. Above the sea surface, Xiao Dingtian had just beheaded a sea king giant-toothed shark when he suddenly froze, his gaze falling on the surface of the sea, revealing a surprised expression. The luster of the sea water. It's faded? It was as if God had added a drop of diluent to the center of the golden sea, causing the originally golden seawater to gradually fade in color. No one was able to peek into the mystery of this scene of visions. In the depths of the seabed, the dead souls gathered and competed for sacrifices, and on the surface of the dragon's egg, a bizarre crack was bred. Open! A flash of scarlet flashed through the depths of the surging seawater. This was Pei Xingye's scarlet eye. After the scarlet red, a pair of dragon pupils slowly opened. Blood underworld. Welcome to this world. Scribbled and hideous dragon scales cut through the icy sea currents. Vertical dragon pupils, exuding untamed bravado. Sharp dragon claws, stomping through the seawater on clouds of dragon flame that would not be extinguished when in contact with water. In this world, is there an imperial beast that can fight on land, sea and air at the same time? There is. It can reach for the moon in the sky, and it can dive into the sea and tumble. It was the strongest ancient mythological bloodline that could only be nurtured by that sacred soil and civilization of the Yanxia Empire. Dragon! After 18 years, the dragon bloodline, once again, collided with the profession of the undead imperial beastmaster, producing a long-lost and freshly remembered collision. The dragon flame sparks that rubbed out at the bottom of the sea were Pei Xingye's bond with it. It is the blood underworld dragon undead form. The black and red dragon scales completely diluted the golden sea. Pei Xingye had sacrificed the entire undersea mausoleum, and from the dragon egg, he had successfully hatched this undead dragon. Undersea earthquake? There was no such thing as an undersea earthquake. It was merely the resonance of the seawater triggered by the dragon's roar. Deep under the sea, the domineering dragon's head snapped up. Among the dragons, the greatest and most romantic combat skill named Dragon Head Raising. Chapter 80, The Queen of Roses and the Son of God. Waiting for the dragon to raise its head, the world would no longer have a sea of gold. Above the sea, the members of the Blackwing Guild witnessed the vision unfold. The golden sea, diluted and faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it resumed its clarity and translucency. Blending in with the rest of the sea, no difference could be seen. In terms of perception, the golden sea seemed to have evaporated and disappeared. Everything that happened here in the past is like a dream bubble, broken and withered. The reason behind it? No one knows. The color of the seawater. Why did it become like this? As Xiao Dingtian was confused, a member's voice came from his ears. President, the shark swarm has retreated and dispersed. With the disappearance of the Golden Sea, the Sea King Megalodon shark group that was besieging the Dragon Turtle ship suddenly left in ashes, leaving no residual shadow. Behind the lifting of the crisis was the power of the dragon. Purebred dragons, one of the 3 sacred beasts of the Yanxia Empire, are recognized as the strongest ancient mythological bloodline in the world. So what is so special about the dragon bloodline? In terms of dragon power alone, there are 3 different form changes called Dragon Might 3 Xian changes. The first change, Dragon Scale Nebula. When the dragon enters the sky battlefield, dragon power will distort the sky and form clouds in the shape of dragon scales, sparkling with bright starlight. Once an enemy unit is caught in the Dragon Scale Nebula, its movement speed plummets and its attack power is greatly weakened. Second change, Dragon's Fury Earth Inflammation. When a dragon enters a land battlefield, it generates a restless fury, triggering a strong earth cry that tears the earth apart and spews out dragon flame magma, inflicting sustained burning damage to the enemy and significantly weakening their shields. Third change, Dragon Ripple. When the dragon race enters the undersea battlefield, each dragon breath releases dark current fluctuations in the shape of dragon ripples, directly interfering with the enemy's brain and causing intense physiological discomfort and emotional disorganization to the enemy. At this moment, the Sea King Megalodon group was the one that sensed the dragon breath ripple. It was difficult to feel all over the body and had a splitting headache, so they simply gave up on this area of the sea and walked away as the best plan. President, the crisis is lifted. This golden sea. How did the color fade for good reason? Xiao Dingtian couldn't think about it in time and said in a hurried voice, "Quickly, go down to the sea. Be sure to fish elder brother Pei up." All the members of the Blackwing Guild simultaneously dove to the bottom of the sea, searching for Pei Xingye's figure. At the same time, on an uninhabited island, the red-pupiled teenager, dripping wet, stepped barefoot on the soft sandy beach. Above his head, hovering above him, was the Black Fury Phoenix with wings outspread and cawing. By his side, surrounded by a majestic undead bone dragon, this was the dragon cub hatched from the undead dragon egg. Blood underworld dragon undead form. Its body was devoid of flesh and organs, and its entire body was made of dragon bones piled up by burning dragon flames. Even the black and red dragon scales are clusters of sharp and pointed bone spikes. Interestingly, a faint golden halo emanated around the blood underworld dragon. The golden sea had not disappeared. It had just taken another form, armored into the blood underworld dragon's dragon force armor. Those fallen mythical bloodline deceased souls, all of them were sacrificed and became part of the blood underworld dragon's power. So it could also be said that the Sea of Gold had been integrated into the blood underworld dragon. The dragon bloodline was the most special bloodline among the 3 sacred beasts. As long as the dragon egg hatched, it was born as a full body. So the blood underworld dragon had just descended into this world, skipping the traditional imperial beast evolutionary route of juvenile and mature bodies, and directly stepping into the ranks of complete bodies. Blood underworld, help me dry my clothes. Roar. The dragon flame spat, and Pei Xingye wailed. It's burning. Blood underworld. You didn't do it lightly. When the dragon flame went out, Pei Xingye's top had burned off, revealing his lean pecs and angular abs. The surface of the tight skin reflected scarlet light under the setting sun. The blood underworld dragon raised its lofty dragon head and let out an excited dragon roar, enjoying the joy of descending into this world. If you want to harness a full-bodied level imperial beast and engage in high-intensity battles, you need at least the soul power reserves of a 3rd-rank imperial beast master. With my current soul power, I am not yet able to harness the blood underworld for combat. This card can only be used when I advance to the 3rd rank. As Pei Xingye was observing the blood underworld dragon, he suddenly frowned, puzzled. Strange. Why is there such a heavy hostile aura on the body of the dragon race? Back when we were at the Heavenly Pole Island, the extreme brilliant dragon emperor summoned by Dragon Juning also had this kind of hostile aura on his body, permeated with a clear and distinct sense of evil. Among the 3 saint beasts, the dragons were the only ones that produced an evil aura. This was a mystery that Pei Xingye was currently unable to solve. At the same time, this reminded Pei Xingye of the so-called dragon-slaying war. If Mom really did slay dragons, is it because the dragons are inherently problematic? Just as Pei Xingye fell into deep thought, a natural phenomenon was born in the sky above the deserted island. What a powerful aura! Who is it? The dome of the sky was as if it was blood-stained, and a delicate and enchanting figure parachuted onto the deserted island, as if it was a rose in full bloom, and even the air currents blown by the sea breeze became sweet-smelling. This breath! Could it be a great person at the royal emperor level? Pei Xingye was like an enemy, his blood frozen for a split second. Amidst the starlight, the silhouette moved her long, slender legs and came in style. She possessed a face that could charm the entire world, and any member of the opposite sex would not be able to walk in front of her. This was not an exaggerated description. This was the naked reality. It was because this woman possessed one of the 7 SSS grade talents of the human race in this day and age, Eros charm. Regardless of whether it was the males amongst the humans or the males amongst the imperial beasts and magical beasts, as long as they saw this woman, they would submit from the bottom of their hearts, losing most of their fighting ability, as well as their will to fight. What a beautiful woman! This woman's beauty was different from Long Juning's. Long Juning was a hard beauty, with no faults in her features. This rose-like woman, on the other hand, exuded a unique aura of beauty that was hard to describe in words, hazy and dreamy. The woman came in front of Pei Xingye. Her height was close to 2 meters, half a head taller than Pei Xingye. She smiled charmingly, and Pei Xingye's heart melted. Regarding this woman, there was a classic, never-ending description circulating in the world. Wise men don't fall in love unless they're Evelette. She was the supreme power ruler of the Euler Empire. She is one of the 7 emperors of the human race in this era. She is known as the Queen of Roses. Her name is Evelette. While Pei Xingye was lost in thought, Evelette opened her mouth, her voice charming yet not losing the elegance of royalty. Son of God, we finally meet. Pei Xingye was filled with confusion and pointed a finger at his face. Me? Son of God. I'm from the Yanxiar Empire. I'll admit it if you say I'm the son of Pangu. God has half a thing to do with me. Eiford maintained her elegant smile as she gazed fondly at Pei Xingye's red pupils. It's been a long time, these eyes full of hope. God was Evelette's exclusive name for Pei Xingye. Whether it was the highest power ruler of the Euler Empire or one of the 7 emperors of the human race, these were not Evelette's most important identities. Her most important identity was the same as Long Juning's most important identity, one of the survivors of the Heavenly Star Vortex War. Chapter 81 Everd. I'm his godmother. Waves. Pei Xingye was unable to react, and the surrounding waters were suddenly filled with waves, and the sea currents swirled up into 3 huge whirlpools through the sky and into the earth. Immediately afterward, in Pei Xingye's ears, 3 different sounds came, stinging the tympanic membrane deep within his ears. Wolf whistles from the ancient times, snake chirps that touched any soul, and the moan that filled the air of death. After the trance had passed, Pei Xingye raised his head and looked around, only to see that this deserted island was simultaneously surrounded by 3 imperial beasts at the emperor body level. On their bodies, they exuded an evil and impetuous killing aura, a classic representation of the ancient mythological bloodline of the Ula Empire. The giant wolf covered in black fur was the black demon giant wolf Fenrir, the divine python that had yet to reveal its true form, but had a snake head comparable to a country, was the python of the earthly world Yemengard. There was also a creature that resembled a darkness-based mermaid, and the sea currents under its feet turned into pitch-black fog. It was the underworld death god Hala. Good Lord! The 3 siblings of the evil god. The 3 siblings of the evil god were Evelette's contracted imperial beasts. Of course, other than the evil god 3 siblings, Evelette also had other undercards. It was just that that undercard had never been revealed all these years. Evelette's beautiful eyes that shimmered with starlight once again landed on Pei Xingye's body. Familiar flavor. Undead Imperial Beastmaster. It's been a long time. On Pei Xingye's body, Evelette was able to clearly feel Pei Chujan's aura, which made her unable to help but fall into memories. At the end of the Celestial Star Vortex battle, Evelette, as one of the few survivors, was in a position where she was closest to Pei Chujan. As if by fate, Pei Chujing entrusted her last hope to Evelette before she fell. Evelette, I can only trust you. Keep things like this safe for me, for sure. When my son steps into the royal god realm one day, and something like this is given to him, perhaps our human race will be able to rekindle hope once more. Pei Chuzhuang was certain that her son, Pei Xingye, would definitely advance to the divine grade Imperial Beastmaster at some point in the future. Before she fell, she also used her life's work to lay out a meticulous bureau. She had done everything she could for the Yanxia Empire, for the human race. But the only thing she didn't have the chance to do was to personally raise and accompany her own son to grow up slowly. As for what she entrusted to Evelette, only Evelette herself knows. Above the deserted island under the setting sun, Pei Xingye and Eiferd looked at each other, and the sense of destiny was like an afterglow, like a golden veil, enveloping the silhouettes of the two. Spring, summer, fall, and winter will always come around. Those who should meet, no matter how long they waited, no matter what each went through, they would meet. Why do you call me the son of God? Because you are her son. She or he? Are you talking about my mother? Or my father? You know my father. From Pei Xingye's perspective, it was easy to misunderstand. He had never heard anything about his father's identity since he was born. Evelette revealed a sexy smile. 18 years of waiting has finally come to fruition. Pei Xingye, in these recent days, your reputation, when you look at the 7 countries of the human race, can be very loud. In fact, it could be described like this: the Heavenly Star Vortex War was like the final chapter of a bad novel. Since it was called a rotten end, the process must have been wonderful, only that the ending was unsatisfactory and even disappointing and despondent. After 18 years, because of a red-pupiled teenager came out of nowhere, once again involving the old times of karma and right and wrong, making this rotten story restarted serialization. The earth is round, and the oceans all over the world are mingling every day. The survivors of that battle, no matter what kingdom they were in, would eventually come together with that woman's son, joining forces to create the future of the human race, to fight one battle after another that they should have no chance of winning. Evelette didn't mention too much about the matter of the Celestial Star Vortex War. With Pei Xingye's current strength, knowing too much would just add to the pressure. So she skillfully changed the topic, her eyes falling on the Blood Underworld Dragon behind Pei Xingye. The Blood Underworld Dragon only had a complete body rank, while the 3 siblings of the evil god that surrounded the deserted island had all reached Emperor body rank. By all rights, under such a huge grade gap, a low-grade Imperial beast should have physical discomfort and mental panic. However, when the Blood Underworld Dragon faced the 3 evil god sisters, it still had a posture of solitude and indifference, with its brilliant dragon pupils, not placing any imperial beasts in its eyes. This was the characteristic of the dragon bloodline. Even if they encountered an existence more powerful than themselves, they would not produce a single emotion of fear. Within their dragon pupils, absolute confidence would always shine. It looks like you sacrificed the Golden Sea in order to hatch this dragon. With Evelette's strength, she could tell the truth with a glance. With that, Evelette deliberately teased Pei Xingye with a tone that condensed killing intent. The undead buried in the Sea of Gold are all meritorious imperial beasts that have bowed for our Ola Empire. Are you provoking our Ula Empire by sacrificing their undead? Pei Xingye felt pressured and didn't know how to answer. Evelette's beautiful eyes flowed, and a flash of wise light flashed underneath them. Tell me, what other purpose do you have in coming here? Be sure to answer truthfully, or I'll tie you up and take you back as a manservant. Evelette's SSS grade talent, Charm of Eros, could see into the minds of all males, and if Pei Xingye lied, she could tell at a glance. Helplessly, Pei Xingye confessed truthfully. Recently, the lava system magical beasts have been multiplying in a big way, setting off the spread of the nightmare toxin virus. I came here to capture the nightmare sea serpent and extract the poisonous strain from its 7-inch parts for the development of a potion to eradicate nightmare venom syndrome. After Evelette heard this, her beautiful face was written with surprise and relief. Little fellow, you're so young and you still know imperial healing arts? Nightmare toxicity, a difficult disease. Our gold medal imperial healer of the Euler Empire is currently unable to do anything with it. Are you sure you can cure nightmare venom syndrome? Pei Xingye nodded her head calmly. Evelette clapped her hands together. Good then. I can provide you with a sufficient number of nightmare sea serpents. But when you develop a medicinal serum to eradicate the nightmare venom syndrome, you'll also have to supply our Euler Empire. Of course, you set the price. Our Ula Empire doesn't lack money. Pei Xingye couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Is this considered a deal for us? Of course it counts, as long as you agree we are partners. Pei Xingye pondered in his heart. Me and the highest power ruler of the Euler Empire, becoming partners? Just then, the dragon turtle approached the coast of the deserted island. Xiao Dingtian waved his hand towards Pei Xingye and shouted excitedly, Elder Brother Pei, thank goodness I finally found you. On the deck of the dragon turtle. President, that woman by Pei Xingye's side. It seems like the Ula Empire's state lord, Queen of Roses Everard. Evelette possessed the most unique temperament of all the women of the human race and was easily recognizable. Xiao Dingtian looked stunned. Why is Elder Brother Pei staying with Queen Rose? These two know each other. I promised you to work together. Very well. I'll provide you with the nightmare sea serpent. With a look from Evelette, the python of dust Yemengard understood. It opened its huge abyssal mouth and spat out a group of sea serpent-type magical beasts that were as alive as large mudskippers. Nightmare sea serpent. Rumor had it that the dusty python Yemengard's original awakened form was capable of circling the Earth's equator once. That's why its belly held all of the world's sea creatures. Pei Xingye, I look forward to our next meeting. Evelette disappeared in place, and after Pei Xingye reacted, she realized that in her hand, there was an extra bouquet of roses. Roses were Evelette's symbol. Her flower language was, let the males of the world submit to her feet. Xiao Dingtian rushed over. On the wet beach, dozens of nightmare sea snakes were stranded and rolling around. Elder Brother Pei, you know Queen Rose? Between me and her. Pei Xingye didn't know how to answer. Xiao Dingtian couldn't help but be curious and asked again, what's your relationship with the Rose Queen? Pei Xingye was just about to say, not familiar, when he was interrupted by a voice from the sky. I'm this child's godmother. The voice was far away, and Evelette's aura completely disappeared. Xiao Dingtian was struck by lightning. Elder Brother Pei, a handful of the Euler Empire, is your godmother? Pei Xingye gritted his teeth and spat lowly. This woman is sick. Chapter 82. 3 years later. I will be shoulder to shoulder with Long Juning. There was no impermeable wall under the sky. As long as the news was related to Pei Xingye, it would soon reach Long Juning's ears. Therefore, the first time Pei Xingye returned to Yanxia Empire, he was invited by Long Juning to the Dragon Soul Hall in the Imperial City. Inside the hall, there were only 2 people. Long Juning was seated on the throne, and Pei Xingye stood in the center of the hall. The ruler and minister looked at each other, and Long Juning was the first to speak. What has happened to you, kid, on this trip to the Golden Sea? Pei Xingye was like a child showing off in front of his parents. Lord Kingdom Lord, I managed to hatch that dead through dragon egg. That I know. From the moment Pei Xingye stepped into the Dragon Soul Hall, Long Juning sensed the aura of dragon power in his body. After the dragon egg successfully hatched the blood underworld dragon, it meant that Pei Xingye wasn't just an undead royal beast master, but also a dragon master. Of the 3 sacred beast bloodlines, the dragon race was the most special. That's why imperial beast masters who contracted purebred dragon imperial beasts would be specially named Imperial Dragon Master. Long Juning already had a preliminary plan in her heart. In the next period of time, she would give Pei Xingye some guidance from time to time, allowing Pei Xingye to go farther on the path of the Dragon Master. But at this moment, Long Juning was more concerned about another matter. The Golden Sea journey. Besides hatching the dragon eggs, what else happened? Pei Xingye hesitated for a moment and answered honestly. I happened to meet the Ula Empire's state lord, Evelette. Next, Pei Xingye recounted the deal between himself and Evelette regarding the nightmare sea serpent. Is this the entirety of your Golden Sea journey? Lord of the kingdom, I, in front of me, have something to say. Pei Xingye couldn't hold back the curiosity in her heart and couldn't help but ask. Lord State Lord, I would like to ask, does Evelette and my mother have a good relationship? Long Juning's eyebrows twisted. These two shouldn't be familiar. Between the Euler Empire and the Yanxia Empire, There was no deep hatred, nor could they talk about a friendship alliance. In Long Junning's memories, the relationship between Pei Xingye and Evelette was, at best, just acquaintances, not even friends. Pei Xingye cupped his chin with one hand, his face full of confusion. That's strange. If Evelette and my mom aren't familiar, why did she have to say that she's my godmother? What? Pei Xingye's muttering voice reached Long Junning's ears, and this Yen Xia Empress instantly exploded, her long hair flying, and dragon power raging madly in the Great Hall. Kingdom Lord of the Kingdom, are you all right? Pei Xingye. Evelette claimed to be your godmother? Yes, she did say that, but I don't know if she was joking. Long Junning's stunningly beautiful face climbed up a layer of intense sullenness. Whether she was joking or not, this joke cannot be opened. You are a Yen Xia person with the bloodline of the Yen Xia Empire flowing in your body. She's the country lord of the Ola Empire. Her bloodline is different. So what qualifications does she have to claim to be your godmother? Nowadays, Pei Xingye was famous and was the most talented genius of the younger generation of the Yen Xia Empire. Long Junning was going to put the future of the Yen Xia Empire on this child. If someone from another country dared to covet Pei Xingye, Long Junning would definitely not be happy about it. Pei Xingye, listen carefully. You were born a member of the Yen Xia Empire, and you will die a ghost of the Yen Xia Empire. I can confirm that Evelette has nothing to do with your mother. So she's not your godmother. Pei Xingye scratched his head. Then why did she have to say that? You don't have to care what she said. If you have the chance to see her again in the future, just treat her as heir. Long Junning's tone in every sentence was like she was protecting her calf. Every time she faced Pei Xingye, she always seemed to subconsciously substitute into Pei Chuzhan's perspective. Leaving the Dragon Soul Hall, Pei Xingye looked up at the clear blue sky, his thoughts turning over and his mind storming. Is Evelette and my mother's relationship really like what Long Junning said? That they only know each other but aren't familiar with each other? But Evelette called me the son of God. It seems that each and every one of the great figures of the old times hides a heavenly secret in their bodies. The Starry Vortex War was the grandest war in the long history of the Universal Imperial Beasts. Every survivor of this war, then, was naturally not a savior. In the Ula Empire in the dead of night, the sky flashed with brilliant aurora borealis. In the snow-covered castle, Evelette, who had changed into a nightgown, held a red wine glass in her hand. The wrist turned gracefully, the wine glass swayed, and the aroma of red wine flowed quietly in the warm air, spreading quietly. A chambermaid's voice came from outside the door. Lord Statelord, just now, the Yen Xia Empress, Long Junning, sent someone to deliver an extremely high-quality dragon beast crystal. Evelette's sexy red lips slightly hooked into a meaningful arc. After 18 years, Long Junning still has this character. This one extreme gray dragon beast crystal is used to equate the Golden Sea. She doesn't want Pei Xingye to owe me a single favor. Long Junning's move appeared to be a courtesy, but it was actually a warning to Evelette. Long Junning, Pei Xingye's godmother. I'll be a sure thing. In the future, we'll have many more chances to meet Pei Xingye. Long Junning had Long Junning's mission. She needed to nurse and nurture Pei Xingye to grow up as quickly as possible to renew the life of the Yen Xia Empire. And Evelette also had Evelette's mission. Her mission wasn't just to guard her own country. She also had to fulfill the heavy responsibility entrusted to her by Pei Chuzhan. A starry vortex battle rewrote the world pattern, and also rewrote the destiny of every survivor. And the destiny of every survivor has an unbreakable bond with the red-pupiled teenager who has just embarked on the road to rise. Chaos Academy. Training ground. The training session had ended, and Pei Xingye was practicing extra exercises alone. Pei Ingru, as a mentor, accompanied Pei Xingye from the side. In her eyes, she revealed an unforgiving pain. Little knight, no need for extra training today. Go back to the dormitory and take a good rest. Good boy, obey. The sweaty Pei Xingye shook his head vigorously, his eyes transmitting incomparable determination. Because of the Golden Sea trip, I've missed a week of training sessions. Must make up the training volume as soon as possible. On the training ground, Pei Xingye urged his soul power again and again, harnessing the Black Fury Phoenix and practicing the Falling Phoenix slash again and again. Dusk set and the moon climbed over the top. Pei Xingye practiced extra hard until midnight, and Pei Ingru didn't interrupt, just quietly accompanying from the side. Phew. Depleting his last ounce of soul power, Pei Xingye lay on the ground, panting heavily. Pei Ingru sat on the ground and placed the back of Pei Xingye's head on her own white, soft thighs. The two siblings looked out at the starry sky together, enjoying this moment of warmth and peace. Cousin, my training is still not enough. There are times when I harness the Black Fury Phoenix to release skills. There will be some delays, and the combos aren't silky smooth enough. Pei Xingye reviewed his training process while Pei Ingru smiled and analyzed. You're just asking too much of yourself. You have to realize that you're only a second-order Imperial Beast Master. You don't have enough real-world experience. That's why your combos aren't silky smooth enough. It's like a game. Only when you've played it countless times can you pass without injury. Isn't it? Pei Ingrua's example was very graphic. Pei Xingye was just asking too much of herself. A second-stage Imperial Beast Master's accumulation of real-world experience was, at best, a budding player in the gaming circle. No matter how talented a budding player was, in terms of proficiency, it was ultimately still lacking and needed to be accumulated over the years. Little Knight, you can't get fat with one bite. Wanting to be fast is not enough. Cousin, I know that the proficiency of each Imperial Beast technique needs time to sink in, but I just want to improve faster. After the Golden Sea journey, Pei Xingye's heart was once again restless. He realized that every survivor of the Celestial Star Vortex battle was perhaps inextricably linked to his own mother, Pei Xingye. If he wanted to find out about all of this, then he would have to become a powerhouse of the same segment as those great figures in the shortest amount of time in order to obtain more information about the Heavenly Star Vortex War. If one were to look at the regular growth rate, how long would it take for Pei Xingye to reach the same segment as Long Juning and Evelette? 10 years? 20 years? 30 years? At 18, Pei Xingye was indeed young, but youth was no excuse. 3 years, just 3 years. Pei Xingye swore in his heart that he would only give himself 3 years to develop. After 3 years, I'll be shoulder to shoulder with Long Juning. Chapter 83, Entering the Imperial Palace Academy. Gold Medal Imperial Therapist Pei Xingye. Welcome to the morning news. Chaos Academy freshman Pei Xingye, after independently developing a medicinal essence to eradicate the blood plague syndrome, has once again made a splash in the field of imperial healing. By extracting the poisonous strain from the 7-inch part of the nightmare sea serpent, he developed a medicinal serum to cure the nightmare venom syndrome. This single achievement has provided a strong backing for our Yanxia Empire in its fight against the lava system magical beasts. 1 week, just 1 week. Pei Xingye had developed a potion serum to cure nightmare poison syndrome in only 7 days. And the core material of this potion serum was the poisonous strain within the nightmare sea serpent's body. And Evelette was the provider of the source material. According to the news reports, the Yanxia Empire only sold the serum to the Ola Empire. If other countries wanted to get a piece of the pie, they either had to send all kinds of precious beast resources in exchange, or they could only be envious but could not get it. For example, the East Cherry Empire, which had a historical grudge against the Yanxia Empire. Regardless of how valuable imperial beast resources this country offers up, they can't import even 1 milligram of potion serum from Yanxia Empire. All in all, Pei Xingye's talent and strength in the field of imperial healing had spread to every corner of the 7 human nations. The people of the country were proud of this child, while the people of other countries could only envy with bated breath, wishing that their own country, too, could see the emergence of such a genius. However, a genius like Pei Xingye could only be imitated, never surpassed. That morning, Pei Xingye was invited and once again stepped into Yanxia Imperial City. This time, it wasn't Long Juning's invitation. Rather, it was the invitation that Li Mu, the head of the Imperial Academy, had personally initiated on Pei Xingye. The Imperial Palace Academy, the most authoritative imperial therapy organization in the Yanxia Empire. All of the nationwide gold medal imperial healers served in this mansion. And the reason Pei Xingye was invited was naturally self-evident. In the lobby of the Imperial Palace Academy, Dean Li Mu personally presented Pei Xingye with a white jade medal. This token, carved out of white jade, was the identity symbol of a gold medal imperial therapist. Li Mu was older, but his eyes gleamed, and the way he looked at Pei Xingye was like a clan elder looking at the most talented saint's son of the younger generation. The more he looked, the more he loved him. Pei Xingye, from today onwards, you are a member of our Imperial Palace Academy. At the same time, you are also the youngest gold medal imperial healer since the inception of the Royal Imperial Academy. The profession of an imperial healer was the exclusive nurse of an imperial beast master, and its strategic value and significance needed no elaboration. especially since there were only 19 gold medal imperial healers in the entire country with the addition of Pei Xingye. Everyone stood together. Pei Xingye's age was known to be 18, while the average age of the 19 gold medal imperial healers had reached 51 years old. Pei Xingye ushered in the gazes of his seniors, and he behaved in an unassuming manner. Seniors, I'm currently not yet graduated and spend most of my time on weekdays. Li Mu interrupted. Starry Night no need to worry. You're now enrolled in the Imperial Palace Academy. It's just a name, and on weekends or vacations, attending a seminar is enough. As for weekdays, academics are the priority. After all, becoming a top-tier Imperial Beast Master is more important than anything else. Pei Xingye's heart warmed. He could feel that this dean was considering his future prospects with all his heart. Compared to the occupation of Imperial Healer, Imperial Beast Master was Pei Xingye's main occupation. Dean Li, don't worry. I'll weigh the balance between the two professions. Well, I believe in you. Li Mu patted Pei Xingye's shoulder, revealing an expectant gaze. After Pei Xingye left, Li Mu let out a sigh of emotion. Since ancient times, heroes come out of youths. A gold medal imperial therapist who is only 18 years old. It seems that my great Yanxia already has a bright future. At the age of 18, he was enrolled in the Imperial Palace Academy and enshrined as the 19th gold medal imperial healer in the country. This kind of honorable achievement that people of the same age wouldn't even dare to dream of, Pei Xingye easily achieved. This good deed that invigorated and delighted all of Yanxia's subjects fell on certain people's ears. But it stung like bad news. Reverse Academy. The empty cafeteria was filled with a thick smell of blood. In a dark corner, a man with a gloomy face was browsing the news on his cell phone while chewing on a fishy cutlet. Ka-ching, ka-ching. When the man saw that the news headlines were all about Pei Xingye, especially when he learned that Pei Xingye had been admitted to the Imperial Palace Academy and had become the youngest imperial healer in history, his fingernails fiercely exerted themselves, leaving a crack on his cell phone screen. Pei Xingye. Vomit. Cough, cough, cough. The man gritted his teeth, followed by a large mouthful of vomit. The ingredients he vomited on the ground were all raw meat, and there were still throbbing tendons and membranes stuck in the raw meat. This was the blood and flesh of magical beasts that hadn't been processed yet. The Reverse Academy's cafeteria was actually providing students with raw meat from magical beasts for lunch. This scene was so bloody that it was sickening. But this was one of the reasons why Reverse Attack Academy was able to cultivate a single disgruntled dropout into a reverse genius. The sound of footsteps came. Student Pei Donglai, the cafeteria's special lunch. If you eat it and then spit it out, your progress will get smaller and smaller. Dean Han, this lunch, it's really not for human consumption. Unbridled. Did I say that before you surpass Pei Xingye? You can't consider yourself a human being. The large cafeteria was empty and silent. On the dining table, there was a mess of raw meat, including the eyes and entrails of some magical beasts. Pei Donglai had been at the Reverse Academy for 2 months now, and now his face had changed. His aura was gloomy and violent, and his eyes had bred the bloodthirsty killing aura of a magical beast. And the man standing beside Pei Donglai was the dean of the Reverse Academy, Han Yuan. Han Yuan leaned down, his voice gentle, but every word was like a javelin, piercing Pei Donglai's fragile and humiliated heart. He looked at the news on his cell phone screen. An 18-year-old gold medal imperial therapist. This is truly unprecedented. Now the whole world knows that he, Pei Xingye, is the Yanxia Empire's first genius, and an all-around genius at that. You, on the other hand, don't deserve your own name, and when you're mentioned, you'll only be jokingly referred to as Pei Xingye's clown cousin. Pei Donglai was furious to the extreme. His fists clenched, his fingertips gouging through his palms, blood slipping along his fingers and pounding against the cold, damp floor. Pei Donglai, student, don't forget what your father's expectations were when he sent you here to further your education. You Pei's father and son, if you can't fight a turnaround battle, then the so-called Pei family is Pei Xingye's Pei. Pei Donglai took a deep breath, his vicious eyes resembling a demonic beast. Dean Han, I understand. Next, Pei Donglai endured his physiological discomfort and crazily gnawed on the raw flesh of the magical beast, alternating his teeth up and down, directly biting and bursting a magical beast eyeball. Student Pei Donglai, half a month from now in the 100 Grade Academy Rising Star Tournament, if you are able to defeat Pei Xingye and replace him as the Yanxia Empire's first genius, Then won't the next path for you and your father be a little better? Pei Donglai gorged himself on food while being thankful. Thank you for Dean Han's cultivation. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Han Yuan nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Pei Donglai still didn't know that he was just a pawn. The dim light illuminated the back of Han Yuan's neck. On the back of his neck area, there was a black tattoo imprinted. The pattern was like a palace, with the gates of the palace covered with two crossed long swords. Pei Xingye, there is no injustice between you and me. If I want to blame you, I'll blame you for being too popular and being seen as the future of the Yanxia Empire by that woman. As long as I get a hold of you, I will have the leverage to hold the entire Yanxia Empire. In today's Yanxia Empire, there are demonic tribes infesting the outside and dark currents surging within. Chapter 84, 100 Years of Illusion. Pei Xingye's Brush Cage. Monday. It was the most hated day for the cow and horse fighters and students. Chaos Academy, classroom. The pain of the 8th early morning loomed over every student. The students forced themselves to cheer up and go over the data panels in their textbooks about the lava-based magical beasts. Sharp footsteps came from the corridor as Pei Yingru entered the classroom and tapped the podium. Latest news. Starting tomorrow, our Chaos Academy will be embarking on a 3-day training ground reconstruction program. So it's a temporary 3-day vacation. The remodeling of the academy meant getting more grant aid from the higher-ups for upgrading the infrastructure of the training ground, thus providing a better training environment for these future pillars of the Yanxia Empire. It had to be said that Long Juning's importance to the younger generation far exceeded that of other countries' lords. 3 days of temporary vacation. Fantastic. For the next 3 days, I can sleep until I wake up naturally. The students were excited and thrilled, and were already discussing how they would enjoy their 3-day vacation. Pei Yingru smiled, then reminded in a stern tone, with a 3-day vacation, you can relax appropriately, but you also need to maintain a sufficient amount of training every day, lest after the vacation is over, your Imperial Beast techniques will be rusty again. The sun was thinning. After school, for the students of Chaos Academy, the 3-day vacation had officially begun. The back street of the academy, the night market food stalls. The Scarlet Squad quartet gathered together. Situ Shui proposed, for this impromptu vacation, why don't we, the Scarlet Squad, reunite together and relax while practicing new tactical coordination together. Qin Yanlin had a bitter look on his face. Captain, can we not have a reunion? I just want to soak in my home and sleep for these 3 days. Pei Xingye laughed and teased. Are you sure you don't want to lie in the arms of the 98th Technician's little sister and sleep? Second Master, don't poke and prod me. A man needs a face. Huangfu Boyi's character, no opinion, what everyone does, he follows. So Situ Shui directly tapped the decision. That's good. Tomorrow morning, we meet at Shui Lu Lake on the outskirts of the city. We can barbecue and camp on the lake shore. And it's empty and spacious there. So it's convenient for the 4 of us to team up and practice new tactical coordination. As the night deepened and thickened, Pei Xingye lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Although the intensity of the recent training has been great, the boosting effect is too weak. As Cousin said, on the path of practicing the Imperial Beast technique, one can't get there quickly enough. One can only remain patient and use a long period of time to precipitate experience. But if I grow at this rate after 3 years, will I really be able to become as strong as Long Juning? At this moment, under the tantalizing night colors, this teenager, who was known as the strongest genius of the Yanxia Empire, also fell into self-doubt. In today's era, everything was variable. Yanxia Empire seems to be brilliant and prosperous, but the king of a country is full of injuries and illnesses, and the other 6 countries have different intentions, and at the same time, the power of the Magic Beast clan is growing day by day. As the forces of all sides are fading away, no one can predict when the next Starry Night Vortex War, level war will be fought in the future. Pei Xingye adhered to the mentality of saving for a rainy day, knowing that he had little time left for his obscene development. I'm only at the 2nd stage. Slow. Too slow. Pei Xingye wasn't satisfied with his growth rate and entertained the idea of finding another way. He closed his eyes and carefully recalled the 2 days he spent at the Yanxia Hidden Scripture Academy. The notes and insights left behind by successive generations of predecessors surfaced in his mind over and over again. Other than the notes left behind by Pei Chuzhan, it was the notes left behind by Sang Xian that had the deepest impact on Pei Xingye. If Pei Chuzhing's path of the Imperial Beasts was, look down on life and death, and do it if you don't want to, Then Sang Xian's way of the imperial beast was, if there's no talent, then keep repeating it. According to Sang Xian's autobiography, this man's talent wasn't considered exceptional. But in the end, he grew to become a divine beast master, and together with Pei Chuzhan and Long Junyan, he was known as the three imperial gods of Yanxia, lifting the Yanxia Empire to the top of the human race. What supported him to this point was not talent, but hard work that far exceeded normal people. He could train the same imperial beast art hundreds of millions of times. As long as it was repeated over and over again, even the most lowly imperial beast art would be able to produce a qualitative leap and utilize an astonishing amount of power. It was because of Sang Xian's strong willpower that he and the giant imperial beasts were a perfect match in terms of souls, finally achieving the glory of being the world's #1 giant imperial beast master. In the middle of the night, Pei Xingye sat up violently, his red pupils erupting with a cold aura filled with wildness. Elder Sang Xian, I've thought of a way I can imitate you. The following day, 9 o'clock in the morning, on the outskirts of Black Lin City, Chui Lu Lake. 3 of the Scarlet Squad had already arrived. The only one missing was Pei Xingye. Qin Yanlin held a fishing rod in his hand and muttered, "Captain, the second master is already an hour late. This isn't his style." Situ Shui raised an eyebrow. No one answered his phone either. Is this guy hiding from us and going to do something big and unseemly? At the same time, Kunlun Mountain Range. In the middle of this deserted mountain range, there was a blood-red forest. It was said that this forest was spattered with dragon's blood, which was why it turned blood red. It was called the Dragon Blood Forest. At this moment, a young man with red pupils, alone, stepped into the entrance of this forest, which had a particularly heavy smell of blood. According to the description in the literature, this is the place. Pei Xingye had a face of anticipation. He had traveled thousands of miles to come here with only one purpose. The wind in the forest was slow, but it was penetratingly cool. The fog filled the air, and Pei Xingye quickly got lost. Within the fog, the silhouettes of a magical beast steeply surfaced. The segments of these magical beasts varied, with the highest segment being able to reach the overlord body. According to reason, a second-ranked imperial beastmaster would be powerless in front of an overlord body beast. However, Pei Xingye didn't have a trace of fear in his eyes, because he knew that everything in front of him was a false illusion. The Dragon's Blood Forest was also known as the 100 Years of Illusion. After the dragon's blood was spilled in this forest, for 10 consecutive years it was filled with dense fog, fused with a large amount of demonic energy. So it produced a powerful hallucinogenic effect, where the mistake of entering this forest royal beastmaster will enter the illusion world, in front of the eyes of the emergence of the great tide of beasts. If an ordinary imperial beastmaster entered this place, he would not be able to distinguish between illusion and reality, and would be trapped in a nightmare that would last for 100 years, and would eventually die due to excessive mental torture. But Pei Xingye wasn't an ordinary imperial beastmaster. Ever since the Battle of Avalanche Village, Pei Xingye had awakened the Scarlet Eye. This pair of natural red pupils was the best gift Pei Chuzhing had left Pei Xingye. After the awakening of the Scarlet Eyes, it comes with the passive effect of breaking illusion. Break illusion. See through all false illusions. In other words, Pei Xingye, who was currently in the depths of the Dragon Blood Forest, could tell what was reality and what was illusion. To Pei Xingye, then, the wave of beasts rolling in front of him was a training exercise that simulated a real battle. Elder Sang Xian, you mentioned in your autobiography that you've trained the same imperial beast technique up to a maximum of 100,007,000 times. This 100-year illusion trial. I will surpass you. The Dragonblood Forest 100-year illusion realm was the hellish nightmare of ordinary imperial beastmasters, and Pei Xingye's personal brushing cage. Falling Phoenix Slash. Falling Phoenix Slash. Phoenix Slash. In the illusionary realm, the red-pupiled teenager poured out his soul power, harnessing the Black Fury Phoenix and repeating the Falling Phoenix Slash over and over again. Chapter 85. 3 days of vacation. 3 days to brush up on proficiency. Known condition. Scarlet Eyes, able to see through all illusions. Reasoning leads to the 100-year illusion world, is Pei Xingye's brushing cage. In the world of illusions, Pei Xingye's mind would not be affected in any way. The tide of beasts that surged before his eyes, what jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards, what ice, fire, wind, and thunder, encompassed a wide variety of factions and attributes. They were so realistic, but in the end, they were also false things. For Pei Xingye, These magical beasts coalesced by illusions couldn't be more suitable to be used as training targets. As he repeatedly hammered the falling phoenix slash over and over again, Pei Xingye realized that his understanding of the skill was getting deeper and deeper. The Black Fury Phoenix was also getting better and better, and its coordination with Pei Xingye became more and more seamless. Right at this moment, a magnetic voice came from behind Pei Xingye. In this world, all Imperial Beast Masters are seeking to cultivate as many Imperial Beast techniques as possible so that they can deal with magical beasts of different attributes. But if one thinks about it from a different perspective, if a single Imperial Beast art is trained to the extreme, making that Imperial Beast art possess 1,000 variations on the battlefield, wouldn't it be possible to achieve the effect of a single move eating everything? Pei Xingye turned to look back, his pupils tightening. Senior Sang Xian. Pei Xingye knew that the silhouette floating behind him was also nothing more than a false image coalesced by illusion. In the 100-year illusion realm, whatever the mind thought would appear before one's eyes. At this moment, Pei Xingye was repeatedly refining the falling phoenix slash, the Imperial Beast art, and he was practicing Sang Xian's path of Imperial Beasts, which was why he was seeing Sang Xian's illusion at this moment. Sang Xian's image was very special. He was stout and strong, yet he had a jade-like face. On his body, you could see the extraordinary temperament of an unrivaled national scholar, and could also appreciate the valor of a generation of great generals. He and Pei Xingye were known as the twins of the Absolute Generation, and he was the most powerful giant Imperial Beast Master in the world. His way of the Imperial Beast can be summarized in 2 words. Repeat, constantly training, constantly repeating, constantly going on to carve deeper levels of muscle memory. At this moment, Pei Xingye was riding the Black Fury Phoenix, facing the raging tide of beasts, urging his soul power and repeatedly releasing the falling phoenix slash. When a book is read 100 times, its meaning is self-evident. The same was true for the art of beast control. There might not be any difference between the first phoenix slash and the 100th phoenix slash. But the moment the 1,000th phoenix slash was unleashed, Pei Xingye would clearly feel different. The 10,000th time, Pei Xingye had a whole new understanding of this skill. At the 1,000,000th time, Pei Xingye realized that he was too ignorant and realized that there were still too many unexplored mysteries and wonders about the upper limits and variations of this skill. At the 10,000,000th time, Pei Xingye's understanding of the falling phoenix slash was turned upside down. The skill proficiency of the Imperial Beasts would be raised to an extremely terrifying situation through endless repetitions. The Imperial Beast Master's Imperial Beast technique would also develop deeper variations of the move as it was honed week after week. In this world, did the Royal Beast art of one move really exist? Many people would say categorically, it doesn't exist. And these people who said it didn't exist hadn't gone through the hell of honing it over and over again. The proficiency of the falling phoenix slash skyrocketed and soared amidst the 100-year illusion. Pei Xingye was completely devoted as he tirelessly pushed his soul power over and over again, manipulating the Black Fury Phoenix to unleash the falling phoenix slash. Realistically speaking, the soul power of an Imperial Beast Master was limited, and the physical capabilities of Imperial Beasts were also limited. But this was not the real world. This was the world of 100 years of illusions. Pei Xingye, who was able to see through all illusions, could have freely modified all the variables of the illusion world with his willpower. For example, he could illusion himself as having unlimited soul power. For example, he could illusion that the Black Fury Phoenix possessed infinite physical capabilities. Falling Phoenix slash Spiral. Falling Phoenix slash Horseback Spear. Falling Phoenix Chop 13 consecutive chop. When the proficiency of an Imperial Beast art was pulled to full level, then the Imperial Beast art itself possessed the power of 1,000 variations. The concept of a single move that can be utilized all over the world wasn't literally a single move, because the cultivation of a move to the extreme, then this move has already encompassed the heavens and earth warp and weft, the perfect fusion of 1,000 moves. The red-pupiled teenager's lips were tinged with a smile as he excitedly muttered to himself. Elder Sang Xian, previously in the Yanxia Hidden Scripture Academy. Regarding the notes you left behind, there are many places I don't understand. But at this moment, the moment I practiced the falling phoenix slash for the 100,000,000th time, I understand it all. This red-pupiled teenager had inherited Pei Xuxiang's bloodline, while at the same time inheriting Sang Xian's Tao of the Imperial Beast. In the illusionary realm, Pei Xingye had trained the falling phoenix slash hundreds of millions of times while riding the Black Fury Phoenix. It was clearly the same skill, but when attacking different attributes or different factions of magical beasts, the timing of the falling phoenix slash's release, the angle of cut, and the arc of movement were completely different. It is a move, and it is also a million moves. And in the middle of the real world, Dragon Blood Forest, fog filled the air. Underneath a waterfall where the water mist steamed, Pei Xingye sat on top of a stone platform, his body enduring the water rushing by, his consciousness completely immersed in the illusionary realm, enjoying the repetitive journey of brushing monsters. Under the moon, the wet back of the young man had already taken on the shape of a conceptual god. 3 days later, Chaos Academy. 3 days of vacation is really fast. Who says it isn't? Today's training class is full. Why isn't Pei Xingye here? In the classroom, there was only one empty seat. Pei Xingye was late. 45 minutes later, Pei Xingye missed class. The dean's office. Pei Yinglu pushed her way in with Situ Shui, worry written all over her two pretty faces. Wang Defa collected his fleshy belly and asked, "Instructor Pei, student Situ, is something wrong?" Pei Yinglu anxiously said, "Dean, it's not good. My brother is missing." "Your brother? Starry Night." According to Situ Shui's description, 3 days ago, Pei Xingye lost contact and didn't show up for his appointment at Shui Lu Lake. Pei Yinglu hadn't seen her brother in these 3 days, either. After all, Pei Xingye was an adult. 3 days of not being able to contact him. Maybe he had secretly closed himself for cultivation, no one would think much of it. However, just when everyone thought that Pei Xingye would return to the academy on the opening day, Pei Xingye missed class and didn't appear in the public eye. Starry Night is missing? This matter is too big. I'll send someone to investigate. Pei Xingye was the Chaos Academy's gold standard, and the fact that he had disappeared led to no peace in the academy. And this news quickly reached the ears of Blackwing Guild President Xiao Dingtian. "What? Elder brother Pei is missing? Chairman, we found it." 3 days ago, Pei Xingye was alone and entered the Dragon Blood Forest in the Kunlun Mountains, and at the entrance to the forest, there were footprints left behind by him. Xiao Dingtian was on fire. "Mobilize manpower. Follow me to the Dragon Blood Forest." Rushing on the way, Xiao Dingtian heart bottomless. Dragon's Blood Forest is also known as the 100 Years of Illusion. Any royal beast master stepped into will fall into the illusion of the nightmare, bear 100 years of beast disaster, mental collapse, and death. "Pei, old brother, you must not be okay. The truth is that Pei Xingye in the illusionary realm was not only fine, he was also open. Chapter 86 Is Pei Xingye Still Human? Kunlun Mountain Range. The entrance to the Dragon Blood Forest. Xiao Dingtian led an elite squad from the Blackwing Guild and hurriedly arrived. President, based on the information found, it can be determined that Pei Xingye never came out after entering the Dragon Blood Forest 3 days ago. Elder brother Pei's good fortune has brought him to heaven. He must still be alive. Definitely. President, although we shouldn't say demoralizing words at this time, Pei Xingye is after all only a second-order Imperial Beast Master. I'm afraid. Xiao Dingtian's face was grim as he was well aware of the terror of the 100-year illusion realm. Even if one was a high-ranked Imperial Beast Master, if amongst the contracted Imperial Beasts, there were no Imperial Beasts that could break the illusion spells, and one rashly strayed into the Dragon Blood Forest, one would be in for a rough ride. Pei Xingye, on the other hand, was only a second-order Imperial Beast Master. All hands on deck. Let's enter the Dragon's Blood Forest together. No matter what, we have to find old brother Pei. As long as there was still a sliver of hope, Xiao Dingtian was willing to take a risk. Right at this moment, the sound of leisurely footsteps came from far and near. "Big brother Xiao, why are you guys here?" The teenager who walked out from the Dragon Blood Forest was none other than Pei Xingye. Xiao Dingtian looked up and was first stunned in surprise before directly rushing up and tightly embracing Pei Xingye. He then pulled Pei Xingye's face with his hand. "Big brother Xiao, it hurts. Still knows it hurts. It seems to be a real person. I'm not dreaming. Ha ha ha. Pei, old brother, you're still alive. Great, you're still alive." Looking at the emotional Xiao Dingtian in front of him, Pei Xingye realized that his 3-day journey through the 100-year illusion must have made the people around him who cared about him anxious and worried. When he thought of Pei Yinglu's red-eyed and anxious appearance, Pei Xingye's face showed guilt and heartache. He whispered to himself, "Cousin must have been terrified. When I go back, I'll comfort her properly. In the future, try not to let her worry." After Xiao Dingtian's excitement, He revealed a puzzled look. Elder brother Pei, did you really stay in the dragon's blood forest? For 3 days? Yes. How did you do it? Xiao Dingtian knew that Pei Xingye was exceptionally gifted, but how could a second-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, in isolation, stay for 3 days after breaking into the 100 Years illusionary realm and still return safely? So far, no one knew the secret of the Scarlet Eye. Pei Xingye's eyes had the penetrating power to see through all illusions. Any illusion world was nothing more than a brush cage for him to quickly accumulate combat experience. Brother Xiao, I'm really fine. Let's go back first. Pei Xingye only wanted to return to Chaos Academy as soon as possible to comfort those family members and friends who were scared for themselves. At noon, there was no one in the Chaos Academy cafeteria because the entire school, teachers and students, were watching the action on the playground. Look, Pei Xingye has really returned. He doesn't seem to have any problems with his mental state, and there's no sign of injury. I heard that he stepped into the dragon's blood forest by himself and was trapped in 100 years of illusion for 3 days. But he actually came back like he was nothing. Is this dude human or not? The news about Pei Xingye's solo trek into the dragon's blood forest and single-handedly brushing the 100-year illusion realm quickly spread to every corner of the country. People were discussing whether the Pei Xingye of today still belonged to the category of humans or not. This 18-year-old teenager was always able to do some miracles that exceeded people's perception of a second-order Imperial Beastmaster. As for what happened to Pei Xingye in the 100-year illusion realm, only Pei Xingye himself knew. Yanxia Imperial City, Dragon Soul Palace. Long Junning took a sip of hot tea as his dragon pupil gazed out at the blue sky and white clouds outside the temple. Alone, he broke into 100 years of illusion and returned in one piece 3 days later. It looks like this kid has awakened that one ability of Pei Chujing's. Long Junning didn't know Pei Xingye well enough, but she knew Pei Chujing. In her impression, none of the Dragon Clan's top-tier illusion art, Divine Dragon Prison, could cause any damage to Pei Chujing. Immunity to all illusion-type attacks was just one of Pei Chujing's many perverse abilities. Class dismissed. Goodbye, Director Pei. Under the dusk sunset, the school bell rang. Pei Ingru turned around and left, looking in a bad mood. Pei Xingye hurriedly caught up with Pei Ingru's pace, siblings one in front of the other. Sister walks 1 step, brother follows 1 step. Sister stops, brother breaks. Sister's heart grumbles, deliberately stopping her feet violently. Brother breaks too late, directly disliking her sister's back. Cousin, why did you suddenly break sharply? Pei Ingru hair aroma, lingering on the tip of Pei Xingye's nose. At the end of the corridor where the setting sun couldn't be found, Pei Ingru couldn't help but have a seizure. Brat, you still know I'm your sister. 3 days off from school, deliberately hiding it from me and secretly going to the Dragonblood Forest by yourself. How dangerous that kind of place is. Even if a high-ranked Imperial Beastmaster mistakenly enters it, it's hard to protect yourself. You're just a second-order Imperial Beastmaster. Don't want to die. Pei Xingye lowered her head, like a child who made a mistake. Cousin, I'm sorry for making you worry. Pei Ingru's fire hadn't subsided, and she glared fiercely at Pei Xingye, her voice tinged with a sobbing tone. You still know I'm your sister? When I found out that you went to the Dragonblood Forest, how worried I was. If you really had an accident, how would you let me live alone? The heavier Pei Ingru's tone it meant that the more she cared about Pei Xingye. In her eyes, Pei Xingye was her only family. Pei Xingye, listen to me clearly, if you still dare to, in the future. Sister, I won't dare in the future. Pei Ingru's anger subsided for the most part as Pei Xingye opened his arms and hugged her tightly. The young man's powerful arms were warm, and Pei Ingru's 10,000 fires all turned into a long sigh. Alas, little knight, count on my sister to beg you. Don't do such dangerous things in the future. Even if you're going to do it, you have to tell me in advance. Sister really can't lose you. Sister and brother embraced each other, warmth climbing. Pei Xingye felt guilty in her heart, but she was helpless. Something as risky as this, once you tell the people around you in advance, then it definitely won't be done. So from Pei Xingye's perspective, preempting it was the only way. The good thing was that the result was good. Pei Xingye returned safely, and within these 3 days, he had brushed the falling phoenix slash to full proficiency. Gulp. Sis, I'm hungry. Look at you. Let's go. I'll take you to dinner. From this day on, Pei Xingye never called Pei Ingru cousin again, because in his heart, Pei Ingru is his own sister. the barbecue restaurant in the back street of the academy. Pei Xingye's meal size was so large that he could eat 2 roasted pigs. Pei Ingru rested her cheek on one hand and spat in a sultry tone. After 3 days of starvation, your meal size has indeed gotten bigger. Oh, sister, you eat too. I'll roast the meat. You're responsible for eating. Pei Ingru, who was in shock, had no appetite at all. She took a sip of lemonade and returned to her words. It's getting closer and closer to the 100 Grade Academy Rising Star Tournament. I'll be accompanying you to train during this time and help you improve your proficiency in the Imperial Beast Art. Sister, I'm not going to train. I'm going to rest for a few days and swing for a few days. Pei Ingru's surprised look made a standard Imperial sister's face become adorably dull and cute. What? Posing for a few days? Little knight, this isn't your style. In the past, Pei Xingye always practiced and practiced and practiced and practiced, and Pei Ingru would still worry that this child was overtraining or going off the deep end. But now, Pei Xingye unexpectedly couldn't muster any interest in training. After all, Pei Xingye had trained for 100 years in the 100-year illusion realm, and in 100 years, he had only practiced one move, Falling Phoenix Chop, a full proficiency Imperial Beast Art with a full 100 years of strength. Just ask who amongst his peers could stand it. Pei Xingye. Boss, another plate of pork 5 flour, pork waist, pork plate tendon and pork ribs. Boss. Young man, I'll kill another pig for you alone. Chapter 8700 Great Academy Rising Star Tournament. Chaos Academy. The students had just finished their 3-day vacation and were back in the midst of sweaty devil training. For Pei Xingye, his private vacation had just begun. At the training ground, while the other students were training hard, Pei Xingye was lying alone in the shade of a tree with the dog's tail grass in his mouth, enjoying his leisure and relaxation. The other 3 members of the Scarlet Squad gathered together, idle after training, and together they looked at Pei Xingye under the shade of the tree. Qin Yanlin had puzzlement written all over his face. After Second Master went to the Dragonblood Forest, he came back as if he had changed. The Pei Xingye from before was the one who worked the hardest on the training grounds. After every training session, he would also practice extra exercises alone. But the current Pei Xingye seemed to have entered a swinging state, with a drastic drop in training. Situ Shue's gaze, which landed on Pei Xingye's body, secretly thought in her heart. What exactly did this guy experience in the 100-year illusion of the Dragonblood Forest? Even his personality has produced subtle changes. And his eyes. Pei Xingye's eyes were deeper and more composed than ever. In the illusionary realm, the teenager was fully focused on his training, spending 100 years alone, practicing only one move, the Falling Phoenix Slash. As he pulled his proficiency in this skill up to full strength, he also made his heart more calm and tough. On the training ground, the younger students had naturally never seen Sang Xian before. But if those who had seen Sang Xian stared at Pei Xingye at this moment, they would definitely be in a trance. Because Pei Xingye's body already had Sang Xian's shadow. After the training session ended, a layer of fragrant sweat enveloped Situ Shue's white forehead. Her high ponytail hairstyle made her look full of energy, and the male students from the other classes couldn't help but cast favored and adoring gazes. Have a sip of water. Thanks. Situ Shue received a bottle of chilled mineral water from Pei Xingye's hand and returned the smile. The two sat together under the shade of a tree. Captain, your Imperial Beast, the Shadow Demon Spider, has been stuck in the juvenile body 3rd stage for a month, right? Situ Shue nodded. Well, according to my plan, next month or so, the Shadow Demon Spider will be able to break through to be promoted to a mature body. Pei Xingye suddenly changed her words. Based on my observation, the Shadow Demon Spider has a great disadvantage in battle. That is the severe lack of penetration. Situ Shue raised her interest and asked with a smile. So you haven't been lying under the shade of a tree and gawking. You've actually been silently observing me. The Shadow Demon Spider's data panel was actually quite comprehensive. It possessed multiple stages of displacement and was able to move beneath the ground, as well as fight in the air with the help of spider silks and terrain. However, it had a shortcoming that could not be ignored, and that was that its penetration was not strong enough. When facing magical beasts with high armor values, the spider silk's penetration effect was poor. If the spider silk couldn't penetrate the local shield, it wouldn't be able to trigger the cocooning effect, thus weakening the control duration. Pei Xingye, from what I know of you, you're not someone who likes to find problems without providing solutions to them. So regarding the Shadow Demon Spider's cultivation program, do you have an idea? Pei Xingye smiled faintly. Among all the attributes, light attribute, is the attribute with the strongest penetrating effect. Situ Shue's expression produced a subtle change. You don't think that you want, for my shadow demon spider, to take the dual cultivation route of light and shadow, do you? That's right. It's too crazy. Light attribute and shadow attribute, restraining each other. How is it possible? Pei Xingye interrupted. My phoenix can dual cultivate ice and fire, so your imperial beast can dual cultivate light and shadow. Situ Shui revealed a bitter smile. Come on, your phoenix is an ancient mythological bloodline, and being able to go the ice and fire dual cultivation route is also eating the benefits of the undead lineage. My shadow demon spider, on the other hand, only has a legendary bloodline, so what if I say that I have a way to raise the shadow demon spider's bloodline to a mythic bloodline? Pei Xingye, you? Situ Shui thought that she already knew Pei Xingye very well, but every time Pei Xingye brought her a surprise, it took her by surprise. Only Pei Xingye himself knew that the evolutionary program about the shadow demon spider was inspired by that 100 years of illusionary trials in the dragon's blood forest alone. Captain, to be ugly. I can't ensure that the evolutionary program of light and shadow dual cultivation will be 100% successful. Even if the success rate is less than 1%, Pei Xingye, I still trust you. Thank you, Captain, for your trust. By the way, what do you think the success rate is? 99.99%. Situ Shue's lips twitched after hearing this. This is even higher than the percentage of the paternity report, all right? Causing me to think how much risk there is. Pei Xingye looked innocent. I'm a strict person. It's okay for me to say that I can't ensure 100% success, right? Nowadays, Pei Xingye had already been enrolled in the Imperial Palace Academy as a gold medal Imperial healer. So would it be far from him becoming a gold medal evolutionist? Enhancing one's strength and base cards was only part of becoming stronger. What Pei Xingye wanted was also identity and status. The day when he became successful, it would be the time to return to his homeland with his clothes on his back. Everything in the Pei family, as well as the Scarlet Guild, he wanted to take it all back and hold it in his own hands. Time flies. Half a month later. The annual 100 Great Academy Supernova Tournament has begun. This term's supernova is definitely not Chaos Academy's Pei Xingye. There's no suspense. I'm also rooting for Pei Xingye. This dude's talent is too perverse. However, in this year's Rising Star Tournament, there's a dark horse. Pei Donglai of the Reverse Attack Academy has already defeated players from 17 academies in a row, climbing up the rankings. This Reverse Attack Academy, it really is a bit of a statement. The 100 Great Academy Rising Star Tournament. As the name suggests, only freshmen from each session could participate. Each of the top 100 ranked academies in the country sent a freshman representative to compete. After a brutal elimination round, the contestants advanced one round at a time to compete in the final ring for the Supernova Trophy. With Pei Xingye's resume, he was considered the favorite to win the Supernova at the beginning of the competition. However, after a few days of competition, Pei Donglai of the Reverse Academy, with the image of being the biggest dark horse, killed his way out and even defeated the contestants from the Poor Chi Academy and the Legendary Academy. That afternoon, Chaos Academy. After school, the Scarlet Squad went to the cafeteria to eat together as per usual. Pei Xingye had just picked up a piece of cola chicken wing when Situ Shui poked his arm with her elbow. Pei Donglai winning again. Pei Xingye didn't care. Situ Shui added, this time in the 100 Great Academy Rising Star Tournament, Taotai Academy's Sang Wui isn't competing. So 3 days later, Pei Donglai can cross over Sang Wui and directly face off against you. According to the tournament system, 3 days later, it would be the final day of the 100 Great Academy Rising Star Tournament. Before the start of this tournament, no one could have imagined that the Reverse Academy would have produced a talent with such a terrifying growth rate. There was no water in Pei Donglai's strength, but he had defeated the contestants from the Poor Chi Academy and the Legendary Legend Academy in the ring, in a dignified manner. Even if Taotai Academy's Sang Wui competed, Pei Donglai would still have the strength to fight. Pei Xingye, between you and Pei Donglai. Captain, I understand what you mean. After 3 days, it's time to make a break between me and him. From the start of the national exams, Pei Xingye had spent 3 months obscenely developing, just for this day to come. Pei Donglai, Pei Shan, it's time for us to settle our old scores. A ferocious killing intent was released from the red-pupiled teenager's body. Chapter 88 Pei Xingye vs. Pei Donglai. Battle of Blood Feud. The final day of the 100 Great Academy Rising Star Tournament is here. The biggest regret of this edition of the Rising Star Tournament should be that Sang Wooey didn't participate. Yeah. After the Heavenly Cloud ranking qualifying match, I really want to see the Yen Xia twins face off once more. This final is a brotherly duel between Pei Xingye and Pei Donglai, and with the conversation pulled full circle, it's sure to be exciting as well. Goodness, 2 hours before the start of the match, the audience is already full. Yen Xia Empire, Meteor City. This was the city with the highest elevation of all the cities in the Yen Xia Empire. Located in the center of the city, the Meteor Hall was the final venue for every 100 Great Academy Rising Star Tournament. As the name of the city suggested, whenever night fell, there was a great chance of witnessing a meteor shower breaking through the top of the sky, romantic and aesthetically pleasing, allowing one to experience the feeling of being able to pick stars with one's hands. The final was played at 6 p.m. It was only 4 p.m., and the audience was already packed, with media reporters setting up densely packed camera equipment around the ring, joining the audience in their anticipation. The two finalists were Pei Xingye from Chaos Academy and Pei Donglai from Reverse Academy, although it was a pity for the audience that Sang Wooey didn't participate in the match. However, the feud between the Pei brothers also made this final pull full of heat. At the judges' table sat the presidents of the top 10 king-level guilds from across the country. Such a heavyweight lineup of judges was enough to see what kind of gold content the championship trophy of the 100 Great Academy Rising Star Tournament had. In the Yen Xia Empire, geniuses came out every year, and they were like rising stars. However, amongst the many stars, the brightest, most brilliant, and most eye-catching one was considered a supernova. Who would win the supernova trophy between Pei Xingye and Pei Donglai would be revealed in this match. There was still some time left before the start of the match, but the audience was buzzing, and the 10 bigwigs at the judges' table were also whispering. This Reverse Academy, in the last 3 years, has indeed produced quite a few reverse potential rising stars. If I remember correctly, the founding history of Reverse Raid Academy is only 3 short years, but the comprehensive strength of this institution has already ranked 5th in the country, second only to the 4 famous schools. With Reverse Academy's speed of development, I'm afraid that in another year, it will be able to squeeze out one of the 4 great academies. At the same time, the backstage preparation room, Pei Donglai's eyes were bloodshot, his face grim, his mind recalling over and over again the blood and sweat he had paid in the devilish training over the past 3 months. His nails, embedded in his palms, tore the blood and flesh apart, stimulating his every nerve with pain. This battle, I must win. I will definitely trample you under my feet. Pei Xingye. I'm the Yen Xia Empire's first genius. The next door preparation room. Pei Xingye's mind was as calm as stopping water. But only Situ Shui, who was familiar with him, could perceive that Pei Xingye in this state was as terrifying as the god of death. Friends of the audience, the exciting moment is coming. Next, please welcome both players to the stage. Amidst the cheers of the entire audience, Pei Donglai and Pei Xingye walked onto the ring together, stopping to stand 10 meters apart. The host couldn't help but lament. We have witnessed an interesting history at the finals of this edition of the Rising Star Tournament. Between both players, they are actually cousins. Yet, in the past 3 months, the two had completely different opportunities. One is the strongest scholar in the nation's history, known as the future of Yen Xia. The other, on the other hand, is the strongest dark horse in history who accomplished a magnificent comeback as a failed student, making his way back to the public's view through thick and thin. In the audience, many people were cheering the name Pei Donglai. It was undeniable that Pei Donglai had indeed accomplished an incredible comeback in the past 3 months. After all, people were used to reading stories about geniuses coming out of nowhere, and were happy to see inspirational stories about dark horses making a comeback. Moreover, in this session of the 100 Great Academy Freshman Tournament, Pei Donglai's performance in every round was perfect, showing great talent and maneuvering, crushing all opponents along the way and killing all the way to the final ring at this moment. Such a strong dark horse, and backed near the 3-year high heat of the Reverse Academy, Pei Donglai's body traffic and heat, naturally close to Pei Xingye. Above the ring. Dear brother, long time no see. Pei Donglai revealed an evil smile, his voice transmitting a faint hoarseness and viciousness. Yeah, long time no see, my cousin. Pei Xingye's tone was flat, scanning the Pei Donglai in front of him with the eyes of a ruminant. What a strong flavor of gunpowder. The last time these two brothers saw each other was on the examination hall of the National Grand Examination. Remember, at that time, Pei Xingye's deliberate choice of Chaos Academy was what caused Pei Donglai to fail the exam. The personal enmity between these two brothers is too deep. This final match will definitely be a sensation. At this moment, there were still 3 minutes before the match started. The audience couldn't wait and even began to brainstorm the intense images of this match. Below the ring, Chaos Academy Dean Wang Defa and Reverse Academy Dean Han Yuan stood together. Dean Han, your Reverse Raid Academy has grown so fast in recent years. Dean Wang is too kind. Our academy is still a bit of a gap from your Chaos Academy. But after this match, perhaps the gap won't be so great. Han Yuan, it's necessary for me to remind you that all the students of your Reverse Academy exude a very heavy hostile aura. Is there something wrong with the way they are taught? Han Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold aura. Oh? Is Dean Wang connoting me? Wang Defa was usually playful and without a straight face. But at this moment, he had a gloomy face and his eyes were shrouded in a layer of frost. Han Yuan, if you don't do anything wrong, you're not afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. We're all people who have dedicated their lives to the Yanxia Empire's education cause, and I actually hope more than anything that your character is fine. Otherwise, the only ones who will be hurt will be the children of the Reverse Academy. Fatty Wang, it's not your turn to dictate how I teach the children. A pungent smell of gunpowder also rubbed out between the two deans, adding to the fire of this final. The 3-minute warm-up ended. The referee blew the whistle to start the match. Chaos Academy Pei Xingye versus Reverse Academy Pei Donglai. The match. Begin! Pei Donglai opened his royal seal and an evil hostile aura suddenly erupted from his body. Around him, a black thunderstorm lifted up and a giant beast slowly stepped out, letting out a roar that shook the heavens. Pei Xingye, in this battle, I'm going to beat you to death. The giant beast possessed the silhouetted torso of a saber-toothed tiger, its sharp claws entwining the two natural elements of lightning and whirlwind. 3 months ago today, this imperial beast was a juvenile body thunder sword-biting tiger. Today, 3 months later, this royal beast is the mature body of the heaven and earth-bearing tiger. The host gripped the microphone tightly and narrated passionately. Pei Donglai was the first to summon his imperial beast. This is the heaven and earth-bearing tiger that possesses 2 nature-based attributes at the same time. Pei Donglai displayed a haughty expression as he roared lowly. Who says that my imperial beast only has 2 nature-based elements? Pei Xingye, it's time for you to get a better understanding. As Pei Donglai catalyzed his soul power, a layer of blazing fire ignited on the body of the heaven and earth hegemony army tiger, while a pair of cold and icy feathered wings coalesced behind it. Ice, fire, wind, and thunder. Unbelievable, this imperial beast unexpectedly possesses 4 natural system attributes at the same time. I see. In the previous matches, Pei Donglai was hiding his true strength. In the final ring, Pei Donglai no longer held back. He displayed his full strength just to defeat Pei Xingye in front of him. Chapter 89. The Full-Blooded Phoenix and the Angry King. Ice, fire, wind, and thunder. The heaven and earth hegemony army tiger possesses 4 natural attributes? I'm not mistaken. It's like a dream. In Pei Donglai's previous matches, every time the heaven and earth hegemony army tiger made its appearance, it had crushed and defeated its opponents in every round by displaying just 2 powers, thunder and storm. Now, in the ring of the finals, he showed his true hidden strength in the image of the strongest dark horse. It turned out that in addition to possessing the power of thunder and storm, the heaven and earth hegemony army tiger also contained the power of flame and the power of cold ice within his body. Looking at the 7 kingdoms of the human race, it was extremely rare for a royal beast to possess 4 natural attributes at the same time. While the crowd was shocked, they also cast gazes of admiration towards Han Yuan under the ring. Everyone knew that Han Yuan was not only the director of the Reverse Academy, but also Pei Donglai's mentor. It could even be said that Han Yuan played the most important role on Pei Donglai's road to rebellion. The dean of the Retrograde Academy is indeed formidable. For the Thunder Sword-biting tiger to be able to mutate and evolve into the Heaven and Earth Hegemony Army Tiger, it was Han Yuan's doing. Of course, Pei Donglai is also very competitive. Pei Xingye's gaze swept a glance at the Heaven and Earth-bearing Army Tiger. He was able to sense that the 4 elemental forces of ice, fire, wind, and thunder released by this imperial beast all had evil darkness hidden within them. Thus Pei Xingye's afterglow, which landed on Han Yuan's body, lingered for a moment. So it seems that this director of the Reverse Academy must have a problem behind him. Pei Donglai's barking came out. Pei Xingye, summon your imperial beast. The gate of the underworld. Open. From the moment the match started, Pei Xingye's emotions didn't fluctuate one bit. He looked like an emotionless god of death, his voice low and hoarse, and even the process of summoning the imperial beasts was devoid of any ignition. Above the ring, black mist filled the air. Accompanied by the tragic screams of the severe ghosts, the door of the underworld slowly opened, hellish chains flew in the sky, and the domineering phoenix roar resounded through the sky. The Black Fury Phoenix ascended to the ring, unfolding its wings and setting off a sea of rolling and boiling undead fire, inadvertently releasing the oppressive feeling of an ancient mythological bloodline that swept across the entire arena. Oh! The Heaven and Earth Hegemony Army Tiger subconsciously took a step back, lowered its waist and back, and let out a dull whimper. The hairs on its body stood up at their roots, and the color of fear grew in its pupils. This scene, as presented, was simple enough to be described in a single sentence. The moment the Black Fury Phoenix made its appearance, there was no skill, no maneuvering. There was just a naked bloodline suppression. Epic bloodlines were as fragile as ants in front of ancient mythological bloodlines. Pei Xingye's face was unruffled as he said in a cold tone, "Your imperial beast, its bloodline is too low." Pei Donglai gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Pei Xingye, in a battle between imperial beast masters, bloodline cannot determine everything. My imperial beast skills are above yours. Who gave Pei Donglai the self-confidence to make him say these big words? It was Han Yuan. Han Yuan had personally said that the imperial beast art he had imparted to Pei Donglai was enough to crush all geniuses of the same rank. The facts proved that Han Yuan was right. In the past matches, Pei Donglai's imperial beast art had indeed crushed the talented players from other academies, getting a perfect victory without any challenge. However, Pei Donglai didn't realize that the Pei Xingye of today had long since left the realm of the word genius. Genius is used to describe people. The closer Pei Xingye was to a god, the farther away he was from a human being. The match begins. Pei Donglai is the first to start. What a swift starting technique. It's fourfold cage of hell. Pei Donglai was directly on fire in the first round, his face overflowing with incomparable confidence, as well as murderous viciousness. The Heaven and Earth Overlord Tiger roared up to the sky, and the four elements of ice, fire, wind, and thunder coalesced in the void, surrounding the Black Fury Phoenix to create a gigantic cage. Wall of flames, cave of ice, storm vortex, thunder grid. Pei Donglai harnesses the Heaven and Earth Hegemony Army Tiger, skillfully utilizing the four nature-based elements, and casts the fourfold cage of hell around the Black Fury Phoenix. This is only the first round. Pei Donglai's exquisite maneuvering has struck a powerful control effect, causing the Black Fury Phoenix to lose its ability to move. Within the cage, the Black Fury Phoenix was unable to move and suffered from the washing and lashing of the four nature-based elements at the same time. Pei Donglai was overjoyed, having gained the upper hand in the first round. A dense, sinister cold aura surfaced underneath his eyes, like an evil viper, as he frantically operated his soul power and roared aloud. Heaven and Earth Tearing Claw. The Heaven and Earth Hegemony Army Tiger disappeared in place, transforming into countless sharp claw remnants, as it unleashed a brutal streak of strikes towards the Black Fury Phoenix in the cage. 12 consecutive strikes. 13 consecutive strikes. Truly astonishing. The Heaven and Earth Hegemony Army Tiger has struck 36 consecutive strikes. In the first round, Pei Donglai focused on control, and the control effect was pulled full. In the second round, Pei Donglai struck while the iron was hot, hitting a high burst damage combo. In just 2 rounds, the maneuvering and awareness Pei Donglai displayed was at the top level of a second-stage Imperial Beast Master. His Imperial Beast art was far beyond his peers. Seeing this scene, you couldn't deny the power of this rebellious teenager. Seeing this scene, you couldn't help but marvel at how advanced the teaching level of the Retrograde Academy was. 3 months ago, Pei Donglai was still a failed student who suffered from group ridicule. 3 months later, Pei Donglai was already standing in the final ring of the 100 Great Academy's Rising Star Tournament, and after only 2 rounds, he was able to deftly suppress Pei Xingye, the strongest scholar in the history of the Yanxia Empire. As the frequency of combos struck by the Heaven and Earth Hegemony Army Tiger continued to increase, The evil aura on Pei Donglai's body grew more and more dense as he turned towards Pei Xingye, sending out merciless taunts. Pei Xingye, is this your level? What kind of Yanxia Empire's first genius are you? I'll make you kneel in front of me in a scandalous fiasco. Pei Donglai held the absolute advantage. His eyes became haughty, displaying a strong disdain when he looked at Pei Xingye. As time passed, Pei Donglai's breathing became rapid. Mobilizing a large amount of soul power in a short period of time made him feel tired and exhausted. However, right in the gap between his breaths, Pei Xingye's voice was like a deathly whisper, piercing deeply through his eardrums. Pei Donglai, is this all you have? Too weak. What? Pei Xingye, you. Rumble. In the center of the ring, an explosion rang out. As the rolling smoke cleared, the 4 hellish cages crumbled to pieces, and a deafening phoenix roar resounded amidst the sea of undead fire. The Black Fury Phoenix was like a round of pitch-black sun that burned unquenchably, suspended above the sunset-dyed sky. The audience instantly boiled. How is this possible? The Black Fury Phoenix is actually still in a full-blooded state. Just now, Pei Donglai's flurry of maneuvers was as fierce as a tiger, but he couldn't even break a layer of the Black Fury Phoenix's blood skin. This phoenix's defense is as terrifying as it is. Above the sky, the Black Fury Phoenix unfolded its wings in a full-blooded state and looked proudly at the earth. There wasn't even a single wound on its entire body. This meant that all the combos that the Heaven and Earth Hegemony Tiger had dealt in the past were all in vain, as if it was just scratching the Black Fury Phoenix. Outsiders look at the scene, but insiders look at the doorway. The judges' table. The 10 bigwigs had serious faces. It's not the defense. Rather, Immortal Bird's wrath is working. That's why. Pei Xingye students' anger. But on this kid's face, there isn't even a hint of emotional fluctuation. In the ring, Pei Donglai's face was pale as he couldn't believe what was in front of him. After he had exerted all his strength and performed all the Imperial Beast arts he was proud of, he had ushered in a Black Fury Phoenix in a full-blooded state. At this moment, the red-pupil youngster opened his lips. Dumbfounded, right staring blankly, right puzzled, right? My Imperial Beast possesses a natural divine power called Immortal Bird's Wrath, specifically explained as, when the Black Fury Phoenix's anger value is raised, the anger is transformed into a multiplier blast. And when I, the Imperial Beastmaster, become angry, my anger will be transformed into the Black Rage Phoenix's blood return effect. If I were to switch to a player ranked 50th, 60th, or even 70th in the 100 Great Academy rankings, they would be able to, more or less, knock out 1% of the Black Fury Phoenix's blood. But this matter, only you, Pei Donglai, can't do it. And you will never be able to do it. So, do you feel my anger now? Above the ring, you could see such a famous painting that stunned an era. The full-blooded phoenix and the angry king. When this young man, in the center of the ring with all the attention, facing the grand fiery red sunset, topped with a handsome green face, with no emotional fluctuations of the statement sentence, a light stroke to bring over the once a little bit of frost. At this moment, the world really empathized with this teenager. Deeply felt, this teenager at this moment is how angry. Chapter 90. 100 years ahead of you in terms of proficiency. Anger was an ancient emotion second only to fear. At this moment, the word anger had a profound visualization in the final ring. It wasn't that the Phoenix Bloodline's defense was so powerful. It wasn't because of how powerful the Phoenix Bloodline's defense was, nor was it because of the damage done by the Heaven and Earth Hegemony Tiger skills. It was simply because the damage values dealt by the Heaven and Earth Hegemony Army Tiger simply couldn't catch up to the blood recovery values triggered by Immortal Bird's wrath. The stronger Pei Xingye's anger was, the more horrifying the effect of Black Rage Phoenix's blood restoration was. Above the ring, Pei Donglai was still struggling. He frantically mobilized the remaining soul power in his body, harnessing the Heaven and Earth Hegemony Army Tiger to launch another round of offensive frenzy towards the Black Rage Phoenix. Heaven and Earth Tearing Claw. Fierce Tiger Impact. Wind and Thunder Heaven Shaking Roar. Ice and Fire Headbutt.
Impossible.
I can't lose. I can definitely defeat you. Pei Xingye, Pei Donglai, the strongest dark horse in history, poured out all his power and harnessed his imperial beast in a state of hysteria, moving towards losing his mind to insanity. When people were under the influence of extreme emotions, they would often burst out with more powerful energy than usual. Pei Donglai was no exception, as he had already displayed a level of overexertion that surpassed his limits. However, the Black Fury Phoenix suspended above the sky, always maintaining a full blood state, a pair of grim phoenix eyes, staring dead-on at the panting heaven and earth bastard army tiger, emitted a contemptuous phoenix cry, not dropping blood. No blood loss at all. The attack value of the heaven and earth hegemony army tiger is not even comparable to 1/3 of the blood recovery value of a mortal bird's wrath. Nakedly crushing the game, the audience was agitated and rose to their feet one after another. Everyone gazed together at the calm and collected red-pupiled teenager in the ring. Inside each person's body, hot blood couldn't stop boiling, and a deep reverence and worship for Pei Xingye arose within them. If you don't know Pei Xingye, then in this battle you can only see a genius being struck down by another stronger genius, crushing him roughly. If you understand Pei Xingye, then this battle you will cheer, you will shout, you will feel secretly happy for Pei Xingye. The world is a big place, and everyone is the main character in their own story. Pei Donglai in the ring 3 months ago, the identity of a failed student was miserably mocked by the group, endured humiliation, determined to reverse the trend. Every day, he had to endure physical discomfort swallowing pound after pound of raw magical beast meat. He endured overloaded training intensity every night to the point that he passed out from exhaustion again and again. At the end of the story, his hard work and dedication pays off, and he makes his way to the final ring through thick and thin. But all of this self-motivated plot padding is only worthy of the ugliness of a one-move defeat under the watchful eyes of the world, setting off another teenager's might. Everyone is the protagonist in their own story, this is inherently true. But in this story called The World, there is one and only one protagonist. What is a supernova? That is the brightest, most shining one among the stars. In the ring at this level, some people tried their best and were still in a sorry state. Some people have not made a single move and are standing in a relaxed manner. Talent is something that is most afraid of comparison. In front of Pei Xingye, Pei Donglai's so-called talent seemed so mediocre. The angry young man with red pupils didn't change his color. He only slightly activated his soul power, and a sea of undead fire enveloped the sky. The Black Rage Phoenix's wings crossed, and amidst the pre-swing of the overdrive skill, he stored up his power for the falling Phoenix slash. This time, Pei Xingye didn't choose a 0-frame start. Black Fury Phoenix's falling Phoenix slash's staging power has already exceeded 10 seconds. 20 seconds. The stage where the Imperial Beasts were storing up their skills was the moment of breaking. In theory, this was Pei Donglai's chance to turn the situation around. However, no matter how powerful the attacks launched by the Heaven and Earth Hegemony Army Tiger were, they could not knock off a layer of the Black Fury Phoenix's blood skin. So naturally, they could not interrupt the other party's power storing. Fall, Phoenix, chop. All the anger that had been pent up in the red pupil boy's chest was injected into the Black Fury Phoenix's soul. The Black Rage Phoenix crossed its wings and released its signature skill, Falling Phoenix Slash. Accompanied by a sharp phoenix cry, the crossed beams of chopping fire cut through the void and came straight at the Heaven and Earth Hegemony Army Tiger. Pei Donglai's heart raced as he hissed, "Dodge, dodge!" This time, the falling phoenix chop was not a Ling frame start, and theoretically it was easy to dodge. However, the moment the Heaven and Earth Bastard Army Tiger dodged towards the left side, the trajectory of the falling phoenix chop's chopping attack unexpectedly shifted, locking onto the Heaven and Earth Bastard Army Tiger once again. The audience was once again abuzz. This is too outrageous. A falling phoenix slash that can turn around. How did Pei Xingye do that? Pei Donglai was terrified as he harnessed the Heaven and Earth Hegemony Army Tiger and dodged towards the right side. However, the trajectory of the falling phoenix slash once again reversed its direction, precisely locking onto the top of the Heaven and Earth Hegemony Army Tiger's head. In full view of everyone, the trajectory of the phoenix slash was like a phantom snake shadow, ever-changing and unpredictable. The host marveled, "It's unbelievable. The movement trajectory of the falling phoenix chop is like a tracking missile that can change direction at will." The judges' table. The 10 bigwigs discussed passionately. Theoretically speaking, a second-rank Imperial Beast Master harnessing an Imperial Beast and releasing any skill is straightforward. It's impossible to reach the level of changing the trajectory of the skill at will. Unless Pei Xingye's proficiency with the falling phoenix slash has far surpassed that of players in the same segment. It even surpasses some high-ranking Imperial Beast Masters. During his trip to the Dragonblood Forest, Pei Xingye single-handedly brushed the 100-year illusion realm for 3 days. During the 100 years in the illusionary realm, he had harnessed the Black Fury Phoenix and unleashed the Falling Phoenix hundreds of millions of times. So at this moment, above the final ring, this move, the Falling Phoenix contained a proficiency that was 100 years ahead of his peers. Phoenix/Spiral Style. That was the full name of this Falling Phoenix chop. The moment the Falling Phoenix chop was released, it could change its forward arc as well as its trajectory at will according to Pei Xingye's intention, making it impossible for the enemy to dodge. The Falling Phoenix chop Spiral Style was only one of the 3 major variations Pei Xingye had developed for the Falling Phoenix chop. The effects of the other 2 variations were only more terrifying. It was only that Pei Donglai, who had already lost his great power, was no longer qualified to see the other 2 variation moves. Can't dodge it. Really can't avoid it. Pei Donglai's face was ashen, and he watched as the criss-crossing undead chopping strike landed heavily on top of the Heaven and Earth Hegemony Army Tiger's head. Rumbling. Explosions resounded through the clouds and sky, and dark, pungent smoke enveloped the huge ring. After an unknown amount of time, the thick smoke cleared, and Pei Donglai was kneeling on both knees, his wretched posture convulsing violently, his disoriented pupils trembling unceasingly. He had lost, and his proud royal beast Heaven and Earth Bajuan Tiger, lying in a pool of blood into a fainting spell. His head bloody, not dead, will also be disabled for the rest of his life. This final match came to an end. One side had tried their best, playing all their cards and even overplaying. The other side player only played one move. At this moment, this red pupil boy who had only made one move stood in the center of the ring with an upright stance, like a hot, rolling star, shining brightly in the entire arena. Even though today's dusk was so hazy, even though today's sunset is so soft, but it still couldn't hide the sharpness that blossomed from this red-pupiled boy. The referee was also overwhelmed by the charm of the Falling Phoenix chop spiral and was in a trance for a few seconds before he reacted and hurriedly blew the whistle for the end of the match. The match is over. Winner, Chaos Academy. Pei Xingye. Praise and appreciation from the bigwigs came from the judges' table. Slightly out of hand, already extreme. This kid's future is immeasurable. I seem to see the shadow of a deceased person in Pei Xingye's body. The deceased person you're talking about is Lord Sangxian, right? That's right, it's Lord Sangxian. Sangxian, the representative of the one-trick pony. This man's Tao of the Imperial Beast was to repeatedly refine the same Imperial Beast technique, making this one Imperial Beast technique possess the power of 1,000 variations so as to deal with any enemy. Pei Xingye's Falling Phoenix/Spiral Style exuded a full Sang's aura. Chapter 91. He skipped school holding her hand. Damn it. Dean Han clearly said that as long as I play normally, I'll definitely be able to beat Pei Xingye. Why? Why is he still better than me? Kneeling in the ring, Pei Donglai, frustration written all over his face, kept pounding the ground with his fists as if he was swallowing a red-hot branding iron, swallowing this fiasco of an unsuspecting defeat. Before the match started, he was full of confidence. He thought that no matter how strong Pei Xingye was, he could force Pei Xingye into a corner if he put out his full strength. But the fact in front of his eyes was that he had used all his strength and could only exchange it for a single glib strike from Pei Xingye. A single Falling Phoenix slash shattered the self-confidence that Pei Donglai had spent 3 months building up. He then realized that the gap between himself and Pei Xingye was like the Milky Way in the sky. Out of reach. The match was over, and Pei Xingye swept a final glance at Pei Donglai with cold eyes. If you're a dish, practice more. But if you want to surpass me, practicing won't help. These words were undoubtedly spoken to Pei Donglai, but these words were like an ice-cold bullet. How could they not have struck the heart of every 18-year-old teenager? Being invincible at the same rank was not just talk. Looking at the 7 countries of the human race, any second-ranked Imperial Beastmaster that stood in front of Pei Xingye was as small as a mole cricket. So far, all the geniuses who had fought Pei Xingye, who had ever seen Pei Xingye use his full strength, or offer up his bottom card. Above the ring, the red-pupiled teenager turned around in style and left the public's line of sight. In today's Meteor City, night fell faster than usual. The moment Pei Xingye left the ring, the afterglow of the setting sun was swallowed up by the great mountains in the distance. The thick and cool color of night quietly enveloped every corner of the city. Just as the crowd was still immersed in the duel they had just witnessed, someone suddenly realized that above the ring, a brilliant light was flickering. That's meteor shower?
No.
That's the residual moving trajectory of the falling phoenix slash. Above the ring, the remnants of the undead flames had yet to be extinguished, and they were like a stream of meteors that intertwined and collided, weaving a splendid starry river totem. This was the movement track left behind by the falling phoenix chop spiral. Previously, before the sun set, people hadn't noticed it. At this moment, as night fell, under the backdrop of darkness, these burning scorched trails were reflected in the public's view, becoming clearer and clearer. The 10 bigwigs at the judges' table were highly shocked. This is really the moving trajectory of the falling phoenix slash. This bizarre and subtle arc. It's simply as wild as a wandering dragon with strokes, without any rules, so the opponent naturally can't defend against it. It's clearly just a single imperial beast art, yet it possesses the aura of 10,000 variations. Isn't this Lord Sang Xian's way of the imperial beast? Tonight's Meteor City ushered in a special meteor shower, and this meteor shower composed the extreme talent of a talented young man. Pei Xingye left? The awards ceremony hasn't even started yet. He hasn't collected the Supernova Champion trophy yet. Pei Xingye didn't participate in the awards ceremony. He chose to leave the stage alone at the height of the heat, disappearing into the end of the night. At the judges' table, there was a moment of silence, and a voice came out. Perhaps, for student Pei Xingye, there has long been no need for trophies and other out-of-body things to prove himself. After this battle, there were no more barking dogs in the world questioning Pei Xingye's status as Yan Xia's first genius. This first is the first of the fault line. It's the first that the second place can't even hope to reach. Han Yuan stood at the bottom of the ring, his gaze fixed on the scorch marks left by the falling phoenix slash. Worthy of being a talent valued by Long Jun Ning. Pei Xingye, the stronger you are, the more valuable your utilization will be. Han Yuan whispered a few words to himself and turned to leave. He had cultivated Pei Donglai, seemingly only to test the depths of Pei Xingye. In his eyes, everything was a pawn, including the entire Reverse Academy. The disoriented Pei Donglai stumbled down the ring. Pei Shan greeted him. Donglai, are you all right? Father, I lost. It's okay. If you lose, you lose. You'll have a chance to win it back in the future. Pei Donglai shook his head with a bitter smile, tears soaking the corners of his eyes. There's still a chance? Oh, he, Pei Xingye, is simply not human. I can't win against him. I'll never win against him. At this moment, Pei Donglai's state of mind was just like Shibata Kawazo's in the challenge match. In fact, for the audience watching the battle from a spectator's perspective, the biggest experience was that Pei Xingye was just very, very strong. But for Pei Donglai and Shibata Kawazo, who stood in the ring and actually fought against Pei Xingye, their greatest feeling was the collapse of their Dao heart, experiencing deep despair and frustration. If you lose to anyone else, as long as your heart is strong, you will have the courage to start over. But if you lose to Pei Xingye, then you will lose all courage. Because Pei Xingye's way of defeating you will always be the heartbreaking crush. The dish is more practice. This is every loser's must study. But when it comes to Pei Xingye, practicing is useless. This is the fate of every person who lost to Pei Xingye. It was late at night, and the streets of Meteor City were as bustling as a dream. Passers-by were bustling about, talking and laughing about Pei Xingye. Situ Shui, Qin Yanlin, and Huangfu Boyi walked east and west, searching for Pei Xingye's figure. Captain, I've already felt through 8 streets in the neighborhood. I haven't seen the second master's figure. Team Captain, I've searched every alley in the vicinity, also and haven't found. A wisp of worry surfaced on Situ Shui's pretty face. Pei Xingye, where the hell did you go? After the finals, Pei Xingye left the field alone and disappeared. The members of the Scarlet Squad rummaged through the nearby streets and alleys without finding Pei Xingye. In a certain remote tavern, the red-pupiled teenager sat by the window, listening to the nightly drifting rain and holding a wine glass in his hand. The empty wine bottles on the table are tilted to the east and west. The teenager sipped his wine and laughed lightly, his state slightly intoxicated. Pei Donglai he, Pei Shan he, Pei family he. Pei Xingye raised his cup and drank it down. The strong wine was like a fiery sword stabbing his throat, causing the teenager to put on a slightly distorted expression. Snap! Putting down the wine cup, The teenager's eyes were stained with blood. Almost, it's time to return to the Pei family. No, there's still one thing left to do. When the sun rose again, it was as if the entire world had completed its rebirth. Yesterday's events would still be mentioned, but today's people would have to do today's things. Chaos Academy, the training ground. This training session wasn't too intense, and Situ Shui came to Pei Xingye's side as the two of them sat together under a tree. Last night, which tavern in Meteor City were you fooling around in alone? Captain, it's still you who understands me. Pei Xingye, we're all worried about you. Situ Shui's watery eyes stared at Pei Xingye's red pupils, and she realized that her own emotions had followed this teenager's changing moods. When Pei Xingye was unhappy, she was also unhappy. Captain, thank you for caring about me. I'm really fine. Your Pei family's matter is indeed rather complicated. All I can do is support you unconditionally. Situ Shui took a stand. No matter what changes happen to the Pei family in the future, she would stand by Pei Xingye's side. Pei Xingye smiled and nodded, deep gratitude hidden in his smile. By the way, Captain, remember how I said before that I would help your shadow demon spider with a light and shadow dual cultivation evolution program? What? You have an idea? The program has already been determined. There is still one material missing. What material? The beast crystal of the holy light angel beast. Situ Shui revealed a worried expression. Light system plus angel system magical beasts are already rare, and there are no such beast crystals for sale on the market. Difficult to get. Oh, Captain, I know where I can get these beast crystals. Where? Follow me. Pei Xingye. Class isn't over yet. We're skipping school. We'll be penalized. The breeze under the midday sun blew the hem of the young girl's skirt. She was counting down the teenager on her lips, but the corners of her lips were filled with a smile from the bottom of her heart. She had always been disciplined since she was a child, and this was the first time she had experienced the joy of skipping school. Skipping school itself was meaningless, but with whom to skip school was the meaning. Chapter 92: The Submerged Dragon Entering the Water. The Undead Under the Cold Pool. Kunlun Mountain Range. Above the dome of the sky, the phoenix flew amidst the clouds. Pei Xingye brought Situ Shui with him, the two of them skipping school together and enjoying the great mountains and rivers of the Yanxia Empire together. Situ Shui looked downward. The mountains stretched as far as the eye could see, like a giant dragon dancing between heaven and earth. The waves were magnificent, showing nature's ingenious work. This neighborhood should be the area of Dragon Blood Forest. In Situ Shui's mind, there was also a map of the Yanxia Empire printed. Pei Xingye gently nodded. That's right. Situ Shui was puzzled. What did you bring me here for? Pei Xingye patiently explained. Last time, I broke into the Dragonblood Forest alone and encountered a holy light angelic beast in the 100-year illusion realm. Any magical beast that appears in the illusionary realm must have fallen near the Dragonblood Forest at some point in the past. After all, the undead and the demonic chi were injected into the forest's fog together to become a part of the 100-year illusion realm. After listening to Pei Xingye's explanation, Situ Shui was inwardly shocked and couldn't help but sigh. There's one thing to be said for the world in the eyes of your undead imperial beastmasters. It's indeed a much more subtle and nuanced world than the one that we ordinary imperial beastmasters see. This was the truth. For undead beastmasters, all the dead things in the world were also a special life. A few moments later, the Black Fury Phoenix slowly landed. The landing point was located at the edge of the Dragon's Blood Forest. Situ Shui looked around. The blood-red forest came into view, and the thick fog that filled the forest was as eerie as the monsters and ghosts that would pounce at any time. The young girl's brows twisted lightly, unable to resist spitting out her doubts. Pei Xingye, as far as I know, even for a 7th stage level Imperial Beastmaster, if among the contracted Imperial Beasts, there are no Imperial Beasts capable of cracking illusions. Once one is alone and mistakenly enters 100 years of illusionary realm, the end will be nothing less than 9 deaths and 1 life. And you, a 2nd-rank Imperial Beastmaster, how on earth did you come out alive? Pei Xingye's mystery of single-handedly brushing through the 100-year illusion realm lay in the awakened Scarlet Eye. In the face of Situ Shui's questioning, Pei Xingye just smiled and prevaricated. Maybe I got lucky. TSK still hiding it from me. Fine. Since you don't want to say it, then I won't force you. Humph. Situ Shui's sulking appearance is different from other girls. Not pretentious at all, but rather a kind of pure loveliness. a strong contrast to the usual calm and wise image. Pei Xingye returned to her words. Captain, our mission is to find the false site of that holy light angelic beast as soon as possible, and then get its beast crystal. Situ Shui looked around and said with intent, there are less than 100,000 large mountains in this vicinity, with treacherous terrain and steep cliffs, not to mention the many submerged underground caves. To find the false site of a magical beast is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Pei Xingye smiled confidently and raised the overgod's hand. I have a way to narrow it down. Under Situ Shui's gaze, Pei Xingye leaned down, the palm of the overlying god's hand, pressing against the ground. An undead imperial beastmaster's perception of the undead was extremely sharp. Coupled with the effect of the overlying god's hand, Pei Xingye's divine sense was like tree roots rooted in the soil, spreading and spreading madly. After years and years of geological activity, there was no telling how many undead were buried under the soil. To lock onto the holy light angel beasts undead amongst the densely packed undead was not an easy task. Time flew by, and an hour passed. Just as Situ Shui yawned, Pei Xingye snapped his eyes open and excitedly said, Captain, follow me. Side by side, the two of them went over the mountains, sometimes stepping over waterfalls, sometimes passing through underground caves. When the sun dipped in the west and the temperature began to drop, Pei Xingye stopped in his tracks. According to my perception, the holy light angelic beasts undead are nearby. Situ Shui looked up, and before her eyes hung the cascading waterfall. The water mist filled the air and projected a gorgeous, hazy rainbow that blended with the setting sun. In this romantic and quiet environment, the handsome man and beautiful woman were alone. It was inevitable that they would not be affected by the atmosphere. Captain, what are you staring at me for? I have words on my face? Nope, nothing. Situ Shui snapped out of her trance and said with a straight face, the rocks in this neighborhood are bare, and you can't see the bodies of the holy light angel beasts, so there's only one possibility left. The two of them spoke in unison. The bottom of the pool. Below the waterfall, a deep, cold pool was connected. The color of the water took on a pitch-black hue, implying that the depth of the water was unpredictable. Then the question came. Situ Shui shrugged her shoulders helplessly and smiled bitterly. The two of us have yet to contract a water imperial beast, and we simply cannot wade into such a deep, cold pool. Neither the Black Fury Phoenix nor the Shadow Demon Spider were good at water. Pei Xingye pursed his dry lips and let out a long sigh. That's just it, Captain. I will summon my second imperial beast next. But this is something you have to help me keep secret. For the time being, I don't want to publicize it. Pei Xingye, really? When did you contract the second imperial beast? And how long did you hide it from me? Do you still have me as a captain in your eyes? Situ Shui crossed her arms, her cherry mouth outputting a flurry of words at Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye's ears grew calloused from listening to this, urging his soul power and opening the imperial seal. Roar! A dragon's roar from the ancient times soared into the sky, shattering the clouds and seas in the sky. This overbearing dragon roar caused the magical beasts that were sleeping on the nearby 100,000 mountains to instantly wake up, so scared that they dragged their families and relocated overnight. This is the dragon. Situ Shui had seen a lot, but purebred dragon imperial beasts were really too rare. Within the Yanxia Empire, the number of imperial beast masters who contracted purebred dragon imperial beasts could be counted on one hand. As for the representative figure of the dragon imperial beastmaster, it was naturally the Yanxia Empress Long Jun Ning. Pei Xingye, where did you get a purebred dragon race from? Situ Shui's eyes widened as she looked up and down at the majestic and mighty blood underworld dragon. Previously, I defeated Shibata Kawazo and fought for our country's honor. So this blood underworld dragon was given to me as a reward by our Lord State Lord. It seems that our Lord State Lord really cultivates you as the future of the Yanxia Empire. Just like your godmother. Hearing the word godmother, Pei Xingye's expression was slightly dumbfounded as memories flooded his heart, and the image of his first encounter with Rose Queen Evelette on the deserted island once again surfaced in his mind. Eve Leader, calling herself Pei Xingye's godmother. The blood underworld dragon's current segment, reaching the complete body 1 segment, which is the initial segment of a purebred dragon hatching out of a dragon's egg, allowing it to directly skip the juvenile body and mature body. With second stage Imperial Beast Master Pei Xingye's soul power concentration, although he couldn't harness the blood underworld dragon to fight, he could command the blood underworld dragon to go down and search the water. Blood underworld. I'm counting on you. Roar. With a low dragon roar, the submerged dragon entered the water, and only a layer of rippling ripples remained on the surface of the cold pool. Pei Xingye and Situ Shui waited on the shore, their clothes already dampened by the water mist stirred up by the waterfall. The clothes Situ Shui was wearing, the material was already light and thin. After being wet by the water mist, it naturally exposed some spring light. Pei Xingye, what are you looking around? Ahem, I'm not looking. How did you know I was wearing purple? Injustice, Captain. You clearly wear ice blue corset today. I finished. Pei Xingye wanted to say something. He knew that he had been tricked out by Situ Shui. I'm sorry, Captain. I'm a bloodthirsty man. Just now that glance. I really didn't hold back. Hey Pei Xingye, you're still looking. The flowers are in full bloom. If I don't know how to appreciate them, it would seem like I'm not understanding. Isn't it? When Mr. Pei quit the literary world, everyone refused to oppose it. Chapter 93. If there is no precedent, then set a precedent. As the submerged dragon entered the water, Pei Xingye's soul power continued to be output at an extremely fast rate of consumption. Just by maintaining the blood underworld dragon in the water to explore the spirits, Pei Xingye's consumption reached this level. What's more, Pei Xingye's soul power reserves were twice that of an imperial beast master of the same rank. This was the reason why it was very difficult for a second-ranked imperial beast master to harness a full-bodied imperial beast for actual combat. As of now, Pei Xingye's use of the blood underworld dragon had too many limitations. As time passed, the last of the afterglow in the sky dissipated. The deep, silent night covered the sky with an impenetrable black curtain. Tonight's weather was not good. The clouds were so dense that not even a trace of starlight or moonlight could be seen. Pei Xingye and Situ Shui waited for a long time on the shore of the cold pool, and the Black Fury Phoenix released its undead flame to dispel the surrounding cold air and dry the clothes of the two. Gulp! The surface of the water suddenly bubbled, and Situ Shui, who was napping against Pei Xingye's shoulder, snapped awake. Pei Xingye, there's movement in the water. I've sensed blood underworld's aura. It's found it. Clatter. The bone dragon came out of the water, creating 100 feet of waves. The blood underworld dragon passed through the curtains of the waterfall and coiled itself around Pei Xingye, revealing an inviting smile, though the smile was a bit terrifying. Between its fangs, it was biting a crystal that shimmered with golden light, the light as brilliant as the sun. Pei Xingye stretched out his overwhelming god's hand and took out this beast crystal from the dragon's mouth, and the detailed data came into view. Captain, this is indeed the beast crystal of the Holy Light Angel Beast. Underneath the cold pool, it was like the Imperial Tomb Cemetery with its pathways and 9 twists, and there were countless corpses of magical beasts buried inside. The facts proved that Pei Xingye's previous guess was completely correct. All the magical beasts he had seen in the 100-year illusion had once fallen in the area around the dragon's blood forest, and the undead converged and injected themselves into the forest fog, contributing to the formation of the 100-year illusion. Situ Shui's eyes couldn't hide her appreciation, and she didn't mince words in her praise. I have to say, with you as an undead Imperial Beast Master in our Scarlet Squad, we might be able to discover some truths and secrets hidden in history in every adventure trial in the future. Things that were dead couldn't speak. That's why a corpse that was dusty in the ground buried countless secret stories. And for undead imperialists, they could always create a close connection with dead things. Using the undead as a medium, they would lift up the casket called history and dig out all the truths within it. Captain, the beast crystals of the Holy Light Angel Beast have arrived. Next, I need a secluded place to refine the pulse-reversing pill. What is the reverse vein pill? I've never heard of it. I named it myself. Reverse is the reverse of reversing heaven and changing fate, and pulse is the pulse of genetic bloodline. Pei Xingye had promised to provide the shadow demon spider with an evolutionary program of dual cultivation of light and shadow. Moreover, he guaranteed that with this evolutionary breakthrough of the shadow demon spider, the bloodline would be elevated from legendary to mythical. In fact, looking at the 7 nations of the human race, there had never been a precedent of a royal beast's bloodline being raised in evolution. The bloodline of a royal beast is determined from birth, just like the talent of a royal beast master. No matter how it is cultivated in the future, it is impossible to produce any alterations. But in Pei Xingye's view, if there is no precedent, then set a precedent. Undead Imperial Beast Master, the most creative profession in the world, bar none. Hilltop. The air was devoid of even the chirping of birds except for the cold wind that cut through it. It was quiet enough here that Pei Xingye had no distractions as he opened his storage ring and extracted a furnace cauldron engraved with a bronze dragon pattern. White-eyed green dragon cauldron. Isn't this a treasure of the Imperial Palace Academy? Captain, you are knowledgeable. Situ Shui shook her head and laughed darkly. I almost forgot. The current him is already a member of the Imperial Academy, one of the 19 gold medal Imperial healers of the Yanxia Empire. The pill refining cauldron was the core tool that every Imperial healer needed to use. At the moment, this white-eyed green dragon cauldron in front of Pei Xingye was the Imperial Academy's treasure. The fact that this cauldron had fallen into Pei Xingye's hands was enough to illustrate how much favor and regard Imperial Academy Dean, Li Mu, had for Pei Xingye. Immediately afterward, Pei Xingye extracted the various materials needed from his storage ring. Together with the beast crystals of the Holy Light Angelic Beast, they were brainlessly injected into the white-eyed green dragon cauldron. Pei Xingye glanced at his watch and frowned slightly. The time must not be a second off before. When there were still 4 hours before dawn, Pei Xingye urged his soul power, with the Black Fury Phoenix in charge of providing the temperature, and the undead fire burning red in the cauldron. Situ Shui didn't dare to interrupt for fear of interrupting Pei Xingye's concentration. One had to know that when the Imperial healer was refining medicines, there was no room for a single distraction of energy. The god of time played with the hourglass in his hand as the night faded and the moment of dawn was approaching. Situ Shui guarded Pei Xingye's side. She could see clearly that the teenager's forehead was covered in sweat. Captain, you focus on refining the medicine, don't care about me. Thanks. Pei Xingye's heart was warmed only because Situ Shui knelt by his side and used her cuffs to help him wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead and temples. Dawn was approaching, and in this instant, the moon hadn't yet disappeared while the sun's morning rays were already illuminating the end of the sky. It was the moment when day and night turned, and Pei Xingye seized the opportunity to collect the juice from the great fire. The Black Fury Phoenix let out a chirping cry, releasing the concentration of the undead flame to lift violently. And in the furnace cauldron, a purplish-black elixir coalesced. Captain, summon the Shadow Demon Spider. Situ Shui didn't dare to delay. Urging her soul power, the Shadow Demon Spider drilled out from the ground. Let it swallow it. Pei Xingye, will there be side effects? If you want to change your fate against the heavens and modify the bloodline of the Imperial beasts, you naturally have to bear certain risks. But don't worry, the risk is under my control. Pei Xingye never feared risks because he had experience. When he used to browse adult websites, he always ignored the risk and continued to install. This was Pei Xingye's vigor. The Shadow Demon Spider swallowed the pulse-reversing pill, and after 3 seconds, the effects of the medicine began to take effect, and the effects were fierce. Pei Xingye, the situation doesn't seem good. Above the mountaintop, the Shadow Demon Spider's mental state collapsed, crazily releasing its spider silk, and it couldn't distinguish between enemy and self, even attacking Situ Shui and Pei Xingye. Undead shield. Pei Xingye protected Situ Shui behind him, utilizing the little soul power he had left, harnessed the Black Fury Phoenix, and released the undead shield to fend off the spider silk attack. Pei Xingye, your physical energy is about to overdraw. Don't worry about me. This is the most crucial moment. I must persevere. The Shadow Demon Spider went crazy, its body emanating a raging dark shadow power. Gradually, amidst the dark shadows, a shining light grew. Light, shadow, light and shadow dual cultivation. Situ Shui witnessed her imperial beast, releasing 2 attribute powers at the same time, and the 2 attributes were restraining each other. Yet they were able to coexist. The shocking degree of the light and shadow dual cultivation was not at all inferior to the dual cultivation with ice and fire. At this moment, Pei Xingye's voice came from Situ Shui's ears. Light and shadow, they are mutually exclusive. The stronger the light, the thicker the shadow. These two, by nature, can coexist. Boom! The undead shield was penetrated by the spider silk and exploded and collapsed. Pei Xingye spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground unconscious. Pei Xingye, wake up, Pei Xingye. Situ Shui knelt on both knees and gathered Pei Xingye into her arms. She didn't care about the difference between men and women, even though Pei Xingye's head was resting on her soft chest. Just then, Situ Shui felt a powerful fluctuation of divine power. She stared back with a sudden look, only to see a spider with a huge body, hanging in the air and weaving a mysterious spider web like a star map, hanging upside down in the center of the spider web with a straight hook, emanating an overpowering fluctuation of divine power, and in its eyes, a divine pattern totem was reflected. Divine tattoo, the iconic feature of the mythic bloodline. Pei Xingye has done it. He really modified the bloodline of the imperial beast. Juvenile body 3 segments shadow demon spider, mature body 1 segment light shadow purgatory spider. Legendary bloodline, elevated to mythical bloodline. At this moment, the alternation of day and night was complete. The dawn dispersed all darkness and light illuminated the earth. Situ Shui cradled the unconscious Pei Xingye, who had passed out from physical energy overdraft. In her arms, her beautiful eyes cast into the distance. Under the 10,000 feet of morning sunlight, shadows speckled between the mountains and fields where flying birds turned. As he said, the stronger the light, the thicker the shadow. Light and shadow are meant to coexist. The beauty of the sunrise was due to the fact that it was stripped of the darkness. The darkness emanating from the undead sentinel was meant to be the power of light that illuminated this awful world. Listen, birds cry and flowers fall. Running water gurgles. Corpses decay. This is the hymn of the undead. Chapter 94 Dark Forest. Evolution Tree. Meanwhile, somewhere in the darkness of this world, it was an independent and special mysterious space. It appeared to have no boundaries, but it gave people a cage-like sense of bondage and oppression. There is no distinction between sky and earth here, and everything is suspended in chaotic disorder. For example, the star fragments floating in the air. For example, countless corpses and undead, and a black forest. In the middle of the forest, every single tree in the sky was immersed in a deep, thick fog. Each branch of these trees shone with a different color. At that moment, several vicissitudes and regal voices came from the darkness. They sounded like human voices, but they were not human for a long time. Dark forest. What kind of mutation has happened? Checked it out, the evolutionary tree of the spider system and the evolutionary tree of the angel system produced a mingling of branches and leaves. The two trees were connected together, and the roots of the trees also fused. How can this be? This means that the group of mole crickets amongst the human realm, someone is forcibly modifying the bloodlines and evolutionary routes of the imperial beasts in an attempt to destroy the evolutionary rules we established, wanting to go against the heavens and change their destiny. Who is it? It's that woman's son, that red-pupiled teenager.
No wonder.
In the darkness, several mysterious and unpredictable black shadows gathered together and discussed with each other. I think that red-pupil teenager must be gotten rid of as soon as possible.
No.
It was not easy for us to come this far and become the rule makers of this game. Since someone is trying to challenge us, it wouldn't be a bad idea for us to accept the challenge. That's right. I'm looking forward to how desperate that red-pupiled teenager's expression will be when he walks up to us one day and sees all the truth. In this world, there were people who fought everything just to stay alive. And there are those who take the suffering of all beings as a pleasure to please themselves. The war between humans and magical beasts was never ending. But are the enemies of humans really only magical beasts? Yanxia Empire. Kunlun Mountain Range, a certain unknown peak. Peak. Pei Xingye. Has anyone ever reminded you of your poor acting skills in pretending to be asleep? Ahem, you caught me. Pei Xingye regained consciousness after being unconscious for an hour, but he intentionally continued to pretend to be asleep. Because of this, he was able to pillow on Situ Shui's soft chest, sniff Situ Shui's body fragrance, and lie down for a little while longer. All men are like this, and Pei Xingye was no exception. Situ Shui is too smart. How could she not know Pei Xingye's small mind? She just didn't poke through. But a young girl's blush is worth 1,000 words. Pei Xingye got up from Situ Shui's arms and stretched her lazy back, when a sudden chill came from her back. Ooh, scared me. Pei Xingye turned around and saw a huge spider hanging upside down on a deep and mysterious spider web like a star map. The eyes of the spider glittered with divine pattern totems. This meant that its bloodline had reached mythological quality. The overriding god's hand touched the spider's head, and the data panel was reflected in Pei Xingye's eyes. Light and shadow purgatory spider. Mature body 1 segment. Mythic quality. New natural divine power, power of holy light. This was the form of the shadow demon spider after its breakthrough evolution. It had elevated from a legendary bloodline to a mythic bloodline. At the same time, the evolutionary route of light and shadow dual cultivation was opened. The light-shadow purgatory spider knew that Pei Xingye was its benefactor, so it showed a gentle side to Pei Xingye, emitting a low voice as a sign of intimacy. It even used spider silk and weaved the shape of a love heart, so it could be said to be very humane. I didn't expect that the evolutionary program you provided really shone into reality. Pei Xingye, thank you. Situ Shui walked over to Pei Xingye's side and expressed her gratitude while still looking at her imperial beast with an incredulous gaze. Forcibly modifying an imperial beast's bloodline? This was an unprecedented miracle. Pei Xingye had set a precedent and performed a miracle. Under the soft daylight, the light-shadow purgatory spider opened its 6 bone limbs as sharp as spears, resembling the 6 wings of the holy light angel beast. According to the Imperial Beast Illustrated Guide and the Magical Beast Insights, the top evolutionary form of the spider lineage would grow 12 bone limbs, or 12 spider legs. The top evolutionary form of the angelic system would grow 12 angelic wings, that is, the 12-winged incandescent angel form. Between the two, there was a certain degree of similarity. It was by seizing this similarity that Pei Xingye was able to perfectly integrate the beast crystal power of the holy light angelic beast into the body of the light shadow purgatory spider, reversing heaven and modifying the bloodline. Captain, everything went well, we should return. Pei Xingye. I seem to have guessed what you're going to do next. Pei Xingye turned around and locked eyes with Situ Shui. He knew it. She was a smart person. A wisp of bitterness spread across the curved corners of the teenager's lips. Captain, sometimes, your cleverness can make me feel uncomfortable. Situ Shui hurriedly said, I can help you.
No.
No need. Pei Xingye's attitude was extremely resolute, which caused Situ Shui to retract her step forward. Situ Shui, I'm not rejecting your good intentions. Rather, I want to rely on my own strength to solve that matter. Situ Shui was silent as the two of them looked up at the clear sky together. She tried hard to enter Pei Xingye's inner world, but Pei Xingye chose to block the door to his heart. This was his stubbornness and his obsession. Shocking news. Pei Xingye is on the hot search again. This dude is the reincarnation of the god of traffic. He developed the evolutionary route of light and shadow dual cultivation. First ice and fire dual cultivation, and now light and shadow dual cultivation. Attributes that restrain each other have been played into symbiotic coexistence by him. That's not the point. He also forcefully modified the imperial beast bloodline. Situ Shui's shadow demon spider, after evolving the light and shadow purgatory spider, the bloodline was raised from legendary quality to mythic quality.
I'm uneducated.
Yanxia Imperial City, Tianji Mansion. Evolutionists, specializing in researching the evolutionary routes and mutation paths of various imperial beasts, and thus are considered by the world to have peeked into a part of the heavenly chance of a species' genes. Therefore, the Tianji Mansion is the most authoritative evolutionary research institute in the Yanxia Empire. In terms of administrative rank, its status was the same as that of the imperial court. At this moment, at the entrance of the Heavenly Chance Mansion, Pei Xingye walked out of the door of the mansion with large strides. On his waist, there was a white jade tablet and a black jade tablet. The white jade token represented the identity of a member of the imperial court system. The black jade token, on the other hand, represented the identity of a member within the institution of the Heavenly Qi Palace. Nowadays, Pei Xingye had the dual identities of gold medal imperial healer and gold medal evolutionist. This 18-year-old teenager had cured the blood plague, conquered the nightmare poisoning, and was able to see through the hidden evolutionary routes of all imperial beasts, even modifying the bloodline of an imperial beast. Such heaven-defying abilities caused his status in the Yanxia Empire to soar. The flashes of light on his body would even make you briefly overlook that he was only a second-order imperial beast master. Friday evening, Chaos Academy's backstreet. In the restaurant box, the Scarlet Squad quartet gathered to celebrate Pei Xingye's entry into the Tianji Mansion and becoming a gold medal evolutionist. The wine had passed 3 rounds and the food had passed 5 flavors. Holding a toothpick, Qin Yanlin elegantly flossed his teeth while proposing, Second Master, in order to celebrate you obtaining institutional status yet again, tonight I'll treat you to the newly opened foot bath, where the technicians are, well, high quality. Pei Xingye forced a smile. Old Qin, enjoy yourself. Tonight, I plan to go back to Pei's house. Ha! You guys eat first, I'll leave first. Pei Xingye left the scene alone. Situ Shui hung her head low, She knew what Pei Xingye was going to do. This night, the Pei family of Tianyu City was destined to set off a storm of blood. Chapter 95. Killing back to Pei's family, Scarlet's revenge. The night sky outside the window was gray, and the thick clouds were like a ceiling that was about to collapse, a crack looming. Rumble. A thunderous roar awakened Pei Shan. He covered his intensely palpitating chest, not knowing whether to complain or be thankful. The thunderous roar scared his heart into convulsing, and at the same time pulled his thoughts out of his nightmare. It's been a while since I've dreamed of my little sister, but tonight, the little sister in Pei Shan's mouth was naturally Pei Xingye. Why was it the little sister? The Pei family was at least one of the 4 great families of Tianyu City, and the population should have prospered. Pei Shan is the eldest brother. There are several younger brothers below him, and Pei Xingye is the 7th in line, so she is called the little sister. The eldest Pei Shan is still alive. The 7th Pei Xingye has long since fallen. What about the middle 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6? After Pei Xingye's death, all the resources, connections, and property she left behind all fell into Pei Shan's hands. This result already says it all. Since ancient times, all large and prosperous families have emphasized brotherly friendship and respect. But in Pei Shan's eyes, profit is above all else. In his eyes, affection is worthless. In order to dominate everything in the Pei family, he even considered his own brothers as obstacles and used all sorts of insidious ways to clear them out. Rumble. Another thunderous roar, silver snake-like thunder that shone coldly, struck above the Pei mansion. The gate was gently pushed open by a hand, and a silhouette entered the Pei mansion. Uninvited guests attacking Pei mansion at night? The entire Pei family, sleepy, all dressed and converged in the courtyard. Pei Shan, who had even put on the wrong shoe because he was nervous and panicked, rushed to the courtyard with awkward steps. The wind was overcast and thunder roared. The light released by the lightning illuminated the teenager's upright figure. Amidst the grayness, a pair of red pupils were like swirls of blood, staring straight at Pei Shan. Pei Xingye. Pei Shan looked clearly at the face of the red-pupiled teenager and was first startled. Then with all his lifelong acting skills, his trembling lips squeezed out an amiable smile. So it's little night, you're coming home all of a sudden. Why didn't you say something in advance? Uncle, goodbye. Pei Shan's soul shook and his legs went weak. He didn't know why, but every time he heard Pei Xingye call out to him as Uncle, he would get the creeps. If you've done something wrong, you're afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Under the gray night, Pei Xingye, whose pupils were as red as blood, and Pei Xingye's silhouettes were highly overlapping. The body of the undead imperialist originally comes with a gloomy and evil atmosphere, making the entire Pei mansion immersed in the darkness of the night under the thunder, as if it were a human purgatory. Pei mansion housekeeper Pei Donglai took a step forward. Second young master, you suddenly came home so late. Is there something? What did you call me? Young master. Pei Donglai endured the sweep of the scarlet eyes and was directly scared out of his wits, kneeling on both knees. All the surrounding members of the Scarlet Guild all bent down and bowed, speaking in unison. Welcome home, young lord. Pei Shan was also a person with a temper. He realized the purpose of Pei Xingye's return this time, so he changed his face and said in a cold voice, Pei Xingye, I'm at least your uncle. What kind of attitude is this? After mixing it up outside, you're going home to demonstrate against your relatives? Pei Shan, dog thief, you still have the face to mention the word relatives. How did second uncle's leg break? How did third uncle's native imperial beast die? Fourth uncle, fifth uncle, sixth uncle, they? Pei Shan's face was as black as charcoal, and he didn't even dare to look Pei Xingye in the eye. In fact, everyone in the Pei family knew that Pei Shan had gotten to where he was today by stepping on the heads of other relatives to get to the top. So you, Pei Shan, are the most unworthy of mentioning the word relatives amongst everyone in the Pei family, the white-eyed wolf. And of course, there are all of you cowardly accomplices. Bloody and brutal scarlet eyes swept over the Pei family behind Pei Shan. Although these people hadn't directly done anything evil, when Pei Xingye was jointly suppressed by Pei Shan and Pei Donglai's father and son, these people stood by and were accomplices. After 18 years, Pei Xingye had long since seen through that the Pei family didn't have a single good person other than his own mother who had long since died in battle. Such a family full of evil people continue to develop in a short time will decline and fall an even broken family. Right at this moment Pei Donglai rushed out. Pei Xingye, How dare you disrespect my father? Seek death. He activated his soul power and summoned the disabled Heaven and Earth Hegemony Army Tiger, launching a sneak attack towards Pei Xingye. Slap. After the crisp and loud slap, Pei Donglai froze in place, a fiery pain coming from the side of his face as he looked at his father with confused eyes. Father, I took it out on you. Why did you hit me? Pei Shan's eyes averted, his lips biting white as he fell into silence. Pei Donglai twisted his stiff neck, his eyes falling on Pei Xingye's waist. On both sides of Pei Xingye's waistband, there was a white jade tag and a black jade tag hanging respectively. Pei Xingye had come back alone. However, behind him stood the two major forces of the Imperial Court and the Tianji Mansion. Times had changed. The Pei Xingye of 3 months ago was not enough to fear in Pei Shan's eyes. But today, 3 months later, the teenager standing before Pei Shan's eyes was a gold medal imperial therapist of the Imperial Palace and a gold medal evolutionist of the Tianji Mansion. Although Pei Xingye was only 18 years old, his status in the Yanxia Empire was equivalent to that of an ancient, peerless scholar. How could little Pei Shan dare to offend such a great man? Roar! Thunder roared, and the dragon's roar covered the sky. The white-boned blood underworld dragon was perched in the sky above the Pei Mansion. What? Pei Xingye has contracted a purebred dragon imperial beast. Doesn't this mean the relationship between Pei Xingye and Lord Guizhou? Everyone in the world knew that Pei Xingye was now the big red man, beside Long Juning. As soon as the blood underworld dragon came out, Pei Shan's heart almost cooled down. He understood that this teenager in front of him, in addition to the Imperial Palace and the Tianji House behind him, there was also Yanxia Empress Long Juning backing him up. At this moment, Pei Xingye was like the Yanxia Empire's crown prince, shining bright and sharp. One must know how scarce a talent resource a gold medal imperial healer and a gold medal evolutionist are in this era. If Pei Xingye possessed both of these identities at the same time, then the King Royal Beastmaster guilds in the entire world, as well as all the major Royal Beastmaster family clans, would be dying to find an opportunity to fawn over this talented young man. This meant that at this moment, Pei Xingye, what a huge amount of energy was hidden in his body, and how many powerful connections could be involved behind him. And this energy was something Pei Shan was powerless to catch up with even after exhausting a lifetime of plotting and scheming. Pei Xingye. No! Little knight, my good nephew, it's getting cold. If you have something to say back at the house, I'll have someone prepare a sumptuous reception banquet for you. A cool, cold smile spread across Pei Xingye's scarlet lips. Pei Shan dog thief. Compared to your lowly fawning at this moment, I still prefer the face you had before when you hated to kill me. Little knight, don't talk nonsense. How could uncle want to kill you? Cut the crap and hand over the scarlet seal. Pei Xingye you. The scarlet seal, symbolizing the identity of the Scarlet Guild's president. It was Pei Shan's last resort. And tonight, Pei Xingye was to take back the scarlet seal, succeed his mother, Pei Chuzheng, and sit in the position of the Scarlet Guild's president. Chapter 96. 3 great clans standing in line. Pei Xing night. Thunder rumbled, and the gusty winds illuminated by the lightning were like a riotous snake dance. Pei family in the courtyard. Pei Xingye's confrontation with Pei Shan was a revenge for the injustice and bitter humiliation he had suffered over these 18 years. Everyone knew that the only card Pei Shan had in his hand right now was the position of acting president of the Scarlet Guild. He had thought that after Pei Chuzhuang's fall, he would be able to secure this position, but he could never have imagined that Pei Xingye had grown to heights he could not control in only 3 months. When Pei Xingye demanded the Scarlet Seal, Pei Shan's heart naturally raged, but he couldn't get angry. This was because the person standing in front of him was the only talent in the Yanxia Empire that had been admitted to both the Imperial Academy and the Heavenly Qi Mansion. Nowadays, who in the Yanxia Empire didn't know that Pei Xingye was regarded by the Dragon Sovereign Gaze as Yanxia's future national weapon. Even if Pei Shan was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to take a shot at Pei Xingye in public, and wouldn't even dare to say a harsh word. After a long period of silence, Pei Shan's thieving eyes flashed with a flash of coldness. Then he manipulated a bitter tone. Little knight, didn't I say, when you graduate from the Chaos Academy, I'll naturally give you the position of Scarlet Guild's president, to you. But you're too young now, just a second-rank Imperial Beastmaster. You don't know a thing about guild management. You don't have the ability to take care of the various complicated matters up and down the guild. Pei Xingye was only a second-order Royal Beastmaster. This was the only weakness Pei Shan could find. This was indeed the case for a large-scale royal beastmaster guild. Pei Xingye was afraid that it would be difficult to assume the position of president because he was too young, incapable, and inexperienced. Pei Shan dog thief, I expected you to say this. Pei Xingye still had a backhand. He never fought an unsure battle. However, right at this moment, a sound of footsteps came from outside the Pei family's door. A cool female voice came. We, the Situ family, fully support Pei Xingye as the Scarlet Guild president. Pei Xingye didn't need to pull out his backhand. As he turned to look, revealing an unexpected expression of surprise. His partners had arrived. Captain, what brings you here? Situ Shui walked into the Pei family home, followed by several black-clothed guards. The temperature in the Pei family's courtyard instantly dropped to freezing point, simply because the black-clothed guards behind Situ Shui exuded a powerful aura. Judging from the aura of these guards, the segment level is at least up to the 8th rank. The inconspicuous guards besides Situ Shui, the segment level is still able to reach this level. It seems that my previous guess was correct. The richest man in Tianyu City is only the surface image of Situ family. In fact, behind this family, there is also a very deep background hidden. What was the concept of an 8th order Imperial Beastmaster? Normally, the president of a Royal Beastmaster Guild was at the 7th rank. And these guards around Situ Shui who never showed their faces, every single one of them had reached the 8th stage rank. This was enough to prove that the information that the Situ family publicized to the public was just the tip of the iceberg of this family. Situ Shui walked over to Pei Xingye's side and smiled lightly before glaring angrily at the flustered Pei Shan. We, the Situ clan, firmly support Pei Xingye as the Scarlet Guild president. As for your claim that Pei Xingye's segment is too low and inexperienced, these problems are well solved. Our Situ family will invest in the Scarlet Guild. There's nothing that money can't solve. The Situ family was one of the 4 major families in Tianyu City, holding a wealth of financial power that could rival that of a country. If the Scarlet Guild received investment from the Situ family, then the guild's staffing and resource reserves would be taken to the next level. We, the Qin family, also fully support Second Master. Qin Yanlin made his appearance, protecting Pei Xingye's face. This playboy was serious. His eyes were more ferocious than a magical beast. Old Qin, you didn't even take off your hand, rushing over to help me in such a hurry. Thank you. Second Master is polite. Women are like clothes. Brothers are hands and feet. Huangfu Boyi rushed into the Pei family courtyard. He didn't wear a mask, but his speech was surprisingly fluent. We, the Huangfu family, are with Second Master. This sentence Huangfu Boyi had practiced hundreds of times on the way here, only to back up Pei Xingye. At this point, the Situ family, the Qin family, and the Huangfu family of the 4 great families of Tianyu City had all taken a stand. Seemingly, the soul of the Scarlet Squad's regiment is burning brightly in this cold, cold night. In reality, it was Pei Xingye's own value that forced the Situ, Qin, and Huangfu families to take out a resolute attitude to take a stand. They stood behind Pei Xingye. They were standing behind the future of the Yanxia Empire. In the world of adults, the word interest is emphasized. Making the right choice when standing in line for the big families was even better than being left alone for 100 years of development. These 3 clans all chose to put their family's future on Pei Xingye's body. Tianyu City Center. Tea house. In the box, 3 old men gathered together, drinking tea and chatting. Situ Zhan, the Situ family's family head, Situ Shui's grandfather. Qin Shao, head of the Qin family, father of Qin Yanlin. Huangfu Hongye, Huangfu family head, father of Huangfu Boyi. All of them were 1,000-year-old foxes, and each one of them had an old and sharp look in their eyes. By the looks of it, the Pei family tonight is about to change the sky. Yes, I didn't expect Pei Xingye, a family outcast, to be able to turn the tide against the wind. I hope we made the right choice this time. Definitely right, because Pei Xingye's future is immeasurable. The 3 old men drank tea together. They had made the most important and correct choice of their lives in this uneventful night. They chose to stand up to Pei Xingye. They had won the future for their clan. For their clan. Pei Shan, what else do you have to say? If not, hand over the scarlet seal to Pei Xingye. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Situ Shui's aura was powerful, completely different from the usual image of the Scarlet Squad leader. The temperament she displayed was by no means something that could be cultivated by a simple richest family. Miss Situ, this is our Pei family's family matter. You have no qualifications. Situ Shui interrupted sternly.
Fine, fine, fine.
Then, on behalf of the Situ family, I'll put my words here. As long as you, Pei Shan, remain the acting president of the Scarlet Guild, our Situ family will target the Scarlet Guild, and we can even use our financial power to bring down the Scarlet Guild. Any Imperial Beastmaster Guild had to open for food, relying on taking orders and performing client tasks for honorarium, and then feeding the entire guild. With the financial power of the Situ family, it would be easy to bankrupt the Scarlet Guild. Pei Donglai pulled his voice and roared low. Situ Shui, who do you think you are? Being rich is marvelous. Being rich is marvelous.
而且我告诉你，我们司徒家族从我爷爷的爷爷的爷爷的爷爷那一辈开始，就没有哪怕一瞬间体验过没钱的感觉。
Pei Xingye was dumbfounded by what he heard. This Situ family's financial power, shouldn't it be more? Then Long Juning. Situ Shui glared angrily at Pei Shan and droned. All I need is one word, and your Scarlet Guild won't be able to receive any bounty missions for a consecutive year. With the Situ family's financial power, it was easy as pie to sanction the Scarlet Guild. President, our guild still has to eat. Yes, if we offend Miss Situ, our guild will be drinking the northwest wind. I support young lord as the president. Pei Shan, don't hesitate. The Scarlet Guild was originally young lords. Quickly return the Scarlet Seal to young lord. Young lord, from now on, this life of mine will be yours. The members of the Scarlet Guild, already agitated, were on the verge of turning against each other, simply because they realized that if they continued to follow Pei Shan, the end would be a dead end. And the only way to live was to embrace Pei Xingye and follow him. You bunch of white-eyed wolves. Pei Shan was in a hurry, covering his trembling chest, and watched as the believers around him stood behind Pei Xingye. Pei Shan, more deeds will lead to death. These so-called believers you've cultivated are all cold-blooded people bound by interests. When there is no benefit to be gained in your favor, and even drawing fire, do you still expect them to accompany you to the grave? Pei Shan realized at this moment that he never really got the Scarlet Guild. All the people who followed him did so for the sake of profit. He had never had the heart of the group. Pei Xingye, my good nephew, you're pushing me to the brink. Uncle, I can't sleep until you're dead. Chapter 97 Lord Pei. The wind is picking up. Rumble. Thunderbolts were incessant, and every time a lightning bolt broke through the night, it would illuminate Pei Shan's face that was written with disillusionment and unwillingness. In the face of the situation before him, he knew deep down that he was powerless to undo it. Pei Xingye's return to the Pei family this time was to force Pei Shan to the brink of extinction. With no choice but to open his storage ring, Pei Shan could only take out a Scarlet Seal. Scarlet Seal, this was the soul of the Scarlet Guild. Whoever held it was the president of the Scarlet Guild. Pei Shan's trembling hands couldn't react in time, and his hands were already empty. Pei Xingye's overwhelming God's hand possessed great agility, and the moment Pei Shan took out the Scarlet Seal had already fallen into Pei Xingye's overwhelming God's hand. President! The entire Pei family, together, knelt down on one knee towards Pei Xingye. The crowd was united. Pei Xingye held the Scarlet Seal in his hand, a faint sadness flowing from the depths of his eyes. This should have been something that belonged to him, but it had been hijacked by Pei Shan for 18 long years. Father, we can't hand over the Scarlet Seal. It's all over. Everything is over. We have nothing left. As if he had lost his soul, Pei Donglai fell to his knees on the cold floor and looked at Pei Xingye, whose red pupils were like blood, with desperate eyes. Why was he so fearful? Because he knew what he had done to Pei Xingye over the years. Next, having lost everything, he commanded to meet Pei Xingye's even more cruel revenge. As the cold wind blew, Pei Shan's temples grayed overnight, instantly aging a dozen years. He didn't know how many evil deeds he had done in order to dominate the Scarlet Guild. In the end, he ended up with nothing. Pei Shan took a deep breath and looked at Pei Xingye with vicious eyes. Now that you're the president of the Scarlet Guild, is that satisfying? It's not enough. Pei Xingye, what more do you want to do? I want you, father and son, to kneel in front of my mother's grave and apologize. Pei Xingye, you're too deceitful. Pei Shan's overexcited emotions caused his heart to spasm, and his body leaned forward, spewing out a mouthful of old blood. Pei Shan, I'm not just discussing with you, I'm just ordering you. If you father and son don't go to my mother's grave and kneel down to apologize, I guarantee that there will be no more place for you to stay in Tianyu City. With Pei Xingye's current status, position, and connections, wanting to do this was simpler than eating and drinking water. Although Pei Shan was furious, but adhering to the heart of staying alive, he could only endure the humiliation for the time being. The outskirts of Tianyu City, Pei's mausoleum. In front of Pei Chuzhuang's grave, Pei Shan and Pei Donglai knelt on both knees, their bodies trembling. What are you guys shaking for? Weak-hearted, aren't you? Right in front of them was Pei Chuzhuang's tombstone, and Pei's father and son were scared out of their wits, simply because the bullying they had inflicted on Pei Xingye over the years was most clear in their own hearts. Speak. Apologize. Pei Shan stammered. Little sister. I'm sorry. Pei Donglai dug his fingernails into the dirt with both hands and gritted his teeth. Auntie, I was wrong. When he heard little sister and aunt, the corners of Pei Xingye's lips raised in an ironic sneer. There were times when bloodlines were as close as relatives, but they were no match for the word interest. The Pei family had come this far because of the Pei father and son, the two inhuman assholes. Pei Shan got up, his wretched appearance having long since lost its former splendor. Pei Xingye, Scarlet Seal, I'm handing it over. You asked us, father and son, to apologize to your mother, and we did so. This farce, isn't it possible? Pei Xingye's eyes were cold and his voice was like the king of hell from hell. It's not enough. Pei's father and son were terrified, not knowing how Pei Xingye was going to torture the two of them next. Pei Donglai, as I said before, your mom's grave seriously interferes with Pei's mausoleum's feng shui fortune. So I decided to take your mom's grave, dig it up and move it. As Pei Xingye's words landed, Pei Donglai hissed angrily, Pei Xingye, try digging up my mom's grave. I'll kill you. Splat. Qin Yanlin slaps Pei Donglai over with a slap. If you dare to speak out against second master again, I'll take your dog's life. Pei Donglai's mother, Pei Shan's wife, was also buried in Pei's mausoleum after her death. According to reason, people with foreign surnames would not have been qualified to be buried here. But because Pei Shan had one hand in the Pei family, everything was his call, so he buried his late wife in Pei's mausoleum. And the tombstone is right next to Pei Chuzhing's grave. This was a strange shame for Pei Xingye. What is your mother? Worthy of being buried next to my mother? Pei Donglai, it's your mom's grave I'm digging today. Situ Shui hung up the phone and whispered, you don't have to do such an obscure thing as relocating a grave. I'll find someone to do it. Within moments, a middle-aged man wearing an executive jacket and gold-rimmed glasses arrived at Pei's mausoleum in a flurry. Tianyu City's city lord, and Zhanghe. He was followed by a group of burly men holding hoes and chisels. This is the tomb. Dig it up and move it out. And Zhanghe gave the order, and the burly men behind him made their move. Pei Xingye, tell them to stop. Stop it. Don't move my mom's tomb. Don't. Pei Donglai despaired head over heels as he watched his mother's grave being dug up and the tombstone being kicked to pieces. Rumble. The thunder was even louder. The storm wind was vaguely filled with bloody watery air, and the dark clouds in the sky were like hideous ghostly faces, making all kinds of twisted expressions. And Zhanghe came to Pei Xingye's side and hurriedly took off his executive jacket and draped it over Pei Xingye's shoulders. Lord Pei, the wind is picking up. Be careful of catching a cold. Pei Xingye was in a trance. What did you call me? Lord Pei, Pei Xingye then reacted. Nowadays, he was a gold medal imperial healer of the Imperial Palace, and he was also a gold medal evolutionist of the Tianji Palace. With his own strength, he was able to recruit the three great families of Tianyu City to back him up. And Zhanghe, who was merely the city lord of Tianyu City, naturally had to treat Pei Xingye with respect and serve him as if he were his own father. The phrase Lord Pei made Pei Xingye recognize his own identity. This Lord Pei was not a complimentary boast, but came from the heart. Unconsciously, this 18-year-old teenager was already worthy of the three words, Pei Lord. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Mom, did you see that? This world is ridiculous. When I was weak, I had no one to turn to and was bullied and humiliated. When I got stronger, I was surrounded by good people. Well, there are so many good people in this world. Someone has already started calling me Lord Pei. Ha 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 ha. Clatter. The torrential rain that had been held back all night finally descended on the earth of Tianyu City. The teenager knelt in front of his mother's grave and laughed up to the sky. It wasn't that the teenager was laughing too insanely, but that the world was dirty and epileptic. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, as ferocious as the sea water pouring in. But the boy's body did not see a drop of rain, only because all around the Pei adults, to support the umbrella of the people. Chapter 98 Four Great Families Meeting, Reshuffling. 2 o'clock in the morning. Pei's Mausoleum. Rain curtains hung diagonally across the sky, and the entire world blurred like a severely out-of-focus black and white movie. Pei Xingye knelt in front of Pei Chuzhan's grave, his body not stained with a single drop of rain, but it was as if endless sadness flowed from the depths of his red pupils. Revenge, naturally, was a quick thing, but taking revenge didn't mean that the pain of the past would disappear as the rainwater penetrated the ground. The suffering and humiliation endured over the past 18 years, Pei Xingye could never forget. At this time, everyone had dispersed. By Pei Xingye's side, only Situ Shui, who was holding the umbrella, remained. Situ Shui did not say a word, quiet companion. Pei Xingye suddenly broke the silence, his hoarse voice flat. I am an undead imperial beast master. I can sense the undead buried in any grave, but only at my mother's grave. I cannot sense a single trace of her aura. Situ Shui looked at the teenager whose figure was waning, and her heart seized hard. The entire Yanxia knew that in the Tianxing Vortex battle, Pei Chuzhang fell, and her body was left on the battlefield forever. So Pei's tomb in the Pei's mausoleum, Pei Chuzhan's tomb, was just a clothes grave. Buried in the coffin under the tombstone, there was only a red dress that Pei Chuzhan liked to wear during her life. In other words, there was no Pei Chuzhan's deceased spirit in the tomb at all. If your mother knew that you have today's achievements and the talent potential that crowns the nation, she must be happy for you and would be immensely relieved. Situ Shui, thank you. Pei Xingye got up, took the black umbrella from Situ Shui's hand, and propped it on top of Situ Shui's head. Situ Shui's left shoulder was already soaked, as she had just focused on holding the umbrella for Pei Xingye and neglected herself. Actually, you don't need to thank me. Me, Qin Yanlin, and Huangfu Bo Yi, we rushed together to support you today, ostensibly because of Scarlet Squad. In reality, it's the family behind the three of us that made the choice to take sides. My grandfather, that person's character is very eccentric. He never appreciates today's young generation. But the only thing he appreciates is you. The night was deep, and the cemetery chill was getting thicker. Pei Xingye is responsible for holding the umbrella, and Situ Shui side by side, together out of Pei's cemetery. Under the streetlight, Situ Shui stopped, confusion written all over her beautiful pretty face. Pei Xingye, you mentioned it before, saying that now is not the time to take revenge on Pei Shan and Pei Donglai. Why are you suddenly intent on pushing this father and son to the brink of extinction? Pei Xingye pondered for a moment and laughed. Situ Shui, girls like you who are too smart don't find boyfriends easily. Don't change the subject. Do you have other plans? What dangerous things are you hiding from me again? The matter is too important for Pei Xingye to reveal. Once again changing the topic, I'll treat you to a late-night snack, wontons or ramen? The cell phone rang. Situ Shui picked up the phone and nodded frequently. What's wrong? The midnight snack won't work. Why? Because my grandfather wants to invite you for dinner. Tianyu City Center. Hongyun Tea House. The decor of this tea house was dilapidated and old, but those who were able to come here were either rich or noble. The top floor box of the tea house. Pei Xingye pushed the door and entered. The three bigwigs had been waiting for a long time. Lord Pei Sit. The person who opened the door was Situ Shui's grandfather, the Situ clan's family head, Situ Zhen. This old man had cranberry hair and was said to be over 100 years old, with a life resume as rich as a dictionary. But you couldn't smell a single trace of old man smell on his body. What is old man smell? Simply put, it is the smell of decay as vitality gradually dissipates. The lifespan of human beings is very limited, and a normal 100-year-old man would have long since grown black spots all over his body. Situ Zhen's appearance and form, on the other hand, was as vibrant as a young and strong man. On the contrary, looking at Qin Xiao and Huangfu Hongye on the side, these two were only in their 50s, but their condition was surprisingly no match for Situ Zhen. This made Pei Xingye even more certain that the true background of the Situ family must not be simple. Pei Xingye took his seat. This moment meant that the pattern of power in Tianyu City, reshuffled. The leaders of the 4 major families of Tianyu City were gathered in this box. Among them was Pei Xingye, the leader of the Pei family, who was only 18 years old. Lord Pei, this is my family's private collection of Spring Rain Big Red Robe. How does it taste? Senior Situ has good taste. Situ Jin personally refilled Pei Xingye's cup of tea, and the next step was to talk about business. Everyone. The 4 of us gathered tonight represent the 4 great clans of Tianyu City. Lord Pei, you've recaptured the Scarlet Guild, and next, we, the Situ family, Qin family, and Huangfu family, will do our best to help you rebuild the Scarlet Guild. Pei Xingye's heart was grateful. During Pei Shan's reign, the Scarlet Guild was like scattered sand, and the guild's interior was full of crookedness. Now, Pei Xingye had only recaptured the Scarlet Guild, but the current Scarlet Guild was a hot potato. However, as long as the other 3 great clans assisted, Pei Xingye would soon be able to complete the rebuilding of the Scarlet Guild and put the Scarlet Guild on the right track. Seniors, thank you for your support. Lord Pei, our sincerity has been expressed. You're a smart person, you should understand. Well, I understand. From today, we, the 4 great families of Tianyu City, are on the same boat, living and dying together. Lord Pei, come. I'll toast you. The world of adults, going round and round, all human relationships are based on interests. Pei family changed, Pei Xingye came to power, the next step is a drastic reform. This process needs the support of the other 3 big families in terms of financial, material, and human resources. Pei Xingye only need to pay a promise. This is the value that Pei Xingye currently possesses. 5 o'clock in the morning. Pei Xingye left the Hongyun tea house. The night snack time was over, and the meeting of the 4 great families had come to an end. On the way back to Situ's mansion, Situ Zhan looked out the car window at the rain curtain, recalling Pei Xingye's mannerisms. Situated on the side, Situ Shui curiously asked, "Grandpa, what's your impression of Pei Xingye?" "He's a wunderkind that's hard to come across in 100 years. His talent, strength, and heart surpass my inherent perception of the age of 18. Hearing Situ Jin praise Pei Xingye, Situ Shui subconsciously smiled. Seeing this, Situ Jin thought and thought, but still reminded, "Shui, someone like Pei Xingye can be a partner, but not a lover." "Huh? Why?" "His city is too deep and he's ruthless enough. It's hard to control such a man. Or rather, you can't control him." Situ Shui bristled. "Oh." Pei Xingye returned to the Pei family and found that Pei Shan and Pei Donglai had already left. After all, the situation had gotten to such an extent that the father and son could no longer stay, especially since Pei Xingye had dug up Pei Shan's late wife's grave, which caused the relationship between the 2 to completely enter a state of immortality. But why did Pei Xingye do this? "Pei Shan, you've been forced to this point by me, you must not be willing. With your character, you will definitely take desperate measures. I won't let you just die. I'm going to let your death be a stepping stone for me to go to the next level." In fact, from the moment Pei Xingye defeated Pei Donglai in the ring, a complete plan surfaced in his mind. Reverse Academy. Dean's office. Pei Shan roared towards Dean Han Yuan. "Dean Han, you promised me in the beginning, saying that you would definitely cultivate my son into a royal beastmaster that would surpass Pei Xingye. But what happened? Dean Han, you don't honor your word." Han Yuan's grim gaze surfaced with a touch of mockery. "The gap between your son's talent and Pei Xingye is too great. Even if you give your son another 100 years, he won't be able to surpass Pei Xingye."
Han Yuan, you.
Pei Shan, calm down first. I know what happened last night. Damned memories flooded his heart. Pei Shan lost his mind and sat paralyzed in front of Han Yuan. "I know that Pei Xingye took the Scarlet Guild from you. I also know that he even dug up your wife's grave. From now on, you 2, father and son, will only be as miserable as street rats in Tianyu City." Each of Han Yuan's words poked at Pei Shan's lung tubes, causing him to come up for air, but he was unable to do anything about it. After a moment of silence, Han Yuan lowered his voice. "Pei Shan, there's no more room for your father and son in Tianyu City, or Yanxia Empire. Do you want to consider joining us? You guys? Let me join the Reverse Academy?" Han Yuan looked at Pei Shan with the eyes of a retard. Then, Han Yuan raised his hand, and on the inside of his wrist, a special tattoo mark unfolded. It was a palace totem, with 2 black sharp swords stuck in the palace. "Han Yuan, you're actually... Shu Pei Shan, you only have 2 choices. Either join us or die here." People always choose a path of no return when they are desperate. Just as Pei Xingye thought, Pei Shan was unwilling, and in order to rise again in the east, he must be desperate. Chapter 99 Abyssal Volcano Trial. Making a game. The sun rises and the moon dives. As long as day and night still maintain their alternating pattern, then this world, no matter how dirty it was yesterday, was brand new and clean today. The first rays of sunlight in the morning were like shining silk, pouring down on the earth of Black Lin City. At the entrance of Chaos Academy, Situ Shui, Qin Yanlin and Huangfu Boyi stood together, quietly waiting for that man to arrive. Everyone, good morning. A magnetic voice came, and everyone looked up together. Qin Yanlin's eyes showed surprise. Second Master, what's wrong with you today? What's wrong with me? More handsome than usual. Qin Yanlin wasn't bragging, but stating the facts from the bottom of his heart. Under the balmy morning sun, the white-haired teenager with an upright figure, his handsome features presented extremely smooth and delicate lines. A pair of red pupils is like a star dyed red by blood. When you look directly at it, you can't help but be fascinated. The corners of the teenager's lips were filled with a smile as warm as the sun. Today's Pei Xingye was really different from the past. On his body, the layer of gloom of pent-up anger and hatred had faded. To put it simply, the Pei Xingye at this moment looked like a real 18-year-old teenager. Situ Shui stared at Pei Xingye's smiling face for a long time, secretly saying in her heart, "The first time I've seen him smile so happily since I've known him." Pei Xingye rushed towards his teammates with big strides. In his hands, he was also carrying different kinds of breakfast. "I brought breakfast for you guys. You guys can pick whatever you want from the soy milk donuts and buns. And Huangfu, I've already made the evolution plan for your imperial beast, the three-tailed spirit fox. And you old Qin, your imperial beast level is still stuck at the juvenile body second stage because of your usual training style is not right. In today's training session, I'll help you correct it properly. Captain, you look beautiful today." "Huh? Why are you guys looking at me with such strange eyes?" Situ Shui smiled faintly. "Welcome the real Pei Xingye to the Scarlet Squad." Pei Xingye froze, then shook his head and laughed straight. He had to admit that this young girl in front of him, who had both beauty and wisdom, really understood him. In the past, Pei Xingye had always lived in hatred, and even had a somewhat distorted personality. But after that night of revenge, Pei Xingye was like a phoenix that had completed a true nirvana. At this moment, the teenager who can show a sunny smile in front of his teammates is the real Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye, everyone, for the next road, let's walk together and become excellent imperial beast masters together. The other three, share the same encouragement with you. For the next few days, Pei Xingye returned to academy life. As for the Scarlet Guild, Pei Xingye didn't have to worry too much. In Tianyu City, there was the Situ family, Qin family, and Huangfu family, and these three big families joined together to support the Pei family, which was in a state of disarray, and help Pei Xingye rebuild the Scarlet Guild. That afternoon, the last study session. The setting sun outside the window dyed the sky the color of orange soda. It was clearly late autumn, but the temperature remained high. Pei Yingru walked into the classroom. "Class, as you all know, during this recent period, the lava system magical beasts have risen and multiplied rapidly, and throughout the country, large-scale lava legions have been formed. In order to adapt to the changing times, we are organizing a lava system magical beast hunting trial next week. The trial will be held at the Abyssal Volcano. For the next few days, everyone prepare well and make sure to memorize the data panels of the lava system magical beasts." After Pei Yingru finished speaking, she looked to the back row of the classroom. "Pei Xingye student, come out for a moment." Outside the classroom, at the end of the corridor, under the interweaving of light and shadow, the two siblings faced each other. "Sister, what is it that you're looking for me for?" Pei Yingru reached out her hand and gently straightened Pei Xing Knight's collar, also brushing away the dust on Pei Xing Knight's shoulders. There was nothing but worry in her eyes. "Little Knight, you pushed Pei Shan to the brink. Aren't you afraid that he'll take revenge on you?" Pei Xingye muttered in a small voice. "I'm just waiting for him to retaliate against me." "What did you say?" "Nothing. Sister, you're worrying too much. Pei Shan must hate me to the bone right now. But with my current status, give him the guts of a wolf's heart and he wouldn't dare to touch me." Pei Yingru nodded with a relieved look on her face. "Yes, you're now the most highly valued talent of the Imperial Lord in the younger generation of Yanxia. And you've also been enrolled in the Imperial Palace and the Tianji Mansion, Pei Shan shouldn't dare to make a move against you. Pei Xingye carefully asked. Sister, Pei Shan is your righteous father after all. Will it be hard for you if I make it this far? Silly child, of course sis won't have a hard time. I was raised by Pei Ma since I was a child. In my eyes, my kinship with the Pei family is limited to your mother and you. As for Pei Shan, when he picked me up from the battlefield, it was just to set up a fraternal persona. And this gift of saving my life, in the past 18 years, I've long since paid it back. Pei Xingye held Pei Ingrua's hand, revealing a naive smile. Sister, from today onwards, the Pei family is the Pei family of both of our siblings. With 2 less assholes, the Pei family will definitely get better and better. Well, I also believe that the Pei family, as well as the Scarlet Guild under your leadership, will definitely prosper in the future. The 2 siblings chatted for a while longer before the school bell rang. Pei Ingru touched Pei Xingye's head and smiled gently. Little knight, next week's abyssal volcano trial. Cheer up, oh. Don't worry, sis. I'll definitely get an S grade. After Pei Ingru left, Pei Xingye stood in the corridor, looking out at the skyline at the end of the sunset. The abyssal volcano, located in the remote area of southern Yanxia, almost bordering the Van India Empire. That kind of haunted place, with no village in front of it and a complicated terrain, perennially filled with a vapor thicker than fog. If someone wants to lay hands on me, the corners of Pei Xingye's lips gradually rose. 1 week later, all the new students of Chaos Academy, riding a teleportation spell, arrived directly at the abyssal volcano. The volcanic zone, known as the pulse of the earth, was always beating and would occasionally erupt. The strange thing about the abyssal volcano was that this volcano actually stood in a huge abyss. The abyss is like the throat of a giant beast, and the volcano, towering into the clouds, stands straight up like the tongue of a demon. The boiling hot magma, on the earth around the volcano, traced out a trail like intertwined veins, spectacular and full of danger. This steam is also too dense. I can't see anything. The visibility is no more than 5 meters. If a lava-based magical beast suddenly comes out, there's no defense. The steamy fog that filled the air increased the difficulty of this trial. The freshmen of Chaos Academy, according to their respective groups, started a thrilling hunting trial. The Scarlet Squad's location at the moment was located in the southeastern part of the abyssal volcano. Situ Shui held an atlas in her hand, her expression grave as she reminded, the area around here is often infested with explosive flame scorpions, so everyone be careful. At the same time, the new students of the Van In Empire Horus Academy also chose the abyssal volcano as their trial location. After all, the location of the abyssal volcano was close to the junction point between the 2 countries. The relationship between the Van India Empire and the Yanxia Empire was not much stronger than between the Yanxia Empire and the East Cherry Empire. The top of the volcano, the best viewpoint. At this moment, a dark shadow stood in the crater of the volcano, overlooking the scene below the mountain. His eyes, filled with anger and hatred, locked onto Pei Xingye's back with precision. Chapter 100 Explosive Scorpion Lair. Scent of the Undead. Abyssal Volcano. The southeastern zone. This area belonged to the outskirts of the volcano, and the temperature wasn't that exaggerated yet, but every member of the Scarlet Squad had already felt the scorching hot steam around them, clogging up every one of their pores. Qin Yanlin wiped his sweat as he walked, sighing, I don't know what's going on. This year's global warming has flooded the world with inflammation-type magical beasts, and now they've mutated into countless lava-type magical beasts. It's really a headache. Pei Xingye looked around and could perceive a pair of lava-type magical beasts' eyes hidden in the thick fog of steam, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Ever since the Celestial Star Vortex War, it's been a long time since the demon race has made any big moves. Now that the lava system demonic beasts are multiplying at an accelerated rate, are they preparing to carry out some sort of plot? Pei Xingye just rambled on for a while before putting these distracting thoughts behind him. I'm only a second-rank Imperial Beast Master now. It's pointless to think that much. It's better to get on with the matter at hand and raise my segment as soon as possible. Pei Xingye's goal was to raise the rank of the Black Fury Phoenix, to mature body second stage in this abyssal volcano trial. To reach this goal, one would have to kill as many lava-type magical beasts as possible and obtain high-quality fire attribute beast crystals. Situ Shui said in a deep voice, Everyone get closer. Don't get separated. The further the Scarlet Squad went, the heavier the fog became, and the visibility was even lower than 5 meters, and if the formation was a little loose, it would be easy to get separated and lost. Rustle, rustle. There is movement. Captain. It's the explosive scorpion. Prepare for battle. In the thick fog, dense black shadows suddenly emerged. When the black shadows rushed out of the dense fog and exposed their native forms, their appearance was sickening. They had the size of a scorpion, their bodies dripping with sticky magma, their long, thin, barb-like tails rising high, and their poisonous hooks emitting a pungent, fishy odor. The explosive scorpion, whose rank floated between mature body 1 stage and mature body 3 stages, belonged to the lava-type magical beasts. The Scarlet Squad had prepared a strategy in advance before participating in this trial. Everyone was clear about the explosive scorpion's weakness, which was the poisonous hook on its tail. Situ Shui urged her soul power, her face as calm as water, and calmly said, "Prioritize attacking the tails of this group of explosive flame scorpions. I'll be in charge of control." How fragrant it was to have a control stream royal beastmaster in a team. Situ Shui catalyzed her soul power and summoned the light shadow purgatory spider, releasing starry spider threads that penetrated the torso of each explosive inferno scorpion. The dual control of cocooning plus petrification took effect at the same time, causing this group of exploding flame scorpions to be like criminals punished in place, losing their freedom and unable to move. Old Qin, Huangfu, let's go. Situ Shui was in charge of control while the other 3 members were responsible for output. The immobilized explosive flame scorpion was like a target. It could only take a beating honestly. After the phoenix roar, the falling phoenix slash swept across the battlefield, cutting off all 19 explosive flame scorpions' tails and poisonous hooks. However, right at this moment, Qin Yanlin anxiously shouted, "Oh no! It seems like we've stabbed the exploding flame scorpion's lair." A gust of wind blew away the nearby vapor fog. Visibility instantly increased, and the Scarlet Squad realized that they had accidentally stumbled into the explosive scorpion's lair. Pei Xingye had a calm face. "Looks like we're on the wrong path." Huangfu Boyi was like an enemy, urging his soul power and harnessing the 3-tailed spirit fox to release a shield. Qin Yanlin's expression was ugly as he bitterly spat out, 10, 20, 30, hundreds now. Where's my Tsangtian? This was the nest of the explosive scorpion, and the number of explosive scorpions exceeded 3 digits. Although the Scarlet Squad's comprehensive battle power wasn't bad, it would be passive in the face of this situation where the enemy was outnumbered. "Old Qin, what are you panicking about? You don't have any talent." "Captain, you've got talent. This is hundreds of explosive flame scorpions. If they rush up together, our skills won't be able to penetrate their formation at all." The most difficult point to overcome in a battle where fewer fought more was the lack of skill penetration. Thinking about it from another angle, the explosive flame scorpions only needed their entire colony to swarm up, and even with the power of the falling phoenix slash, they wouldn't be able to penetrate a formation of this size. Analyzing it tactically and strategically, it was enough that they could sacrifice the cannon fodder in the front row and create an opportunity for the back row to raid the Scarlet Squad. At the moment of crisis, Pei Xingye and Situ Shui glanced at each other. Situ Shui released her soul power, her long purple hair fluttering in the wind, her cold face as beautiful as heaven. The light purgatory spider let out an eerie hiss, releasing a spider silk that shimmered with golden light, penetrating the body of the first explosive inferno scorpion before continuing to penetrate the second and third. The flight speed of light was far higher than other attributes. In a flash, the golden light spider silk was like a wandering viper, penetrating through the bodies of all the exploding inferno scorpions. "Cocooning! Petrification!" Qin Yanlin exclaimed. All controlled. The entire explosive flame scorpion community. All of them were plunged into a petrified state and were wrapped in a cocoon ball entwined with a single spider silk. This was the unique advantage that the light shadow purgatory spider was blessed with. Strictly speaking, it was the advantage of the light attribute talent. The light attribute talent had the most powerful penetration effect of all the Imperial Beast talents. When other Imperial Beasts released their skills, their power would diminish after hitting an enemy, and after penetrating 1 to 3 enemies, their energy would completely disappear. However, when the light shadow purgatory spider released its golden spider silk, the spider silk was like light and could ignore the law of attenuation and penetrate through all obstacles, thus exerting the ultimate penetration effect in group battles. It had to be said that with the shadow of light purgatory spider, the Scarlet Squad possessed the potential to win with less. "Captain, you're too powerful. You're simply the ancient Greek god of control." In the face of Qin Yanlin's boasting praise, Situ Shui didn't have any expression fluctuations, but instead looked sideways at Pei Xingye. She knew that it wasn't how powerful she was, but that Pei Xingye was powerful. How did the light and shadow purgatory spider evolve? This was the value of Pei Xingye, the #1 gold medal evolutionist in the national service. Above the battlefield, light and shadow intertwined in a tight web. Situ Shui harnessed the light-shadow purgatory spider, hitting a chain of penetrating controls, and the explosive scorpions, no matter how numerous they were, only deserved to be punished in place, alternating between cocooning and petrifying and sinking. Moreover, the bloodline of the light-shadow purgatory spider had been upgraded to mythic quality, which meant that the control duration of all skills had increased dramatically, making the control effect even more perverse. The next battle was much easier, as Pei Xingye teamed up with Qin Yanlin and went on a killing spree. Falling Phoenix Slash. Thunder Flash. After a quarter of an hour had passed, the explosive scorpion nest fell into a dead silence, with corpses all over the place. Huangfu Boyi controlled the three-tailed spirit fox and was responsible for collecting the lava system beast crystals within the corpses of each exploding flame scorpion. Second Master, these are fire attribute beast crystals, Yu. Situ Shui and Qin Yanlin also nodded, and everyone agreed that this abyssal volcano trial was meant to be a graft for the Black Fury Phoenix to raise its strength. After all, the Phoenix's innate nature was fire, and by using the fire attribute beast crystals as food, its growth rate would be increased to a certain extent. Good. Then I'll be polite. Pei Xingye opened his storage ring and pocketed hundreds of fire attribute beast crystals. Just as everyone was about to leave the explosive flame scorpion's lair, Pei Xingye suddenly stopped. The aura of the undead. What a dense undead power. There's a treasure in the depths of the nest. Pei Xingye turned around and charged straight into the explosive scorpion nest. Pei Xingye. Situ Shui couldn't even shout, so she could only follow. Qin Yanlin and Huangfu Boyi followed closely behind. Chapter 101. The Sea God Clan and the Sea God Soul Stone. Second Master. What are you digging for? Explosive scorpion lair. The temperature here was 20 degrees Celsius higher than that of the outside world, and the soles of Qin Yanlin's shoes were about to melt from the heat just as he entered the cave. And Pei Xingye was squatting on the ground, digging into the scorching hot sandy soil with his bare hands. Qin Yanlin tried to touch the ground and was so hot that he wailed, his image of an elegant male instantly gone. The sandy soil on this ground is as hot as burnt through iron sand. Second Master, your left hand. Is it a merciless iron hand? The members of the Scarlet Squad didn't know the wonders of the overriding God's hand, but they understood Pei Xingye. In short, just don't look at Pei Xingye with the same eyes that you would look at a normal human. Pei Xingye didn't say a word, just digging and digging up sand, itching to dig through the floor of the explosive scorpion's lair. Soon, Pei Xingye dug out a tunnel deep within the nest. This digging efficiency was even higher than some Earth-type imperial beasts. Found it! Pei Xingye climbed out of the tunnel, getting himself dusty, but his star-like radiant red pupils flashed with excitement and thrill. His sand-stained overgod's hand held up a blood-red crystal. The crystal took on an irregular shape, like a coral reef at the bottom of the sea, but the whole thing looked to be only the size of a palm. Situ Shui walked forward and carefully examined it. Inside this gemstone, it's as if a sea is buried, deep and dreamy. Pei Xingye couldn't suppress the corners of her lips from rising. Captain, you're right. This gem, indeed, is related to the sea. So this is the treasure of the Sea God Clan, the Sea God Soul Stone. As soon as Pei Xingye's words fell, the other three looked at each other in disbelief, each of their eyes filled with confusion. What? The Sea God Clan's town treasure? Second Master, this is an abyssal volcano. How could we possibly pick up something related to the Sea God Clan? Qin Yanlin questioned. Pei Xingye was patient and narrated. Actually, the history of the formation of the abyssal volcano is very short. 18 years ago, that is, before the Celestial Star Vortex War, a special ocean civilization was birthed here, named the Sea God Race. The leader of the Sea God Clan, the Zhonglan goddess Saint Mary, was originally a mermaid-type imperial beast without a royal master. But in this world, there are always some special imperial beasts that imperial masters can never tame. They have higher intelligence and independent thoughts, and they don't like to be enslaved and driven, and even more so, they don't like war, so they have formed their own independent racial civilization. This is the origin of the Sea God race. Pei Xingye said this, paused briefly, and continued to explain. And after the celestial star vortex war, this ocean evaporated and suffered from droughts for years, and with the intense geological activity, it gradually formed an abyssal volcanic terrain. The ocean disappeared, and the sea god race became extinct. This sea god soul stone was then left somewhere in the corner of the abyssal volcano, until it was unearthed by me, a person of destiny. After the story was told, the other 3 members of the Scarlet Squad were immersed in the story world, their eyes mesmerized. At this moment, the volcano under everyone's feet, 18 years ago, was actually a vast ocean. The first to come to their senses was Situ Shui. Pei Xingye, this knowledge, where did you learn it from? I remember it's not in the textbooks. Or did you prep the 2nd grade curriculum in advance? Pei Xingye shook her head. Not to mention the 2nd-year curriculum. Even the 3rd-year curriculum, you won't be able to learn this knowledge. Qin Yenlin anxiously said. 2nd Master don't sell yourself short. This knowledge is what I learned from the Yen Xia Tibetan Scripture Courtyard's collection of literature. In fact, it can also be said that I've put the entire Yen Xia Tibetan Scripture Courtyard into my mind. Pei Xingye gently poked his head with his finger. Worthy of being the 2nd master, you can't forget it. The highest level of pretending is when you just lightly state the facts, and others can still feel that you're pretending. Situ Shui hit the nail on the head. Pei Xingye, are you able to sense the sea goddess soul stone because of the residual soul of the Tsonglan goddess St. Mary's that resides in this? Captain, you answered correctly. The sea god soul stone, the treasure of the sea god clan, had always been in the hands of St. Mary. After the destruction of the sea god clan, St. Mary fell, and her deceased spirit was stored in the sea god soul stone. This was also the reason why Pei Xingye was able to sense it, as well as pinpoint its exact location. Strange, the treasures of the sea god clan should be sea blue in color. Why is this thing blood red? Qin Yenlin voiced the doubts in Pei Xingye's heart. The sea god soul stone as a whole emitted a blood-red glow, such a coloration that was completely different from the genetic undertones of the sea god race. Pei Xingye stared at the sea god soul stone in her palm and fell into a long period of contemplation. According to the literature, the Dryads initially had brown eyes. But when I was underground in Moonlight City and contracted her, she had already turned red-eyed. This sea god soul stone is in the same situation. Perhaps it was sea blue before the Starry Sky Vortex battle, and only turned blood red after the battle. So, what exactly does the color scarlet red mean in the Heavenly Star Vortex Great War? Regarding the Heavenly Star Vortex Great War, Pei Xingye knew very little information. However, in this small amount of information, all of it was inextricably linked to the color scarlet. The drought demon's eyes turned red, the sea god soul stone turned red, and Pei Xingye was born with red eyes. Perhaps the ultimate truth of the Celestial Star Vortex War is hidden in scarlet. As Pei Xingye pondered, a chill came from behind him. After an eagle cawed, Pei Xingye's palm was empty. Qin Yenlin shouted, "There's a thief!" Everyone turned around together, only to see that not far away, there stood a young girl with long blonde hair. The young girl's dress was gorgeous and peculiar, her skin a natural wheat color, her features especially three-dimensional, and her nobility extraordinary. At the side of the young girl, there was an imperial beast in the form of a birdman suspended in the air. It possessed the wings of an eagle and also resembled a human torso, while its feet were sharp hooked claws. Around it, a violent tornado cyclone was set off. Van India Empire Horus Academy. Situ Shui instantly recognized the school emblem on the blonde girl's chest. At this moment, the sea god soul stone landed in the hands of this blonde girl. The blonde-haired girl revealed a smug smile and stared at Pei Xingye with an amused gaze. "You're the Yen Xia Empire's first genius, Pei Xingye, right? Good face value. More handsome than I thought." Pei Xingye's emotions stabilized. I'm a first-year freshman from the Van India Empire's Horus Academy. My full name is
Chamal Luna.
The blonde girl purposely mentioned her full name. This was because the Van India Empire practiced a hierarchical caste system. The surname Shamal was the supreme caste of the Van India Empire, as well as the exclusive surname of the royal family. Qin Yenlin came over to Pei Xingye's ear and whispered, "Her surname is Shamal. She's a member of the Van India royal family, and her background is very deep. Even if the background is deep, you can't rob someone else." "Miss Luna." Pei Xingye, I heard all of your description of this stone just now. It seems that this stone is a rare treasure. This young lady will take it. Be good, you have 3 seconds to return it to me. If you're not good, heads will be knocked askew for you. The members of Scarlet Squad knew that when Pei Xingye revealed this kind of harmless smile, it meant that death was about to descend. Chapter 102, Black Fury Phoenix versus Vaulted Eagle. There's movement over there. It seems like a conflict has broken out. Go over and take a look. Explosive Scorpion Lair. The confrontation between Pei Xingye and Luna quickly attracted the freshmen of Chaos Academy and Horus Academy. As more and more people gathered around, Luna, with a haughty face, deliberately provoked, Pei Xingye, you and I will spar. Whoever wins, this gemstone will be theirs. How about it? Pei Xingye's face was expressionless. Are you sure you want to spar with me? You're known as the Yanxia Empire's first genius, and not long ago, in the Tianji Island Challenge, you defeated Shibata Kawazo of the East Cherry Empire in a single move. Your name, when looking at the 7 countries, is quite loud. So, I want to spar with you to see if your true strength is worthy of your fame or not. This clash was an accident, but it was actually a necessity. Who made the Yanxia Empire's Chaos Academy and the Vanine Empire's Horus Academy, at the same time, choose the Abyssal Volcano as the trial site for the new students. These 2 countries were already at odds with each other. In addition, Luna came from a noble background, coming from the royal family of the Van India Empire, and possessing the supreme caste Shamel. Therefore, when she met the world-famous Pei Xingye, she instinctively wanted to have a sparring match to test the strengths and weaknesses of this talented youngster. However, Pei Xingye only took one look at Luna and already knew Luna's depth. You're not my opponent. Sparring would only be a waste of time and would also dampen your self-confidence. Return the Sea God Soul Stone to me. You take your sunny road. I'll cross my one-wood bridge. Pei Xingye didn't bother to make a move because he knew that he possessed the ability to restrain every Van in Empire Imperial Beast Master. Humph, what a big mouth. Pei Xingye, just for your arrogance of having no one in your sight. This young lady will also teach you a lesson. Luna took the lead. Her soul power concentration was extremely high, at least about twice the average soul power concentration of the freshmen of the Chaos Academy. This was also one of the advantages of the Van India Empire's Imperial Beastmasters. The 7 nations of the human race had different bloodline genes and very different and diverse characteristics. The Van India Empire's Imperial Beastmasters, from birth, had a higher soul strength than the other 6 nations. Whoosh! Wild winds howled, and the bird-type Imperial Beast that was guarding Luna's side instantly appeared in front of Pei Xingye. The hand of the overriding god inadvertently brushed the feathers of this birdman, and a detailed data panel was reflected in Pei Xingye's eyes. Eagle of the Vault, mature body 1 segment, ancient mythological bloodline of the Van India Empire. At the end of its evolutionary path is the god of wind Veu. Luna's status was noble, and it was not surprising that she was qualified to contract an imperial beast of an ancient mythological bloodline. The moment the Eagle of the Vault closed in on Pei Xingye, it displayed the strength of its ancient mythical bloodline, and a storm tornado that swept through the entire explosive scorpion lair was set off around it. The sharp cyclones, like a sharp bayonet, were only an inch away from Pei Xingye's handsome face. The door to the underworld opened in frame 0. Angry phoenix chirps ran through the storm, and the undead fire and undead frost overlapped and climbed, forcing the Eagle of the Vault back. At this moment, the explosive scorpion lair, transforming in seconds into a gladiatorial arena where Pei Xingye and Luna dueled. Students from both academies watched the battle together, cheering for their respective camps. Princess Luna, smash Pei Xingye. God of War Knight, let this girl who doesn't know the heights of heaven taste the Nirvana Fire Lotus. The 2 imperial beasts, both of which were of ancient mythological bloodlines, displayed auras that were comparable. At this moment, Luna hadn't realized the severity of the problem, and with a confident look on her face, she pushed her dense soul power. Pei Xingye, your imperial beast is really strong. No wonder you can defeat Shibata Kawazo in one move. But next, I'll let you know what's beyond the sky and beyond the people. Luna clenched her fist and shouted lowly, Vaulted Eagle, go into stealth form. As the words landed, the Eagle of the Vault flapped its wings, and the air around it created a bizarre distortion. The next second, where's her imperial beast? Disappeared. In an instant, the Eagle of the Vault disappeared in place, and not even its feathers or shadow remained on the battlefield. Such a bizarre scene caused the Chaos Academy students to hold their heads in awe, confusion written all over their faces. On the contrary, the students of Horus Academy clustered behind Luna were secretly snickering and looking at Pei Xingye with teasing eyes. Qin Yanlin was puzzled. Could it be that Luna had taken her imperial beast back into the imperial seal? Situ Shui shook her head and said seriously, "There's only one possibility. Her imperial beast, the eagle of the vault, possesses the ability of stealth." Situ Shui guessed correctly. The eagle of the vault of heaven had the bloodline of the god of wind Veu flowing in it, and its natural divine power was stealth. Its essence, which could transform into a breeze, blended into the transparent air, causing the enemy to lose its target. Whoosh! A gust of wind hit the Black Fury Phoenix, and its bone wings suffered a slight bump from the impact of the eagle's claws. Immediately afterward, the Black Rage Phoenix's backbone, once again, suffered from the impact of the eagle's claws, emitting an angry phoenix cry. Situation-wise, Pei Xingye was at a disadvantage. After the vaulting eagle had become invisible every time it launched an attack, it was also an invisible attack. Even if Pei Xingye wanted to counterattack, he couldn't lock onto the eagle of the vault's body. This ability to make it impossible for the enemy to lock onto it was truly perverse. This was also the reason why Luna faced Pei Xingye with a confident face. "Pei Xingye, you can't even lock onto my imperial beast. How are you going to counterattack?" The first genius of the Yen Xia Empire, nothing more than that. Only worthy of being my defeated opponent. Luna let out her harsh words, a youthful and frivolous smile spreading across her face. Behind her, the students of Horus Academy, together, rose up and sneered at Pei Xingye. "Falling Phoenix slash." Pei Xingye blurted out, his soul power surging. The Black Fury Phoenix zero frame rose, and the wail of the vaulted eagle came from the void. The Cthulhu eagle's body was instantly exposed, its chest showing criss-crossing chopping scorch marks. The wounds were deep to the bone, and the undead fire blazed like countless crazed venomous insects, frantically tearing at the flesh and bone marrow deep within the wounds. Why is this?
Impossible.
Luna nearly dropped her jaw in shock, her smug smile replaced by consternation as she stared straight at Pei Xingye, questioning, "How did you do it?" Pei Xingye calmly replied, "I saw it." "You saw it?"
Absolutely impossible.
"After my vaulted eagle went into its concealed form, how could you, a mortal's physical eyes, possibly see through its true form? It must have been blindfolded. Yes, you must have blindfolded it." Luna hurriedly urged her soul power and ordered the vaulted eagle to enter its concealment form once again, disappearing into nothingness. Soul power surged and the phoenix cried angrily. A hot, blazing phoenix spit once again accurately hit the vaulted eagle. After receiving 2 consecutive skills from the Black Rage Phoenix, even though the vaulted eagle was of an ancient mythological bloodline, it couldn't carry it anymore. It fell from a high altitude, its breath weak, revealing an expression of fear. How possible? Luna lost her color. This world always followed the law of conservation of smile. The smile on Luna's face didn't disappear, it just shifted to Pei Xingye's face. "I told you, I can see." The eagle of the vault's invisibility was essentially an illusion, a false illusion that tricked the eyes of the enemy. In fact, this was a specialty of the Vanine Empire, and the core ability of the imperial beasts cultivated in this country was centered around illusion. If Luna had challenged the other members of the Scarlet Squad, it wouldn't have been difficult for her to win with her strength. But she didn't have the eyes of heaven, and chose Pei Xingye, who could ignore all the illusions in the world, as her opponent. Just now, in everyone's eyes, the eagle of the vault disappeared stealthily, unable to capture any residual shadow or breath. But in Pei Xingye's eyes, the vaulted eagle was always exposed within his field of vision. As Luna panicked, she noticed Pei Xingye's eyes that were as scarlet as blood. "Pei Xingye, your eyes." The young man smiled young. "In this world, nothing that is false can fool me." Known information. 1. The Vanine Empire specializes in breeding illusion beasts that have mastered the art of illusion. 2. Pei Xingye awakened the Scarlet Eye. Reasoning. Pei Xingye is the master of all the beast masters in the Vanine Empire. Chapter 103. What are you guys burning? Stealth was the core power of the Eagle of the Vault. All of the imperial beast arts that Luna had cultivated in the process of nurturing the Eagle of the Vault, including all of her tactical strategies, were centered around this ability. On the contrary, this ability was useless when facing Pei Xingye. Every time the Vaulted Eagle entered a state of concealment, it would be locked by Pei Xingye in the exact location of where the main body was. This caused Luna to be trapped, not knowing how to respond at all. The next battle was a one-sided hanging. The Black Rage Phoenix flapped its bone wings and struck a series of blows, and the Undead Fire and Undead Frost collided, causing the Eagle of the Vault to emit a miserable wail while experiencing the ice and fire experience. 10 seconds later, the Vault of the Eagle retreating, unable to maintain flight posture, half kneeling at the side of Luna, body wounds crisscrossed, fuzzy flesh and blood still residual Undead Fire Flame and Undead Frost Ice Ballast. The overwhelming god's hand was like a ghost. Luna couldn't react fast enough, and the Sea God Soul Stone had already returned to Pei Xingye's hand. I told you, you're not my opponent. Pei Xingye didn't look down on Luna's strength, so his tone was very flat. With Luna's strength, it wasn't a problem to hang the other students of Chaos Academy. After all, the Vaulted Eagle's stealth mechanism was already overpowered. However, it was only Pei Xingye's scarlet eyes that restrained it. This pair of eyes that could see through all illusions was a huge threat to the entire Van India Empire, even turning it into a disaster. Damn it! I'm no match for Pei Xingye. I lost. So unwilling. Luna hung her head in shame, and for the first time, she experienced the fear of being dominated by Pei Xingye. Even for the next month, Pei Xingye's harmless smile would repeatedly appear in her nightmares. Imperial Beast Masters of the same segment who fought Pei Xingye would have nightmares for at least a month straight, because being defeated and being crushed were two completely different feelings. Shibata Kawazo as well as Pei Donglai were good examples. As long as they had been hung up by Pei Xingye, they would develop a fear that was etched into the marrow of their bones, and whenever they had nightmares, they would dream of Pei Xingye's scarlet eyes. In fact, all the creatures in the whole world, since birth on the scarlet this special color, has the fear that cannot be restrained, just do not know. The sound of footsteps. A young man with an upright posture appeared beside Luna. He raised his broad and strong palm and gently stroked Luna's long golden hair. Luna, with me here, you don't need to fear anyone. Brother. Shamel Rudy, a handsome blonde man who looked expensive. He had bronzed skin, and his thin clothing couldn't hide the outline of his abs. Great, it's Prince Rudy. The students of Horus Academy rekindled their hope. Although Luna was exceptionally talented, among this class of freshmen at Horus Academy, Luna's older brother, Rudy, was the number one in terms of talent. At this moment, Rudy's narrow eyes revealed a chilling aura of anger as he locked onto the rambunctious Pei Xingye. Were you the one who bullied my sister? I'm just taking back what is rightfully mine from your sister's hands. Cut the crap. All I can see is that you made my sister unhappy. Pei Xingye's brows furrowed, and Qin Yenlin on the side couldn't help but spit out. This pair of siblings is also too middle-aged. Pei Xingye, I'm going to teach you a lesson from my sister. Next, make a move. Rudy opened his royal seal and summoned a giant black snake with wings. The giant snake possessed 3 eyes, and the pupil of each eye showed the pattern of a different totem. This was Rudy's contracted imperial beast, the snake of the imprisoned sea. It had reached the rank of mature body 2nd stage, which was a bit higher than the Black Fury Phoenix. At the same time, it also belonged to the ancient mythological bloodline of the Van In Empire, and at the end of its evolutionary path was the god of water Varuna. The moment Rudy summoned the serpent of the imprisoned sea, the space around him quickly distorted, and the original lava-flowing explosive scorpion lair suddenly drew seawater back up, and the meandering currents formed a vortex, trapping Pei Xingye within it. Pei Xingye's face did not change color. His heart silently said, "It seems that the Van India Empire's imperial beastmasters are all one way." The 2 siblings, Rudy Luna, came from the Van India imperial clan and possessed the supreme caste. Then the imperial beasts that these 2 contracted, as well as the imperial beast arts they practiced, were extremely representative. This meant that the thing that the Van India Empire was best at was cultivating imperial beasts that harnessed illusionary arts. However, any illusion art in front of Pei Xingye was not even as good as the poorly executed magic tricks that the Yanxia Empire needed a couple of tokens to accomplish every year on the spring festival night. Exploding Inferno Scorpion Lair. The sea was filled with water and the waves were churning. Rudy released his soul power, and the serpent of the imprisoned sea twisted its enchanting body, instantly creating a group of doppelgangers around it. Pei Xingye looked around. he was surrounded by 64 snakes of the imprisoned sea, with no way to retreat. This was the prisoner sea serpent's natural divine power, shadow-splitting technique. It had a split body that was exactly the same as its main body, and there was no difference in the data panel. With ordinary bilocation techniques, the attack and defense of the bilocation body would be lower than the main body. But the snake of the imprisoned sea would not. In other words, the 64 snakes of the imprisoned sea that surrounded Pei Xingye would be able to deal 64 times the damage as long as they launched their attacks at the same time. Brother, Luna, don't worry, with brother here, I'll definitely make those who bully you pay the price. Brother. Qin Yanlin couldn't look away. This guy is so loaded. Rumble. An undead fireball, slicing through the void, accurately hit the prisoner sea serpent's body. As the intense pain hit, the body of the snake of the prisoner sea spasmed and let out a sharp hiss, and the 63 split bodies around it instantly broke. Rudy's eyes almost stared out as he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Phantom split. This time, Rudy consumed 2/3 of his soul power and directly summoned 108 split bodies. 108 snakes of the imprisoned sea danced crazily around Pei Xingye, lifting up the waves that obscured his vision and emitting hissing sounds with hallucinogenic effects. In the eyes of the general public, hearing this bizarre snake chirping would cause their mental state to suffer a heavy blow, and they would see everything as a double image. Wasn't there only 108 snakes of the imprisoned sea just now? How did this turn into more than 300? I'm so dizzy. Qin Yanlin couldn't even stand still, proving that the ordinary person's physical eyes were indeed unable to resist the illusionist attacks. However, these superb illusions fell in Pei Xingye's eyes, which were full of loopholes and breaks. Rumble. Another shot of undead fireballs once again accurately hit the prisoner sea serpent's main body. All the other split bodies instantly shattered and dissipated into white smoke. At this moment, Rudy realized how terrifying the enemy he was facing was. Brother, you're breaking out in a cold sweat. Luna, this Pei Xingye's eyes, is it possible to see through our illusions? It seems like it. Damn it. The two siblings stood together and looked at Pei Xingye angrily together. Luna, the opponent this time is very strong. So let's... Brother, I understand. The two siblings simultaneously activated their soul power, connecting with each other's bloodline and resonating their souls. The eagle of the vault took off and hovered high in the sky. The serpent of the imprisoned sea raised its head and displayed its fangs. Pei Xingye, I admit that you're strong. But together, our siblings are invincible in this segment. The two siblings roared at the same time. Pei Xingye, let's show you our combo technique. Eagle of the vault, divine manifestation. Serpent of the imprisoned sea, divine manifestation. Stormy sea currents vector. For a moment, the eagle of the vault of heaven's essence transformed into a raging wind that swept through the heavens and earth. The serpent of the imprisoned sea disappeared in place and the sea flooded with water. This was Rudy and Luna's talent, divine manifestation. Legend has it that when gods appear, they don't reveal their essence in front of humans, but instead descend to earth in the form of a wisp of fresh wind or a torrential downpour. That's why in the Vanine Empire, the SS Great Imperial Beast Master Talent, divine manifestation, specifically refers to the ability to open up imperial beasts to an elementalized form. Once the divine manifestation was turned on, the bodies of the eagle of the vault and the serpent of the imprisoned sea fully entered their elementalized forms. Above the battlefield, you could only see waves and hurricane cyclones. The seawater and gusty winds merged together to form a huge water tornado, trapping Pei Xingye in the center of the tornado. In the midst of the dimness, two storm-wrapped sea currents condensed arrows, one in front of the other, and raided the Black Fury Phoenix. This move, Stormy Sea Streams Vector, was the combination technique of the two Rudaruna siblings. Brother, when we join forces, we're the best combination in the world. Who says otherwise? We can defeat any opponent. I like that about you. An arrow attacked in front of the Black Rage Phoenix, and an arrow was also shot from behind, encountering a back-and-forth attack that was impossible to dodge. Falling Phoenix Chop Star Trek. A phoenix chirped and a murderous aura erupted. The Black Fury Phoenix unleashed a 360-degree deathless chopping trajectory, like the scythe of the god of death drawing a regular circle on the battlefield, or like a star track that surrounded a planet. Situ Shui was shocked. A deathless chopping trajectory. It's as if it's like a swordsman's batusai slash, sweeping everything around. Rumble. After the explosion, the smoke dissipated. The embers of the undead flame lingered in the air like clusters of wasteful green sprites. The serpent of the imprisoned sea and the eagle of the vault had dying breaths, lying crosswise on the land of the explosive scorpion's lair, falling into a fainting spell. Pei Xingye cocked her head. Hey, just now, what were you guys burning? At this moment, the brother and sister duo from the Van India royal family were frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Brother, our combo technique was cracked. We lost. So unwillingly. Damn it. Damn it. Sis, we can't lose the courage to start over again. Absolutely not. Brother. Never giving up is our way of the imperial beast. Qin Yanlin furiously rolled his eyes. Oh my god, the ignition point of you two siblings. How is it lower than white phosphorus? It was thanks to Pei Xingye winning. If this pair of siblings had won, it's estimated that they would have self-immolated on the spot. In front of Pei Xingye, Rudy Luna's two siblings, the combustion is really combustion and the dish is really dish. Chapter 104 Black fog fills the air. Crisis falls. Abyssal volcano, explosive scorpion lair. The farce came to an end, ending with the two Ruderuna siblings losing miserably to Pei Xingye. For the students of Horus Academy, they looked dumbfounded, unable to accept the facts in front of them. One must know that Rudy and Luna were the leaders of the younger generation of the Shamal royal family, symbolizing the future of the Van India Empire. However, this pair of siblings, who had joined forces strongly, were as fragile as grass in front of Pei Xingye. After the battle ended, Pei Xingye didn't even mess up a single strand of hair. Such a huge gap caused the students of Horus Academy to feel disappointed and despondent. But were Rudy and Luna really rookies? Actually, they weren't. They had only lost to the Scarlet Eyes and the Falling Phoenix/Star Trail that was 100 years ahead of all their peers in terms of proficiency. It wasn't hard to see from this battle that Pei Xingye was simply the Van In Empire's natural enemy. Pei Xingye, the two of us, brother and sister, are not as skilled as you. We don't complain about losing, we admit it. Rudy walked up to Pei Xingye and explained seriously. But my sister is not a thief. I understand her personality. She only wanted to irritate you and force you to spar with her when she snatched the gem from your hands earlier. Win or lose, she will return this gem to you and will never take it for herself. Pei Xingye nodded after hearing this. Although the two siblings, Rudy and Luna, were abstract, their nature wasn't bad. From the course of the battle, Pei Xingye was able to sense that there was no evil killing intent in these siblings. They were just sparring with all their hearts, and all of their imperial beast techniques were all on point, speaking of martial virtues. We have a saying in the Yanxia Empire, it's called not fighting without getting to know each other. I, Pei Xingye, have no grudges with the two of you siblings in the past. This duel is just a simple sparring session. I won't take it to heart. Pei Xingye, your pattern is bigger than I thought. Rudy couldn't help but give Pei Xingye a high look. Although Pei Xingye was powerful, he didn't have an overbearing feeling in his body, and he didn't lay a deadly hand on Luna because he was offended by her earlier. The two shook hands and made peace. Rudy revealed a smile of friendship. Pei Xingye, I admit that you are very powerful and made our siblings experience a frustration we've never felt before. But we won't be devastated by this. We will continue to work hard until one day we surpass you. Pei Xingye smiled lightly and lightly. We'll see then. Rudy thought for a moment and added, a year from now, with your strength, you'll definitely participate in the Seven Kingdoms League as well. At that time, I will defeat you. The standard for participation in the Seven Nations League was to reach the third-rank Imperial Beast Master segment. In Rudy's perception, only second-year students could reach the third stage bit, so he mentioned the Seven Nations League next year. Unbeknownst to, in this year's Seven Nation League, Pei Xingye would represent the Yanxia Empire and ascend to the ring. Pei Xingye's talent was a talent that was beyond the reach of any person his age. When you realize that there is a huge gap between yourself and Pei Xingye, you train desperately to catch up, but that gap only grew wider and wider. Luna, let's go. Pei Xingye, my brother and I lost to you today. We'll definitely win it back in the future. Huh. The song ended and the farce ended. Qin Yanlin couldn't help but be staggered. TSK. This pair of white phosphorus siblings are really abstract. White phosphorus siblings? Second master, this is the combination name I gave to this pair of siblings. They're like white phosphorus, extremely low ignition point, late stage of middle-aged sickness. Pei Xingye nodded with a smile. Yeah. This pair of siblings are hot-blooded. Although middle-aged, it's not a bad thing. They'll get stronger and stronger. Situ Shui deliberately teased. Will they be strong enough to surpass you? Pei Xingye smiled without saying anything. If you dish, you practice more. This is the only way for the weak to reverse the big picture. But if you want to surpass Pei Xingye, then practicing won't help. For Pei Xingye, he had already begun to think about fighting across ranks. Within the same rank, he was already invincible. As of this moment, the Sea God Soul Stone returned to his hands, and Pei Xingye opened his storage ring to temporarily collect it. The Sea God Soul Stone, a trace of the remnant soul of the Zhonglan goddess St. Mary's remains. Nowadays, this deceased soul is crippled and in a deep sleep. I must find a way to repair this undead soul and awaken it. St. Mary must know some secrets about the Starry Vortex War. There's even information about my mother. Next, the trial continued. The Scarlet Squad headed towards the depths of the abyssal volcano. The magical beasts encountered along the way were even more powerful than the explosive scorpion. Situ Shui reminded, after a lava-type imperial beast reaches its full body, a brand new organ named lava furnace will grow in its body. The furnace was the engine of a lava beast. For a full-bodied lava demonic beast, a furnace grows out of the bones at the bottom of the back of the neck, supplying energy to the entire body. The skin at the back of the neck is the thickest part of the lava beast's body shield. However, as soon as the Imperial Beast Masters shattered the furnace, the lava-type magical beast would die immediately. One of the things that made the Scarlet Squad powerful was because of Pei Xingye's advantage. The Black Fury Phoenix's undead fire possessed true damage and could ignore all shield defense mechanisms. When the Scarlet Squad faced a full-bodied level lava-tier demonic beast, the other three members only needed to consume and hold back, and with a single move of the Falling Phoenix Slash, Pei Xingye would be able to shatter the lava-tier demonic beast's furnace. Time flew by as the sky darkened. The fog permeating the abyssal volcano was getting thicker and thicker, and many of the Imperial Beastmaster squads had already completed their examinations and withdrawn from the abyssal volcano zone. The Scarlet Squad, on the other hand, had already arrived at the deepest part of the abyssal volcano. At this moment, Pei Xingye's storage ring was filled with all sorts of fire attribute beast crystals, which could at least provide the Black Fury Phoenix with 3 months of rations. Qin Yanlin. This is already the deep hinterland of the abyssal volcano. The temperature is too high. Huangfu Boi. Do we still have to continue hunting? Situ Shui looked to Pei Xingye. I know everyone wants to help me obtain more fire attribute beast crystals. But the Black Fury Phoenix can't eat fat in one bite. This trial has yielded enough. Let's return. Pei Xingye made the decision, and Situ Shui had no opinion. Just at the moment when everyone was preparing to return the same way, an eerie and treacherous hurricane swept through the abyssal volcano. An evil aura lingered at the tip of Pei Xingye's nose. Pei Xingye's expression was bland, and in his heart he said, "What should have come, has indeed come. What the hell? This gloomy wind is so weird. Crap. I can't see you guys anymore. How did this fog turn black?" Born with a strange phenomenon, the black fog spread. The Scarlet Squad got separated in a chaotic storm. Even the terrain of the black fog produced subtle changes, making the earth under everyone's feet like a complex labyrinth. In the darkness, Situ Shui gradually lost consciousness. This is not an accident. It should be someone targeting us.
No.
It's targeting Pei Xingye. Situ Shui didn't have time to think carefully. She inhaled too much black fog and collapsed into unconsciousness. Qin Yanlin and Huangfu Boi were in the same position. Among the Scarlet Squad, Pei Xingye was the only one who remained conscious. In the darkness, a residual shadow appeared behind Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye, I'll let you experience a hellish nightmare next. Chapter 105 Battle of Blood Feud. Pei Xingye vs. Pei Shan. Abyssal Volcano. The bizarre black mist spread wildly, unbridled under the cover of the night. At this time, whether it was students from Chaos Academy or Horus Academy, they had basically completed their trial missions and returned to their respective assembly camps. As for the Scarlet Squad Quartet, they were all trapped in the depths of the dense black fog. Situ Shui, Qin Yanlin, and Huangfu Boi, these three were unconscious in different locations, so there was no danger to their lives. Pei Xingye, on the other hand, was in big trouble. His consciousness was also lax from inhaling too much black fog. Twisting his stiff neck, he vaguely saw a blurry black shadow. The The black shadow reached out his hand and gently pushed. A strong sense of falling suddenly attacked every nerve in Pei Xingye's body. The buzzing and rumbling of the blistering wind in his ears stung the muddy soul. Pei Xingye couldn't react as he was pushed into the bottomless crater by the mysterious black shadow. The abyssal volcano is in a period of calm, and the magma flow inside the volcano is relatively stable, but this is just the quiet before the eruption. The moment Pei Xingye was about to fall into the sea of magma and fire, the black fury phoenix spread its wings and weaved, using its own broad back to support the falling Pei Xingye. As the phoenix slowly descended, Pei Xingye found a rock pillar to land on above the boiling magma. The space at the top of the rock pillar was very small, and Pei Xingye had trouble even standing still. The scarlet eye heave lifted. Pei Xingye saw a huge black fog ball suddenly coalesce above his head. The fog ball was like a golden cicada, and a monster with a form similar to that of a giant wolf surged out. It didn't have a solid body. It was condensed from black fog and exuded an evil aura. Its flashing green eyes did not hide its brutal, bloodthirsty killing intent. Behind its back, monstrous wings grew out, and waves of corrupted poisonous gas stirred around it. Pei Xingye's overwhelming god's hand touched a strand of poisonous gas, and his palm instantly turned purple-black. Evil Shadow Wolf King. Overlord Body 3rd Stage, Mythic Bloodline. The data panel about the Evil Shadow Wolf King all surfaced in Pei Xingye's mind. From the Evil Shadow Wolf King's rank, one could tell that the mysterious Imperial Beastmaster standing above the wolf's head was at the 8th stage. For Pei Xingye, he had never messed with any 8th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. Above the wolf's head, the black shadow deliberately pinched his throat and let out a voice that differed from the usual. Pei Xingye, do you feel the fear? The black shadow man was clad in a fat black coat, his entire body wrapped tightly, his 5 senses all hidden under a ghost face mask. Coupled with the fact that he had deliberately changed his voice, it was reasonably impossible for Pei Xingye to recognize him. But the teenager suddenly let out a cool, cold laugh. With my hatred for you, no matter how you disguise yourself, I'll be able to recognize you. Intense hatred erupted from Pei Xingye's body, which caused the man in black to freeze on the spot. Pei Xingye, after that night, between you and I, we are destined to be immortal. Pei Shan, don't worry, between you and me, the one who dies will definitely be you. Damn it, you really were able to recognize me. Continuing the disguise was pointless. The man in black simply removed his mask, revealing a twisted, pale, and shadowy face. At this moment, uncle and nephew were facing each other. Even if the two were in the same lava-tossed volcano, the temperature of their bloodline affinity had long since dropped to the freezing point and could not be undone. Pei Xingye, if you had obediently been a family outcast, perhaps I wouldn't have come this far. Everything today is because you forced me to. Pei Xingye angrily disliked. Then can you betray the Yanxia Empire? Upon hearing the word betrayal, Pei Shan's face showed some weakness. As a citizen of the Yanxia Empire, the greatest crime and the greatest shame was to defect to the enemy and betray the country. Undoubtedly, in a very short period of time, Pei Shan had risen from a 7th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster to an 8th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster by using the power of the enemy, which was Black Hell Royal Beast Art. Pei Shan had joined the Black Hell Royal Court. The Black Hell Royal Court, on the other hand, was the enemy of the entire human race. Once upon a time, the human race had 8 countries. One of them was called the Blackwater Empire, and the bloodline of this country was extremely bad, practicing the Black Hell Beast control technique, and even using the lives of their fellow human compatriots as sacrifices to enhance their own strength, which was as despicable as a murderous demonic beast. Such an inhumane country naturally angered the other 7 countries of the human race. In the end, the 7 countries united to send troops, stepping on the Blackwater country. The Blackwater Kingdom was destroyed, but the remnants of the Blackwater Kingdom formed the Black Prison Royal Court, hiding in the shadows, looking for a chance to rise again. That was why the Black Prison King's Court was the public enemy of the 7 kingdoms of the human race. Pei Shan, it's not surprising that an inhuman dog like you would defect to the enemy and rebel against your country. This man refused to even let go of his own nephew, so how could there be a trace of family righteousness left in his heart? In Pei Shan's eyes, there were only interests, kinship, family, and country. In front of profit, these worthless things count for nothing. I've lost the Scarlet Guild, and there's no place for me in the Yanxia Empire anymore. The Black Prison Royal Court can give me a path with a bright future. Pei Xingye questioned, What about your son Pei Donglai? Him. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. With these words, Pei Shan's heart demon was completely exposed. At this moment, Pei Xingye felt his veins instantly freeze. He finally witnessed that a human being was truly more terrifying than a magical beast after fully revealing his beastly nature. Pei Donglai, Pei Shan's only son. In the face of a great calamity, Pei Shan chose to stand alone, leaving his precious son behind. Pei Donglai, who was only at the level of a second-order Imperial Beastmaster, had already lost the last shred of his usefulness. So Pei Shan would not have any lingering feelings. Pei Shan, it's worthy of you. In Pei Xingye's eyes, the Pei Shan at this moment was a magical beast in human skin. The ugliness of human nature was on full display amidst the boiling magma steam. Pei Xingye, there's no need for us to talk about the grudges of the past. Don't worry. My mission today is not to kill you. Rather, it's to bring you back to the Black Prison Royal Court. Pei Xingye's scarlet eyes flashed with a flash of wise cunning. He grasped this key piece of information. It seems that Pei Shan is just a tool person for the Black Hell Royal Court. But what exactly is the Black Prison Royal Court trying to capture me alive for? This query still needed to be extracted from Pei Shan's mouth. But for Pei Xingye, an undead Imperial Beastmaster, it was much easier to get information out of a dead person's mouth than a living one. Although I can't kill you, but I can torture you here first, and then bring you back to the Black Prison Royal Court after torturing you half to death. Pei Shan revealed a hideous maniacal smile, his eyes filled with blood. Han Yuan had given him a mission: bring Pei Xingye back alive. The point was, as long as it was alive. With Pei Shan's 8th rank Imperial Beastmaster segment, he had thousands of mischievous means to make 2nd rank Imperial Beastmaster Pei Xingye's life worse than death. Roar! Pei Shan pushed his majestic soul power, and the evil Shadow Wolf King roared up to the sky, the rank advantage of the Overlord body on display. The Black Fury Phoenix couldn't even last a single session before it lost its fighting ability and was taken back into the Imperial Seal by Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye, I know your identity and status in the Yanxia Empire. You're a gold medal Imperial healer, you're a gold medal evolutionist. You're even a big redneck beside Long Ju Ning. But all of these things, they are all false. Only your own strength is real. You, a 2nd-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, are like an ant in front of me. Pei Shan once again activated his soul power, and the evil Shadow Wolf dynasty fell its huge and sharp wolf claws towards Pei Xingye's head. That's right. To honor the martial arts has always been the supreme law of this world, this era. However, Pei Shan, in the next 30 seconds, I will let you understand what true despair is. Scarlet eyes flickered with a cold aura as Pei Xingye silently chanted in his heart. Pluto Blood Shadow. Chapter 106 Stygian Blood Shadow Pei Starry Night. The bottom of the abyssal volcano. Ferocious wolf whistles shook the churning magma. Who would have thought that the body of a royal beast would emit such an evil aura, as violent as those bloodthirsty magical beasts? Rumble, rumble, rumble. A piece of debris crashed into the sea of fire, like a meteorite rainstorm from the stars, and it was uncontrollable. Pei Shan displayed the strength of an 8th-order Imperial Beastmaster. He only needed to slightly activate his soul power, and the Overlord body-level evil Shadow Wolf King released a torrent of black tidal wave like awakening hegemony. The Overlord body was one of the more special evolutionary forms of Imperial beasts and magical beasts. In this form, it wasn't Atmosphere 1, 2, or 3 segments. Rather, it was Atmosphere 1 awakening, 2 awakenings, and 3 awakenings. The standard for measuring an 8th-order Imperial Beastmaster was that the contracted Imperial Beast must reach the level of the Overlord body's 3rd awakening. At this moment, the ripples of domineering aura wrapped around the evil Shadow Wolf King's body were clearly stacked 3 layers high, which was a characteristic of completing the 3rd awakening. It had to be said that although the Black Prison Royal Court's Black Prison Imperial Beast technique was inhumane and inhumane, it was indeed a shortcut for Imperial Beastmasters to become stronger as soon as possible. The price for embarking on this shortcut was naturally to be reduced from a complete human being to a demonic beast in human skin. At this moment, Pei Shan had long forgotten that he was still a citizen of the Yanxia Empire. He only cared about his own interests, and for the sake of his interests, he could betray his country and become a traitor to the Black Hell Royal Court. Pei Xingye, I'm going to take your body, dip it in the lava, and then fish you out. Don't worry, you won't die in this process. But you'll definitely be worse than dead. Pei Shan's face was full of sardonic smiles as he stared at Pei Xingye with a sinister gaze. The evil shadow wolf king threw out his sharp wolf claws and slapped the rock pillar Pei Xingye landed on. The rock pillar shattered, and Pei Xingye fell through the debris of broken rocks, his body getting closer and closer to the hot magma. First, I'll let the skin of your entire body be burned away by the magma. I'll take one more step. Ha ha ha. Pei Shan's mind had already thought of 180 ways to torture Pei Xingye. He was Pei Xingye's own uncle. Why was he so cruel in his actions? But thinking about it from another angle, he didn't even care about his own son, Pei Donglai. This kind of person had long since left the realm of humanity. Magma erupted, steam rumbled. Pei Xingye's figure suddenly disappeared. Where did the person go? It shouldn't have just burned to death, right? That's not good. My mission is to bring him back alive. Pei Shan definitely wanted to kill Pei Xingye. Otherwise, it would be difficult to vent his anger. However, he had to forcefully hold back his killing intent because he was now a member of the Black Prison Royal Court, and he had to obey the orders of his superiors.
Pei Xingye couldn't die.
Pei Xingye only has the greatest value to the Black Prison Royal Court if he lives. Boom! At the bottom of the abyssal volcano, a deafening explosion suddenly came from the bottom of the abyssal volcano. The chaotic spatial order collapsed, as if all the laws were out of balance as a result. Pei Shan felt a wave of dizziness, and he couldn't tell what was heaven and what was earth. If one were to look at the abyssal volcano from a god's perspective, the surrounding mountains were twisting and vibrating like giant dragons, and the endless magma formed a crystal shimmering vein, seemingly revealing the sizzling, beating pulse of Mother Earth. In the depths of the fiery red magma, a cold scarlet color lit up. The owner of the scarlet eye had changed his appearance. You, who are you? Pei Shan stood on top of the evil shadow wolf king's head, revealing a terrified expression. He clearly saw a mysterious man clad in a bloody robe, stepping out of the magma like the king of Hades from hell. Under the illumination of the moonlight, there were no shadows under the blood-robed man's feet, simply because his shadow has become an armored battle suit that arms his entire body. At this moment, Pei Xingye entered the Hades King Blood Shadow form. This was Pei Xingye's biggest card so far. Because the aura produced a sea change, this caused Pei Shan to not immediately recognize Pei Xingye's identity. He had thought that this blood-robed man with a powerful aura was an uninvited guest who had parachuted into the battlefield. Dare I ask your excellency, who exactly is this person? Under the blood robe, a cold, death-like whisper was emitted. Pei Shan, as I said, I'm going to let you experience true despair.
Familiar voice. Familiar tone.
Pei Shan's body crawled with goosebumps and his heart convulsed violently. Pei Xingye. Pei Shan's face was filled with dismay. He couldn't believe that the blood-robed man in front of him was his nephew, Pei Xingye. It was well known that Pei Xingye was only a second-rank Imperial Beastmaster. But at this moment, this blood-robed man standing amidst the sea of magma and fire was actually radiating an aura of infinite soul power. In his underworld blood shadow form, Pei Xingye automatically gained infinite soul power.
Impossible.
Pei Xingye, you're just a second-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. How could you? Poof, poof, poof. Pei Shan panicked, his eardrums tearing. What is this sound? Is it a heartbeat? Whose heartbeat? Whose heartbeat is it? In a flash, magma erupted and the entire abyssal volcano turned upside down and tipped over. A huge and incomparable black shadow enveloped the entire battlefield. The evil Shadow Wolf King was eager to protect its master, and it looked around with vigilant eyes. Ow, ow, ow! The evil Shadow Wolf King suddenly let out a wail of pain. This is giants, and it's an emperor body-level giant. In the midst of the magma, an enormous palm emerged. How exaggerated was this palm? Taking its little thumb, its physique was comparable to a rolling mountain range. Then the owner of this palm, Pei Shan, raised his stiff head and looked up at the chaotic sky. He couldn't get a full view of the giant because the giant's eyes alone were like the scarlet blood moon in the sky, bursting the limits of his vision. This was the second time Pei Xingye had entered the underworld blood shadow form. This was also the second time after the Moonlight City trial that Pei Xingye summoned and harnessed one of the 4 great Emperor Corpse giants. Amazing Emperor Demoness Drought Demon. The evil Shadow Wolf King was as small as a toad in front of the Drought Demon. The Drought Demon's palm slightly exerted force, and all the bones of the evil shadow wolf king in the center of his palm were shattered and fractured, and all the organs in his body turned into bloody mincemeat. The imperial beasts of the overlord body third awakening were as weak as plankton in the eyes of the drought demon of the emperor body segment. Crushing an evil shadow wolf king would only cause her to frown and resent the blood of this lowly creature for dirtying her nails. At this moment, Pei Xingye, in the form of the underworld king's blood shadow, stood on top of the dryad's left shoulder. Pei Shan was so terrified that he had a strong hallucination. Little sister. Pei Xingye, who was dressed in red, seemed to perfectly overlap with Pei Chujing's figure. Pei Shan, in this world, the most enjoyable means of revenge is to destroy the other party's last card. Status and position, Pei Shan couldn't compare to Pei Xingye. All that was left of him was the strength of an 8th Order Imperial Beastmaster, which was far higher than Pei Xingye. This was also his card and confidence that he dared to pledge allegiance to the Black Prison Royal Court and come to carry out the secret mission of capturing Pei Xingye alive. However, his strongest card was useless in front of Stygian blood shadow Pei Xingye. The image of the drought demon crushing the evil shadow wolf king with one hand had been engraved into the depths of Pei Shan's genes, awakening the maximum amount of fear and despair in his bones. Pei Xingye.
No.
Little knight. You calm down. Let's talk it out. I'm your uncle. There are two types of people in this world who change their faces the fastest. One category is your angry girlfriend. The other category is like Pei Shan. Chapter 107. Tell it to my death domain. Uncle. What an ironic title. The corners of the blood-robed teenager's thin lips curved into sharp arcs as he let out a cold laugh, lamenting the 18 years of his ill-fated life. At this moment, Pei Shan, who had been trampled under Pei Xingye's feet and was powerless to fight back, as if he were a lost dog, had ever treated Pei Xingye as his own nephew? Little knight, don't kill me, please don't kill me. For the sake of me being your own uncle, spare my life. In that case, I have a solution that works both ways. The more animalistic a human was, the more they would always come up with extremely disgusting ways to save themselves before dying. Pei Shan's next words made Pei Xingye feel disgusted like never before. I know that you're now a big redneck beside Long Jun Ning. I can help you get credit. I can tell you all the information I know about the Black Prison Royal Court. This information is enough for you to further gain Long Juning's appreciation. Your future will only get brighter. After Pei Shan finished speaking, Pei Xingye laughed audibly. Pei Shan, Pei Shan, your loyalty is not as good as a wild dog on the side of the road. This kind of inhumane person can defect to the enemy and rebel for his own selfishness 1 second. The next second can fall back again just to save his own dog's life. This kind of person is emotionless, like a single-celled creature. Pei Xingye catalyzed his soul power, and the dry drought demon sensed the will of the Imperial Master, stretching out a finger as spectacular and magnificent as a mountain range, the tip of which hung above Pei Shan's head. Scarlet sky-covering finger. This one finger, scarlet as blood, wrapped around raging magma like a waterfall, was like a divine sword that the god of flame had inserted into the mortal world, suppressing the 4 seas and 8 directions. Feeling the breath of death, Pei Shan's snot and tears, every nerve in his body trembling. Pei Xingye, I really know I'm wrong. Let me go. Pei Shan, you don't know you're wrong, you're just afraid of death. Pei Xingye hit the nail on the head. He had long since seen through this uncle of a clothed beast. If he didn't have undercards like the underworld blood shadow and the drought demon, what kind of face would Pei Shan have? No need to elaborate. Pei Xingye, if you kill me, you'll miss out on information about the Black Hell Royal Court. You'll miss out on the chance to make a mark in front of Long Jun Ning. You'd better think clearly. Roaring with all his might was Pei Shan's last attempt to survive. He thought that Pei Xingye was just like himself, capable of abandoning his principles for the sake of profit. The red-pupiled teenager smiled coldly, sweeping Pei Shan's soul with scornful eyes. I am an undead imperial beast master. The thing I'm best at is extracting information from the mouths of the dead. So, today, you Pei Shan must die, and Jesus can't stay. I said so. The drought demon's fingertips gently pressed down, like pillars of stars descending from the sky, and the gusts of wind that swept around him instantly crushed Pei Shan's last desire to live. His consciousness became blurred. His eyeballs hat were about to explode couldn't stop vibrating, and he could only vaguely see a scarlet blood shadow of Pei Xingye. He still had a trace of hearing left. He heard the cold, murderous voice of a god of death. At the end of the day, what are your last words? The wind is too strong for me to hear. Tell that to my death god's domain. The scarlet sky obscuring finger landed with a roar, and the drought demon's fingertip, as if in a corner of the earth, carved an abyssal hole through the center of the earth. This was the power of the Emperor Body Giant. There weren't any operating techniques, it was all simple and brutal superscalar values. The drought demon's data panel is densely packed, and you struggle to read the obscure skill mechanics and talent interpretations. But you can only peek through the cracks between the lines and peek at two crooked words. Invincible. Reaper's domain opens. Pei Xingye pulled Pei Shan's dead soul into the domain of death. Within the domain, the great desolate god's tomb reappeared. 9 pairs of vertical divine coffins were lined up. One of the coffins was already open, the ruins of the coffin left behind after Pei Xingye contracted the phoenix. And the other 8 pairs of closed and dormant divine coffins were still waiting for Pei Xingye to grow. Within the realm of the god of death, Pei Xingye could directly judge the dead souls. Pei Shan's dead soul, defenseless in front of Pei Xingye, offered his entire memory to Pei Xingye. Reverse Academy.
Din Han Yu On.
Looks like it's the same as what I guessed before. In fact, from the moment Pei Donglai entered the Reverse Academy, Pei Xingye had kept a watchful eye. It wasn't until Pei Donglai completed his reverse attack and stood in the ring against Pei Xingye that Pei Xingye's scarlet eyes saw through the Black Prison Imperial Beast technique that Pei Donglai had used. At that moment, he knew that there was something wrong with the Reverse Academy. That was why he chose to return to the Pei clan as soon as possible to force Pei Shan into a desperate situation, using himself as the bait to force Pei Shan to take desperate measures, thus allowing Pei Shan to expose more information about the Black Hell Royal Court. The Underworld King's blood shadow form can only be maintained for 30 seconds each time it is turned on. After beheading Pei Shan and judging his soul, the 30 seconds of death was about to run out. Drought Demon. Quickly restore the abyssal volcano and leave no traces of your presence. Giant lineage imperial beasts, the only demigod bloodline in the world. Giants possessed an intelligence that was even more terrifying than humans, as well as exquisite and incomparable hands-on abilities. The Dryad only took 3 seconds, with his fingertips flying and his thoughts like electricity, like playing with a Rubik's Cube, to put together the abyssal volcano, which was generally falling apart in ruins, into its original shape, and for the outside world, one can only see a thick scarlet fog. The 30-second countdown ended. The underworld blood shadow form was automatically lifted. The blood-colored robes on Pei Xingye's body were like ebbing seawater, returning to his feet and turning back into an ordinary shadow. Pei Xingye fell from mid-air, his eyes dark. Every time after using the underworld blood shadow, Pei Xingye would enter a 3-day-long coma. Everything was planned by him. By the time you wake up, this game of chess will have taken shape. The corners of Pei Xingye's lips lifted slightly as he lost consciousness in a smile. After an unknown amount of time, the fog dispersed. It was as if nothing had happened in the abyssal volcano, and there were no traces of the giant infestation left behind. A dragon's roar came from the clouds. Immediately, an azure-colored dragon claw covered the abyssal volcano. The dragon's claw carefully lifted away the messy rubble, exposing an unconscious teenager. The azure-colored dragon claw was the claw of the green dragon, one of the 4 great spirit beasts of the Yen Xia Empire, and the owner of the green dragon was the leader of the Green Dragon Division, Qin Zongheng. Qin Zongheng followed the dragon's claw to the ground, squatted down, and probed the unconscious teenager's nostrils with his fingers. Hooray! Still breathing, not dead. Qin Zongheng stared at Pei Xingye's face and let out a long breath. Immediately afterward, Qin Zongheng saw Pei Shan's corpse not far from Pei Xingye's side. Pei Xingye had purposely left Pei Shan's entire body? Qin Zongheng proceeded to inspect Pei Shan's corpse, and his dragon pupil was shocked. This tattoo totem, Black Prison Royal Court. Pei Xingye was unconscious though, but the developments were moving forward according to every move he had set out to make. He said that Pei Shan's death couldn't be too simple. Pei Shan's death. It had to be turned into a ladder for him to go to the next level. This was the ultimate revenge. Chapter 108 Stepping on Corpses. A Step to Heaven. In the midst of the muddle, Pei Xingye gradually regained consciousness. His body was wrapped in bandages, lying in the top-floor ward of the Royal Sanatorium. Opening his heavy eyelids, His drowsy scarlet eyes were still a bit blurry as he looked at the things around him. This is the Royal Sanatorium. Pei Xingye was here for the second time, recognizing his surroundings at once while secretly rejoicing in his heart. It seems that the development of events has completely synchronized with the plan I made. After Pei Xingye woke, the medical staff entered the ward and tested Pei Xingye's physiological indicators. A sound of footsteps came from the corridor outside the ward. A few moments later, a man with a sturdy figure and a rigid appearance walked into the ward. On his broad shoulders, he casually wore a cape emblazoned with a green-colored dragon scale totem. His pace was slow but steady on all fours, his eyes were sharp, and his body harbored an aura of solemnity provoked from a bloody battlefield. Lord Pei, it's been 3 days and you've finally woken up. Everything was within Pei Xingye's plan. 3 days had passed since that night battle at the abyssal volcano. Every time Pei Xingye used the underworld blood shadow, he would enter a 3-day coma after the battle. To introduce myself, I'm the head of the Green Dragon Division, Qin Zongheng. So it's Lord Qin. I've heard a lot about you. You're younger than I thought you were. Every country of the human race, apart from cultivating a strong military force, would also specialize in setting up mysterious scouting agencies. The 4 major scouting agencies of the Yanxia Empire were Green Dragon Division, White Tiger Division, Vermilion Bird Division, and Xian Wu Division. Although they were the same scouting organizations, each division was responsible for investigating different areas of information. For example, the Green Dragon Division, led by Qin Zongheng, was mainly responsible for investigating information related to the Black Hell Royal Court. Qin Zongheng walked to the side of the hospital bed. Lord Pei, do you still remember what happened before you fell unconscious? Pei Xingye's acting skills were online as he held his head with both hands, revealing a pained appearance, as if the memories from before his coma had stung his damaged nerves. As far as I can remember, I was with the members of our Scarlet Squad, participating in the abyssal volcano trial together. During the trial, a black fog swept over the land. I fell into the depths of the volcano, and then that dog thief Pei Shan. That's not right, Lord Qin. Where's Pei Shan? Pei Xingye's acting skills were extraordinarily silky smooth. He had a confused look on his face, like he really didn't know what happened to Pei Shan. Qin Zongheng was silent for a moment and said truthfully, Pei Shan is dead. What? Pei Shan is dead. Ha 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 ha. This vicious fellow is finally dead. Pei Xingye laughed excitedly, his handsome face twisting. This ecstasy from the heart was not an act. When Pei Xingye regained his composure, he revealed a puzzled expression. Lord Qin, how did Pei Shan die? I remember that at that time, there were only the 2 of us at the bottom of the volcano, and he was far stronger than me, so what exactly happened after I lost consciousness? According to the autopsy report, Pei Shan died of a sudden heart attack. Pei Shan's heart was already in trouble, but it wasn't life-threatening. In fact, when he was at the abyssal volcano, Pei Xingye summoned the drought demon and unleashed the scarlet sky-covering finger. This such an overbearing and terrifying move. If it actually hit Pei Shan would be doomed to have no bones left. But under Pei Xingye's authorization, the scarlet sky-shading finger deliberately avoided Pei Shan. The real cause of Pei Shan's death was a heart attack induced by the oppressive sensation displayed by the drought demon, and he died of fright on the spot. Before the 30 seconds of the Grim Reaper ended, Pei Xingye ordered the handy drought demon to restore the abyssal volcano and erase the traces of the giant's presence. Therefore, 3 nights ago, when Qin Zongheng arrived at the abyssal volcano, he saw this scene. Underneath the rocks lay the unconscious Pei Xingye. Not far away from Pei Xingye, Pei Shan's intact corpse was on display. Lord Pei, based on Pei Shan's autopsy results, as well as the information from the scene that I observed at the time, I can basically deduce. Pei Shan chose to sneak up on you at the abyssal volcano, and after knocking you out, he himself died violently from a heart attack. Pei Xingye feigned a sudden realization. So that's how it is. Wait, Lord Qin, I have crucial information to report. Pei Shan used the Black Prison Royal Court's Black Prison Imperial Beast art when he sneaked up on me. A subtle change appeared on Qin Zongheng's unperturbed face. When we performed the autopsy, we also did find that Pei Shan's wrist was imprinted with the totem mark of the Black Prison Royal Court. This was the reason Pei Xingye intentionally left Pei Shan with a whole body. He needed to use this way to guide Long Juning, as well as Long Juning's sidekicks to notice the Black Prison Royal Court's conspiracy. Qin Zongheng's face was serious as he paused and said, Lord Pei, You should first recuperate from your injuries, and when you're healed, I'll take you to the Dragon Soul Palace, and you'll tell all the details of everything that happened between you and Pei Shan in the abyssal volcano. Lord Qin, this injury of mine won't bother me. Let's go see Lord State Lord now. Dragon Soul Palace. Above the throne, Long Junning was fretting, looking over Pei Shan's autopsy report, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of annoyance as she muttered to herself. This black prison royal court. From when exactly did it start? Extending its demonic claws to my Yanxia Empire. Rushed and messy footsteps came from outside the hall. Lord Pei, your injuries have not yet healed. Take it easy, Lord Pei. Pei Xingye, who was wearing a hospital gown and still had a bandage wrapped around his head, limped and rushed into the Dragon Soul Hall. Qin Zongheng followed behind, unable to pull him. Pei Xingye, didn't I have someone order that if you wake up, you should recuperate? You are now breaking into the Dragon Soul Hall at night with your injuries? Are there any rules? Qin Zongheng explained. Lord State Lord? Lord Pei is trying to report the details of what happened at the abyssal volcano 3 days ago. Long Juning stopped counting Pei Xingye and made a listening gesture. Lord State Lord, you must be well aware of my personal grudge against Pei Shan. When I encountered him at the abyssal volcano, I had thought that he would directly kill me. After all, there was a disparity in our segments, and as long as he moved to kill, I was powerless to resist. But he didn't choose to kill me. He told me that my life still had value to be utilized, saying that he would take me somewhere. Pei Xingye's sword brows tightened as he said this. Just now, Lord Qin said that Pei Shan's autopsy report had the totem mark of the Black Prison Royal Court imprinted on his wrist, and I personally witnessed him performing the Black Prison Royal Beast technique, forcibly elevating from the 7th stage position to the 8th stage position. Then, when Pei Shan didn't kill me at that time and wanted to take me away, was it because he wanted to bring me back to the Black Hell Royal Court? Pei Xingye appeared to be trying hard to analyze, but in reality, it was all his planned rhetoric, aiming to guide Long Juning and Qin Zongheng's thought pattern step by step. Qin Zongheng was instantly startled and raised his eyes to Long Juning. Lord State Lord, I'm afraid that this matter is, well, I have a number in mind. Pei Xingye was the future of the Yanxia Empire. The Black Hell Royal Court wanted to capture Pei Xingye alive, and their intentions were self-evident. Pei Xingye, you should first retire and recuperate. It's not your turn to worry about matters concerning the Black Hell Royal Court. Long Juning was prepared to talk to Qin Zongheng alone. She didn't want Pei Xingye, a teenager who was only 18 years old, to be under too much pressure. Instead, Pei Xingye mustered up his courage. Lord State Lord, I'm a part of the Yanxia Empire. If I can make some contribution to the Yanxia Empire, I'm willing to risk the heavens. Qin Zongheng snapped. Lord Pei, the play of entering the game with one's body can cost one's life once it's played out badly. Long Juning also ruthlessly retorted. Pei Xingye, honestly recuperate from your injuries. This matter has nothing to do with you anymore. Lord State Lord, when you see a rat crossing the street under the sun, it proves that the ground has been flooded with rats. Long Juning was silent. She understood Pei Xingye's analogy. The appearance of a Pei Shan meant that the Black Prison Royal Court had long since infiltrated the Yanxia Empire's interior, and had even developed a sufficiently strong dark force. Lord, I still say that I'm willing to risk my life for the Yanxia Empire. At this moment, Pei Xingye looked even taller than usual. The reasons that made him look even taller were firstly, his dedication to the country, secondly, his courage to not fear danger, and thirdly, the fact that he would have stepped on Pei Shan's corpse. Pei Shan's corpse is Pei Xingye's One Step to Heaven ladder. Chapter 109 Pei Xingye's That Move. The Imperial City of Yanxia. The night sky was shrouded in a torrential downpour, and the hot and humid skyline resembled the smiling arcs of the lava-type magical beasts' legions. The atmosphere within the Dragon Soul Hall was somewhat frozen. Long Juning's mind had recently been strained, and she gently rubbed her temples with her slender fingertips. Pei Xingye, I know that you're very ambitious, and you want to take advantage of this opportunity to make a great achievement. But don't forget that during the abyssal volcano, if it wasn't for Pei Shan's sudden and violent death from an old heart condition, you wouldn't even have the chance to stand in front of me right now. Using your own life as bait, you are certainly able to set up this game of chess and lure the enemy in. But with just a slight mistake, you can go and reunite with your mother. Long Juning's concern was also worried about Pei Xingye's safety, because in the final analysis, Pei Xingye was only a second-rank Imperial Beastmaster. Once he entered the game with his body, the enemy would only need to strike with a deadly hand, and Pei Xingye would have no chance of resisting. Just as Long Junning was at a loss, Pei Xingye raised his scarlet eyes, his gaze firm and confident. Lord State Lord, if I say that I have a way to defend myself 100%, then this game of chess can be played, can't it? 100% self-preservation. Pei Xingye, you're a second-rank Imperial Beastmaster. What a big mouth. The self-preservation cards, in Pei Xingye's mouth, were naturally not the underworld Blood Shadow and the Drought Demon. Because for now, Pei Xingye didn't want to expose these secrets to anyone, including Long Juning and all the people close to him. Qin Zonghenging raised his interest and couldn't help but ask, Lord Pei, regarding your power of self-preservation, can you expand on that? The Black Prison Royal Court wants to capture me alive, inevitably in order to threaten Lord State Lord with some sort of compromise or even an unfair deal. If Lord State Lord isn't able to fulfill their demands, there's a high probability that they'll break the pot, which means they'll lay their hands on me. And my self-preservation card is able to help me fight for a chance of survival. Lord State Lord only needs to seize this silver lining, and this game of chess of ours will be able to close the net smoothly. Pei Xingye's analysis was meticulous, and the core of it was next. Here comes the point. My self-preservation card is the that my mother once started. Rumble. Outside the Dragon Soul Hall, lightning thundered. The silver snake like cold aura of thunder shone through the window, illuminating the astonished faces of both Long Juning and Qin Zongheng. Long Juning's gaze was deep and deadly as he stared at the youthful and tender Pei Xingye. You brat, sure you've learned that move of Pei Chuxiang's? For sure. Long Juning's stunningly beautiful and peerless face couldn't hide the color of her memories. Pei Chuxiang, indeed a great figure that spanned the ages, was the world's #1 undead Imperial Beastmaster. The Imperial Beast arts that she created 18 years ago, even in this day and age, were still so advanced that no one could surpass them. Previously, Pei Xingye was in Yanxia Scripture Academy and had all of Pei Chuxiang's notes and manuscripts imprinted in his mind. At the same time, he had also learned the Imperial Beast art that Pei Chuxiang had left behind that had amazed the entire Imperial Beast realm. Pei Xingye, regarding that move, if I remember correctly, your mother only pioneered its prototype at the age of 27, and mastered it to the point of pure perfection at the age of 29. You're only 18 now. Are you sure that you won't make any mistakes using this move in an extremely dangerous environment? Pei Xingye suddenly said something off topic. Lord State Lord, it seems like you really know my mother well. Don't change the subject. Pei Xingye, answer me. What makes you confident that you won't make any mistakes using this move? The corner of Pei Xingye's mouth hooked up in an evil arc, and the vigor and boldness radiating from him at this moment resembled Pei Chuxiang when he was young. Any Imperial Beast art in the world is only as good as your hands. Pei Xingye's confidence came from training week after week. That move. He had practiced it many times. Qin Zongheng looked at Long Juning and analyzed seriously. Lord State Lord, if Lord Pei is truly able to use that move, then this game of chess can indeed be played. A look of movement had surfaced on Long Juning's face. Pei Xingye struck while the iron was hot. Lord State Lord, the more serious the infiltration of the Black Prison Royal Court's forces, the more danger our country is in. As for the risk, I am willing to bear it. Long Juning pondered for a long time and made a decision. Pei Xingye, since you've already created so many miracles, I'll trust you one more time. Lord Country Lord, thank you for your trust. In the wee hours of the morning, only the distraught Long Juning remained in the Dragon Soul Hall. She held her fragrant cheeks up with one hand and looked out the window at the rain curtains, the back of that red-clothed woman always floating in her mind. Pei Chuxiang, I realized that I'm really crazy. Your son is only 18 years old, yet I chose to trust him and join forces with him to play such a crazy game of chess. If this game of chess is lost, your son can, worthy of being Pei's bloodline, his character is practically identical. As long as he makes a bet, he will not care about the consequences. In Long Juning's yellowed memories, the similarities between Pei Chuxiang and Pei Xingye were growing. In this era where everything was changing rapidly, the path of the strong was all a big gamble on the same path. Some people gamble their entire fortune, some people gamble their lives. Pei Xingye is also gambling. To gamble is to have nothing, to win is to ascend to heaven. The one who dares to gamble like this is him, and the other is his mom. In the following days, Pei Xingye temporarily returned to academy life, training with the Scarlet Squad, basically circling his life within the Chaos Academy, and not participating in any trials. The news of Pei Shan's death was temporarily blocked. To the outside world, Pei Shan was merely missing. Reverse Academy. Dean's office. Han Yuan held a cup of hot tea in his hand, his sharp hawkish nose climbing a layer of shadow. Any news of Pei Shan? A black-clothed man knelt in front of Han Yuan and shook his head helplessly. Not yet. Ever since the middle of the abyssal volcano trials, this guy has disappeared. This kind of waste. Not enough to make things happen. Han Yuan had thought that Pei Shan would be a very useful toolman, and capturing Pei Xingye alive wasn't a difficult task. But now Pei Xingye had returned to Chaos Academy and was attending school normally, and Pei Shan had disappeared without a trace as if he had vaporized. My lord, it's getting closer and closer to the time when the Yanxia Empire's 3 sacred altar opens. According to the original plan, we must capture Pei Xingye alive as soon as possible. Han Yuan sighed, always feeling irritated and having a bad premonition. Yes, everything is imminent. We don't have much time to hesitate. Next, you guys don't need to make a move. I'll personally go down. We must make sure the plan is foolproof. He, Pei Xingye, cannot possibly escape me. The Black Hell Royal Court couldn't wait any longer. Han Yuan was ready to strike in person. Chapter 110 Yanxia Twins vs. Nile Twin Emperor Sons. Scarlet Squad's intense training that lasted for a week was nearing its end at dusk on Friday. Chaos Academy's backstreet. The night market was crowded, and the aroma of kebabs filled the air uncontrollably. At an inconspicuous stall, the Scarlet Squad quartet gathered together. Situ Shui and Pei Xingye raised their glasses at the same time. The ice-cold wheat beer tasted excellent, and after pouring it down their throats, it could dispel the sweltering air currents created by the legions of lava-based magical beasts. It was now late fall, but the temperature at night in the Yanxia Empire was still as hot and sizzling as the desert at the height of summer. My grandfather said that our Situ Family Foundation has completed the second round of investment in the Scarlet Guild. At this rate, in at most a month, the Scarlet Guild will be back on track. Pei Xingye picked up the wine bottle and filled Situ Shui's wine glass. Captain, thank Elder Situ for his great help. No need to be polite. My grandfather is ostensibly investing in the Scarlet Guild, but in reality, he's investing in you as a talent. Pei Shan was dead, and the Scarlet Guild was a mess. Thanks to the other 3 great clans of Tianyu City, joining forces to support Pei Xingye, the Scarlet Guild was able to regain its initial glory in just a month's time. As for Pei Xingye, as the president of the Scarlet Guild, he was only a second-rank Imperial Beastmaster. This, even if it wasn't criticized by the people, was a hidden danger that could easily be targeted by those with an ulterior motive. Situ Shui was smart and considerate, so she naturally thought of this point as well. Pei Xingye, you're now the president of the Scarlet Guild. You need a high-stage bit of a dead man. Captain, I understand what you mean. Pei Xingye held the Scarlet Seal in his hand and had the highest say in the Scarlet Guild. However, his own strength was indeed too low, and he had to have an expert Deadpool with his loyalty pulled full circle by his side. To put it crudely, Pei Xingye needed a reliable bodyguard. Pei Xingye was jerking off while paying attention to the noisy surroundings. With a sweep of his scarlet eyes, there were at least 5 8th-order Beastmaster experts hidden within this seemingly ordinary night market snack street. Without a doubt, these experts were the dead guards responsible for protecting Situ Shui. Side by side, it also reflected that the Situ family had a strong background and powerful resources. Pei Xingye, how about this? If we can't use up the dead guards our Situ family has cultivated, I'll lend you one. How about it? Captain, I appreciate your good intentions, but isn't the reason why a dead servant is a dead servant that it makes sense to personally train them? That's also true. Situ Shui ended this topic and raised her glass to continue drinking with Pei Xingye. With a glass of beer in his throat, Pei Xingye carefully felt the malt aroma flowing between his lips and teeth, and had a plan in mind. I do need a loyalty-pulling Deadpool. The segment must be the 8th rank.
No.
The segment must be at least 9th rank. As the president of the Scarlet Guild, Pei Xingye had to have a virtuous and talented dead servant by his side in order to facilitate things. Regarding the matter of cultivating a Deadpool, Pei Xingye elevated his schedule in his mind, and then only needed to patiently wait for a destiny to arrive. Second Master, look, you're on the hot search again and again and again. And it's the headline of Global News Weekly. Qin Yanlin suddenly yelled as he swiped his cell phone while drinking. Huang Fu Boyi on the side was also very excited. His neck stretched out, picking at Qin Yanlin's cell phone screen to see. This headline news is, the second master and sang. Situ Shui also opened her cell phone, and the overwhelming news pop-ups were all about Pei Xingye and another young girl's hot search. The other young girl was the strongest freshman of Taotai Academy, Sang Wui. The last time Pei Xingye was in the same frame as Sang Wui was in the ring of the Heavenly Cloud ranking tournament. Since then, the two had never crossed paths again. But today, the two names are bound together, becoming a globally renowned traffic code. And the hot search phrase that these two are tied to is Hot Summer Twins. In the Heavenly Cloud ranking tournament, Pei Xingye and Sang Wui ended in a tie, winning the title of Yanxia Twin Stars. Moreover, they have a deep connection with each other. Pei Xingye's mother Pei Chuzhuang and Sang Wui's father Sang Xian were known as the two great masters of the Great Generation in the old times. So Pei Xingye and Sang Wui's two names were tied together, and it was easy to hype up the heat. Second master. Right now, the internet is proclaiming that you and Sang Wui are a genius duo that our Yanxia Empire will not encounter for 100 years, reaching the peerless realm of the same rank. Even netizens from other countries are discussing who's more powerful, the Yanxia twins or the Nile twin emperors. The corner of Pei Xingye's lips spread into a smile, if anything. In this world, all things were not empty words. The Yanxia twins naturally meant Pei Xingye and Sang Wui. The so-called Nile twins, on the other hand, referred to the most powerful geniuses of the Nile Empire's younger generation, a pair of twin brothers who possessed the ability of spiritual intercommunication, Nikai and Nis. The Nile Empire was the most mysterious kingdom among the 7 kingdoms of the human race. Their country was built on a lifeless desert, but a pyramid civilization has emerged that has stood for thousands of years. This country is warlike in nature and has a strong desire to win, and it is also the country that organizes the most frequent international tournaments among the 7 countries of the human race. They like to show off their young generation, so their people labeled the two brothers, Nikai and Nis, as the Nile twin emperors. Nowadays, the Yanxia twins and the Nile twin emperors had become a hot topic of discussion among all the people of the 7 countries of the human race. The core of the topic was simply, is the Yanxia twin stars powerful, or is the Nile twin emperor stronger? At first, this hot topic was just something that the people talked about after their meals. But after half a month of fermentation, this topic had already produced a qualitative change. In the late afternoon of this day, Chaos Academy, Dean's office, Wang Defa revealed an amiable smile. Ah, Starry Night, I just received news. The Nile Empire State Lord Ro, through an email this morning, sent an invitation to our Lord State Lord of the Yanxia Empire, deciding to organize a Royal Beastmaster tournament. The two sides of the match, it's you and Sang Wui from Taotai Academy teaming up to face off against the Nile Empire's Nile twin imperial sons. At the same time, Taotai Academy, Dean's office, Zhuge Qingfeng also informed the same news to the expressionless silver-haired girl in front of him. Student Sang Wui, do you have any objections regarding this duel? No. Then after school today, you and Chaos Academy's Pei Xingye classmate will meet to talk about the next matters of team training. There's still half a month left until the day of the match, so the two of you can definitely develop a perfect understanding. After all, your father and his mother were once comrades in arms. This match, the stakes were high. It appeared to be a match between the Yanxia twins and the Nile twin emperors. In reality, it was the Yanxia Empire and the Nile Empire competing to see whose future was brighter. In this era, the old big shots were about to exit the stage of history. The next was the era that belonged to the young. Of course, this inexplicable and sudden match also hides an ulterior secret behind it. Chapter 112. Their children were about to grow up. The school bell came late. The Chaos Academy students proved that the speed at which they dashed to the cafeteria to take their seats was far greater than the speed of their charge in the trial. Captain, this way. We've already helped you with your meal. Situ Shui walked to the corner of the cafeteria, where Qin Yanlin and Huang Fu Boyi had already taken their positions. Captain, where is second master? He won't be eating dinner with us for the next half a month. Qin Yanlin first froze, then slapped his head. Right, I almost forgot, half a month from now, it'll be the showdown between the Yanxia twins and the Nile twin emperor sons. That's why during this period of time, every day after school, Second master has to train with that Sangwui. I also wonder if these two will fall in love over time when they train. Situ Shui glared at Qin Yanlin and said in a cold voice, "Eating still doesn't plug your mouth." Qin Yanlin hurriedly buried his head to dry his meal. Huangfu Boyi also lowered his head, not daring to look at the frosty-faced Situ Shui. Although there were Situ Shui's favorite dishes on the dinner plate, she didn't have any appetite today. She put down her chopsticks and turned her head to look at the dusk outside the window. Strange. Pei Xingye is just practicing together with Sang Wui to prepare for the competition in half a month. Why am I uncomfortable in my heart? You shouldn't guess what's in a young girl's heart, because even the young girl herself couldn't guess. At the age of 18, regardless of male or female, it was at the beginning of love. When is love the most beautiful? That's when you're unaware of your ignorance. Chaos Academy entrance. Pei Xingye had just walked out of the school gates when his sight was drawn to the silver-haired girl standing in the shade. The streets were crowded with people, but it was as if this silver-haired girl was born with a kind of magical power. Even if you threw her into the raging tide of people, you'd lock onto her at a glance. She was the strongest freshman of Taotai Academy, the daughter of Sang Xian, Sang Wui. She distinguished herself from any girl her age because she exuded an ancient, primitive wildness. To be more specific, even if Pei Xingye, who possessed scarlet eyes, stared at her for a long time, he would develop a hairy panic in his heart and even shiver on a hot day. Sang Wui, long time no see. Pei Xingye, long time no see. Pei Xingye walked over. The two of them hadn't seen each other for a few months, and after reuniting, there wasn't too much of a rusty feeling. Perhaps it was because of Pei Chuzhuang and Sang Xian, so there was already some sort of special tacit understanding between Pei Xingye and Sang Wui. It was only this tacit understanding that needed to be further developed. By the way, regarding the location for the joint practice, have you chosen it yet? Of course, Kirin Mountain. How about it? Not a bad choice. The exchange between the two had a sense of tacit understanding that spared no words, as if no matter what, no disagreement would arise. The Kirin Mountain on the outskirts of Black Forest City was the location where the Heavenly Cloud ranking tournament was held a few months ago. The mountain was secluded and quiet, suitable for two talented Imperial Beast Masters to practice together. The afterglow of the setting sun was about to dissipate the family's wealth, and the fiery red skyline was then shrouded in night. The starry sky of the Qilin Mountain at night was picturesque. Teenagers and young girls simultaneously pushed their soul power, harnessed their imperial beasts, and sweated, repeating the training process over and over again. Pei Xingye and Sang Wui were both second-ranked Imperial Beast Masters. Compared to the last time the two of them met, their respective Imperial Beasts had broken through and advanced to the mature body level. The Black Phoenix evolved into the Black Fury Phoenix. Ghost Weeping Giant evolved Shura Giant. In the course of this joint practice, Pei Xingye realized that the potential of the giant bloodline could not be defined by a demigod bloodline. Compared to the Ghost Sobbing Giant, the Shura Giant's numerical values had skyrocketed. Even without looking at the numerical values, just looking at the appearance, the Shura Giant's height had already exceeded 150 meters. When it waved its fist, it was like a burning meteor breaking through the night sky. 3 hours passed. The night was already deep. Large beads of sweat seeped out from the foreheads of both Pei Xingye and Sang Wui. At this moment, the two of them were back to back, able to hear each other's every breath and every heartbeat clearly. We've already exceeded our task of practicing together today. Yeah. So next, a sparring session? Pei Xingye, I won't show any mercy. 1 second, the two were still partners in a group collab. In the next second, the two turned around at the same time, catalyzing their soul power, their gazes erupting with chills, as if they were a pair of tit-for-tat archenemies. Under the darkness of Kirin Mountain, the rock layers were cracked and the rocks rolled down. The people in the city looked up at the top of the mountain and could vaguely see flickering firelight leaping like elves. The top of the mountain. Pei Xingye and Sang Wui were engaged in a duel. The Black Fury Phoenix spread its wings and cried out. The movement trajectory of the falling phoenix chop was like a mess, devoid of any pattern, and the fire of the undead filled the heavens and the earth. The Shura Giant dodged and dodged flexibly. Its savage and rough body did not have a hint of heaviness. Its feet seemed to be able to step out in a waltz under the moon like a floating and dashing footsteps, and swung out a swift and thunderous Shura fist wind. One was an ancient mythological bloodline, and the other was a demigod bloodline. Between the two bloodlines, there was even a mythical bloodline separating them. If the Imperial Beast Master's Imperial Beast technique was put aside, the combat and defense power displayed by these two Imperial Beasts were surprisingly comparable. In particular, as the length of the battle increased, on Sang Wui's body, the abnormalities from the Heavenly Cloud ranking battle appeared again. On her snow-white skin, every blood vessel was high and bulging, and the blood that flowed emitted a magma-like fiery red glow. Pei Xingye had once again met the exploding vein form of Sang Wui. However, this time, the two of them were only engaging in a friendly sparring match, so everything was kept to a minimum. Sang Wui was the first to collect her soul power, and she exhaled a deep breath of turbid air as she was drenched in sweat. Pei Xingye, it seems that in these past few months, your rate of improvement has been much faster than mine. At this moment, although Pei Xingye also had sweat on his forehead, his breathing was more even than that of a sleeping baby. This meant that if the two chose to fight with all guns blazing, Pei Xingye would inevitably be the final winner. Sang Wui, from the last Heavenly Cloud ranking battle, I've realized that there seems to be an inextricable connection between the giant bloodline and the three sacred beasts' bloodline. Your giant Imperial Beast, as long as you fight my Phoenix Imperial Beast, you will enter that state just now. Sang Wui nodded. That's right. In that state, my spirit wasn't stable and my blood was boiling all over. Sang Wui in exploding vein form was unable to fully control his sanity for the time being, but his combat power could indeed be doubled. After the combined practice had been practiced and the cuts had been made, the faces of the teenage girl were written with fatigue as they lay down together in the grass and looked up at the stars in the sky. Sang Wui, what did you become a royal beast master for? To kill the last magical beast in the world. Pei Xingye was in a trance for a moment as he recalled the autobiography of Sang Xian that he had read in Yanxia's Hidden Scripture Institute. Kill the last demonic beast in the world. The founder of this phrase was Sang Xian. Wasn't this seemingly unattainable phrase the will of the human race to still hold on to the last piece of pure land? Sang Wui's determined eyes burned with the salary fire of his son's inheritance from his father. What about you? Me? Yes, what is your dream? My dream is to become the world's #1 undead Imperial Beast Master. Sang Wui nodded. I see. You want to become an existence like your mother. In this era, the Yanxia Empire, whose qi was gradually weakening, needed a second Pei Chuzhan and a second Sang Xian. The bad news. The absolute duo had long since fallen. Good news. Their child is about to grow up. Chapter 113. The Primal Giant's Vestigial Sense. Sang Wui. Let's call it a day for today's ensemble. While Pei Xingye and Sang Wui prepared to descend the mountain, the Black Fury Phoenix and the Shura Giant lay on the ground in exhaustion. This was the first time the two had practiced together, and the lack of lightness had caused their respective Imperial Beasts to run out of physical energy. This was the top of Qilin Mountain, reaching an elevation of over 1,000 meters, and the path was steep and the terrain was complicated. If the two chose to hike down the mountain, it was estimated that the sky would already be light when they reached the foot of the mountain. Furthermore, it was now 1 a.m. and Chaos Academy and Taotai Academy had already entered curfew time. Pei Xingye sat on his butt under a tree, covering his parched stomach and letting out a long, bitter sigh. Alas, let's stay in the mountains for the night tonight. Tomorrow morning, wait until our Imperial Beasts recover their physical abilities. Then we can go back down the mountain. Gulp. Sang Wui asked, Are you hungry? Pei Xingye looked embarrassed. This was the first time the two of them had practiced together. Neither of them had prepared in advance, and they hadn't brought food or water in their storage rings. With his soul power depleted, the cold and wet surroundings, and his hunger, Pei Xingye's emotions hit rock bottom. You wait for me here. Sang Wui, where are you going? After one night, the rain cleared. Black Lin City welcomed a new day of sunshine, and the nation's temperature continued to climb under the ravages of the legions of lava-based magical beasts. Last night's heavy rain had evaporated by early morning, leaving not a single water stain on the road. Chaos Academy. In talent class. Why does Second Master seem like a different person since he practiced with Sang Wui last night? I've never seen Second Master walking away and gawking in 2 consecutive classes. What kind of magic power does Sang Wui have to make our Second Master look like this? It's no wonder Qin Yanlin speculated wildly. Pei Xingye's state at the moment is indeed strange. It was known that Pei Xingye and Sang Wui hadn't returned last night and had stayed at the top of Qilin Mountain for the entire night. After Pei Xingye returned to the Chaos Academy, no matter if it was a class or a break between classes, He was always sitting alone in the back row of the classroom, staring blankly. This made the other 3 members of the Scarlet Squad puzzled. Pei Xingye looked out the window, his mind filled with memories of last night. Because the Imperial Beasts had run out of physical energy, he and Sang Wui had to camp out at the top of the mountain. The skills that Sang Wui displayed in front of Pei Xingye made a deep impression on Pei Xingye. That woman. She's actually able to skillfully go down the river and catch fish with her bare hands. She can really drill wood for fire like the Flintstones. She can accurately find plant shoots that can act as seasoning for grilled fish amongst hundreds of flowers, plants, and trees. She can also catch fireflies and make illuminated lanterns. She can also build log cabin tents with mortise and tenon construction. At this moment, Kirin Mountain was illuminated by the blazing sun, displaying a magnificent landscape. On top of the mountain, a finely crafted wooden house tent stood under a crooked-necked tree. This was Sang Wui's masterpiece last night. Sang Wui's ability to survive in the wild was extremely powerful. She knew how to utilize everything in nature, and she was very handy. It was her that made last night's starving Pei Xingye eat delicious roasted fish and sleep in a warm wooden tent. All of this, Pei Xingye would feel unreal every time she thought back. The feeling Sang Wui gives me is too special. Every time I lock eyes with her, I feel like she's not like a pure human. What exactly is she like? Pei Xingye rested his chin on his hands and pondered for a long time before an aura came to him. She's like a primitive human. Pei Xingye finally found the best description for Sang Wui. Why had he always felt that Sang Wui didn't look like a pure human? In fact, this intuitive feeling meant that Sang Wui didn't look like someone from this era. The primitive wildness that emanated from her body could be completely linked to the primitive era of the origin of mankind. Especially when Pei Xingye witnessed Sang Wui drilling wood to make fire, fishing in the river, and using her dexterous hands to make all kinds of handmade tools. And this primitive wildness emanating from Sang Wui's body was exactly the same as the giant lineage imperial beasts. Pei Xingye recalled again. That's right. Last night, I was vaguely able to see the shadow of the dry drought demon in Sang Wui's body. Although he doesn't talk much, he's extremely capable with his hands, and his intelligence is far beyond normal. Pei Xingye sighed in his heart. Sang Wui was worthy of being the daughter of the world's #1 giant imperial beast master, Sang Xian. In Sang Wui's body, Pei Xingye was able to discover many things similar to the giant race. So in the middle of the Starry Sky Vortex War, what role did the giants, in the end, play? Pei Xingye. Still thinking about Sang Wui? Yes. No, Captain. Pei Xingye jolted awake, his thoughts returning to the classroom. The school bell had already rung for the 3rd time, and everyone in the classroom had gone to the cafeteria. Only Pei Xingye and Situ Shui remained. Situ Shui sat directly on her desk, her beautiful legs wrapped in black knee-high socks alternately swaying as she gazed at Pei Xingye with a deep gaze. Ahem, Captain. Why are you looking at me with such eyes? Pei Xingye. I'm the captain of the Scarlet Squad, my team member, who stayed deep in the mountains last night with a girl from another academy and didn't return for the night. Shouldn't I be concerned? It's pure between me and Sang Wui. Pure. Pure enough to sleep in a log cabin tent. Pei Xingye cried and laughed. Situ Shui was obviously a bit angry, but her character made it so that she wouldn't lash out indiscriminately. Let's go. It's time for us to go to the cafeteria. Old Qin and Huangfu have already taken the seats for us. Captain, between Sang Wui and I, it's really not what you think. For the next few days, Pei Xingye had an appointment with Sang Wui at the top of Kirin Mountain every afternoon after school to combine their training together. If the training led to the exhaustion of soul power, or if the imperial beasts were physically overdrawn, the two would stay at the top of the mountain for the night. Pei Xingye liked the grilled fish that Sang Wui made. From the ingredients to the water source to the flavoring spices, all of them were taken from nature without any additives. The wooden house tent was simple, but there were small lanterns made from fireflies hanging in the house, and one would feel a special warmth when sleeping. Pei Xingye didn't know why, as long as he had Sang Wui by his side. His state of mind would enter an unprecedented peace and quiet, and he would briefly forget all his troubles. The slender Sang Wui was like an omnipotent primitive giant in Pei Xingye's eyes. Half a month later, Kirin Mountain. Tonight, it was the last time Pei Xingye and Sang Wui practiced together. After half a month of bonding, the tacit understanding between the two had been drawn out. With every combination technique, they were able to achieve astonishing results. As the last joint practice drew to a close, the two stood side by side at the edge of the cliff, looking out over Black Lin City under the shroud of night. Sang Wui, tomorrow, we'll be traveling to Faroe Island and participating in the competition. Time flies. Regarding the match between the two of us, what do you think? Sang Wui pursed her lips and asked in return. And what do you think? The two of them looked at each other, and after a moment of silence, they spoke in unison. It's almost interesting. There was a tacit understanding between Pei Xingye and Sang Wui, agreeing on this aspect. Almost interesting, this term was actually very good to analyze. After half a month of practicing together, the duo of Pei Xingye and Sang Wui had established a deep tacit understanding and developed many 1+1 combination techniques. Moreover, Wang Defa and Zhuge Qingfeng had also observed the two of them practicing together, and both of these deans had given extremely high appreciation. However, in Pei Xingye and Sang Wui's hearts, they always felt that there was still an invisible layer of separation in their cooperation with each other. And this layer of separation prevented the two from utilizing their true strength. Sang Wui, don't you also feel that there is a sense of severity in the coordination between the phoenix and the giant? Those combination techniques that we have researched are actually unable to utilize the maximum strengths of each of the two imperial beasts at the same time. But with the competition coming up tomorrow, we no longer have time to think and research. Pei Xingye had a sad face, but Sang Wui looked calm. Then let's wait until the actual battle to think and study. What if we lose? Joke. I'm the daughter of Sang Xian, I won't lose. You're Pei Chujing's son, you won't lose either. Pei Xingye laughed and laughed again as the two of them stood together at the edge of the cliff, looking up at the same sea of stars. Sang Wui, after the match, I want to have a good talk with you. I don't fall in love. Cough, cough, cough. I'm not talking about falling in love. I want to talk about things about your father and my mother. Chapter 114, focusing on Faroe Island. The big battle is imminent. The last combined training session ended in an uneventful manner. The summit of Kirin Mountain. No one could have predicted that this wooden house tent, which had stood through the wind and rain, would have a lifespan that was even longer than the lifespan of many of the populace of Black Lin City. Pei Xingye descended the mountain and prepared to return to Chaos Academy. Receiving a call from Xiao Dingtian on the way, Pei Xingye hurriedly rushed to the Blackwing Guild, the back courtyard of the Blackwing Guild. Continuous rainstorms slapped the luxuriant branches and leaves. Lightning pierced the sky, illuminating the thick tree trunks. A well-developed sycamore tree stood in front of Pei Xingye. The tree's branches and leaves emitted a faint golden halo, just like the mythical thousand-handed goddess of mercy, exuding a sacred and solemn aura everywhere. Pei Xingye couldn't hold back his excitement and stretched out his trembling hand to gently touch the rough and life-affirming bark. The overriding god's hand read the data, and the gilt sycamore's data panel was reflected in the scarlet eye. Plant name: Gilded Sycamore. Growth status: Mature. Functional effect: provide a habitat for phoenix-type royal beasts, accelerate the speed of phoenix evolution, as well as quickly repairing the injuries of the phoenix and restoring physical energy for the phoenix. 3 months. The gilt sycamore has finally matured. Gate of the underworld. Open. Pei Xingye couldn't wait to summon the Black Rage Phoenix. The Black Fury Phoenix descended, and it let out an excited chirping cry as it slowly landed on one of the gilt sycamore's branches. The sycamore tree was a fixed blood fountain, 4 phoenix-type imperial beasts. Previously, the Black Fury Phoenix had practiced with the Shura Giant, and its physical energy was already overdrawn. However, after it landed on top of the gilded sycamore tree, the shortfall in physical energy was quickly filled, and its mental state recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just over 10 seconds, the Black Fury Phoenix's body recovered to 50%. This was even more outrageous than a cell phone's lightning-fast charging. Xiao Dingtian looked at Pei Xingye's smiling face and felt happy for his good brother. He patted Pei Xingye's shoulder and laughed. Elder brother Pei, congratulations. I'm afraid that the Black Fury Phoenix's growth and evolutionary speed in the future is going to drop all of our jaws. Big brother Xiao, I still have to thank you for providing me with a site to cultivate the gilded sycamore. In the entire Black Lin City, the Blackwing Guild's backyard was the only one that was most suitable for cultivating the gilt sycamore. Don't be polite to me, we're all our own people. Also, you can rest assured, old brother Pei, as long as my Blackwing Guild still exists for one day, I'll ensure that the gilt sycamore will be able to stand here all the time. With Xiao Dingtian in charge of guarding the gilded sycamore tree, Pei Xingye was 100% assured. At this time, from the sycamore tree, came the chirping cry of a phoenix. Pei Xingye was able to sense that the Black Fury Phoenix wanted to spend the night on the gilt sycamore tree. All right, fulfill your wish. One night passed. The Yanxia Empire and the Nile Empire, together, ushered in an exhilarating day. Yanxia twins versus Nile twin emperors. This match, which had attracted the attention of the 7 human nations, was about to be played. Pei Xingye woke up from his sleep and went straight to the Blackwing Guild's back courtyard. At this moment, the Black Fury Phoenix was still lying on the gilded sycamore tree, gathering its wings and sleeping peacefully. Phoenix, wake up, we're ready to depart. A phoenix cry resounded in the skies above Black Lin City, and the Black Fury Phoenix awoke from its slumber, spreading its wings and taking off, surrounded by the dense undead flame. Wait! The level of the Black Fury Phoenix. It's been promoted to mature body second stage. Ever since the Battle of Avalanche Village, the Black Fury Phoenix's rank had been stuck at mature body section 1. The evolutionary speed of Phoenix-type Imperial beasts was already slow, coupled with the dual cultivation of ice and fire. It was reasonable to say that if the Black Fury Phoenix wanted to be promoted to the mature body second section, it would need at least a few more months of trial and error. However, one night in the past, the power released by the gilt sycamore was directly injected into the Black Fury Phoenix's body, allowing it to promote to mature body second stage overnight. Pei Xingye was excited and relieved. With the gilt sycamore in place, I don't have to worry about the Black Fury Phoenix's evolutionary speed. Only, Pei Xingye frowned slightly. As a perfectionist, he realized that the gilded sycamore's biggest flaw was that it was immovable. In other words, as long as Pei Xingye left Black Forest City, trial or competition, then the gilt sycamore could only stand in the land of the Blackwing Guild's backyard, unable to move along with Pei Xingye. However, Pei Xingye was a gold medal evolutionist of the Tianji Mansion. He was struck by an idea and had a crazy plan in his mind. We must find a way to cultivate the gilded sycamore into a plant-based imperial beast, so that it can break away from the land and follow me on my journey south. If the gilded sycamore was able to metamorphose into a plant-based imperial beast that was not dependent on the land, then it would be the Black Fury Phoenix's exclusive mobile bloodspring. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. The task at hand is to participate in the competition. With regards to this match, what Pei Xingye cared about wasn't the outcome of the match, but rather the storm that would be triggered by this match. The chess game had already taken shape. The Faroe Island where the tournament was held was the eye of the chess game. It was noon. In the sea near the equator, the waves rolled in, and an island with the shape of a crouching giant stood steadily in the wind and waves. This was Faroe Island. At the moment, Faroe Island was surrounded by the naval fleets of the Yanxia Empire and the Nile Empire. As far as the eye could see, the poop deck was magnificent. The two countries used such a big battlefield, simply because the 4 contestants participating in the competition all symbolized the future of the two countries. This kind of tight defense made Faroe Island like a small bird trapped in a cage. Not to mention the magical beast army. Even a fly contaminated with magical chi would not be able to board the island. In the center of Faroe Island, there was an arena that looked like an ancient coliseum. The surrounding ring of spectator seats was overcrowded and noisy. Not only the Yanxia Empire and the Nile Empire, but the reporters and media from the other 5 countries had also arrived long ago just to report the details of the battle between the Yanxia twins and the Nile twin emperors. So excited. I wonder which side will win. I guess one hand the Nile twin emperor's son wins. After all, these twin brothers come with a full level of tacit understanding. Yeah, the 2 brothers, Nikai and Ness, teaming up can even have the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 3. But don't forget, everyone, there's a Pei Xingye in the Yanxia twins. For the global audience, the biggest suspense of this match was centered on Pei Xingye. After all, ever since Pei Xingye killed Shibata Kawazo in a single move, he had been labeled as invincible in his class. Judging from the public opinion at the scene, this match was destined to be incredibly intense. Below the ring, Pei Xingye and Sang Wui were warming up. The deans of the 4 major academies of the Yanxia Empire had gathered together to act as coaches. Just as Pei Xingye was warming up, a man with a grim aura appeared behind him. Pei, the competition is approaching. Yet you're so calm. It seems like you're confident in your strength. Yodin Han, I don't think we're familiar. At this moment, Han Yuan, the dean of the adversary academy, stood opposite Pei Xingye, the distance between the two of them less than a meter. In the audience, the teachers and students of Reverse Academy were also present. Pei, you're the pride of our Yanxia Empire. and I've specially brought the entire faculty and students of Reverse Attack Academy to cheer you on. Then I'm really grateful to Dean Han. The moment Han Yuan appeared, Pei Xingye knew that this battle, the real battlefield, was not in the ring, but underneath it. Chapter 115 Is the demigod bloodline really a failure? Pei Xingye looked sideways, and amongst the crowded audience, the entire faculty and students of Reverse Academy were concentrated in an inconspicuous corner. This group of people didn't seem to have any abnormalities, but that in itself was the biggest abnormality. Hey student, then I'll be here, wishing you the best of luck in winning the match and adding to the glory of the Yanxia Empire. Han Yuan's voice pulled back Pei Xingye's line of sight. Pei Xingye smiled and nodded. Then I'll borrow Dean Han's good wishes. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Han Yuan returned to the audience. Below the ring, the deans of the 4 major academies of the Yanxia Empire gathered together to mentally build Pei Xingye and Sang Wui up together. The opponents are strong, but you guys must be the stronger side. Pei Xingye, Sang Wui, as long as you play at the level you normally train at, you'll be able to win the match. Also, don't always rely on fixed tactical strategies in battle. You can also play freely and improvise. They're tilted, the warm-up time ended, and both coaching groups retired. The players officially took the stage. The audience resounded with mountainous shouts and applause like thunder from the clouds in the sky. The first to appear on stage were the Nile Empire's Nile twin imperial sons. 2 tall teenagers ascended to the corner of the ring. They possessed identical features, like cloned copies. It was a pair of twins, older brother Nikai, younger brother Nis. In both of them, the bloodline of the Nile imperial family flowed. They were the sons of the Nile Empire's state Lord Ro. Nikai and Nis were imposing, exuding the noble aura of the Nile imperial family, but their overall aura was very calm. It was reasonable to say that with this pair of brothers' status, their bones must have carried their own arrogance and haughtiness. However, the opposite was true. The eyes of the 2 brothers were excessively resolute. They didn't look down on their opponents, and there was only earnestness and seriousness on their faces. From this, it was easy to see that Nikai and Ness already possessed the heart of a king, which was to never take the enemy lightly. Next on stage were the Inferno Summer twins. The moment the teenager and the young girl took the stage, they attracted the attention of the entire audience. Most of the attention was focused on the teenager. This was an undead imperial beastmaster who was filled with legendary colors. After all, Pei Xingye had been on the global hot search no less than 20 times in the past few months. All the countries of the human race had a strong interest in Pei Xingye. Or rather, Pei Xingye was the biggest attraction of this match. As for Sang Wui, who stood beside Pei Xingye, she didn't receive much attention. Just like the giant-type imperial beast that she had contracted, it was the most inconspicuous demigod bloodline when placed in this match. As for Pei Xingye, as well as his opponent, the Nile twin emperor's son, the imperial beasts they had contracted were all ancient mythological bloodlines. In the center of the ring, the referee purposely delayed the whistle. The purpose was to give both players the opportunity to put harsh words in each other's mouths, thus increasing the match's gunpowder flavor and igniting the emotions of the entire audience as soon as possible. However, both contestants chose to remain silent at the same time. This made the referee feel embarrassed. Only immature Imperial Beastmasters would care about pre-match verbal sparring. With no choice, the referee blew the whistle for the start of the match. The match begins. Both players simultaneously activated their soul power and summoned their respective Imperial Beasts. The gate of the underworld opened, and the exclusive summoning special effects of the Undead Imperial Beast Masters stunned the entire arena with Pei Xingye's base manipulation. The Black Fury Phoenix spread its wings and rushed into the sky, emitting a domineering phoenix cry, displaying the oppressive feeling of the Yanxia Empire's 3 sacred beasts' bloodline, causing the audience to suck in their breath. The ring shook as a huge silhouette rose up from the ground. Every one of its pores sprayed outward a thick vapor like blood mist. Its long hair covered its distorted features, and a ferocious gaze was revealed between its hair slits. The moment the Shura giant made its appearance, it drew a wave of spitting from the audience. A giant-type Imperial Beast? So the Imperial Beast that Sang Wui contracted is only a demigod bloodline. So it seems that the overall strength of the Yanxia twins is far lower than the Nile twin Imperials. If I may say, if the Yanxia twins lose the match, then it must be the Sang Wui who is dragging them down. In the audience sat the spectators from the 7 countries of the human race. The spectators from the Yanxia Empire and the Nile Empire naturally supported their respective countries' players unconditionally. As for the spectators from the other 5 countries, they were naturally mouthy and said whatever they had to say, often making comments that were relatively objective. From the moment Sang Wui summoned the Shura giant, the audience booed. Many people believed that an imperial beast with only a demigod bloodline shouldn't appear in a match of this level. At the same time, the imperial beasts of the Nile twin imperial sons appeared above the ring. Brother Nikai summoned a male lion with a body like a mountain. The lion's body emitted a dazzling golden light, and its burly body was wrapped in a thick layer of armor, symbolizing an authoritative level of defense. On the large screen, the data panel of the imperial beast was typed out. Earth Sacred Lion, Mature Body Second Stage, Light System plus Earth System, Ancient Mythological Bloodline. The imperial beast summoned by Brother Ness was a black pantheress in orc form. Air Attack Pantheress, Mature First Stage, Numinous plus Poison, Ancient Mythic Bloodline. Both players had already summoned their imperial beasts, and from the aura, the Yen Xia twins were slightly inferior. The underlying reason for this was that the Shura giant, which only had a demigod bloodline, looked out of place next to the 3 ancient mythical bloodline imperial beasts. Sang Wui, it's starting. The Yen Xia twins were the first to launch their attack. The Shura giant roared up to the sky and swung out a heavy fist, the power of Shura stirring endlessly. The Black Rage Phoenix Zero frame started off with a ghostly falling phoenix slash. Hidden deep within the Shura's power, the 2 skills blending perfectly. Gravity manipulation. Ness had a cold face. He just slightly urged his soul power, and the Air Attack Panther Girl and Earth Holy Lion disappeared at the same time. The imperial beasts of the Nile twin emperor sons disappeared? No! In the sky! This is the air raid leopardess's Nianli effect, capable of affecting the laws of gravity within a certain range around her, and can manipulate herself and her friends to achieve an instantaneous movement effect. Air Raid Panther Girl and Earth Holy Lion instantly moved above the sky, skillfully dodging the first combo technique of Black Fury Phoenix and Shura Giant. Brother! Understood. The 2 brothers had a heart-to-heart and simultaneously operated their soul power. The Air Attack Leopardess descended from the sky, her sharp leopard claws oozing venom as she attacked towards the Black Rage Phoenix. Sang Wui subconsciously wanted to help, harnessing the Shura Giant to swing his fist again. However, the Shura Giant suddenly disappeared in place. The audience looked up at the sky, only to see the bulky Shura Giant appear in the sky for no reason. This was because Air Attack Bakugo had used her Nien power to modify the weight of the Shura Giant. When this giant became as heavy as cotton wool, it naturally floated into the sky. Crap! Sang Wui spat lowly through clenched teeth. In the next second, the Air Attack Leopardess unleashed her Nien power once again, and the weight of the Shura Giant returned as before, slamming down from 1,000 meters in the air. Rumble! In the center of the ring, smoke scattered in all directions as the Shura Giant fell with a bruised nose and a pained expression. The commentator on the sidelines shook his head helplessly. Alas, the match has only just begun, and the Yen Xia twins are at a disadvantage. Undoubtedly, this is because the Shura Giant's demigod bloodline, which is too low in strength, is the downfall of this match. If we keep fighting like this, Sang Wui will only drag Pei Xingye's leg. Quick look. The Nile twin emperor's tactics are very clear, and that's to jointly target Pei Xingye. The Shura Giants fell from 1,000 meters in the air, falling to their deaths, too late to support. Then Pei Xingye naturally became the only prey for the 2 Nikani's brothers. Roar. The Earth Sacred Lion leapt forward and bit into the Black Fury Phoenix's left wing. The Air Attack Pantheress was quick and agile. Her claws quenched with venom slashed through the Black Fury Phoenix's back. Only 2 rounds into the match, the Hot Summer Gemini had already fallen into a disadvantage. Chapter 116 Frostform. Bastard Phoenix Chirp. The Black Rage Phoenix let out an angry chirping cry, and the pain coming from its wounds triggered Immortal Bird's rage. The Black Rage Phoenix that had stacked 3 layers of rage had tripled its blood recovery effect. In theory, the wounds on the Black Rage Phoenix would recover quickly. However, this time the wounds were slow to heal. Could it be that the Immortal Bird's wrath had failed? Pei Xingye raised her eyes, her sight locking onto her brother, Ni Kai, who was amongst the Nile twin emperors. So that's how it is. It's the effect of the SS rank time-based talent Scars of Time. Nikai's Imperial Beastmaster talent was called Scars of Time, and when his own imperial beasts or the imperial beasts of nearby friendlies inflicted damage on enemy units, this talent would be triggered automatically. Simply put, Nikai could control the flow of time by targeting the wounds on the enemy's body. In the turn just now, the Black Fury Phoenix suffered trauma to its left wing and back. The effect of Immortal Bird's Wrath did trigger, but it took time to regain blood, and it took time for the wounds to heal. And Nikai's talent, Scars of Time, could slow down the flow of time from the enemy's wounds, thus causing the blood return effect to be drastically weakened. At this moment, the Shura giant had only just gotten up from the ground, once again triggering a sigh of relief from the audience. The judges' table let out a sigh, and verbal abuse ensued. In the ring, the Shura giant's bloodline disadvantage will only magnify infinitely, and Pei Xingye, naturally, has to bear the pressure of being targeted by the special nature of the Nile twin emperor sons. It can even be said that this battle, with or without Sang Wui, has no effect on the outcome of the match. As the situation fell into a downward spiral, Pei Xingye's expression did not change as he said in a deep voice, "Sang Wui, are you ready? Let's begin." Pei Xingye's scarlet eyes suddenly climbed with a thick chill. Frost form switch. The moment Pei Xingye urged his soul power, the undead fire on the Black Fury Phoenix's body suddenly went out. The pitch-black bones emitted a loud clicking sound, stimulating the eardrums of every spectator. It's cold. It's changed. This chill. A terrifying coldness came on suddenly, as if the king of hell was sucking in a breath of cold air backwards on the mortal land. This coldness caused Faroe Island, which had 4 seasons like spring all year round, to fall into an ice cellar. Ice Phoenix. Unbelievable. Ah, a Phoenix-type royal beast, actually able to switch pure frost forms. It was well known that Phoenix-type royal beasts were naturally fire. Pei Xingye had already astonished the heavens and opened up history by cultivating the Black Fury Phoenix into an ice and fire dual cultivation lineage. And now, under Pei Xingye's mastery, the Black Fury Phoenix was even able to switch pure frost forms. The judges present were all gold medal evolutionists from various countries. The moment they witnessed the frost form of the Black Fury Phoenix soar into the sky, amazement and consternation appeared on everyone's face. Pei Xingye's level of development of the Phoenix bloodline was beyond the realm of their cognizance. A flash of panic appeared on his younger brother Ness's face. "Brother, the situation is not good," Pei Xingye shouted aloud, bearing Phoenix call. The Black Fury Phoenix in its frosty form raised its noble head, releasing a chirping cry that shattered the sky. The bastard Phoenix chirp directly consumed 50% of Pei Xingye's soul power while displaying the true intimidating power of the Phoenix bloodline. The floor of the ring flew into ice, and even the people in the audience had a layer of chilly frost covering their bodies. Sacred white snow drifted in the sky, and the undead power that filled the air turned into mournful ice crystals, freezing the bodies of the Earth Saint Lion and Air Attack Leopardess. The fieldside commentator had put on 3 layers of down jackets and his voice trembled as he held the microphone. The Black Fury Phoenix in frost form. Although it has weakened its attack power, the control effect is pulled full circle. Moreover, the Bearing Phoenix song released in frost form can freeze the enemy's movement speed by sacrificing its own movement speed. Above the sky, the Black Fury Phoenix maintained its hovering stance, not moving a muscle. In the center of the ring, the Earth Holy Lion and Air Attack Panther Girl were also like 2 ice statues, unable to move half a step. Frost form Bearing Phoenix song. Sacrifice 99% of your own movement speed to freeze 99% of the enemy unit's movement speed. What was the concept of freezing 99% of the enemy unit's movement speed? At this moment, the Earth Holy Lion and Air Attack Leopardess, who were wrapped in undead frost, didn't even talk about moving their feet. They even needed more than 10 seconds to blink their eyes. Of course, during this period, the Black Fury Phoenix also lost almost all of its mobility. In short, Black Fury Phoenix sacrificed its mobility to force a 1 for 2. This was the opportunity Pei Xingye created for Sang Wui.
Sang Wui.
Pei Xingye shouted his partner's name. Sang Wui began to power up, his eyes filled with wild power like sharp sword blades piercing through the void. The moment his soul power surged, the Shura giant stomped the ground and flew, his huge body agile and nimble as he blasted his fist on top of the Earth Saint Lion's face.
Kating.
It was the sound of ice crystals shattering.
Kating.
This is the sound of bones breaking. The next part of the Shura giant's performance was that it wildly swung its fists and legs, treating the Earth Saint Lion and Air Attack Leopardess, who had only 1% of their movement speed left, as if they were wooden stakes. The burst damage of the giant-type Imperial Beast is so high. Wing Chunip Man possessed? The power of Shura, as well as Sangwui's SS-ranked talent Rage, is in effect at the same time, causing the Shura Giant's attack power to go into overdrive. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous punches were fast out of the stump. The biggest advantage of the giant-type Imperial Beasts lay in the fact that they were better at utilizing their limbs than other Imperial Beasts. Take jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards as an example. These pure Imperial Beasts, the attack routine is just a simple and rough swinging of claws. The moves are pretty much the same. The giant Imperial Beasts were different. The Shura Giant could throw an uppercut, a left hook, a centering elbow strike, and a violent knee kick in less than a second. With its flexible arms and legs, it was able to strike the enemy's weak areas with precision at tricky angles. In the ring at the moment, the Shura Giant's fists and legs were flying, presenting a magnificent picture of violent aesthetics. Pei Xingye wasn't idle either, as he had been observing the Shura Giant's fighting stance. I don't know why, whether it's a Dryad or a Shura Giant. As long as it's a giant-type Imperial Beast, when they fight on the battlefield, they are too much like the humans of the Primordial Era. Humans of the Primordial Era would have possessed a higher intelligence that crushed other creatures. At the same time, the human body, which appeared to be more fragile than the ferocious beasts, actually had a powerful fighting force. It was like saying that a burly wild dog was chasing you. At first, you must be afraid, and you must scurry away. But as soon as this wild dog bites through your calf, and your bloodshot eyes witness blood spilling out of the wound and feel the pain stimulating the nerves in your brain, then from that moment on, the god of adrenaline will take over your body, and the wild dog that bit you will meet the judgment of death. That's what makes us human. Humans are born with a no harm, no foul mindset. When you face a wild dog, you don't want to get hurt, so you avoid it. Giants don't. Giants don't fear. Giants don't have a no harm, no foul mentality, and their fighting style even accepts killing 1,000 enemies at the expense of 800. The Black Fury Phoenix in frost form, releasing the Bearing Phoenix call, lasted for a full 15 seconds. After 15 seconds had passed, the bastard Phoenix sound was ineffective. The frost thawed and the snowflakes dissipated. The Earth's Sacred Lion, which had regained its normal movement speed, fell limp on the ground, all of its bones broken. The air attack Leopardus on the side was in an even worse state. Its chest cavity was smashed into a shocking depression by the Shura Giant's fist, and its heart nearly stopped. In this round, Pei Xingye and Sangwui's silent coordination reversed the opening disadvantage. However, not a hint of panic showed on Nikai's face, as he once again used his talent, Scars of Time. Repaired. The wounds of the Earth's Sacred Lion and air attack Leopardus have healed. Scars of Time. It can slow down the recovery speed of the enemy's wounds, as well as speed up the recovery speed of your own wounds. And the Earth Saint Lion has the attribute of light, which itself carries a powerful self-healing effect. The Earth's Sacred Lion, which had just had its entire body's bones broken by the Shura Giant, took only 3 seconds to return to its full strength, standing again and sending out a brutal roar towards Sangwui. If the Yanxia twins were over the top, could it be that the Nile twin emperor sons weren't over the top? Both sides were once again back at the same starting line, and this battle had only just begun. Brother, we must put forth our full strength. Well, the opponent this time is truly worthy of our best efforts. Chapter 117. Dark Forest, National Fortune Flower. As the Black Fury Phoenix lifted its frost form, the temperature of Faroe Island rapidly climbed. The water vapor formed from the melting ice crystals filled the ring uncontrollably, adding a hazy beauty to this thrilling duel. In the previous few rounds of exchanges, both hands were testing the waters. After adapting to each other's strengths and seeing through each other's weaknesses, the next battle was a clear-cut thriller. During the past half a month of combined training, Pei Xingye and Sangwui had already established a good tacit understanding. But if they were to only talk about tacit understanding, no one in this world would be able to surpass the duo of the Nile twin emperor sons. The two were identical twins, and from the moment they were born, they possessed a heart-to-heart chemistry. When the brothers stepped into the profession of Imperial Beastmaster, they displayed an unrivaled soul-tacit understanding. In the ring, the two were perfectly in sync with each other regarding the mobilization of soul power. Even the breathing frequency of the two in between battles was perfectly aligned. This allowed the combination technique that the Earth Saint Lion and the Air Attack Leopardess teamed up to strike to achieve the magical effect of 1+1 being greater than 3. On the contrary, Pei Xingye and Sang Wui's coordination was stretched under the Nile twin emperors, and as the battle became more and more intense, there were some mistakes in the details. Sang Wui, don't rashly charge. Pei Xingye, I thought you'd understand me. No, this kind of risky change of stance, once it fails to hit, it will. We must change our tactics now, because the tactics we prepared in advance have already been seen through by our opponent. These mistakes in details, the failure of cooperation due to lack of communication, were all reflections of the lack of tacit understanding between the two sides. The longer the battle lasted, the more obvious the gap in tacit understanding between the two sides would become. On top of the battlefield, the test is to improvise. Nikai and NIS had a heart-to-heart, and the two brothers didn't even need verbal communication to know each other's thoughts. Pei Xingye and Sang Wui, on the other hand, had a natural disadvantage in this regard. Brother, good chance. Ness harnessed the Air Attack Leopardess and released her powerful Nyen energy to hold the Shura Giant's moving feet. Nikai reacted quickly, his soul power surging as the Earth Saint Lion leapt up and pounced on the Black Fury Phoenix. Falling Phoenix Chop Star Track. The 360-degree deathless chopping trajectory traced out star orbit like dreamy scorch marks on the ring. With a proficiency that was 100 years ahead of his peers, Pei Xingye temporarily stifled the Nile twin emperor sun's great momentum. Wounds from the falling phoenix slashes surfaced on the bodies of both the Earth Sacred Lion and the Air Attack Leopardess, and blood gushed out furiously. But their wounds, once again, repaired and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It had to be said that Nikai's time-based talent Scars of Time did have a high operational ceiling. The Earth Sacred Lion and Air Attack Leopardess recovered quickly from each of their injuries, while the injuries on the Black Fury Phoenix and the Shura Giant recovered extremely slowly. Audience seat. The Scarlet Squad was also watching the battle. Qin Yinlin's eyes showed anxiety. This Nile twin emperor son's tacit understanding is too perverse, worthy of being twin brothers. Huangfu Boyi wore the white bone mask Pei Xingye had given him, and worry was written all over his clear face underneath the mask. The effect of the Scars of Time is too powerful. Second Master must take out the Nirvana Fire Lotus in order to suppress his opponent in one move. Situ Shui clasped her arms in front of her chest and couldn't help but shake her head. Do you guys know why Pei Xingye delayed in taking out the Nirvana Fire Lotus? Don't forget that Brother Ness's Royal Beastmaster talent is a Spatial System SS grade talent, Spatial Split. When this talent is activated, any skill released by the Air Attack Leopardess will split the space on the battlefield, thus forcibly pulling away the distance between her and the Black Fury Phoenix. As for the nature of Nirvana Fire Lotus, it was a bulky type skill, and after the Fire Lotus was molded, it flew slowly and over a short distance. In this situation, Pei Xingye's hasty use of Nirvana Fire Lotus would have almost zero probability of hitting the target. Situ Shui's analysis was completely consistent with Pei Xingye's thinking. The reason why the Nile twin emperor sons were overpowered was because, aside from the fact that the pair possessed the most perfect tacit understanding in the world, it was also because of their talents, one of which was in the time system and the other in the space system. In this world, time was honored and space was king. The two Nikani's brothers could skillfully use their manipulation of the laws of time and space to pull any opponent. So Pei Xingye knew better than anyone else that even if he ordered the Black Fury Phoenix to strike the Nirvana Fire Lotus right now, it would be easily dodged by his opponent. So how should this game break the ice? Wait, this duel. Why does it give me a special feeling? In the ring, Pei Xingye's mind was highly active, his consciousness entering a state of oblivion as if the entire world had stopped in time. He scrutinized the opponent in front of him and reviewed every detail of the duel over the past dozens of rounds. This pair of twin brothers originally possessed a powerful talent. The perfect tacit understanding is unrivaled by any duo. They came from the Nile royal family and are the sons of Nile Kingdom Lord Ro. But there is none of the cockiness, arrogance, or hubris of those retarded villains in them. From the very beginning, they were calm and rational. And even when Sang Wui and I made multiple mistakes in our cooperation, they didn't let up in the slightest. Pei Xingye's thinking entered another dimension. So this is a must-lose game. If it was a 1v1 match, Pei Xingye was sure that he only needed to make a slight move to blow away either Nikari or Ness. But this match, on the contrary, was a 2v2 duel that tested tacit understanding. Pei Xingye wasn't blaming Sang Wui for dragging him down. But even if he replaced Sang Wui with any other partner, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to defeat the Nile twin emperors who had a perfect tacit understanding. As this duel progressed, Pei Xingye developed a strong intuition. In the darkness, it was as if there was a large, invisible hand that was manipulating everything. Who the hell is it? Pei Xingye's scarlet eyes locked onto the void. At the same time, it was still the same chaotic and unorganized space that didn't know what heaven and earth were. The vast, boundless dark forest stood with countless sky-high trees. Each tree represented the evolutionary path of a species or an attribute. They were collectively called evolution trees. In this dark forest, in addition to the densely packed evolution trees, there were also 7 demonic flowers in full bloom. The color of each flower was different, and the 7 flowers competed with each other, with one of them overshadowing the others. They were collectively called the national fortune flowers. In the darkness, a few abstract and indistinct black shadows gathered together. According to our previous plan, in this era, the Nile Empire's national fortune should be ranked first among the 7 human nations. That's right, that's what we decided before. But it's this red Hitomi kid again. He's trying to destroy the order and laws we've set up again. Pharaoh Island. Above the ring, Pei Xingye's scarlet eye was still weak in power and hadn't awakened the highest pupil art. He only developed a strong intuition that someone was manipulating everything. But he couldn't directly peer into the mysterious, dark forest, let alone sense the existence of those black shadows. Definitely lose the game. No matter how we analyze this game, it's a sure loss. The tacit understanding between Sang Wui and I is far from that of the twin brothers. Wait! Pei Xingye's afterglow landed on the Shura giant's body. He suddenly realized that he had overlooked something from the start of the battle. Had the Shura giant utilized its true potential in this duel or not? Perhaps in the eyes of the general public, a giant lineage imperial beast, a demigod bloodline only, had already done its best to reach this level. But Pei Xingye didn't think so. He had seen the special energy generated in the Shura giant during the Heavenly Cloud ranking qualifying tournament. If the demigod bloodline was only this strong, then how did Sang Wui's father, Sang Xian, become a divine-level imperial beast master? The giant bloodline. It's definitely more than that. The key to breaking the game is the giants. Pei Xingye's scarlet eyes were dead set on the Shura giant's wretched figure as he tried to think. Giants, giants, giants. An imperial beast that has almost exactly the same physiological structure and intelligent thinking as a human. What exactly is lacking? Just then, Pei Xingye's soul exploded with a buzz. Scarlet sight landed on the Shura giant's hands. I understand. Chapter 118. The correct way to open the giant bloodline. People usually called things that couldn't be rewritten, even if they tried their best, as destiny. In this era of universal beast masters, no matter how powerful a beast master you were, you would encounter moments when you could not do anything about it. Even the 9 royal gods of the olden times who followed the trend of destiny fell into the ruins of the Tianqing Vortex War. At the moment, the young Pei Xingye and Sang Wui seemed to have fallen into the abyss of destiny as well, and were going all out in an all-out effort to fight a surefire game that they simply couldn't win. Within the same rank, as long as it was under the 2v2 rule, no duo combination could defeat the Nile twin emperor sons who were innately full of tacit understanding. It was as if this was a rule set down by the god of fate. Even Pei Xingye could not break this rule. However, at this moment, Pei Xingye's scarlet eyes stared at the Shura giant's hands in death. In a trance, Pei Xingye had an epiphany. He finally peeked into the wonders of the giant's bloodline. The giant's hands shouldn't be empty. Sang Wui. Hearing Pei Xingye's call, Sang Wui came to Pei Xingye's side in a flash. In terms of tacit understanding, this pair of temporary partners who had been practicing together for a mere half a month naturally couldn't compare to the Nile twin emperor sons who were both from the same mother. But for the next battle, there was no longer any need for tacit understanding. Nirvana Fire Lotus. Pei Xingye's roar was unprecedentedly loud as he instantly emptied all his remaining soul power. The Black Fury Phoenix spread its wings and chirped as its magnificent and handsome body first curled up and then transformed into a giant flaming lotus flower. The crowd in the audience was so energized that they even stood up. Nirvana Fire Lotus. I guessed correctly. The Nirvana Fire Lotus is Pei Xingye's last-ditch bottom card. In fact, everyone could guess that the cross-stage skill Nirvana Fire Lotus was the only move that could take out the Earth Saint Lion and Air Attack Leopardess in a single second. This was because it was a skill that could only be used by a full-bodied level phoenix. However, the drawbacks of Nirvana Fire Lotus would only be infinitely magnified in front of the Nile twin emperor sons. The Nirvana Fire Lotus was incredibly powerful, but its flying distance was very limited and it moved slowly. The younger brother Nice revealed an unexpected smile. Pei Xingye, I knew that the Nirvana Fire Lotus was your last card, but your bottom card. It's ineffective against me. Ness unleashed the SS rank space system talent, Space Split. The air attack leopardess unleashed a storm of sharp claws, and the remnants of her leopard claws were like sharp swords, cutting apart the ring battlefield. The spatial laws appeared to be abnormal, and the space around the Nirvana Fire Lotus twisted with it, causing the distance between the Fire Lotus and the enemy to grow further and further apart. Oh no, as the captain said, Ness's space-cutting talent restrains the Nirvana Fire Lotus. Master 2 is in danger. At this moment, Pei Xingye had already emptied all his soul power. The Nirvana Fire Lotus was his last-ditch effort. However, the Nirvana Fire Lotus was like a slow-moving turtle that couldn't even get close to the Earth-Sacred Lion and the Air Attack Leopardess. It's over. Yeah. Pei Xingye has already exhausted his soul power. It's impossible for the Nirvana Fire Lotus to hit its target anymore. It looks like the Yen Xia twins are about to fall off the pedestal in this duel. The development of events was just like the most vibrantly blooming national fortune flower in the dark forest. In this era, that pair of big, invisible hands were intentionally pushing the Nile Empire's national fortune to ascend to the peak of the human race. In this match, as long as the Nile twin emperors won, then the Nile Empire's prestige would surpass that of the other 6 nations. At this moment, even the ever-composed Nikai and NIS had the excitement and thrill of having victory in their pockets on their faces. Everyone had decided that a bulky and sluggish Nirvana Fire Lotus would not be able to reverse the situation. Is this match going to end here? The referee was ready to blow the final whistle. The spectators of the Nile Empire rose up early to celebrate and cheer. The people of the Yen Xia Empire hung their heads, already mentally prepared to accept the defeat of the Yen Xia twins. At this moment, no one in the world believed that Pei Xingye could still rewrite the ending of this match, including the several indistinct black shadows in the dark forest, who also revealed expressions of watching the show. Sang Wui. Pei Xingye called out his partner's name once again. Sang Wui released all of her remaining soul power, her flowing silver hair fluttering in the wind. The blood tendons and veins that rumbled on her body were like flowing magma, exuding an ancient and primitive wildness. The Shura giant suddenly rose, its aura climbing violently, releasing a sense of oppression that far exceeded that of a demigod bloodline. In an instant, the Earth Saint Lion let out a low whimper, its limbs trembled violently, and its pupils tightened. The Air Attack Leopardess subconsciously stepped back, her face pale. These 2 imperial beasts of ancient bloodline were simultaneously plunged into a whirlpool of uncontrollable fear. Even when Nikai and Ness gave successive commands, these 2 imperial beasts were unable to pull themselves out of their fear. Brother, look at. Nikai followed the direction of his brother's finger and looked towards the Shura giant. There was only a 1-second time difference between before and after. What kind of mutation had been created in the Shura giant's body that scared the 2 imperial beasts of ancient bloodline to the point of going limp? At this moment, the right hand of the Shura giant held the black rage phoenix that had transformed into the Nirvana Fire Lotus. The commentator was excited. The giant has a weapon in his hand? That's right. The Nirvana Fire Lotus was playing the role of a weapon in the Shura giant's hand at this moment. This scene deeply stimulated the souls of everyone present. The moment you saw the Shura giant grasping the Nirvana Fire Lotus with one hand, you would definitely develop a subtle sense of familiarity while being shocked. This familiarity has long been engraved on top of the human genetic sequence. In the primitive era of human origins, what made humans the masters of this planet? In those days, everything obeyed the simplest law of the food chain. Peel back the fog of history and you will see your ancestor, who was a primitive man of no great stature, hiding from a wild beast. The beast has powerful limbs and sharp fangs, and your bare-handed ancestor is no match for the beast. As soon as they are caught up, they will be reduced to the feces of the beast's next excretion. On the way to escape, your ancestor falls. The beast approaches step by step, showing an evil smile of victory. However, the gears of fate quietly turned, and your ancestor, in a panic, grabbed a rock with one hand and a wooden stick with the other. At this moment, human civilization began its great prelude. Congratulations! Your ancestor learned how to use weapons. The giant system imperial beasts, in terms of physiological structure and thought patterns, were 99% similar to humans. At this moment, above the ring, when you see weapons appearing in the hands of the Shura giants, a hot thought will arise within you, and that is, a giant's hands are supposed to hold weapons. The fear that grew in the eyes of the earth-sacred lion and the air-attack leopardess was exactly the same as the beast that first saw its human ancestor grabbing rocks and sticks. Giants, demigod bloodline. The giants with weapons in their hands, on the other hand, were true god bloodlines that transcended the sequence of the 9 bloodlines. Dark forest. Several dark shadows trembled in shock and exasperation. Damn it! He found the correct way to open the giant bloodline. First he interfered with the evolution tree, and now he's interfering with the national fortune flower. This forest that we have painstakingly operated has been... Red Pupil Kid, you're so powerful. Chapter 119 A Great Victory. Comet. Rule breaking. Faroe Island. The entirety of the crowed audience rose to their feet, boiling and shouting. In this moment, no matter what country you came from, you let go of all prejudices. You only remembered that you were a pure human being. When you witnessed the Shura giants with weapons in their hands, it was hard not to think of your own ancestors who, in that brutal primitive era, picked up stones and sticks from the ground and started a whole new history of ruling this planet. In those times, stones placed on the ground posed no threat to wild animals. But as long as the stones were held in the hands of humans, then the beasts would have uncontrollable fear. The primitive era was too far away from today's civilization. However, when the Shura giant holds the Nirvana Fire Lotus in his hand, your thoughts will be pulled back to that unattainable primitive era. The narrator was in high spirits, his voice hoarse. The Shura giant, with a weapon in its hand. It holds the Nirvana Fire Lotus in one hand, just like our ancestors who learned to use fire for the first time and picked up stones on the ground for the first time. It's starting to charge. As a spectator, the blood inside you began to boil, simply because the roar of the Thule giant made you feel as if you were listening to the battle cry of the origin of mankind. There was a world of difference between a giant with 2 empty hands and a giant with a weapon in hand, in terms of aura and eyes. At this point, this match no longer needed to test Pei Xingye and Sang Wui's tacit understanding. The Shura giant and the Black Rage Phoenix, in such an ingenious manner, merged into one and raced towards the trembling earth Saint Lion and air attack leopardess. Brother, what should we do? The giants are coming. We can't carry the power of the Nirvana Fire Lotus. We must stop the giant in its tracks. The 2 brothers, with 2 hands, released the last of their soul power. Click, 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 click. The Earth Saint Lion stepped on the ring and the floor tore apart. Underneath the Shura giant's feet, a rift valley-like gully emerged. Who knew that the Shura giant leapt deep, his dexterous body stepping into a rift valley, his charging speed not decreasing at all. The air attack leopardess released a claw strike, adding Ness's spatial talent, spatial cutting. The battlefield was in tatters, invisible air barriers blocking the Shura giant's advance. Brother, I did it. I stopped the giant. The smile on Nice's face only lasted for a second before it shifted to Pei Xingye's face. Boom! 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 The Shura giant relied on its brutal body to smash through a wall of air barriers, charging faster and faster. Like no one's business. The audience exclaimed in shock. The judges' table had their jaws dropped, and the commentator's voice stuttered from overexcitement. This is hegemonic body. At this moment, a layer of scarlet light condensed on the surface of the Shura giant's skin. This meant that the Shura giant had entered the hegemony state. The imperial beast in the hegemony state would not be interrupted by any control system skills, while ignoring any hindrances. The essence of the spatial talent spatial cutting was a terrain obstacle control effect. It wasn't even worthy of generating decelerating wind resistance for the hegemony state of the Shura giant. Pei Xingye's scarlet eyes reflected the Shura giant's brand new data panel. Name of imperial beast, Shura giant. Form, armed form weapon in hand. Status, persistent hegemony effect ignores any control system skills. Ignores terrain obstacles. Hunting heart awakened. In a battle at the same level, regardless of the opponent's bloodline, the opponent will instinctively develop a fear of prey. When the Shura giant used the Nirvana Fire Lotus as a weapon and held it in its hand, its data panel changed drastically. In fact, analyzing from this perspective, the giant could also be viewed as a primitive human. When primitive humans had initially mastered the ability to make weapons and use them, they had ascended to the tip of the pyramid in the cruel law of the food chain, trampling other creatures under their feet. Isn't the heart of hunting the supreme will that was awakened after mankind became the master of this planet? When you hold a weapon in your hand, you hold the truth. Whether it's a tiger or a lion, as long as you see a shotgun raised in your hand, it will trigger the fear engraved in the depths of your genes. But is there an exception to this law of truth? There will be no exceptions. Because beasts that are not afraid of shotguns have long been killed by hunters. The beasts that remain have the instinct to fear the truth in their genes. Just like at this moment, the ancient mythological bloodline of the earth sacred lion and the air raid leopardess, seeing the Shura giants closing in on them step by step, they were already so scared that they couldn't even hear the commands issued by the imperial master. Nikai, Earth Holy Lion, release your skills. Don't retreat. Don't be dumbfounded. Ness, Air Attack Leopardess, it's not time to give up. Counterattack, counterattack. The two imperial beasts didn't listen to them at all. In front of the giant with a weapon in hand, they had already fallen into the prey mentality. They instinctively thought that a giant with a weapon in its hand occupied the top position in the food chain, and they could only be a follower. Open! This time, Pei Xingye and Sang Wui shouted together. The Shura giant swung his right arm, holding the Nirvana Fire Lotus in his hand, and ruthlessly smashed the opponent in front of him. Rumble! The explosion of the Nirvana Fire Lotus was already unreasonable. It was also attached with the impact of the Shura giant pouring everything he had into swinging his arm. This shot of Nirvana Fire Lotus was like a comet descending from the sky, instantly smashing through the floor of the ring. I'm afraid that the aftermath of the explosion led to the Faroe Island shook violently. The surrounding sea turbid waves emptied, the air filled with the death and decay of the undead fire burning. At this point in the battle, the winner had already been divided. When the hot and pungent smoke gradually dispersed, you sitting in the audience, coughing, while opening your eyes with difficulty. In your blurred vision, the shattered ring is reflected. Among the ruins, the Earth Sacred Lion collapsed to the ground, its skin burnt all over. The Air Attack Leopardess fell into a fainting spell, her body convulsing. The grand sea of undead fire was emerald green, and the two god of death silhouettes stood high in the sky, holding death scythes in their hands, the sharp tips of their blades against the necks of the Earth Holy Lion and the Air Raid Leopardess. One move, just one move. The Shura Giant and Black Fury Phoenix had only used one truly significant combo move to trigger the Undead Decimation special effect. This meant that the Earth Sacred Lion and Air Raid Pantheress blood levels at this moment were already below 10%. On the contrary, the Shura Giant and the Black Fury Phoenix also had varying degrees of injuries on the two Imperial Beasts, but their overall blood levels were controlled at over 50%. The match is over. Winner. Yen Xia Empire, Yen Xia Twins. The silent audience set off a wild storm. Yen Xia Gemini won. Pei Xingye.
Sang Wui.
The entire arena chanted the names of this pair, no matter which country you came from, what kind of prejudice or even hostility you had towards the Yen Xia Empire. But as long as you witnessed this match in its entirety, you couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the magical performance of the Yen Xia twins. It's these two young imperial beastmasters that have proclaimed to the world the correct way to open the giant bloodline. I believe that the audience present share the same feelings as I do. The hands of giants are born to hold weapons, just like our fascinating old ancestors who lived in the primitive era. The commentator shouted passionately, acting as a mouth substitute for the entire audience. Was everyone cheering for the Shura Giants' anticlimactic performance? Nah, people were just recalling their ancestors, recalling how the human race had reached the top of the food chain in glory and splendor. As an undead royal animal master, Pei Xingye would always trigger her psychic senses at special moments and under special circumstances. In the depths of the blazing undead fire, an upright and sturdy figure seemed to emerge.
Elder Sanction.
Young man, the giant's secret is more than that. Senior Sang Xian. Pei Xingye was in a trance when Sang Wui tugged on his sleeve. Why did you just now call out my father's name? Sang Wui, I previously said that after this match, it's time for us to have a good talk about my mother and your father. Uh-huh. Right, that combo move just now, what should it be named? Pei Xingye pondered for a moment and smiled. Comet. Not bad. It's decided. On this day, the cultivation giant, who held the Nirvana fire lotus in his hand, hurled a comet that amazed the ages above Pharaoh Island. The comet smashed not only the floor of the ring, but also the rules of the game set up by those dark shadows. Chapter 122 in command of the Black Prison Royal Court. Night Lord. Dark Forest. The 7 national lucky flowers were surrounded by clusters of skyscraping forests of evolution trees. One of the national luck flowers, which was originally blooming brightly, at this moment its luster had dimmed by a few points. The other national fortune flower, which was supposed to be heading towards withering and fading, was like a bamboo shoot after the rain, suddenly becoming vibrant. In this awful world, where some people create unjust rules, there are others who break the rules. Akatsuki boy, we will eventually meet. I'm already looking forward to the day I meet with this brat. On that day, this game will enter its next climax. Pharaoh Island. The winners were the Yanxia twins, Pei Xingye and Sang Wui, standing in the center of the ring's ruins, surrounded by applause, cheers, and flowers splashed at intervals, as well as colorful ribbons flying in the sky. This match, which appeared to be just a sparring match between young people, had truly affected the national fortunes of 2 countries, the Yanxia twin stars, overpowering the Nile twin emperors. In this way, the Yanxia Empire seemed to have a higher ceiling for the future than the Nile Empire. Nyx knelt on one knee in the corner of the ring, looking lost. Nikai walked over and comforted. Victory and defeat are commonplace. Father said that if you want to become a unique imperial beast master, you have to learn how to accept defeat. Brother, I can accept defeat. Nice raised his head and gazed at Pei Xingye, who was not far away. Brother, I haven't had the arrogant thought that I could securely win this round since before the match began. But how could I not have predicted that we would fail in such a way? The 2 of us, brothers, lost to a giant with a weapon in hand. Nikai narrowed his eyes and also looked at Pei Xingye's back. This Pei Xingye, I can't see through it. A loss is a loss. Next, we have to train harder. The 2 brothers helped each other, straightening their backs as they walked out of the ring. They gladly accepted their defeat. They didn't harbor resentment, and they had a stronger future. In fact, if there hadn't been the sudden emergence of the Yanxia twins, then within the same rank, the Nile twin emperor sons would definitely be the strongest duo in the entire human race. However, in this world, the only constant was the word change. Just like when Pei Chuzhuang and Sang Xian came out of nowhere, they also broke many of the rules of the game that were supposed to be rumble. The incident occurred suddenly, and a deafening explosion emanated from the audience. Smoke billowed out in all directions, and the smell of blood filled the air. A second ago, everyone's attention was focused on the Yanxia twins. No one could have predicted that the audience was hiding a group of villains. Deep within the thick smoke, a person covered in blood stumbled out, his eyes filled with fear, and he shouted, "Black Prison Beastmaster! Black Prison Royal Court!" The sharp claws of a darkness royal beast poked out from the smoke, tearing apart the injured man's chest cavity, and crumbs of internal organs splattered all over the place. The audience was thrown into chaos as darkness imperial beasts emerged endlessly, indiscriminately killing spectators from every country. The imperial beast masters who manipulated these darkness-type imperial beasts were none other than the mentors of the Reverse Academy. The wrists, necks, and other locations of these tutors exposed the totem marks of the Dark Prison Royal Court. The security forces for this match were all concentrated around the island to guard against the Magical Beast clan. However, no one had expected that someone from the Black Hell Royal Court would sneak inside the island and sit right in the audience. The students of the Reverse Academy also suffered from poisoning. They lost their minds and unleashed their respective darkness-type royal beasts, killing each other. This farce sensationalized the whole island, with rivers of blood and corpses everywhere. Wang Defa. I knew it. There must be something wrong with Reverse Academy. Li Jinyan. Protect the students. Lin Songhai. Where's Han Yuan? Where did he go? Zhuge Qingfeng. Oh, Han Yuan is there. The deans of the 4 major academies of Yanxia simultaneously looked towards the ruins of the ring. A residual shadow was like a ghost, flying close to Pei Xingye. This person was none other than Han Yuan. With things having come to this point, Han Yuan didn't even act anymore. His body released the Black Prison Imperial Beastmaster's unique baleful aura, opened his imperial seal, and a black vine as thick as a dragon's body rose to the ground. This is an Emperor body-level darkness imperial beast, the ghost mound Heavenly Emperor Vine. So Han Yuan's true identity. The second in command of the Black Prison Royal Court. The Night Lord. Wang Defa's heart was in his throat. Starry Night. Sang Wui was only a second-ranked royal beastmaster. She didn't have time to react. By the time she regained consciousness, her side was empty. Pei Xingye. Sang Wui looked up, and Han Yuan, the director of the Reverse Academy, generated a vine skywalk under his feet, holding the unconscious Pei Xingye hostage, and disappeared at the end of the clouds. After the farce lasted for half an hour, the students of Retrograde Academy were either dead or injured. Report. All of these students have gone astray and practiced the Black Hell Imperial Beastmaster. Their roots have been ruined. The tutors of the Adversary Academy had long since taken advantage of the chaos to leave the field. Report. There are a total of 132 tutors in the Adversary Academy, all from the Black Hell Royal Court. The Dean of the Reverse Attack Academy, Han Yuan, his true identity is the Black Prison King's Court's General Commander Governor, the Night Lord, and Pei Xingye was taken captive by the Night Lords. When these news reached Long Junning's ears, Long Junning's brow furrowed in a frown, and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of her lips as the fire of urgency attacked her heart. Jiang Moyan, Lord of the country, your body. Long Junning, no harm done. Jiang Mayan, focus on reinforcing the 3 sacred altar. There is no room for error. A few wisps of the lingering sunset were quickly swallowed up by the darkness at the end of the sky, and a ghostly ship slowly drifted above the vast, cold sea. Pei Xingye awoke from his stupor, his blurred vision gradually clearing. He was tied to the mast, his body unable to move, and because he hadn't ingested water for a long time, his lips were purple and dry, his white hair was messy, and his eyes were slightly sunken. Pei Xingye could see a group of black shadows in place on the broken deck. The person at the head of them was none other than the head of the Reverse Academy, Han Yuan. Pei Xingye, you're finally awake. Dean Han, what do you mean by this? I'm not Dean Han. You should address me as Lord Titus. Han Yuan tore off his human skin mask, revealing a grimy, ghost face. This face had gone through a huge fire and had long been completely disfigured, and the left eye was a mechanical prosthetic eye, making it look very scary. Governor. The second in command of the Black Prison Royal Court, General Commander Governor Night Lord. The Night Lord revealed an ugly smile. Pei Xingye, it seems that you know a bit about the Black Prison Royal Court as well. During the 2 days he spent soaking in the Yanxia Hidden Scripture Academy, Pei Xingye had gone through all of the recorded literature about the Black Hell Royal Court. Therefore, Pei Xingye was familiar with the past of the Black Prison Royal Court. Once upon a time, the Black Prison Royal Court was on the scale of a complete human nation, the Blackwater Empire. Just because the entire country practiced the Black Hell Beast control technique and lost their humanity, they were sanctioned by the other 7 countries, resulting in the destruction of the country and its demise. However, under the joint siege of the 7 countries, a part of those who escaped from the net were given a chance to live on and escaped. As the remnants of the Blackwater Empire, they created the Black Prison Royal Court, lurking in the darkness, plotting great deeds of revenge. The targets of their vengeance were the 7 kingdoms of the human race. And now that they are staring at the Yanxia Empire, it is because they have other plans. Chapter 121. The 3 Sacred Trees. The great drama begins. The dilapidated ghost ship was traveling on the foggy sea. Pei Xingye was tied up, and he was unable to determine his location, only knowing that he had fallen into the hands of the Black Prison Royal Court. Pei Xingye, since you know something about our Black Prison Royal Court, now that your life is completely under my control, aren't you afraid? Facing the Night Lord's questioning, Pei Xingye had a frank face and lazy eyes. Afraid? If you guys wanted to kill me, could I have survived until now? When I was on Faroe Island, it was easy for you guys to take advantage of the chaos to kill me. So why did you need to hijack me here? The Night Lord came to be interested. I appreciate your boldness in the face of danger. In the place of other people of my age, if I fell into the hands of our Black Prison Royal Court, I'm afraid that I would have already been scared out of my wits. Pei Xingye shook his head with a cold smile, analyzing in a calm tone. Actually, your plan to hijack me was perfect. First, I utilized the students of the Reverse Academy to cause an indiscriminate killing farce in the audience of Faroe Island. Then you took advantage of the chaos to strike and kidnap me. You were able to easily leave Faroe Island, also because of the inside and outside cooperation. I'm sure the Yanxia Empire and the Nile Empire must have long infiltrated your members among their navies. Of course, your people, too, must have infiltrated the other 5 countries. Clap. The Night Lord couldn't help but clap his hands in praise. Pei Xingye, this is what I appreciate most about you. Compared to your talent and strength, I appreciate your intelligence even more. In this world, the pseudo-human lineage magical beasts were, amongst the magical beasts, the most deceptive to humans. However, no matter how the pseudo-human beasts evolved, their deception would never be able to surpass the humans themselves. Simply put, it is a sentence. It is always easier for humans to deceive people than for magical beasts to deceive people. The Black Hell Royal Court is the most evil force in the world, and is the common enemy of the 7 countries. But the essence of the Black Hell Court still belongs to the human race. When they disguise themselves and lie in wait, they silently infiltrate the Beastmaster Academy, Beastmaster Guild, and Beastmaster Army of the 7 countries of the human race. As long as they didn't take the initiative to expose themselves, it would be very difficult for the topmost scouting organizations of each country to catch them. The Night Lord's previous impersonation of Han Yuan was a very successful example. It can be reasoned that when a Han Yuan appeared in the Yanxia Empire, countless Han Yuan had already been lurking in the major fields and classes of the Yanxia Empire. By the same token, the other 6 countries were in the same situation. The overall power of the Black Hell Royal Court was even less than 1% of the Wraith Camp. In a head-on war, any one of the 7 countries would be able to easily destroy the Black Prison Royal Court. However, the Black Prison Royal Court's revenge plan was so insidious. They never fought head-on, they only engaged in conspiracies and tricks, and their people infiltrated all corners of the 7 countries of the human race, lying dormant like hibernating vipers, not knowing when they would awaken and take a bite out of you. In this group of hibernating vipers, the Night Lord awoke. His goal was to take a bite of the fat meat of the Yanxia Empire. Night Lord, you guys hijacked me. What exactly are you doing this for? Because you're Pei Xingye. The answer given by the Night Lord was simple and sincere. Because I'm Pei Xingye? Oh, I'm a family outcast. A second-rank Imperial Beastmaster. What value can I have? Lord Pei, don't be presumptuous. You're the youngest gold medal Imperial healer and the youngest gold medal evolutionist amongst the entire human race, as well as the future of the
Yanxia Empire na.
The Night Lord's praise for Pei Xingye came from the bottom of his heart. Although his eyes were ferocious and vicious, it was hard to hide his favor. There were thousands of villains in the world, and anyone who encountered Pei Xingye, as long as they weren't a deadly enemy, would inevitably feel a sense of appreciation for Pei Xingye's talent. So you guys are planning to use me to make some kind of deal with the Yanxia Empire? Lord Pei, technically speaking, it's to make a deal with that woman Long Juning. The Night Lord's eyes showed greed. This day, this opportunity, he and the Black Prison Royal Court had waited for a long time, and finally waited. Pei Xingye asked, not to mention what kind of deal you guys want to make with Long Juning. How can you be sure that she, Long Juning, will definitely be willing to pay the price for me? Lord Pei, Long Juning is the Yanxia Empire's state lord. As long as she isn't stupid, she understands even better than we do what you mean to the entire Yanxia Empire. After the Heavenly Star Vortex battle, do you really think that she, Long Juning, is still at the peak of her strength? Heroes die late. Everyone will age one day. For her to lose you, Pei Xingye, at this time, the future of the Yanxia Empire will only see even less hope. Speaking here, the Night Lord revealed a chesty smile. I guarantee that she, Long Juning, will be willing to pay any price for your life. Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye suddenly raised his scarlet eyes, filling them with an evil gaze that locked onto the Night Lord. Night Lord, do you dare to bet? Lord Pei, what do you mean by that? I'm betting that Long Juning doesn't care about my Pei Xingye's life at all. How can that be? It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. Let's speak with facts next. With the words already out of his mouth, Pei Xingye closed his eyes and maintained the silence with the corners of his lips raised. The Night Lord was a devious and cunning person. He felt that Pei Xingye was just being tough-talking, but Pei Xingye's confident appearance still gave him a hint of suspicion. Regardless of whether one was a decent or villainous person, the higher the status, the stronger the strength, and the more ambitious the character, the easier it was to become suspicious. And this is exactly what Pei Xingye utilized. This night, Pei Xingye deservedly, once again, made it to the top of the hot searches on the major media platforms of the 7 human nations. Shocking! Pei Xingye, one of the Xia twins, was hijacked and disappeared by the Black Prison Royal Court. Pei Xingye's life and death are still unknown. Will the future of the Xia Empire see a huge shakeup due to Pei Xingye's life and death? For the next few days, the entire Xia Empire was in fear for Pei Xingye. The Xia with weakened national fortune. It's not easy for a genius like Pei Xingye to appear. Is it going to be? I hope Pei Xingye is still alive. He is the future of our Xia Empire. The torrential rains of late fall, one more gloomy and cold than the other, just like Long Juning's crippled heart. The temperature was getting lower and lower. Behind the Xia imperial city, a treacherous mountain loomed. The 3 sacred mountains. This was the mountain that symbolized the national fortune of the Xia Empire, so it was also known as the Xia Dragon Vein. On top of the mountain, a majestic altar was set up. The altar was surrounded by heavy guards. In the center of the altar, an ancient and mysterious tree stuck straight into the clouds. The form of this tree was particularly special, and amongst the thick trunk, it was supported by a dragon bone spine. The leaves of the tree branches were colorful phoenix feathers. The roots that were inserted into the soil absorbed the Qilin blood pool to maintain nutrition all year round. 3 sacred divine tree, star god body plant system royal beast. This imperial beast had no master, but it was related to the fortune of the Xia Empire. The 3 sacred altar built around the divine tree was used to protect the divine tree. The treetop of the divine tree bore only 1 fruit. It was rumored that imperial beasts at the level of emperor body would be able to break through the ranks and advance to star god body after taking the 3 sacred fruit. In other words, a single 3 sacred fruit was able to send an imperial beast master stuck at the imperial king segment to the imperial emperor segment. Chapter 122 Hostage Pei Xingye. Long Juning's choice. The sky was clear, and there were no clouds in the sky. The atmosphere of the 3 sacred altar was solemn and dignified. The Xia royal family's forbidden troops surrounded the altar, and a group of 9th-ranked imperial beastmasters stood by in strict formation, their guards drawn full. In the middle of the altar, a soft woman with white hair, her hands constantly changing hand seals, her red lips gently opened, chanting unknown incantations. Zhang Mayan, Xia's number 1 formation hand master. The defense spell formation of the 3 sacred altar was created by Zhang Moyan's own hands. The 3 sacred god tree that stood in the center of the altar was related to the national fortune of the entire Xia Empire, so it was not allowed to have any blunders. However, with the passage of time, as well as Zhang Mayan's body getting weaker by the day, the number of times the altar formation was in turmoil and ruptured was becoming more and more frequent. Especially in the last few days, the 3 sacred altar spell formation was seriously broken, and Zhang Moyan had not taken in a drop of water for 3 days in a row, consuming her own yuan qi and essence blood, which she already had little of, just to reinforce the spell formation. Long Juning accompanied Zhang Mu Yan's side, worried. Looking at the corners of Zhang Moyan's parched lips as well as her pale side, Long Juning couldn't bear to see it and personally handed over a cup of water. Zhang Moyan, I order you, you must drink this cup of water. Lord of the kingdom, you must not. If I interrupt the sealing now, the spell formation of the 3 sacred altar will never be repaired. Zhang Mayan didn't even have the leisure to take a sip of water, or to sit down and catch his breath. After 3 days and 3 nights without a drop of water and never closing her eyes, she was already at the end of her rope, relying on her tenacious will to support her tattered physical body. Able to survive from the old times of the big man, perhaps long ago all over the body, but no one is a goat melon coward. Long Juning was silent for a moment and made a crazy decision. From the small porcelain bottle she carried with her, she took out a crimson-colored elixir. Zhang Mayan was concentrating on reinforcing the spell formation when suddenly a jade hand reached out in front of her. By the time Zhang Mayan reacted, her mouth had already been stuffed with an elixir by Long Juning. The elixir instantly melted in her mouth. The medicinal effect was extraordinary. Zhang Moyan immediately felt the vitality in her body. Her pale face regained its rosy color. The blood in her entire body ignited and boiled. Her tendons and bones and soul filled with strength. This medicinal effect. Dragon blood pill. Lord of the kingdom. Zhang Moyan, you don't need to have concerns. Focus on what you need to do. Dragon blood pill was a tonic that Long Juning needed to take regularly on weekdays to relieve the pain of those old injuries on her body that came back from time to time. The process of refining the dragon's blood pill was extremely complicated, and had extremely high requirements for raw materials. Now Long Juning only had 2 dragon blood pills left in her hands. However, she was willing to share one with Jiang Mayan. This Yanxia Empress was in a high position, making it necessary for her to conduct herself in a high and cold manner, always looking unsympathetic. However, only those who were familiar with her knew that her high coldness, loneliness, and indifference was nothing more than a disguise. She never cared about the people around her, even Pei Chuzhan, who she inexplicably hated. So she only hated Pei Chuzhan, but never distrusted Pei Chuzhan. Jiang Mayan adjusted her mind and continued to reinforce the spell formation of the 3 sacred altar. Buzzing and rumbling, the heaven and earth had a vision. The dome of the sky, which had been a clear blue sky a moment before, was suddenly covered in dark clouds. Lightning was like silver snakes dancing wildly, and thunder played the prelude to the drums of an approaching storm. There are intruders. It's the Black Hell Royal Court. All hands on alert. Prepare for battle. Guard the 3 sacred altar with all your might. There is no room for error. The Yanxia Imperial Forbidden Army was loud and powerful, the formation swallowed like a tiger, surrounding the 3 sacred altar with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Impermeable, even a mosquito wouldn't be able to pass through this wall of copper and iron. However, the enemy comes from the sky. Above the 3 sacred altar, black clouds curled and space was explored, along with the opening of a dark teleportation spell formation. A group of black-robed men wearing masks harnessed all sorts of oddly shaped flying imperial beasts, reflecting into Long Juning's dragon pupil. Long Juning, long time no see. The hoarse and piercing voice was like sharp nails scratching through rough cement. Long Juning raised her eyes slightly. Killing intent filled the depths of her dragon pupil. Among the black-clothed men, the man at the head had an ugly appearance, only because he had experienced severe burns. His features were already distorted, and one of his righteous eyes, bursting with a deep cold light. Black Prison Royal Court Chief Commander Governor, Night Lord. Underneath the Night Lord's feet, he stepped on a heavenly vine that was as black as charcoal. This was an Emperor body-level plant-based imperial beast with a mythical bloodline, the ghost-mound Heavenly Emperor Vine. For the first time, Jiang Mayan revealed a ferocious look in her eyes and roared towards the sky. Night Lord, what did you do to Pei Xingye? The Night Lord droned down in a mocking tone. Jiang Mayan, for your sickly body to be able to hold out until now and not die, it seems like your Jiang family really has smoke coming out of their ancestral graves. Jiang Mayan, don't get distracted. Focus on reinforcing the 3 sacred formation. Lord State Lord, but Pei Xingye is still in the hands of the Night Lords. I said, you focus on reinforcing the spell formation. I'll take care of the rest. Jiang Mayan had no choice but to shut up, once again focusing her attention on her hands forming seals. Long Juning raised her eyes and stared. Her voice permeated with a rich murderous aura. Night Lord, this is Yanxia's imperial city. You have the life to break in, but I'm afraid you don't have the life to return. Humph. Long Juning, you are a royal emperor, while I am only a royal king. In terms of strength, I am naturally below you. But I, the Night Lord, never fight unsure battles. I dare to lead my army to break into your Yanxia imperial city today, so I have absolute confidence to leave here unharmed. The Night Lord's face showed arrogance as his words changed. Of course, before I leave, I must get what I want. It's that 1-3 saint fruit. The Night Lord's finger pointed to the branch at the top of the 3 saint god tree. The 3 sacred divine tree would only nurture 1-3 sacred fruit in a lifetime. An Emperor body imperial beast taking the 3 saint fruit could ignore the bottleneck period and directly break through to advance to the star god body. Therefore, this insignificant fruit was able to push an Imperial King segment Imperial Beastmaster up to the Imperial Emperor segment. This was precisely the treasure that the Black Prison Royal Court needed the most at the moment. After the fall of the Blackwater Empire, the leader of the Black Hell Royal Court was the deceased princess of the Blackwater Empire, Nalanchuan. Nalan Tuan's current level was at the Royal King level. If she wanted to restore the Blackwater Empire, she would have to be promoted to Royal Emperor, and then form a brand new 8 emperors situation with the royal emperors of the other 7 countries. But this time, she did not show up, because dangerous things never need her to personally take action. The Night Lord, the second in command of the Black Hell Royal Court, would do all the dangerous things for her. Wanting the 3 sacred fruits is absolutely impossible. Long Juning, don't be in a hurry to reject it first. Let's make a deal, shall we? The Night Lord urged his soul power, and a vine claw emerged from the dark fog, and within the claw, the Pei Xingye, whose breath was weak, was imprisoned. Long Juning's heart clenched as he felt Pei Xingye's miserable appearance. Lord of the kingdom! Pei Xingye opened her dim eyes, and in her blurred vision, Long Juning's figure was reflected. The Night Lord possessed uncommon insight, and he caught the anxiety and worry that flowed between Long Juning's brows. Long Juning, use a 3 sacred fruit in exchange for the future of your Yanxia Empire. This deal should be very cost-effective for you, right? At this moment, Pei Xingye's role was that of a hostage. The Night Lord's intentions had already been made public. He wanted to use Pei Xingye's life in exchange for the 3 saint fruit that was born from the 3 saint god tree. Chapter 123 Dragon's Breath Dragon Brilliant Heaven-Splitting Claw. In the imperial city of hot summer, the cloudy wind thundered. It was as if the heavens and earth had lost the last trace of light, and the sight of black clouds crushing the city, leaping out from the void of poetry and reflecting into the real world. Above the 3 sacred altar, the Black Prison Royal Court's army was in full force, riding hideous-faced flying imperial beasts that exuded an aura even more evil than that of magical beasts. This was the reason why the Blackwater Empire was tragically destroyed. Among the human race, only the civilization of the Blackwater Empire had cultivated inhumane imperial beastmasters that were even more evil than magical beasts. As the second in command of the Black Prison Royal Court, the Night Lord's aura was in full swing as he used Pei Xingye as a hostage bargaining chip to negotiate a big deal with Yanxia Empress Long Juning. Long Juning, this deal, do you accept it? Confidence was written all over the Night Lord's face as he was certain that Long Juning would definitely take the initiative to offer the 3 holy fruits in order to preserve Pei Xingye. As this matter involved the 3 saint fruit, different voices came from Long Juning's side. Lord State Lord, the 3 saint fruit is related to the national fortune of our Yanxia Empire. No matter what, it cannot be surrendered to others. But Lord Pei is a genius that our Yanxia Empire has not seen in 100 years. He is the future of our Yanxia Empire or else. Of course, I also know the importance of Lord Pei, but we can't sacrifice the present for the sake of the future. What exactly did the 3 sacred fruits mean to the Yanxia Empire? First of all, the 3 sacred god tree was closely connected to the national fortune of the Yanxia Empire. Hence, it was known as the Yanxia Dragon Vein. Secondly, the 3 sacred god tree could only produce 1 3 sacred fruit from birth to death. Once the 3 sacred fruit was removed, the 3 sacred god tree would instantly wither and wither, turning into dust in the wind. Immediately afterward, the Yanxia Empire will usher in 3 consecutive years of natural and man-made disasters. Floods, droughts, earthquakes, tsunamis, and even more so, meteorite impacts will be induced. Although this scale of natural disasters will not directly destroy the huge Yanxia Empire, but the disaster would last for up to 3 years. During these 3 years, how many people in the Yanxia Empire would be displaced and have their homes destroyed? Will the soil that has repeatedly experienced droughts, floods, and earthquakes still be able to grow crops? Will the beast legions be able to take advantage of the situation and enter the country? Would other countries with evil intentions really not fall into the well? If Long Juning chose to pick the 3 sacred fruits and use them to exchange for Pei Xingye, then for the next 3 years, what kind of picture would the Yanxia Empire be in? The passers-by knew. In the world of adults, as long as transactions were involved, one had to weigh the pros and cons. Long Juning needs to ask herself, using the Yanxia Empire to endure the baptism of natural disasters for 3 consecutive years as the price, in exchange for Pei Xingye, is it worth it? On top of the invisible scale, on one side was the fate of the country, and on the other side was Pei Xingye. Seeing Long Juning fall into silence, the Night Lord revealed an impatient expression. Long Juning, we've known each other for so long. Your character shouldn't be so indecisive. The value of Pei Xingye is clear to the whole world. If it were any other country's kingdoms, they would have agreed to this deal a long time ago. Even if we, the Black Hell Royal Court, were enemies of the 7 kingdoms, we would still have a heart for talent. I fantasized more than once that if Pei Xingye joins our Black Prison Royal Court, our grand ambition to revive the Blackwater Empire won't be far away. The most fascinating thing about Pei Xingye was that he would always attract every powerful villain and gain the favor and admiration of those villains. Night Lord, don't waste your breath. Someone like Long Juning wouldn't pay any price for me. Pei Xingye, you still don't understand your own value. There's no way Long Juning would give up on you. Is that so? As far as I know, Long Juning and my mother have a very frosty relationship. She even said herself that she loathes my mom. What kind of language art is the most powerful? That is the art of mixing truth with deception. What Pei Xingye said was the truth. Long Juning did hate Pei Xingye. The Night Lord said in a cold voice, Pei Xingye, do you think you can sway Long Juning's choice with just a few words of nonsense? Oh, I'll tell you. Long Juning must not be able to let you die. Definitely. In fact, at this moment, the Night Lord's heart had already produced a subtle change. Right at this moment, Long Juning suddenly released ocean like magnificent soul power fluctuations, opened the royal seal, and summoned the extreme brilliant dragon emperor, the huge dragon claws, burning with scorching dragon flame, and the brutal dragon pupils, locked onto the Night Lord's soul. Dragon Juning, are you crazy? The Night Lord subconsciously retreated and urged his soul power, manipulating the ghost-mound Heavenly Emperor Vine to release its dense branches to ward off the oncoming fluctuations of dragon power. Clear cracks appeared on the vines, and a layer of cold sweat that had caught him off guard seeped from the surface of the Night Lord's forehead. How could he not have expected that Long Juning would really dare to strike at him? You just said that you want to make a deal with me, right? Pei Xingye does symbolize the future of our Yanxia Empire. But this kid was right just now. I hate his mom. The dead on Pei Xingye expressed a billion points of speechlessness at this. The Night Lord cackled inwardly. Long Juning, you calm down first. Listen to me analyze it for you. Pei Xingye is a rare genius. He's important to your Yanxia Empire. Cut the crap. Night Lord. I'm not going to let the people of the Yanxia Empire suffer the pain of 3 years of natural disaster baptism for the sake of a Pei Xingye. Long Juning, you simply don't deserve to be a ruler. You can't see the pros and cons. What kind of Yanxia Empress are you? The Night Lord was already getting anxious. Long Juning once again mobilized her majestic soul power. Dragon's breath, dragon, brilliant heaven-splitting claw. Long Juning, you're playing for real. The Night Lord panicked. At this moment, the henchman on the side reminded, My lord, don't panic. Maybe this dragon Juning is just testing us. Let's not fall into the trap. The Night Lord stabilized his mind. That's right. This woman is full of tricks. I almost fell into her trap. She must not dare to lay her hands on me. The Night Lord, who had regained his senses, maneuvered the ghost mound Heavenly Emperor Vine, releasing a branch of viper like sinuous vines. The vine branch instantly hardened and transformed into a sharp lance, the tip of which aimed at Pei Xingye's heart. Long Juning, if you dare to make a move against me, I'll make sure Pei Xingye dies before me. At this moment, the dragon brilliant heaven-splitting claw finished storing up its strength. The extreme brilliant dragon emperor roared up to the sky, lifting up his gigantic and incomparable dragon claw, his palm spewing dragon flames like a fiery long knife, splitting the dim sky with a rift that ran through the north and south of the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. This move of the imperial beast art was as if it had given the atmosphere a center parting. This was the strength of the world's #1 imperial dragon master today. Even though Dragon Juning was not at her peak, she still only needed to make a slight move to suppress the Night Lord. The Night Lord watched as the dragon's claws descended, and the flames stirred by the dragon flames were already burning through his clothes and skin. He forced himself to remain calm. Long Juning, I know it, you're just pretending to be indifferent. There's no way you won't save Pei Xingye. You must. You must. Oops. The dragon brilliant heaven-splitting claw descended from the sky without the slightest pause, pressing straight into the Night Lord's face. As the Night Lord was in a trance, his afterglow looked at Long Juning's absolutely beautiful face. This woman, truly foolish and ignorant, when really no mercy. In the Night Lord's eyes, it was impossible for Long Juning to give up Pei Xingye. But Long Juning had no intention of stopping at the moment, only decisive killing in her eyes. This Yanxia Empress really didn't have Pei Xingye's life in her sights, just because she hated Pei Xingye's mother? At this moment, the Night Lord realized that his mind was blank and he was no longer able to think. Long Juning, you crazy person, actually coming for real. Feeling the fear of death coming, the Night Lord had to change his strategy. Since this is your choice, ha ha ha, then before I die, I'll drag the future of your Yanxia Empire along with me. Pei Xingye, this is your fate. You've been abandoned by Long Juning. The Night Lord released his evil soul power, his body steaming with black mist. The ghost mound Heavenly Emperor Vine threw out branches like a black spear, shooting towards Pei Xingye's heart. With the Night Lord's strength, killing Pei Xingye in a single move was no problem. However, Pei Xingye's weakened face suddenly displayed an evil smile. Night Lord, want me to accompany you to your funeral? You don't have the qualifications yet. In this battle, Manipulation Emperor Pei Xingye was bound to be sealed at the top of the 3 sacred divine trees. Chapter 124. Opening the empty door, the wrath of the underworld. The battle situation changed rapidly. In this battle, for the Night Lord, the biggest surprise was that Long Juning had chosen to give up Pei Xingye. The Night Lord had calculated 1,000 times beforehand, certain that Long Juning must love talent, and willingly took the initiative to offer the 3 sacred fruits in exchange for Pei Xingye. This wasn't because of the Night Lord's arrogance, but rather, it was an inference that he had arrived at after a thorough analysis. It was well known how tragic the ending of the Heavenly Star Vortex War 18 years ago had been. Long Juning, as one of the survivors of the Heavenly Star Vortex battle, had accumulated injuries that simply could not be healed. The lifespan of humans is always limited, and the term heroes dying late will one day be applied to this Yen Xia Empress. So Yen Xia Empire needs a clear future. And Pei Xingye was the future of the Yen Xia Empire. It was not an exaggeration to say that if Long Juning was replaced by the other 6 country lords, he would definitely try to protect Pei Xingye at all costs. However, the Night Lord still miscalculated. Long Juning showed no mercy, and as her soul power gushed out, the dragon claw that burned fiery flames had already enveloped the Night Lord's head. Even though Long Juning had injuries on her body, she was after all one of the 7 emperors of the human race. A royal beastmaster at the royal emperor level, crushing a royal king was as easy as a slap in the face. Everything happened in an instant, and the Night Lord didn't have time to consider what exactly was the reason Long Juning had given up on Pei Xingye. Was it because she hated Pei Xingye's mother, Pei Chuzhuang? Wasn't it? So what if it is? From the Night Lord's perspective, none of this mattered. What matters is, he had already felt the scythe of the god of death resting on his neck. He knew that it was hard for him to escape death. His only obsession was to drag Pei Xingye down to hell with him. If he couldn't get the 3 sacred fruits, then he would destroy the future of the Yen Xia Empire. This lose-lose situation was his last stubbornness. However, the moment he saw Pei Xingye reveal an evil smile, his heart suddenly missed a beat. It was impossible for a dying man to show such a smile of a great situation in hand on his face. The sharp spear transformed into black vines was getting closer and closer to Pei Xingye's chest. Pei Xingye's fall seemed to have become a fact. The gate of the underworld. Open. At this instant, the Night Lord's bloodshot eyes were written with confusion and disbelief. He, Pei Xingye, a 2nd-rank Imperial Beastmaster, was actually attempting to summon a mature-bodied broken phoenix at this moment to fend off the attack of the imperial-bodied Imperial Beast Ghost Mound Heavenly Emperor Vine. This move was as ridiculous as a fantasy. Mature imperial beasts, no matter how excessive their bloodline was, were no better than an ant in front of an imperial beast. So where did Pei Xingye get the courage to open the gate of the underworld? This should be his last desire for survival before he dies. It's a pity. This once-in-a-century genius. Long Juning. What a wasteful fool who doesn't know how to cherish talent. Having this genius to bury me today, it's not in vain that I, the Night Lord, came to this world for a walk, ha ha ha. Within this second, deep within the Night Lord's heart, there was even a feeling of regret for Pei Xingye. It was enough to see how much he appreciated Pei Xingye. The gates of the underworld opened, and weirdness abounded. However, there was no black fury phoenix flying out of the gate. So this was... Jiang Mayan's pupils shook and his voice trembled. Open the empty gate. Underworld rage. When the door to the underworld opened, it was empty behind it. Pei Xingye hadn't summoned any imperial beasts. He had simply opened the door to the underworld. For undead imperial beasts, this move was named
Empty door Underworld Rage.
As the name suggests, when an undead orc opens the gate of the underworld out of thin air without summoning any orcs, it triggers the empty gate technique. On top of the thick, dark stone door, the ghostly face of the king of the underworld will display an angry expression. The moment it becomes angry, its eyes turn scarlet. The anger plus red eyes on the Hades King's totem face would last for 1 full second, And for that 1 second, the gate of the underworld could be used as a shield, ignoring any law or order, to defend Pei Xingye from a fatal attack. The black lance thorns, released by the Onizuka Emperor Vine, could easily penetrate the shield of the Heavenly King body demon beast. Clang. However, at this moment, the tip of the cold spear was rejected by the thick and ancient gate of the underworld. The gate of the underworld steadily resisted this attack that had formed a fatal effect on Pei Xingye. This was one of Pei Xingye's masterpieces. Empty Gate Hades King's Fury. Another name for it was 1 second invincibility frame. How difficult was this move to maneuver? It was evident from the shock that flowed across Jiang Mayan's face. Zhuang, your son, at this moment in his 18th year, has learned.
Empty Gate Hades Rage.
Pei Xingye's this move was that move that he had mentioned to Long Juning at the Dragon Soul Hall that day. Empty Gate Underworld King's Rage was extremely difficult to use, requiring the undead Imperial Beastmaster to possess strong concentration and control. If it were any other undead Imperial Beastmaster, the undead Imperial Beasts would automatically fly out after opening the gate of the underworld. Pei Xingye had consumed a lot of essence and blood in order to suppress the Black Rage Phoenix and stop it from flying out of the door, but judging from the results, it was all worth it. As the Night Lord was stunned, he had already missed his chance to make up for it. His heavenly soul cover was instantly torn apart, and the dragon's claws wrapped in flames split his body in half, and the arterial spurts of blood didn't have time to splash before evaporating into the depths of the sea of fire. The vitality dissipated, and the souls of the dead swayed. The second in command of the Black Hell Royal Court, the Night Lord, died. This world had lost another Royal Beastmaster at the Royal King level. For the human race, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Who could say? My name is Night Lord, the Commander-in-Chief Titus of the Black Prison Royal Court. I have believed in the Black Water all my life, and have done my best to assist Princess Nalanchuan of the Black Water and fight to restore the Black Water Empire. I lurked in the Yanxia Empire under the identity of Han Yuan, the Dean of the Reverse Academy. Kung Fu is not a success. I finally waited for an opportunity to make my mark. I captured Pei Xingye alive, and I'm going to use Pei Xingye's life to exchange the 3 holy fruits from Long Juning. As long as I get the 3 sacred fruits, Her Highness will be able to be promoted to Royal Emperor, so what's the worry about restoring the country's supremacy? Ha ha ha. But when I saw Pei Xingye make a handful of Empty Gate Underworld Rage, it dawned on me. I've been set up by Pei Xingye and Long Juning. I've been set up. There's no light in the resurgence of the Blackwater Empire. My humble servant is incompetent. My humble servant is incompetent. As an undead Imperial Beastmaster, Pei Xingye heard the last chants and lamentations of the Night Lord's dead souls. Empty Gate Stygian Rage lasts for a maximum of 1 second. After 1 second had passed, the Underworld King's totem on the gate of the underworld resumed its expressionless appearance, its eyes red light dissipating and empty. Behind the door of the underworld, countless skeleton ghost hands stretched out, tearing Pei Xingye's clothes, arms and legs, attempting to drag Pei Xingye into the underworld, behind the door of the underworld. This was the aftermath of using the Empty Gate Underworld Rage. Pei Xingye's body was weak, unable to struggle, and was about to be dragged into the underworld by countless ghostly hands. A slender jade hand pulled Pei Xingye's wrist and swept him into his arms. The fresh scent of a woman's body drilled into his nostrils, and Pei Xingye's consciousness cleared up a bit. Lord of the Kingdom. At this moment, Pei Xingye was lying in Long Juning's arms, and the door to the underworld had already closed. Long Juning's dragon face was furious. Where is the leader of the Green Dragon Division? Qin Zonghengeng rode the Imperial Green Dragon, descending from the sky, his dragon's roar breaking the wind. I am here. Kill the remnants of the Black Prison. Yes. In an instant, a clear shadow surged from the sky. Qin Zongheng led the generals of the Green Dragon Division into the enemy tide. Chapter 125 Heavy Rain. Female Emperor. Junior. Clattering. Heavy rain fell from the sky, but it couldn't quench the remaining fire after the battle. Qin Zongheng was covered in the blood of his enemies, staining the green scale suit on his body red as he quickly walked back to Long Juning's side. Reporting back to Lord State Lord, the remnants of the Black Prison brought by the Night Lord have all been put to death. But judging from the number, it's only about a third of the Black Prison Royal Court's force. Moreover, the leader of the Black Prison Royal Court, Nalan Tuan, still hasn't shown her face. She's really too cautious. This handful of plans by the Night Lords was supposed to be seamless, yet Nalan Tuan still didn't show up in person, which was enough to see that this deceased princess of the Blackwater Empire was extraordinary. She was able to come this far, relying on a cautious heart. She was more capable of enduring than anyone else. In this battle, it is indeed a pity that we didn't swindle out Nalan Tuan. But we killed the Black Prison Royal Court's second in command, the Night Lord, and the Black Prison Royal Court's vitality is greatly wounded. In this way, she, Nalan Tuan, for a moment, won't dare to hit the idea of the 3 sacred fruits again. Long Ju Ning knew in her heart to ask whether there were other members of the Black Prison Royal Court lurking in today's Yanxia Empire, in all walks of life, or in all walks of life, or in all walks of life, were there other members of the Black Prison Royal Court lurking in the present day? The answer was definitely. The Black Prison Royal Court was pervasive, and their members infiltrated every corner of the 7 human nations. As long as they weren't actively exposed, it would be difficult to discover them. For example, if the Night Lord hadn't been trying to capture Pei Xingye alive, he would have been able to use his identity as Dean Han Yuan for a few more years. The cold rainwater pounded on Pei Xingye's handsome face. Cough, cough, cough. Pei Xingye coughed violently, a strand of blood spilling out from the corner of his lips. Jiang Mayan was still reinforcing the spell formation of the 3 sacred altar, so she could only look at Pei Xingye from afar, tears and rainwater mixing together, the corners of her lips spreading bitter and salty. Lord State Lord. How is he doing, Starry Night? He's vomiting blood. He looks terrible. I remember Zhuang said that when an undead Imperial Beastmaster uses Empty Gate Underworld Rage, his body will be extremely weak, and his soul may fall into the underworld, turning him into a living dead man. What to do? Jiang Mayan could only be dry and anxious, while Long Ju Ning didn't hesitate. She took out the last dragon blood pill and fed it into Pei Xingye's mouth. The dragon blood pill melted in her mouth, and Pei Xingye's blurred vision became clear. Lord State Lord. This taste is another dragon blood pill. By now, Long Ju Ning had no more dragon blood pills in her hand. She gave the only 2 left, one to Jiang Mayan and one to Pei Xingye. Her character and temperament, although always criticized, no one had ever called her selfish. She was always good and kind to those around her, but only forgot to be kind to herself. If the old disease in her body flared up again, she would have to rely on her will to support this broken body. Pei Xingye, in this battle your performance was impeccable. As the king of a country, her wording was always rigorous. She used impeccable to describe Pei Xingye's play in this battle. The difficulty of using Empty Door Underworld Rage is already very high, and the invincibility frame is only 1 second. But if there is even a single mistake, Pei Xingye is now restored to the factory settings. In this battle, Long Ju Ning saw the boldness and vigor in Pei Xingye. It really was like that magnificent red-clothed woman. Lord State Lord. If I won't use the Empty Gate Underworld Rage, then in this game of chess, would you be willing to use the 3 sacred fruits in exchange for my Pei Xingye's life? Long Ju Ning didn't think twice. I'm willing. Just as the Night Lord had said, if Long Ju Ning were to be replaced with any other country's country lord, any country lord would not give up Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye's value was that there was a market without a price. Lord State Lord, I know you hate my mom, but if my mom, in heaven's spirit, hears this I will from you, she will definitely say thank you. Pei Xingye revealed a silly smile of naive simplicity and then passed out. As the rain poured down, Long Ju Ning held the unconscious red-pupiled teenager, her eyes out of focus, not knowing what she was thinking. The Empress never shed tears, so the sky kept raining. Clatter, clattering, clattering. Love does not know what it is, and it goes on and on. The heavy rain in late fall fell for several days. The news related to the death of the Night Lord fermented globally, sensationalizing the 7 countries. Pei Xingye's battle to become a god became a great story that was passed down to the human race. Before Pei Xingye's appearance, who would dare to think that a second-ranked Imperial Beastmaster of only 18 years of age would be able to adjudicate the life and death of an Imperial king? My grandfather said that this Pei Xingye is a character, a second-stage bit that played an Imperial king to death? That sounds unbelievable. There's always a premonition. That because of Pei Xingye's existence, the profession of Undead Imperial Beastmaster is going to rise again. This dude is like a grim reaper. This is a good description. Pei Xingye is the god of death possessed. The Night Lord is dead, so what kind of plotting and scheming will Nalan Tuan, the leader of the Black Prison Royal Court, come up with next? By now, the name Yen Xia God of Death had spread all over the country. Smart people didn't want to get involved with Pei Xingye once they were involved in karma. They might be the next Night Lord. Before long, this bad world will usher in an era of talk about pay color change. Pei Xingye woke up, sleepy eyes heavy, stiff eyes looked at the white ceiling above his head. Surrounded by familiar surroundings, still the Royal Sanatorium's supreme ward, still the short-haired nurse with a good body. Every time she passed out, this was Pei Xingye's resurrection point. Starry night, you're awake. Senior Jiang. Jiang Mayan stood by the bedside, having not closed her eyes for a day and a night. After reinforcing the spell formation of the 3 sacred altar, she only drank a cup of water and ate a piece of dry bread before coming to the hospital room to accompany Pei Xingye. The heartache and favor in Jiang Mayan's eyes made Pei Xingye feel the feeling of motherly love for the first time. Senior Jiang, I want to. Don't move around. I'll feed you. Jiang Mayan personally fed Pei Xingye water and also thoughtfully wiped the water stains on the corners of Pei Xingye's lips with the back of her hand. Her gentleness towards Pei Xingye was like a mother's love overflowing. After all, once upon a time, Jiang Mayan was the only partner beside Pei Chujing. So in Pei Xingye's eyes, that 8-pole Rose Queen Evelide had nothing to do with him. Jiang Moyan is his godmother. Jiang Mayan took care of Pei Xingye for a day and a night and was already exhausted. Just then, footsteps came from outside the corridor. Qin Zongheng gently pushed the door in. Lord Pei, when Lord State Lord learned of your awakening, he told you to rest well. When your body recovers, make a trip to the Dragon Soul Palace. Lord State Lord will have something important to announce. What important matter? Qin Zongheng didn't say, but Pei Xingye had already guessed 8 or 9 times. He was willing to risk his body to enter the game just to get what he wanted. Pei Shan, you're not useless. At least by stepping on your corpse, I took another step towards the top of the mountain. My good uncle, thank you. Chapter 126, Entering the Civil Service. Young Secretary Pei Xingye of the Qinglong Division. 3 days. Pei Xingye's body had recovered to the 7th degree, taking off his loose hospital gown and replacing it with a clean Chaos Academy uniform. He idly walked out of the Royal Sanatorium's gate. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on the teenager's smiling face, like a special favor from the goddess of light, causing the teenager to be clad in a golden armored battle suit. Pei Xingye, who had come this far, saw the whole world as if it had been dyed with a beautiful filter of clearing up after the rain, and the haze in his heart had long since dissipated like the wind. He waved his hand towards the sun, as if saying goodbye to his past suffering and humiliation, as well as his weak self. The weather is so nice. 18 years of torrential rain, and it just stopped. I'm actually in a bit of a trance. The past doesn't matter anymore. Now. Dragon Soul Palace? I'm coming. Still some thin posture. In the sunrise pulled out a slender and magnificent shadow. Who could have expected that this family outcast who had no parents around him since he was a child would one day live to become his own backing? Dragon Soul Palace. Long Juning sat high on the throne. She had been waiting for Pei Xingye for 3 days. On one side of the hall, the leader of the Green Dragon Division, Qin Zongheng, stood upright with a solemn expression. Not long after, Pei Xingye stepped into the middle of the great hall. Lord State Lord. Pei Xingye bent down and saluted, his handsome face having an additional point of introverted composure than usual. Pei Xingye, every time I look at you, I find it hard to believe that you are only 18 years old. Long Juning's intuition was right. Pei Xingye was a man of 2 lives, 1 body and 2 souls. His true age was naturally more than 18. In the past 3 days, while Pei Xingye was recovering from his injuries, Long Juning couldn't help but recall the battle of the death of the Night Lord. On the battlefield, Pei Xingye, as a hostage, had the possibility of losing his life at any time, but he was fearless in the face of danger, and every detail of his performance was impeccable. Undoubtedly, this Imperial Beastmaster, who was only at the 2nd stage position, was the biggest contributor to killing the Night Lord. At that time, Pei Xingye's one-handed, empty gate Pluto's Rage was close to tricking the Night Lord's bank card password out. Actually, what Long Juning was most concerned about was Pei Xingye's body. Pei Xingye, how is your body? Thank you, Lord Kingdom Lord, for your concern. On that rainy day, you bestowed me with a dragon blood pill. My body naturally recovered very quickly. And if you don't believe me, I can perform a chest-breaking boulder and an in-place backflip. Long Juning couldn't help but roll her eyes. In the realm of poor talking, Pei Xingye had never had an opponent. Immediately afterward, Long Juning returned to her topic. Night Lord, the number 2 person of the Black Prison Royal Court. You, Pei Xingye, are the biggest contributor to killing the Night Lord. On merit, next receive your reward. A beautiful-looking maid held up an exquisite gift box and walked step by step to Pei Xingye's face. Pei Xingye smiled and directly caught the maid's delicate hand. Lord of the country, you're too polite. Killing a Night Lord is my part. I didn't realize that our country still assigns wives for free. This benefit is good. The maid blushed. Pei Lord. The reward is in the gift box. I am the lord of the country's maid. I'm not part of the reward. Pei Xingye scratched his head in embarrassment. Big sister. Sorry. No offense, no offense. On the side, Qin Zongheng's lips twitched and he couldn't help but spit out. Lord Pei is really even eating off. Seeing this, Long Juning lightly opened her vermilion lips. Humpha Brat is still a brat after all, and is only able to put on an appearance of being as steady as an old dog when fighting. In fact, every time Pei Xingye acted Thai and unkempt in front of Long Juning, it was to prove that he was really just an 18-year-old teenager, so as not to be suspected by Long Juning. The vivaciousness and naughtiness that an 18-year-old boy should have, with Pei Xingye's movie star-level acting skills, he performed without any pressure. Pei Xingye opened the gift box, and inside lay a strangely shaped crystal. The crystal was pitch black, and judging from its color, it had already reached the level of Emperor Body Beast crystal. And from the delicate texture on the surface of the crystal, it could be seen that the bloodline had reached the mythic level. Pei Xingye's overwhelming God's hand instantly read the data information and couldn't help but marvel. This is the beast crystal of the Ghost Mound Emperor Vine. Ghost Mound Heavenly Emperor Vine, the Night Lord's native imperial beast. Long Juning said indifferently, you are the biggest contributor to killing the Night Lord, so the biggest spoils of this battle should naturally be given to you. Many thanks, Lord Kingdom Lord. This beast crystal was especially important to Pei Xingye. It was only because the Ghost Mound Heavenly Emperor Vine belonged to the plant-based imperial beasts. Then this plant-based beast crystal could be used to fuse the gilded sycamore. In Pei Xingye's plans, he had long thought of cultivating the gilded sycamore into a plant-based imperial beast that could be summoned on the go and used as a mobile blood fountain for the Black Fury Phoenix. Now that Pei Xingye had obtained the Ghost Mound Heavenly Emperor Vine Beast Crystal, it made this plan even further. Pei Xingye, with your merits, one beast crystal, naturally, is not enough. That's why I've also prepared a reward for you. Pei Xingye's eyes lit up. Oh, there's a surprise. Of course. This reward is special because it also represents a responsibility and danger. Long Juning didn't sell out and raised his volume. Qin Zongheng, I am here. Qin Zongheng took a step forward and stood side by side with Pei Xingye. He wore an azure-colored dragon scale robe with a splash of white waistband, a broad and robust tiger's back, a tight, internalized wasp waist, and explosive mantis legs. This figure, like the Jin Iwei described in the storybook. Pei Xingye sneaked a peek at Qin Zongheng and muttered in a low voice, Qin Zongheng, your Green Dragon Division. Is it lacking a young secretary? Yes, Lord State Lord. There were 4 divisions in the Yanxia Empire, namely the Green Dragon Division, the White Tiger Division, the Vermilion Bird Division, and the Shenwu Division. The highest authority of each division was the chief. The rank of the 4 chiefs had all reached the Imperial King level. Compared to Yanxia's Imperial Forbidden Army and the air, land, and sea forces at the borders, the 4 divisions faced more dangers. Moreover, the geniuses who were able to enter the 4 divisions, in addition to possessing strong combat strength, also had to possess the ability to detect and reason in order to be able to deal with those suspected cases and unsolved cases. The position of junior secretary is the position set up by the head of the 4 divisions in order to train the successor. Although the 4 division heads had all reached the Royal King level, they had to train their respective successors because they were in danger every day and could perish at any time. Pei Xingye, listen to the order. From today onwards, you are appointed as the young secretary of the Green Dragon Division. Assist the head of the Green Dragon Division, Qin Zongheng, to continue investigating news about the Black Prison Royal Court. Pei Xingye first froze for a long time until Qin Zongheng, who was at the side, reminded him with a voice, "Why don't you thank me for the favor?" "Thank you, Lord of the kingdom, for your appreciation and honor. I will not dishonor my mission. What is the weight of the nation? What is a pillar of the nation?" At this moment, the 18-year-old red-pupiled teenager was officially enrolled in the government, and was appointed as the young secretary of the Green Dragon Division, and was regarded as the future head of the Green Dragon Division. "Lord Pei, don't let me down." This was the first time Long Junning addressed Pei Xingye with Lord Pei, the deep meaning of which was self-evident. Chapter 127, Underwater City? The Dead Princess Nalantian. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the young secretary of the Green Dragon Division Honor Achievement. Distributing achievement reward. Overwhelming God's Hand Upgrade Card Plus Nirvana Xianyu. Yanxia Imperial City, Western Realm. Pei Xingye followed Qin Zongheng and arrived at the headquarters of the Green Dragon Division. Lord Qin, the headquarters of the Green Dragon Division is actually a tomb. Qin Zongheng explained, "Our 4 divisions usually carry out secret missions, so it's natural for our headquarters to be set up in a place that's off the beaten path and not easily discovered. Not just the Green Dragon Division, the headquarters of the other 3 divisions are also set up in the remains of tombs under the ground." The Yanxia Empire had a long history, ancient dynasties that changed like waves. Underneath the boundaries of such a country, there were naturally countless tombs left behind. The headquarters of the Green Dragon Division was converted from an underground tomb. Above the ground were the deep mountains on the outskirts of the imperial city of Yanxia. Underneath the ground was the core base of the Green Dragon Division, as well as a layer upon layer of dungeons that held prisoners. Pei Xingye entered the gate of the Green Dragon Division, and his eyes opened up. The Green Dragon Division was very large, with different departments doing their own thing, but all of them were working tirelessly to investigate the Black Prison Royal Court. Qin Zongheng led Pei Xingye around. "Lord Pei, today is your first day in office, so I'll first take you to familiarize yourself with the environment. Also, according to Lord State Lord's orders, you're usually still a student of the Chaos Academy, so you don't have to expose your identity as the young secretary of the Green Dragon Division outside. After all, a dual identity would be more favorable for you to seize relevant information about the Black Prison Royal Court." Saying that, Qin Zongheng brought a set of clothes. "This is the exclusive uniform of our Green Dragon Division, the green scale clothes." The azure-colored dragon scale totem displayed a domineering aura. This set of clothes, worn on Pei Xingye's body, complemented each other. "Lord Qin, how is it? Even though Lord Pei is young, he has a powerful figure and aura, and is able to subdue this outfit. Don't Lord Pei. I'm now the young secretary of the Green Dragon Division. You're the head of the Green Dragon Division. Just call me by my name directly." Pei Xingye thought for a moment and added, "In private, I also don't want to call you Lord Qin. It seems too raw. How about I call you Uncle Qin from now on?" Qin Zongheng nodded with a smile. "Good. Then I'll call you Starry Night." Perhaps ordinary people didn't understand why these 2 previously unrelated people had suddenly become so close. Among the 4 divisions of Yanxia, the relationship between each chief and each junior secretary was a kind of inheritance. If one day Qin Zongheng's hero is dying, or if he dies in battle, then Pei Xingye will take Qin Zongheng's place. This kind of bond of inheritance would even exceed the bond of bloodline kinship. It had to be said that Pei Xingye, who had changed into his green scale suit, was handsome to new heights. Qin Zongheng's eyes were lax as he fell into painful memories. "Uncle Qin, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing. Just want to be some bad past." Pei Xingye suddenly asked. "By the way, I heard from Lord State Lord that the White Tiger Division, Vermilion Bird Division, and Xuanwu Division, under the 3 chiefs, all have their own lesser secretaries. Why is it that under your command, Uncle Qin, there is no lesser secretary?" "My last lesser secretary died." "Died? Sorry." "It's okay. It's all old news. For the chief of a division, cultivating a young secretary required a great deal of energy, effort, and even sincerity. It was no exaggeration to say that when the chief was cultivating a young secretary, he was cultivating them as if they were his own son or daughter, and their feelings were naturally deep. And at this moment, Pei Xingye could tell from the sadness on Qin Zongheng's face that the previous young secretary of the Qinglong Division occupied an important position in Qin Zongheng's heart. Pei Xingye changed the topic. "Uncle Qin, what missions are the other 3 divisions usually performing?" "Starry Night, you don't need to care about how the other 3 divisions are. You only need to remember that the primary mission of our Green Dragon Division is to investigate all intelligence regarding the Black Prison Royal Court. The leader of the Black Hell Royal Court, Nalan Tuan, is our Green Dragon Division's greatest enemy. Pei Xingye nodded vigorously. I'll remember. The 4 divisions of Yanxia had different missions, and they rarely carried out joint missions. As of now, Pei Xingye was unable to reach the other 3 divisions. In the morning, Qin Zongheng led Pei Xingye to familiarize herself with the duties of the various departments of the Qinglong Division, as well as strolling through the Qinglong Division's file room. The last stop was the Green Dragon Division's underground water cell. The underground water prison had a total of 18 floors. The prisoners held there were basically people from the Black Prison Royal Court, as well as a few spies from other countries, and pseudo-human lineage magical beasts. Starry Night. Interrogating prisoners is also a very important part of our Green Dragon Division's mission. How to extract the information our Green Dragon Division needs from the mouths of those tough-talking people is one of your mandatory lessons in the future. Pei Xingye was excited. I'm good at this matter of interrogating prisoners. People are most vulnerable when they are ting. So I wait for these prisoners to go to the toilet and torture them. Qin Zongheng frowned. You're really suitable for the Green Dragon Division. You're simply a living king of hell. Jokes aside, the matter of interrogating prisoners, Pei Xingye was a professional. After all, the best thing an undead Imperial Beastmaster could do was to take all the information from the mouths of the dead. Pei Shan was a good example. His death fueled Pei Xingye to put on this green lin suit. The outside of the green lin suit was green. The inside of the green lin suit was blood red. What is the best revenge against a person? Killing them is only the lowest level of pleasure. Turning their death into a step up in their career and official fortune is the highest level of cool. Leaving the Green Dragon Division, it was time for Pei Xingye to return to the Chaos Academy. Qin Zongheng personally handed Pei Xingye a gold-rimmed Green Dragon Order. This Green Dragon Order symbolized the identity of the young secretary of the Green Dragon Division. Holding this order in his hand, Pei Xingye could walk horizontally within the Yanxia Imperial City, which was full of royal nobles, without committing the slightest offense. Qin Zongheng raised his arm, his palm resting on Pei Xingye's shoulder, and spoke in a serious tone. According to the usual practice, the basic condition for any of the 4 division heads to cultivate a young secretary should at least reach the 7th stage position. Yet you're only at the 2nd stage bit. Starry Night, you understand whatever I'm trying to express. So please don't let the Lord of the Kingdoms trust in you down, and I'll do my best to teach you, and in the future, you might be able to become an even better leader of the Green Dragon Division than me. Pei Xingye's success in becoming the young secretary of the Green Dragon Division was obviously Long Juning's green light to make this exception. This also meant how favorably Long Juning viewed this young man. Pei Xingye smiled faintly. Uncle Qin, don't worry. Since I've entered the Green Dragon Division, I'll definitely double cherish this opportunity. One day, I will definitely capture Nalan Tuan alive with my own hands. Ashu. The vast and boundless ocean was shrouded in the dead of night. Beneath the seabed, there was the remains of a mausoleum left behind by an unknown ancient civilization. Nowadays, this undersea mausoleum, after being rebuilt, had become the rudder of the Black Prison Royal Court. Blackwater City. Converting an undersea mausoleum into an undersea castle was a huge project that would cost the people a fortune. It's enough to see that the Black Prison Royal Court's heritage is still there. Blackwater Royal Palace. A black-skirted woman was half lying on her throne, and even though she was wearing a veil, she couldn't hide a pair of beautiful eyes and a high nose. Nalan Tuan, the deceased princess of the Blackwater Empire. Now it was the #1 person in the Black Prison Royal Court.
Ashu, ashu, ashu.
Nalan Tuan woke up from her shallow sleep and kept sneezing. Is someone talking about me behind my back? That's right. Pei Xingye had just mentioned this woman's name and said he wanted to capture her alive. Chapter 128, Overwhelming God's Hand Upgrade. Extradition to the River Styx. What kind of experience was it for a group of humans to live under the ocean floor without seeing sunlight all year round? The Black Prison Royal Court's main helm, Blackwater City, was formerly the remains of an undersea mausoleum. The wisdom of the ancients will always amaze you in various ways at some point in later generations. This undersea mausoleum, after thousands of years of baptism, was still intact. All the large and small chambers are connected head to tail, and not only does water not enter, there is plenty of oxygen. The Blackwater King's Palace is the most central palace of Blackwater City. It was also the hiding place of Nalan Tuan, the leader of the Black Prison Royal Court. Nalan Tuan sounded like an ancient character. In fact, according to seniority, she was the same as Pei Xingye, because her dead father, the Blackwater Empire's Lord Nalan Yu, was from the same era as Long Juning. In fact, this young deceased princess possessed a more complicated upbringing than any of her peers. Blackwater Holy Maiden Princess, Deadly Princess Chief of the Black Prison Royal Court. Her identity kept changing with the changing times, and she even appeared at the edge of the battlefield during the Starry Sky Vortex War, witnessing some images that she would never forget. In this world, to evaluate a human being, you certainly can't define it in terms of pure good or bad. But you can define a person's life based on whether that person's life is mediocre or legendary. Nalan Tuan, obviously, was the best of the latter. Her biography, if printed out in its entirety, would also be a monumental epic. Awakening from a light sleep and sneezing 12 times in a row, a scarlet blush rose on Nalan Tuan's bloodless cheeks. There must be someone talking bad about me behind my back. Who could it be? As Nalan Tuan pondered, a black-clothed guard entered the palace and knelt on one knee. Your Highness, the latest news. After Lord Night Lord's death, Pei Xingye made a merit, and has now awakened, and has been rewarded by Long Juning. Pei Xingye's current identity is the young secretary of the Green Dragon Division. The forces of the Black Hell Royal Court couldn't withstand any of the 7 kingdoms in a frontal battle. But the tentacles of this evil organization had long penetrated the entire human race. Pei Xingye had just taken office, and this news, which should have been airtight, reached Nalan Tuan's ears. Nalan Tuan narrowed her eyes, her pretty features revealing a touch of surprise. Second-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, appointed as the young secretary of the Green Dragon Division. This Long Juning is really bold when it comes to employing people. But if it were me, I would definitely reuse Pei Xingye as well. Black-clothed guard. Your Highness, Lord Night Lord is dead. Our Black Prison Royal Court is greatly wounded. What are your plans for the next? Nalan Tuan got up, his deep gaze flickering with icy blue coldness. Times are changing. I've stayed at the bottom of this dark sea for a long time. It's time for me to go out for a walk. Your Highness, the streets and alleys of the 7 kingdoms of the human race are plastered with your wanted posters. The most capable general under me, the Night Lord, is dead. And if I don't go out to sea again, there's no one left to use. Nalan Tuan's tone was filled with helplessness, but also a hint of excitement and anticipation for going out to sea. Ever since the establishment of the Black Prison Royal Court, Nalan Tuan had never gone out to sea. Such was her level of caution. She was only responsible for staying at the bottom of the sea, strategizing and planning the layout. Now, she was forced into a situation where she had to go out to sea herself. Or rather, it was Pei Xingye who forced her out. Your Highness, after you go out to sea, do you intend to find Pei Xingye and avenge Lord Night Lord? Revenge? Why bother? Nalan Tuan smiled coldly, a black mist rising from the bottom of her eyes, making her aura eerie. I'll always remember the last words Father said as he fell. He used the Blackwater secret art to predict that the human race would eventually see a chosen son in the near future. This chosen son, who possesses an unprecedented amount of energy in his body, will affect the general situation of the entire world. Now it seems that I have found this chosen son. Pei Xingye. The person my father spoke of must be you. Nalan Tuan had already decided to go out to sea. She had only one purpose for going out to sea this time, and that was to get Pei Xingye. Soon, in this world, there will be rumors circulating that the one who gets Pei Xingye gets the world. If you were the king of a country, would you believe such rumors? At first, you must not believe it. An 18-year-old kid, what qualifications does he have to influence the whole world? Gradually, after some things happened, you have to believe it. Chaos Academy. Pei Xingye returned to academy life, and the matter of him winning the position of young secretary of the Green Dragon Division was not publicized. In the eyes of the world, Pei Xingye's identity was still that of a gold medal imperial healer and gold medal evolutionist. Into the night, detached villa apartment. Pei Xingye finished his shower and walked to the living room with a head of wet white hair. In his hand, he held a green-colored dragon scale. This was the dragon scale from the Green Dragon, one of the 4 great spiritual beasts of Yen Xia, and every member of the Green Dragon Division had one in their hands. The function of the Green Dragon Scale was to be used to send messages. As long as Pei Xingye spoke into the Green Dragon Scale, The sound could travel far and wide and be transmitted directly to Qin Zongheng's ears. Now I'm the young secretary of the Green Dragon Division. But I can't get carried away. I'm in my position. I must make another great achievement as soon as possible to gain more trust from Dragon Juning. Only when I become the most trusted person beside Long Juning can I get some secrets about Old Mother and the Heavenly Star Vortex War from her mouth. Black Prison Royal Court, Nailan Tuan. This deceased princess. In the end, what kind of person is she? At this moment, Pei Xingye didn't know that he would soon meet Nailan Tiao. He wanted to capture Nailan Tuan alive, and Nailan Tuan wanted to capture him alive. Putting away the green dragon scale, Pei Xingye's thoughts surged and opened the system panel. He extracted the Overwhelming God's Hand upgrade card from the system warehouse. Host successfully used the upgrade card. Overwhelming God's Hand upgrade in progress. Upgrade successful. Pei Xingye's left arm, blood tendons rippled, and every blood vessel flowed with purple gold luminescence. The totem marks on his palm became more complex, and the incantations that climbed on his fingers also became obscure. In the depths of the red pupil, the data information of the overlying God's Hand was reflected. Basic function: lift coffin and dig grave, contracting undead, data reading, beast diagnosis, new functions, rendition sticks. The new function is rendition sticks? What does this mean? Pei Xingye was very curious and used her mind to check the detailed information. Rendition sticks. After opening the door to the underworld, the host can draw out a strand of Styx river water from the underworld, which can be used to water plants and cultivate plant-based imperial beasts, as well as nourish water attribute residual souls and speed up their repair. So this is the use of the water of the river Styx. In that case, wouldn't it be much simpler to cultivate the gilded sycamore into an undead lineage plus plant lineage royal beast? And that one sea god soul stone in my hand. It's only 1 in the morning. I can't sleep anyway. Let's go to the Blackwing Guild's backyard. Pei Xingye was a man of action, and on the spur of the moment, he directly put on his thin tunic and crossed out the window. Oops, forgot to wear underwear. Shock? Lord Pei, the young secretary of the Green Dragon Division, had no shame and was walking a bird under the moon. Chapter 129 Pei Xingye. I'll wait for you in the underworld. Blackwing Guild back courtyard. Dark moon and windy night. The king of the underworld, please come out. The gilded sycamore with its flourishing leaves emitted a brilliant golden light in the dark night, like a jeweled pearl embedded in the earth of Yanxia. The black rage phoenix spread its wings and flew high, emitting a joyful chirping cry, wantonly absorbing the power of the sycamore that permeated the air. Pei Xingye stood under the tree and behind it opened the gate of the underworld. The totem of the underworld king on the gate of the underworld resembled a ghostly face filled with grief. Pei Xingye raised the overwhelming God's Hand and began to try out the special function added after the upgrade. Undead Spirit Gathering Spirit, Extradite Sticks. Pei Xingye's overriding God's Hand gently touched the lips area of the underworld totem. Water of the river Styx come. The underworld king totem opened its mouth, and a steady stream of black river water flowed out of the gate of the underworld, forming a meandering stream that watered the gilded sycamore. It worked. This is the water of the river Styx. It wasn't raining in the sky, but in this silent, dark night, the water level in the Blackwing Guild's back courtyard continued to rise, forming a swimming pool. The water of the river Styx was able to nourish the roots of any plant. As the water flowed and penetrated the soil, the roots of the trees, which were like groups of snakes, began to absorb the water of the river Styx. Pei Xingye stood guard under the tree, the overlying God's Hand touching the rough bark, and the scarlet eyes seemed to be able to see through, peering at the entirety of the gilded sycamore, including the roots buried deep in the ground. There's a change. The tree roots have entered an ossified state. Looks like my idea really worked. Under the nourishment of the water of the river Styx, the roots of the gilt sycamore tree gradually metamorphosed into a supple and not-so-rigid bone whip. This meant that the gilded sycamore had the potential to mutate and evolve into a dual system, undead system, plus plant system, imperial beast at any time. By the time the roots of the gilt sycamore tree completely turned into white bone, it would be able to detach itself from the land. Phoenix, it won't be long before you have a mobile blood spring. The Black Fury Phoenix descended from the sky and flew around Pei Xingye, emitting a phoenix cry of joy and gratitude. Next, Pei Xingye opened his storage ring and extracted the Sea God Soul Stone obtained from the abyssal volcano. This coral-shaped crystal stone had a wisp of the remnant soul of the sea god clan's leader, goddess Tsonglan Saint Mary, sleeping inside. From the moment he obtained this gemstone, Pei Xingye had thought that when he had the chance, he would definitely repair Saint Mary's departed soul and then contract it as his imperial beast, and from the other party's mouth, ask for the secrets about the Starry Sky Vortex War. Now, Pei Xingye possessed the ability to extradite the river Styx. Using the water of the river Styx, he would be able to restore the remnant soul of Saint Mary. However, when Pei Xingye placed the sea god soul stone into the water of the river Styx, the water of the river Styx instantly dried up. This meant that the sea god soul stone instantly drained the Styx river water that had originally filled the entire back courtyard. It hurts. Pei Xingye knelt on one knee, his forehead covered in cold sweat the size of pea grains. His vision became blurry, and the gate to the underworld behind him trembled violently. Immediately afterward, Pei Xingye fell into agonizing memories. He recalled the battle with the Night Lord. The aftereffects of using the empty gate underworld rage hadn't been completely eliminated. It always feels like there's a force that's beckoning me. Is it the underworld behind the gate of the underworld? According to the manuscript records left behind by Mom, the underworld is not a good place. The underworld, an interdimensional world independent of the real world. Pei Chuzheng didn't describe much of the underworld in the manuscript, but she used 18 consecutive dangerous to describe the horror of that place. The overwhelming god's hand has just been upgraded, and there's a limit to the amount of Styx water I can extradite at once. This Styx river water is more than enough to nourish the roots of the gilded sycamore. But within the sea god's soul stone, what's sleeping is after all the remnant soul of the imperial body imperial beast Tsonglan goddess Saint Mary. With how broken her remnant soul is, the Styx water I extradited is simply not enough to repair it. It seems like this matter, we can only take our time. Pei Xingye hung his head in despair. He still thought that he wasn't growing fast enough. All in all, after the sea god soul stone absorbed the Styx river water from earlier, the red light it emitted became a bit brighter and more transparent. Within the crystal, the dormant remnant soul had already shown signs of awakening. Who is waking me up? Who is it? A human. The Imperial Beast Master. It's the Imperial Beast Master again. Saint Mary hated Imperial Beastmasters in her lifetime, as she was a standard wild Imperial Beast and never accepted any Imperial Beastmaster's contract. However, her loneliness and backbone did not lead to a bright future, but instead caused the Sea God clan, Up and Down, to fall in the aftermath of the Heavenly Star Vortex battle. At this moment, her residual soul was chaotic in its consciousness and had not yet truly awakened. Therefore, she didn't realize that the benefactor who was trying to awaken her and give her a second life was none other than the human beast master that she hated the most in her previous life. Head is so dizzy. My mind is full of images from the last time I used Empty Gate Hades Rage. It seems that the aftereffects of this move are too severe and must be used with caution in the future. Let's call it a day. When I rest for a while, I'll extradite the water of the river Styx, water the gilded sycamore, and nourish the sea god soul stone. One bite doesn't make a fat man. Pei Xingye could only comfort himself with this. Old Mom mentioned it in her notes. The way of the imperial beast. The road is long. I'll go up and down. Leave everything to time. I'll naturally be able to find the answers I want. At the same time, Imperial Beast Store, listening to the rain cuisine. Tea room on the top floor. Blue listening rain, dressed in a cheongsam, was kneeling on a futon, fiddling with the tea ceremony. The fresh tea aroma blended into the light rain outside the window, and opposite of lawn listening rain, there was still the white-haired man with an unknown identity and unknown strength sitting there. The white-haired man's aura was self-contained, and everything about him seemed to form a disconnected severance from the real world. In his body, you couldn't feel a trace of vitality. Lon hearing you revealed a rare expression of worry. King, the death of the Night Lord was the first time Our Highness used the Empty Gate Hades Rage in exchange for a merit. Long Ju Ning now holds His Highness in high regard, but the white-haired man's voice was magnetic and his tone was flat. Blue, I know what you're worried about. Little Knight is only a second-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, and if she uses Empty Gate Underworld Rage frequently, she will suffer the underworld curse and be dragged into the underworld by countless ghostly hands. But this is exactly what I need. Lon hearing you was greatly confused. A dangerous place like the underworld. Once your highness steps into it, It doesn't matter. I will wait for him in the colorless land of the underworld. The two of us, we should also meet once. A look of anticipation spread across the white-haired man's face. For him, in the real world, he would never be able to meet Pei Xingye. The colorless land of the underworld was the only place where he could meet Pei Xingye face to face. So what exactly was the colorless land like? The white-haired man looked out the window with a sad expression. The world always thinks that death is the end of life. In truth, it is not. Being forgotten by the entire world is the end of life. Pei Xingye, you can only understand this truth when you step into the underworld. So, I'll be waiting for you in the underworld. The rain falls on Bodhi, and the spirits of the dead sing sadly, knowing that it is not possible to get it suddenly, and trusting the remains of the sound to the sad wind. The regret is infinite. Chapter 130 Late Night Meeting, Sinful Fire Beast. Time rushes by, unknowingly. A month has passed since the death of the Night Lord. During this month, Pei Xingye returned to the relatively uneventful life of the academy, participating in all kinds of sweaty devil training with the Scarlet Squad, and spending every day in fulfillment. Talent was only the basic condition for becoming a qualified beastmaster. In terms of their attitude towards hard work, the young and naive geniuses were differentiated into different molds. On Friday evening, the moon climbed over the top of the sky. The Scarlet Squad's 4-member team had just finished a good extra training session. Qin Yanlin, starving from the front and back, proposed, "Today's training volume is seriously excessive. Let's go eat hot pot." Pei Xingye suddenly received a phone call. On the phone, Lei Qianchang's tone was very serious. Seeing the ever-changing expression on Pei Xingye's face, the other three couldn't help but worry. When Pei Xingye hung up the phone, Situ Shui immediately asked, "What happened? Look at how bad your face looks. Nothing major, but I won't be able to eat the hot pot. I need to make a trip to the Tianji mansion." Pei Xingye revealed a slightly apologetic smile, temporarily bidding farewell to the Scarlet Squad, summoning the Black Fury Phoenix, and rushing to the Yanxia Imperial City. The Tianji Mansion, the authority that housed all of the country's gold medal evolutionists. Normally, when the Tianji Mansion held a meeting, it was during the day. Tonight, it suddenly held a temporary emergency meeting, naturally to discuss a major event. Everyone, long time waiting. Tianji Manor, round table room. Pei Xingye pushed the door in, still wearing the uniform of the Chaos Academy. The large conference room was filled with all the gold medal evolutionists in the country, which also included Lei Qianchong, who had a history with Pei Xingye. It was known that Pei Xingye was 18 years old this year, but the average age of everyone in this conference room amounted to 50 or more. "Starry Night, sit next to me." "Okay, Elder Lei." Everyone took their seats, and Lei Qianchong was in charge of presiding over this impromptu meeting. "Everyone, we're convening this meeting in the middle of the night because the situation is serious, and we, as Yanxia's top evolutionists, must come up with a solution as soon as possible. Then I'll get straight to the point. Recently, the western border of the Yanxia Empire has seen an influx of mutated species of fire-attributed magical beasts. See the VCR for details." Pei Xingye looked at the large screen. A video of a battle raging was being played on the screen. The background was Cold Sand City on the western border of the Yanxia Empire. It was a border fortress with important strategic value. In the video, Cold Sand City was under siege by a legion of fire-attribute magical beasts, and the defending generals were fighting with all their strength. From the situation, both sides were evenly matched. This fire-attribute magical beast legion was unable to break through the gates of Cold Sand City. However, the problem was that the flames released from these magical beasts contained some sort of bizarre virus. This virus was able to penetrate the soil, causing all the crops planted in Cold Sand City to wither and wither, resulting in no harvest. Moreover, this virus will also contaminate the water source, and Cold Sand City has been in a drought for 10 consecutive days, with a shortage of water. After the video was played, Lei Qianchong got up with a serious expression. As everyone can see, these mutant species fire-attribute magical beasts release flames that are extremely powerful. This kind of flame can directly destroy our humans' pure land. Any land that is penetrated and burned by this kind of flame will not be able to grow an inch of grass, and there will be consecutive droughts. Land is the most valuable non-renewable resource of our Yanxia Empire, and even the entire human race. That's why I've named this bizarre flame, for the time being, Sinful Flame. Since fire, as the name suggests, is the fire of sins. In fact, the combat power of a sin fire magical beast was not that exaggerated. However, when a royal beast master fought a sin fire type demonic beast, he was unable to control the spread of the sin fire. Nowadays, at the western border of Yanxia, not only Cold Sand City, but also dozens of other cities, all suffered from the poison of sin fire. The land was scorched black, the water flow dried up, and the grass and trees did not grow. It seems that the threat of the sinful fire beasts to the land that we humans rely on for survival is too great. I've just tallied up the data. 32 cities and towns along the western border are suffering from the sinful fire. The cumulative loss of 42 farmlands and 13 transportation aqueducts dried up. At this rate, our country's western border will soon turn into a barren land with a sea of fire. The Tianji Mansion gathered the top group of evolutionists in the Yanxia Empire. That was why the theme of this meeting was to study how to restrain the sinister fire fiend beasts. Whenever a magical beast clan surged with mutant species of magical beasts, it would create a huge problem for the evolution masters. Everyone spoke their minds, and the meeting went on for an hour, making a lot of noise and not discussing a concrete plan. Lei Qianzhong had no choice but to put his last hope in Pei Xingye's body. Starry Night, what do you think about the sinful fire magical beasts? Pei Xingye, who had been contemplating for a long time, turned on his methodical analysis. In the video just now, we can see, even if a sin fire type demonic beast is decapitated, the sin fire released from the explosion of its corpse will still burn the soil and spread wildly, destroying and polluting our Yanxia Empire's territory. So to solve the fundamental problem, we must develop a brand new attribute that can restrain the sinful fire. Lei Qianzhong's eyes lit up. Right, we should work on the Ice Imperial Beasts. Take the Ice Imperial Beasts and develop a whole new evolutionary route, awakening the mutated cold ice power that can extinguish the sinful flames. Pei Xingye's proposal was recognized by everyone. Lei Qianzhong praised it highly. Starry Night, you are worthy of being the youngest talent in our Tianji Mansion. Your mind is much more flexible than us old guys. Elder Lei, don't rush to praise me first. Trying to develop the power of cold ice that can restrain sinful fire is not an easy task. Lei Qianzhong gathered his smile and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, the sinful flame is a mutated flame power that has only emerged recently, and to study it thoroughly, one would need to do thousands of tests, which would consume a very long period of time. The atmosphere of the conference room once again fell into silence. The pressure that Yanxia's western borders were under made it so that Tianji Fu didn't have enough time to do various research and development experiments. Pei Xingye thought about it and took the initiative to volunteer. Next week, our Chaos Academy will be organizing a volunteer army event. I'll be traveling to the western border of Yanxia to try out as a volunteer army. Fighting with Sinfire-type magical beasts up close will allow me to study Sinfire thoroughly at the fastest speed possible. I'll bring back a complete data analysis report about the Sinfire-type demonic beasts from the battlefield. Upon hearing this, everyone cast respectful gazes towards Pei Xingye. Lei Qianzhong looked ashamed. Starry Night, this is too much pressure on you. There's no need to worry about me. My main occupation, originally, is an Imperial Beast Master. Only in actual combat can I see through the secrets on the unsinning fire magic beast. Everyone, wait for my good news. Pei Xingye walked out of the door of the conference room, and all the gold medal evolutionists bowed their heads, guilt and remorse written all over their faces. Lei Qianzhong slapped the table and let out a long sigh. It's really ironic that we old guys who usually think we're the best now have to rely on an 18-year-old kid to solve our problems. The future of the Tianji Mansion had been placed on Pei Xingye's shoulders. Leaving the Tianji Mansion, Pei Xingye's shadow continued to elongate under the bright moonlight. Sinful fire magic beast. Another good opportunity to make a mark. But first the legions of Inferno-tier demonic beasts wreaked havoc. Then there was a flood of lava-type demonic beasts. And now a large number of sinful fire-type demonic beasts have emerged. This series of upheavals has led to the present global warming, climate anomalies, accelerated glacier melting, and the sea engulfing countless coastal cities. The magical beast clan, why frequently in the fire attribute on the article? Behind this, could there be any conspiracy? Pei Xingye frowned, always having an ominous premonition. Chapter 131 Arrival at Cold Sand City, Black Lin City, Chaos Academy. The classroom in the last study session before school tended to always be stupid. Pei Xingye walked into the classroom with a stern look on her face. Our class is the noisiest in the entire grade. Where's the disciplinarian? You guys are really the worst class of students I've ever brought up. The classroom returned to silence. Pei Xingye held a form in her hand and cleared her throat. Ahem, starting tomorrow, all the new students of our Chaos Academy will be starting a round of volunteer activities. Traveling to the borders to participate in actual battles will result in a faster rate of improvement than burying your head in the sand and practicing hard. How to overcome the grueling environment and how to deal with your inner fears is your mandatory lesson tomorrow. The volunteer army activity was a practical trial that every Imperial Beastmaster Academy would organize. Students couldn't just be flowers in a greenhouse, they should also go to the borderlands with harsh environments to get a good workout and learn how to become a Yanxia soldier. Cruel actual combat was always the best teacher. This form, labeled with the names of the 136 fortress cities on the Yanxia border. Based on the battle power level of your respective squad, you will choose the appropriate city and head to the trial tomorrow. Everyone take turns passing around the form. Warm reminder, choosing a city must be done according to your strength. When the form was passed to Pei Xingye, Situ Shui, Qin Yanlin, and Huangfu Boyi looked over together. Second Master, I think it's good for our Scarlet Squad to choose Hasong City. The danger level is low and the environment isn't too harsh. You're pining for Hasong City because this city has produced beautiful women since ancient times. Captain, don't say anything if you can't see through it. Pei Xingye didn't hesitate and spoke. I'll choose Cold Sand City. Situ Shui revealed a surprised look, and Pei Xingye quickly added, of course, this is my personal choice. Second Master, Cold Sand City has recently suffered an invasion of Sin Fire magic beasts. The environment is extremely harsh, and it's rumored that the generals guarding the city can't even drink a bottle of water every day. Old Qin, you guys don't have to suffer with me. You can choose another city. Pei Xingye didn't morally kidnap his teammates. He had planned to travel to Cold Sand City alone. Cold Sand City, where the Sinfire beast tide was the most rampant, was the most suitable for Pei Xingye to start his investigation and research. He had to use the shortest amount of time to report the data and information on the sinful fire-type beasts and bring it back to the Tianji mansion. Pei Xingye, we're a team. Since you chose to go to Cold Sand City, we naturally have to travel together. Qin Yanlin wanted to cry. Captain, think twice. The corners of Situ Shui's mouth rose. But I've heard that Yan Bingyan, the city lord of Cold Sand City, is the #1 beauty in the western frontier. Qin Yanlin changed his face. If you want to become a good Imperial Beast Master, you have to face your fears head-on. So I decided to go to Cold Sand City. The world was big, and where there were beautiful women, there were Qin Yanlin's footprints. The gold content of these words would continue to rise with time. As for Huangfu Boyi, this withdrawn and introverted teenager had never had much of an opinion. All he knew was to follow Pei Xingye unconditionally. The following day, the Scarlet Squad, a group of 4, took the long-distance train, facing the first rays of the morning sun, and traveled along the cold railroad tracks to the western border of the Yanxia Empire. On the train, the Scarlet Squad had a whole section of the train to themselves. Because Cold Sand City had recently suffered from the ravages of the Sinfire magic beasts, the environment of the city was excessively harsh and full of dangers, so apart from the Scarlet team, the other Imperial Beastmaster teams all chose other cities. Half a day passed, and the train sailed into the desert area. Pei Xingye looked through the windows of the train and admired the great mountains and rivers of his country. The vast desert was like an eternal scroll, and what was displayed before the eyes of the Scarlet Squad were endless yellow sands and debris that sprawled across the landscape, as if they were the scars of the earth. Under the hot daylight, a sand dune, like an assortment of huge bronze mirrors, reflected a blazing light. Gradually, the beauty of the world in full bloom turned into an earthly purgatory. Pei Xingye could see that the end of the sky was a blood-red color under the burning sea of fire. The earth was parched, and there was not a single oasis to be seen in a 1,000-mile radius, not even a single cactus. The earth that was burned by the black flames lost all vitality. No crops could be planted and a sweet rain would not be ushered in. Second Master, this black flame, is it the sinister fire? That's right. This kind of flame, it really is just like the rumors. It can't be extinguished. No matter how violent a hurricane was stirred up in the desert, it could not extinguish the sinful fire that burned immortally. The sinful fire was like some sort of curse, cursing every inch of land wherever the flame went. The desert is a lonely place, and the sun sets over the Yangtze River. The western desert at dusk is another scene. The train slowly stopped at the platform, and the Scarlet Squad smoothly arrived at Cold Sand City. This temperature, it's practically going to roast my skin. Qin Yanlin almost lost his breath once he stepped off the train. The temperature of Cold Sand City could reach around 50 C even after sunset. The dry heat wave in the air was like red-hot coke, hitting everyone's lungs. A city guard warrior walked over. "You are the Chaos Academy's volunteer army, right? Follow me." The volunteer camp. Aside from the Scarlet Squad, the other volunteers in the camp didn't add up to more than 100 Imperial Beastmasters. It was enough to see how many students had been dissuaded by the harsh environment of Cold Sand City. Not long after, a gray-haired female officer came into the camp. Her gaze quickly locked onto Pei Xingye. "Lord Pei, I'm Cold Sand City's City Lord Yan Bingyan. Nice to meet you for the first time." Yan Bingyan's height was around 180, her short hair was ear to ear, her skin was a dusky wheat color due to years of being exposed to the wind and sun, and both of her arms were covered in scars, like a hideous centipede. Qin Yanlin was a bit disappointed and muttered in a low voice, "The first beauty of the western frontier? Almost interesting." Situ Shui slapped Qin Yanlin on the head. Even if a heavenly immortal descended to earth, after guarding the city for more than 10 years in this desert land, he would still be emaciated. "Captain, I was wrong." In fact, it was not hard to see that Yan Bingyan had a good base. She had three-dimensional features and a pretty figure. It was just that the experience of guarding the city at the border for more than 10 years had ravaged this flower into the present appearance. She had contributed her youthful years to Yan Xia's border defense cause. Pei Xingye had seen Yan Bingyan's ID photo, but it was from 10 years ago. Yan Bingyan in the photo has the appearance of the city, but now she has a yellow face, sunken eyes, and a few strands of white hair at her temples, being stared at by several children. Yan Bingyan was a bit embarrassed and had to tease herself. "It's rumored outside that I'm the #1 beauty in the western frontier. Are you guys disappointed to see me in real life today? City Mistress Yan, you are the first beauty of the western border. Without you, Cold Sand City would have long been overrun by the Demon Beast Legion." "Lord Pei is so good at talking." "Don't call me Lord Pei. My identity is a volunteer. Just call me directly by my name." Yan Bingyan looked at Pei Xingye and revealed an unexpected look. In her impression, as long as they were powerful people in Yanxia Imperial City, they all had an arrogant demeanor. Pei Xingye was only 18 years old, and was both a gold medal Imperial Therapist of the Imperial Academy and a gold medal evolutionist of the Tianji Mansion, plus a month ago, teaming up with Yanxia Empress Long Juning to make a setup to trap and kill the Night Lords. This merit, identity, and status, if it were any other person of the same age, I'm afraid they would be floating to the sky. And when Yan Bingyan spent time with Pei Xingye, she realized that this teenager had no power and nobility on him, and was humble and polite. "Pei Xingye, you're completely different from the Pei Xingye I imagined." This was Yan Bingyan's highest praise for Pei Xingye. "City Lord Yan, in the next few days, I'll try to come up with a way to restrain the Sin Fire Imperial Beasts." "You almost forgot. You're the gold medal evolutionist of the Tianji Mansion. With you here, maybe our Cold Sand City can really get through this." Yan Bingyan revealed a joyful expression and tightly gripped Pei Xingye's hand as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Chapter 132 Hidden Data. Weakness of the Sinful Fire System. The sun was setting over the yellow sands, and nightfall was descending. However, the sky above Cold Sand City was still as bright as the day. It was only because above the desert outside the city, there burned a sinful fire that never went out. Normal flames are red in color and emit black smoke. The sinful fire was the opposite. The black sea of fire enveloped the desert, and the crimson smoke steamed up into the sky, coloring the night into a blood red. "City Lord Yan, can you take me to see the farmland and aqueducts polluted by the sinful fire?" "No problem. Follow me." Under Yan Bingyan's guidance, Pei Xingye arrived at the hinterland of Cold Smoke City. There was originally an oasis here, and the city folk had reclaimed 1,000 acres of good land around it, thus becoming self-sufficient without having to overly rely on the relief food distributed by the Imperial City. The oasis had a concave topography, which drew in water from the melting glaciers to form a clean water canal. Now, this oasis had disappeared. The parched earth was full of cracks, and as far as the eye could see it was scorched black, and on the surface of the lifeless soil, there was also rolling red smoke, which was mixed with the demonic chi from the magical beasts. It seems that the actual situation is exactly the same as the information obtained by the heavenly Qi mansion. The sinful flames can penetrate the earth, cross the city wall defenses, and directly contaminate the pure soil within the city. Pei Xingye frowned while analyzing. The situation in Cold Sand City was far worse than the video he had seen. With the ravages of the sinister fire fiend beasts, Cold Sand City had already lost its entire oasis of resources, and now the hundreds of thousands of Yanxia subjects within the city, as well as the generals defending the city, were all relying on the rescue resources sent down from the imperial city to support them in their endeavors. As for the several neighboring border cities, they were also too busy to provide effective support. If we can't come up with a way to restrain the sinful fire as soon as possible, the western defense system of Yanxia Empire, collapsing is just a matter of time. The sirens sounded. The barracks boiled. A city guard warrior ran to Yan Bingyan's face, his body weak from not having water for a long time, his voice breathless. Lord City Lord, the beast tide is here again. The word again already explained the situation of Cold Sand City. Yan Bingyan's haggard face showed a difficult color as she spat lowly. Damn it! This is already the 6th wave of beast tides today. One more than yesterday. Pass the order down. Generals under minor injuries. Follow me out of the city to respond to the battle. City Lord Yan. Pei Xingye, your Scarlet Squad is only a volunteer army. You don't need to follow me out of the city. You only need to assist the army inside the city and guard the gates on the north and south sides. Also, be sure to stay safe. Yan Bingyan couldn't say anything more in time and opened her imperial seal, summoning a huge bodied ice bear and leading the vanguard army to the frontline battlefield. As the beast tide attacked the city, the main offensive firepower was naturally focused on the western gate of Cold Sand City, the main city gate. Only a small number of low-grade sinister fire magic beasts would make a detour and attack the weak sides of the two flanks of Cold Sand City, that is, the south gate and the north gate. The volunteers were basically all academy students, with segments between the 2nd and 5th ranks. They only needed to be responsible for assisting the city's guards and guarding the north and south gates to the death. The task was not too difficult, and the danger factor was also within the controllable range. The deeper the night, the thicker the sea of fire. North gate of Cold Sand City. Situ Shui, Qin Yanlin and Huangfu Boyi summoned their respective imperial beasts and played a subtle coordination, killing one low-level sin fire magic beast after another. Qin Yanlin couldn't help but marvel. I'm going to go. Every sinful fire demonic beast will explode itself before it dies, releasing a field of fire, and the fire won't go out. Wearing a white bone mask, Huangfu Boyi calmly rational. You guys found it, ordinary ice system imperial beasts, regardless of the release of any skills, simply cannot freeze the sin fire. Situ Shui looked left and right. Where's Pei Xingye? Second Master. Second Master. Second Master was just here a moment ago. How did he suddenly disappear? Situ Shui's face sank. She knew Pei Xingye. She knew where Pei Xingye had gone. Cold Sand City, West Gate. This was the battlefield where the beast tide flooded the fiercest. Thousands and thousands of sinful fire fiend beasts, each with an abominable face, emitted ferocious roars and charged through the sea of pitch-black fire, only to break through the gates of Cold Sand City. Kill! Yan Bingyan harnessed her intrinsic imperial beast, the ice-armored giant Bear King, and led the army to form a bloody city wall to fend off the great tide of beasts. Awakening Frost Claw. Awakening Ice Cage. Awakening Explosive Ice Hammer. Ice-armored giant Bear King. Overlord body 3 times awakened rank, mythic bloodline, ice attribute imperial beast. It was logical that a sufficiently powerful ice skill would be able to freeze flames. The ice-armored giant Bear King of the Overlord body 3rd awakening was at a higher rank than 99% of the sinister fire attribute magical beasts in the beast tide, and the strength of the mythic bloodline was already very high. However, the ice-armored giant Bear King's beast claws could at most only kill the sinful fire-type demonic beasts. But releasing even more cold ice power could not freeze and extinguish even a single sinful fire flame. Lord City Lord, after several days of fierce battle, our ice imperial beastmasters are either dead or injured. If we still can't extinguish the sin fire, I'm afraid we can only. Don't let me hear those 2 words. Yes, Lord City Master. The 2 words abandon the city were words that Yan Bingyan could not accept no matter what. She had buried her entire youth in this barren desert, and the people of Cold Sand City regarded her as the city's patron saint. As long as she hadn't fought to the point of running out of ammunition, she wouldn't give up. Above the city walls, a teenager's figure appeared. Lord Pei, why have you come here? The front line is in danger. You must leave here. The guards on the city wall naturally all recognized Pei Xingye. They persuaded Pei Xingye to leave. None of them could afford the responsibility if something happened to Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye looked at Yan Bingyan, who was fighting with the magical beasts in the sea of fire on the battlefield, and fell into deep thought. Yan Bingyan's segment is as high as an 8th-ranked Imperial Beast Master. The ice-armored giant Bear King is a hegemonic body-level Imperial Beast, and it has already completed 3 awakenings, and also possesses the cold ice power of the mythic bloodline. Even so, the cold ice power released by the ice-armored giant Bear King can't even freeze and extinguish the sinful fire released by a full-bodied Sin Fire magical beast. This sinful fire, it's really weird as hell. It seems that the only way to gather more information about the Sin Fire is to engage in actual combat. Gate of the Underworld, open. Pei Xingye summoned the Black Fury Phoenix and rushed into the battlefield. The Black Fury Phoenix was only at the mature body segment, but the strength of the ancient myth bloodline was the highest in the field. Frost form. The undead fire on the Black Fury Phoenix's body instantly extinguished, and the black bones of its entire body condensed a layer of undead frost. Falling Phoenix Slash. The chop that contained undead frost cut through the murky night sky, instantly killing a sinful fire magical beast that was also a mature body. Boom! The demonic beast exploded and died, generating a black field of fire around it. Even the undead frost was unable to freeze the sinful fire. Pei Xingye raised an eyebrow, and the hand of the overgod grabbed the fur of the magical beast that was fluttering in the air, and the data information was reflected in his eyes. Beast name: Sin Fire Lizard. Level: Mature 1 stage. Bloodline: Epic quality. Attribute: Sin Fire. Pei Xingye's overwhelming god's hand's blood veins rippled as it forcibly read the hidden data. Sinful Fire Imperial Beast's weakness: Dark Moon plus Dark Ice. Chapter 133. He played with 2 extinct attributes. Dark Moon attribute and Dark Ice attribute? Both of these are extinct attributes. It's hard to figure out. The development history of the era of universal imperial beasts exceeded 1,000 years. In the middle of the millennium, no matter if it was a royal beast or a magical beast, they all had to follow the law of survival of the fittest. With the passage of time, the world would always give birth to new species factions, as well as new attribute powers. Similarly, there would also be some species and attributes that would go extinct. The so-called extinct attributes were attributes that had already been eliminated by the world. These included the Dark Moon and Dark Ice systems. Pei Xingye had read in the Yenxia Tibetan Scripture Academy's book pavilion that the Dark Moon system imperial beasts had gone completely extinct more than 500 years ago. The Dark Ice imperial beasts, on the other hand, were wiped out of existence more than 200 years ago. This meant that in today's world, there were no more natural enemies that could restrain the Sin-Fire-type imperial beasts. The 2 attributes that are capable of restraining Sin-Fire-type demonic beasts both belong to the extinct attribute. Is this a coincidence? Or is it? Pei Xingye felt extremely fearful. He had to speculate on the intentions of the magical beast camp from a conspiracy theory perspective. Just as Pei Xingye was pondering, Situ Shui's cry came from behind. Pei Xingye, be careful. Thoughts pulled back to reality. Pei Xingye was in a trance. This was the frontline battlefield outside the city gates, and the Wraith Legion was raging. Pei Xingye had only been dazed for 3 seconds and was already surrounded by a group of sinful fire-type magical beasts. These sinful fire-type demonic beasts were all no lower than full-bodied, and they hissed towards Pei Xingye, waving out their sharp claws and teeth. Seeing this, Yan Bingyan hurriedly rushed to support her. But she was still a beat too slow, and Pei Xingye's tiny figure was submerged in a sea of pitch-black fire. Pei Xingye. Yan Bingyan was shocked, her heart thumping. Just when everyone thought Pei Xingye was buried in a sea of fire, the surrounding temperature suddenly plummeted. The meandering seawater wand flowed, forming a moon-shaped whirlpool that held up the unharmed Pei Xingye. Lord Pei is still alive. Where did this moon-shaped sea current vortex come from? Quickly look. The sinful fire has gotten smaller. At this moment, Pei Xingye's hand held a coral-shaped blood-colored gemstone, the Sea God Soul Stone. This was the treasure of the Sea God clan's township, and the vessel for the remnant soul of the imperial body imperial beast Zhonglan goddess Saint Mary. At this moment, Pei Xingye's body was wrapped in a layer of sea currents infused with the power of the dark moon. isolating and draining away the surrounding sinful fires. Any sinful fire that was corrupted by the power of the dark moon, the fire would weaken drastically. So Pei Xingye's surroundings formed a moon-shaped safety zone. Looks like I gambled, right? Although Saint Mary doesn't submit to humans and is unwilling to be contracted by the Imperial Beastmaster, the Sea God race has the natural divine power of the Dark Moon power in their bloodline. And the Dark Moon lineage can exactly restrain the sinful fire lineage. Once upon a time, when a ray of bright moonlight, through the deep sea, sprinkled on a group of mermaids. One of the exceptionally gifted mermaids produced a genetic mutation, and an ancient mythological totem in the shape of a crescent moon appeared on her forehead, thus metamorphosing into the Tsonglan goddess. She disobeyed human orders, she loved freedom, and she founded her own race. This was the originating history of the Sea God race. That's why the Poseidon race carries the power of the dark moon in its body. The Poseidon Soul Stone in Pei Xingye's hand held the will of the entire Poseidon race, plus the remnants of Saint Mary's soul. Therefore, the moment Pei Xingye was attacked by the sinful fire, the Sea God Soul Stone automatically released the power of the dark moon to protect Pei Xingye. The group of evil fire-type magical beasts that had previously attacked Pei Xingye saw the dark moon frenzy, shield covering Pei Xingye's body, and simply shifted their target to attack other Imperial Beastmasters. The facts proved that the Dark Moon system did indeed restrain the sinful fire system. Pei Xingye didn't show any joy, but rather whispered to herself, relying on the Dark Moon system alone can't completely suppress the sinful flame system. We still need the Dark Ice system to do so. Holding the Sea God Soul Stone in his hand, Pei Xingye could only manage to weaken the surrounding fire, but could not completely extinguish the burning sinful fire. A phoenix chirped, and the Black Fury Phoenix landed beside Pei Xingye. Releasing Phoenix spit in its frost form and spitting out a huge ice ball, but it still couldn't freeze the surrounding fires. Undead Frost does not belong to the Dark Ice talent, so it's ineffective against sinister fire. Pei Xingye launched a brainstorm. He always felt that he had omitted a key, and that key was where the breakthrough was. Pei Xingye, we agreed to guard the North Gate together. Why did you leave us behind and come to the West Gate by yourself? Captain, I'm sorry. This isn't the time to apologize. The number of magical beasts here is too large. Our segments are too low. Staying here will only cause trouble for City Lord Yen. Situ Shui wanted to pull Pei Xingye to evacuate. When Pei Xingye suddenly stopped and had a flash of light, I thought of it. What did you think of? Extradition to the river Styx. Situ Shui was confused, and the next thing she saw was a magical scene. Pei Xingye opened the gate of the underworld and summoned the Black Fury Phoenix at the same time as the overriding god's hand touched the underworld king's totem in the center of the gate. Gather the souls of the dead and extradite the river Styx. Water of the river Styx come. The slender fingertips traced past the lip area of the Styx totem, and the Styx king opened his mouth and spat out black river water. The ice-cold water of the river Styx washed over the Black Fury Phoenix's body. At this moment, the Black Fury Phoenix still maintained its frosty form. The water of the river Styx infiltrated its body, instantly condensing black ice crystals. Black ice. Dark ice talented divine power. Situ Shui couldn't help but be shocked, her eyes widening. This was the way Pei Xingye thought of to break the situation. When the water of the river Styx fused with the undead frost, it would form the extinct attribute Dark Ice Power. Nirvana Ice Lotus. Pei Xingye mobilized a large amount of soul power, and the Black Fury Phoenix body transformed into a huge cold ice lotus flower. The cold ice lotus was pitch black, and a powerful dark ice force stirred around it. And this cold ice lotus flower, there was still a lotus heart missing in the center. Pei Xingye raised his hand and placed the Sea God Soul Stone in the center of the ice lotus, acting as the lotus heart. At this moment, the Nirvana Ice Lotus instantly blossomed. Above the clouds, the cold moon was bitterly cold. In the desert frontier, frost condensed. Open, the Nirvana Ice Lotus instantly exploded, releasing a sky full of frost flowers containing the power of the dark moon and the power of dark ice. Above the battlefield, with Pei Xingye's toes as the center of the circle, the sinful fire went out in a radius of 1,000 meters. The temperature plummeted, and the ice ballast was like a sea, flooding and shrugging. The entire field fell into a dead silence, royal beast master or not, magical beasts or not, all with astonished eyes, staring at Pei Xingye, who was as domineering as the prince of the Ice Clan. Tiger. Pei Xingye caught the sea god soul stone that fell from midair, and on his forehead, the crescent moon totem that was identical to the Zhonglan goddess St. Mary's lit up, flashing with a bloody cold aura. Little master, I've made it. I've found the unmistakable way to restrain the sinful fire magical beasts. The Neptune soul stone, which could release the power of the dark moon. Styx water plus undead frost, which could fuse the power of dark ice. Situ Shui was dumbstruck. Dark moon and dark ice, both are extinct attributes. Overnight, Pei Xingye had played with two extinct attributes in his hands. This was the gold content of Yen Xia's #1 gold medal evolutionist.
Extinction symbolise destruction.
And a miracle symbolizes creation. The gale was screaming, and the teenager was laughing. In this world, anything that dies can be used for me. And of course, any of the extinct attributes. The young undead imperialist, harnessing the attributes of the once dead, is freezing the sinful fire. Chapter 134 never fought a battle so rich. The Black Fury Phoenix only had the rank of a mature body second stage, so the power of the Nirvana Ice Lotus was very limited. However, the Dark Moon Force and Dark Ice Force released by the Ice Lotus explosion were indeed able to restrain the sinister fire magical beasts, and to death. On the battlefield where the sea of fire was blazing, a sizable field of cold ice formed around Pei Xingye. Within the field, the sinful fire froze and died out, and could not be rekindled. This scene shocked Yen Bingyan, who had rushed to support him. It had been half a full month since the sinful fire magical beasts started attacking Cold Sand City. During the half-month period, Yen Bingyan had racked her brain and tried all sorts of cooperative tactics with the Ice Imperial Beastmasters by her side. But none of them were able to extinguish even a single strand of the sinful fire. And Pei Xingye, this Imperial Beastmaster with only a second-stage rank, created a revolutionary miracle the first time he took to the battlefield. It turned out that sinful flames could be extinguished. Pei Xingye's appearance gave everyone hope. Generals kill. The defenders of the city were greatly encouraged and followed Yen Bingyan, fighting hard to repel the raging tide of beasts once again. Late night, the battle was over for the time being. Yen Bingyan led the generals back to the city. This time, everyone's expression eased a lot, and with eyes full of hope for the future. Under the city wall, Yen Bingyan held onto Pei Xingye's hand tightly, her facial muscles twitching slightly from overexcitement. Pei Xingye, how on earth did you do that just now on the battlefield? Why was your Nirvana Ice Lotus able to extinguish the sinful flames, whereas our Ice Imperial Beastmasters were unable to do so? Pei Xingye patiently explained. According to my investigation and research, the power of the Dark Moon and the power of Dark Ice are capable of restraining sinful fire-type magical beasts. And these two attributes are both extinct attributes. Pei Xingye raised her hand as she spoke, holding the flowing Sea God Soul Stone in her palm. This is the treasure of the Sea God clan, the Sea God Soul Stone, which possesses a powerful Dark Moon power. When I open the gate of the underworld, I can extradite the water of the Styx from the underworld. With the water of the Styx plus undead frost, it can fuse the power of dark ice. So that Nirvana Ice Lotus that was able to extinguish the sinful flames just now possesses a brand new attribute, the power of moon ice. In the long history of Imperial Beasts, there had never been an attribute like moon ice. Pei Xingye had made history. Moon ice power, unheard of. Lord Pei deserves to be a gold medal evolutionist. Since ancient times, heroes have been born out of youths. While the crowd was still immersed in shock, Pei Xingye revealed a grave expression. I can release the Nirvana Ice Lotus with the moon ice attribute through that operation just now. But I'm only a second-ranked Imperial Beastmaster with limited strength, so I can't extinguish a large range of sinful fires. The number of sinful fire-type magical beasts was huge, so even if Pei Xingye rubbed 100 Nirvana Ice Lotus in his hands, he wouldn't be able to solve the fundamental problem. The fire of hope that had just ignited in Yen Bingyan's heart dimmed once again. After a short period of silence, Pei Xingye proposed, I have another way, and that's to develop special effect medicine that can help ice imperial beasts. Awaken the moon ice attribute. Yen Bingyan rekindled her hope, her eyes flashing with essence. You mean if this special effect medicine is successfully developed, my ice armor giant Bear King will also be able to awaken the moon ice attribute? That's right. Including other ice imperial beastmasters, their imperial beasts can also awaken the power of moon ice, so that they can deal with the sinful fire beast tide. The idea Pei Xingye proposed was bold and dreamy. giving off a very unrealistic feeling. However, Yan Bingyan had a strong intuition that as long as Pei Xingye was around, even the most unrealistic dreams would shine into reality. Developing a special effect medicine should require a lot of resources, right? What all do you need? I'll go prepare. City Lord Yan, I need at least 1,000 extreme Ice Beast crystals. And the bloodline of the Ice Beast crystals must be of epic quality or above. Yan Bingyan showed a difficult expression. 1,000, epic quality or above. Cold Sand City was located on the western border of Yanxia, and with perennial wars, the resources accumulated within the city were depleting quickly, especially with the recent rampant ravages of the sinister fire-type demonic beasts. Not to mention 1,000, even 100 epic-quality Ice Beast crystals, Yan Bingyan couldn't even come up with them. City Lord Yan, if we really can't, we can request for support. To tell you the truth, I applied for a resource subsidy 3 days ago, but Long Juning was not to blame for this. The Yanxia Empire's resource reserves were indeed strained today. In addition to Cold Sand City, there were many frontier fortresses suffering from the poisoning of the sinister fire fiend beasts. Resource deployment firstly needed time, and secondly, demand exceeded supply. Just as Yan Bingyan was at a loss, Situ Shui walked over to Pei Xingye's side. I've already contacted my grandfather, and early tomorrow morning, 3,000 epic quality Ice Beast crystals will be delivered to Cold Sand City's post warehouse. Pei Xingye's cerebellum nearly shriveled after hearing this. 3,000? Captain, you? The Situ family, the background information that was openly available to the world, would only be the tip of the iceberg of this family. 3,000 epic quality Ice Beast crystals, such a large amount of huge and high quality resources. The speed of deployment only needs a night. The next day we'll be able to deliver to the Cold Sand City on the border of Yanxia. It was enough to see how strong the Situ family's financial power was. Miss Situ, on behalf of all the people of Cold Sand City and the city guards, I would like to thank Elder Situ. Lord Yan is very kind. Not only Cold Sand City, but our Situ family has subsequently taken out more resources to support the major fortress cities along the Yanxia border. Pei Xingye came to Situ Shui's ear and couldn't help but make one more comment. Hey, I'm curious. Your Situ family's real financial power, if you compare it to the Tianlong Science and Technology Group, who's a bit more powerful? You guess. Situ Shui's smile was meaningful, which gave Pei Xingye goosebumps and sighed in his heart. Could it be that the Situ family has more money than Sky Dragon Technology? Sky Dragon Technology Group, the #1 consortium in the Yanxia Empire. Its helmsman, Chu Leitang, is known to the world as the richest man in the country, as well as Yanxia's #1 mechanical imperial beast master. According to the financial data released this year, the taxes paid by the Sky Dragon Technology Group alone could fill half of the Yanxia Empire's treasury. The term rich enough to rival the country had been materialized in Chu Leitang's body. And the Situ family, which never showed itself, was perhaps no worse than the Sky Dragon Technology Group. Pei Xingye, why are you looking at me with such eyes? Captain, your family's ancestors, what exactly do they do? Use your pipe. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. It wasn't the first time Pei Xingye had doubted the true background of Situ's family. He knew that by Situ Shui's side, there were always stage 8 bits of dead guards lurking around. And the 8th stage bit was a segment that could be competent as the lord of a city in the border war zone. Just like Yan Bingyan. At first light, the crowd gathered at the Cold Sand City stage. At the entrance of the warehouse, a dozen huge containers slowly opened. Lord City Lord. This is the resource supply donated by the Situ family for free. Inventory complete. A total of 5,000 epic quality Ice Beast crystals, 3,000 doses of Imperial Beast nutrient liquid, and 1,500 blood recovery pills. Yan Bingyan and the city guards around her were jaw-dropped. Lord City Lord, when have we ever fought such a rich battle? Yes. Pei Xingye looked to Situ Shui, who was at the side. Captain, Master Situ is too broke. Base do not 6. Cold knowledge. Situ Shui's family is so poor that only money is left. Chapter 135 God of Pill Refining, Moon Ice Pill introduced. Tian Yu City. Situ Mansion. When you walked into this mansion, you would definitely be in a trance like a dream, as if you had entered an exclusive garden of an ancient prince. Small bridges and flowing water, eaves and teeth pecking high. In the middle of the pavilion in the center of the lake, Situ Zhan, the Situ family's head of the family, lazily took his seat, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand. Butler. Master, everything is done. Our foundation donated a large amount of resources to the 23 Western Realm fortresses, such as Cold Sand City, Xiang City, and Ice Jade City, and the category of resources focuses on high-quality ice beast crystals. Very well, we've provided the resources. So the next step is to see if that Lord Pei can set off a thunderstorm above the western desert of my great Yanxia. Master, although Lord Pei is young and talented, he is after all too young. Nah, it's you who is too young. Inside Cold Sand City, a barren open space, Pei Xingye, who was surrounded by the crowd, opened his storage ring and took out a medicine cauldron. Qin Yanlin stood aside and carefully observed. This is the Imperial Palace Academy's treasure, the white-eyed green dragon cauldron. Second Master, I'm afraid that your position in the Imperial Palace Academy is on the verge of riding on the dean's head. Pei Xingye's ability to carry the white-eyed green dragon cauldron with him was naturally the personal authorization of Li Mu, the dean of the Royal Imperial Academy. Refining special effect medicines required tedious steps. Pei Xingye first placed a batch of ice beast crystals into the furnace cauldron and then extradited the water of the river Styx. At the same time, Pei Xingye closed his eyes tightly and made the gesture of flicking soot. Gather souls. This was Cold Sand City, and on the battlefield outside the city gates it was unknown how many imperial beasts had died. Pei Xingye, in his capacity as an undead imperial beast master, gathered the sleeping undead beneath the battlefield and injected them into the white-eyed green dragon cauldron. Ice beast crystals plus thousands of undead souls plus the water of the river Styx could fuse the massive dark ice power. The cauldron blazed while the breath steaming above it was laced with piercingly cold winds and biting ice crystals. The ground beneath everyone's feet quickly condensed a thick layer of black ice ballast. Immediately afterward, Pei Xingye once again took out the Sea God Soul Stone. Saint Mary, you haven't fully awakened yet, so I can't ask for your opinion. If you help me today, I'll definitely help you remodel your remnant soul and resurrect you in the future. Loan to do business, this piece, Pei Xingye dared to call it number 1, and no one dared to call it number 2. As the words landed, Pei Xingye casually threw his hand, and the Sea God Soul Stone drew a parabola from mid-air and landed in the furnace pot. The Sea God Soul Stone contained endless dark moon power. Who threw my Sea God Clan's clan supporting treasure into the fire pot? It's this human imperial beast master again. How dare he use me as a pill refining material? Damn it! Saint Mary's residual soul was in a state similar to that of a vegetable. She hadn't fully awakened yet, but she had regained some consciousness. She was able to sense what Pei Xingye was doing to her, but she couldn't resist. Pei Xingye, wait for me. Wait for me! Goddess Songlan Saint Mary sounded like a gentle name. In fact, she was the fiercest mermaid in this world. There had been countless high-ranking imperial beast masters that had tried to contract and tame her, but they had either ended up fleeing or dying in its hands. Will Pei Xingye be able to tame her? It was all an afterthought. Time passed by minute, and the pill refining process was boring. Even Sita Shui dozed off a few times in a row, and when she awoke with a start, she saw that Pei Xingye was still standing in front of the furnace cauldron, fully concentrating, sometimes adjusting the size of the fire, sometimes adding ingredients. Pei Xingye's attainments in the field of pill refining were beyond the reach of the other gold medal imperial beastmasters of the Imperial Palace Academy. From day to dusk, the barren and barren desert once again welcomed sunset. This meant that the legions of sinful fire fiend beasts entrenched outside the city were about to launch a new round of siege. The pill refining entered the final and most critical stage. The white-eyed green dragon cauldron began to emit violent shaking, and one could hear the rushing sound of the water of the river Styx, the chanting of thousands of dead souls, and the whispers of the Sea God clan. Great fire collecting juice. Pei Xingye's forehead was covered in beads of sweat as he let out a long breath, looking like he had consumed a great deal of effort and energy, and his entire body was exhausted. As the white-eyed green dragon cauldron cooled, the black medicinal liquid within the furnace cauldron completely solidified. Pei Xingye made it into pills that were about 2 centimeters in diameter, totaling 304 pills. And these 304 pills consumed more than 3,000 epic-quality ice beast crystals, meaning the cost was extremely high. If it wasn't for the Situ family's free donation of resources, then Pei Xingye would really have fallen into the dilemma of a skillful woman with no rice to cook. The name I gave it is Moon Ice Dan. City Lord Yen, if my calculations and judgment are correct, as long as it's an ice imperial beast that's above the complete body rank, There's a 95% probability of awakening the power of the Moon Ice Force by taking just one Moon Ice pill. The moment Pei Xingye said this, the entire audience was in an uproar. There was excitement and anticipation on the generals' faces, and of course, there was also a hint of skepticism. It was just an elixir. Did it really possess such a magical effect? The next step was to speak with facts. Pei Xingye, I'll try it first. Okay, City Lord Yen. Yen Bingyen summoned the ice-armored giant Bear King and fed a moon ice dan into the bear's mouth. Everyone's gazes were firmly fixed on the huge bear's body, not daring to blink for fear of missing the moment when the medicinal effect kicked in. A minute later, the medicinal effect began to kick in. Click, 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 click. The ice-armored giant Bear King revealed a difficult expression as ice crystals condensed on his body, and he let out a roar. 2 minutes later, the ice armor on the ice-armor giant Bear King's body turned an ink-dyed black. The Moon Ice Pill is working. Black ice armor. This is the manifestation of the awakening of the Dark Ice Force. Quickly look. A totem mark in the shape of a crescent moon has surfaced on the bear's claws. The dark moon power has awakened as well. Roar. Accompanied by a roar, the ice-armored giant Bear King stood upright, the height of his head crossing over the towering city wall, releasing ripples of domineering energy condensed by the power of the moon and ice around him, setting off a violent whirlwind. The gale whipped through, destroying the city, and the boiling and burning sinister fires were instantly extinguished for a kilometer outside the city gates. It worked. The ice-armored giant Bear King has truly awakened the Moon Ice attribute. This Moon Ice Pill is truly divine. The god of pill refining, Pei Xingye. Lord Pei is awesome. The city guards were extraordinarily excited, directly picking Pei Xingye up and throwing him high into the air again and again, shouting in celebration. Yen Bingyan's eyes were red. She couldn't thank Pei Xingye enough. At the same time, she was relieved. As long as Pei Xingye was there, Cold Sand City would be able to hold on. Reporting to Lord City Lord. All of the Ice Imperial Beastmasters in our barracks have already fed their respective Imperial Beasts with the Moon Ice Dan. According to the statistics, after taking the Moon Ice Pill, the probability of the Imperial Beasts awakening the power of Moon Ice is as high as 99%. The statistic Pei Xingye had previously given was 95%, and the medicinal effect proved to be even more powerful than Pei Xingye had imagined. Saint Mary, thank you for your help. You are worthy of being the goddess of the Sea God clan. Pei Xingye knew in his heart that the biggest contributor to the success of refining the Moon Ice Pill was the remnant soul of Saint Mary in the Sea Goddess Soul Stone. Although it was only a remnant soul, the dark moon power it contained was extremely powerful. After all, rumor had it that Saint Mary had once created a second moon at the bottom of the sea. Brat, taking me to make medicine is simply a great shame. The plant like Saint Mary's could not cry. At this stage, Pei Xingye just could do whatever he wanted to her. Pei Xingye had a bright idea. Next time, try refining Moonflame Dan with the Sea God Soul Stone. Saint Mary suffered the loss of not being able to curse. Otherwise, she would have greeted Pei Chujing's departed spirit long ago. Chapter 136. The Human Race's Darkest Hour. Cosmos Guild. The desert in the western part of the hot summer was always lonely. Surrounded by sand dunes, with no grass growing everywhere, Cold Sand City was a shadowy corner forgotten by the prosperous world. Whenever the sun sets, the desert is enveloped by a moving haze, and the golden sand dunes glisten in the afterglow, making it seem even more enchanting. However, this quietness would be reduced to nothing the moment night fell, broken by the hissing of the magical beasts. The sinful fire-type magical beasts came in groups, pouring down from the distant dunes like densely packed fireballs, frantically tumbling and crashing towards the gates of Cold Sand City. Brutality and bloodlust were written on the face of every sinister fire beast as they spat out pitch-black beams of fire, igniting the desolate desert. This group of monsters with no natural enemies recklessly harassed the humans' pure land. Just then, roar! The ice-armored giant Bear King pulled up from the ground and roared up to the sky, releasing the awakening skill, Cold Ice Field. Black ice cones drilled out from the cracks in the ground, forming a wide and magnificent forest of ice thorns. Each sharp ice cone easily penetrated through the body of the Sin Fire magical beast. Every second frost flower flying in the air could extinguish a fire. This was the ice-armored giant Bear King after awakening the power of Moon Ice, unleashing any skill that could freeze the furnace within the sinful fire-type demonic beasts. Within the field of cold ice, Dozens of sinful fire-type demonic beasts looked at each other, their eyes suddenly becoming much clearer. They unearthed, their bodies gradually stiffening as the powerful power of moon ice hid in the cold air, accompanying their every breath and invading their internal organs. When the sinful fire-type magical beasts lost the ability to release their sinful fire, their overall strength plummeted. Yan Bingyan leapt down from the city wall and stood on the shoulder of the ice-armored giant Bear King, shouting angrily, "All troops follow the order, kill!" The Ice Imperial Beastmaster troops had long been prepared, and the moment the city gates were opened, the summoning spell formation shone with light, and the crowds of Ice Imperial beasts let out a roar, following their respective Imperial masters and charging into battle. On the battlefield, every Ice Imperial beast had a crescent-shaped totem mark appearing on its body. They were either releasing frost spit or wielding ice claws, and no matter what skill they played, they would carry a wave of moon ice power. The Moon Ice Force, which had the dual attributes of Dark Moon System plus Dark Ice System, had a direct restraining effect on the Sins and Fire System magical beasts to pull full weight. Nirvana Ice Lotus. The Scarlet Squad also followed the group into battle, the 4 young Imperial Beastmasters, sneakily patching up in the midst of the bloodbath, crazily brushing their experience. Above the desert, the sinful fire that had been burning continuously for half a month was completely extinguished in this battle. The legion of Sin Fire-type demonic beasts was unbeatable in front of the Moon Ice-type Imperial Beast Legion. Yan Bingyan's killing intent surged wildly as she led the defenders of the city to fight a classic battle in which fewer won than many. After one night, the sinister fires around the city were all extinguished, and a long-lost sweet rain fell from the sky. "It's raining! We won! We really won! We eliminated this abominable legion of sinful fire-type magical beasts. Lord Pei is at the top of the list. Lord Pei is the great benefactor of Cold Sand City." Everything was just as Situjan had predicted. Pei Xingye had really set off a thunderstorm above this barren and infertile desert. Amidst the downpour, lightning illuminated the smiling faces of the generals. Everyone gathered around Pei Xingye, cheering, celebrating, every pair of sincere eyes, all filled with gratitude. Without Pei Xingye, it would only be a matter of time before Cold Sand City was overrun by the legions of sinful fire magical beasts. After this one night, in the eyes of the people of Cold Sand City, Pei Xingye was the savior sent by the heavens. The introduction of the Moon Ice Pill reversed the big picture. In the following days, Pei Xingye and the Scarlet Squad temporarily stayed in Cold Sand City, utilizing the remaining resources to continue refining the Moon Ice Pill. After all, it wasn't just Cold Sand City. The other border cities were also suffering from the infestation of the legions of Sinspire fiend beasts. "Second Master, your face is paler than a severe ghost. Take a rest." Refining the Moon Ice Pill was extremely taxing on Pei Xingye. In particular, each extradition of the water of the river Styx consumed Pei Xingye's own essence blood and vital energy. Coupled with the complexity of the pill refining steps, Pei Xingye simply couldn't take care of it alone. Just as Pei Xingye felt his eyes darkening, a kind and familiar voice came from behind him. "Starry Night, I knew you didn't have enough manpower, so we're here." Li Mu, the head of the Imperial Palace Academy. Not only did he personally come to Cold Sand City, he also brought over the other gold medal Imperial healers from the Imperial Academy. Pei Xingye turned around, her expression moving. "You guys, our level of pill refining isn't as good as yours, but we have no problem giving you a hand. Yeah, us old guys aren't dry eaters either. Together we'll assist you in refining pills. There's strength in numbers, and besides, those who could be named Gold Medal Imperial Healer definitely didn't have any waterworks." With Pei Xingye's helpers, the efficiency of pill refining doubled. On the first day, 530 Moon Ice pills came out of the furnace. On the second day, 627 Moon Ice pills came out. On the third day, 859 Moon Ice pills came out. Half a month later, at the western border of Yanxia, dozens of strategic fortress-level cities had all formed their own Moon Ice Imperial Beast Corps. The Moon Ice power's restraining effect on the sinful fire was like a cat catching a mouse, slightly out of hand. Already the ultimate. The Imperial City of Yanxia. The top floor of the Dragon Soul Palace, the stargazing platform. Long Juning opened his dragon pupil and looked out. The western sky was no longer the blood red of the past. This meant that the sea of sinful fire on the western border of Yanxia had been completely extinguished. Ever since the Moon Ice Pill had begun mass production, the threat that the legions of sinful fire magical beasts posed to the Yanxia Empire had become negligible. Lord, a short report. The sinful fire-type beast tide, having suffered a major defeat at our western border, has withdrawn from the battlefield. Lord Pei and the Imperial Palace Academy's gold medal Imperial therapists have teamed up to refine tens of thousands of Moon Ice pills, and the scale of the Moon Ice Imperial Beast Legion continues to expand. The Situ Family Foundation, donating more than 95% of the resources in this battle. Long Juning revealed a pleased smile. Pei Xingye, I really didn't misjudge you. Although you're only at the second stage position, your influence on the battlefield is far more than second stage. With the death of the Night Lords and the introduction of the Moon Ice Dan, I hope that in the future, you will be able to give me more surprises. As for the Situ family, Long Juning's eyes produced a subtle change. It seems that 800 years ago, the Situ family's accumulated heritage in the Cosmos Guild was even stronger than I imagined. However, as long as Situ Zhen is loyal and patriotic enough, I'll turn a blind eye to it. The Universal Beast Royal era lasted for 1,000 years, and amongst this long epic, the Heavenly Star Vortex battle was undoubtedly the most colorful one. But besides the Heavenly Star Vortex battle, there were many other special time nodes in history. For example, 800 years ago, the dark moment of the human race. In that long ago era, the human race was torn apart, with various countries fighting each other, and with the demonic beasts wreaking havoc, the human race had lost hope. From God's perspective, the human race at that time had already eaten the Last Supper. Until the rise of the Imperial Beastmasters Guild called the Cosmos Guild, mankind has only rekindled the flame of hope. The idea of the Cosmos Guild is literal. Cosmos, regardless of which country's Imperial Beastmaster you are, regardless of what sins and hatred you carry, you can unconditionally join the Cosmos Guild, crusade together against magical beasts, and search for a new pure land with like-minded brothers and sisters above the sea. People in later generations often use words like dream, happiness, and freedom to describe the Cosmos Guild. It was enough to prove the significance of the existence of this Beastmaster Guild. Tianyu City, Situ's residence. Treasure room. Situ Zhen was wearing gloves and was wiping each and every piece of collectibles on the counter. His movements were careful. His eyes were filled with piety, as well as the pride that flowed from his bones. These collectibles were all Imperial Beast skulls, or magical beast crystals from 800 years ago. Even the blankets spread on the floor were made of animal skins ripped from extinct bloodline magical beasts. On the wall of the treasure room, there was a yellowed portrait hanging. The man in the portrait, with a pair of purple eyes, was the Situ family's head of the family 800 years ago. In the corner of the portrait, the last name was not Situ, but Larkspur. The man in this portrait had the badge of the Cosmos Guild hanging on his chest, and his position was Vice President. Chapter 137 Burning Phoenix Ring. Naga Serpent God Nightmare Woman. Happy news! The Moon Ice Pill, which was developed by Imperial Palace Academy's gold medal Imperial therapist Pei Xingye, has been put into the mass production stage. Starting next week, the Moon Ice Pill will flow into the market, and Imperial Beastmasters can purchase it from the major Imperial Beast shops at a discounted price and participate in the national subsidy policy. Announcement from the Tianji Mansion. The Moon Ice Power's restraining effect on sinister fire magical beasts has reached crushing level. In recent times, all the headlines in the Yanxia Empire were related to Pei Xingye. The proliferation of sinful fire-type demonic beasts had caused the other 6 countries of the human race to suffer, but there was nothing they could do about it. Just as the other countries were screaming in agony, the borders of the Yanxia Empire had already formed a huge legion of Moon Ice tier Imperial beasts. The tide of sinful fire-type beasts retreated in ashes and shifted to attack the other countries. As a result, the other 6 countries had spared no expense in spending high prices, even adding invaluable resources, just to replace a Moon Ice Pill. Gradually, the prestige of the Yanxia Empire amongst the 7 countries of the human race seemed to be recovering little by little. Yanxia Imperial City. Dragon Soul Hall. Pei Xingye held his head high and walked into the hall. The dragon Juning on the throne slowly opened his dragon pupil and looked up and down at the red pupilized young man in front of him. After a month of military camp life, your figure is more upright, and your eyes are more resolute than ever. For the past month, Pei Xingye and the Scarlet Squad traveled across the western border of the Yanxia Empire, following their predecessors in battle as volunteers. Cruel actual combat was the fastest way for Imperial Beastmasters to grow. After a month of training in the military camp, even Qin Yanlin, who was the most unorthodox in the Scarlet Squad, now triggered alarms when he passed through the security check, as he already possessed a will of steel. Pei Xingye's face had lost a circle of weight, and his skin wasn't as fair as it used to be, but his spiritual aura had become even more powerful. Lord of the country, our Imperial Palace Academy's current stock of moon ice pills is already enough to flow into the Imperial Beast shops in all the main cities in the country. There's even a portion of surplus that can be sold to the other 6 countries at a high price or exchanged with the other 6 countries for scarce resources. Long Junning nodded with a smile, unable to hide the relief on her face. Pei Xingye, you always keep surprising me. Without you, the legions of Sin's fire magical beasts would have caused a huge border threat to our Yanxia Empire, and would have caused us to lose more generals. It seems that letting you enter the Imperial Palace and the Tianji Mansion was the most correct choice I made. Long Juning first complimented, then asked, "Tell me, what reward do you want?" Pei Xingye had a difficult look on his face. "The reward I want? I'm afraid that Lord State Lord." Long Junning's face sank. "You want me to tell you about the dragon-slaying battle?" "Lord State Lord, I really want to know about the dragon-slaying battle back then. What really happened, and why my mother slayed dragons." "Enough. I don't want to talk about any and all topics regarding Pei Chuzhuang." On the Dragon Soul Hall, the atmosphere between the monarchs and ministers fell into a freeze, and a chill filled the air. Pei Xingye said helplessly, "Since Lord State Lord doesn't want to talk about my mother, then I don't need any reward. I'm a Yanxia person. Doing my part for the Yanxia Empire is my mission, and I don't need any reward." In fact, Long Juning could see that everything about Pei Chuzhuang was Pei Xingye's current heart demon. But Pei Xingye, who was only 18 years old, even if he knew the truth about everything, would it really be a good thing for him? Not only would he not be relieved, he would instead wear a heavier yoke. "You've made a great achievement this time. I won't be stingy when it comes to rewards. Come here and receive your reward." Pei Xingye ascended the steps of the Dragon Soul Hall for the first time and came in front of Long Juning. Long Juning took out a ring from her sleeve and handed it to Pei Xingye. The style of the ring was plain, and the texture on its surface was like a phoenix flowing fire, flickering with red light. Lord, this is one of the 3 divine weapons of the Phoenix clan, the Burning Phoenix Ring. The 3 ancient mythological bloodlines of the dragon, phoenix, and unicorn each possessed 3 divine weapons. The Burning Phoenix Ring was one of the Phoenix clan's 3 divine weapons. The previous owner of this ring was your mother. Now you keep it. Pei Xingye was so excited that her hand trembled slightly as she received the ring. "This is the ring that old mom used to wear." Too much time had passed, and the Burning Phoenix Ring had long since lost Pei Chuzhing's aura. As for how the Burning Phoenix Ring is used, you study and figure it out on your own, so I won't interrupt too much. As a Dragon Royal Master, Long Juning was masterful in the use of Dragon Race artifacts, especially the Tomb of Dragons, but the Phoenix Race and Kirin Race artifacts were out of her grasp. Pei Xingye, while pleased, asked curiously, "By the way, Lord State Lord, why is it that in Yanxia's Academy of Tibetan Scriptures, there isn't a single book documenting the Qilin clan's bloodline? In our Yanxia Empire, is it true that the purebred Qilin bloodline is extinct?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't." "Oh." Long Juning would always put on a smelly face when she got high and cold, which made Pei Xingye dare to be angry and could only curse in her heart. "Pei Xingye, you've also received your reward, so you can return to Chaos Academy to continue your training. Don't be lazy in your usual training. I look forward to your next improvement that will still amaze me." Pei Xingye was just about to leave, but stopped at the location of the entrance to the Grand Hall. Long Juning couldn't help but ask, "You still have something on your mind?" Pei Xingye turned around, his gaze deep and his expression grave. "Lord Country Lord, I feel that the demonic beast clan is brewing a heavenly conspiracy." Long Juning raised her eyebrows and asked with interest, "Tell me about it."